there was a rapid knock on the door. Tang Feiyu shook his dizzy head and walked over to open the door. Outside the door stood a tall and slender lady wearing a black suspender nightgown and with long hair draped over her shoulders. This queen is named Lin Wanrou, 28 years old. She is the landlord of the house where Tang Feiyu lives now. Next door is the house where she lives. Tang Feiyu tried hard to put a smile on his face, making himself look more energetic, and then said to Sister Yu, "Sister Wanrou, what can I do for you?" Seeing that he didn't want to answer her previous question, Lin Wanrou didn't continue to ask. Instead, she said a little embarrassedly, "It's like this, the water pipe in my house is broken, and I'd like you to come over and help take a look." Hearing this, Tang Feiyu nodded and said, "Okay, Sister Wanrou, wait for me to get the key." After getting the key, Tang Feiyu followed Lin Wanrou to her house. At this time, the water pipe in the bathroom was still spraying water out, and the floor drain seemed to be blocked by something, and the water was about to overflow from the bathroom. Not daring to delay, Tang Feiyu took some tools from the toolbox and rushed in. After working for more than half an hour, he was completely soaked, but fortunately he had fixed the water pipe. "I'm really sorry to bother you, Feiyu," Lin Wanrou said. Tang Feiyu nodded and turned to leave when he suddenly heard Lin Wanrou scream behind him. Then, people from other neighboring houses also screamed. Tang Feiyu suddenly turned around and rushed into Lin Wanrou's house, only to see water flowing like a fountain from the floor drain, toilet, sink, and other pipes. The kitchen and bathroom were already flooded with water, and it was beginning to spread towards the living room. The shouting outside was getting louder and louder. Tang Feiyu walked to the balcony and looked out, stunned. He and Lin Wanrou's room was on the 13th floor. But now, outside the balcony, there was a vast expanse of water. The 12-story building opposite had only a small part of its roof still above the water. Without caring about anything else, Tang Feiyu grabbed Lin Wanrou's wrist and ran outside. Although he didn't know what was happening outside, he knew that it would be dangerous if he continued to stay in the room. "Hurry up, let's go to the rooftop." After taking the things, Tang Feiyu once again took Lin Wanrou's hand and started running out. At this time, there was no time to take other things. When the two ran to the fire escape, the water had already submerged their calves. On the way, we saw people from other floors also running up. Finally, everyone reached the rooftop safely. They looked at the rising sea level outside the building and looked at each other in bewilderment. What is going on? Isn't this an inland city? It's not that there can't be floods in inland areas, but floods that can submerge buildings more than 20 stories high are unheard of. Someone pulled out their cell phone to call the police, but there was no signal. However, seeing the entire city submerged in water, there was no point in calling the police. Soon, a large group of people also ran out from the building next door. Everyone was talking about it, but no one could clearly explain what had happened. Fortunately, it was daytime now. If it had suddenly turned out like this at night, I couldn't imagine how many people would have drowned in their sleep. "Oh no," Lin Wanrou suddenly cried out. Xiaoqian is still in school. The tallest building in their school is only 10 stories high. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu was also stunned. Zhang Qian, Lin Wanrou's daughter, was 18 years old and just started her freshman year. But there was no point in worrying about it now, as they were still busy taking care of themselves. Even though the building below them had more than 20 floors, the water level was still rising and was now level with the building. If they didn't stop, in 5 minutes at most, they would have nowhere to stay. Many people had already collapsed on the ground with expressions of despair on their faces. Lin Wanrou was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Although Tang Feiyu was also worried about the future situation, he still comforted her. "Sister Wanrou, don't worry about Xiaoqian's safety. There are swimming rings and life jackets in the school." Hearing this, Lin Wanrou breathed a sigh of relief. The water level was still rising, already submerging people's lower limbs. Tang Feiyu handed the yoga ball in his hand to Lin Wanrou and said, "Sister Wanrou, if the water submerges your head later, you must hold on tight." To be on the safe side, Tang Feiyu pulled Lin Wanrou away from the crowd and came to a corner. If the place was really flooded, other people might come and snatch the things in their hands. The water level was still rising, and it had already reached the chest level of the two people. Just when Tang Feiyu thought that the two of them were about to use the things in their hands, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "As punishment for humans polluting the ocean, all of you go to the sea to survive. Whether you can survive depends on your luck." Before he could understand what it meant, his vision went dark. The moment he lost consciousness, Tang Feiyu subconsciously reached out and grabbed Lin Wanrou. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes, then closed them again. The sunlight overhead was too glaring. It took him a while to get used to it, but he didn't dare to look up again. He looked into the distance and found that he was floating on the water. Looking again, he saw a raft under his feet. Hearing the familiar sound, Tang Feiyu quickly turned his head and saw Lin Wanrou lying behind him, raising her hands to block her view. There were some minor problems with her loose pajamas. Tang Feiyu swallowed his saliva, coughed awkwardly, and then said, "We look like we are on the sea. Before you fainted, did you hear a sound?" Speaking of business, Lin Wanrou quickly responded, "I heard it." Suddenly, Tang Feiyu was startled. He found a light blue dot of light in the upper right corner of his sight. As he focused his attention on it, the dot of light expanded and turned into a holographic screen like a sci-fi movie. Welcome to Doomsday Survival. Please remember the following rules. This will allow you to survive. Rule 1. There is a long hook on the side of your raft. It is used to collect supply boxes on the sea surface. Rule 2. If you don't need any supplies, you can trade them with others through the trading window. The first 7 days are the beginner period, and trading is free. After 7 days, a 1/10 handling fee will be charged. Rule 3. The raft beneath you can be upgraded with supplies. We recommend upgrading the raft first, otherwise it won't be able to cope with the weather after the novice period. Rule 4. If you die here, you're really dead. Rule 5. Miners will randomly appear next to one of their parents to survive together. Rule 6. Seawater contains radioactive substances. It is not recommended for drinking without treatment. Skin contact will not cause any harm to the body, unless there are wounds. Tang Feiyu checked the trading panel again, but it was empty. Tang Feiyu suddenly felt his stomach was empty. He recalled the situation before entering this place. After a hangover all night, Tang Feiyu wasn't woken up until the afternoon by Lin Wanrou. He hadn't eaten for almost a day. No, the more I think about it, the hungrier I get. Tang Feiyu shook his head, no longer letting his thoughts wander. Then he began to look around, thinking that since there was a supply box floating on the sea, he must get it. Lin Wanrou was stunned when she saw him take out the iron hook. Before she could ask anything, Tang Feiyu continued, "Sister Wanrou, look at the upper right corner. There is a light blue dot there. Let's take a look first." Hearing his words, Lin Wanrou quickly discovered the survival panel. A few minutes later, her face turned horrified, and she quickly closed the panel. She also saw the chat bar and immediately thought that this was where she should find her daughter. But her message was quickly drowned out by cries for food. She wasn't particularly hungry, but rather thirsty. There was nothing on the raft except the two of them and the 2 hooks. "Got it!" Tang Feiyu suddenly shouted, frightening Lin Wanrou so much that she almost had a heart attack. "Sister Wanrou, help me paddle to the left," he said, squatting down and paddling with his hands. He saw a wooden box 5 meters away, slowly floating towards him. Lin Wanrou came to her senses. Now was not the time to look for her daughter. Only by finding supplies and surviving could she have a chance to find her. Although the raft was only 3 meters by 3 meters, it took 2 people half a day to get closer because they had no tools and had to row it by hand. Tang Feiyu stretched out his hook and finally caught the wooden box. He retracted the hook and pulled the box onto the raft. He swallowed nervously and slowly opened the box under Lin Wanrou's expectant gaze. "Congratulations on winning. 3 pieces of bread, 3 bottles of drinking water, 500 milliliters per bottle. That's not difficult," Tang Feiyu said casually. After all, in this unfamiliar environment, he didn't want to put too much pressure on himself. Influenced by him, Lin Wanrou's expression also relaxed a little. After Tang Feiyu took out the supplies inside, the wooden box automatically broke into 3 pieces of wood and fell onto the raft. He ignored the wood blocks, picked up the bread, and asked, "Sister Wanrou, are you hungry?" Lin Wanrou shook her head. "If you are hungry, eat first. I just need some water." Seeing that she didn't look fake, Tang Feiyu handed her a bottle of water and picked up a piece of bread to eat. Since they only had so little supplies, he stopped after eating 1 piece. As the old saying goes, be prepared for danger in times of peace. Don't eat it all. What if you can't find another box later? Lin Wanrou also realized this problem, so she only drank half a bottle of water and tightened the bottle and put it away. The 2 chatted idly on the raft, killing time while searching for the box. Suddenly, Lin Wanrou excitedly called out, "Feiyu, over here." 30 minutes later, the 2 finally reached the box. Tang Feiyu took out the hook and pulled the box back onto the raft. When he was about to open the box, Tang Feiyu suddenly saw a message from someone in the chat area. "Who has the antidote? I just opened the box and found a poisonous snake in it." Tang Feiyu was stunned for a moment, looked up at Lin Wanrou. Then Tang Feiyu picked up the box, walked to the edge of the raft, and turned the box outward. To be on the safe side, even if there was something inside, at least there was a lid to block it. Tang Feiyu quickly opened the box. Fortunately, there were no venomous snakes this time. Tang Feiyu checked the supplies in the box. This time there are 3 bottles of water, 5 units of rope, and 3 units of wood blocks that the wooden box automatically decomposed. "There's no food," he said with some regret. They only had 2 loaves of bread left, but if they shared it, it wouldn't be enough for dinner. "How about I trade some water for some food?" he told Lin Wanrou. Lin Wanrou nodded, agreeing with his decision. Then, Tang Feiyu opened the trading area, looking for opportunities to exchange food. Lin Wanrou was assigned to post the trading information in the chat area, and the two of them acted separately. Tang Feiyu discovered that the trading area was no longer as empty as it had been when he first saw it. There were now a large number of trading items. However, the prices were generally high, and everyone wanted to exchange a small amount of supplies for more food and water. He couldn't find food at a suitable price, but he saw someone selling a fishing set for 2 bottles of water. After some bargaining, he finally exchanged the fishing set for 1.5 bottles of purified water. Although the seawater was polluted and the fish might not be edible, Tang Feiyu decided to use these fishing gear sets. After all, in this situation, starvation was better than being poisoned. At least he could try to catch some fish. Moreover, this fishing rod has another advantage: it can throw the hook farther. Even if you don't fish, it is better for hooking boxes than the original hook on the raft. After receiving the fishing gear set, Tang Feiyu saw a special prompt suddenly pop up on the panel. Talent harvest is effective. The material fishing set triggers a 10-fold increase. Congratulations on obtaining the angler set. Tang Feiyu looked at the fishing gear in his hand with a look of shock on his face. Angler set. Guaranteed catch of 1 fish per hour of fishing. Fish caught with this set are free of contaminants. He stared at the message in disbelief. He'd previously worried about the contaminants in the fish he'd caught from the ocean, but with this set, that problem was solved. And it came with a guaranteed return, which was fantastic. Curious about the harvest talent he'd acquired, he opened the panel in the upper right corner again. But aside from his name, age, and profile picture, there was nothing there. Not even the word talent was visible. "Feiyu, I received a bucket of instant noodles." Lin Wanrou's shout interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, where did you get the fishing rod?" Lin Wanrou noticed the fishing rod in Tang Feiyu's hand. "Sister Wanrou, this is something I just found at a bargain in the trading area." Tang Feiyu explained simply. Although he couldn't talk about talent, he didn't intend to explain in detail. He could only vaguely say that he found it at a bargain. Lin Wanrou took the fishing rod and saw the information on it immediately displayed in front of her. "This." She looked at the fishing rod in shock. "Does this mean that we won't have to worry about food in the future?" Tang Feiyu nodded. "Yes, there should be nothing to worry about." He then asked Lin Wanrou to go fishing and pay attention to the surrounding sea to avoid missing any boxes that might float over, while he took the opportunity to continue checking the trading area. Lin Wanrou suddenly felt the fishing rod in her hand sink, almost slipping out of her hand. She quickly gathered her thoughts, thinking that if the fishing rod was pulled away, she would have nowhere to cry. Tang Feiyu on the other side also saw the fishing line stretch straight. He quickly ran over, reached out and grabbed the fishing rod, and began to pull hard. Soon, a fish weighing about 10 pounds was thrown out of the water. After jumping a few times, it automatically broke into 10 pieces of fish meat. "This is really convenient. I don't have to deal with it myself." Tang Feiyu sighed. "Yes, it is convenient." Lin Wanrou rubbed her wrist and looked up, noticing that Tang Feiyu's gaze was a little evasive. Looking down, she realized that the strap of her nightgown had slipped off one side due to the rough movement she'd made while pulling the fish. She hurriedly adjusted it and said nonchalantly, "We have fish, but how do we eat it?" Tang Feiyu coughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. "I just saw someone selling flint. I'll go see if it's still available." After saying that, he turned around and sat down and began to search the trading area. However, the white fish meat kept appearing in his mind. Tang Feiyu shook his head and forced himself to concentrate and began to look for tools to make a fire. The flint he had seen before had been traded away, but he soon found someone selling matches. Matches for food or water. Tang Feiyu contacted the other party and, after bargaining, finally exchanged half a loaf of bread and half a bottle of water for the matches. The harvest talent has been activated, and the matches have been amplified 10-fold. Congratulations on getting a refill of matches. Refill matches. After use, 1 day's time will be automatically filled. Waterproof. Advanced. Tang Feiyu looked at the amplification that appeared again and finally confirmed his talent. Only items purchased from others will trigger the amplification effect. With matches and 6 pieces of wood, Tang Feiyu knew that it was dangerous to make a fire directly on the raft, so he began to search the trading area, looking for items such as stoves or ceramic basins that could light a fire. Chapter 7. Upgrading the raft. The two chatted until they suddenly fell silent. The sudden change from normal life to a city flooded by seawater and then to surviving in the ocean under the control of an unknown entity, left them physically and mentally exhausted. The temperature gradually dropped as the night wore on. The initial heat completely vanished, and the air began to grow colder. Tang Feiyu didn't mind it much. Being young and energetic, he felt the coolness and comfort. However, Lin Wanrou was different. She was only wearing a thin nightgown, and soon she curled up in a ball, feeling the cold. Just like sleeping in winter, one always unconsciously leans towards a warm place. Although the raft was only 3 meters wide and the wood between them separated them, Lin Wanrou could still feel the warmth next to Tang Feiyu. On this cold night, Tang Feiyu fell into a dream. He returned to the familiar city, and all his experiences seemed like a dream. In the dream, he walked into a breakfast shop in his everyday clothes and ordered 2 steamed buns and a cup of salty porridge. He found it odd that today they were selling steamed buns, when normally they'd be selling soup dumplings. However, without giving it much thought, he hurried to eat his porridge and buns when a sudden scream jolted him awake. He opened his eyes, only to see a flash of white light. He rubbed them before realizing he was still on the raft and that everything was just a dream. "Sister Wanrou, good morning," Tang Feiyu said softly. Lin Wanrou turned around, her face flushed and tears in the corners of her eyes. "Sister Wanrou, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Lin Wanrou's abnormality, Tang Feiyu was a little worried, thinking that she was crying because of Zhang Qian. Lin Wanrou pulled at her collar and whispered, "I'm fine." She recalled her own gaffe and realized she had accidentally overslept. She felt embarrassed to blame Tang Feiyu. Tang Feiyu nodded, and without thinking much, he opened the trading area to check for any supplies that could be traded. Upon opening the panel, he discovered the chatroom discussion had shifted to a single issue. "Did you notice the number in the bottom left corner of the panel has changed? It was 10,000 yesterday, but it's over 9,800 today. What's going on? That's the number of people online, right? Does the missing number mean they're not online? Then those missing over 100, are they dead?" A message flashed by, and everyone fell silent. After a while, someone replied, "You're kidding. The sea was calm last night. How could anyone die? Even if they were hungry or thirsty, they wouldn't die overnight, right? Haha, what are you talking about?" Although no one dared to speak out, most people realized that the missing people were probably dead, but they just didn't want to face this fact. For a group of 10,000 people, the loss of a few hundred or a few thousand people wouldn't be noticeable, but the loss of nearly 1/5 of the population in just one night is truly chilling. Some people speculate that some people may have accidentally fallen into the sea when they got up in the middle of the night, or they may have accidentally fallen into the sea while sleeping unsteadily, or even some people chose to commit suicide due to mental breakdown. Tang Feiyu was in a heavy mood, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and began to focus on selecting supplies in the trading area. Compared to yesterday, today's trading prices have returned to normal, with no such outrageously high prices. Tang Feiyu checked his supplies and found only half a loaf of bread, 2.5 bottles of drinking water, 4 pieces of wood, and 13 portions of fish. He remembered that he had a fishing rod and no worries about fish, so he decided to use them to exchange for other supplies. So he posted a new trading information in the trading area. 200 g of fish meat for 10 units of wood blocks for a total of 5 items, 200 g of fish meat for various items. Bring information for details for a total of 3 items, 100 g of fish meat for various seasonings for a total of 4 items. Soon after, Tang Feiyu's fish meat was quickly snapped up. Through these transactions, he obtained a lot of wood blocks and other items. Tang Feiyu extracted the wood blocks. The original 50 units of wood blocks, after the increase of the talent harvest, unexpectedly became 500 units, almost filling the entire raft. Oh no! Tang Feiyu steadied himself and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he saw that Lin Wanrou was not crushed by the wood blocks, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wanrou looked at the wood blocks on the ground in shock and asked, "Feiyu, what's going on?" Tang Feiyu smiled and said, "I exchanged the fish for some wood blocks. We won't have to worry about not having a fire source anymore. Besides, we also need wood blocks to upgrade the raft." Lin Wanrou looked at him with some confusion, but didn't say anything. Tang Feiyu didn't go to retrieve other items, but decided to upgrade the raft first. The wood block was huge after the amplification, and he didn't expect it to take up so much space. He focused on the raft's upgrade information. Name, raft level, 0. Area, 3m x 3m special effects. None skills. None upgrade condition. 10 wood blocks. After ensuring there are enough wood blocks, the raft successfully upgrades to level 1, increasing its area to 5m x 5m. While the special effects and skills remain the same, the raft's space has expanded. Next, Tang Feiyu checked the requirements for level 2 upgrade. In addition to 20 units of wood, He also needed 5 units of rope. He began to search for rope sales in the trading area. Although there were many people selling rope, most of them required food in exchange. Instead of trading directly, Tang Feiyu continued searching and finally found someone who needed wood blocks and was ready to upgrade his raft. After some bargaining, they exchanged some wood blocks. With the upgrade of the raft, Tang Feiyu felt that his future survival seemed more promising. Chapter 8. Contaminated and transformed into a pure school beauty. Tang Feiyu traded 5 units of wood for 2 units of rope, which was slightly cheaper than food. After extracting the rope, he got 20 units of rope. Afterwards, Tang Feiyu continued to upgrade the raft, expanding its area to 7 meters by 7 meters. To upgrade to the next level, he needed iron blocks, but he couldn't find any information about iron blocks for sale in the trading area, so the raft upgrade was temporarily stopped. At this time, Lin Wanrou's stomach made a sound, and Tang Feiyu turned around and was suddenly stunned. Lin Wanrou looked at Tang Feiyu. Seeing him carefully selecting items after the transaction, he looked even more handsome, which almost made her heart beat faster. It was not until she heard a rumble in her stomach that she was brought back to her senses. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head shyly. Seeing she didn't respond, Tang Feiyu said, "Sister Wanrou, if you're hungry, grill the fish first. I just bought some seasonings." He opened his backpack and took out the seasoning package he got from the transaction. It contained 10 parts chili powder, about 1 kilogram, 10 parts salt, and 10 packets of mixed spices. This was enough for the two of them to eat for a while. Lin Wanrou glanced at the seasonings and looked at Tang Feiyu in surprise. She was of course familiar with the prices in the trading area, and she knew exactly how much food was needed to exchange for so many seasonings. Lin Wanrou started a fire to grill the fish, while Tang Feiyu opened his private messages to see if there were any useful items. Suddenly, he saw this message. "Brother, I'm a multi-millionaire internet celebrity. This is my photo JPG. If you give me a piece of fish, I can give you my original underwear." Tang Feiyu clicked on the photo and saw that her followers were indeed tens of millions. Before he graduated, he had watched this female internet celebrity's live broadcasts and occasionally interacted with her. But Tang Feiyu had no particular interest in her, especially since he couldn't see her in person, so he didn't want to respond. He closed the private chat and continued browsing other messages. Then, he saw one. "I, Kai Jin, want you to join my fan club if you send me money." "No, give me the sex." Tang Feiyu closed the message, thinking, what a mess. It's really annoying. Continuing to flip through the pages, Tang Feiyu saw almost exclusively wealthy, powerful, and underworld figures, all intent on acquiring resources through these exchanges. In contrast, the internet celebrity had actually used some tangible items in exchange. Suddenly, a message made Tang Feiyu frown. "Tang Feiyu, is it really you? I'm Fan-Ting-Ting. You have some fish, right? Give me some." This made Tang Feiyu slightly stunned. Fan-Ting-Ting was his college classmate. He had pursued her before, but at that time he was a homebody and she didn't think much of him. She rejected him on the spot and even posted the matter to the campus forum to show off, causing Tang Feiyu to be talked about by many classmates and almost losing face. She seemed not to see Tang Feiyu's reply and sent another message. "I rejected you then just to test your sincerity, but once you confessed your feelings, nothing happened. If you insist one more time, I will agree to you." Then, she sent another photo of herself in tattered clothes. "You are not still angry, are you? Brother Feiyu, give me a piece of fish, and I promise to be your girlfriend." In the photo, Fan-Ting-Ting looked dazed with a smile on her lips. The alluring look made Tang Feiyu's heart move, but he quickly closed the private chat and blacklisted her. Not long after, Fan-Ting-Ting sent another message. Seeing that Tang Feiyu had blocked her, she cursed. "You stinky loser, still pretending to be me." Bah! Tang Feiyu sighed. Society is such a big melting pot. In less than a year, a girl with a slightly bad personality has been polluted into a pure campus beauty. Lin Wanrou was puzzled by his words. Society's melting pot, does it turn pure people into slick people? How come she becomes more pure the more she's been tainted? She also didn't know which girl Tang Feiyu was chatting with. Tang Feiyu flipped through more junk messages and finally saw something that interested him. "I have a design for a water purifier, but 200 grams of fish is too little. I have to pay extra." Tang Feiyu saw the profile picture of a girl with a round face, named Li Lingwei. He replied, "Send it over and take a look at the information." Soon, Li Lingwei sent him the design for the water purifier. Tang Feiyu took a look. The design showed that it could purify 100 milliliters of water per hour, equivalent to purifying a bottle of mineral water in 5 hours. In this environment with a shortage of fresh water, this was a lifesaver. So Tang Feiyu replied, "I can only give you 1 kilogram of fish at most." Although the price was a bit high, He had no shortage of fish, and the water purifier would be enhanced, making it even more powerful in his hands. Li Lingwei quickly accepted the deal. Feiyu, the fish is ready. Come and eat, Lin Wanrou called. Tang Feiyu walked over to her, took the grilled fish, and said, Sister Wanrou, I just got a new design for the water purifier. I'll make it after dinner. Then we won't be short of water anymore. Lin Wanrou was pleasantly surprised after hearing this. After all, she knew the food was there, but there were only 2.5 bottles of water left. Tang Feiyu had solved her biggest worry. Feiyu, you're amazing. Lin Wanrou excitedly grabbed Tang Feiyu's hand and said gratefully. Chapter 9, Quality Improvement. After finishing his grilled fish, Tang Feiyu began to extract the Advanced Water Purifier Blueprint he had just exchanged from the trading column. Advanced Water Purifier Blueprint. Manufacturing requirements. 5 units of charcoal, 5 units of plastic, and 5 units of stone. After seeing the materials needed, Tang Feiyu said to Lin Wanrou, Sister Wanrou, you come and burn the charcoal. I'll go to the trading area to look for plastic and stone. Lin Wanrou looked at Tang Feiyu deeply and nodded in agreement. Although she wasn't sure how he did it, she knew from several transactions that Tang Feiyu always managed to use minimal resources and get far more than expected. Making charcoal was simple. All he had to do was light a piece of wood, and before it burned to ashes, add water. Each unit of wood yielded 1 unit of charcoal. Lin Wanrou sat by the fire and began to burn charcoal, while Tang Feiyu opened the trading area and began to search for plastic and stone. Soon, Tang Feiyu found plastic and stone. Plastic was not expensive, and 2 units of wood could be exchanged for 1 unit of plastic. He didn't trade much, only 1 unit of plastic. After extracting it, he felt it was enough. Next, he began looking for stone. Compared to plastic, stone was much more expensive, requiring 5 units of wood. Tang Feiyu had no shortage of wood, so he chose to trade directly without bargaining. However, with the talent amplification, the plastic traded increased to 10 units, but something went wrong with the stone. Talent harvest activated, material stone, triggering a 10-fold amplification. Congratulations on receiving 1 diamond. Diamond, a harder stone, required for the manufacture of certain items. What's going on? Shouldn't I be given 10 units of stone? Tang Feiyu looked at the diamond in his hand with some surprise. Could it be that the increase is not just in quantity, but also in quality, he speculated. Feiyu, what's wrong? Lin Wanrou asked, seeing Tang Feiyu staring at the diamond in a daze. It's okay, Sister Wanrou, how's the charcoal? Lin Wanrou looked at the fire and replied. It's almost done. Tang Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief and continued trading. He bought stones from the trading area again. This time, in addition to getting a diamond, the remaining stones were finally 10 units. He finally prepared the materials needed for the water purifier. Lin Wanrou also took some water and doused the wood on the fire. With a hissing sound, thick smoke rose, choking her and making her cough repeatedly. Tang Feiyu walked over and handed her a bottle of water. Sister Wanrou, drink some water. Lin Wanrou shook her head. There's not much water left, we can't waste it. Seeing her refusal, Tang Feiyu said nothing more, picked up the charcoal, and began to make a water purifier. Advanced water purifier making. It will take 5 hours. Tang Feiyu was about to say something when Lin Wanrou suddenly pointed behind her and shouted, Feiyu box. Lin Wanrou's nightgown strap slipped down due to her excessive movement, revealing some skin. Tang Feiyu accidentally glanced at her and quickly turned his head away. He immediately noticed that the box was about 10 meters away from the raft. In the past, it would have taken 2 people to paddle the raft across, but now with the pursuit fishing rod, things have become much simpler. Tang Feiyu picked up the fishing rod, aimed accurately, and gently cast the hook. However, he hadn't cast a line for a long time, and the first time he didn't hit it, it was a little short. Lin Wanrou saw Tang Feiyu's action and was ready to paddle to help, but seeing that he was trying on his own, she didn't say anything. He thought to himself, let him try. We have plenty of food and water anyway. There's no need to let the box make things awkward. After several attempts, Tang Feiyu finally found his touch, and this time accurately hit the box. Success, Tang Feiyu said happily, then pulled up the box and hauled it onto the raft. After confirming there was no danger, he opened the box. Inside the box lay a blueprint for a solar rice cooker. Solar rice cooker blueprint materials: 5 electronic components, 10 plastics, 3 stainless steels, 1 solar converter. Seeing the required materials, Tang Feiyu quickly went to the trading area to search, but found nothing except plastic. He put fish meat on the trading area, hoping to exchange it for the required materials, but no one contacted him yet. Lin Wanrou asked curiously, Feiyu, what is it? Tang Feiyu looked at her and replied, it's the design of an electric rice cooker, but the required materials are not available in the trading area, so we have to wait until later. Lin Wanrou smiled slightly and said, "We don't need it urgently now, so let's put it aside and make it later when we have the materials." She walked over, picked up the fishing rod, and started fishing. Although she had no worries about food, she still had to go fishing herself. Tang Feiyu sat next to her and started checking private messages. "Brother, I don't have the things you want, but I have something. See if you can exchange it for some food for me. I'm starving." JPG. Tang Feiyu clicked on the image and saw it was an ordinary ceramic bowl. It wasn't worth much right now, but he decided to trade it. Besides grilling fish, the ceramic bowl could also be used to make fish soup for a change of flavor. "It's not very useful right now, but I can use it. Here, I'll give you half a loaf of bread and 100 grams of fish." After sending the message, a reply arrived almost immediately, with the other party agreeing to the transaction. Tang Feiyu quickly found the pottery bowl's transaction information and immediately purchased it after confirming it. Talent Harvest activated. Item pottery bowl triggers a 10-fold increase. Congratulations on getting a casserole 5L capacity. Tang Feiyu was delighted to see this increase. He originally thought that he would get multiple ceramic bowls, but he didn't expect to get a casserole with a large enough capacity and greater practicality. Chapter 10: A Sudden Attack. Sister Wanrou, how about we have fish soup for lunch? Tang Feiyu shouted to Lin Wanrou, who was fishing while holding a clay pot. Lin Wanrou turned around and saw the clay pot. A smile appeared on her face. "Then I have to catch more fish." However, Lin Wanrou, initially full of confidence, was met with a harsh lesson from reality a few hours later. She only caught a small, guaranteed fish, even smaller than her previous catch. She only managed to break down 100 grams of flesh. While somewhat disappointed, this only ignited her fighting spirit, and she cast her rod back into the sea. Tang Feiyu was sitting there with nothing to do. He observed the sea around him, making sure he didn't miss any floating boxes. He also checked the chat area to see if anyone had traded for the supplies they needed. In the trading area today, wood, stone, plastic, and rope were the most common items. Transactions of other non-basic materials are relatively secretive, and people are usually reluctant to release transaction information easily for fear that the price will be too low and others will buy at the bottom. Suddenly, Tang Feiyu noticed someone mentioning him. "I really don't understand how Boss Tang Feiyu got the fish. I lay on the raft and observed for several hours, but I didn't see any fish in the water. Even if he catches something, would he dare to eat it? The sea water is polluted. Who knows if these fish are clean? As long as they can be eaten, who cares if they are clean? It's better than starving to death." Brothers who want to see the benefits, give ye half a piece of bread and you can customize the video. I promise it won't cheat. Tang Feiyu was stunned for a moment before clicking on the profile picture of the person who sent the message. It was a young girl with twin ponytails and light makeup, looking both pure and voluptuous. If it were before, Tang Feiyu might have been interested, but now, his eyes unconsciously shifted to Lin Wanrou beside him. When people were compared, Yi's pure online image immediately paled in comparison. Tang Feiyu instantly entered Sage mode and decided not to pay attention to these messages. Then, the chat area was suddenly flooded with a message. "Help! I saw a shark nearby. It's swimming towards me. What should I do? I also saw a shark fin. A shark is swimming towards me." Seeing this series of news about sharks, Tang Feiyu's heart sank suddenly, and he immediately turned his head to check the surrounding sea. "Feiyu, what's wrong?" Lin Wanrou noticed that Tang Feiyu's expression had become nervous, so she stopped fishing and asked hurriedly. Tang Feiyu's face became very serious. He picked up the long hook and whispered, "Sister Wanrou, the shark is coming." He pointed to the shark's fin on the surface of the water, which was rapidly approaching the raft. Hearing this, Lin Wanrou looked back, her face becoming a little nervous. After all, living in the city, she had never dealt with sharks, and the sharks in film and television works always gave people a great deal of psychological pressure. She didn't dare to continue fishing. She quickly put away her fishing rod and picked up another long hook. Her voice trembled. "Feiyu, what should we do?" Tang Feiyu pulled Lin Wanrou to the center of the raft and said calmly, "Sister Wanrou, you stay here. The raft is so big, the shark shouldn't be able to rush up." Before he could finish his words, a shark suddenly leaped out of the water and lunged directly at the raft. Tang Feiyu reacted quickly, swooping down to push Lin Wanrou onto the raft and ducking down. Bang! The shark missed, its tail slamming hard against the side of the raft before it fell into the water. Although the raft was large, it tilted slightly after being struck by the shark. Fortunately, the two men had a low center of gravity. If they had been standing, the tilt of the raft might have thrown them into the sea. Those who were slow to react were directly knocked into the sea by the shark. Soon, bright red blood began to appear on the sea surface. Fortunately, the people who reacted quickly dodged it. Although their raft was small, the shark jumped over the raft and did not cause much damage. Tang Feiyu stared at the shark fin on the sea surface, his heart rising to his throat. It's gone. Tang Feiyu was a little surprised to see that after missing its target, the shark actually swam away and didn't attack again. Only when the shark's fin disappeared into the distance did Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou breathe a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Lin Wanrou's neck and cheeks began to turn pink. She realized that she was being held tightly by Tang Feiyu. Smelling the scent of Tang Feiyu, Lin Wanrou was a little flustered and her face suddenly turned red. Tang Feiyu realized that he was still holding her, quickly let go of her hand, and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Sister Wanrou, Lin Wanrou's cheeks were hot, and she shook her head gently. "I don't blame you. On the contrary, I want to thank you for saving me just now." Hearing her words, Tang Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief, but the shark's attack still made him a little uneasy. Before, he thought this survival game was nothing to be afraid of, but now that he had been educated by the shark, he knew what real danger was. Tang Feiyu glanced at the chat area and saw that the number of people online had dropped by nearly 1,000, and his face turned grim. Lin Wanrou also saw all this. Many people were recounting how they had escaped a disaster, while others were lamenting that the avatars of their friends and family had turned gray, indicating that they might no longer be alive. Lin Wanrou was in a heavy mood, muttering, "Qianqian. Sister Wanrou, don't worry, Qianqian is so smart, she will definitely be able to avoid the shark." Tang Feiyu was busy comforting her. Lin Wanrou forced a smile, and although the corners of her mouth raised a smile, her eyes could not hide the worry. Tang Feiyu understood that Zhang Qian's safety was unpredictable. Lin Wanrou and Zhang Qian's relationship, though brief, was incredibly deep. "Sister Wanrou, we need to continue upgrading our raft, and we need to look for better weapons." Now, the only weapon they could rely on was the long hook, which could be used for self-defense, but it was useless in the face of a threat like sharks. Tang Feiyu thought, perhaps they should look for a harpoon or a spear, even if it was only to prevent greater danger. Chapter 12: Killing Sharks. "Sister Wanrou, how about we have fish soup at noon?" Tang Feiyu held the casserole and called to Lin Wanrou, who was concentrating on fishing. Lin Wanrou glanced at the casserole and nodded happily. "Then I have to catch a few more fish." However, reality soon taught her a lesson. An hour later, she had only caught one small, guaranteed fish, even smaller than the previous one, yielding only 5 kilograms of flesh. This, in turn, fueled her even more fighting spirit, and she cast her rod back into the sea. Tang Feiyu was idle on the raft, observing the surrounding sea from time to time to avoid missing any floating boxes, and at the same time checking the information in the trading area to see if anyone had traded the items he needed. Those who have non-basic materials often hold back from listing them for fear of underpricing. Aside from basic materials, which have stable prices, the market prices for other items are still unclear and are entirely up to the players to determine. Suddenly, Tang Feiyu saw a message. "I really don't understand how Boss Tang Feiyu got the fish. I stayed on the raft for several hours and didn't see any fish in the water. Even if we catch fish, would we dare to eat them? The seawater is polluted. Who knows if the fish meat is clean? It's good to have something to eat. Who cares if it's clean? It's better than starving to death. Brothers who want to see the benefits, just give ye half a piece of bread and you can customize the video. I promise it's not a scam." Tang Feiyu clicked on the message and saw that the sender was a young girl with 2 ponytails and light makeup on her face. She looked innocent and charming. Tang Feiyu couldn't help but sigh. If it were before, he might have been a little interested, but now, his eyes unconsciously turned to Lin Wanrou, who was concentrating on fishing next to him. In comparison, Yi's image instantly lost its luster. Tang Feiyu immediately switched to Sage mode and continued to check other information. At this moment, a large number of messages about sharks suddenly emerged in the chat area. "Help! I saw a shark. It's swimming towards me. I also saw a shark fin. It's coming." This news made Tang Feiyu's heart tighten. He quickly looked around to confirm whether his raft was safe. "Feiyu, what's wrong?" Lin Wanrou asked nervously when she saw Tang Feiyu's face suddenly become solemn. Tang Feiyu didn't look back, but stared at the sea. He whispered, "Sister Wanrou, there's a shark coming." He pointed to a fin on the sea surface, which was a shark approaching quickly. Lin Wanrou immediately put away the fishing rod and picked up another long hook, her heart filled with anxiety. "Feiyu, what should I do?" Tang Feiyu quickly pulled her to the center of the raft and said, "You stay here. The raft is so big that it shouldn't be hit by a shark." But before he finished speaking, the shark seemed to perform a jumping action, leaped out of the water, and rushed straight towards the raft. Tang Feiyu reacted quickly, diving to push Lin Wanrou down, avoiding the shark's impact. The shark missed, its tail slamming hard against the other side of the raft before plunging into the water. The raft tilted slightly, but the two of them lowered their center of gravity, avoiding the danger of falling into the sea. But those who were slow to react were directly knocked into the sea by the shark. Blood soon floated on the surface of the sea. Tang Feiyu continued to stare at the shark fin on the surface of the water, his heart beating rapidly. Gone. Tang Feiyu noticed that the shark swam away after missing the target and did not attack again. Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the shark's fin disappeared into the distance. At that moment, Lin Wanrou suddenly realized that she was being held tightly by Tang Feiyu. The warmth of his body made her heart beat faster, even more violently than when the shark attacked. Tang Feiyu seemed unaware and hurriedly let go of his hand. I'm sorry, Sister Wanrou. Lin Wanrou's cheeks flushed slightly, and she whispered, I don't blame you. I have to thank you for saving me just now. The two exchanged glances. Although the tense atmosphere had eased slightly, the aftershocks in their hearts still lingered. Tang Feiyu looked towards the chat area with a heavy heart, noticing that the number of people online had dropped by over 1,000. His expression turned grim. Lin Wanrou also noticed that many people were recounting their experiences of surviving the disaster, with some even lamenting that the profile pictures of their relatives and friends had turned gray, suggesting they might have died. Seeing all this, Lin Wanrou felt even more depressed, and she murmured softly, Qianqian. Sister Wanrou, Qianqian must be fine. She's so smart. She'll definitely be able to avoid the shark. Tang Feiyu quickly comforted her. Lin Wanrou nodded gently. Although she smiled, her eyes were still worried. She and Zhang Qian had only known each other for less than a year, but their feelings for each other had become incredibly deep due to a special reason. Tang Feiyu patted her shoulder and changed the subject. Sister Wanrou, our raft needs to be upgraded. Also, let's look for better weapons. Now, the only weapon they could rely on was the long hook, but it was obviously not enough to face a creature like a shark. Tang Feiyu thought that if he could find a weapon like a harpoon or a spear, he would be more secure in self-defense. Chapter 13 Apple. As the shark meat was roasted on the fire, a strong and unpleasant smell filled the air. Tang Feiyu sniffed it and frowned. Ugh, no wonder everyone eats shark fin and not shark meat. It's so pungent. He quickly threw 2 pieces of grilled shark meat into the sea, feeling a little angry. So much meat, and in the end, it can't be eaten. What a waste. Forget it, we don't lack fish anyway, Lin Wanrou comforted him. She picked up her fishing rod and began fishing, feeling anxious as she thought about the hours she had wasted on the shark attack. Tang Feiyu, on the other hand, saw the remaining shark meat and came up with an idea. He decided to sell it in the trading area. Although it tasted bad, it would still fill his stomach. So he hung shark meat on the raft in portions of 1 pound, because many people injured the sharks and they escaped, and the meat was naturally gone. Some people killed the sharks, but because the raft was not upgraded and could not bear the heavy load, they ended up giving up the shark meat they had just caught. Seeing that Tang Feiyu had lost so much meat, many people sent messages asking how he did it. Tang Feiyu ignored those idle freeloaders and only offered help to those who exchanged items. As long as the raft is upgraded, it will be fine. As he traded, he felt the sea salt crystals on his body, making him uncomfortable. He had fallen into the water earlier, and the sun had already coated his body in salt stains. But now, with no means of showering, he could only endure it. Seeing that the water purifier would take another hour to be completed, he had no choice but to continue waiting patiently. Feiyu, come and help, Lin Wanrou suddenly shouted. Tang Feiyu looked back and saw that Lin Wanrou was almost pulled into the sea. He ran over and hugged her waist from behind to stabilize the fishing rod. Lin Wanrou was suddenly hugged by Tang Feiyu, and her body stiffened, but she quickly adjusted her mentality and cooperated with him to successfully pull the fish up. After cutting it up, they got 30 kilograms of fish meat. At noon, Tang Feiyu saw a pile of fresh fish and suggested, Sister Wanrou, let's make fish soup at noon. This way we don't have to drink water separately. Lin Wanrou nodded. Although she was very thirsty, she had been holding back and not drinking because the water purifier was not finished yet. The two of them boiled the fish into a thick soup. After finishing the fish, Tang Feiyu handed Lin Wanrou a bowl and said, Sister Wanrou, you can drink this soup first. Lin Wanrou did not refuse. She took a few sips from the pot and handed the remaining half to Tang Feiyu. She said, No, you drink it first. The water purifier will be ready soon. We will have water to drink soon. Tang Feiyu gave up and took the fish soup, breathing a sigh of relief. Under the scorching sun, he didn't want to move anymore, so he lay down on the raft to rest. Lin Wanrou sat beside him, hugging her knees, no longer fishing, feeling drowsy. At this moment, Tang Feiyu received a private message. Brother, I have an apple. Can I exchange it for 10 kilograms of shark meat? Seeing this message, Tang Feiyu's eyes lit up. Apples were very scarce in this environment, so he decided to give it a try. Tang Feiyu replied, 10 pounds of shark meat for an apple. Isn't that too high a price? The other party replied. Apples are rare. Who's ever seen anyone selling them? And while shark meat isn't tasty, quite a few people do sell it. If you don't want to sell it, find someone else. Although the other party seemed a bit aggressive, Tang Feiyu didn't think too much of it. After all, many people had put shark meat up for sale, but this was his first time seeing apples. He decided to trade. A few minutes later, he successfully completed the transaction and received 10 apples. Talent harvest is active. Resource apple triggers a 10-fold increase. The system prompt sounded, and Tang Feiyu excitedly saw 10 more apples in his hand. He said happily to Lin Wanrou, Sister Wanrou, come and have some apples. Lin Wanrou looked at the apple in his hand and asked in surprise, how did you get it? Why didn't I see any apples in the trading area? Tang Feiyu replied proudly, someone came to me on their own initiative. It seems that I am a little famous now. Lin Wanrou smiled, picked up an apple, and took a bite. I've never thought apples were so delicious before. Her expression was full of satisfaction. Tang Feiyu also nodded and said with emotion, we used to think apples were nothing special, but now we realize how precious they are. The two ate apples while staring at the trading area and chat boxes, pondering their next plan. However, after the morning, they saw a sharp drop in the number of players. The number of active players in this survival game had dropped from 10,000 to less than 7,000. Shark attacks, suicides by jumping into the sea, and other incidents have dwindled the number of survivors. Tang Feiyu's gaze suddenly froze. He saw a special message and quickly clicked on the other person's profile picture and sent a message. This survival game may seem peaceful, but it's fraught with danger, and everyone's fate hangs in the balance. Chapter 14 Fully Automatic Water Purification Bath. Tang Feiyu looked at the blueprint in his hand and immediately made a decision. Friend, I want your blueprint. He wanted this portable bathtub not only because it could help purify the water, but also because it could serve as a temporary water bucket. After all, the water purifier was almost completed, but it needed a place to store the water. The other party was very familiar with Tang Feiyu and knew that he had a large amount of shark meat. Therefore, he specifically stated that he did not want shark meat, but instead requested 5 kilograms of fish or other food of equal value in exchange. Tang Feiyu thought about it and decided to exchange 20 kilograms of shark meat for the blueprints. Although the taste was not very good, it was better than no food at all. He knew that besides himself, it was impossible for anyone else to fish from the sea. The transaction was quickly completed, and the system prompted, Talented Harvest has taken effect. The portable bathtub design has been activated, triggering a 10-fold increase. Tang Feiyu received the fully automatic water purification bathtub design and frowned when he saw the material requirements. The design required far more materials than he had anticipated, not only wood, but also plastic, copper wire, and iron. Tang Feiyu didn't give up. He quickly found the materials he needed in the trading area. Through his talent enhancement, he obtained a large amount of plastic, copper wire, magnets, and iron blocks. He then used these materials to make a bathtub. He also upgraded his raft to level 3 using some wood blocks and ropes, expanding it to 10 meters by 10 meters. Although there were no new special effects at the moment, he knew that the higher the level of the raft, the more secure its future. Sister Wanrou, the raft has been upgraded to level 3. We can store more supplies in the future. Tang Feiyu looked at the upgraded raft with a happy mood. Lin Wanrou was already accustomed to Tang Feiyu's operation, but she was a little curious about the bathtub design and couldn't help asking, Feiyu, what is this design? Tang Feiyu smiled mysteriously. You'll know when it's made. He quickly completed the manufacture of the water purifier. It's finally done. We don't have to worry about water shortages anymore. However, he found that the water purifier was not so easy to use. After filling it with seawater, 5 units of charcoal must be added, and the charcoal needs to be replaced every 10 hours. Tang Feiyu decided to have Lin Wanrou burn more charcoal, but this also brought a new problem. To burn the charcoal, they needed water, but they couldn't use seawater directly. After all, seawater is not clean, and if it affects the purification effect, it would be more harm than good. And the only water they had was used to make fish soup at noon. While searching for a usable water source in the trading area, Tang Feiyu suddenly had an idea and decided to test whether his talent enhancement could help the seawater. He took an empty bottle and filled it with seawater, and gave it to Lin Wanrou to put on the market for trading, hoping to improve its quality. Talented Harvest is active. Contaminated seawater triggers a 10-fold amplification. The system's prompt stunned Tang Feiyu. He had actually triggered the radiation source. His heart raced after seeing the description of the radiation source. Is this thing a bomb? Luckily, it had to be smashed to activate. It wasn't as dangerous now that it was on the raft, but he still didn't dare to move it. What's wrong? Feiyu Lin Wanrou asked, noticing his nervous expression. Sister Wanrou, don't worry about it. I'm trading something with you, so don't take it out carelessly. Tang Feiyu carefully passed the bottle of radioactive seawater to Lin Wanrou through the trading area. This item might be useful in the future. It might be used as a last resort when facing an attack. Lin Wanrou saw the label on the bottle and immediately grabbed Tang Feiyu's hand, her face full of worry. Feiyu, are you okay? There won't be any problems with this thing, right? Seeing her concerned look, Tang Feiyu felt a little relieved. Don't worry, Sister Wanrou. This bottle will only take effect after it's smashed. We don't need to worry about it for now. He also comforted her. We'll find a way to solve the water problem later. Let's put this bottle aside just in case. However, just as the two relaxed their vigilance and prepared to continue looking for water, Tang Feiyu suddenly saw an item he had never seen before in the trading area. Accelerator 10 minutes. This is an item that can speed up the production of blueprints. Can the accelerator speed up the blueprint? Tang Feiyu's mind flashed, and he immediately began to check other accelerators in the trading area. Soon, he found people exchanging accelerators for food and water. So, Tang Feiyu began to buy in large quantities, exchanging his remaining shark meat for 72-hour accelerators. He worked without hesitation for 5 hours, quickly accelerating the production of a fully automatic water purification bathtub. Seeing the newly produced bathtub, Tang Feiyu excitedly turned to Lin Wanrou. Sister Wanrou, we have water for burning charcoal. We finally have a better water source. He saw the description of the bathtub's function and was filled with anticipation. This time, Tang Feiyu not only solved the water problem, but also laid a solid foundation for his and Lin Wanrou's survival through the accelerator and talent amplification. Chapter 15. Bathing. After the fully automatic water purification tub was started, Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou were finally able to relax and enjoy the long-lost cleanliness. The water inlet of the tub could absorb the seawater every 10 minutes. After half an hour, the pollution and impurities in the water were almost completely purified. Although it was not drinkable directly, it was enough for bathing. Tang Feiyu's body was covered with salt from the seawater. Every time he moved, crystals fell off, causing an unbearable itching. Worse still, sweat had dissolved the crystals, leaving him with an unbearable stickiness. Now, finally having clean water to bathe in, he secretly rejoiced. While Lin Wanrou wasn't covered in crystals like Tang Feiyu, her skin had been dried out by long-term exposure to the sun, and she was just as desperate for a bath. Both of them were eager to wash away their fatigue. Tang Feiyu quickly activated the tub's water supply. The tub's power actually came from the pollution and salt in the seawater, which, after a magical transformation, became the tub's energy source. However, the tub's workload was limited. It could only purify 1 bucket of water per day. If it exceeded the capacity, it would become unusable. The water is full, Sister Wanrou. Tang Feiyu watched the water gradually rise, the pale blue fluorescence emitting a mysterious glow. Lin Wanrou stared blankly at the scene, while Tang Feiyu stared at her. At that moment, Lin Wanrou looked even more beautiful under the reflection of the bathtub. Suddenly, Lin Wanrou noticed Tang Feiyu's gaze and blushed. Tang Feiyu was at a loss and quickly shifted his gaze. Sister Wanrou, I'll go see if there are any boxes. He quickly picked up the fishing rod, pretending to fish, and began to pay attention to the surrounding sea. Lin Wanrou smiled slightly in her heart, and found Tang Feiyu's panic a little funny. She suppressed the distracting thoughts that rose in her mind and looked up at the vast sea. The sky was clear and the air was fresh. The tranquil atmosphere on the raft made her feel much more relaxed. However, after a few minutes, there was no movement from the fishing rod, so Tang Feiyu had no choice but to open the chat area and start scrolling. Who has water? I'll trade it for a bucket of instant noodles. Fresh water is so scarce. If anyone has some, please bring it out quickly. Tang Feiyu noticed that nearly half the number of people had been reduced, and a trace of worry rose in his heart. Sister Wanrou, the water is almost gone, Lin Wanrou suddenly shouted. Tang Feiyu responded and came over. Sister Wanrou, please get some water to light the charcoal first. I'll have fish soon. Okay. Lin Wanrou moved quickly, took an empty bottle, filled it with water, and poured it on the wood. A hissing sound was heard, and thick smoke rushed towards them. Tang Feiyu avoided it from a distance to avoid being choked. Soon after, Lin Wanrou had burned 10 units of charcoal. Tang Feiyu also successfully caught a small fish, but he still put the meat of the fish on the trading area to exchange for the necessary supplies. Sister Wanrou, We can use this charcoal and fish and trade it for some wood blocks to last us for the next few days. Tang Feiyu looked at the accumulated resources, feeling a sense of confidence. Lin Wanrou nodded slightly, took Tang Feiyu's fishing rod, and continued to fish from the edge of the raft. Tang Feiyu took the opportunity to prepare a much-needed water source. After the water purifier started, Lin Wanrou reminded Tang Feiyu, "Feiyu, take a shower quickly. You are covered with salt crystals. You must be feeling uncomfortable." She noticed that there were obvious salt crystal marks on Tang Feiyu's face, which made her feel pity. After hearing this, Tang Feiyu nodded, and without hesitation, he quickly took off his pants and jumped into the tub. The water temperature was just right, and the comfortable feeling made him stretch his muscles. After washing off the salt crystals on his body, Tang Feiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After washing, he was in a good mood. Looking at the clear and transparent water in the tub, he decided not to waste this hard-earned resource. He prepared to burn some charcoal for later use, and at the same time reminded Lin Wanrou, "Save the water, we can reserve it." As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Wanrou continued fishing while Tang Feiyu busied himself with trading her the charcoal and fish. The supplies on hand were enough for them to use for a while, and Tang Feiyu felt much more relaxed. At dinner, the aroma of premium fish roasted over the fire filled the air. Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou ate while gazing at the casserole beside them, where a steaming fish broth was simmering. The water purifier purified 3 liters of water, and they tried to avoid wasting every bottle. After eating, Tang Feiyu busied himself with making some tools to prepare for their future survival. Lin Wanrou sat quietly beside him, her mood also becoming more relaxed. As night fell, Tang Feiyu looked at the sleeping Lin Wanrou and secretly made up his mind. No matter what the future holds, at least they are living well now. Chapter 16: The Storm is Coming. An hour later, Lin Wanrou walked out of the bathtub reluctantly. She put the nightgown hanging on the edge of the bathtub and Tang Feiyu's t-shirt into the bathtub and washed the 2 pieces of clothes with the bath water. Then she draped the nightgown over the side of the fire, and she huddled behind the bathtub waiting for it to dry. During this time, Tang Feiyu turned over and scared her, but fortunately Tang Feiyu did not wake up. Otherwise, if I was seen naked, I would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Huddled behind the barrel, Lin Wanrou looked at the teeth marks on her chest, her face flushed slightly. She shook her head, clearing away the distracting thoughts in her mind. She hugged her legs and stared at the dark sea in the distance. Suddenly, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. 5 meters away, I saw a glowing box rising and falling with the waves. She tiptoed over the lying Tang Feiyu, picked up the multifunctional long hook, and pressed the harpoon button above the glowing box. With a whoosh, the harpoon was launched and flew over the top of the box. But this was exactly what she wanted. After the harpoon fell into the water, the rope was attached to the box. Seeing this, Lin Wanrou began to reel in the rope. With a click, the hook on the tip of the harpoon caught the box. Lin Wanrou happily brought the box back to the raft. When I got on the raft, the box no longer glowed and looked a bit ordinary. However, it was not made of the same wooden box I had seen before. She reached out, but ultimately decided not to open it, instead putting it somewhere safe. After touching her nightgown and finding it had dried, Lin Wanrou swiftly put it on. She then put the long hook away and lay down on the other side of the fire. The next morning, Tang Feiyu opened his eyes and looked at the box next to him in confusion. Can the box be directly spawned onto the raft? He muttered to himself in some surprise. What raft? Lin Wanrou rubbed her eyes and sat up. Sister Wanrou, look here, there's an extra box. I saw it on the sea surface yesterday after you fell asleep, and fished it up. Lin Wanrou looked at the extinguished bonfire, took a few pieces of wood to light it, and then brought over a casserole filled with water. After putting it in place, he stood up and pressed the water-in button of the bathtub. Tang Feiyu was stunned when he heard her words and asked, Sister Wanrou, why didn't you wake me up? It's too dangerous to hook the box so secretly at night. Lin Wanrou blushed when she heard this. She was still naked when she saw the box yesterday. How could she have woken him up? But he said this because he cared about her. Lin Wanrou's heart sweetened and she said with a smile, I'm fine. Please open the box quickly. It's still glowing on the sea, otherwise I wouldn't have seen it. Tang Feiyu was startled. Glowing? He carried the box to the raft and opened it outwards. After finding no danger, he turned around. There were several things in the box whose contents were completely unknown. Tang Feiyu took out the things in the box, and then the box automatically decomposed into 5 tin blocks. I also saw the information about those things. Solar power converter. Electronic components 3. Mechanical core. What is Feiyu? Lin Wanrou asked curiously. Tang Feiyu walked to the fire with the things in his hand, then sat down cross-legged and handed over the things in his hand. After Lin Wanrou finished reading it, she still traded it again, but there was no increase in quality. However, these things were of no use now, and the two did not care. They casually put them in a safe place nearby. Then Lin Wanrou took 2 wooden bowls, filled 2 bowls of boiling water from the casserole, and began to put the fish and seasonings into the casserole. When he looked up, he saw Tang Feiyu staring at him. Lin Wanrou quickly stood up, avoiding his gaze, and said, "Feiyu, the water in the bucket has been purified. Come and wash up." After saying that, she scooped up some water and began to wash her face, cooling down her hot face. After washing up, the two sat by the fire, picked up the wooden bowls and drank the warm water first, then looked at the stewing casserole without saying a word. "Attention all players, there will be a storm at noon today, please take precautions. All players." All 3 bold messages appeared in front of everyone. They were both startled at the same time and looked at each other in confusion. "Feiyu, what should we do?" Lin Wanrou asked in panic. Tang Feiyu pretended to be calm and said, "Sister Wanrou, don't worry. Our raft is already level 3, so we should be able to make it through." Hearing his words, Lin Wanrou calmed down a bit. Indeed, the other people's rafts were only at level 2 at most. Of course, some people might have reached level 3 but didn't say so. For example, the 2 of them. But no matter what, the 3rd level raft is definitely considered to be relatively advanced. If they can't hold on, then not many others will be able to survive this severe weather. After 2 days of survival, the 2 discovered that whoever threw everyone into the sea to survive did not do so to kill them directly. Otherwise, why would they be provided with rafts? Therefore, it is more dangerous to have a raft that has not been upgraded, and it is more reasonable that a raft with a high level should be relatively safe. Although he said it was safe, Tang Feiyu was still unsure. He put his hand on the raft and checked the materials needed for further upgrades. In this case, it would definitely be safer to raise the raft to the top. A level 4 raft requires 100 units of wood, 20 units of rope, and 10 units of iron. There were both wood and iron blocks, but only 5 units of rope and 15 units of rope were still needed. Tang Feiyu immediately opened the trading area. As a result, the majority of the wood blocks and the considerable number of ropes that were originally on top were all gone. Those who are still alive are not stupid. When they see the prompt, they will definitely think of upgrading the raft as soon as they see it. Tang Feiyu opened the chat area, and sure enough, everyone was discussing the coming storm. Someone mentioned the need to upgrade the raft, and judging by the many comments of thanks, some people hadn't considered the upgrade. But he wasn't there to brag about others. Tang Feiyu directly spoke in the chat area. 1 bottle of drinking water can be exchanged for 1 unit of rope. It's already on the trading area. Anyone with rope can place an order directly. He simply offered a high price that no one else could refuse. Before today, no one would trade water for rope. Soon, the 5 bottles of water that were put there were bought away by someone. Although everyone knows that they need to upgrade, if the materials on hand are not enough to upgrade to the next level, or if there are a few extra units of rope after upgrading, they can be used to trade for drinking water. With 50 units of rope in hand, Tang Feiyu upgraded the raft to level 4 without hesitation. The area of the level 4 raft remained unchanged, still 10 meters by 10 meters. However, Chapter 17 Injured. Although the area of the 4th level raft remains the same, there is an additional roof above the head, which covers the 55 area in the middle of the raft. And there is an additional special effect, rain or shine. Weathering the storm, no matter how big the waves are, the raft will not capsize. The moment he saw the special effects, Tang Feiyu thought of the reminder he saw when he first arrived. Get the limited upgrade raft, it turns out, is waiting here. Looking at the changes in the raft, Lin Wanrou knew that Tang Feiyu had upgraded the raft again. The original level 3 raft already made people feel safe, and now with the level 4 raft, the sense of security is simply bursting. Her worries about the storm were now at a minimum. But soon, he began to worry about Zhang Qian's safety again. On his side, Tang Feiyu had to use cheats to upgrade the raft to level 4 on the 3rd day of survival. Zhang Qian didn't have any cheats, and she was just an adult girl, alone and helpless, about to face the storm. He didn't dare to think about the consequences anymore. Before noon, the originally bright sky had already become dark, with dark clouds so thick that they seemed to be able to be caught with one's hand. A breeze began to blow on the originally windless sea, but this was only the last calm before the storm. At this time, in another sea area, a girl with a ponytail was pressing her hands, sweating profusely, on a raft. Her raft looked to be about 10 meters by 10 meters, but it had no roof. However, at this moment, a half-solid ice ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared at the bottom of the raft. And the ice continues to spread upwards. Soon, the entire raft was wrapped in thick ice, forming an ice ball. However, the upper part of the raft is a hollow ice ball, while the lower part is a solid ice ball. The girl sat panting and slumped on the raft without any image. She picked up a bottle of iced water and drank a few sips, muttering, "I wonder how Mom and Brother Feiyu are doing now." "Sister Wanrou, hurry," Tang Feiyu shouted to Lin Wanrou. At this time, raindrops were already hitting the ceiling, and Tang Feiyu remembered to tie the supplies on his raft with a rope. Although the raft will not capsize, it is hard to guarantee that it will not tilt under the huge waves, and then a pile of supplies will fall into the sea. Just as the two of them had tied up the supplies and themselves with ropes, there was a crack in the sky. Lightning streaked across the dark sky, followed by strong winds and heavy rain. When the thunder sounded, Lin Wanrou screamed and squatted on the raft, trembling all over. As a result, the waves caused by the strong wind caused the raft to shake irregularly. Lin Wanrou, who was squatting, was caught off guard and thrown out. Fortunately, Tang Feiyu was quick enough to grab her hand, pull her back, and hold her tightly in his arms. However, he was also pulled by the rope and fell heavily onto the raft. And unfortunately, his head hit a piece of wood. Crack, crack. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, one loud noise after another. Lin Wanrou was trembling all over. Tang Feiyu didn't expect Lin Wanrou to be afraid of thunder and quickly comforted her. "It's okay, Sister Wanrou, I'm here." With his continuous comfort, although Lin Wanrou was still afraid, the amplitude of her body shaking was much less than before. Having experienced being thrown away before, Tang Feiyu hugged Lin Wanrou and held on tightly to the pillars supporting the roof. Although the waves tossed the raft around, it did not overturn. Although the two were very uncomfortable from the bumpy ride, no other accidents happened. The other players were not so lucky. The first to suffer misfortune were those whose rafts had not been upgraded. After the first huge wave, only a few scattered logs were left on the sea. As for the one who had upgraded to the next level, although the raft did not fall apart, it was overturned and the people were thrown directly into the sea. Some who could swim still had a chance to climb back up, but many more could not swim and did not even have a chance to raise their heads to breathe under the raft. Some of the second-level rafts were overturned, while others were lucky enough not to be overturned. But no one knows whether there will be bigger waves later. The people on the third-level raft are still safe for now, but a lot of the supplies on it have fallen into the sea. Some people also tied up supplies with ropes. It is reasonable for such people to survive. In another sea area, an ice ball rolled with the waves, but in the end, it always floated face up on the sea surface. As for the people and supplies inside, they were all frozen tightly to the raft by a layer of ice, without any sign of dispersion. 2.5 hours later, the dark clouds in the sky began to slowly dissipate, the sea surface returned to calm, and the sun began to shine again. But many people can no longer see the sun above their heads. "Feiyu, we survived," Lin Wanrou said in a crying voice. "Feiyu." When she didn't hear a response, Lin Wanrou looked up at Tang Feiyu and found that his face was pale, his eyes were closed, and his lips were even more frighteningly pale. "Feiyu." Lin Wanrou was startled and struggled for a long time before she finally broke free from Tang Feiyu's arms. Tang Feiyu also fell onto the raft. "Feiyu, what's wrong with you?" Lin Wanrou cried and hugged Tang Feiyu in her arms. Because of the big movement, the hem of her skirt was pressed by Tang Feiyu's body, causing her spring light to be exposed. But Lin Wanrou had no time to care about the skirt at this moment. She looked at the bright red blood on her hands and soon discovered the wound on Tang Feiyu's head. Thinking of the time when he was thrown away, Tang Feiyu pulled himself back and seemed to groan. That happened 2.5 hours ago. He was injured so badly, yet he kept hugging her and comforting her. Lin Wanrou's tears gushed out without asking for money. But at sea, let alone sending him to the hospital, it was impossible to even find some gauze to bandage him. "Feiyu, I must save you," Lin Wanrou said in a firm tone. Then, she laid Tang Feiyu flat on the raft, dragged her numb legs, staggered to the edge of the raft, and took out the multifunctional long hook. Then he returned to Tang Feiyu's side, held the long hook of the gun with a determined look, and slashed his wrist fiercely. Blood gushed out immediately. Lin Wanrou did not dare to delay and directly put the wound on her wrist against Tang Feiyu's lips. But at this moment, Tang Feiyu had no intention of swallowing her blood. Seeing that this method didn't work, Lin Wanrou placed her wrist to her lips, took a deep sip of blood, and then leaned over and kissed him. After spilling several mouthfuls of blood, Lin Wanrou's face turned pale and her body became shaky due to lack of blood. She took another sip of her own blood, gulped it down, and immediately saw the bleeding on her wrist stop. The tissue buds trembled, and the wound was visibly healing. Chapter 18 Lin Wanrou's Talent. The sky gradually darkened. Tang Feiyu's eyelashes trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. Hiss, he subconsciously took a breath of cold air and found that the wound on his head didn't hurt anymore. He reached out his hand and touched his head, then took a look at it and said to himself in surprise, "Strange. Where is the wound on my head? Feiyu, are you awake? Come and have dinner," Lin Wanrou said to Tang Feiyu, holding a grilled fish in her hand. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu walked over to the fire and sat down. He took the grilled fish handed to him by Lin Wanrou. Just after taking a bite, he suddenly found that the woman in front of him was frighteningly pale. "Sister Wanrou, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Tang Feiyu suddenly stood up and asked. "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while." Lin Wanrou shook her head and said. Her current problem is not big, but not small either. In order to save Tang Feiyu, she had lost a lot of blood. Later, although he used his talent to heal the wound on his wrist, the lost blood could not be restored. Previously, Lin Wanrou used a talent card to obtain a talent, medicine. Simply put, she is now a medicine man. No matter if someone is injured or poisoned, as long as they are not dead, they can recover by biting her, drinking her blood, and eating her flesh. However, the more severe the injury, the more flesh and blood is needed. If this talent were to be known to others, Lin Wanrou's fate would be imaginable. However, she did not hide the effects of her talent from Tang Feiyu. "Sister Wanrou, you." Tang Feiyu looked at Lin Wanrou excitedly. He had been wondering why his mouth felt salty and a little sweet after he woke up. Wait a minute. Tang Feiyu was stunned, thinking to himself, why does the blood smell so sweet? Could it be that Sister Wanrou's blood has mutated due to her talent? Lin Wanrou interrupted Tang Feiyu and said with a smile, "If you hadn't saved me, you wouldn't have been injured, so it's only right that I help you heal." Hearing this, Tang Feiyu didn't dwell on it anymore. Instead, he looked at Lin Wanrou and said, "Sister Wanrou, you're anemic now. Let me make some shark fin for you." In the past, the shark fins that were cut out after hunting sharks were said to be rich in nutrients. However, before cooking it, he still asked Lin Wanrou to specifically trade it to him. Talent harvest is effective. Material, shark fin, triggers tenfold amplification. Congratulations on winning the top quality shark fin soup. The finest shark fin soup nourishes and nourishes the skin, replenishes blood, and replenishes qi. After eating it, a small amount can enhance physical fitness and have a chance to gain immunity to pollution. Tang Feiyu took a look and said with a smile, "This is convenient. You don't have to make it yourself. Sister Wanrou, please eat it quickly. This shark fin soup comes directly from a can. You can eat it right after you open the lid." Lin Wanrou did not refuse. She took the bottle, opened her red lips slightly, and took a sip. Instantly, an indescribable delicious taste blossomed in her mouth, dispelling the fatigue in her body. Lin Wanrou also felt that the dizziness she had previously experienced due to anemia had completely healed. A healthy blush rose on his originally pale face. In the light of the fire, Tang Feiyu was completely stunned. He felt that Lin Wanrou had become even more radiant and charming at this moment. Her skin, which had been somewhat roughened by the wind and sun, had become even more moisturized and lustrous. After finishing a bottle, the bottle in his hand disappeared into thin air, leaving Lin Wanrou somewhat stunned and regretful. Otherwise, it could also be a container. "You, what are you looking at?" Lin Wanrou found that Tang Feiyu was staring at her and said shyly. After hearing Lin Wanrou's words, Tang Feiyu came back to his senses, swallowed his saliva with a gulp, and blurted out without thinking, "Sister Wanrou, you are so beautiful." Hearing this, Lin Wanrou felt very upset. No woman doesn't like being praised, but when she thought about the fact that she was already married and much older than him, the joy in her heart disappeared instantly. As soon as Tang Feiyu said this, he secretly said badly. Having known Lin Wanrou for such a long time, he naturally knew her personality and character very well. But after waiting for a while, he didn't hear her scolding him, and he felt happy. He didn't continue to say anything inappropriate, as he knew that too much is as bad as too little. The two looked at each other in silence. After finishing their meal, they quietly cleared the tableware. Tang Feiyu stood up and looked at the clean water bathtub. He found that although a lot of water had been spilled, there was still more than half of it left. So he said, "Sister Wanrou, I'm going to go fishing for a while. You take a shower first." Having experienced the storm before, and then dragging her anemic body to collect the supplies scattered on the ground, Lin Wanrou was already drenched in sweat. "Now, after the evening breeze, I feel a little uncomfortable. I originally planned to wait until night, when Tang Feiyu fell asleep, to clean up and wash up. However, seeing that Tang Feiyu went to the raft to fish in the dark, he probably couldn't see this side from such a distance." Lin Wanrou retreated to the back of the bathtub, took off her skirt, and stepped into the bathtub. Without wasting too much time, Lin Wanrou quickly cleaned herself up and came out. Just as she was about to wash her skirt, she suddenly remembered that once her clothes were washed, she would have nothing to wear. And Tang Feiyu was still awake. So he put the clothes back on her delicate body. By the raft, Tang Feiyu threw the hook into the water and opened the chat area. After the storm, the number of people still alive was only a little over 1,000, but less than 2,000. The chat area was filled with an atmosphere of despair. In less than 3 days, only this many people are left out of 10,000. Do we really still have hope? Can anyone lend me some wood? The waves broke my raft apart. Luckily, I found a life jacket in a box earlier. But all my supplies are gone. Compared to those who died directly in the storm, we are already lucky. We must take a share of those people's life and live well. Some people also cheered in the comment area, but it doesn't seem to be very effective. Tang Feiyu found that the number of people was still slowly decreasing. After looking through the afternoon chat, he found that some people, although they survived the storm, were injured to varying degrees. Some of those who were seriously injured eventually died on the raft in calm waters because they could not get medical treatment. Some people survived by using other props because their rafts were destroyed in the storm, but they were kept in the water and eventually died of hypothermia. After the survival began, the temperature difference on the sea surface became more extreme than before. Many people were asking for medicine, antibiotics, fever reducers, etc. However, no one was trading these things, or perhaps no one had opened them from the boxes. So some more people died. The noise coming from the fishing rod brought Tang Feiyu back to his senses. It turned out that an hour had passed. Chapter 19 Copper Treasure Chest. The fish caught was broken down into 5 parts of fish meat. When Tang Feiyu was about to cast his rod, Lin Wanrou's voice came from behind him. Feiyu, stop fishing. Tang Feiyu knew that she had finished her shower, so he put away his fishing rod and sat back by the campfire. The two chatted to kill time. Tang Feiyu felt somewhat fortunate that he and Lin Wanrou were teleported to the same raft. He couldn't imagine how other people spent the lonely dark nights alone. After adding enough wood to the bonfire to last until dawn, Lin Wanrou lay down. Although she had eaten some premium shark fin soup to replenish her nutrition, she was still a little tired. Seeing her lying down, Tang Feiyu didn't say anything. He tidied himself up and prepared to go to sleep. However, during the day, a lot of sea water had been poured on his body, and now, whenever he moved, white sea salt would fall off. Seeing him constantly reaching out to scratch, Lin Wanrou blushed and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Yes, if you don't mind, you can use the bathtub." After she took a shower, she did not drain the water directly. She originally planned to put her clothes in it to wash them after Tang Feiyu fell asleep at night. But now seeing Tang Feiyu's appearance, I remembered that he hadn't taken a shower. Once the sweat on his body dried up, you can imagine how uncomfortable it would be. Hearing Lin Wanrou's words, Tang Feiyu instantly became alert, but still asked, "Is it okay?" Lin Wanrou hummed softly. If it hadn't been calm, Tang Feiyu wouldn't have been able to hear her voice. That night, Tang Feiyu had a dream, a very exhausting dream. After waking up early the next morning, he looked at Lin Wanrou, who had not yet gotten up, with a guilty look on his face, and jumped into the bathtub with his clothes on. After being awakened by the sound of water, Lin Wanrou opened her eyes, but was shocked when she didn't see Tang Feiyu. Fortunately, after I stood up, I saw the head sticking out of the bathtub and breathed a sigh of relief. "Feiyu, why are you taking a shower so early in the morning?" she asked curiously. I'm a little hot." Cool down, he." Tang Feiyu said somewhat embarrassedly. He couldn't just say he came in to do laundry, right? Hearing this, Lin Wanrou didn't think much about it. This morning was indeed hotter than the previous 2 days. Tang Feiyu walked out of the bathtub all wet. After draining the water in the tub, he pressed the water inlet button. Hearing the noise, Lin Wanrou realized that he was still using her bath water from yesterday, and her cheeks immediately flushed again. Congratulations on surviving the storm. Each survivor will receive a bronze treasure chest. However, this is only the simplest test. Your real challenge will come on the 7th day. Only after you pass it will the survival game officially begin. Fight hard. Suddenly, a bold message appeared in front of everyone, and a box with green light appeared on the raft. On Tang Feiyu's raft, 2 people appeared. After all, it was distributed by the number of people, not by the raft. The 2 men looked at each other, and Tang Feiyu came to the edge of the raft with the box in his arms. After thinking for a while, he stepped back a distance. Although it was safer to open the box this way, he suddenly thought that if there was a folded object that was not dangerous and it was ejected once the box was opened, it would be troublesome. But here, even if you eject, you will land on the raft. The box was opened. After waiting for a few seconds and finding no movement, Tang Feiyu looked at the bottom of the box. Bait 5. Random enchantment card 1. Do LSI to motor design. Copper block 5. Tang Feiyu quickly stuffed the do supplies into his pocket, took a quick glance, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Wanrou wasn't looking at him. He had never expected to find something like this in the box. However, what Tang Feiyu did not notice was that Lin Wanrou's neck and ears had turned pink. How could she not look when Tang Feiyu opened the box? She just turned away to avoid embarrassment after seeing the thing. Sister Wanrou. Tang Feiyu called Lin Wanrou over and amplified everyone except those with the surname Du. Finally, I got Pet Bait 5. Random Advanced Enchantment Card 1. Speedboat Motor Design. Copper Block 50. Pet Bait. Fishing has a chance of catching marine creatures that can be kept as pets. Random Advanced Enchantment Card. Enchant an own finished product with a random effect. Speedboat Motor Design. Materials: 30 iron blocks, 10 copper blocks, 10 plastic blocks, 1 solar converter, 5 electronic components, 20 copper wires, 5 magnets. According to this design, Tang Feiyu and his companions are still missing a piece of iron, but they have all the other items. However, he did not rush to trade, but looked at another box. Open it in the same way. Water Purification Tablets 10, Silk Stockings Blind Box 1, Weapon Upgrade Card 1, Hot Pot Base 1, Copper Block 5. Water Purification Tablets. 1 tablet can purify 10 L of seawater to a level that is barely drinkable. Blind Box of Stockings. Stockings of varying quantities, colors and styles are opened at random. Weapon Upgrade Card. Upgrades weapons, below premium level. Tang Feiyu did not have any proper weapons in his hands. The only thing that could be used as a weapon was a multi-functional long hook, which was a high-end item. Now there is another boutique grade. In addition to the ordinary level, there are now 3 levels. Tang Feiyu is not sure if there are other levels of items, but he thinks there should be. Although water purification tablets are very useful, they are not needed now. With a water purifier, 1,000 milliliters of drinking water can be produced every hour. The quality of water purification is much better than that of tablets. So after discussing with Lin Wanrou, he decided to use this to trade some good things with others. As for the blind box of stockings, both of them were happy. Those who understand Tang Feiyu will understand what he is happy about. Lin Wanrou was happy because she finally had a replacement. Although this thing couldn't be worn directly as clothes, it could be used in an emergency. Wearing stockings, and then put on Tang Feiyu's t-shirt on the upper body. At least it can cover the private parts and prevent exposure. Then it is time to wash the nightgown. So the two of them decisively traded the items they had opened for an amplification. Finally, we obtained Water Purification Tablets 100, Various Stockings, Weapon Evolution Card, Hot Pot Base 10, Copper Block 50, Versatile Stockings, Premium Skin-Friendly and Breathable, Constant Temperature, and Antibacterial. Versatile, you can change the color and style as you like, can be modified once a day. Regeneration, damage will be automatically repaired after 24 hours. Damage does not exceed 70%. Clean, after regeneration, all stains are removed. Weapon Evolution Card. After use, you can improve the quality of weapons up to rare level. Chapter 20 Water Repellent Beads. After handing the stockings to Lin Wanrou, Tang Feiyu hesitated for a moment, holding the Weapon Evolution Card, and asked Lin Wanrou, Sister Wanrou, do you think we should upgrade the long hook? Today's multifunctional long hook is completely sufficient, whether it is used to hook boxes or as a weapon. Lin Wanrou also thought so, so she shook her head and said, we can keep one hand and see if there are other weapons we can use later. Anyway, it only takes a split second to use. If you really need to use it in an emergency, there's no need to delay. After putting the things away, Tang Feiyu put the water purification tablets on the shelf. Water purification tablets, exchange for anything except basic supplies, private message for details, quantity, 100. Then, Tang Feiyu opened the chat area, and without looking at what others were talking about, he directly posted his advertisement. Oh my god, this is some good stuff. It's a pity that all my supplies fell into the sea during the storm. Boss, can you give me one on credit first? I'll pay you back after I get the box back. Look at the private chat. Look at the private chat. Little brother, you can customize the video. I can follow your instructions for whatever you want. Just give me a pill. Tang Feiyu was a little stunned. My goodness, the guy who sold the video actually survived? Who could he turn to for justice? It can only be said that no matter what time, a man's hobbies are just that. Through the previous peeping and his own experience, Tang Feiyu already knew that those who could survive had upgraded the Raft at least 3 or 4 times. The guy who sells the movies seems to have made quite a lot of money these days. Tang Feiyu opened his private chat. In the chat area, the person who allowed him to see the private chat had his message ranked first. It should be that he sent him a private chat after he sent the message. I'll trade this JPG for 10 pills. Tang Feiyu clicked on the picture and found that it was a screenshot of a design drawing. See motorcycle design. Production materials: rubber 100, iron block 30, aluminum block 15, plastic 10, steel block 20, magnet 10, electronic component 20, mechanical core 5, suspension device 1. In terms of value, this thing is definitely worth 10 pills, but ordinary people would never buy this. This person probably didn't have enough materials to make it, so when he saw Tang Feiyu buying rare items, he brought them to trade. After all, the materials needed are quite a lot, and most people simply can't collect them all. The most crucial point is that everyone's base is the raft. Even if the sea scooter is built, it is impossible to abandon the raft. With this calculation, consuming a large amount of materials to make a motorcycle is too cost-effective. However, Tang Feiyu was more interested in this thing. He had no shortage of food and water, so he naturally wanted to make his life more interesting. You bargained with the other party and traded it for 8 pills. After the transaction was completed, Tang Feiyu checked other private chats. He blocked those who wanted to get something for free and ignored those who were trying to get close to him. As for those who were serious about trading, he would check what the other party sent. One of the people sent a picture that made Tang Feiyu a little confused. Water gun design drawing. Production materials: plastic 100, copper wire 20, magnet 15, iron block 30. When Tang Feiyu first saw the word water gun, he subconsciously thought of that kind of children's toy. But when he saw the required materials, it didn't look like something that would be used in a children's toy. The other party probably thought the same thing, so they insisted on the price of 10 pills and refused to budge. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu decided to leave the other party alone for a while to see if he would lower the price. So I opened the next private chat. Brother, I'll trade this pearl for 2 pills. I just got this today. It's not one of those artificially cultivated ones. Tang Feiyu took a look and thought, wow, this pearl is really nice. It is pink and purple, about the size of a thumb, and judging by the information displayed, it is indeed not artificial. After all, the things he brought here before, such as the clothes on his body and Lin Wanrou's hairpin, did not display information. The other party didn't ask for much, so he subconsciously bargained for a price, but the other party didn't agree. Tang Feiyu no longer hesitated and exchanged. Some people may say that this thing cannot be eaten or drunk, and it is just garbage for survival at sea. But Tang Feiyu has no shortage of food and drink now, so this thing is very good to give to others. As for the reason, those who understand will understand. After the transaction was completed, Tang Feiyu extracted the pearls immediately. Talent harvest is effective. Material, pearl, triggers tenfold amplification. Congratulations on obtaining a water-repellent bead. Looking at the pearl that had grown larger in his hand, Tang Feiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally a thumb-sized pearl, it was meant to be given as a gift. Later, he'd find a way to drill a hole in it and use it as a necklace pendant. Now this fist-sized bead definitely cannot be hung around the neck. However, the effect of the water-repellent beads is amazing. As the name suggests, as long as you go into the water with these beads, a spherical space with a diameter of 2 meters will be formed around you. No seawater will enter this space. The question is, why would he go in the water? It helps, but not much. However, he couldn't control the direction of his talent's amplification. Now that the thing was already like this, there was no way to return or exchange it. After looking around again and not finding anything he liked, Tang Feiyu opened the private chat of the person selling the water gun blueprints and sent him a message, "Brother, deal." As a result, the other party raised the price. "Sorry, now we need 12 pills." Seeing this, Tang Feiyu was so angry that he closed the chat window directly. The other party seemed to be in need of water and did not send any more messages. Tang Feiyu retrieved the motorcycle blueprints he had previously traded. Talented harvest is effective. The material, see motorcycle blueprint, triggers a tenfold increase. Congratulations on winning a small yacht design. Small yacht design. Materials: rubber 300, iron 100, aluminum 150, plastic 200, steel 80, magnet 100, electronic component 100, mechanical core 30, suspension device 10. The materials needed are the same as those for the motorcycle, but the quantity is much greater. However, no matter which one, Tang Feiyu is now short of materials, and now he is short of more. However, this also gave him the next goal of collecting materials. After putting the design drawings into a box made of wooden blocks, Tang Feiyu used 5 pills to exchange for a 12-hour accelerator. Then he took the water-repellent beads and walked to Lin Wanrou, who was fishing. "Sister Wanrou, let me show you something good." As he said that, he jumped straight into the water. Chapter 21. Testing. Lin Wanrou screamed in fright, stood up quickly, looked at Tang Feiyu and shouted, Feiyu, what are you doing? Come up quickly, don't scare me. At this time, half of Tang Feiyu's body was below the sea surface, but there was no sea water around him, as if he was suspended in the air. After going into the water with the water-repellent beads, you can control your movement in the water with your own thoughts, which is very magical. He also mastered the use of it after entering the water. Hearing Lin Wanrou's voice, Tang Feiyu smiled and said, Sister Wanrou, look. Lin Wanrou observed carefully and found that Tang Feiyu was not soaked in water. She asked in surprise, Feiyu, how did you do it? Tang Feiyu controlled himself and moved back and forth around the edge of the raft before raising his hand, spreading his palm, and saying, Look at this. This is a water-repellent bead. As he spoke, he held onto the edge of the raft, climbed up, and handed the water-repellent beads in his hand to Lin Wanrou. After receiving the water-repellent beads, Lin Wanrou also saw the displayed information. She punched Tang Feiyu in the chest and said coquettishly, You scared me to death. I thought you were too stressed out and jumped into the sea to commit suicide. Tang Feiyu scratched his head and chuckled, I can't bear to leave Sister Wanrou. Hearing this, Lin Wanrou's cheeks turned red. She threw the water-repellent beads in her hand over, then sat down, picked up the fishing rod, and continued fishing. Seeing that she did not refute, Tang Feiyu was delighted and sat down next to her. Lin Wanrou shifted slightly uncomfortably. Tang Feiyu approached again. After a moment of silence, Lin Wanrou sighed and said, Feiyu, I know you are old enough, but we are not suitable. What's inappropriate? I'm already married, Lin Wanrou said softly. Tang Feiyu said calmly, but Uncle Zhang has passed away. You can't be a widow forever, right? Besides, the city has been submerged and turned into the sea. We don't know if we can ever return to land in this lifetime. Maybe we'll have to live on a raft forever. But I'm much older than you. You should find a younger girl. As the saying goes, a woman who is 3 years older than a man is more likely to have gold bricks. Sister Wanrou, you have 2 gold bricks. It is clearly me who has earned the profit, Tang Feiyu said directly while holding Lin Wanrou's hand, holding the fishing rod. Lin Wanrou struggled for a moment, broke free from his hand, and said, Feiyu, It's okay, I can wait for you, Tang Feiyu said with a smile. After all, they had only been at sea for 3 days to survive, and Lin Wanrou's mentality had not changed so quickly. Seeing that he no longer forced her, Lin Wanrou breathed a sigh of relief. The two sat together without saying a word until the fishing rod in Lin Wanrou's hand sank, and she was almost dragged into the sea because she was distracted. Tang Feiyu immediately hugged her tightly, and then the two of them worked together to pull a big fish out of the sea and cut it into 20 portions of fish meat. Sister Wanrou, you go and rest for a while, I'll go fishing. Tang Feiyu took the fishing rod and said, Lin Wanrou's previous anemia has not yet been completely cured. Hearing this, Lin Wanrou did not insist any further. She returned to the campfire and sat down, staring at Tang Feiyu's back in a daze. Thinking about what he just said, my mind was in a mess. Originally, after Zhang Ming passed away, Lin Wanrou planned to wait until she had completed Zhang Qian's marriage before considering her own affairs. She was not sure whether to continue to be single and live alone for the rest of her life, or to find someone else to marry. In the blink of an eye, the city turned into an ocean, and everyone was thrown into the sea to survive. The key point is that everyone else was on the raft alone, but she was on a raft with one of her tenants. This tenant was the one she originally prepared for her daughter. After living together for more than half a year, Zhang Qian and Tang Feiyu got along well. The most important thing was that Zhang Qian didn't hate Tang Feiyu. What Lin Wanrou couldn't be sure of was whether Tang Feiyu's feelings for her at this moment were due to the fact that they were a single man and a single woman, the hormonal impulses of a young man, his desire for her body, or whether he really liked her as a person. Lin Wanrou is still very confident about her figure and appearance. Not to mention Tang Feiyu, most men who are not of abnormal sexual orientation will have ideas about her. This also made it impossible for Lin Wanrou to confirm Tang Feiyu's true intentions. If he was only greedy for her body, then in the future, if he returned to land and saw a younger and more beautiful girl, she would definitely be abandoned because of her age and lack of beauty. After all, no matter how beautiful a body is, you will get bored of it after a while. Lin Wanrou, who was relatively traditional and conservative in her thinking, did not dare to take the gamble. In her mind, if you love someone, you should stay together until old age. Otherwise, she would have married off soon after Zhang Ming's death. You know, in the past year, many young talents have expressed their love to her. Among those people, some have extraordinary family backgrounds, some have extraordinary family power, and many of them are even more powerful than the rich man Zhang Ming. But those people were rejected by Lin Wanrou. Unlike Lin Wanrou's annoyance, Tang Feiyu was secretly happy at this moment. Although Lin Wanrou did not agree, she did not refuse with any righteous words either. During the 6 months that he had rented her house, he had seen many outstanding talents, all of whom were rejected by Lin Wanrou without hesitation or any room for negotiation. In comparison, the problem I have now is not a problem at all. It seemed that he was in a good mood. Tang Feiyu caught 3 fish in a row and cut into 35 portions of fish meat. Lin Wanrou, feeling depressed, opened the chat area to divert her attention. After reading it for a long time, I felt even more depressed, because she found that many active women in the chat area were selling their bodies to obtain supplies, such as food and water, or materials for upgrading rafts. This was their way of survival. Compared to it, my own survival didn't even count. Tang Feiyu easily solved the problem of the raft, and he no longer lacked food and water. Although I saved his life, it was because he saved me first that he got hurt. If it weren't for me, he could have lived a better life. Lin Wanrou imagined herself trying to survive alone on the raft. After thinking for a while, she realized with some helplessness that she might not even survive the storm. After all, a weak urban woman has no wilderness survival skills. Even if she is lucky enough to get food and water from the boxes floating on the sea, what about the materials for upgrading the raft? Selling your body? You might as well just jump into the sea and commit suicide. Sister Wanrou, are you thinking about me? You're so absent-minded. It's time to cook. Tang Feiyu's cheerful voice suddenly sounded beside Lin Wanrou, bringing her back to her senses. Chapter 22 New Attackers. Hearing Tang Feiyu's words, Lin Wanrou blushed and then silently put the casserole on the campfire. Tang Feiyu chuckled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he changed the subject and said, Sister Wanrou, please heat up the shark fin again. Your body is not fully recovered yet. No need. Although Lin Wanrou felt a little sweet in her heart because of his concern, she still shook her head. Shark fin soup is a good thing, but it's better to save it for a more important time. After all, the quantity is limited, only 19 bottles are left. Seeing her refusal, Tang Feiyu directly picked up a bottle and opened it. He then took a sip and said, It's already opened. If you don't eat it, it will just go bad. Seeing this, Lin Wanrou gave him a look with her beautiful eyes and could only helplessly take the shark fin soup and put it next to the fire to heat it up. Tang Feiyu smiled, picked up an apple, washed it, and handed it over. But Lin Wanrou was preparing the fish and seasonings to put into the casserole, so both her hands were occupied. And this is exactly the effect Tang Feiyu wants. Sister Wanrou, let me feed you. The apple was pushed directly to her mouth. Lin Wanrou glared at him, but still opened her mouth and took a bite. Soon, the water in the casserole was boiled. Lin Wanrou put all the ingredients into the pot, then covered it with a lid. Then she just had to wait for it to stew for a while before eating. Just as she was about to take the half apple from Tang Feiyu's hand, she saw him put it into his mouth in front of her. If you want to eat it, just take another one. Why do you have to eat the half of mine? Sister Wanrou, the apples you have eaten are sweeter, Tang Feiyu said shamelessly. Hearing this, Lin Wanrou blushed and lowered her head, ignoring him. Tang Feiyu finished the apple in his hand in a few bites and sat next to her. Lin Wanrou seemed to have accepted her fate and did not hide to the side like before. Sister Wanrou, Feiyu, can you let me think about it again? Lin Wanrou guessed what Tang Feiyu wanted to say. Well, I can wait for you. Tang Feiyu did not force it. The atmosphere between the two seemed a little awkward. Tang Feiyu turned his attention to the trading area and the chat area. Suddenly, he felt the raft under his feet shake. Caught off guard, the two unprepared people fell over. Sister Wanrou, be careful. Tang Feiyu put his hand behind Lin Wanrou as he fell down. The result was that he bumped into the raft, but Lin Wanrou was fine because his hand was cushioning her. She was just startled. Feiyu, are you okay? Hiss, it's okay. Tang Feiyu propped himself up and rubbed the back of his head where he was hit. Fortunately, the surface of the raft was smooth, and I didn't bump into any wood like before, so I wasn't hurt. What happened? Lin Wanrou asked nervously. Something is attacking again. Tang Feiyu stood up and picked up the multifunctional long hook. He had glanced at it in the chat area before. Because the raft they were on was quite large and there were a lot of supplies around them that blocked their vision, they did not discover the attackers in advance. But even if the other people's rafts were level 3 or 4, they didn't have that much supplies to cover them. Not to mention the level 2 raft, which allowed him to spot the attackers at a glance. What is it? After saying swordfish, Tang Feiyu took the long hook and walked to the edge of the raft. Feiyu, don't worry, Sister Wanrou, just sit here. Soon, Tang Feiyu saw the swordfish swimming not far away. The sword-shaped snout in front of it was more than 2 meters long, and it looked very tough to deal with. As if it had discovered Tang Feiyu, the swordfish swung its tail, adjusted its position, and rushed directly towards him. When it approached the raft, its tail slammed into the water, and its entire body flew up. Like an arrow shot from a bow, Tang Feiyu dodged the attack by turning sideways and stabbed the swordfish's body with the long hook in his hand. As a result, the sharp long hook spear tip was like stabbing into steel and failed to penetrate the opponent's defense at all. How is this possible? Tang Feiyu shouted in shock. It's only been a few days, and yet he's unable to break through the defense? If he can't even break through the defense, then everyone else is doomed, right? The opponent that I thought I could easily deal with has now become a difficult problem. What Tang Feiyu didn't know was that although the others were in danger when facing the swordfish, they were not unable to penetrate the defense. The reason why only the swordfish on his side is stronger is also very simple. The unknown existence designed that every survivor must face attacks, but on Tang Feiyu's side, he was with Lin Wanrou, and only one swordfish appeared, so he must be strengthened. This swordfish should be considered the king of swordfish. Not only is it larger, but its strength and speed are also greater. Naturally, its defense is also multiplied. If the monsters others encounter are elite monsters, then the one he encounters is a small boss. What happened to Feiyu? Hearing his growl, Lin Wanrou hurried over. She also saw the 6 or 7 meter long swordfish and was so shocked that she forgot to close her mouth. With a thud, the swordfish fell into the water, adjusted its direction, and rushed over again. Be careful. Sister Wanrou, hide well. Tang Feiyu stared at the swordfish and dodged the attack again. He stabbed the swordfish's eyes with the long hook in his hand. I can't believe your eyes are so hard. With a puff sound, this time he successfully thrust the spear in. The intense pain made the swordfish let out a silent cry, and its entire body slammed heavily onto the raft, causing the 1010 raft to tilt towards this side. The struggling swordfish slapped Tang Feiyu away with its tail. With a thud, it fell into the sea. Feiyu! Lin Wanrou screamed and rushed over to save people. Sister Wanrou, don't come over. Although Tang Feiyu didn't see it, he could guess that Lin Wanrou would run over after he fell into the water, so he shouted hurriedly. Lin Wanrou stopped and looked at the sea worriedly, and found Tang Feiyu with his legs submerged in the water and his body floating on the sea. Just remembered that he was wearing water-repellent beads. Tang Feiyu was in great pain at this moment. Although he was not afraid of falling into the water because of the water-avoiding beads, the blow from the swordfish's tail was not light. Now half of his body was numb, and he couldn't use any strength. As the swordfish struggled, the raft began to sway. Lin Wanrou quickly squatted down, lowering her center of gravity to avoid falling. The swordfish fell back into the sea, no longer thinking about killing the two men. It turned around and dived into the sea to escape. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu was shocked. The multifunctional long hook was still on the swordfish's eye. Chapter 23 Success. He controlled the water-repellent beads with his mind, propelling himself to chase after them. In an instant, he disappeared on the sea. Although she knew the effect of the water-repellent beads, Lin Wanrou still knelt down worriedly beside the raft when she saw him suddenly disappear, staring at the sea, tears welling up in her eyes. Tang Feiyu turned over and rode on the swordfish's head, his legs clamped tightly around its head. With both hands, he gripped the long hook and stirred it desperately. The intense pain caused the swordfish to roll over and over, trying to throw Tang Feiyu away. The man and the fish dived towards the bottom of the sea in a stalemate. More than 10 minutes passed, and Tang Feiyu still didn't show up. Lin Wanrou couldn't control her tears anymore, and they rolled down her cheeks. The past few days of their interactions flashed through her mind. From his initial shyness and peaks to his recent strong confession. From his meticulous care for her to the time he got injured trying to save her. Lin Wanrou realized that Tang Feiyu had occupied a large place in her heart without her realizing it. Another 10 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of Tang Feiyu on the sea. Lin Wanrou could no longer hold back her emotions and cried out to the sea, "Woo-woo! Feiyu, please come back soon. As long as you can come back, I will promise you." "Really? Sister Wanrou, I heard it. You can't go back on your word." The sudden voice from behind almost scared Lin Wanrou so much that she fell into the sea. Fortunately, Tang Feiyu hugged her. It was the placement of their hands that made them both freeze. Lin Wanrou's face suddenly turned red. "Let's go back a few minutes." As he dived deeper, Tang Feiyu discovered that the waterless space created by the water-repellent beads became somewhat unstable, as if it would be crushed by the sea water at any time. He knew that this was because the depth was too great and the pressure of the sea water was too strong. Just as he was about to give up the long hook and leave, he found that the swordfish stopped struggling. Seeing this, he stirred the long hook again, and after confirming that the swordfish was dead, he began to float up with it. However, he didn't position himself well and ran to the other end of the raft. Lin Wanrou was crying out of worry and didn't hear him coming up. You let me go first," Lin Wanrou said weakly with a red face. Upon hearing this, Tang Feiyu loosened one of his hands, and with the other hand, he held her arm tightly for fear that she would fall. Lin Wanrou wiped the tears from her face, looked at Tang Feiyu's somewhat embarrassed expression, and burst into laughter. "Don't do such dangerous things next time. Of course, now that I have such a beautiful girlfriend, I will definitely not want to die." Tang Feiyu laughed. Who is your girlfriend?" "Nonsense. I heard it clearly. You said you would agree to it as long as I come back," Tang Feiyu said with a bitter face. You heard it wrong. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Lin Wanrou blushed and denied it 3 times in a row. Tang Feiyu saw this and thought, how could this be possible? He had finally waited for her to give in. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would have to wait again. So I just hugged her and kissed her. Lin Wanrou struggled at first, but soon she was immersed in it. After more than 10 minutes of verbal battle, the two separated because of difficulty breathing. Lin Wanrou was so charming at this moment. She lowered her head and dared not look at Tang Feiyu's burning gaze. She punched him a few times with her small fist and said coquettishly, "Are you satisfied now? I don't know why you like an old woman like me." Tang Feiyu grabbed Lin Wanrou's fist and said, "Nonsense, Wanrou. You are not old." Lin Wanrou raised her head and was about to speak when she was attacked by Tang Feiyu again. Another 10 minutes passed before Lin Wanrou pinched him hard on the waist and said viciously, "Do you want to suffocate me to death? Isn't that quite engaging?" Tang Feiyu's straight man remarks once again dealt a devastating blow to the tender flesh around his waist. He quickly changed the subject and said, "Wanrou, come and see the swordfish I brought up." As the swordfish was pulled onto the raft, it was broken down into 500 portions of swordfish meat, a fish lip sword, and 50 portions of fish oil. Tang Feiyu pointed at the swordfish meat on the raft and said proudly, "I'm awesome, right?" Seeing his smug look, Lin Wanrou felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She deliberately said with a cold face, "If you dare to take risks again next time, I will ignore you." Hearing this, Tang Feiyu mischievously bowed to the pile of swordfish meat and said, "Thank you, brother Yu, for giving me your beautiful girlfriend. I will definitely make sure you die a worthy death." Seeing his expression, Lin Wanrou burst out laughing. Seeing Lin Wanrou laughing, Tang Feiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally no longer entangled with the previous things. He asked Lin Wanrou to designate him to trade all these things. The fish meat and fish oil were not extracted, only the fish lip sword was taken out. Talent harvest is effective. The item, fish lip sword, triggers a 10-fold increase. Congratulations on obtaining a bone sword. Bone sword, exquisite, growable. Sharpness +5. Strength +10. A sword made of fish bones. You can feed the bones to enhance the power of the bone sword. Tang Feiyu didn't know what sharpness +5 meant, so he took the bone sword and gently scratched a piece of wood. The wood was split in half from the middle, and the cross-section was very smooth. "This is amazing." Lin Wanrou looked at the test results and covered her mouth in surprise. "But this thing is of no use now." Tang Feiyu used a piece of wood to carve a scabbard, put the bone sword away, and placed it in a safe place to avoid being accidentally scratched. Then, looking at the wooden block that had almost sold out, he talked to Lin Wanrou and started looking for someone to trade items with in the trading area. At this time, there were only a little over 1,000 people still alive, which was several hundred fewer than before. But people nowadays have quite a lot of supplies. But it was only relative. Tang Feiyu easily exchanged 10 portions of ordinary fish for 100 units of wood. After extraction, 1,000 units of wood blocks were obtained, enough for a long time. After lighting the extinguished bonfire again, Lin Wanrou began to cook fish soup. After the previous fight with the swordfish, Tang Feiyu's stomach was rumbling with hunger. However, dinner would have to wait a while, so Tang Feiyu continued to shop in the trading area and bought all the accelerators he found. He spent 40 portions of fish and exchanged them for 36 hours of acceleration time. Suddenly, he saw some unusual things: cotton padded jacket design, waterproof sleeping bag design, thermal underwear design. I looked up at the dazzling sun, my head full of questions. Is a cotton coat necessary in this weather? You can buy a sleeping bag first. After communication, Tang Feiyu used 5 portions of fish to exchange for a waterproof sleeping bag. Chapter 24 Winter Conjecture. Talented Harvest is active. The material, waterproof sleeping bag blueprint, triggers a 10-fold increase. Congratulations on obtaining the design of a self-constant temperature waterproof sleeping bag. Opening the blueprint in his hand, Tang Feiyu also saw the required materials. Plastic 100, rubber 30, electronic components 5, solar converter 1, rope 10. We are currently short of more than 60 pieces of plastic and not even a single piece of rubber. The others are all there. So, Tang Feiyu began to search for rubber in the trading area. As a result, he only saw one person selling it, and there were only 2 pieces. The asking price was not cheap. Tang Feiyu tried to bargain with the other party, but failed. He had no choice but to open the chat area and shout, "Buying rubber and plastic, some are private messaging." Soon, someone sent a message, but the price they asked for was quite outrageous. Tang Feiyu felt a little strange. Could it be that he had missed some news? Logically speaking, rubber shouldn't be in such short supply. Suddenly, someone sent a message. Tang Feiyu took a look and found that it was the person who had traded pearls with him before. "Brother, you can't get rubber now unless you pay a high price." "What do you mean?" Tang Feiyu asked puzzledly. Before, someone was selling lifebuoys and kayaks, and he took away all the rubber. Now the price of rubber has increased several times compared to before. In addition, they had just survived the swordfish attack and had not had time to get new boxes, so naturally there was not much rubber circulating in the trading area. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu had no choice but to buy it at a higher price according to the current price, or wait a little longer, as the price should fall back later. Tang Feiyu gave the other party a 200g portion of fish as a token of gratitude. He still had a large gap in rubber, not only for sleeping bags, but also for the yacht design drawings he had obtained earlier. Based on the current price, even if he could increase the quantity tenfold, his current stock of fish and water would still not be enough. Unless the swordfish meat is extracted. But that would be a big loss. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu decided to wait and see. There was no rush to use it anyway. Even without a sleeping bag, he had gotten used to lying directly on the raft in the past few days. No longer thinking about plastic, Tang Feiyu bought the cotton padded jacket and thermal clothing designs he had seen before, spending 3 portions of fish and 2 bottles of water. Although it is not needed now, who knows if there will be colder weather in the future. Before he started surviving, the city he lived in had distinct seasons. Even though he was at sea now, as long as he didn't leave Earth, winter would still come. If he doesn't prepare in advance, he won't be able to survive the winter with just the pair of pants he's wearing. Talented Harvest is effective, material, cotton clothes design, triggers tenfold increase. Congratulations on obtaining the wash-free down jacket design. Talented Harvest is effective, the material, thermal underwear design, triggers a tenfold increase. Congratulations on obtaining the self-heating underwear design. Before I even looked at what ingredients were needed, I heard Lin Wanrou shouting from the side. "Feiyu, the soup is ready, come and drink it." Tang Feiyu walked over and sat down next to Lin Wanrou. He took the fish soup she handed over and repeated his previous guess while drinking it. Hearing this, Lin Wanrou nodded and said, "You're right. According to previous normal circumstances, autumn will arrive in half a month, followed by winter. If we don't prepare in advance, it will be difficult to survive the cold winter. And now someone can open these blueprints from the box, so winter will definitely come back." Tang Feiyu was stunned when he heard Lin Wanrou's next words. Indeed, if there were no winter, such drawings should not appear in the box. Because so far, he had never heard of anyone opening a useless item. At most, there are not enough materials, and the drawings cannot be made. While Tang Feiyu was drinking the fish soup, Lin Wanrou was about to get up to go fishing, but he grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. "Wanrou, we have plenty of fish to eat now, there's no need to rush fishing." Lin Wanrou glared at him, but did not insist on getting up. After drinking the soup, Tang Feiyu suddenly thought of the random advanced enchantment card he had obtained before and wondered if it could be used on the raft. After all, there's no regulation on what this thing must be used for, right? He took out the card from the handmade wooden box and used it on the raft. The card emitted a bright light and then disappeared. Tang Feiyu immediately checked the information of the raft. Name, Raft. Level 4. Area, 10m. Special effects, rain or shine, lead the enemy into a trap. Skills, none. Among the special effects, an extra one appeared, and he guessed it was an enchantment effect. He clicked on the special effect to view the details. Walking into a trap, boxes that appear within 10 meters of the raft will be automatically picked up. Tang Feiyu shouted excitedly, "Wanrou, come quickly." Lin Wanrou, who was washing dishes, was startled. She put down what she was doing and walked over and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" As a result, Tang Feiyu hugged her and kissed her. "You're always thinking about doing bad things." Lin Wanrou pushed him with a red face. "But this feeling of being infatuated seems to be quite good." "Hee, no more jokes. Wanrou, take a look at the information about the raft," Tang Feiyu said with a silly smile. Lin Wanrou was stunned. She checked the raft information and soon discovered the extra special effect. You did this. How about it? It's worth another kiss, right? Without waiting for Lin Wanrou to object, Tang Feiyu marched directly to the city. 10 minutes later, the breathless Lin Wanrou twisted Tang Feiyu's waist again. However, although the raft has a good effect, the drifting speed of the raft itself is not very fast, especially after it is upgraded. It is simply unrealistic to rely on two people to paddle it with their hands. If a box appears, but it is more than 10 meters away from the raft and is not in the direction of the raft drifting, it will be useless. Well, I remember getting a blueprint a while ago. Tang Feiyu opened the wooden box that was used to store the design drawings, rummaged through it, and took out a design drawing. Speedboat motor design. After making this thing, the raft's movement speed can be increased, and there are more chances of encountering boxes. I took a look at the crafting materials and found that I was only short of 30 iron blocks. The price of this thing is still the same as before. 2 units of food can be exchanged for 1 unit of iron. After all, these are materials needed to upgrade the raft, and they are more expensive than food. Tang Feiyu directly exchanged 20 pieces of fish meat for 10 units of iron. After extraction, he obtained 50 units of iron and 5 units of stainless steel. Looking at the stainless steel, Tang Feiyu was stunned and said that he couldn't get this thing before. It turned out that it was only available after the iron block was amplified. Chapter 25 attacked again. With the iron block, Tang Feiyu immediately took out the design drawing of the speedboat motor, which would take 10 hours to make. However, he now has 115 hours of accelerator to directly speed up production. Speedboat motor. Just choose a good location to install it. Although it is called a motor, the actual item is a complete power unit, including a motor, propeller, and a whole set. This is a high-tech product that Tang Feiyu cannot understand. Why do I say that? Because the actual object is only the size of a palm, but the item description says that after selecting the location for installation, it will automatically adjust to the size suitable for the carrier. Wanrou, which direction are we going? Tang Feiyu asked Lin Wanrou. Lin Wanrou said without hesitation, "It's up to you to decide." There was sea all around, and nothing else could be seen. No matter which direction she went, it was the same to Lin Wanrou. After thinking for a while, Tang Feiyu said, "Then let's go south. This way, when winter comes, the temperature should be higher." Tang Feiyu identified the direction by the sun above his head and placed the motor on the north side of the raft. It turns out that this motor can be removed at will, which is very convenient. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have been so entangled. As soon as the motor was installed, the indicator light on it lit up, indicating that it was charging. It uses solar energy, which is very convenient. "Feiyu, come here quickly, there is a box here," Lin Wanrou suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu walked over with a long hook and fishing rod. He saw a wooden box bobbing with the waves on the sea surface 50 meters away. This was beyond the range of the raft's automatic pickup and beyond the distance he could cast the hook with his fishing rod. But he had water-repellent beads on him, so it was easy for him to pick up the box. After saying something to Lin Wanrou, Tang Feiyu walked straight into the sea, half of his body floating on the surface, drifting towards the box. Originally, this should have been very smooth, but suddenly, Lin Wanrou discovered that there seemed to be something swimming towards Tang Feiyu under the sea. He quickly warned loudly, "Feiyu, be careful, there is something in the sea." Tang Feiyu was startled and looked down, but saw nothing. Before he could react, an orange-red tentacle with a suction cup suddenly stretched out from the sea, wrapped around his body, and was about to pull him into the sea. The water-repellent beads can isolate the sea water, but they cannot isolate this kind of attack. Even though he tried his best to control the water-repellent beads and wanted to make himself float on the sea, his body was still pulled into the sea bit by bit. Feiyu. Seeing this, Lin Wanrou picked up the multifunctional fishing hook that Tang Feiyu had put down and prepared to jump into the sea to swim over to save people. But just as he entered the water, he received a message from Tang Feiyu. "Wanrou, trade the bone sword to me quickly." Lin Wanrou was stunned for a moment before she remembered that she could trade the weapons and send them over. This would be much safer and more convenient than swimming over herself. Not daring to delay, she supported herself on the edge of the raft with both hands, jumped up, ran quickly to the location of the bone sword, and chose the designated transaction. Tang Feiyu, who was dragged into the water, could clearly see that the one attacking him was an octopus the size of a car. Although he was a little panicked, he pretended to be calm and quickly selected a few stones from the trading area and bought them. As the stones were extracted, their number increased. The octopus's tentacles were hit several times, loosening at first and then tightening before Tang Feiyu could escape. Fortunately, at this time, Lin Wanrou traded the bone sword. Tang Feiyu quickly took out the bone sword and struck the tentacle with it. He smoothly cut off a section of the tentacle that was wrapped around him. After removing the broken tentacle from his body and trading it to Lin Wanrou, Tang Feiyu controlled the water-repellent beads and began to swim towards the octopus. It came out to hunt, but ended up having one of its tentacles cut off. Now the prey actually dared to come and provoke it. The octopus was furious, and several tentacles instantly shot towards Tang Feiyu. Tang Feiyu controlled the water-repellent beads to dodge, but his speed was not as agile as on land. He only dodged half of the tentacles, and the other half hit his legs and waist respectively. Fortunately, he controlled the water-repellent beads and withdrew a lot of the force, otherwise he might have been injured. It is impolite not to reciprocate, so Tang Feiyu did not show any courtesy to the octopus and harvested a few more broken tentacles. Wanrou, trade the long hook to me. Tang Feiyu saw that it was not so easy for him to get close, so he quickly contacted Lin Wanrou. Holding the long hook obtained in the trade, Tang Feiyu aimed it at the octopus's head and pressed the button on it hard. The long-hooked spear tip flew out instantly. Just when Tang Feiyu thought he was about to be hit, unexpectedly, the octopus waved its tentacles to block his head. This IQ is not low. Tang Feiyu sighed. However, although the octopus's head was not injured, the long hook of the spear still pierced the root of one of its tentacles. Tang Feiyu pressed the button to retract the rope, and his body was pulled towards the octopus. As the saying goes, if the mountain does not come to me, I will come to the mountain. This speed is countless times faster than when he swims slowly using the water-repellent beads. Even the octopus didn't have time to react before it saw its prey right up to its face. Without waiting for the octopus to react, Tang Feiyu swung his sword. The sharpness of the bone sword was not something a weak creature like an octopus could resist. In a few minutes, the two tentacles that came to defend were cut into pieces. Seeing this, the octopus opened its mouth and sprayed out black ink. Because it was close to his face, the ink was sprayed out within the protection range of the water-repellent beads, and it directly splashed all over Tang Feiyu without any obstruction. Hiss! As soon as the ink touched his skin, Tang Feiyu felt a stinging pain. He didn't care about the octopus that escaped in the chaos, and quickly floated towards the sea surface. Lin Wanrou, who was standing on the edge of the raft and worried about him, was startled by a black creature that suddenly climbed up. If he hadn't seen the bone sword in his hand, he might have swung the long hook down. Feiyu, what's wrong with you? Lin Wanrou said, and was about to help him, but Tang Feiyu quickly stopped her. He twitched as he stepped into the tub. Fortunately, he had purified the water in advance. I originally wanted to use the sun to heat the water so that it wouldn't be cold when I took a bath at night. I didn't expect to use it now. After washing for a while, I finally washed off all the ink on my body, but I couldn't keep my pants anymore. It was corroded with holes all over, and it would rot if touched, making it completely unwearable. Moreover, there were many ulcers on his skin, which looked horrifying. Lin Wanrou was so frightened that she covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming, and looked at Tang Feiyu, who was covered in wounds, with tears in her eyes. I'm fine, I was just a little careless. I didn't expect the octopus to spray, well. Tang Feiyu didn't want Lin Wanrou to worry, so he pretended to be relaxed. But before he could finish his words, Lin Wanrou leaned over and kissed him. Chapter 26: The Power of Talent Medicine. Tang Feiyu had originally worried that his ulcers would scare Lin Wanrou and make her dislike him, but now he couldn't care less about that. A few minutes later, the two separated. Tang Feiyu looked at Lin Wanrou, whose face was blushing, and asked, Wanrou, you won't dislike me, will you? After all, the wounds on his body looked like they were corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid. Even if they healed, his skin would not be as smooth as before. Not to mention Lin Wanrou. Even he himself felt a little disgusted with him. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Wanrou said softly. Tang Feiyu chuckled, and suddenly he found that his skin had become the same as before, and the ulcers had all disappeared. Thinking of Lin Wanrou's proactive kiss, which was more nourishing than before. Isn't your gift that you can only heal flesh and blood? Lin Wanrou blushed and said, blood and flesh are used to heal serious injuries. If it's just skin, then blood and flesh are not needed. Hiss, so powerful? Then treat me quickly. I feel like my injury is not fully healed yet. Tang Feiyu stood up from the bathtub, hugged the unsuspecting Lin Wanrou, and bit her. The previous injury was resolved, but a new problem arose. Tang Feiyu had no clothes to wear. His t-shirt was now worn by Lin Wanrou, and his pants were corroded by the octopus ink. Even though the person in front of him was his girlfriend, he was sure that if he came out naked like this, nothing good would happen to him. Tang Feiyu, feeling a bit of a headache, had to sit back in the bathtub and began to look for clothes in the trading area. As a result, he only found a few original ones. They even live a more comfortable life than ordinary people. Who can they turn to for justice? Seeing that Tang Feiyu had washed himself clean but still didn't come out, Lin Wanrou glanced at the tattered pants thrown on the raft and suddenly realized what had happened. She smiled and said, "Wait for me." Soon, Lin Wanrou came over with a piece of shark skin. It was the shark skin from the first shark killed. After some simple processing, she made it into a leather skirt. Tang Feiyu had no choice but to wear a leather skirt. It was better than nothing. After coming out, he hesitated for a moment before draining the water from the bucket. He wasn't sure if the ink dissolved in the water would still cause any corrosive damage. If Lin Wanrou were to be harmed by the corrosion after bathing in this water, even if she could treat it herself, it would still be painful. After all, some parts of the body are not as delicate as the skin. Compared to this, not showering for a day is no big deal. Besides, since the raft has a roof and she doesn't sweat much, I won't dislike her for not taking a shower for a day, right? At this point, the wooden box had drifted off to who knows where. Although I didn't pick it up, nor did I kill the octopus, it wasn't like I hadn't gained anything at all. Tang Feiyu traded a lot of the octopus tentacles that had been cut off before to Lin Wanrou. After coming out of the bathtub, Tang Feiyu asked Lin Wanrou to take out the tentacle and then trade it to him. Talent harvest is effective. Material, octopus legs, triggers tenfold amplification. Congratulations on getting octopus legs, 50. Congratulations on winning octopus balls, 30. Octopus feet. After eating, they can increase the body's flexibility in a small amount. Octopus balls. After eating, they can greatly increase the body's flexibility. In an instant, Tang Feiyu thought of giving all of these to Lin Wanrou to eat, and he would be blessed in the future. "What are you grinning at?" Lin Wanrou asked curiously as she looked at Tang Feiyu, who was laughing. "Well, it's nothing, Wanrou. Let's eat these octopus legs for dinner tonight." Lin Wanrou didn't think much about it. Octopus balls were a delicacy in the past and were quite famous. She ate them often. "I've been eating fish for several days now, so it would be nice to change the taste." Although he missed the box, Tang Feiyu now has no regrets at all. After putting the octopus legs in place, he sat down next to Lin Wanrou, one hand naturally around her waist, and focused his attention on the trading area, trying to see if there was any rubber for sale. As a result, I didn't see any rubber, but I did see a lot of people selling feathers and cotton. And they are very cheap, almost one-to-one with wooden blocks. Although I haven't seen the design of the down jacket I bought before, feathers are definitely a necessity. So Tang Feiyu bought 200 pieces each. After all, there were plenty of wood blocks. And if winter really came, he could sell them at a higher price. He didn't take out the things he didn't need yet, so he just kept them in the trading column. They didn't take up space, and there was no charge for them, so he would waste them if he didn't use them. Lin Wanrou rested her head on Tang Feiyu's shoulder and said in a choked voice, "How do you think Qian is doing now?" In just a few days, sharks, storms, swordfish, and octopuses appeared. She also saw the number of people decrease. From the original 10,000, it has now barely appeared in the 1,000. I couldn't help but think of my daughter's situation. Don't worry, Qian is so smart. Good things will come to her. She will be safe and sound and will be waiting for us somewhere. Tang Feiyu was not sure whether Zhang Qian was safe. After all, when it comes to survival, who can say for sure? Lin Wanrou also knew that he was just comforting herself. But what else could she do besides this? "Oh, that's strange. Is my mother thinking about me?" On a calm sea, the girl sat cross-legged by the campfire, gnawing on grilled octopus legs with her mouth full of oil. There are even more than a dozen seasonings placed next to it, including chili, cumin, salt, pepper, etc. Oh, another day has passed. I wonder how my mother and brother Feiyu are doing now? This damn ocean survival program doesn't even send the whole family together. It would be better if it was earlier. The girl complained. According to the rules of survival, minors will randomly appear next to either parent. But then, she froze again. It wasn't too early. Shaking her head, she pushed the unrealistic thought out of her mind. She opened the trading area and began to buy all sorts of delicious food. Night falls. The water in the casserole in front of Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou had already boiled, and a portion of hot pot base had been poured into it. Next, slice the fish and octopus legs and add them in. "Feiyu, you eat too." Lin Wanrou picked up a piece of octopus leg and prepared to put it into Tang Feiyu's bowl. Tang Feiyu refused repeatedly. "Wanrou, you eat it. I'll just eat fish." "Hee, I like fish." "Forget it. I'll ignore you. You're so weird." In one meal, they ate 5 servings of fish and 2 servings of octopus legs. Tang Feiyu then took an apple and hugged Lin Wanrou, eating it one bite at a time. I sighed in my heart. This kind of life is not impossible. Chapter 27C Area Merger. After dinner, Tang Feiyu said this while holding Lin Wanrou. He wanted to hold Lin Wanrou to sleep at night, but Lin Wanrou had not yet adapted to it and refused to agree no matter what. Just as Tang Feiyu was about to continue persuading, 3 bold prompts suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It has been detected that the number of people in the current sea area is less than 1,000. It will be merged with other sea areas at midnight tomorrow. Detected. Detection. The sudden prompt made Tang Feiyu stunned. He opened the chat area and found that the number of people who originally had more than 1,000 people had become only 998. How did those people die? This shouldn't be the case. We've made it this far, so basic supplies should be guaranteed, right? How could someone still be dying? The clue also made the survivors notice the number of people and speculate on the causes of death of those people. Tang Feiyu looked through the chat area and did not see anyone mentioning octopuses. He had some guesses in his mind about the cause of death of those dozens of people. They must have been attacked by octopuses. Feiyu, you said that the sea areas will be merged tomorrow. Will Qianqian be in that sea area? After seeing the prompt, Lin Wanrou's first reaction was to think of Zhang Qian. However, Tang Feiyu could not be sure whether Zhang Qian was present in the sea area that was about to be merged. When they first saw that there were only 10,000 people, they both guessed that there might be other sea areas. At the time, they thought the divisions were based on regions, but in the following days, they learned that the allocation to a specific sea area was completely random. Among these 10,000 people, there are not only people from other cities, but even a few foreigners. And in order not to disappoint Lin Wanrou, Tang Feiyu couldn't say for sure that Zhang Qian would be there. He could only vaguely say, it's possible. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu decided to warn the survivors that they might be attacked by octopuses. After all, his talent needed to be traded with others, so the more people who were alive, the more chances he had of getting a large amount of supplies. It's true that other sea areas will merge with it, and there's no shortage of people, but a little kindness could bring unexpected benefits to oneself. Even if I keep this news, it won't bring any benefits to myself. Maybe someone else will announce it soon. When surviving in the ocean, any opportunity to increase your chances of gaining benefits should not be wasted. Taking this into consideration, Tang Feiyu opened the chat area again and posted his information along with a picture of an octopus's legs. They might have been attacked by an octopus, JPG. Because Tang Feiyu was quite generous in the trading area before, many people had an impression of him. When they saw the message he sent and the photos of octopus legs that they had never seen before, they immediately believed what he said. Holy crap, how did you kill the octopus? I almost got killed before. Huh? An octopus? No, it wasn't long before the swordfish attacked. Are there new things? Isn't the difficulty increasing too quickly? Aren't we still in the novice stage? I bow down to you, sir. You're awesome. Little brother, give me an octopus leg. I can customize the video and give you an original JPG. My sister used to be the school beauty. Tang Feiyu opened the photo with a judging look and exclaimed in his heart, wow. This school beauty's family background must not be very good. After all, she doesn't even have a complete piece of clothing. It's so pitiful. So he saved the photo and closed the private chat. As for those asking for strategies in the chat area, he ignored them. He hadn't even killed the octopus, so where would he get a strategy? Brother, check the private message, there's something good going on. Seeing that Tang Feiyu did not reply, the school beauty who sold customized videos sent a message on the public screen to remind him. Tang Feiyu ignored her because she was facing Lin Wanrou's questioning. She also saw the message in the chat area. The rest was nothing special, except for the one who asked to see the private chat. She opened it and took a look at the avatar, which was a pure-looking girl with twin ponytails. The most important thing was that the bezel of the other person's headlights was a little bigger than his own. So he said sourly, Feiyu, what good things did that girl send you? She naturally knew that many people would sell intimate clothing or pictures and videos. She couldn't say anything to blame him for this. After all, she was just trying to survive. But now that the other party's trading partner has changed to Tang Feiyu, she feels a little jealous. Wanrou, you misunderstood me. I didn't see her private message, and I didn't want to trade the original flavor with her. Tang Feiyu quickly raised 3 fingers and swore. At the same time, I was glad that there was no red notification in the private chat here. As long as I insisted that I didn't read it, no one would know whether I had read it or not. Really? Then how do you know that the other party wants to trade the original flavor with you? Lin Wanrou put her hand on Tang Feiyu's waist and asked. Oh. Tang Feiyu was dumbfounded and didn't know how to explain. The more you explain this kind of thing, the more trouble it will cause. The best way is to let Lin Wanrou stop paying attention to it. So Tang Feiyu bent down and kissed her. Lin Wanrou pushed it several times but failed to get away, and soon she was immersed in it. A few minutes later, the two separated breathlessly. Lin Wanrou was about to say something when Tang Feiyu blocked her mouth again, and his hands began to move dishonestly. Lin Wanrou's body trembled, and she quickly pushed him away, blushing and saying, "It's getting late, go get some rest." Seeing that she finally stopped talking about the deal, Tang Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the figure with her back to him, his throat moved, and he lay down next to Lin Wanrou. Feeling an extra hand on her, Lin Wanrou was startled and pleaded softly, "Feiyu, I'm not ready yet." Tang Feiyu sniffed the faint fragrance in front of him and said with a wicked smile, "Wanrou, what are you thinking about? I just want to hug you, I won't do anything else." Lin Wanrou thought to herself, "This little brat is really bad. Is he going to say that he's just rubbing against me next?" But he didn't say anything else, and closed his eyes with trembling eyelashes. Seeing that Lin Wanrou no longer objected, Tang Feiyu hugged her tightly in his arms, but he did not do anything else. After all, you can't be too hasty, otherwise it will easily make the relationship that is gradually getting better go bad. As for the matter of merging the sea areas, both of them had forgotten about it. After taking a look at the hideous appearance revealed by the loose leather skirt, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly lowered her head and turned to the side to light a bonfire and start preparing breakfast. But the hideous scene kept appearing before my eyes. Chapter 28, I Don't Blame You. More than 10 minutes later, Tang Feiyu slowly opened his eyes, with an alluring fragrance still lingering around him. "Wanrou, good morning." Hearing the voice behind her, Lin Wanrou's heart, which had just calmed down, began to beat violently again. She suppressed her emotions and said softly, "Good morning, go wash up and get ready for dinner." While preparing breakfast, Lin Wanrou had already refilled the purified water tub with clean water. Tang Feiyu stood up, used a carved wooden basin to scoop clean water from the bathtub, and squatted on the edge of the raft to wash. Suddenly, a black appeared in sight in the distance. "Box!" Tang Feiyu quickly dropped the charcoal in his hand, ran to the motor, reminded Lin Wanrou, asked her to stand firmly, and then started the motor. 2 minutes later, a prompt appeared. The "Please walk into the trap" skill takes effect, and you will receive a wooden box. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu closed the raft and took a look at the motor. Judging from the past few minutes, after turning on the motor, the raft should be moving at a speed of about 20 yards. Although it's not fast, it's much better than just going with the flow before. "Feiyu," Lin Wanrou walked over holding a box. Tang Feiyu took the box, made sure it was safe, and opened the lid. From this box, I got a pack of sanitary napkins, 20, a pair of jeans, a lighter, and a bottle of lay-by, 500 milliliters. Seeing what Tang Feiyu took out, Lin Wanrou was delighted. She had been worried about what she would do in the next few days, but now she had something to use. As usual, the transaction was increased once. Got 10 packs of sanitary napkins, a pair of adaptive jeans, premium, a windproof and waterproof lighter, premium, and 10 bottles of lay-by. After handing the sanitary napkin to Lin Wanrou next to him, Tang Feiyu checked the information of the remaining items. Adaptive jeans, advanced automatically adapt to your body shape, and slightly increase the defense of your lower body. Windproof and waterproof lighter, advanced literally. It can withstand winds up to level 10 and remain unextinguished underwater, 5 meters. Lay-by, cools the heart and has a strong cooling effect. It can relieve symptoms such as heat stroke and fever. Tang Feiyu put on the jeans immediately. Although they were a little uncomfortable because of the vacuum, they were better than the leather skirt. After thinking about it, he adjusted the length of the front and back crotch of his pants, making them into drop crotch pants so that they would not rub, although it was a bit inconvenient. The lighter worked great, but he only tried it once, and the fuel inside disappeared visibly by about 1/20th. Suddenly, lighters became extremely valuable. They were no longer as useful as refills of matches. 10 bottles of lay-by were definitely the best thing I got today. After all, people inevitably get sick and have fevers, and if there's no medicine to reduce fever, this is at least a backup. After giving lay-by to Lin Wanrou, Tang Feiyu prepared to exchange the lighter for some things. Although they have been surviving for several days, many people still have to use flint to make fire. Even if they have lighters or matches, they are almost all ordinary ones that are not waterproof. Lin Wanrou expressed her support for his plan, but said that the transaction could be done at any time, and the most important thing now was to eat first. While drinking the delicious fish soup, Tang Feiyu opened the chat area and found that it was much more lively than the previous 2 days. The number of people returned to 10,000. He searched for Zhang Qian and found several people with the same name, but when he opened the avatars, none of them was the one he was looking for. Looking at Lin Wanrou, who was silent and looked depressed, Tang Feiyu knew that she should have also discovered that Zhang Qian did not appear in the sea area merger. Don't worry, we will definitely find Qian. Tang Feiyu put down the fish soup and hugged Lin Wanrou to comfort her. Lin Wanrou hummed softly, but tears still rolled down her face involuntarily. After breakfast, Lin Wanrou began to clean up the dishes. Tang Feiyu opened the trading area again and found that there were a lot more things here, most of which he had never seen before. Blood coral 10G. Exchange, 15 units of food or water. Fishbone sword. Exchange for any advanced or higher design. Goe haha. Exchange for food other than fish, meat, and bread. The prices of basic items haven't changed much and are about the same as before. Tang Feiyu curiously opened the introduction of the blood coral, wanting to see what this thing is and why it is worth so much. Blood coral, a high-quality hemostatic drug. Only 5G is needed to stop bleeding from a 5-centimeter wound. In an instant, Tang Feiyu lost interest. Not to mention that this thing is extremely expensive. Even if it is cheap, can it compare to Lin Wanrou's fragrance? If you have any wounds, just give them a couple of kisses and they will heal. Is there any need to buy medicine for external injuries? However, new people also bring new business opportunities. Tang Feiyu hung up the lighter without hesitation. In addition, some wood, some fresh water and water purification tablets were hung up. Soon, someone sent a private message, and the two bargained with each other, trading 30 units of wood blocks for 2 brand new sets of women's clothing, including 3 brand new sets of women's underwear. Lin Wanrou had been wearing nothing at all these days. Although it was a feast for Tang Feiyu's eyes, it was better for her to wear something to prevent her from getting sick. Another thing is that if you don't pay attention to the maintenance of such a large headlight, it may become unstable and droop in the future. After all, even if you start the doomsday survival game, gravity still exists. After extracting the items, I got 20 sets of women's clothing and 3 sets of underwear, advanced. Unlike ordinary clothes, it has a special cleaning function. No matter how long you wear it, it will not get dirty. However, it is not effective when it encounters the corrosion caused by octopus ink, but it is still very good. Tang Feiyu took the 3 sets of underwear in his hand, walked to Lin Wanrou, who had just finished washing the dishes with his hands behind his back, and said, "Wanrou, close your eyes. I'll give you a gift." Although Lin Wanrou didn't know what he was up to, she still closed her eyes. "Okay, you can open your eyes now." As a result, the joy and excitement she had expected did not appear. Lin Wanrou looked at Tang Feiyu with strange eyes and said with a blushing face, "Feiyu, I know you are anxious, but don't worry. When I am ready, I will give myself to you. Now you can solve it yourself first. If you need, you can go and customize some videos. I don't blame you." Tang Feiyu, meow meow meow. "I don't blame you for trading the original flavor. It's mainly because I'm not ready yet." Tang Feiyu, omega de omega. Hearing this, knowing she had misunderstood, Tang Feiyu smiled bitterly and said, "Wanrou, this is brand new. I bought it especially for you. What are you thinking? I want to keep this good thing for you. How could I possibly waste it for someone else?" When Lin Wanrou heard his words, her ears turned red, and she quickly snatched the underwear from Tang Feiyu's hand. "Here are some clothes, all bought for you," Tang Feiyu said, pointing to a pile of clothes behind him. Chapter 29 Skill Blind Box. Seeing a pile of fully packed clothes, Lin Wanrou gave Tang Feiyu a kiss for the first time without him getting hurt. After all, if you put yourself in the other person's shoes, if there is a beautiful woman next to you, you would wish that she has no clothes to wear. After taking out a sports suit from the bag, before Lin Wanrou could say anything, Tang Feiyu took the fishing rod and went to the raft to fish. Lin Wanrou's sense of identification with Tang Feiyu was rising rapidly. Soon, she changed into clothes. She had been naked for several days, and now she finally felt a sense of security. This sense of security is not because of the defense against Tang Feiyu, but simply because of the force of gravity. Those who understand will understand. Sitting by the raft, Tang Feiyu searched for the word bone in the trading area. The last time he faced the octopus, if it weren't for the sharp bone sword, he would have been in real danger. So he planned to feed the bone sword. However, although the trading area became lively due to the newcomers, there were not many bones. After searching, only 3 transaction information appeared. The transaction was successful, costing 3 wood blocks. After the extraction, he gained 30 bone spurs. Without hesitation, he stood up, fetched the bone sword, and placed the bone spurs on it. Like ice and snow placed in a fire, they quickly melted into the bone sword. Bone sword, fine quality, can grow. Sharpness +6. Strength +11. Taking a look at the bone sword's new attributes, Tang Feiyu's face darkened. He fed 30 bone spurs into it, and the attribute only increased by 1 point each. This guy is also a foodie. With a sigh, what can he do? He can only continue to find better bones to feed him. After posting a few messages in the trading area about purchasing any bones, he put the bone sword away. Soon, neatly dressed Lin Wanrou came over and sat cross-legged next to him on the edge of the raft. Seeing the bone sword beside him, she asked in surprise, "Feiyu, why did you take it out?" "I was going to upgrade it, but it ate too much. It took 30 bone spurs to add a little attribute," Tang Feiyu said helplessly. "Oh, the box." Lin Wanrou was just about to comfort him when she saw the box floating in the distance. Tang Feiyu looked up and saw that it was indeed there, but it was a bit far away. However, the motor on the raft was right here, and he was too lazy to change the motor's installation position. He handed the fishing rod to Lin Wanrou, picked up the long hook, and ran out on the seawater. Lin Wanrou's attention was not on the fishing rod at all. She looked at Tang Feiyu with some worry, afraid that he would be attacked again. Fortunately, this time it went very smoothly. Not long after, Tang Feiyu returned to the raft with the box. Semi-automatic harpoon design. Tomato seeds 10G. Potato 3. Looking at what came out of the box, the two looked at each other in surprise. Tomatoes are a good thing, but the problem is that I can't plant them even if I give them seeds. Even if I want to get some seabed mud, I can't do it. What's the point of planting them? Let's trade first, Tang Feiyu said helplessly. Congratulations on obtaining fully automatic defense harpoon design. Hydroponic tomato seeds 10G, potatoes 30. Tang Feiyu's eyes lit up when he saw the things that were amplified by his talent. This kind of hydroponic seeds only need pure water to grow, and even no nutrient solution is needed. We can only sigh at the high technology. Tang Feiyu didn't care about fishing anymore. He ran under the ceiling, took a wooden bowl, poured half a bowl of water into it, put 2 seeds in it, and tried the effect first. After fixing it, he picked up the blueprint and looked at the materials needed. Fully automatic defense harpoon design. Materials: iron block 100, rope 50, copper wire 30, magnet 5, stone 10, solar converter 5, electronic component 10, mechanical core 1. Just for this fully automatic function, Tang Feiyu also wants to make this thing. However, the current materials are still missing 80 iron blocks, 15 ropes, and 5 stones. There were a lot of these things in the trading area, and they were not expensive. Soon, Tang Feiyu prepared all the materials. Looking at the 24-hour production time, Tang Feiyu took out the accelerator, but just as he was about to use it, he slapped his head and said, "I'm so stupid. Wanrou, come here quickly." He had forgotten to amplify the accelerator earlier, wasting a lot of energy. Fortunately, he realized it now. The 105-hour accelerator was amplified to 950 hours and 10 advanced accelerators. Advanced accelerator can speed up your own time 10 times, lasting for 1 minute. After reading the introduction information, the two opened their mouths in shock. This effect is so terrifying. Any action that takes time can be accelerated. If you meet the octopus again, you won't be so embarrassed, and it won't even be able to escape. Tang Feiyu instantly thought of how to use the advanced accelerator. As long as he used it well, he could easily deal with 2 or 3 octopuses at the same time. Seeing the effect of the advanced accelerator, Tang Feiyu started to open the trading area to sweep the accelerator without hesitation, but he didn't see any. It seemed that someone else had swept the goods first. Feeling that he had made a mistake, Tang Feiyu closed the trading area helplessly and saw the private chat message flashing. After opening it, he found that someone wanted to trade the water purification tablets he had posted. "Brother, JPG, I can give you 20 water purification tablets for this thing, right?" The man seemed very confident and offered a high price. But you have to say, Tang Feiyu was really interested in the other party's items and tried to bargain, but the other party insisted on asking for 20 water purification tablets. Although he still felt it was expensive, Tang Feiyu gritted his teeth and made the deal. This was the first time he had seen something like this, and he didn't know if he would be able to get it again if he missed it. The transaction was successful, and Tang Feiyu couldn't wait to take the things out. Talent Harvest is effective. Material, skill blind box, triggers 10-fold amplification. Congratulations on getting 10 skill blind boxes. Looking at the 10 small boxes at his feet, Tang Feiyu called Lin Wanrou and gave her a few. Opening a blind box depends entirely on one's bloodline, so to be on the safe side, it's necessary to confirm the bloodlines of both people first. Lin Wanrou also read the introduction information of the skill blind box. In this kind of blind box, a skill will be randomly opened, but no one knows what it is. "Wanrou, you come first." Lin Wanrou swallowed nervously and opened a blind box. One-time skill card, Fireball. After use, summon a fireball with a diameter of 10 centimeters to attack the target. The two looked at each other and thought this thing looked pretty good. So Tang Feiyu opened one without hesitation. Bath Scrubbing Master Skill card. After use, you will gain the Bath Scrubbing skill, a master-level skill that guarantees that no stains will be left. Tang Feiyu was stunned when he looked at the skill card he had opened. Lin Wanrou had an expression on her face as if she wanted to laugh, but was trying hard to hold it back, and her face turned red. Chapter 30 Blind Box Origin. Seeing Lin Wanrou's discomfort in suppressing her laughter, Tang Feiyu used the bath card without hesitation, then glared at her and said, "You really should be happy. You will be blessed in the future." Lin Wanrou was stunned at first, then she understood what he meant in an instant, and her pretty face turned red. With her head lowered, not daring to look at Tang Feiyu's aggressive gaze, Lin Wanrou opened the third blind box. One-time skill card, Thunderfall. Reluctant, Tang Feiyu opened the fourth blind box. Foot Massage Master skill card. This time, Tang Feiyu was not as resistant as before. He glanced at the jade feet that were only wearing disposable slippers with a smile, and used the skill card without hesitation. Compared to the attack card that Lin Wanrou opened, he actually felt that this kind of card was better. So I couldn't wait to open the fifth blind box. Acupuncture and Massage Master skill card. If you can do it more. Tang Feiyu smiled and used the card, instantly mastering the skill. Glancing at Lin Wanrou, he immediately noticed a slight stiffness in her neck and shoulders, something he hadn't noticed before. Even the skills of foot massage have seen breakthroughs. However, he did not open the remaining blind boxes. A few of these auxiliary skills would be enough. Now the attack skills are more important. At Tang Feiyu's request, Lin Wanrou opened the last 5 blind boxes and obtained the following. One-time skill card. Wine Blade. One-time skill card. Ice Cone. Skill card. Weakness Perception. Skill card. Soul Soothing. Passive skill card. Bloodthirst. Lin Wanrou put the disposable skill cards away, and Tang Feiyu picked up the 3 skill cards and looked at their introductions. Weakness Sense. Marks the enemy's weaknesses, and attacks on those weaknesses cause double critical damage. Soul Soothing. Quickly restore spirit. Bloodthirstiness. Devouring high-energy food can quickly restore one's own blood volume. Blood that exceeds the body's capacity will exist in the body in the form of blood beads. After anemia, the blood beads will automatically dissolve to restore one's own blood volume. After discussing with Lin Wanrou, Tang Feiyu used Weakness Sense and let Lin Wanrou use the remaining 2 cards. Bloodthirst, in particular, was tailor-made for her talent and medicine. Tang Feiyu was still wondering why that person wanted to sell such a good thing. Even if there was a shortage of water, there were plenty of ways to trade for drinking water. It wasn't until I read the complaints in the chat section that I realized how lucky I was this time. Damn, I finally got a good thing, but it's empty. Brother, did you also open a skill blind box? What are you talking about? What skills? Oh, in this day and age, there are still people who believe in blind boxes? I laughed at him for 2.5 years. Finally, someone talked about the origin of the blind box. As long as you kill the octopus, you will be rewarded with 3 skill blind boxes, but basically only blank cards can be opened. The person who traded with Tang Feiyu opened 2 boxes himself, both of which were empty. Looking at the last box, he was still not confident enough about his bloodline, which led to the previous transaction. I exchanged a box with an uncertain but high probability of empty content for 20 water purification tablets. I won't have to worry about drinking water for a long time in the future. It's a real win. After learning the whole story, Tang Feiyu rested his chin on one hand for a few seconds, then directly sent a message in the chat area. By the skill blind box, the price will be privately chatted. But after waiting for a long time, no one came to trade. Most people have never seen an octopus, and those who have seen one don't have the ability to kill it. Those who have already received the blind boxes open them all as soon as possible. After posting a purchase information in the trading area, Tang Feiyu closed the window and set his sights on the octopuses in his own sea area. But that guy has not appeared since he was injured and escaped. After thinking for a long time, Tang Feiyu still couldn't find a way to lure him out. The blind box issue had to be put aside for now. Tang Feiyu suddenly remembered that he still had an automatic harpoon that hadn't been accelerated yet. I checked and found that it would take another 23 hours, so I used the accelerator directly. A small thing similar to the turret in a tower defense game appeared beside him. After glancing at the instructions, I learned that if I placed this thing in the appropriate position on the edge of the raft, it would automatically install itself. If a hostile creature appeared within the warning range, it would automatically attack. However, since this is a harpoon and not an arrow tower, there may be danger. For example, if we encounter a huge monster, the raft might be torn apart by it. But it's better to have it than not to have it. Even if you don't have a harpoon, if you encounter a giant, you will still be attacked. Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou used all their strength to move the automatic harpoon to the edge of the motor and install it. Tang Feiyu, who had nothing to do for a while, turned his attention to Lin Wanrou beside him. In an instant, Lin Wanrou trembled like a little lamb that had strayed into a wolf's den. Hey, Wanrou, let me give you a massage to relax you. Don't worry, I'm definitely not trying to take advantage of you, Tang Feiyu said seriously. It would have been fine if he hadn't said that, but after he did, Lin Wanrou became even more frightened. However, the place was so small that there was nowhere to run, and in the end, Tang Feiyu pulled her down and pressed her onto the raft. Tang Feiyu took off the disposable slippers that had been worn for several days from Lin Wanrou's white and tender legs. Feiyu, I'll go wash up first. After finally getting it in his hand, how could Tang Feiyu give her a chance to escape? He didn't give her a chance to refuse. He held it with one hand and pressed the acupuncture points on the sole of her foot with the other hand. Lin Wanrou couldn't help but make a sound that made people think. The advanced foot massage technique is even better than that of a master. It is not an exaggeration to call Tang Feiyu a foot sole immortal. Just this one moment made Lin Wanrou reluctant to leave. This is a feeling I have never experienced before, as if my whole soul is floating in the clouds. After being busy for more than 10 minutes, seeing that Lin Wanrou seemed to be broken, Tang Feiyu knew that she needed to slow down, so he sat down and held her fair and tender legs in his arms. Feiyu, I can't do it anymore. I won't do it anymore. Lin Wanrou's face flushed, her whole body tensed, and she said tremblingly. She felt that if Tang Feiyu pressed her any further, she would have to go change her clothes. Tang Feiyu knew that he couldn't act too hastily, so he reluctantly let go of the two white and tender hands and helped Lin Wanrou up. Lin Wanrou felt her legs go weak, and Tang Feiyu took her into his arms. She said softly without any temper, "You don't mind the dirtiness." Tang Feiyu leaned over her neck, took a deep breath, and said, "Nonsense. Where is it dirty? I'll help you massage your shoulders later. Don't worry, I'll definitely massage them properly this time." Chapter 31 Buildings on the Raft. Lin Wanrou completely believed in Tang Feiyu's massage skills. After all, he used those skill cards in front of her, and she had experienced it once just now. Half an hour later, she was so comfortable that she almost fell asleep, if Tang Feiyu hadn't moved his hands slowly from her shoulders and neck down. Tang Feiyu, who was caught red-handed, laughed and said, Sorry, it's all because you're so tempting, Wanrou." Lin Wanrou rolled her eyes at him, but didn't say anything. After all, I have already agreed to be his girlfriend. It would be unreasonable if he doesn't allow me to do that, but it would be unreasonable if he doesn't allow me to touch her. In addition, he is now at the time when his body desires it the most, and he is able to suppress the impulse because of himself, which is better than many people. Looking at Tang Feiyu's sullen expression, Lin Wanrou felt a little uneasy, thinking that she was too harsh. So she blushed, closed her eyes, and whispered softly, "Just this once." Her voice was so soft that if there weren't any waves around, Tang Feiyu wouldn't have been able to hear what she said. However, Tang Feiyu reacted instantly, with a look of surprise on his face, and stretched out his hands with some trembling. Both of their bodies stiffened at the same time. Although Tang Feiyu had encountered this before, this was the first time he had mastered it so openly and completely. Lin Wanrou was not in a better situation as time passed by. Lin Wanrou's breathing became a little rapid, but Tang Feiyu finally had the opportunity, so he naturally would not let go. "Okay, are you ready?" Although Tang Feiyu was a little reluctant, he didn't dare to continue. If he angered her, it would be troublesome if she didn't let him touch her in the future. As the saying goes, once there is a chance, there will be a second. There will be plenty of time in the future, so there is no need to rush at this moment. As he let go, Lin Wanrou was a little surprised. Although she asked out loud, she really didn't expect him to let go. She had thought he would wait for her to speak. My feelings towards Tang Feiyu have increased a lot again. Looking at the giggling Tang Feiyu in front of her, Lin Wanrou burst out laughing. Silly. Then, she changed the subject and said, "Tomorrow is the 7th day. What do you think will happen next?" She did not forget that the previous 7 days were the so-called novice period. Every day was so thrilling. She couldn't imagine how difficult it would be to survive after the novice period. Tang Feiyu seized every opportunity to improve his impression of her. He grabbed Lin Wanrou's soft lips and said, "Don't worry, I will always be with you, and I will find Qianqian back in the future." Her fair and tender hands were held by Tang Feiyu's big hands. Feeling the warmth of those hands, her heart seemed to become more resolute. The confusion and fear about the future were somewhat dispelled. People need support the most when they are desperate, especially an ordinary young landlady like her who has almost no survival skills. If it weren't for Zhang Qian, she wouldn't even know how to cook. After all, in modern society, takeout is so convenient. You can just order whatever you want on your phone, so why waste time and energy scrambling in the kitchen? It can also easily lead to safety hazards. After hearing Tang Feiyu's promise, Lin Wanrou was surrounded by a sense of security. It's not that she believed everything he said, but now besides believing it, what else can she do? However, surviving in the more difficult and dangerous future was not something that could be achieved simply by talking about it. Tang Feiyu immediately took action. The easiest way is to upgrade the raft again and collect more supplies. Only in this way can we cope with higher challenges. He reached out and pressed on the raft, and the raft upgrade information appeared before him. Level 5 raft upgrade materials: wood block 200, rope 50, iron block 20, wire 100, copper nail 50, leather 20, mechanical core 3. Prerequisites: raft level 4, tool table level 1. Seeing that there were some prerequisites, Tang Feiyu was stunned. He had never seen this tool bench before. When I clicked on it again, I found that it can be built after the raft is upgraded to level 4. I had ignored these things before, but it is not too late now. It seems that my research on the raft is still not enough. I thought that I only needed to collect some materials to upgrade it. After careful research, he found that the 4th level raft can be used to build 3 types of buildings: tool bench, stove, and storage cabinet. Hearing his words, Lin Wanrou was also stunned. She felt a little guilty about living too comfortably. All the things fell on Tang Feiyu's shoulders. She didn't have to hunt sea monsters, but she couldn't even handle the logistics. These 3 types of buildings do not require blueprints, as they are all on the raft. You only need to collect supplies and materials to build them. Tang Feiyu opened the tool table and saw the necessary materials: 5 stones, 5 iron blocks, 20 wood blocks. There were plenty of wood blocks, hundreds more, but the problem was that they had run out of stone and iron blocks, having used up the defensive harpoons earlier. I spent some wood blocks and exchanged some for them in the trading area. Soon, a countdown appeared, indicating that the tool bench would take 5 hours to complete. Nothing much to say, just speed it up and get it done. Tool bench, level 1 tools, weapons. You can forge common tools such as pots and pans, scissors, hammers, etc. Among the weapons, there are currently only 2 types. One is a harpoon and the other is a dagger. The others need to be activated using a blueprint before they can be forged. Moreover, with the tool bench, materials such as copper blocks and iron blocks can be forged into other shapes, such as copper wire, copper sheets, copper nails, etc. I mentioned before that I didn't see any iron nails or copper wire in the trading area, but now I know how to get them. The leather can be the shark skin you got before, which can be used after trimming it on the tool bench. I exchanged some wood for some stone and copper, and now I have all the materials needed to upgrade the raft. Seeing him prepare things quickly, Lin Wanrou felt more and more useless and looked a little lost. But Tang Feiyu didn't see it, as he was busy forging iron nails and copper wire on the tool bench. Because copper and iron blocks have been enhanced by their talents, they cannot be enhanced again even after changing their forms, otherwise a lot of time can be saved. Seeing him busy, Lin Wanrou picked up her fishing rod. She couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Although there was no shortage of food, catching more fish would be enough to trade even if she couldn't eat them. Food was still very valuable at a time like this. She could exchange a lot of things from others. Having something to do is always better than doing nothing. She didn't want to be a mere vase, living a life of having everything provided for her, because any smart person would know that such a life wouldn't last long. After all, there would always be a better and more perfect vase to replace her. Both of them became busy preparing for their future. Chapter 32: Expert Tang. Time passed little by little, and finally, Tang Feiyu stretched and stood up. Everything needed for the raft was ready. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade directly. Name: Raft. Level 5. Area: 13m. Special effects: rain or shine, lead the enemy into a trap. Skill: making nests, 1x/day. Equipment: fully automatic defense harpoon motor. Building: tool bench, level 1 tools, weapons. The upgraded raft is not only larger in area, but also has an additional skill: nesting. After using this skill, you can more easily attract various prey. It can be used once a day. Note: there are risks in using this skill. Please use it with caution. Tang Feiyu understood the meaning of the skill prompt. After all, up to now, apart from the fish caught by his own fishing rod, he had never seen anything small. The sharks, swordfish, and octopuses before were all bigger than each other. After using the bait, you are not sure how many fish will be attracted, nor how big the fish will be. With just these 3 types, if he can get 7 or 8 of them, he can find a place to lie down and prepare to start the meal. Moreover, this skill seems to be more of a universal skill, which means that all rafts upgraded to level 5 will have it. The purpose is naturally to ensure that those who seek survival have a relatively stable supply of food. As for who will be the hunter and who will be the prey at that time, it is none of the business of that mysterious being. But this thing is not very useful to Tang Feiyu. I took another look at the raft, and it indicated that the current level had reached the highest, and the next level could only be unlocked after the novice period. To upgrade the tool bench, you also need to activate 10 weapons, but currently there are only 2 weapons. Tang Feiyu could only focus his attention on the stove and storage cabinet. The stove is simple, only 10 units of stone are needed. The storage cabinet is a bit more complicated. In addition to 200 units of wood, a space core is also required, a thing that has never been seen before. I can only give up for now and see if I can find it in the box later. After building the stove, Tang Feiyu took a look and found that 2 recipes were currently unlocked: grilled fish and chopped pepper fish head. In addition to satisfying hunger, it also restores a small amount of physical strength and mental energy. You also need to unlock 10 recipes to upgrade the stove to level 2. This kind of grilled fish is obviously different from the one they usually make directly on the campfire. To make 1 portion of grilled fish, you need 2 portions of fish meat. He directly took 10 portions of fish meat and made 5 portions of grilled fish. Making food on the stove only takes a few seconds to read, which is much more convenient than roasting it over a campfire. The fish meat was so fresh and fragrant when I took a bite. It was much better than the cooking skills of the other 2. He could clearly feel himself becoming more energetic. Of course, he would not forget his girlfriend when he had something good to offer. He walked to the raft with a portion of grilled fish and found that Lin Wanrou had caught quite a few fish. "You've worked hard, have some grilled fish." Tang Feiyu sat next to Lin Wanrou and brought the grilled fish to her mouth. Smelling the fragrance, Lin Wanrou was a little surprised. This was different from what she usually ate. Her red lips parted slightly as she bit off a piece. The delicious taste blossomed in her mouth, causing her to close her eyes and savor it carefully. Looking at the slightly moving red lips, Tang Feiyu felt that his brother was about to revolt, but he suppressed it with his backhand. "How about it? It's delicious, so delicious. It's better than what the chefs in star-rated hotels used to make," Lin Wanrou said without exaggeration. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu smiled and brought the grilled fish to her mouth again. Soon, Lin Wanrou had eaten the entire portion of grilled fish. "Huh? This fish?" She discovered the effect of grilling the fish and looked at Tang Feiyu with some confusion. "It's the stove. The stove has been set up. The food cooked on it has special effects." After hearing Tang Feiyu's words, Lin Wanrou looked back and found a platform that was not there before. As soon as he turned around and was about to speak, Tang Feiyu said first, "Don't move. I will help you wipe your mouth." Lin Wanrou didn't move as expected, thinking that he was serious about helping her, but she ended up being kissed directly. But it is true that the oil stains on the lips from eating grilled fish were cleaned very cleanly. Lin Wanrou rolled her eyes at him and said, "You just think about doing bad things all day long. How can this be considered a bad thing? I'm just thinking about our health. Experts say that kissing every day can help you live longer. You're the only one with so many twisted theories. Which expert said that? How come I haven't heard of it?" "Expert Tang." During the fight, a big fish was caught. Tang Feiyu was worried that Lin Wanrou couldn't pull the fish up by herself, so he walked behind her, held her in his arms, and pulled the fishing rod. And finally, he managed to pull up the big fish, weighing about 3 pounds. Due to his interference, Lin Wanrou lost the mood to fish, so she simply put away her fishing rod and went back to the shed. "Hey, why is there an extra box here?" Lin Wanrou asked in surprise. Hearing her words, Tang Feiyu also came over. Seeing the box, he immediately guessed its source and said, "It should be the special effect of the raft, which was picked up automatically." When the box was opened, there was only some bread and water. Neither of them wanted to eat the dry bread. But I still traded it, increased the quantity, and put it on the trading area. Ding dong. With the sound of prompt, Tang Feiyu found that a friend had sent him a private message. This was a transaction they had done before. "Boss, I got this thing here, toilet paper. See if you can exchange it for some food." This must be possible. Seeing the roll of paper, Tang Feiyu's eyes lit up. He had long been fed up with life without paper. A few days ago, I also tried to buy it in the trading area, but no one had it, or someone had it but was unwilling to trade it. After all, this stuff can be used. These days, when I go to the toilet, I have to use small pieces of wood shaved from wood blocks, which is really a pain. It just so happened that I had a lot of bread that I didn't want to eat, so I just traded 3 pieces. "Thank you, big boss. I'll come to you if I have something good in the future." Tang Feiyu did not respond to the other party's thanks, but took out the roll of paper with excitement. After amplification, it became 10 rolls. He brought it to Lin Wanrou like presenting a treasure. Lin Wanrou was also very surprised to see this and offered a kiss. Life without paper was too hard. Let's not talk about the big ones first. As for the small ones, girls can't just shake them off a few times like boys. She was really worried about it before. She put away the 10 rolls of paper solemnly. If they got wet by sea water, the two of them would cry to death. The sun slowly set and darkness enveloped the sea. After dinner, the two lay down in each other's arms. Even as she fell asleep, Lin Wanrou couldn't figure out how he had tricked her into agreeing to this. She'd clearly been facing away from him before, but the feeling of being held in his arms was surprisingly good. Chapter 33, Novice Assessment begins. The two people who were sleeping were woken up by the cold. Although the temperature at night on the sea is much lower than during the day, it has never been so low that people will wake up from the cold. What's more, the two of them slept in each other's arms that night. Lin Wanrou opened her eyes, blushed, pulled one hand out of her clothes, and glanced at the sky in panic. Tang Feiyu rubbed his eyes, and the faint scent of milk on his hands made him feel refreshed. Feiyu, look at the sky. After hearing Lin Wanrou's words, Tang Feiyu realized that the sky, which should have been bright, now seemed to have returned to the day of the storm, with dark and thick clouds pressing down heavily. There was also a strong wind blowing on the sea. Although it was not as strong as the stormy day, it still caused quite a lot of waves. The bonfire had gone out at some point, which was the main reason they were woken up by the cold. However, they could not control the weather, so they could only try their best to secure the supplies. Sitting beside the rekindled bonfire, Tang Feiyu held Lin Wanrou in his arms and comforted her. Don't worry, our raft is already top-notch and will be safe. Tang Feiyu opened the chat area, and others were also discussing the sudden change in weather. The novice assessment is about to begin. Please be prepared. This assessment will last until midnight. Novice period assessment. Newbie. 3 bold prompts appeared in front of everyone. Then, Tang Feiyu saw several fish fins breaking through the water on the sea in the distance. That's our old friend the shark, but this time there are just a few more of them. What the two of them didn't know was that although the others were also facing shark attacks, the sharks on their side were not only smaller in size, but also fewer in number. Some people on level 4 or 5 rafts were in better condition, but some people on level 3 rafts could not even stand steadily on the rough sea, and faced with the shark attack, they became even more panicked. With just one attack from a shark, many people's profile pictures turned black. Tang Feiyu stood on the raft with a long hook in one hand and a bone sword in the other. He arranged for Lin Wanrou to hide behind an obstacle made of wood blocks and other supplies. The shark in the front had already slammed its tail into the sea and leaped up. Tang Feiyu dodged sideways, and the bone sword in his hand slashed through the shark's belly, and blood mixed with some internal organs spilled to the ground. The shark lost power and crashed into the raft, instantly decomposing into fish meat, shark fins, and other materials. Lin Wanrou, hiding in a safe place, held a one-time skill card tightly in her hand. Once Tang Feiyu was in danger, she would activate it immediately. The death of the leading shark did not frighten the other sharks. They continued to pounce as if they had no fear. The 3 sharks directly blocked Tang Feiyu's escape space. Just when Lin Wanrou couldn't help but activate her skills, Tang Feiyu ducked, rolled on the ground, and dodged. The bone sword in his hand also did not forget to take the life of a shark. At the same time, the long hook on the raft fired the gun tip out and directly pierced the belly of a shark. The shark struggled in pain after falling into the water, causing the raft to sway. If the raft wasn't large and heavy, it would have capsized. Tang Feiyu ignored the shark that was hooked by the long hook, but pointed at another shark that fell into the water and shouted, "Come here." The shark was actually quite obedient. The death of its companion hadn't frightened it. Instead, the smell of blood on the raft had aroused its ferocity. Although the shark's eyes were red, its intelligence was actually higher. Instead of trying to pounce again, it lowered its head and dived into the water. With a loud bang, it hit the bottom of the raft hard. Even the 13-meter raft was hit by the shark and capsized on one side. If it weren't for the special effect of wind and rain that prevented the raft from capsizing, the 2 people might have fallen into the water. Although the raft was fine, a lot of the supplies on it had been overturned. Even though it had been reinforced with ropes, it was of little use. Tang Feiyu glanced at Lin Wanrou and was relieved to find that she was not injured. But then he became furious. He grabbed his bone sword and the water-repellent beads and dove into the sea. Lin Wanrou, who had just sat up, was startled to see the empty raft. She didn't care about the scratches on her body and ran over. After entering the water, Tang Feiyu quickly found the shark under the raft, which was about to hit him again. The sharks were stunned for a moment and thought, "Oh my god, takeout?" It stopped hitting the raft. After all, the food was right in front of its mouth, and it hurt its head from hitting it. Looking at the shark rushing towards him with its mouth wide open, Tang Feiyu did not tolerate it. He controlled the water-repellent beads, allowing his body to slightly avoid the shark's big mouth, and the bone sword in his hand fiercely stabbed into the shark's head. Without waiting for the shark to struggle, Tang Feiyu used force to pick up the shark's head and cut it in half. He originally wanted to take the other injured shark away with him, but the shark was struggling so hard that he couldn't get through. Had to climb the mountain first raft. Seeing that there was suddenly an extra hand on the raft, Lin Wanrou breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward to help, pulling Tang Feiyu up. Feiyu, you were too impulsive. Are you hurt? Lin Wanrou pulled Tang Feiyu and checked him carefully. Tang Feiyu looked at the shark still struggling in the sea and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that the body in the sea cannot be brought up. It's too big." Lin Wanrou didn't care about the shark's body at this time. Seeing that he was not injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she pinched the tender flesh on Tang Feiyu's waist and said, "If you dare to do this again next time, I won't let you hold me while sleeping." Hearing this, Tang Feiyu immediately became furious and said quickly, "It's not my fault. It was the shark that hit the raft and caused you to be injured. What kind of man would I be if I didn't kill it? What's the big deal about my injury? Look, it's healed already. But what if something happened to you?" Lin Wanrou said with some reproach, but she felt warm inside. After all, he went into the water just to vent his anger. The shark in the sea struggled even harder, cursing inwardly. "It's bad enough that I'm injured, but I have to be forced to eat dog food? Is there anyone here to take care of this?" Soon, the shark on the long hook had no strength to struggle and was killed by Tang Feiyu with a knife. The two men worked together to pull the corpse onto the raft, and looking at the decomposed materials, the transaction increased. The final harvest was 60 bottles of premium shark fin soup, 1,500 portions of shark meat, and 600 pieces of shark skin. Chapter 34, Making a Fortune. After dealing with the shark crisis, the two put away their supplies and just sat down when Tang Feiyu slapped his head and said, "I'm stupid." Lin Wanrou looked at him confused and asked, "What's wrong? I should have gone to the automatic harpoon before. It's such a waste to have a defensive turret and not use it." Hearing his words, Lin Wanrou was also stunned. She had never thought that there was such a good thing on the raft before. Sitting by the campfire, the two opened several wooden boxes containing things, ready to take a good look to see if there were any forgotten goodies that could help in this assessment. You know what? I actually found one. Weapon evolution card. Tang Feiyu had previously thought it was a waste to use this thing on a long hook, so he put it away. Now that he had a bone sword, cutting a shark was no more difficult than cutting tofu. If it evolved further, how powerful would it be? After briefly explaining his thoughts, Lin Wanrou unconditionally supported his decision. Tang Feiyu no longer hesitated and used the evolution card on the bone sword. Rui Bone Sword, Rare, Growth Available. Sharpness +8. Strength +15. Rui, you can freely control the size and length of the bone sword. The longer and larger the bone sword, the higher the power bonus, but the sharpness decreases. Looking at the bone sword's new attributes, the two of them gasped. While maintaining the same size, Tang Feiyu picked up the weapon and could clearly feel his strength increasing. If I didn't have the bone sword, I could probably lift about 100 kilograms with my strength. With the bone sword, I should be able to easily lift about 400 kilograms. After a simple conversion, about 10 points of strength is equivalent to the attributes of a healthy adult who does not exercise much strength. Feiyu, do you think we have passed the test? Lin Wanrou asked Tang Feiyu, who was playing with the brand new bone sword. Tang Feiyu shook his head and said, "I don't think so. If you pass the test, there should be a hint. According to the general design of the game, there may be swordfish, octopus, and other things we have encountered before." Hearing this, Lin Wanrou looked a little nervous. Tang Feiyu had killed the shark before, and it had seemed easy. But among all the dangers they had encountered before, sharks were the easiest. The speed of a shark's pounce is only half that of a swordfish. As long as one is a little more agile, almost anyone can dodge a shark's pounce. But swordfish are different. Not to mention the troublesome octopus. Can anyone lend me a weapon? My long hook was taken away by a shark. Woo-woo, I don't dare to kill sharks. If that kind soul can help me, I can follow your instructions and shoot 10 videos. Just 2 sharks, not enough for me to kill. It's a pity that I only fished out 1 carcass. What a waste. The guy selling the video above, you don't dare to kill sharks. How did you survive before? How did she survive? Someone had traded some explosive berries for her. Those berries, when bitten, would spray out a large amount of poisonous juice. The sharks and other animals that were killed before were all poisoned to death. But the fruit had been used up, and now facing 2 sharks eyeing them hungrily, they could only shrink in the middle of the raft and watched the two sharks gnaw and hit their raft. I wanted to trade for some more explosive berries, but people were tired of it and bought videos instead. After all, there are limited props available for shooting videos on the sea, and all the usable props have already been used. So I had to find new enemies. Tang Feiyu was holding Lin Wanrou, drinking shark fin soup, while peeking into the chat area. Seeing those weapons missing, my eyes lit up. He quickly stood up, walked to the tool bench, took a lot of iron blocks, and started to make weapons. There are only 2 weapons you can craft right now, a machete and a spear. But as long as they work, there's no need for a bicycle. Soon, he had crafted 10 machetes and 10 spears. Then he shouted in the chat area, "Weapons for sale, limited quantity, first come first served, JPG, JPG." Whether it is a machete or a spear, the attributes are very simple, with only sharpness +1. It can barely reach the level of the original long hook. The chat area exploded instantly. Those who had a level 4 raft naturally knew that they could build a tool bench. The problem was that there were not enough supplies to upgrade the raft, so naturally there was no extra to build a tool bench. Those who are below level 4 will not be able to see the tool bench options, and naturally will not be able to forge weapons. Those who have other weapon blueprints cannot make them or can only use them themselves because they lack the materials. After all, using a blueprint to craft a weapon only allows you to craft one piece at a time. Only with a tool bench and a blueprint activated for the corresponding weapon can you craft an unlimited number of items. So now it has become an exclusive business. As soon as Tang Feiyu sent the message, he immediately received a large number of private messages. Looking at the familiar twin-tailed avatar, although Tang Feiyu didn't hold much hope, he still opened it and took a look. I originally thought that the other party was going to use customized short videos or original ones to get some weapons for free, but unexpectedly, I found that the pictures sent by the other party were not what I thought. Solar Little Sun Design, Skill Blind Box, brother, as long as you give me the items that can help me pass this assessment, I will trade these 2 items to you. JPG Avi. In addition to the design drawings and skill blind box, it also comes with a photo and a 30-second video. Tang Feiyu took a quick look and immediately closed and saved it. Then, Tang Feiyu was thinking about what to trade. After all, this girl really gave away good things, and it would be a pity if she died like this. According to current speculation, besides sharks, swordfish and octopuses are also next. She doesn't dare to confront the shark head-on, and exchanging weapons is definitely not an option. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu could only think of one-time skill cards, but he didn't have many of them. Hey, got it. Tang Feiyu's mind moved, and he quickly asked Lin Wanrou to take out the source of radiation from the transaction column, sent the information photo, and said, "How about I use this to exchange with you? Anyway, this thing is free. You can fill a bottle with seawater to amplify it, and then you will have a chance to get it. It's like getting it for free." "Great, brother, I want it. Give it to me quickly." JPG, JPG, 2 photos were posted in a row. No one would particularly dislike someone who understands the ways of the world. Tang Feiyu cursed inwardly. "Fairy, don't even think about disturbing my Taoist heart." He then saved the photo and negotiated a price with the other party, trading 5 bottles of radiation source for 2 of the other party's items. Chapter 35 Swordfish Attack. After agreeing on the terms, Tang Feiyu asked her to wait and came to the tool table. To make a radiation source, he needed a bottle to hold seawater. Fortunately, there are plastic bottles available on the workbench. 1 unit of plastic can produce 10 500 milliliters bottles. Because he wasn't sure how many bottles were needed to amplify the poison, he simply made 100 bottles. "Wanrou, come and help me." Tang Feiyu called for help from Lin Wanrou, who was still looking at the chat area. Although I didn't know why he was collecting seawater instead of selling weapons, I still trotted over to help. Even though it was no longer in a vacuum, the headlights still swayed and attracted attention when she ran. Tang Feiyu, who had already been given a layer of beast blood-boiling buff by the pictures and videos, could not even stand straight at this moment. He could only bend down and squat to avoid scaring Lin Wanrou, who was coming over. With her help, 100 bottles of seawater were quickly filled and then traded. In the end, they only got 10 bottles of radiation source and 900 bottles of seawater. The 1 in 10 chance was enough to make Tang Feiyu's teeth ache. So many bottles of seawater were useless. Originally, he wanted to exploit the bug, pour out the seawater in the bottle, and fill a new bottle to trade, but the talent was not triggered after extraction. This is a headache. What to do with these 900 extra bottles? Dumping directly into the sea? The original reason the world was flooded was because people dumped garbage into the sea. He didn't dare throw it directly into the sea, fearing that he would be targeted and it would be troublesome if he started the banquet right away. But putting it on the raft, it is useless except taking up space. But for now, he put aside this consideration. He took out 5 bottles of radiation source and traded them with Twintail. Looking at the remaining 5 bottles, he turned his eyes and began to search for the other people who were selling videos in the chat area. It wasn't that he had any dirty thoughts, but rather that these people had so many good things in their hands. After all, their no-cost business had been booming over the past 7 days. Moreover, they are naturally weaker than others, otherwise they would not be reduced to exchanging supplies in this way. Ordinary weapons are of no use to these people. Tang Feiyu quickly found Dabalang, and Mitao and others completed the transaction. Got 5 blueprints and 30 units of rubber. They are crossbow design drawing, heavy hammer design drawing, dart design drawing, recycling box design drawing, water gun design drawing. The water gun design looked very familiar to him. It must have been used by the guy who had raised the price in exchange for the short video. After many twists and turns, it finally fell into his hands. After these things were extracted, except for rubber, the others all had increased mass. They are multi-energy little sun design, advanced skill blind box, siege crossbow design, siege hammer design, explosive dart design, advanced recycling box design, laser water gun design. Put the design drawings away. Now is not the time to start production. There is still a large number of supplies waiting for you to receive. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, all those good things that were previously hidden away have the opportunity to be traded. After all, who let me master a unique business? Before long, all 20 weapons had been sold, and a lot of supplies were also harvested. Before he could extract them, Lin Wanrou reminded him, Feiyu, look, those should be swordfish. He looked up and found that there were indeed a lot of swordfish on the sea, breaking through the waves. There seemed to be as many as 10. Not daring to delay, Tang Feiyu quickly pulled Lin Wanrou to the side where the defensive harpoon was installed. He was holding a bone sword in his hand, ready for battle. Sure enough, the swordfish circled the raft and chased after it. But just as they got within 10 meters, the harpoon started moving. With a whoosh, a metal harpoon flew out, and the sharp spike pierced directly into the head of the leading swordfish, instantly rendering it motionless. The death of the leader caused some commotion among the swordfish school. However, Tang Feiyu's face was a little ugly. This broken harpoon tower actually had to retract the harpoon after attacking once before it could attack again. By the time it launched its next attack, he would have been ready to eat. Helplessly, he could only ask Lin Wanrou to quickly return to the center of the raft. There were a lot of supplies there, and even if the swordfish flew up, it would be blocked. Although Lin Wanrou was worried about him, she also knew that if she stayed, she would only be a hindrance. It would be better for her to hide and wait for an opportunity to use skill cards to assist. After she left, Tang Feiyu held the bone sword in his hand and waited for battle. Unexpectedly, the swordfish had no moral principles, and 5 of them flew up together and stung people. They say 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone 5 fish-kiss swords. Add to that the swordfish's swift flight, and an ordinary person wouldn't be able to completely dodge. Seeing that Tang Feiyu was about to be stabbed through, Lin Wanrou raised the skill cards in her hand, ready to launch a thunderbolt. Tang Feiyu curled his lips and used an advanced acceleration card directly on himself. His own time was sped up tenfold. A dodging maneuver that would normally take 1 second could now be completed in 0.1 seconds. According to the theory of relativity, if he were to speed up, it would be equivalent to the swordfish slowing down. Lin Wanrou watched as Tang Feiyu's body trembled, and then the 5 swordfish fell powerlessly onto the raft and were broken into fish meat and bones. Then, Tang Feiyu jumped into the sea again, chasing the swordfish and slashing it. Lin Wanrou's face darkened when she saw this. He just said that he would take risks, but he came? He should sleep alone tonight. When Tang Feiyu flashed back to the raft from the sea, he saw Lin Wanrou squatting on the ground with a stern face, cleaning the swordfish meat. Feeling somewhat proud and puzzled, he walked over and asked, Wanrou, what's wrong? Who made you unhappy? Because the effect of the acceleration card had not yet worn off, he spoke 10 times faster. In Lin Wanrou's ears, it became 1% happy. Lin Wanrou was already angry at him for ignoring her own comfort, and now he had the nerve to say he was happy? She grabbed Tang Feiyu's hand and bit it. In Tang Feiyu's eyes, her movements at this moment were extremely slow, but she did not dodge. Hiss, did you really bite me? Looking at the bleeding teeth marks, Tang Feiyu was confused and had no idea why she was so angry. Lin Wanrou regretted it right after biting it. She was too angry and bit it too hard, causing it to bleed. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Tang Feiyu and said, Don't take risks again in the future. What will I do if something happens to you? After hearing her words, Tang Feiyu realized that she was angry because he jumped into the sea again. He quickly hugged her and said, I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. But there was a reason for doing that before. The acceleration card only lasts 10 minutes. If I don't kill the swordfish quickly, I'll waste another one. Chapter 36 Explosive Darts. Tang Feiyu's explanation left Lin Wanrou stunned. She realized that he was afraid of wasting the advanced accelerator in his hand, and he blamed her for losing her temper without asking clearly. This excuse was, of course, a lie made up by Tang Feiyu. He had only chased after him because he felt he could outsmart anyone in a second after his own time had accelerated. But of course, it was impossible to say this directly. Anyway, no matter what, it was clearly his problem, but now it became Lin Wanrou's problem. Feiyu, I'm sorry for not asking clearly. Are you in pain now? Lin Wanrou asked guiltily. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu naturally went down the slope and said a little aggrievedly, it hurts. Seeing him frowning, Lin Wanrou felt even more guilty. She pulled up his bitten hand and kissed it. Soon, Lin Wanrou let go of his hand with a red face, only to see that the bleeding bite marks on her hand had healed and faded. Raising his hand, a faint medicinal fragrance emanated from the back of his hand. Tang Feiyu pulled Lin Wanrou over and said, Wanrou, treatment alone won't be enough. You misunderstood me, and I can't let you get away with it so easily. Then you want, A few minutes later, their lips parted. Lin Wanrou immediately distanced herself from him. She felt like she was being eaten if she stayed near him. The swordfish's attack also made Tang Feiyu more certain of his previous guess. The next wave should be the octopus. Furthermore, the automatic defensive harpoon, which I had originally thought would be very effective, turned out to be a tad underwhelming. Judging from previous results, its attack frequency was only once every 2 minutes. It can be used for fishing normally, but it's better not to use it for defense now. While the octopus had not yet appeared, he took out the design drawings he had exchanged with him and began to look at them. Judging from the names, he prioritized the explosive darts and laser water gun. After all, siege crossbows were clearly large, and the necessary supplies were definitely essential. And I'm not sure if it can even be installed on a raft. Don't let the raft sink. Explosive dart design. Materials: iron block 1, charcoal 1, saltpeter 1, sulfur 1, fish oil 1. Laser water gun design drawing. Production materials: plastic 150, copper wire 100, magnet 50, iron block 20, mechanical core 3, electronic component 10, solar converter 2, tin 5, diamond 1. Tang Feiyu exclaimed in surprise. Wow. Forget about the darts, but the water gun required not only 5 more types of supplies than before, but also a lot more of the same 4 types. But based on past experience, the more things you need, the stronger the item you can create. Just as he was about to make darts, he was stunned. Why didn't he go to the tool table and activate the weapon encyclopedia so that he would have an endless supply of darts in the future? After all, as the name suggests, this thing shouldn't be big. It's easy to lose. Thinking of this, Tang Feiyu walked to the tool bench and put the design drawing on it. The drawing disappeared from the table, and in the weapon options, in addition to the original machete and spear, there was an additional option of explosive darts. The materials required for production are the same as those in the design drawing. I don't have any saltpeter or sulfur right now, but I have a lot of them hanging around in the trading area. I didn't need them before, so I didn't think about trading them. He photographed all the saltpeter and sulfur he traded for wood. 800 wood blocks were exchanged for 100 saltpeter and 150 sulfur. As for charcoal, burning it manually is too slow. Time is of the essence these days. So, I just bought the finished product. 5 L of drinking water was exchanged for 300 pieces of charcoal. This price is actually a bit high, but the other party is probably still dealing with the assessment, so I sent a message and there was no reply for half a day. He was too lazy to trade the scattered charcoal, so he gritted his teeth and bought it. Next, I exchanged 20 water purification tablets for 100 iron blocks. After extracting all of them, a pile of materials appeared in front of me, including 1,000 saltpeter, 1,500 sulfur, 3,000 charcoal, 800 iron blocks, and 20 refined iron. Fine iron can be forged using iron blocks on a tool bench, but it takes 15 blocks to create 1 piece of fine iron. It's time-consuming and labor-intensive, and not as convenient as using a natural talent. With the materials in place, Tang Feiyu began to make explosive darts. He first made one to test the effect. Soon, a small dart that looked like an ordinary iron dart appeared. Explosive dart. After aiming at the target, it automatically locks onto the target and explodes upon impact. Movement speed is 30 plus strength 1.5 m/s. Flight distance is equal to the user's strength 10. Maximum flight distance is 1,000 meters, and explosion damage is 1,000. It is not clear whether this explosion damage is high or low, but the firing rate and distance will make it clear in time. If he held the bone sword, he estimated his total strength to be around 25. That would give him a flying speed of 67.5 meters per second. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu picked up a piece of wood and threw it hard towards the sea, and then the dart in his hand flashed away. With a whoosh, it hit the falling wood. With a loud bang, the wood was blown to pieces. The huge explosion startled Lin Wanrou, who was standing by. This is quite powerful. Tang Feiyu was delighted to see this and quickly returned to the tool bench to start mass production. Once the quantity increases, trouble will arise. It is not obvious when making one, and the reading time is only 30 seconds. Now Tang Feiyu is annoyed when watching the reading time that does not move for a long time. On a whim, I tried using the accelerator, and it worked. So there was no need to hesitate. He directly took the accelerator for 5 hours, crackled in an instant, and produced 600 pieces, which was enough to last for a while. Perhaps because the design had been amplified, the darts produced could not be amplified again, which made Tang Feiyu a little disappointed. But he soon felt relieved. If he could nest dolls infinitely, wouldn't he be invincible? In fact, until now, he was still unsure of where his talent came from. First, he was not a time traveler, and second, he had not been reborn. Moreover, he had never had any adventures before. As a result, he had a truly amazing talent. He had spent a long time in the chat room snooping around about talents, but hadn't noticed anyone else discussing them. Logically, if he could get a talent card for Lin Wanrou from the box, then others should be able to as well. In fact, there are many talented people, but everyone thinks they are the chosen one and dares not reveal their unique talents. After all, who hasn't read a few novels these days? What's more, if someone could count the people who have talents in advance, they would find that they are often on the hot search in the news. None of these people are simple. Chapter 37. I go first. After testing the explosive dart's power, Tang Feiyu gave some to Lin Wanrou and took some for himself. He placed the rest in a safe place. Fortunately, these darts had to fly 10 meters before exploding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to place them directly on the raft. Afterwards, he began preparing to make the laser water gun. It required so many materials, and Tang Feiyu was looking forward to its power. Design drawings in progress. Production time, 36 hours. This blueprint didn't activate the weapon's storage on the tool bench. But that didn't matter. He wasn't planning on selling them in large quantities. After using the accelerator, the laser water gun was finally completed. Looking at the huge water gun in his hand that was full of futuristic science fiction, Tang Feiyu walked directly to the edge of the raft and pulled the trigger towards the distance. With a bang, before he could see clearly, the whole person flew backwards as if hit by a high-speed car. Lin Wanrou, who was standing by, was stunned. It took her a long time to come to her senses. She quickly ran over and helped Tang Feiyu up from the raft. She asked worriedly, "Feiyu, how are you?" Ahem. Tang Feiyu coughed dryly a few times before recovering. He looked at the weapon in his hand with a look of horror. Isn't the recoil of this thing a bit too strong? As a healthy adult, even if it's a normal rifle, the recoil shouldn't be so strong that it will send you flying several meters away. I'm fine, I just fell. Tang Feiyu first comforted the worried Lin Wanrou, then picked up the bone sword in disbelief, and increased his strength by more than double. Then he put his feet in a lunge position, clung firmly to the raft, and pulled the trigger again towards the distance. Jill. With the preparation, the huge recoil didn't make him fly again, but he still felt the sharp pain in his shoulders and arms. It would be better to fly away so that he could absorb the force. But this time, he saw the water spraying from the muzzle. No wonder it is called a laser water gun. The water stream it shoots out is really like a laser. Not only is the attack distance far beyond the field of vision, but there is also no arc. It's as if gravity doesn't exist and the trajectory is straight. However, because there is no specific target and it is unclear what the penetration power is, but judging from the recoil and attack range, it is not difficult to imagine that when it hits a person, it is definitely not much harder than tofu. After all, a high-pressure water gun that can cut steel can't reach such a long distance. The water gun's energy source is solar energy. When there is sufficient sunlight, it takes an hour to fully charge and can launch 5 attacks. It's a cloudy day now, and it will take more than 8 hours to fully charge. Plus, it was just made and has been used twice, so the remaining energy is only enough for 1 attack. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu put the water gun outside the shed and made a gun rack with some stones and other heavy objects. Lin Wanrou also saw the effect and information of the water gun. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She looked at Tang Feiyu in disbelief and said, "Is this still a water gun?" Tang Feiyu wasn't surprised. After all, so many materials were used. And now that skill cards have appeared, wouldn't it be normal to have some high-tech ones? In order to exchange for the materials needed for the water gun, He once again consumed 10 water purification tablets. But now it seems worth it. After the 2 attacks, there are only 7,549 people left alive. You know, these people all have experience in dealing with shark and swordfish attacks. Over 2,000 people had already perished. The atmosphere in the chat room was extremely subdued. Even the few previously active people were now silent. Although there is no sun now and it is impossible to roughly determine the time, the feeling of hunger in my stomach still makes me roughly know that it should be afternoon. After being busy for the whole morning, Master Tang and Master Lin brought out the grilled fish from the stove and the amplified shark fin soup. As the saying goes, to keep warm, think about that. Although the environment is not suitable now, there should be no problem in hugging him, right? Tang Feiyu held Lin Wanrou in his arms and sat under the pergola, looking at the pile of drawings he had exchanged before and considering whether to make them all. Ding dong. There was a sound that only he could hear. It was someone sending a private message. Tang Feiyu took a look and saw that it was the twin-tailed girl he had traded before. Brother, do you still have those poisons you traded earlier? JPG. 5 bottles of radiation source allowed her to kill the shark and swordfish, but there was still a long time before the end of the assessment, and no one knew what dangers would arise next. So the first thing Twin Ponytails thought of was to find Tang Feiyu again to trade for some life-saving weapons. Looking at the message from Twin Tails, he saved the photo and then resumed. The source of radiation is gone. JPG, Avi, good brother, please trade some life-saving items with me. If we meet again in the future, you can do whatever you want. After downloading and saving, Tang Feiyu continued to reply. But I have a new weapon here. Explosive dart.jpg. As a warm-hearted and promising young man, he certainly wouldn't watch the other person perish. It was definitely not because of the pictures and videos she sent. Feiyu, what are you doing? You're laughing so obscenely. Lin Wanrou's voice suddenly rang out, almost scaring Tang Feiyu to vomit. Nothing. I'm bargaining with someone. Really? Let me see what the deal is about. Lin Wanrou said in disbelief. Tang Feiyu argued cunningly. The other party is not satisfied with the price I offered and is still bargaining. When the girl with twin ponytails saw the dart message picture sent by Tang Feiyu, her saliva almost spurted out, and she quickly sent a message. Brother, this is good. I want it. Give it to me quickly. But she also knew that it was impossible to get it for free. In the past, when she wanted to get it for free through videos, Tang Feiyu never responded. So I sent something in exchange. Tang Feiyu took a look and was quite satisfied. He confirmed the deal and put up 10 darts. However, when he was about to withdraw the items from the trading column, he was stunned because he found that in addition to the agreed items, the items traded by Twin Tails also included a pair of stockings. How dare he take it out in front of Lin Wanrou? So a question mark was sent to the girl with twin tails. The other person sent a pitiful photo and said, "Thank you for trading with me, brother. I gave you the original one as a gift. It is definitely something I have worn myself." Tang Feiyu thought to himself, if you sent me a brand new message, I could explain it. He closed the private chat with the other party and was a little overwhelmed. After all, he had just traded 10 darts in front of Lin Wanrou. Sure enough, Lin Wanrou watched him for a long time without taking any funds and whispered, "What did you trade? Is it inconvenient for me to see? Or should I leave first?" Chapter 38, Giant Octopus. Hearing Lin Wanrou's words, Tang Feiyu didn't dare to let her leave. If she left, all his efforts during this period would be in vain. With a determined heart, he directly retrieved the item. After their talents were enhanced, a box with a question mark on it, a blueprint, and 10 pairs of stockings appeared in front of them. Advanced Skills Blind Box, Mechanical Modification Diagram, Original Stockings, 10. Tang Feiyu's face froze, and he cursed inwardly. You don't need to increase my power for this, right? He looked at Lin Wanrou and said awkwardly, "Well, this stocking is." "No need to explain, I understand." Lin Wanrou said calmly. "I can't give it to you now, so you need to solve your needs. You can trade for something useful." As she spoke, she also chatted privately with Tang Feiyu and sent him a video. Blushing, he said, "Just watch the video first." She had just traded that for a bottle of water. Tang Feiyu took a look and was surprised to see that it had big waves. It was exactly the same as the one he had received before. Or maybe they were just trading for free. A single video could be shared with countless people to trade for supplies. As long as they didn't die in the attacks, they wouldn't have to worry about food or drink. He didn't dwell on the issue of stockings anymore. The more he emphasized it, the more awkward it would become between them. It would be best to just ignore it. He placed the advanced skill blind box and the one he had traded before in front of Lin Wanrou. He has completely lost confidence in his own bloodline and cannot produce anything good. Seeing that Tang Feiyu did not continue to explain the matter of stockings, Lin Wanrou still felt a little sad. It's like your girlfriend says she's not angry, but if you really believe her, you can only imagine the consequences. Fortunately, Lin Wanrou also knew that it was because of her own fault, so she was mostly sulking to herself. Tang Feiyu did not notice Lin Wanrou's mood changes. After all, he was a mother-in-law. If he knew so much, he would have found a girlfriend at school long ago. He thought the stockings incident was over, so he happily took 2 high-value blind boxes and asked Lin Wanrou to open them. Congratulations on obtaining the Advanced Navigation Skill Card. Congratulations on obtaining the Advanced Chef Skill Card. Looking at the 2 skill cards that appeared, Lin Wanrou used the Chef card without hesitation and threw the Navigation card to Tang Feiyu. She thought that she could not help much in the battle, but at least she could be responsible for logistics. She couldn't let Tang Feiyu handle everything. Tang Feiyu didn't worry about this. After using the skill card, Tang Feiyu picked up the mechanical modification diagram and read the instructions. Lin Wanrou gathered the pile of stockings scattered on the ground, still with a faint body fragrance, and placed them in a wooden box. Tang Feiyu can use it later when it is convenient. He didn't notice these things, but looked at the drawings in his hand with some excitement. Mechanical modification diagram. Modify existing machinery. Holding the blueprint, he came to the automatic defense harpoon and found that it could be modified. Just use some more iron blocks to turn the original single-shot harpoon into a 3-shot one. We come to the water purifier again. The water purifier we are using now is an advanced water purifier that can purify 1 L of water per hour, which is enough for daily use. However, after the transformation, 10 L of water can be purified in 1 hour, and less charcoal is consumed. The problem was that to modify the water purifier, he needed a water spirit stone, which he didn't have. I searched the trading area but couldn't find it. Fully automatic water purification baths can also be modified. The modification materials are ready-made, and the effect is to purify water twice a day instead of once a day. But he passed it without hesitation. Finally, it was decided to modify the speedboat motor. After consuming some copper, iron, and other materials, the new motor doubled the speed to 40 yards per hour. The supplies in the trading area were becoming scarce, and everyone was worried about not being able to pass the upcoming assessment. Naturally, they had no interest in trading. Now, except for the trading of life-saving weapons, all trading of materials has disappeared. There were no attacks for several hours, and everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. The atmosphere in the chat area was even more depressing than before, with many people venting their despair. Tang Feiyu was also infected by what he saw. I didn't dare to continue reading. After all, negative emotions are the easiest to spread to others. Lin Wanrou, standing nearby, was also affected by the atmosphere in the chat room. Coupled with the previous incident with the stockings, she wondered in her heart, is my persistence meaningful? I might die at any moment. Wanrou, what are you thinking about? We will definitely be able to get through today safely. Tang Feiyu saw that her expression was not right, so he sat down and hugged her shoulders to comfort her. Encouraged by Tang Feiyu, Lin Wanrou felt better and opened her mouth, but she didn't say what was in her heart. Tang Feiyu thought she was worried about Zhang Qian's safety again, so he said, our engine has been upgraded again. After the novice period, we will move forward at full speed. One day we will find Qianqian on the sea. On a raft floating in an unknown sea, Zhang Qian bit the octopus leg in her hand and muttered to herself, how boring. How long will it take to pass the assessment? How are Mom and Brother Feiyu? Are they in danger? How annoying. The light around me gradually dimmed. Based on past experience, it should be around 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Wanrou, using her chef card, prepared to cook a seafood feast. As a result, Tang Feiyu stopped him as soon as he started. What's wrong? The test is coming. Tang Feiyu shouted, then ran out of the awning and picked up the laser water gun. He didn't see what was attacking him, but he saw the number of people in the chat area was decreasing rapidly. Damn, what a huge octopus. Help. I can't beat it. I can't beat it at all. It's several times bigger than the previous octopus. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people died. However, from the chat area, Tang Feiyu also learned the identity of the attacker, an octopus that was larger than before. Although there are some differences from my previous guess, they are not much. It wasn't until he saw the octopus outside his raft that he started cursing. If the octopus I encountered before was a ping-pong ball, then the guy in front of me now must at least be a Kuan ball. Just one of the suction cups on its tentacle was almost larger than its raft. Without hesitation, he started the upgraded motor, and the raft instantly rushed away from the octopus. The giant octopus naturally would not watch the cooked duck fly away. It shrank and expanded its body and rushed over at an even faster speed. Lin Wanrou sat slumped on the raft, her face pale, staring blankly at the octopus chasing after her. She thought in despair, Can humans really defeat this thing? Chapter 39 Temporary Safety. Seeing that the giant octopus was about to catch up, Tang Feiyu hurriedly shouted, Wanrou, don't give up. Come and help us. We still have to find Qian. When Zhang Qian was mentioned, Lin Wanrou was shocked. She stood up from the raft and murmured, Yes, I still have to go find Qian. You control the direction. Tang Feiyu handed the motor operating lever in his hand to Lin Wanrou. Then, he walked to the side, took out the explosive dart, and threw it back as if it were free. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued. When the smoke cleared, Tang Feiyu saw that the tentacles of the giant octopus were covered with car-sized wounds. But it's far from fatal. At most, it's just like a small wound caused by a stone. However, due to the severe pain, the octopus slowed down a lot, giving the two a chance to catch their breath. Tang Feiyu didn't stop. He picked up the dart again and shot it at the octopus's head. This time he aimed at the eyes. But octopuses are not stupid. They will feel so much pain when hit by these seemingly insignificant pieces of iron that they dare not let them land on their eyes. A huge tentacle blocked his eyes, and several tentacles behind him swung desperately and accelerated, and the remaining tentacles smashed towards the raft. Seeing this, Lin Wanrou quickly pulled the handle, and the raft tilted to the side, avoiding one tentacle. However, another tentacle still hit the side of the raft. The whole raft was about to capsize. Fortunately, the special effects of the raft took effect regardless of wind and rain, and stabilized the raft. Tang Feiyu didn't dare to delay, and quickly controlled the bone sword to become slender, and slashed at the tentacle head on the raft. Although it was laborious, it managed to cut off a bit. The pain in its tentacles caused the octopus to loosen its front sucker and retract. MD, I'm going to give you a big one. Tang Feiyu put away the bone sword, picked up the laser water gun, stabilized his body, and aimed at the position of the eyes blocked behind the tentacles. Feiyu. The huge recoil made him feel as if his arm was about to be broken. But the effect of the attack was extraordinary. I saw a slender column of water directly penetrate the octopus's body, and liquids mixed in various colors emerged from the octopus's tentacles and head. It rolled on the sea in pain and gave up chasing the raft for a while. But the raft still swayed in the huge waves created by the octopus. If Lin Wanrou hadn't held on tightly to the motor control lever, she would have been thrown into the sea. Shaking his hands, Tang Feiyu aimed at the octopus's other eye again. However, the big octopus's tentacles were flailing everywhere and its body was twisting irregularly, making it impossible to aim at it. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu put down the water gun. Now there is only one last chance to attack. If it misses, it will be wasted. And he needs treatment now. Otherwise, if he is attacked again, both of his arms will be broken. Seeing him put down the water gun, although Lin Wanrou didn't know the reason, she still chose to believe him. Then he hugged her and kissed her. She was stunned. Although she was out of danger temporarily, the giant octopus was not far away and could catch up with her at any time. So she pushed him away and shouted, Are you crazy? Is now the time to do these things? I'll let you kiss me as much as you want when it's safe. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu smiled bitterly and said, I don't want to either, but the recoil of the water gun attack is too strong. Both of my arms are almost broken. If I don't get treatment, I can't attack at all. Lin Wanrou was stunned. She knew the recoil of a water gun was strong, capable of sending people flying, but she hadn't expected it to be this strong. Just one attack and her arm bones were cracked? I don't know. Lin Wanrou said embarrassedly. She thought Tang Feiyu had given up chasing after octopus because he was injured and was celebrating in advance. After that, she closed her eyes and said to him, I will help you heal. A few minutes later, the raft was safe enough away from the octopus, and Tang Feiyu reluctantly let go of Lin Wanrou. Lin Wanrou's face was strange at this moment. She looked at Tang Feiyu, who was smiling brightly. She secretly thought, I wonder if what he said about the fractured bone is true or not. After all, who would have a broken arm and still scratch around? Just as he was about to speak, his body suddenly shook and he flew 2 meters off the raft. Fortunately, Tang Feiyu was quick to pull her back and asked with a puzzled look, What's wrong? Did you bump into something? But after feeling it, the raft was still moving forward quickly and didn't look like it had hit anything. Feiyu. Lin Wanrou's face was pale. The sudden loss of weight just now almost made her lose her soul. Bang! There was another collision, but Tang Feiyu held the handle next to him tightly, so no accident happened. There's something in the sea. He discovered something. What should we do then? Lin Wanrou asked helplessly. After thinking for a while, Tang Feiyu said, Slow down a bit. I'll go down and take a look. As he spoke, he took out a rope from the side and tied it tightly around himself. Without waiting for Lin Wanrou to react, he picked up the bone sword and jumped down. Although it is not very clear due to the lighting, some outlines can still be seen. It's an octopus with incomplete tentacles. However, he did not float over immediately because the pulling force on his waist made it difficult for him to control his body. After a moment of adjustment, he finally managed to right himself. However, the water-repellent beads couldn't keep up with the modified motors. He was several meters away from the raft, let alone attacking the octopus directly below it. He could only helplessly surface and shouted to Lin Wanrou. "Wanrou, slow down a bit." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrou quickly slowed down until her speed was slower than that of the water-repellent beads, and then she stopped. After making a reassuring gesture to Lin Wanrou, he dived again and rushed towards the disabled octopus. Octopus also spotted Tang Feiyu, but knew that the sword in his hand was very sharp and he was no match for him, so he turned around and ran away. However, it was still a step too late. Tang Feiyu placed the bone sword on his chest and aimed at the fleeing octopus. In an instant, the length of the bone sword increased from more than 1 meter to 30 or 40 meters. It pierced directly through the octopus's body. Then, Tang Feiyu chopped down with all his strength, using the long bone sword's own gravity to offset a lot of the water's resistance. Finally, the octopus was cut in half. The fleeing figure froze and floated quietly in the water. He took off the long hook from his waist, aimed at the octopus's body, pressed the switch, and the gun tip instantly hit the octopus. Then he returned to the raft and brought back the octopus's body. Finally done, Tang Feiyu said while sitting on the raft, grinning and panting. Chapter 40 Generous Rewards. Lin Wanrou hugged Tang Feiyu and choked up, saying, "Don't take risks in the future. We can think of other ways. After all, even with the water-repellent beads, people in the sea are not invincible. Not to mention that the water-repellent beads can't move as fast as the monsters in the sea. The diving depth is also very limited. Once pulled into the deep sea, the huge pressure will instantly destroy the water-repellent beads." Tang Feiyu stroked Lin Wanrou's hair and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's go quickly. That giant octopus might catch up with us at any time." The raft sped up again and ran quickly into the distance. The giant octopus, which had become accustomed to the pain, sank to the bottom of the sea and quickly chased after the person who had hurt it. Sitting on the raft, Tang Feiyu looked at the energy bar on the water gun and pondered. The water gun cannot be recharged at night, and now there is only one attack opportunity left. However, the fatal position of the giant octopus is difficult to find. He had previously pierced its eyes, but it hadn't been fatal. Besides, octopuses have 3 hearts and 9 brains. Even if he was lucky enough to hit the main brain, the octopus wouldn't die immediately. As for a few disposable skill cards, they were not even within his consideration. From the description of Fireball, you can roughly guess the power of the skill card. A fireball the size of a football is, at most, equivalent to the damage of a dozen explosive darts. It's of no use against such a behemoth. After much thought, he finally came up with a solution and immediately took action. First, I went to the workbench and used the remaining plastic to make 38 bottles. Then I started filling them with seawater. Seeing this, Lin Wanrou also squatted down to help. As for the direction, there are no obstacles on the sea anyway, so as long as you don't run in the opposite direction, you'll be fine. The two of them acted quickly and finished in just a few minutes. Afterwards, the transaction was designated for Tang Feiyu. This time, he was lucky enough to get 8 radiation sources and 300 bottles of seawater. Without plastic, he couldn't get more bottles even if he wanted them. The trading area was completely empty. After all, everyone was busy dealing with the octopus, so who would have the time to buy or sell supplies? Looking at the deadly weapon in his hand, Tang Feiyu couldn't be sure whether this thing that deducted life proportionally could be effective on the giant octopus. If it can, these 8 are enough to kill it. If not, it will be in trouble. I can only try to delay it until after midnight to see if the giant octopus will continue to chase me. Time passed by bit, and the sea was calm. Just when Tang Feiyu was surprised that the giant octopus had given up chasing him, the raft was pushed up again. A thick tentacle broke through the sea surface and lifted the raft up. With a bang, the raft was thrown far away and hit the sea surface, and the stirred sea water poured onto the raft. Many of the bundled supplies were also free. However, at this time, the two of them had no time to care about the supplies that fell into the sea. If they didn't kill the giant octopus, no matter how much supplies they had, it would be useless. "Oh, if you don't throw away the raft, I can't do anything to you." Looking at the huge tentacle dozens of meters away, Tang Feiyu sneered. Then, he picked up the darts and radiation source that had been bundled together before and threw them at the tentacle that was retracting into the sea. If he simply threw the bottle, he wasn't sure how far he could throw it, but with the explosive dart, Although the speed was slower than a single dart, he didn't have to worry about the distance. As the dart made contact with the octopus, it exploded with a bang. The source of radiation also exploded, transforming into poisonous mist that infected a large area of the octopus's legs. With the help of the firelight from the explosion, Tang Feiyu discovered that the infected area had turned dark green, which was particularly obvious on the orange-red octopus. However, the scope of infection is only 1/30th of the size in the exposed area. He wasn't sure if he could fatally injure the octopus. Now the octopus has completely hidden under the sea surface, and there is no chance for it to use the source of radiation again. This big guy has become smarter, Tang Feiyu said helplessly. At the same time, he also felt a little regretful for being careless and not storing enough radiation sources in advance. Otherwise, during the first wave of attack, the giant octopus would be on the sea surface, giving it a chance to kill the opponent directly. Wow! A huge tentacle stretched out from the side of the raft and quickly wrapped around the raft, ready to pull it into the sea. Although being sailed in all weathers can ensure that the raft will not capsize, it cannot guarantee that the raft will not sink to the bottom. Tang Feiyu's face darkened, and he quickly controlled the bone sword to lengthen, trying to cut off the tentacles. However, the bone sword became less sharp after becoming longer, making it very difficult to cut. Dong! The raft entered the sea, and the two of them floated up instantly. However, Tang Feiyu was still tied with a rope around his waist and sank with it. Seeing this, he quickly reached out and grabbed Lin Wanrou. After all, she didn't have the water-repellent beads. If she really floated to the surface of the sea, it would be even more dangerous. Pulling her out of the range of the raft, Tang Feiyu once again shot a bomb dart tied with the source of radiation at the tentacles wrapped around the raft in the distance, and shot 3 in a row. Boom, boom, boom. The dart exploded, and the poisonous mist attached to the tentacles. The tentacles that were originally tightly wrapped stiffened for a moment, and then quickly retracted. Without the pull, the raft began to rise. With a splash, it floated above the sea again. Time passed slowly as the two of them were on guard. Congratulations on surviving the novice assessment. Starting tomorrow morning, you will face a more difficult survival test. Congratulations on surviving. Congratulations. 3 bold messages appeared in front of everyone. The deserted chat area suddenly became lively. Woo woo, I finally survived. That octopus was so dangerous. It's okay. Although it was a bit troublesome, I still managed to kill it. Octopus legs, advanced skill blind box. Will tomorrow be more difficult? When will this kind of life end? Are you interested in trading with a little brother? Brand new custom video. There's a tentacle monster appearing, JPG. At this time, Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou did not look at the chat area, but looked at each other in confusion. Because after the prompt appeared, another prompt appeared. Congratulations on hunting down the giant octopus king. Rewards: 2 talent upgrade cards, 2 special skill chests, 1 unconditional raft upgrade card, 1 random raft skill card, and 1 clairvoyant telescope. Do you want to announce this to others? Without hesitation, they both said at the same time, not to be announced. The two of them can still clearly distinguish what can be said and what cannot be said. Chapter 41 Raft Evolution. Many people killed the octopus, but Tang Feiyu and his companions still got the first kill. In an instant, they found the highlight. So the octopuses killed by others are different from ours? Tang Feiyu said speechlessly. Lin Wanrou didn't know what to say about this. Thinking of that terrifying body, if it weren't for Tang Feiyu's actions, anyone else would have died long ago, right? But risks also come with rewards. At the very least, some of the rewards given seem pretty good, at least much better than what those people in the chat area said. Besides, it is not up to them to decide what kind of test they encounter. What else can they do but accept it? Wanrou, come here. Tang Feiyu handed the rewards to Lin Wanrou and asked her to assign them to him. Although the reward was better than others, he was not satisfied. Lin Wanrou did not hesitate either. If she didn't use the cheat, it would become invalid if it expired. After their talents were enhanced, the original reward appeared before them in a different form. Talent Evolution Card, 2. Unique Skill Treasure Box, 2. Unconditional Raft Evolution Card, Random Advanced Raft Skill Card, Satellite Telescope. Lin Wanrou looked at the evolution card and said, Feiyu, you use it first. After all, his talent was more convenient for surviving and obtaining supplies, and his current talent was more than enough. Tang Feiyu glanced at her, did not refuse, picked up a talent evolution card, and used it directly. How is it? Lin Wanrou asked. Tang Feiyu shook his head. I don't feel anything. How about trading something and try it? If you want to test his talent, it's not possible now because the supplies on the raft have all been amplified. Lin Wanrou spent a bottle of water in the trading area and traded for 2 units of wood blocks. After receiving them, She designated Tang Feiyu again. Talent harvest is effective. Material, wood block, triggers a 100-fold increase. Congratulations on obtaining a piece of dragon subduing wood, high grade. Dragon subduing wood, advanced, reduces the chance of being attacked by sea beasts. Seeing the dragon-shaped wooden stick in his hand, Tang Feiyu's face lit up with joy. He looked at Lin Wanrou and said with a smile, "Now I can increase my power 100-fold." Then, Lin Wanrou traded another piece of wood. After being taken out, it becomes a wooden block of 100 units. Although it was not the dragon subduing wood, the two had no regrets. After all, that thing looked very rare, and they were very lucky to be able to amplify it in one go. People should not be greedy, otherwise they will easily become dissatisfied and suffer disasters. Feiyu, why don't you use the other one as well? It should be able to increase your power by 1,000 times. Tang Feiyu picked up the evolution card, hesitated for a moment, and saw her give him a look of affirmation. He chose to use it again, but the card in his hand did not change at all. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief and handed the card to Lin Wanrou, saying, "It should only evolve once. You can use this card." In this situation, Lin Wanrou no longer refused and used the card in her hand on herself. Instantly, Tang Feiyu felt the air around him become sweeter. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt like Lin Wanrou in front of him was emitting a faint fluorescent light. After several minutes, the light dimmed. "How is it?" Tang Feiyu asked hurriedly when he saw her open her eyes. Lin Wanrou didn't say anything, but just stretched out a finger, and her slender fingers slowly began to glow. Then, Lin Wanrou pointed her finger at Tang Feiyu. Hiss! Tang Feiyu felt as comfortable as if he was receiving a full-body massage from a senior technician. "My talent has also been strengthened. In addition to passively using blood to heal wounds, I can also actively consume blood to restore physical strength and mental strength. And the healing effect should be stronger. However, this is not considered an active skill." Her talent and evolutionary effect were not as obvious as Tang Feiyu's, so Lin Wanrou felt a little disappointed. On the contrary, Tang Feiyu was quite satisfied with this. After all, a sweet-smelling girlfriend became an even sweeter girlfriend. Even if he didn't do anything else, just hugging her to sleep could make people happy. After the talent evolved, Tang Feiyu gave the skill treasure box to Lin Wanrou and asked her to open it. After all, his bloodline was really not good enough. As a result, after she opened one box, she couldn't open the second box. "You can probably only open one. After all, this is not a skill-blind box." Lin Wanrou shook her head and said. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu could only pray to God in his heart and then opened his box. "Congratulations on obtaining the unique skill, Die and Never Let Go. Die and Never Stop. Unique, burn everything in yourself and gain 10 minutes of 100 times the burst time." After reading the skill introduction, Tang Feiyu did not show his skill card, but asked, "Wanrou, what is your skill?" Lin Wanrou handed over her card directly. Resurrection. Unique, prepare resurrection flesh in advance. After consuming resurrection flesh, you can avoid death once. Note, resurrection flesh requires consuming a large amount of your own blood, so use with caution. After looking at Lin Wanrou's skill card, Tang Feiyu was at a loss for words. Logically, this skill matched his own, but after seeing the notes at the end, he knew with his heels that the cost would be enormous. "Show me your skills." Lin Wanrou leaned over and snatched the card from Tang Feiyu's hand. It seems like you have me at your mercy for the rest of my life." Lin Wanrou stared at Tang Feiyu with her beautiful eyes. But no matter what, the two of them have a way to save their lives. As for the giant octopus before, if they had these two skills, they would not have to run away at all. Tang Feiyu could just rush up with the bone sword and scrape it clean. After all, it is a 100-fold increase. Not to mention the strength, even the speed is terrifying. After using their skill cards, Tang Feiyu picked up the unconditional Raft evolution card. Originally, he was still worried about upgrading the Raft, but now evolution should be better than upgrading. Thinking about it, he used the card directly. The two of them felt their feet lighten, and then they felt their vision rising up, until they stopped 2 or 3 meters away from the sea surface. Name, dilapidated fishing boat. Level 0. Area, 5m 18m. Firmness, 5000. Special effects, rain or shine, you will fall into the trap. Skills, nesting, 1x/day, setting sail, unique. Equipment, fully automatic defensive harpoon, advanced, speedboat motor, advanced. Building, tool bench, level 1 tools, weapons. Stove, level 1 grilled fish, chopped pepper fish head. Lockers, unopened. This has directly passed the Raft stage. Lin Wanrou stepped on the fishing boat under her feet in surprise. Chapter 42, Zhang Qian's life. Before using the evolution card, she checked and saw that the next level was a level 6 raft. She wasn't sure how many levels a raft could reach, but she knew it wouldn't transform directly into a fishing boat. In addition to transformation, there is an additional skill and an additional attribute of strength. Set sail, unique. After specifying the direction, move forward quickly at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour for 3 hours. Can be used at most once a day. No collision volume. I checked the logs and found that it was because they were the first to upgrade to the only skill rewarded by the fishing boat. This speed is far beyond that of a normal fishing boat. However, the two of them were too busy enjoying the upgrade to their fishing boat. Instead, they looked at each other and then at the other card in their hands. Random Advanced Raft Skill Card. Can this card still be used now? Let's try it. Lin Wanrou said with some pain. If this didn't work, the two of them would cry to death. Tang Feiyu made a bitter face and used the card on the fishing boat under his feet. To his surprise, the card began to glow, which was a sign that it could be used. Otherwise, the card will remain unchanged. Congratulations on your fishing boat obtaining the advanced skill, Rampage. Rampage. At a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, it rams the target. During the collision, the hull strength is increased by 300%. The two of them currently had no idea about the durability of 5,000, but just thinking about the speed of this skill would give them an idea of the damage it could cause. After all, you've never hit anyone while driving a boat, but you've never seen a car accident scene, right? Not to mention 200 kilometers per hour. Even if the car hits something at 800, 900, or 1,000 kilometers per hour, it will be scrapped. The only remaining reward item was a telescope, a pair of binoculars barely larger than a palm. The name was rather pretentious, a satellite telescope. However, after reading the introduction of the items, they were both shocked. Satellite telescope, rare in normal mode. It can clearly see objects within a range of 10 to 20 kilometers. Charged mode. It can see the designated target globally without any obstruction, without spatial restrictions. No wonder it is called this name. It really looks like a satellite. Almost instantly, the two of them thought of the use of the telescope. They could use it to check on Zhang Qian's condition and preferably find her location. Then they could sail to find her. Of course, the two of them had a guess in their minds that they didn't want to mention, which was that Zhang Qian had died before. Feiyu, Lin Wanrou said with a trembling voice. Yeah. Tang Feiyu handed the telescope to her and nodded. Lin Wanrou took the telescope tremblingly, put it in front of her eyes, and pressed the charging button. A beam of light visible to the naked eye shot out from the telescope lens and disappeared into the sky. An input box appeared in front of Lin Wanrou. Without hesitation, she directly entered Zhang Qian's name and basic information. This way she could ensure that she saw the person she was looking for, rather than someone with the same name. After a few minutes, Tang Feiyu asked, "How is it? Can you find it?" Hearing his words, Lin Wanrou did not answer, but swallowed her saliva with a gulp sound, then put down the telescope that had begun to warn of low energy, looked at Tang Feiyu, and said, "Feiyu, I'm hungry." The gentle voice made Tang Feiyu's soul tremble. This was the first time he heard her act like a spoiled child to him. He couldn't stand it. He really couldn't stand it. After a while, Tang Feiyu began to prepare dinner. After putting the casserole on the campfire, he asked, "How is it? Did you find Qian?" Although he hadn't heard the answer yet, Tang Feiyu had already guessed it from Lin Wanrou's expression. After all, this was the first time she showed a relaxed expression. "We found it. That girl. Except that her raft is not as good as our fishing boat. The food she eats is much better than ours. She is actually eating hot pot," Lin Wanrou said in disbelief. After all, Tang Feiyu had used up all the supplies on his side, so neither of them could have a proper hot pot. They could only use the pot bottom to blanch some fish, octopus legs, and other seafood. Just now, I saw Zhang Qian sitting on a raft, with a special charcoal stove and copper pot in front of her, cooking beef, mutton, and a bunch of vegetables. It doesn't look like surviving on the sea at all. It looks more like sitting in a hot pot restaurant. Moreover, his clothes were spotless and not in a mess at all, unlike the other two who were soaked to the skin. Tang Feiyu was so greedy by what she said that he lowered his head to look at the fish and octopus legs placed next to him, and suddenly felt that they were not tasty anymore. "How did she get those things?" Tang Feiyu asked curiously. After all, I had opened the supply sheet. The most important thing was that I didn't see anyone selling beef, mutton, or vegetables in the trading area. Otherwise, he wouldn't only eat fish and meat. Originally, he just asked the question subconsciously, but when Lin Wanrou heard it, she was shocked. Is it necessary to explain how a girl, a beautiful but weak girl, could obtain a large amount of supplies under such circumstances? Seeing her expression change and her previous relaxed look gone, Tang Feiyu instantly thought of that possibility. Well, Wanrou, Qian is not that kind of person. He didn't even believe what he said, let alone Lin Wanrou. Well, as long as the person is still alive, I can't ask for anything else. Lin Wanrou said in a very depressed mood. After all, compared to life, nothing else mattered. And she was all alone on the sea, so the fact that she hadn't died was better than anything else. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu slapped his mouth and secretly blamed himself for being too talkative and shouldn't have brought up this matter. The dinner, which should have been a happy one, turned out to be tasteless. Wanrou, go take a shower first. I'll take care of these, Tang Feiyu said hurriedly when he saw Lin Wanrou was about to wash the dishes. Feiyu, I'm sorry. It's not your fault for what happened to Qian. She naturally saw that Tang Feiyu was blaming himself for the wrong words he had said before, and said quickly. However, Tang Feiyu still insisted on washing the dishes, so Lin Wanrou had no choice but to let him do it. Coming to the bathtub, she took off her half-dry clothes and sat in. The original shed on the raft has now become a large room. After closing the doors and windows, it is quite private inside. Half an hour later, Lin Wanrou walked out of the bathtub, ran her hands across her beautiful body, wiped off the water droplets on her body, then changed into a new set of clothes and walked out. Feiyu, you should go take a shower too. After saying this, his face turned red. After all, he could only use his own bath water. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu ran faster than a rabbit. This is why he didn't upgrade the bathtub before. Entering the room, Tang Feiyu quickly stripped himself and jumped in. It seemed that because of Lin Wanrou's evolved talent, the bath water now carried her fragrance. Chapter 43: The First Attack for Survival. Tang Feiyu, who usually finished washing in a few minutes, took him half an hour this time before changing his clothes and coming out. Seeing that he was holding the clothes from before, Lin Wanrou said, "Let me wash them together later." Hearing her words, Tang Feiyu did not refuse and handed the clothes over. Watching Lin Wanrou go to wash clothes, Tang Feiyu took out the drawings of his constant temperature waterproof sleeping bag. Now that we have rubber and the raft has been upgraded to a fishing boat, we finally don't have to sleep on wood anymore. After 5 hours of accelerator use, a 22 black sleeping bag appeared in front of him. It looks quite thick. Even if I don't lie down in it, it's better to use it as a cushion on the wooden bed than before. Just as he was getting ready, Lin Wanrou came back with an empty basin and hung the washed clothes on the rope outside. Wanrou, it's getting late. Let's take a rest, Tang Feiyu said as he patted the sleeping bag under his butt. Lin Wanrou looked at the sleeping bag in surprise, put the wooden basin aside, and walked over. Lying on the sleeping bag, Lin Wanrou nestled in Tang Feiyu's arms, which surprised him a little. Usually he was the one who hugged Lin Wanrou shamelessly, but this was the first time she took the initiative to hug him. But before he could say anything, he heard the sound of steady breathing in his arms. Seeing this, he placed his hand on Lin Wanrou's back and closed his eyes. The next morning, when Tang Feiyu got up, he did not see Lin Wanrou, and there was only a faint fragrance lingering around him. Squeak! The door of the cabin was pushed open, and Lin Wanrou came in with a bowl. Seeing that Tang Feiyu had woken up, she smiled and said, "Just in time. Go wash up and eat, Feiyu." Slurp! Tang Feiyu first swallowed the saliva that was about to flow out, and then reluctantly pulled his eyes away from Lin Wanrou's legs. Because today Lin Wanrou was wearing a sleeveless t-shirt and a short skirt, but she was wearing black stockings on her legs. On the contrary, it is more attractive than before when her legs were bare. When Lin Wanrou first got this versatile pair of stockings, she just used it as an emergency item. But yesterday, I found out that Zhang Qian was still alive, and my tense heartstrings relaxed. I decided to fulfill my responsibilities as a girlfriend and give my boyfriend some benefits. When Tang Feiyu washed his face and brushed his teeth and sat down at the table, Lin Wanrou sat down next to him. Seeing Tang Feiyu stealing glances at her from time to time, she smiled and said, "Okay, let's eat quickly. If you want to see, I'll let you see enough later." Just as they were eating, some large fish appeared next to the other people's raft. They are also ready to eat. However, because there was a dragon subduing wood hanging outside Tang Feiyu's fishing boat, nothing came to disturb him. After dinner, Lin Wanrou took the initiative to kiss him on the face, and then took the empty bowl out to wash it. Hee, what happened today? Am I still in a dream? Tang Feiyu didn't understand the change in Lin Wanrou's mentality and felt it was a little unreal. With joy in his heart, he walked out holding the satellite telescope hanging on the window. This thing doesn't charge with solar energy, but instead requires moonlight and starlight. After a night of charging, it's now fully charged. Tang Feiyu first walked around the ship and looked at the sea, and found several boxes, but they were all more than 10 miles away and scattered in several directions. He was too lazy to turn the boat around. There was another box ahead anyway. What is Qian doing? Tang Feiyu was a little curious. He raised the telescope to his eyes and pressed a button of another form. It ran out of energy after Lin Wanrou used it before, and he had never experienced the charging mode of the satellite telescope. All I see is Snow White. Hiss! Tang Feiyu gasped and quickly put down the telescope, muttering, Qian, why is she taking a shower so early in the morning? What? Lin Wanrou walked over and asked while combing her hair. Well, nothing, Tang Feiyu said a little embarrassedly, but his attention was soon attracted by Lin Wanrou. After she tied her hair up, her slender neck was exposed to the air without any obstruction. Under the reflection of the orange-red morning glow, her fair skin was also dyed with color, and the fine hairs were clearly visible. Tang Feiyu wanted to take a bite of it when he saw it. Seeing the telescope in his hand, Lin Wanrou asked, How is it? Did you find the box? Yes, it's ahead. I encountered it soon. I also found it in other directions. But it's a bit far away. I don't plan to sail over to get it. Hearing his words, Lin Wanrou nodded. Starting a motor also consumes energy. If it was a special box, it would be fine. It's not worth wasting energy on an ordinary box. Although it is free solar energy, you can save the energy and activate the fishing boat skills in case of emergency. The two walked to the side of the boat hand in hand. Lin Wanrou started fishing. Tang Feiyu sat next to her, put his chin on her shoulder, sniffed the fragrance, and opened the trading area. He planned to produce the design he had obtained earlier, but now he was missing some basic materials. They fell into the sea. It's strange. Why is the trading area still so deserted? Hearing this, Lin Wanrou opened the trading area and took a look in surprise. The current trading area was so full that you could see the end at a glance. She also felt that something was wrong. The assessment ended at midnight last night. Everyone was exhausted and went to bed early. It was normal that no one was trading. But now that it's cold, it's impossible that they haven't gotten up yet, right? It's not like the past when you could sleep in the morning or something. Feiyu, look at the chat area. Lin Wanrou suddenly reminded. Tang Feiyu opened the chat area and found out what had happened. It turned out that early in the morning, before the others were ready to eat, they saw some ferocious marine creatures surrounding the raft. They were obviously waiting for breakfast too. Only a few people with better weapons ended the battle early and started complaining in the chat area. As for the others, it was probably not over yet, so naturally no one was posting anything in the trading area. We've just passed the novice stage, and we're already encountering monsters? Is this going to be a more difficult environment to survive in? Tang Feiyu asked in confusion. Why haven't we encountered any attacks here? Lin Wanrou was stunned for a moment, and after a while, she said uncertainly, Could it be because of the dragon subduing wood? It works now, Tang Feiyu said with some surprise. Congratulations on surviving the first attack. The next ones will be even more difficult. Now everyone, open your personal attribute panel. Congratulations. Congratulations. A bold prompt suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Personal panel, it looks more like a game. All the attributes are shown. Tang Feiyu complained and opened his own panel. Chapter 44 Skeleton Fish. Name, Tang Feiyu. Age, 22. Talent, Harvest, can multiply the traded materials by 100 times. Stamina, 15, normal people 10. Strength, 12, normal people 10. Speed, 11, normal person 10. Energy, 18, normal person 10. Hunger level, 100. If it's below 50, all attributes will be reduced. If it's below 30, there's a chance of unconsciousness. The higher your stamina is, the slower your hunger level decreases. Fatigue, 100. If it's below 30, you may die suddenly. The higher your energy, the slower your fatigue decreases. Skills, Weakness Sense Advanced, Death Unique, Navigation Advanced, Bath Scrub Master, Foot Massage Master, Acupuncture Master. After looking at his own panel, Tang Feiyu pondered for a moment and made a rough estimate. He felt that if he did not move and did not eat for 2 days, his hunger level would probably drop by 50. A 50% reduction in fatigue would require 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, of course, without a lot of activity. If we encounter an attack like before, the rate at which these two data will decrease will definitely be much faster than normal. Wanrou, what are your attributes? Tang Feiyu asked Lin Wanrou beside him. See for yourself. Lin Wanrou directly sent a picture, which was a screenshot of her panel. Name, Lin Wanrou. Age, 28. Talent, Medicine, use yourself as medicine. Stamina, 20. Strength, 9. Speed, 10. Energy, 17. Hunger, 100%. Fatigue, 100%. Skills, Soul Soothing, Advanced. Bloodthirst, Advanced Passive. Cook, Advanced. Living Towards Death, Unique. Hiss, why is your physical strength so high? Tang Feiyu asked in surprise. Her strength and speed were normal, but her energy and stamina were ridiculously high. She was even stronger than a man like herself. Lin Wanrou placed a finger between her lips and pondered for a moment before speaking. It should be related to my talent. Ever since I awakened my talent, I feel like I've become more energetic than before. Did your talent increase that much? Tang Feiyu asked curiously. Doubled? Is that reasonable? Of course, this was irrational. The medicine talent had increased Lin Wanrou's physical fitness by about 4 points, bringing her physical fitness from 9 points to 13 points. Later, the talent evolved once, adding an additional 4 points to her physical fitness, bringing it to 17 points. The remaining 3 points were gained from the high-end foods I had eaten in the past few days, such as shark fin soup and octopus balls. After all, without sufficient physical strength, how can one become more flexible? However, the two of them were still unaware of these things and just thought that they were all bonuses from their talent for medicine. Tang Feiyu was even more excited as he hugged Lin Wanrou and kissed her, then shouted, "My wife has the appearance of an emperor." Who is your wife? Lin Wanrou was used to being kissed, so it was nothing. But when she heard Tang Feiyu's words, her face turned red with shame, and she spoke in a weak voice. Just as she was about to speak, the fishing rod in her hand suddenly sank. Lin Wanrou slowly tightened her grip on the rod and began to pull it up slowly. Tang Feiyu naturally would not miss this opportunity to stick close to her. The two of them worked together to pull the fish up. The two looked at the fish struggling on the deck in surprise. Unlike the fish they had caught before, the fish before them looked a little too casual. Name, skeleton fish, advanced. Age, 2.5 years. Talent, none. Stamina, 9. Strength, 10. Speed, 10. Energy, 17. Hunger level, 60%. If below 50%, the aggression is doubled. Fatigue, 40%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills, none. Characteristics. Fish meat contains a bone-corroding toxin. Excessive consumption can lead to osteoporosis, flesh and blood rupture, and death. Fish bones are nourishing, strengthening tendons and bones, and even a small amount can increase physical strength. Damn it. Why do people's attributes decrease and they become comatose when they are hungry, but fish become more ferocious when they are hungry? Tang Feiyu cursed. Lin Wanrou slapped him and said coquettishly, "Don't say dirty words." Then, the two of them killed the skeleton fish and increased the value of the 5 portions of fish meat and 2 portions of fish bones that were decomposed. Talent harvest is effective. The material, skeleton fish meat, triggers a 100-fold increase. Congratulations on obtaining 3 portions of tarsal poison and 200 portions of skullfish meat. Tarsal poison, a dose that can poison creatures of high quality and below. Talented harvest is effective. The material, skeleton fish bone, triggers a 100-fold increase. Congratulations on obtaining 2 copies of skeleton fish king bones. Skeleton fish king bone, fine quality boiled into soup. Each serving can increase 1 point of physical strength and 1 point of strength. Let's have fish soup at noon, Tang Feiyu said with his mouth watering after seeing the introduction of the items. If he hadn't just eaten a full meal this morning, he would have wanted to make some fish soup right now. After all, it would be a waste not to use something that could improve his attributes. Lin Wanrou didn't expect that the ugly-looking fish she caught could actually increase its attributes. After hearing Tang Feiyu's words, he naturally agreed. The higher the attribute, the better. What should we do with all this fish? Lin Wanrou asked worriedly, looking at the 200 servings of skeleton fish meat nearby. It wasn't edible, and it was useless except for taking up space. Tang Feiyu's eyes rolled, and he quickly came up with an idea. He said, "What do you think about selling these fish? Who would buy it if it's not edible?" Lin Wanrou didn't think this was a good idea. Hey, that's not necessarily true. Think about it. This kind of fish meat can't be eaten, but it can be used to feed marine life. Others are facing attacks and don't have as good weapons and equipment as we do. We can use this fish meat to feed them. If we feed them enough, those attacking sea monsters will not die even if their bones are broken all over their bodies, right? Hearing this, Lin Wanrou's eyes lit up. It seemed that the fish meat was not bad. Tang Feiyu no longer hesitated and directly sent the picture to the chat area. Attention, those who don't have a good way to deal with sea monster attacks. There are only 200 copies, each in groups of 20. Come quickly if you need one. He doesn't sell it in individual portions. After all, you need to consume a lot to see the effect. A pack of 20 is reasonable, considering it's 20 pounds. As long as it's not the size of the king octopus he encountered, it's definitely enough. Oh my god, the boss has got some good stuff again. I really want it, but unfortunately, I don't have anything to trade. Brother, can I exchange the custom slime tentacle monster video for another one? There's this kind of fish? I've never heard of it. The news about Tang Feiyu caused a stir in the chat area. Gigi, wouldn't you like a copy of the tentacle monster video? Tang Feiyu was about to make a deal with someone when he heard a cold, sweat-inducing sound of a clip. He turned around and found Lin Wanrou looking at him with a teasing attitude. Chapter 45 The Light One. Looking at Lin Wanrou's teasing expression, Tang Feiyu said seriously, "How could I possibly buy that kind of video? Impossible. Really? Which one do you usually watch?" "Of course it's the beauty in black stockings." "Bah, I've never seen it." Seeing Tang Feiyu swearing and swearing, Lin Wanrou smiled and changed the subject, saying, "It seems that skeleton fish meat is more popular than we thought." Tang Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and began to speak along with her words. He also did not forget to put the fish on the shelf. Soon, all 200 copies, 10 sets, were sold out. Talented Harvest is active. Supplies, washing machine blueprint, toilet blueprint, sniper rifle blueprint, 1 caddies of advanced nutrient soil, high-pressure diving suit blueprint, 20 caddies of pineapples, 5 cans of canned yellow peaches, random advanced skill blind box, time accelerator 10 hours, solar battery blueprint, triggering 100-fold amplification. Congratulations on obtaining fully automatic washing machine blueprint, advanced water flushing toilet blueprint, laser gun blueprint, 100 gene of advanced nutrient soil, deep sea traveler blueprint, 2000 gene of pineapples, 500 cans of canned yellow peaches, random rare skill blind box, 800-hour time accelerator /2 advanced accelerators, multi-energy battery blueprint. Looking at the pineapples and canned food piled all over the deck, the two of them looked at each other in bewilderment. There was so much that they definitely couldn't finish it all. Even if each person eats 18 kilograms a day, it will take more than 50 days to eat these 2,000 kilograms. In this weather, it will go bad long ago. It could only be traded out. Tang Feiyu looked at the materials needed for the design drawings nearby, then took the pineapple and canned food and went to purchase them. They left behind 50 kilograms of pineapples and 20 cans of canned food. In addition to exchanging the remaining materials for necessary materials, they also purchased some basic materials. The most expensive items should be the materials for the laser gun and deep-sea travelers, which consumed half of the pineapples and canned food. After another 320 hours of acceleration, all the design drawings were finally turned into physical objects. After reading them, Tang Feiyu felt that this transaction was not a loss. Unlike previous laser water guns, which had strong recoil, this one has no recoil at all, yet is just as powerful as a water gun. It also uses solar power for charging, just a little less attacking. After charging for 1 hour, it can attack 3 times. Put it together with the water gun to charge. Tang Feiyu picked up the deep-sea traveler. I thought it was a small submarine or something, but it turned out to be a tight diving suit. But this dress may look inconspicuous, but the introduction information is extremely awesome. Deep-sea traveler. It can withstand water pressure up to 300 meters deep. He doesn't know if it's reliable, but plans to give it a try when he has time. However, so far, nothing has been found that is inconsistent with the introduction information. He also installed a washing machine and toilet in the cabin's bathroom, which was simply enclosed with wood and shark skin. There was also a water purification tub inside. Then there are the multi-energy batteries, which can be charged using wind, water, and solar energy at the same time. It is enough to power electrical appliances such as washing machines. I don't need the high-quality nutrient soil yet. Although I got some seeds before, I used them for hydroponics. I put them in a corner for the time being. Then, the two looked at the skill blind box. Tang Feiyu handed it to Lin Wanrou to open. Congratulations on obtaining the rare skill card, Heavenly Voice. Voice of Nature. Through singing, add a buff to the designated target, increasing all attributes by 200%, lasting for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. The two of them had made plans beforehand, and all the auxiliary skills were given to Lin Wanrou to learn. As for combat skills, Tang Feiyu uses them. So after seeing the skill clearly, Lin Wanrou chose to use it directly. Then, Tang Feiyu said with a smile, "Wanrou, come sing a song and see the effect." Lin Wanrou rolled her eyes at him, but didn't refuse. Her red lips parted slightly, and a melancholic voice began to sing. In the big garden. Tang Feiyu's face froze. Although her voice is nice, this song, even though the song wasn't great, it didn't affect the effect. It was hard. All the muscles in my body were hard. Tang Feiyu took a look at his attributes. Physical strength, 30. Strength, 24. Speed, 22. Energy, 36. Heavenly sound, duration, 5 minutes. The luring the enemy into a trap trick worked, and you received a wooden box. Before he could say anything, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Then it sounded that there was a box in the direction of advancement. This triggered the special effect of the fishing boat, and it automatically picked up the box. Lin Wanrou walked to the side of the ship with the box and opened it, then came back with a pair of shoes. Unfortunately, these were a pair of women's shoes, so he still had to go barefoot. After the talent enhancement, the originally ordinary shoes have changed drastically. Lightweight. Movement speed increased by 30%, less likely to fall. This is a pair of high heels with a red base and black surface. Originally, Tang Feiyu felt a little regretful that he couldn't let Lin Wanrou wear them. After all, when I put them on, I was afraid that I had never dropped high heels into the sea. But after reading the introduction, I was sure. Lin Wanrou also saw the introduction, and then noticed Tang Feiyu's expectant expression. Her cheeks blushed, but she decided to change it. "Let me do it," Tang Feiyu shouted. Holding Lin Wanrou and taking her shoes, he got into the cabin. He put her on the sleeping bag, then slowly took the pair of feet wearing black stockings out of the disposable slippers. Due to the effect of the innate medicine, Lin Wanrou's feet did not have any strange smell, but instead had a medicinal fragrance that was hard to put down. "Nonsense, the versatile stockings do have antibacterial effects," Tang Feiyu retorted. "But I didn't continue, otherwise I would look like a pervert." The others had finally had a chance to rest after dealing with a wave of attacks. If they knew that Tang Feiyu was not attacked and was flirting with a beautiful woman, I wonder what their expressions would be. "Feiyu, I want to see Qianqian," Lin Wanrou said in a low voice. Although she suspected Zhang Qian might do something to survive, Lin Wanrou didn't disown her. Instead, she felt even more distressed and wanted to see her more. Chapter 46, Speculating Zhang Qian's Location. "Go ahead and take a look." Tang Feiyu handed over the telescope hanging by the window. Lin Wanrou took it, put it in front of her eyes, and soon exclaimed worriedly, "Oh no, Qianqian is in danger." Tang Feiyu was shocked when he heard this, but before he could say anything, Lin Wanrou exclaimed again, "What's wrong? Qianqian doesn't seem to be what we thought." As she said that, Lin Wanrou handed the telescope to Tang Feiyu. When Tang Feiyu saw the situation on Zhang Qian's side, he took a breath and made some insignificant contribution to global warming. Zhang Qian faced the attacking shark without panicking. It was not until the shark flew close to her that she slowly raised one hand and snapped her fingers. Then, several streams of water rose from the sea and quickly turned into ice cones. The shark was stabbed all over the body and died a miserable death. After putting down the telescope, the two looked at each other in bewilderment. After a long while, Tang Feiyu said in disbelief, "Is Qianqian that strong?" Judging from her behavior, it didn't seem like she had just acquired the skill. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to be so calm and composed. It is clear that only with rich experience in dealing with things can one remain calm and composed. Lin Wanrou finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if possible, no one wants her to trade her body for a chance to survive. This situation is the best. Now we don't have to worry about that girl anymore. She seems to be living better than any of us," Tang Feiyu said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Wanrou also hugged Tang Feiyu with a relaxed smile. Perhaps because she was so happy, she gave two waves of benefits. Feeling a burst of warmth in front of her, Lin Wanrou also realized that her current posture was not right. She quickly pulled Tang Feiyu's head out from her chest. Seeing a small wet spot on her clothes and Tang Feiyu drooling, she glanced at him coquettishly. Tang Feiyu made a few serious excuses. "You have so many excuses." Lin Wanrou reached out and pinched Tang Feiyu's waist. Tang Feiyu's expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly said excitedly, "I have a way to determine Qianqian's direction." Hearing this, Lin Wanrou was a little surprised but immediately asked nervously, "Really?" "That's right," Tang Feiyu said with certainty. "Since it is daytime here and the sun's tilt is not too great, we can be sure that our time zones are no more than 6 hours apart." Tang Feiyu squatted on the ground, drew a simple diagram, and then said, "Before we started our survival, it was late summer and the sun was in the northern hemisphere. Normally, the sun around noon should be directly overhead, or at most slightly off. And you see, our shadow is tilted to the southwest and north, so we should be somewhere between the equator and the southern hemisphere." Schematic diagram. On the map, he simply drew a schematic diagram of the sun and the location of his fishing boat. He then analyzed, "Just now, when I looked at Qianqian's situation, I noticed that her shadow was tilted toward the northeast and south. So she should be in the northern hemisphere, but still close to the equator." Then, Tang Feiyu drew an extension line from his own position to the east, and then connected the fishing boat and Zhang Qian's raft to form an angle. Although it may not be exact, it should be between 15 and 30 degrees east of us. Of course, this assumes we are still on Earth, and the sun is still moving in the same way as before. Although he was not sure whether his inference was accurate, at least he had hope. So Lin Wanrou still hugged Tang Feiyu excitedly and kissed him several times. Tang Feiyu said happily, "Wanrou, go prepare lunch. I'll go adjust the direction of the boat." While Lin Wanrou was preparing lunch, Tang Feiyu also adjusted his direction of travel. At the same time, he was silently calculating in his mind. Assuming a 6-hour time difference, the distance is about 10,000 kilometers. The current speed of a fishing boat's motor is 40 kilometers per hour, so it only takes 250 hours of continuous sailing to reach the destination. Of course, the time difference between the two sides should not be 6 hours. But they are not both on the equator, so the distance should be longer than 10,000 kilometers. Zhang Qian's raft was also moving slowly and was not fixed in one place. If all goes well, we should be able to enter the other party's sea area in about half a month. I just don't know whether their behavior of entering the sea area on their own is allowed. If allowed, then by then, the people in the chat area should also be people from the sea area where Zhang Qian is, so it will be easier to find her. Feiyu, come out quickly. Just as he was thinking about his guess, he heard the nervous voice of Lin Wanrou who was cooking outside. Tang Feiyu jumped out of the cab in an instant. What's wrong? There are people over there, Lin Wanrou said, pointing to the sea on the left side of the fishing boat. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu turned his head and looked over. Sure enough, he saw a black dot on the sea. He picked up the telescope and saw that it was a raft. Judging from its size, it should be at least a 4th-level raft. A strong-looking, dark-skinned man was sitting at the back of the raft, rocking something. And that thing might be the power source of his raft, a manual propeller? No matter what it was, the other party must have discovered the fishing boat, so they were trying desperately to get close to it. However, Tang Feiyu was not prepared to contact the other party. Firstly, he was not sure whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. Given the current situation, he would not be surprised if he had to kill someone in order to survive. Moreover, there are not only abundant supplies on his ship, but also a beautiful and fragrant woman. The fact that the twin-tailed girl's business is booming shows how angry people who have no shortage of material things are. Now that there are no laws to restrain them, who knows what the other party will do? Rather than taking a gamble on an uncertain but dangerous situation, it is better not to get involved at all. So after explaining things to Lin Wanrou, Tang Feiyu got into the cockpit, took control of the fishing boat, and started moving towards Zhang Qian at a full speed of 40 yards per hour. Damn it, it actually ran away. Zhang Qian cursed inwardly as he watched the fishing boat getting farther and farther away. After he fought off the shark attack that morning, he happened to find a copper box, from which he took out a blueprint for a hand-cranked oar. This thing is not high-tech, it only needs wood and iron blocks to make it. Then, while he was testing it, he found something floating on the sea in the distance that was obviously taller than the raft. Relying on his own skills, he decided to take a closer look, just in case he could find any supplies. This was not the first time he had done such a thing. However, the other party actually spotted him and quickly escaped. Chapter 47: Improving Life. Once the speed and direction are set, the fishing boat no longer needs human control. It's very intelligent. As the fishing boat continued to move forward, it encountered several rafts. Soon, someone posted photos or videos of the fishing boat in the chat area. What is this? Aren't we all on rafts? Where did the boat come from? Who is this big guy who is so brave? So how do fishing boats level up? Why is my raft still a raft at the next level? Tang Feiyu also saw the discussion in the chat area, but he did not show up. After just peeking at the screen for a while, he went to the trading area to start buying things. After seeing Zhang Qian's life, he felt that he and Lin Wanrou had lived too tightly together before. Anyway, I have the talent here. Even if I eat and drink well, I don't have to worry about being hungry. Why should I let my stomach suffer? After coming to his senses, he would buy up any meat, fruit, vegetable, or other food other than fish in the trading area immediately. The supplies on the boat, such as wood, water, fish, and meat, were rapidly decreasing. But now there are also more mutton, donkey meat, etc., and even a lot of herbs. He didn't understand the medicinal properties of these herbs, but they were delicious when used as a cooking ingredient. After a few words of persuasion, Lin Wanrou finally gave in to his decision to go on a shopping spree. She stopped trying to stop him and instead opened the trading area to look for something she liked. Before she started surviving, she had hardly ever worried about money. Her daily food and clothing were not the best, but much better than those of ordinary people. In addition, she now had the skills of a high-level chef. Once he joined the shopping spree, he discovered many delicious ingredients that Tang Feiyu didn't know about. It was noon very quickly. Because the boat was carrying the dragon-subduing wood and was moving forward quickly, it did not encounter any attacks. Others weren't so lucky, but these routine attacks weren't particularly dangerous. Aside from a few unlucky individuals being knocked into the sea and losing a lot of supplies, there were almost no casualties. A roaring fire burned in the wood stove. Lin Wanrou wore an apron made of fish skin. Her image as a good wife and mother was fully realized. Tang Feiyu, who had nothing to do, stood by. He didn't know if it was because of the food or the person in front of him, but his mouth was watering all the time. The skeleton fish king's bones were already in the pot. Tang Feiyu suddenly said, "I've heard donkey meat soup is delicious, but I've never had the chance to try it. How about we put some in?" When Lin Wanrou heard his words, she hesitated for a moment, but finally cut some donkey meat, processed it, and stewed it with the fish bones. Then he was driven away from the stove. Without Lin Wanrou in his sight, his IQ seemed to have returned to a high level. He took a small knife he made from the tool bench and started to peel the fruit. I cut up 1 or 2 apples, pineapples, and dragon fruits and placed them on a wooden plate. Then I washed some strawberries and cherry tomatoes. Anyway, I bought a lot this time and I can't finish it even if I eat as much as I want. In addition to stewing a pot of soup, Lin Wanrou also made some octopus legs and octopus balls. Then, with her ready-made cooking skills, she processed the shark fin soup into seafood soup. By the time Tang Feiyu's fruit plate was ready, Lin Wanrou's food, except for the soup, was also ready. Delicious. Tang Feiyu was at a loss for words and couldn't find any other adjectives except these 2 words. But Lin Wanrou didn't expect him to praise her to the hilt. As long as she had him in her heart, even the simplest words could make her heart blossom. When they were almost done eating, Lin Wanrou walked over and brought over the stewed soup. Donkey meat soup is here. After serving a large bowl to Tang Feiyu, Lin Wanrou got a small half bowl for herself. The fragrant aroma made Tang Feiyu, who was already 8/10 full, feel greedy again. He took the small wooden spoon, blew 2 puffs of cool air on it, and put a mouthful of soup into his mouth. It smells so good. If it tastes good, drink more." Lin Wanrou smiled and took small sips of her own bowl. After eating and drinking, Lin Wanrou asked Tang Feiyu to lie down and rest for a while. After she dealt with the dishes, she went to the deck to prepare for fishing. Although she has enough food and drink now, she still feels that she can only feel at ease if she continues to have a harvest. After all, if you have food in your hands, you won't be worried. Tang Feiyu didn't try to persuade him. This habit wasn't easy to change. And in the chat room, there were people asking for food and drinks every day. Even though everyone is no longer a novice now, not everyone can kill the attacking sea monster and get food. This was also one of the sources of Lin Wanrou's uneasiness. After all, at sea, anything could happen. Unlike in the city, as long as you have money, you can order takeout anytime you want, without having to worry about food and drink. Tang Feiyu, who was bored, remembered that he had collected a few small movies that he hadn't watched yet. He hadn't opened them since the transaction. He was ready to give it a good critique. Although he had been single since birth, he and his roommates had read a lot of teaching materials given by teachers in school, so he had a wealth of theoretical knowledge. TSK, the knowledge you have mastered is not solid. Tang Feiyu commented as he watched. After just a moment of watching, he felt something was wrong with his body. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Tang Feiyu murmured in surprise, "Why am I so hot? It's understandable that my lower abdomen feels hot after watching a movie, but it's strange that I'm sweating from the heat now. Could it be the effect of the fishbone soup?" Thinking of this, he opened his personal panel, and indeed his physical strength and power had increased a little. So he didn't think much about it, thinking it was a normal phenomenon. He fanned himself with a plastic fan, turned off the video, and scanned the sea with a telescope. Why do we meet so many people today? Rafts were found a few miles to the east and south of the fishing boat. This was normal, as the raft was moving slowly, so it was difficult for the scattered people to run into each other. But now the fishing boat was moving at 40 yards per hour, so it was easier to see other people. The people on the raft also saw the fishing boat in the distance and were not too surprised. After all, they had seen the photos and videos in the chat area before. However, the sharp-eyed people still spotted Lin Wanrou sitting on the deck fishing. Then, a clearer photo appeared in the chat area. JPG. The fishing boat belongs to a beautiful lady. This message not only became the hottest word in the chat area today, fishing boat, but also linked it to a beautiful woman. The previously lively chat area suddenly became silent. Everyone opened the photo that had been sent and began to look at it. Although the person in the photo looked very small, one could still clearly make out their features. Chapter 48 Nephew. The appearance of the fishing boat was a dimensionality reduction blow to many people. After all, they had gone through so much trouble to upgrade their rafts to level 5 or 6, thinking they were ahead of everyone else. And now someone had actually created a fishing boat. Moreover, it looked like it wasn't just a modified raft, but belonged to a woman. Therefore, many experts began to doubt their lives at this moment. Lin Wanrou, who was fishing, also noticed the raft in the distance, but she didn't pay attention to it. After all, the raft was not in the direction of the fishing boat, and it would be far away from him in a while. Naturally, I didn't expect that my photo would appear in the chat area. Tang Feiyu, who was peeking at the screen in the chat area for no reason, happened to eat too much at this time. After lying down, he began to feel sleepy and fell asleep. Ding ding. After 2 consecutive sounds, Lin Wanrou was surprised to see someone sending her a private message. "Auntie, is that you? I'm Zhang Zilong." JPG. A photo of a young man with colorful hair appeared in front of Lin Wanrou. Of course, she knew this man, named Zhang Zilong. The other party was the son of Zhang Ming's younger brother. Zhang Ming was his uncle, and she was his aunt. However, Lin Wanrou did not have a good impression of her nephew, named Zhang Zilong. After Zhang Ming's business took off, his family was not short of money. He was also very good to his younger brother and gave him some shares in the company. Because the brothers had lived a hard life before, becoming rich did not affect their relationship. Instead, they helped each other to make the company better and better. However, Zhang Zilong did not inherit the good qualities of his father and uncle. Instead, because pocket money came easily, he naturally spent it lavishly. The 2 brothers Zhang Ming and Zhang Zilong were busy with business and charity work and neglected to discipline them. His mother was also rather doting on her children, so Zhang Zilong became even more useless. He got together with some gangsters in society and spent every day either in clubs or bars. Once, after getting drunk, he even spoke rudely to Lin Wanrou, thinking that she was a woman who married Zhang Ming for his money and wanted to pay her to sleep with him. At that time, Lin Wanrou had just obtained her marriage certificate with Zhang Ming, and she didn't want to cause any unpleasantness between the 2 brothers because of her, so she didn't tell Zhang Ming. Soon after, Zhang Ming died in a car accident, and his brother was seriously injured and hospitalized. Zhang Zilong came to the house again, wanting to take back the property that belonged to Lin Wanrou. He even said that if she slept with him, he would leave her some money. In the end, Lin Wanrou had no choice but to call the police and drive him away. However, since that incident, Zhang Zilong and his mother have frequently harassed Lin Wanrou. If Zhang Qian had not stood firmly by her side, she might have compromised to avoid being harassed. Now seeing the message sent by Zhang Zilong, all the bad memories from the past came to mind one by one. Lin Wanrou was about to block the other party when Zhang Zilong sent another message. "Aunt, I was ignorant before. For the sake of my father and my uncle, I hope you can forgive me." Seeing this, Lin Wanrou replied, "Let's not talk about the past anymore." She softened her heart, not because Zhang Zilong admitted his mistake, but because of Zhang Ming and his brother. Zhang Ming's younger brother is very respectful to his sister-in-law and really treats her as a family member. So Lin Wanrou can ignore Zhang Zilong, but she cannot pretend not to know his father. Zhang Zilong sent several more messages. In addition to complaining about being forced to survive, he also showed concern for Zhang Qian's current situation, chatted about family matters, and cursed himself for being a worthless person before. Seeing that the other party seemed to be truly repentant, Lin Wanrou's impression of him improved slightly. "Aunt, let's not talk about it for now. I've been attacked here. Let's talk when we're free." After saying that, Zhang Zilong didn't send any more messages. After Lin Wanrou reminded the other party to be careful, she closed the chat window, holding the fishing rod, and recalled the previous scenes in her mind. "Oh, there's no going back." Sighing, Lin Wanrou turned her head and glanced at the cockpit. "Brother Zilong, how is it? Have you found out where the fishing boat came from?" On Zhang Zilong's raft, there were 2 people, a man and a woman. At this time, they all looked at Zhang Zilong eagerly. "Tisk, that's too small. My beautiful aunt is a very simple person. She had a bad impression of me before, so I will repair my relationship with her first. It would be great if I can capture both the person and the boat at the same time." Zhang Zilong glanced at the 2 of them with disdain and said lightly, "After all, he is Brother Zilong. His style is different." The man hurriedly flattered. The woman also looked at him lovingly, which made Zhang Zilong laugh out loud, his hands constantly wandering over the woman's body. The man next to him had hatred in his eyes, but on the surface he became more respectful and even looked excited. The man's name was Hao Jiayan. Before he escaped, he was a well-known second-generation rich man in the city. At that time, Zhang Zilong was nothing more than a servile henchman trying to curry favor with him. This woman was the one he had just caught before he started his survival quest. But after only a few days, the city was flooded. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them were not far apart, and they bumped into each other as their raft drifted with the waves. However, the good times didn't last long, as they soon met Zhang Zilong, who was alone. Seeing that there was a lot of water and meat on Zhang Zilong's raft, Hao Jian naturally asked Zhang Zilong to hand over the things. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zilong's hand fired a fireball like a wizard in the game, which blew up Hao Jian's raft on the spot. Then, Hao Jian and his girlfriend became like humble slaves struggling to survive in front of Zhang Zilong. Originally, Zhang Zilong was planning to kill Hao Jian directly, but when he thought about his attitude towards him in the past and his current servile appearance, he felt very excited. As the saying goes, you ignored me at first, but now I am out of your reach. Besides, Wang Yuan and his girlfriend were in front of Hao Jian, which made him even more excited. He didn't worry about the two of them rebelling. Hao Jian was good for nothing except spending money. His body was even worse than an ordinary person's, and now, without him, they wouldn't survive a day. This time, he unexpectedly discovered Lin Wanrou, finding her even more alluring than before, a natural talent effect, making him feel like his stomach was boiling with anger. However, while she was easy to control, distant water couldn't quench immediate thirst. He could only deal with this rather good-looking woman in front of him for the time being. With a glance from him, the woman understood what she was about to do. Hao Jian, standing next to him, wished Zhang Zilong would die immediately, but when he realized he couldn't do without him for the time being, or else he wouldn't be able to face the monster's attack, he could only cheer him on. Chapter 49, Discovering the Island. A minute later, although Hao Jian on the side despised him in his heart, he still exaggeratedly praised Zhang Zilong on the surface. Zhang Zilong glanced at the two of them and said proudly, "Humph, you're quite knowledgeable. Brother Long, when are you going to take action against your aunt? That's a fishing boat that no one else has. If we had it, wouldn't it be safer than a raft? And you would be more comfortable on a fishing boat, right?" Hao Jian said to Zhang Zilong. "Why rush?" Zhang Zilong tidied himself up, looked at Hao Jian calmly, and said, "She can't run away anyway. Once I gain her trust, we can teleport directly over. Then we can easily board the fishing boat. What happens then is up to me. Stop being an eyesore here and go prepare some food. Can't you see I've been busy all day?" Hearing this, Hao Jian didn't dare to say anything more. He quickly ran to the side and started grilling the fish. Zhang Zilong sat on a wooden stool, one hand on the woman's body, looking at the busy Hao Jian, feeling indescribably satisfied. Thinking of the excitement, the strength in her hands unconsciously increased. Although the woman was uncomfortable, she did not dare to make a sound. On the fishing boat, Lin Wanrou was fishing, staring at the sea with unfocused eyes. It was not until the fishing rod fell that she came back to her senses. He shook his head, pulled the fish up, and then placed the chopped fish meat on the wooden table next to him. Suddenly, her expression became incredulous, her eyes widening. She no longer cared about fishing, cast aside her fishing rod, rubbed her eyes, and looked off into the distance again. "Feiyu! Feiyu, come out quickly." Tang Feiyu, who was sleeping, was startled by her shout and almost fell off his chair. He quickly ran out of the cab and asked, "What's wrong?" He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he saw Lin Wanrou was safe and sound. Lin Wanrou pointed to the distance and said, "Feiyu, look what that is." Tang Feiyu looked in the direction she pointed and saw a dark shadow on the sea. He quickly turned around and got the telescope. This was the first time I had seen something other than water on the sea surface. Furthermore, it looked like that thing was quite large, stretching for miles. Putting the telescope in front of his eyes, Tang Feiyu took a deep breath and asked doubtfully, "Land?" Hearing his words, Lin Wanrou hurried over and took the telescope. She saw that the originally dark shadows had become clearer and the color had turned light green. It looked like a beach followed by grass, and further back, at a higher altitude, there were dense trees. "It should be an island," Lin Wanrou said uncertainly. "You'll know what it is if you get closer and take a look." After Tang Feiyu said that, he got into the cab and began to adjust the direction. "This is the first time I have encountered land since I started surviving, so I must go and take a look." As they got closer, Lin Wanrou, who was observing outside, discovered that there were several rafts parked on the beach, and judging from the traces, it did not look like they had just landed there. The raft was already a bit dry and cracked. At least it had been on the beach for a whole day. But no one in the chat area mentioned land, islands, or anything like that. But come to think of it, if someone really discovered the island, they would not rashly tell others about it. Then the resources on the entire island would belong to him alone. Tang Feiyu stopped the fishing boat 100 meters from the coastline. He was afraid that if he got any closer, it would be a disaster if it ran aground. So he stopped at a distance, then handed the water gun and multi-purpose long hook to Lin Wanrou and said, "I'll go up and check the situation. You wait on the boat. In case other people come, we can prevent the fishing boat from being taken away." Lin Wanrou also knew that the most important thing for them was the fishing boat, so she took the weapon he handed over and nodded. Just as Tang Feiyu was about to jump, Lin Wanrou suddenly shouted, Feiyu, wait, and ran to the cabin. Not long after, she ran out again with several disposable skill cards in her hand. After all, no one knew if there were any dangers on that land. Although he had a bone sword and a laser gun, the laser gun only had 3 attacks, and the bone sword can only be used in close combat. In this situation, who would choose to fight in close combat when they can attack from a distance? If they get hurt, it will be troublesome. Although Tang Feiyu wanted to say no, he still took it after seeing Lin Wanrou's determined eyes. You must be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. Tang Feiyu raised his hand and waved, then jumped off the boat. Controlling the water-repellent beads, he slowly floated towards the beach. A distance of 100 meters, less than a minute. After landing on land, Tang Feiyu first turned around and waved to the fishing boat, and then began to check the raft next to it. Judging from their size, these rafts were probably 3-level, and no supplies were found on them. The rafts themselves were also not damaged. It seems that the raft was pulled up by someone rather than being pushed up by the waves after the person died. Tang Feiyu complained in his heart that he was so careless, and then walked towards the woods. After all, for these people, rafts are the basis for survival on the sea. Without rafts, many things are actually useless, such as trading. As a result, someone now places the foundation of his life here without any cover. If someone is cruel enough to destroy the raft first, they will have no way out. After crossing a not very wide grassland, Tang Feiyu entered the woods. Click, click. The sound of dry fallen branches being stepped on and broken kept ringing. Tang Feiyu looked down, but the branches were everywhere, and the sound was unavoidable. If he was still barefoot, there wouldn't be such a loud noise, but taking off his shoes and walking in the woods where he didn't know the situation, he must have gone crazy. As for where he got his shoes, he didn't trade them with anyone or find them in a crate. Instead, he himself carved a pair of wooden shoes using wood, plastic, fish skin, etc. He came to check the situation and put them on specially. Following the traces on the ground, Tang Feiyu used his lengthened bone sword to explore the way and slowly went deeper into the woods. Hey, what's this? He soon saw a long, thin strip of cloth. It looked like someone's clothes, torn by a branch. He couldn't make out anything else. After throwing it away, I continued walking inside. Before long, I found a small coconut tree. Although it was not very tall, it was full of coconuts. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu's eyes lit up, and he began to stretch out his bone sword and cut off one. Chapter 50 Water Monkey. Relying on the sharpness of the bone sword, Tang Feiyu easily opened the coconut, then tilted his head back and drank. The sweet coconut juice spread in his mouth. So refreshing. He usually likes to eat sweets, but he hasn't tasted sugar for a while. I didn't expect to find coconuts here by accident. After drinking the coconut juice in a few gulps, Tang Feiyu confirmed that the coconuts were ripe, so he naturally didn't hesitate. In a few seconds, he cut down all the fruits hanging on the tree. Then it was directly traded to Lin Wanrou. Lin Wanrou was standing on the boat looking worriedly at the island in the distance when she suddenly heard a transaction prompt. She looked and found that it was 30 coconuts that Tang Feiyu had traded. I want to send him a private message, but I'm worried that it will affect him. After placing the coconut, Tang Feiyu continued to go deeper. However, soon, his expression changed, and he looked at the trunk of a tree with a serious expression. There, hanging a translucent rag. It was a torn pair of stockings, stained with dried, blackened blood. But the problem was, it was at about chest height. What woman's legs could be that high? There is only one way to get to this position and hang the legs in stockings, and that is that the woman is carried on something's shoulders. However, there were no signs of fighting around, which meant that the woman was knocked down in an instant and did not resist at all. Squeak, squeak. Bursts of cries came from a distance. Tang Feiyu's face changed, and he quickly found a bush to hide in. Soon, he saw the thing that made the sound coming from the depths of the woods. They were 2 monkey-like creatures, but between their fingers and toes were thin webbed structures. Furthermore, their fur wasn't the usual brown or yellow, but it is dark green like algae. Water monkey, Tang Feiyu thought to himself. After all, the other person's appearance was very similar to the legendary water monkey. If only his hair was wet enough to cover his face, he would look even more like one. These 2 water monkeys were not empty-handed, but were each holding a javelin-like weapon, and the sharp spear head looked extraordinary. Under the light, it actually reflected a cold light. However, Tang Feiyu did not find any metal texture on the spearhead. That is clearly the color of the original wood. I don't know where the reflection of the metal comes from. Squeak, squeak. One of them said something to the one next to it excitedly. Tang Feiyu's eyes fixed, because he saw scarlet blood on the hair on the thigh of the water monkey that kept screaming. Seeing that they were heading towards the sea, Tang Feiyu thought for a moment and sent a private message to Lin Wanrou. asking her to drive the boat further away and wait for his message. Lin Wanrou quickly asked, "What happened?" "I saw 2 water monkeys walking towards the beach," Tang Feiyu said as he sent the photos he had taken secretly before. Lin Wanrou was startled when she opened the picture and said hurriedly, "Feiyu, come back soon. Let's get out of here." "I'm fine. Please drive the boat away first. I'll be back later." After saying that, Tang Feiyu closed the private message and followed the direction the water monkey came from. In order to avoid being discovered, he did not take the path they had taken directly, but walked parallel to them for several meters. Lin Wanrou wanted to persuade her again, but found that her message could not be sent. "What's going on? Why can't my message be sent? Could it be that Feiyu?" Lin Wanrou's face turned pale in an instant, and her eyes became moist. However, she soon discovered that Tang Feiyu's profile picture was still lit. Although she didn't know why she couldn't send him a message, it at least showed that he was not dead. After hesitating for a moment, I decided to drive the boat away and try sending a message again later. Not long after she left, 2 water monkeys came out of the woods and dived into the sea with spears in hand. On the other side, Tang Feiyu also found the water monkey's lair. However, the environment at the scene almost made him vomit. It was a simple house made of wood, which could only keep out the rain but not the wind. But the surrounding area was still filled with a foul smell. 3 half-rotten male heads hung at the door, and bones and blood were scattered on the ground. It was obvious that he was eaten alive by the 2 water monkeys just now. Although he hadn't reacted when the fish was killed, this was the first time he had seen such a miserable corpse of one of his own. He was quite considerate of himself for not vomiting on the spot. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a faint groan of pain coming from the room. Tang Feiyu held the bone sword tightly, approached the house cautiously, and looked inside through the gap. I saw a half-naked woman lying powerlessly on the ground. Her lower body had been stained black and red with blood, and her body was covered in purple and blue. His eyes were tightly closed, but his body was still twitching from the pain. Her limbs also appeared irregular. It was obvious that they were all broken, and the wounds had begun to fester and rot. After checking that there were no other water monkeys in the room, Tang Feiyu walked in through the open door carefully. "Hey, wake up!" He patted the woman on the face and shouted softly. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and the moment she saw Tang Feiyu, she said in a hoarse voice, "Please, kill me." Tang Feiyu's heart sank. He could tell from the woman's dull eyes that she had completely lost the will to live. Now she only wanted to die. Seeing that Tang Feiyu didn't take any action for a long time, the woman continued to beg, "Please, kill me quickly and leave this horrible place." Seeing that he was still hesitating, the woman urged him, "Hurry up. It's too late to escape. We can't handle those demons." Tang Feiyu was silent for a moment, then asked softly, "Do you want revenge?" The woman was stunned and said with a wry smile, "Among the 4 of us, the one with the highest attributes, whose physical fitness and strength are both almost twice as high as that of an ordinary person, is still powerless against those 2 demons. You'd better kill me quickly and run away." Hearing Tang Feiyu's words, he reached out and touched the laser gun on his back. He didn't think the 2 water monkeys could ignore this weapon. Then he took out 2 disposable skill cards, Thunderfall and Ice Cone, from his pocket. Indeed, the best thing to do now is to leave as quickly as possible and escape without being sure of the other party's true nature. However, he couldn't ignore the cruel treatment of his fellow humans. Before he started his survival quest, he had read a lot of apocalyptic novels and disliked the protagonists who went around saving people. After all, it was the end of the world, and the most important thing was to survive. But when this situation really happened to him, he realized that being decisive and ruthless wasn't so easy. No one, except a madman, could remain indifferent to this situation. He was just a recent college graduate, full of passion. Chapter 51: Killing the Water Monkey. After discussing countermeasures with the woman, Tang Feiyu handed 2 disposable skill cards to the woman. Although her arm was broken, it was not completely unmovable, and she could still move it by using skill cards. He had specially selected 2 cards, a thunder skill that, even if it couldn't kill the water monkey, could at least paralyze it for a while, and an ice cone skill that also had a certain deceleration effect. Then, Tang Feiyu left the cabin, found a suitable tree, and climbed up. Lying on the branch, he took out the laser gun. As long as the woman could briefly control the 2 water monkeys, he would be able to kill them directly. He didn't have to wait too long before the 2 water monkeys came back, each carrying several large fish. The men who were with the woman were eaten by them, and the woman was obviously left behind by them. That's why they went to the sea to catch fish. Tang Feiyu shrank his body, allowing himself to be hidden by the branches and leaves, and watched the 2 water monkeys walk into the wooden house. One of them dropped the fish on its spear directly to the ground and sat down next to the woman. He reached out and picked up a fish, ripped it into strips in a few seconds, and then pinched the woman's mouth, ready to feed her. The other water monkey stretched out its nose to sniff, scratching its head in confusion. Tang Feiyu was motionless on the tree, waiting for the woman to take the first move. The woman did not rush to use her skills, waiting for the other water monkey to approach. With her mouth full of fish, she stared at the water monkey with hatred. Fortunately, another water monkey came over soon. The woman, who was choking and crying, finally got her chance and activated the one-time thunder skill card in her hand. There was a crackling sound and thunder in the clear sky. The two water monkeys were startled, but before they could move, a bolt of lightning struck them directly on the head. Roar! One water monkey fell straight to the ground, its limbs twitching from time to time. The other one, because it was not hit directly, only had its hair standing on end and was not hurt. The woman tried to activate the ice cone skill card, but found she had lost all feeling in her hand. After all, she wasn't as strong as the water monkey, so even if she wasn't directly hit by the lightning, she was still affected. My body is so numb that I can't even feel the pain. Looking at the water monkey that was roaring and looking around, the woman could do nothing but glare at it fiercely. Roar! The water monkeys didn't find out what attacked them, and suddenly turned to look at the woman lying on the ground, just about to take action. There was a slight Feiyu sound, and a flash of light appeared in the wooden house. Then, a black dot appeared on the water monkey's forehead, and black smoke was coming out. The water monkey's body stiffened, and it fell straight back and hit the ground. There was another Feiyu sound, and the wooden house flashed again. The water monkey, knocked down by the lightning, had a black spot on his chin, emitting black smoke. After waiting for a few minutes and seeing no movement in the cabin, Tang Feiyu finally climbed down from the tree. He put away the laser gun, held the bone sword tightly in his hand, and carefully approached the cabin. He took a look inside through the gap, then stretched out the bone sword from the gap, cut off the water monkey's limbs, and then he pushed the door open and walked in. After checking, he found that the two water monkeys were already dead after being hit by the laser. However, if it happened again, he would cut off the opponent's limbs before reappearing. It's okay to avenge your own kind, but you also have to ensure your own safety. After all, you have a beautiful girlfriend waiting for you. The woman was also stunned by his cautious operation and thought to herself, if they had been more cautious at the beginning, would the result be different? Suddenly, Tang Feiyu was startled because a hint appeared in front of him. Congratulations on your first kill of the deepwater ape. 5 free attribute points as a reward. Thank you. The woman's relieved voice brought Tang Feiyu back to his senses. He looked at her, his mouth moving, but he still didn't say anything. Because he found that even after killing the water monkey, the woman still had no will to live and now only wanted to die. There's one card left, and it's in my hand. Take it. The woman chuckled and said, go ahead, or if you want to, take advantage of it. I'm dying anyway, so consider this my reward. The woman guessed that Tang Feiyu was alone, otherwise he would not have risked landing alone. If he hadn't met anyone else, he would have had to deal with it on his own for a long time. She also knew a little about what other men were like. If she hadn't met her cousin and his friends first, but had met other men, her fate would not have been much better than meeting a water monkey. Tang Feiyu was stunned by what she said, but still shook his head. That's right. I'm in this state now. No one would want me even if I were given to them for free. The woman laughed at herself and continued. Then please kill me, and let me be your stepping stone. It's not good to be afraid to kill people at a time like this. Survival on the sea, killing and robbing others' supplies in order to survive is commonplace. The woman was ready to use herself to make Tang Feiyu see blood, just like using waste. However, the more she said this, the more Tang Feiyu couldn't bring himself to do it. If he was facing someone who was hostile to him, he could still be cruel and grit his teeth to kill the other person. As the numbness in her body disappeared, the pain returned. The woman looked at Tang Feiyu with a painful expression and shouted, can you bear to let me die in pain? Put away your mercy. Killing me will only help me. Tang Feiyu held the bone sword in both hands, his hands trembling with nervousness. As the bone sword approached the woman's heart, a smile appeared on her face for the first time, and she whispered, stab it. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu closed his eyes tightly and stabbed down with all his strength. With the sharpness of the bone sword, he didn't feel much resistance from the woman's ribs. He also knew that without medical treatment, the woman would never recover. Lin Wanrou's talent could indeed save her. However, given the injuries to her limbs, he would have to drink most of her blood. Putting Lin Wanrou in danger of blood loss in order to save an outsider was something Tang Feiyu couldn't accept. So the best thing for the woman now is to let her leave with less pain. Thank you. If there is a next life, I. The woman didn't finish her words and closed her eyes with a smile. Hearing the noise, Tang Feiyu slowly opened his eyes. He did not feel disgusted as he did after killing someone for the first time. He only felt anger towards the person who sent everyone to the surface of the sea to survive. If it weren't for him, how could it have come to this? When I think about the reason why humanity has fallen to this point, it is ultimately because of the inhumane people dumping garbage into the sea. Tang Feiyu drew out his bone sword, looked at the woman's body and said, "If I ever meet the Japs again, I'll send a few of them down to you to make amends." Water Monkey. Chapter 52 returned to the fishing boat. He didn't move the woman's body. Taking the ice cone card back from her hand, Tang Feiyu came outside and helped put the remains of the other people into the wooden house. Then a fire set the cabin on fire. When the fire was completely burned out and accompanied by light smoke, he left the wooden house with a heavy heart, ready to look for other places to see if there were any water monkeys. Since killing something like this would give you attribute points, you definitely can't just leave like that. And who knows, you might even find other supplies, like the coconuts from before. He walked for half an hour until he saw the sea, but he saw no other water monkeys. However, he did find a banana tree and harvested about 30 pounds of bananas. There were still some unripe-looking fruits left on the tree, but he didn't pick them. It's not that he wanted to leave it for others, but mainly because he found that he had no way to use the transaction, and taking more would affect his actions. He tried to send a private message to Lin Wanrou, but it also didn't work. He wasn't too panicked about this, but rather guessed that he was too far away from the fishing boat to use these functions. After all, the basis of survival on the sea is the raft. It is normal for this to happen. Since he couldn't find the water monkey, Tang Feiyu began to follow Banana and return along the same path. On the fishing boat, after the panic, Lin Wanrou guessed the reason why she couldn't send a message to Tang Feiyu, so she drove the fishing boat closer to the island again. Soon, a private chat rang. She opened the chat list in surprise, only to find that it was not Tang Feiyu, but Zhang Zilong. The joy disappeared in an instant. Looking at the flashing avatar, Lin Wanrou closed the list directly. She is now fully concerned about Tang Feiyu's safety, so how can she have time to chat with Zhang Zilong? On the other side, Zhang Zilong, who had sent a message to improve Lin Wanrou's favorability, waited for a long time but did not see any reply from her, and his face turned cold. In his opinion, Lin Wanrou, a woman who married his uncle who was over 50 years old for money, actually dared to ignore him, which had touched his reverse scale. I wasn't planning on using force against you. Zhang Zilong snorted coldly. But looking at the sky that was about to darken, he suppressed his anger. After dark, it would be very inconvenient to move around. The most important thing is that the teleportation card he got from the box can only teleport to a range of 5 miles around the identified target. Fishing boats can be spotted at a glance during the day, but at night there is no light and it is easy to miss them, and the transmission card will be wasted. However, the more he thought about it, the more angry he was. When he thought of Lin Wanrou's alluring body, his anger quickly turned into a vicious fire. He turned his head and looked at the woman beside him. Hao Jian, who was standing next to him, didn't dare to say a word. Instead, he silently took over the woman's work and started to cook dinner. Otherwise, when Zhang Zilong is done with his work, he will definitely be beaten and scolded. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Don't give me a chance. Hao Jian thought with hatred as he looked at Zhang Zilong with his eyes closed. Lin Wanrou drove the boat to within 100 meters of the island. As the sky grew darker, she became nervous again. Bite. With a crisp sound, Lin Wanrou opened the interface and found that it was Tang Feiyu who traded 30 kilograms of bananas. She cried out in surprise and quickly found Tang Feiyu's avatar and sent a private message. Feiyu, how are you? Go back immediately. Did you encounter any danger on the boat? No, come back soon. After sending the message, Lin Wanrou hummed a song with a relaxed look on her face, walked into the cabin, and started preparing dinner. She put the last skeleton fish king bone into the pot, thought for a while, blushed, and cut some donkey meat and added it in. Then she took out some things from a bag and put them into the pot. These last things she added were all things she accidentally discovered in the trading area that afternoon and then secretly traded for. Although the pot was covered quickly, for a moment, one could still see the things that were added later. They were some oval orange-red objects, and some small fruits the size of peanuts with bumpy surfaces. Without the weight of the banana, Tang Feiyu walked a little faster. When he passed the beach, he saw the rafts again. Just as he was about to enter the water, he suddenly had an idea. The women and their companions would definitely not bring too much supplies when they went to explore the island. Although the raft looked like it had been searched by the water monkeys, what if there was something missing? Thinking of this, Tang Feiyu turned and walked towards the raft. Found an ownerless raft. Was it broken up? As he approached, a message popped up in front of him. Thinking that the women and the others were already dead and he had avenged them, it seemed only natural to take their raft. So, Tang Feiyu chose to decompose. Decomposition successful. Congratulations. You've obtained 1 core crystal and 100 wood blocks. Decomposition successful. Congratulations. Decomposition successful. Congratulations. You've obtained 1 core crystal, 100 wood blocks, 15 packs of cigarettes, 3 cans of beer, 3 watermelons, 2 diamonds, for solar converters, 3 electronic components, 2 mechanical cores, 1 neuron, 1 drone blueprint, and 1 Desert Eagle pistol blueprint. Tang Feiyu was stunned. It was clearly a bare raft, but so many things were broken down into it. After thinking about it, I guessed the reason. These things should be stored in the trading column of the owner of this raft. When someone dies, their belongings don't disappear immediately. Only when the raft disappears do they completely disappear. If you dismantle the raft before it's destroyed, you can take out the items in the trading column. I just wonder if the items in the trading column will be dropped if the raft is destroyed before the person dies. He shook his head and dispelled the thoughts in his mind. He was not going to take the initiative to rob other people's supplies unless the other party showed hostility towards him first. Even if it was the end of the world, he had no shortage of supplies and was not prepared to turn himself into a devil without humanity. The ultimate bottom line was, I will not offend others unless they offend me. Lin Wanrou, who was cooking, suddenly heard a series of transaction prompts. After opening the transaction bar, she was surprised to see that Tang Feiyu had traded a large number of things. But she didn't send another message to ask, as it would be the same if she waited until he came back. The things were just left there, and Lin Wanrou continued to busy herself with dinner. After collecting the supplies on the raft, Tang Feiyu looked around again and found nothing else, so he took the water-repellent beads and walked into the sea. After floating for a few minutes, he climbed onto the fishing boat, knocked on the door of the brightly lit cabin and shouted, Wanrou, open the door. I'm back. Hearing his voice, Lin Wanrou ran over excitedly, opened the door, and threw herself into Tang Feiyu's arms without waiting for him to speak. Chapter 53: The Disappearance of 9,999 Wooden Blocks. Lin Wanrou's worry finally burst out the moment Tang Feiyu came back. She threw herself into his arms, crying and hitting his chest with her little fists. Okay, I'm back safely. Tang Feiyu let her knock, reached out and hugged Lin Wanrou in his arms, stroking her hair behind her back with one hand while comforting her. After a long while, Lin Wanrou finally stopped and said with red eyes, You can't leave alone anymore. Do you know how worried I was when the message couldn't be sent? Blame me, it's all my fault. Tang Feiyu quickly admitted his mistake and changed the subject. Wanrou, what delicious food did you make? I can smell the fragrance. Seeing him acting weird, Lin Wanrou burst into laughter. She rolled her pretty eyes at him and said coquettishly, Look at you. You look so dead. Come here quickly. After he sat down, Lin Wanrou brought the prepared dinner over and sat down next to him. Tang Feiyu lifted the lid of the pot and immediately saw small red particles and a familiar bone inside. Hey, Wanrou, where did you get the wolfberries? Also, I probably don't need these yet. I'm only in my 20s. Lin Wanrou blushed and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Goji berries improve eyesight. Don't think too much. She was relieved to see that Tang Feiyu didn't recognize the other ingredients. In addition to wolfberries, she also put Cistanche deserticula, Sichuan chuanxiong, raspberries, and Morinda officinalis in the pot. This soup recipe was something she automatically mastered after using the advanced chef skill card. I was mainly thinking that he had been busy all day and needed some good nourishment. I really didn't think about anything else. Watching Tang Feiyu devouring the meat and sipping the soup, Lin Wanrou's face inadvertently flushed. The sudden loss of contact had a huge impact on her. She had already decided to have the wedding tonight, so she had specially prepared a pot of delicious soup. Tang Feiyu didn't know what Lin Wanrou was planning. After eating and drinking, he looked at Lin Wanrou and said, I killed someone. Hearing this, Lin Wanrou was startled and quickly asked, What happened on the island? Are you not hurt? She thought of Tang Feiyu meeting other people on the island, fighting over something, and then accidentally killing someone. After all, he had traded so many things, and they couldn't be found in just 1 or 2 boxes. Lin Wanrou didn't care too much about his murder. In this situation, if someone really came across a treasure and both of them were interested in it, it would be normal for them to fight for it. After all, there were no legal restrictions. Tang Feiyu recounted the story of the water monkey in a deep voice. After Jing finished listening, Lin Wanrou stood up, hugged his head, and comforted him. You did a good job. This is what she wanted. Well, this incident didn't cause me much psychological harm, but if you don't let me go, I will suffocate to death. Tang Feiyu's voice reached Lin Wanrou's ears in a muffled voice. She realized that Tang Feiyu's face was completely buried in hers. She quickly let him go with a red face. Tang Feiyu, who was finally able to breathe, took several deep breaths before he recovered. Looking at the place where he was buried, he sighed in his heart. Too big is not always a good thing, but I like it. Being stared at by him, Lin Wanrou did not dodge as she did in the past, although she was still a little shy. After a while, Tang Feiyu said, "Wanrou, take out all the things I sent you and trade them to me to increase the power." Lin Wanrou didn't hesitate and quickly did as he said. It just happened to ease her emotions. After the amplification, the things Tang Feiyu brought back from the island became 2,500 gene, 1,000 caddies, of bananas, 5 gene, 1,000 caddies, of powerful bananas, 2,800 gene, 1,000 caddies, of coconuts, 2 gene, 1,000 kilograms, of calming coconut milk, 300 core crystals, 1 block of wood, 200 pieces of dragon-subduing wood, 1,500 packs of cigarettes, 300 cans of beer, 300 watermelons, 200 diamonds, 400 solar converters, 300 electronic components, 200 mechanical cores, 100 neurons, 1 intelligent high-definition drone blueprint, 1 desert eagle lock blueprint. The cabin was packed to the brim. Tang Feiyu looked at the supplies he had amplified with a dark face and cursed. "Zhao, where did all those wood blocks go? There are 300 units of wood blocks. Even if 200 of them are amplified into dragon-subduing wood, the remaining 100 should have been amplified into 10,000 units of wood blocks. But in the end, only 1 piece is left? Is it possible that I am getting kickbacks for my own talent?" Lin Wanrou thought for a moment and said, "Feiyu, the missing piece of wood should be the deducted handling fee. After the transaction passes the novice period, the fee starts to be charged, 10% each time." After hearing her words, Tang Feiyu remembered that there was indeed such a rule in the rules he had read before. This time, the increase was made through 2 transactions, with 19% of the supplies deducted. What I didn't expect was that they didn't deduct every item, but instead calculated the total value and then deducted it all from the wood. But this is normal. After all, for some transactions, there is no way to deduct the handling fee. So it is deducted according to the value. I just don't know if there's a difference between the value in the trading rules and the market price. Even if I lose money, there's nothing I can do. As long as I want to use the trading system, I have to follow their rules. Although he understood, Tang Feiyu still wanted to curse. After all, 10,000 worth of wood blocks are gone just like that. It's painful to think about it. Even if these things are free. Okay, be good. Don't be angry anymore. Lin Wanrou looked at Tang Feiyu, who was angry like a child, and walked over to comfort him. The two of them took inventory of the remaining items. Ordinary bananas and coconuts were just ordinary fruit. On the other hand, the powerful bananas and calming coconut juice, if consumed per pound, would increase strength by 0.2, while the calming coconut juice would increase energy by 1 point. As for the crystal core, it can be used to upgrade rafts or fishing boats. To upgrade a level 1 raft to level 2, 1 crystal is needed. To upgrade a level 2 raft to level 3, 2 are needed. To upgrade a level 3 raft to level 4, 4 are needed, and so on. Using the core crystal eliminates the need for other supplies. However, these crystals are obtained from rafts. Only 1 can be obtained from each raft. Therefore, to upgrade with these, others would have to steal a lot of other people's rafts. Tang Feiyu checked and found that his level 0 fishing boat could be upgraded to level 1. However, it would require 512 crystal cores. A simple calculation using the required cores revealed that after the raft reached level 10, it could be upgraded to a fishing boat. I now have 300 cores, but they are useless except for viewing. Chapter 54 Concert on a Fishing Boat. Setting the crystal core aside, the two continued their inventory. There was already 1 on the dragon-subduing wooden boat, which reduced the chance of being attacked. So far, it seemed to be working well. Over the course of a day, while the others had experienced several attacks, the fishing boat hadn't encountered a single one. Cigarettes, beer, watermelon, and other common items. Neither of them smoked or drank, so they put them aside and waited to sell them when they had time. Next, there are some materials. Neurons, on the other hand, are a new phenomenon. They haven't been discovered yet. No, they've appeared. The next intelligent high-definition drone will require 50 neurons. Even the Desert Eagle with a lock head requires 10 neurons. After taking inventory of the things, Tang Feiyu took 2 design drawings and prepared to make them. Materials needed for the drone: neuron 50, iron 10, copper wire 30, solar converter 10, mechanical core 10, electronic component 50, diamond 2, plastic 5, tin 2, rubber 5. Tang Feiyu used a pound of bananas to buy 1 unit of tin from the trading area. Using wood blocks would cost 20 units. Bananas were relatively rare, so their value was naturally high. After gathering all the necessary materials, it would take 36 hours to build it directly using the blueprint. Looking at the sky outside, he estimated that it would not be possible to fly at night. So Tang Feiyu did not speed up. Instead, he started making pistols. Even someone like him, who had never fired a pistol, had heard of the Desert Eagle. He just didn't know what this lock-on Desert Eagle was. However, his own talent hadn't yet experienced a reverse amplification. And judging from the name, it seems like a lock has been opened, but I don't know what it will look like when it is actually made. Copper, iron, diamond, rubber, neurons, mechanical cores, all available. Directly crafted. Seeing that the production time was only 72 hours, we sped it up and finished it. Looking at the silver-white pistol in his hand, Tang Feiyu weighed it and found it quite heavy. Moreover, unlike the pictures he had seen online before, this gun had a scope the size of a mobile phone camera. But after a quick glance, he realized it might as well not exist. Besides blocking his view, it didn't have any magnifying effect. Until he looked at Lin Wanrou, the hand holding the gun raised up uncontrollably and pointed at Lin Wanrou's head. Damn! Tang Feiyu was startled and quickly let go of his hand. The gun fell to the ground. Lin Wanrou was pointed at with the gun. Although she knew that Tang Feiyu would not shoot her, she was still frightened. After all, how could ordinary people have the opportunity to touch a gun? Feiyu, what's going on? Lin Wanrou asked with a trembling voice. Tang Feiyu kicked the gun on the ground, and when he saw that it didn't react, he picked it up again. Wanrou, it must be because of this gun. Don't be afraid. After giving a reminder, Tang Feiyu looked up at Lin Wanrou again. Sure enough, his hand rose uncontrollably again. But this time, he was mentally prepared, so his finger didn't rest on the trigger. With his reminder, Lin Wanrou was not as scared as before and looked at the gun in his hand with some curiosity. After trying it a few times, I found that no matter where I placed my hand holding the gun, as long as I looked at someone, the gun would automatically point my finger at the other person's head. It didn't have the function of identifying friend or foe, and there were no bullets in the gun. Bah, no wonder it's just a high-quality weapon, it's rubbish. Tang Feiyu cursed inwardly. Not only does it not distinguish between friend and foe, but you have to get the bullets yourself. It's not as convenient as a laser gun or a water gun. But on the other hand, this pistol can keep attacking as long as it has bullets, which is better than the laser gun and the water gun. After all, one of them only has 5 attacks, and the other only has 3. Lin Wanrou took the gun from him and started playing with it curiously. Ouch! Lin Wanrou suddenly cried out in pain. She had just tried to see if the gun would still be pointed at Tang Feiyu's head when she turned her back to him. But the gun showed no mercy and twisted her arm around. If she hadn't reacted quickly, her arm would have been broken. Even so, it was still stretched, and the pain was so severe that she almost cried. Tang Feiyu was amused by her actions. He took the gun away from his head and threw it on the table. While rubbing Lin Wanrou's arm, he scolded her with a smile. How can you be so stupid? You can even think of such an inhumane operation. You're mean to me. Lin Wanrou snorted as she looked at Tang Feiyu with tears in her eyes. She no longer looked like a cold and aloof queen, but instead revealed an excessive cuteness. After a long while, the pain finally subsided. Looking at Tang Feiyu, who was still laughing at her, Lin Wanrou pulled his arm and bit it. But after the bite, I felt distressed again and hurried to help him with treatment. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu understood immediately and picked her up horizontally, not caring about the fruits on the ground. At worst, it might break down overnight. We have more important things to do now. After finishing, the two of them didn't have the energy to take a shower, so they just hugged each other and fell asleep. It was almost noon the next day when Lin Wanrou slowly opened her eyes. She took a look at the fish skin covering her body, and a trace of shame flashed across her face. Chapter 55. Can you wash it now? Hearing the noise in the cabin, Tang Feiyu, who was fishing outside, ran in quickly. Seeing Lin Wanrou about to get up, he immediately walked to her and said, "Why don't you just rest today?" Lin Wanrou wanted to say something to him, but then she realized the main reason was that she had added too much to the soup. And seeing his worried expression, she couldn't say anything. In the end, he just hummed softly. Tang Feiyu supported Lin Wanrou and leaned against the headboard of the wooden bed, using a fish skin pillow to cushion her back. Then he asked, "Do you want to eat something?" After getting a positive answer, Tang Feiyu walked to the stove, opened the casserole on the fire, and took out a can of shark fin soup that was warm in the pot. Lin Wanrou ate her shark fin soup while watching Tang Feiyu peeling fruit beside her. She couldn't help but smile. At this moment, it seemed that surviving the apocalypse was nothing. The please walk into the trap skill takes effect, and you will receive a wooden box. Looking at the prompt that suddenly appeared, Tang Feiyu handed the peeled apple to Lin Wanrou and said, "I'll go outside to get the box." After he left, Lin Wanrou took a bite of the apple in her hand and felt that it was the sweetest one she had ever tasted in her life. Bite. The private chat notification sound made Lin Wanrou, who was immersed in happiness, stunned for a moment. She opened the list and saw that it was from Zhang Zilong again. I opened the chat box and found that he had sent me several messages before, asking me if I had any food and whether I needed to trade some. We're just chatting about family matters. The message came yesterday evening. However, Lin Wanrou was so worried about Tang Feiyu at the time that she didn't read the message. Thinking that there was no reply before, she decided not to reply. So Lin Wanrou directly pulled the latest news. "Aunt, I think I saw your fishing boat." JPG. Lin Wanrou clicked on the picture and found that it was taken from the right rear of the fishing boat. Before she could reply, another message came. "Auntie, slow down your boat and wait for me." Lin Wanrou, who was originally preparing to reply to the message, closed the chat window directly after seeing the latest one and had no intention of replying at all. And there was no intention of slowing down. Her relationship with Zhang Zilong was all because of Zhang Ming and his brother. Now that I have decided to be with Tang Feiyu, it would be useless to let an irrelevant person come here and cause trouble. If Zhang Zilong said something inappropriate in front of Tang Feiyu, it would easily cause a rift between the two. The best thing to do was to ignore him, since his raft couldn't catch up with the fishing boat anyway. Not meeting is the best solution. If it were Zhang Zilong's father, Lin Wanrou might have stopped the boat and waited. "Brother Zilong, the boat in front is not slowing down." Hao Jian stood in front of the raft and watched for a long time, then turned around and said to Zhang Zilong, who was sitting in a chair enjoying a massage. It was originally agreed that they would be teleported over early in the morning to seize the fishing boat, but after Zhang Zilong woke up, he pulled the woman to start studying, and the process was delayed until almost noon. Although his time was short, he had a lot of fun. Anyway, the woman was now paralyzed on the raft, motionless. Hao Jian didn't dare to say a word. For Zhang Zilong, he was about to win the beautiful aunt he had been thinking about, so naturally he didn't need to cherish this woman too much. After feeling relaxed, he used the teleportation card. As soon as he landed in the water, he saw a fishing boat in the distance. Then he sent a message to Lin Wanrou. As a result, when he heard Hao Jian, who he had arranged to observe, say that the fishing boat had not stopped, he sent another message to Lin Wanrou. After waiting for a while, there was still no reply. Zhang Zilong got angry when he saw Hao Jian looking at him with an expression that said, "Can you do this?" He spared Hao Jian's life, not to let him laugh at him. He reached out and took out a card from his pocket. Speed card. After use, the raft speed increases to 50 kilometers per hour, duration, 1 hour. This was his reward for passing the novice assessment. Now, in order to catch up with the fishing boat and save face in front of his younger brothers, he had to use it despite the pain. The raft suddenly accelerated, and Hao Jian, who was standing, was caught off guard and fell onto the raft. There were no fixed supplies, and some of them fell on the lying woman. She groaned and passed out. Zhang Zilong, who was sitting, wasn't affected much. Instead, he looked at the two of them with disdain. On the fishing boat, Tang Feiyu returned to the cabin with 2 bottles of white wine and a 3-jean bag of peanuts that he had opened from the box. Seeing him come in, my mood, which had become depressed because of the news about Zhang Zilong, became happy again. "Feiyu, what did you find?" "Here, wine and peanuts." Tang Feiyu showed the things to Lin Wanrou and threw them aside. Neither of them drank alcohol, but peanuts were a good snack. But there was no rush to eat them now, so naturally, there was no rush to increase the amplification. It wouldn't spoil if they were left for a while. "How do you feel? Is it still painful?" Tang Feiyu sat down on the edge of the bed, reached out to help Lin Wanrou tuck her scattered temples behind her ears, and asked, "Much better, but my legs still feel a little sore and I can't use enough strength." Lin Wanrou looked at the face close to her, lowered her head, and said softly, "Then take some rest. There's nothing to do today anyway." Tang Feiyu chuckled. Suddenly, his face changed and he shouted, "Oh no." Lin Wanrou was startled by his sudden action and asked quickly, "What's wrong?" "We didn't take any measures last night. If something happens, we won't be able to find a hospital at sea, and that would be very dangerous," Tang Feiyu said, patting his head in annoyance. At the time, he was only concerned about his own happiness, leaving nothing behind for her. Childbirth is no joke, and out on the sea, the conditions are simply not right. It could end in 1 death and 2 lives. After hearing his words, Lin Wanrou breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought something had happened to the fishing boat. Looking at the regretful Tang Feiyu, Lin Wanrou felt a sweet feeling rising in her heart. After all, this shows that he really has her in his heart. He's not the kind of person who only cares about his own happiness and doesn't care about what the girl thinks. But I still decided to tease him, so I said quietly, "What should I do? I'm in my dangerous period these 2 days." Hearing Lin Wanrou's words, Tang Feiyu was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that if it was during the safe period, the chance would be smaller, but he ended up encountering the worst possible situation. Although it might not hit the target on the first try, the chances were much higher. If it did happen, it would be troublesome. But he had no experience dealing with such a thing. So Tang Feiyu looked at Lin Wan and asked weakly, "Can you wash it now?" Chapter 56 encountered a robbery. Lin Wanrou glared at Tang Feiyu as if he were a fool and said in a strange tone, "It's been almost a day. Isn't it too late to wash it now, or do you not want to have a child with me?" No. I'm just worried that there won't be the conditions to deliver the baby. The risk of infection is too high," Tang Feiyu said hurriedly. Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Seeing Tang Feiyu's nervous look, Lin Wanrou laughed and then said, "I lied to you. These few days are the safe period." Hearing this, Tang Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief, but not much, because the safe period is not necessarily truly safe. But Tang Feiyu was about to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Wanrou. She blushed and said, "Don't worry, as long as I don't think about it, it won't happen." Hearing her words, Tang Feiyu was full of questions. Apart from taking measures in advance or taking medicine afterwards, are there any other ways to control this kind of thing? Because Lin Wanrou's words were so absolute that they sounded unreal. If girls really had methods other than the 2 mentioned above, there wouldn't be so many accidents happening on the internet that would make life a mess. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Lin Wanrou, who originally didn't want to say more, decided to tell him in order to reassure him. After Lin Wanrou's explanation, Tang Feiyu suddenly realized why she was so sure. Ultimately, it was because of Lin Wanrou's previously acquired passive skill, bloodthirst, which allowed her to replenish her health or even reserve it by consuming high-energy food. However, no one has stipulated what constitutes food, let alone a rule that only when something passes through the mouth and enters the stomach can it be considered edible. So last night, Lin Wanrou directly absorbed it and turned it into reserve blood. If it's gone, then naturally it won't exist anymore. Girls are indeed more sensitive than boys in this kind of thing. Otherwise, when Tang Feiyu remembers it, he might explode. Tang Feiyu, who finally breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly pinched Lin Wanrou's chin viciously and said, "Well, I was still worried about you, and you actually lied to me that it was a dangerous period." Lin Wanrou raised her head and stared at him, saying in a tender voice, "Then what do you want to do?" Seeing that she was still provoking him at this time, Tang Feiyu couldn't bear it anymore. He just lowered his head and kissed her. Originally, he wanted to punish her, but just as he kissed her, he suddenly heard the sound of something hitting the cabin outside. Tang Feiyu was startled, and then he let go of Lin Wanrou, handed the water gun to her, and said, "Maybe they were attacked by a sea monster. I'll go out and take a look." "How about I go with you?" Lin Wanrou said, and was about to struggle to get out of bed, but Tang Feiyu pushed her back. "You should have a good rest. Ordinary sea monsters are easy to deal with." "Then you better be careful," Lin Wanrou advised. Tang Feiyu nodded, inserted the laser gun into the special fish skin pocket, then walked out with the bone sword in one hand and the multifunctional long hook in the other. He didn't see the sea monster, but he saw an iron hook with a rope hanging on the side of the boat. He was very upset and took 2 steps forward. He saw a raft following the fishing boat at a similar speed on the sea. A man was pulling the rope, another man was climbing up, and a naked woman was lying under the awning of the raft, although only half of her body was visible. However, it can be seen from the dense purple and blue spots on it that the woman's fate is not optimistic. "Hey, are we encountering pirates who are robbing us?" Tang Feiyu laughed. He knew that many people had ideas about his fishing boat, so in order to avoid trouble, he never slowed down because he didn't want to have too much contact with other people. As a result, there was now another raft that was as fast as his fishing boat, and it threw the hook directly at him. Zhang Zilong, who was climbing up by pulling the rope, suddenly heard the reminder from Hao Jiayin, who was pulling the rope below. He looked up and saw Tang Feiyu standing on the boat. Her face changed, and she cursed inwardly. Damn it, she got snatched away. Then, she cursed Lin Wanrou in her heart. Damn bitch, pretending to be a chaste heroine. Her husband has only been dead for a year, and she can't wait to lie in someone else's bed. Tang Feiyu didn't know about his relationship with Lin Wanrou. Seeing how hard the other person was climbing, he stepped on the side of the boat and shouted to Zhang Zilong, "Brother, you are working so hard. What do you want to do?" "Robbery." "Well, it's a misunderstanding. I've never seen any boat other than a raft on the sea, so I came here out of curiosity. Are you the owner of this boat? Zhang Zilong saw that Tang Feiyu seemed easy to talk to, so he rolled his eyes and made up an excuse. At this time, he certainly wouldn't mention his relationship with Lin Wanrou. After all, if the boat belonged to this man and Lin Wanrou was his pet, then if he said he was the nephew of Lin Wanrou's husband, it was obvious that this man wouldn't let him on board. At the same time, he thought to himself, once I get on board, you're done. By then, not only will your boat be named Zhang, but your woman will also be mine. He continued to say to Tang Feiyu, brother, you've got such a big boat. How about we join you? I have some good supplies here, I can give them to you. I'm really tired of that broken raft. It's leaky even when I sleep on it. Zhang Zilong said this sincerely. However, Tang Feiyu shook his head and shouted to Zhang Zilong, no need. Don't come again, or I will be rude. As he said that, he took out the bone sword and prepared to cut the rope. Seeing this, Zhang Zilong hurriedly shouted, wait, brother, let us join your team, and we'll give you the woman on the raft. In his opinion, although this woman was not as pretty as Lin Wanrou, she was not bad either. After all, she was carefully selected by a second-generation man like Hao Jiayan. In a place like the sea where there are no restrictions, how many men would complain about having too many women? Even if Lin Wanrou is beautiful, you will get tired of her after using her for a long time. Now there is a free gift, don't miss it. Hearing his words, Tang Feiyu sneered and swung his sword, ready to cut the rope. From the look of the woman, he knew that these two men were not good people. Although he didn't want to kill them, he wouldn't let them get on the boat either. Lin Wanrou, who had been waiting in the cabin for a long time but hadn't seen Tang Feiyu return, put on her clothes out of concern and walked out with her weapon. In the end, he didn't see the sea monster, but instead saw Tang Feiyu chatting with someone by the boat. So he walked over. He immediately recognized Zhang Zilong lying in midair below and exclaimed, Zhang Zilong. Zhang Zilong also saw Lin Wanrou standing next to Tang Feiyu. The blush on her face had not yet faded, which made him curse in his heart. Zhang Zilong's mind raced, and he quickly shouted, Auntie, it's me. Didn't you ask me to come find you? This man won't let me get on the boat. Chapter 57 Lin Wanrou shoots. Zhang Zilong's idea was simple, to sow discord between the two, so that he could take advantage of the opportunity to climb aboard. Then, he would have the final say on what he wanted. After all, he possessed the legendary superpowers. To ordinary people, he was like a Superman. Hearing Zhang Zilong's words, Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou were both stunned. However, unlike what Zhang Zilong expected, the two did not argue because of his words. Instead, Lin Wanrou looked at the hook on the boat and realized Zhang Zilong's ill intentions. Without waiting for Tang Feiyu to speak, he picked up the Desert Eagle, pointed it at Zhang Zilong's head, and said, Get out of here now, or I'll shoot you. On the raft, Hao Jiayan looked at Zhang Zilong, who was hanging on the rope, and originally thought that if the other party could take over the fishing boat, he could live an easier life. But now, looking at the situation, he couldn't even get on the boat, so he might as well untie the rope on the raft himself and take the opportunity to escape from his control. Although his life might be a little harder, it was better than being his dog. Besides, there are still a lot of supplies on the raft. Thinking of this, he made up his mind, picked up a steel knife, and chopped at the rope tied to the raft. Tang Feiyu, who was standing on the deck, was also a little surprised when he saw Hao Jiayan's actions. He didn't expect that there was still a conflict between the two of them, so he smiled and reminded, Hey, if you don't go back now, you won't be able to go back. Following the direction of Tang Feiyu's finger, Zhang Zilong subconsciously looked back. You dare! He shouted angrily when he saw Hao Jiayan cutting the rope. Hao Jiayan heard his shout and subconsciously shuddered. After all, the terrifying flames were still frightening just thinking about them. But this is an opportunity that I have finally waited for. Bang! The rope was cut, and under the action of the force, Zhang Zilong, who was climbing on the rope, hit the hull of the fishing boat heavily. He now had no way out. If he couldn't get on the boat, he would fall into the sea. In that case, there would be no other outcome except drowning. Without the rope, Hao Jiayan regained control of the raft and quickly disabled the acceleration card. As he watched the fishing boat drift away, he heaved a sigh of relief and slumped down on the raft. Ha! Ha ha! Boom! Hao Jiayan just laughed twice when an orange-red octopus leg stretched out from the sea next to the raft, rolled up his body, and pulled him into the water. This octopus followed the raft all the way. If it had not been too close to the fishing boat and affected by the dragon subduing wood on the boat, it would have had its meal long ago. One Hao Jiayan was not enough to eat, so the octopus legs rolled up the woman lying under the awning. The woman woke up from the severe pain caused by the tentacles tightly wrapped around her. but he only had time to let out a scream before being dragged into the sea. The woman's screams attracted the attention of two people on a fishing boat not far away, and Zhang Zilong, who was hanging on a rope. Seeing a sea monster grab someone for the first time, Lin Wanrou was startled and her face turned pale. Zhang Zilong was even more stunned. The little brother who had just betrayed him was eaten by an octopus. And judging by the size of its tentacles, they were larger than any octopus he had encountered before. He wasn't sure if his flames would be enough to keep him alive if attacked by the other side. So he started to climb up using his hands and feet. Bang! The loud gunshot made Zhang Zilong stop in a cold sweat. He looked up at Lin Wanrou on the deck in disbelief. If you go down now, you can still swim to the raft, Lin Wanrou said coldly. Seeing her resolute attitude, Zhang Zilong knew he had no chance of getting up, so he sneered. Okay, so cruel. You treat me like this just because my uncle treats you so well. Since you won't let me live, let's all die together. Zhang Zilong, filled with hatred for Lin Wanrou, decided to drag them into the water. He fully mobilized the special energy within his body, transforming into a fireman. He prepared to burn a hole in the fishing boat and sink it. The sudden burst of fire startled Tang Feiyu. Not daring to delay, he cut the rope on the hook with a knife. Without the rope to hold him, Zhang Zilong, who had turned into a burning man, began to fall into the sea. But he had already decided to drag them along. So how could he just give up like that? He punched the fishing boat, and with a thud, a dent was made on the boat. Then Zhang Zilong grabbed the dent and prepared to punch again to make a hole in the boat. Bang! With a gunshot, Zhang Zilong fell into the water with an unbelievable look in his eyes. With a snap, the gun in Lin Wanrou's hand fell to the deck. Her body was shaking and her face was pale. Tang Feiyu, who was standing by, quickly hugged Lin Wanrou, who was about to fall, and comforted her. It's okay. Unlike my previous murders, I spent half a day mentally preparing myself before taking action. Moreover, Lin Wanrou killed someone she knew, and Tang Feiyu knew how bad her mood was right now. I don't want to kill him, but why did he attack our fishing boat? Lin Wanrou lay in Tang Feiyu's arms and cried. Okay, that kind of lunatic cannot be judged by common sense. Now that there are no laws, there will be more selfish people like this. We must learn to adapt, Tang Feiyu said softly. Lin Wanrou knew what he said was right, but it wasn't easy for her to adapt. She was just an ordinary woman with a little money and 2 rooms. It would be abnormal if she could easily get over the sudden murder. Let me take you back to the cabin to rest first. Tang Feiyu picked up Lin Wanrou by the waist. Just as she was putting her on the wooden bed with a sleeping bag, Lin Wanrou suddenly said, by the way, their raft. Now that they are dead, the raft cannot be wasted. Looking at Lin Wanrou, who had tears in her eyes and was still thinking about the raft, Tang Feiyu burst out laughing. You lie down and rest. I'll go get the raft back. Tang Feiyu tidied her hair, kissed her on the forehead, then returned to the cabin and turned the boat around. Not long after, they arrived at the empty raft floating on the sea again. After stopping the boat, Tang Feiyu picked up the bone sword and jumped down with the water-repellent beads. He first looked at the supplies on the raft. In addition to some fish, there were also 2 knives, a spear, some pure water, and several women's clothes. However, these clothes looked worn, so Tang Feiyu picked them up with a long hook and threw them into the sea. He then traded the other supplies to Lin Wanrou and put his hands on the raft. Ownerless raft detected. Is it disassembled? Breakdown. With a thud, the raft vanished, and Tang Feiyu fell into the sea. The decomposed materials also began to sink underwater. He quickly grabbed the core crystal. As for the other wooden blocks and other things, they could only be allowed to sink into the water. Chapter 58, Speculations about Talent. Pulling the rope prepared in advance, he climbed back to the fishing boat. Tang Feiyu first changed direction again, started the fishing boat, and kept it moving at full speed, then returned to the cabin with the core. After handing the core to Lin Wanrou and asking her to designate a trade for him, Tang Feiyu complained. It's absurd that a raft can only decompose 1 core crystal regardless of its level. Hearing his words, Lin Wanrou nodded in agreement, and then traded back the core and the supplies that had been traded before. After the amplification, the number of core crystals became 100, plus the previous 300. It is still a little short of directly upgrading the fishing boat. If you use materials to upgrade, you'll need even more. The water spirit stones you need are something I've never seen before, and I haven't seen anyone mention them in the trading or chat areas. After putting everything in order and seeing that Lin Wanrou had no intention of eating anymore, Tang Feiyu handed her the telescope. I wanted her to look at Zhang Qian to relieve her tension. However, after Lin Wanrou took the telescope, she did not look at Zhang Qian. Instead, she put it beside the bed, then took Tang Feiyu's hand and said, Feiyu, do you think Zhang Zilong's fire is a talent or a skill? It looks like a talent, Tang Feiyu said after recalling Zhang Zilong's previous situation. After all, if it's a skill, it's usually a fireball or something like that. How can someone burn themselves? And the method he used is so crude, it doesn't even sound like a skill. If it's a talent for controlling fire, it makes more sense. I think so too. You said that he also has Qianqian's talent. Did he have it in advance? Or did he obtain it through the talent card? Lin Wanrou raised another question. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu fell into deep thought. He knew his own situation well. First, he wasn't a time traveler, and second, he hadn't been reborn. Why did he have talent in advance while others didn't? But why? Why did I have such talent so early? Is it just because I have a handsome face that is comparable to the readers? I have a guess, Lin Wanrou said softly. Hearing her words, Tang Feiyu suddenly looked up at her. Let's assume that the two of them also obtained their talents in advance instead of using talent cards. Then what similarities do you three have? Lin Wanrou said in a persuasive manner. The three of us. Tang Feiyu didn't know much about Zhang Zilong, but he knew a lot about Zhang Qian. However, he couldn't think of any similarities between them. I was once an unemployed young man, while Zhang Qian was the daughter of a wealthy man, a perfect white, rich, and beautiful woman. They even attended different universities. Their ages, birthdays, heights, and weights were completely different. If there is anything similar between us, it is that they are both related to you. So you are my lucky goddess? You let me awaken my talent early, Tang Feiyu said with a smile when he thought of the fact that Zhang Zilong was Lin Wanrou's nephew. Hearing this, Lin Wanrou rolled her eyes at him and said, You're just talking nonsense. Then why didn't I awaken my talent in advance? Then, Lin Wanrou said seriously, Zhang Qian's father and Zhang Zilong's father are brothers, and both of them are keen on charity. Are you saying that I accidentally donated my lottery winnings, which is why I awakened my talent early? Tang Feiyu was confused, but he quickly retorted, but the charity was done by Zhang Qian's father. She probably hasn't donated much money, right? Lin Wanrou shook her head and said, No, most of Zhang Ming's donations and charities were done in Zhang Qian's name, and Zhang Zilong's family also used his name. The most common thing they said at the time was that they were doing charity to accumulate good karma for their children. No way. How is this related to gods and ghosts? Tang Feiyu's mouth twitched. But if you think this way, everything makes sense. Although you made the donation by mistake, the money was actually received. So you awakened your talent early and can better survive in the ocean. Do you remember why we were thrown into the sea? Sakura. Yes, they lacked virtue and brought disaster to all of humanity. But other countries, too, will have some impact on the environment. So, a certain being punished all of humanity. And those who did good things were treated differently. Lin Wanrou's words were well-founded, and Tang Feiyu was almost convinced. However, he still had a question, so he said, But that's not right. If what you said is true, Qianqian and Zhang Zilong's merits should not be comparable to my mere 2 million donation. Why is my talent better than theirs? Hearing his words, Lin Wanrou looked at him strangely and said, Okay, are you mistaken? If you were in the game, yours would at most be a survival profession, while the two of them are actual combat professions. It's just that in this survival game, your talent has taken advantage. But the two of them also have enough to eat and drink. It's just that their talent development wasn't as simple as yours. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu was shocked. Indeed, his abilities seemed impressive, capable of increasing the value of traded items by 10 or 100 times. However, the bonus to his own combat power was actually not much. If you are lucky, you can get skills or equipment that increase your combat effectiveness. If you are unlucky, at most your life will be richer. But there's a saying that goes, if my neighbor stores food, I store guns. My neighbor is my granary. Now I am that neighbor. If I think about it this way, my talent is indeed not as good as Zhang Qian and Zhang Zilong's who can directly increase my strength. At the same time, he also understood why no one mentioned talent at the beginning. Not to mention how many people in the sea area where he is often donating to charity. His 2 million just bought him a living talent. Most people are workers. It is considered a great achievement to save hundreds of thousands of yuan a year, let alone donate. Moreover, which big boss who has money to donate to charity is not a shrewd old fox? They all know the principle of not showing off their wealth. How can we expect those big bosses to do something stupid? Who knows where they are hiding and developing secretly? Instantly, Tang Feiyu felt a sense of urgency. He had originally thought he was special, but now it seemed he was just lucky. Otherwise, he might be living a worse life than Zhang Zilong before him. Seeing Tang Feiyu's expression change, Lin Wanrou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She realized that Tang Feiyu had become a little too proud recently because things had been going so smoothly. In this kind of environment, it was easy to fail with such an attitude. But direct persuasion is rarely effective. Lin Wanrou happened to be using Zhang Zilong's incident as an excuse to warn him. Of course, the more she spoke about her own story, the more she felt that this might be the truth. Tang Feiyu figured it out and guessed Lin Wanrou's intention of suddenly telling him all this. He hugged her and kissed her again and again with gratitude. After all, if she hadn't reminded me, I might have really thought I was invincible, and when I failed, it would be too late to regret. I can't repay her kindness, so I have to give myself to her. Chapter 59 Lockers. Tang Feiyu finally let go of Lin Wanrou when she was almost out of breath. Because Lin Wanrou had just killed someone, even though it was a gunshot wound and not too bloody, she still couldn't eat fish. Especially when she saw how Jiayin and the other person being taken away by the octopus, she felt a little nauseous when she saw the octopus legs and the little balls. Tang Feiyu had no choice but to bring over the powerful bananas and calming coconut milk. After some discussion, Tang Feiyu was given the banana to increase his strength, and Lin Wanrou was given the coconut milk to increase her energy. Fortunately, Tang Feiyu's appetite has increased a lot as his physical attributes have improved. Otherwise, he really couldn't eat 5 kilograms of bananas. It's not easy to increase his strength by 1 point. Coconut milk lives up to its reputation of being a calming drink. Not long after Lin Wanrou finished drinking it, she felt a little sleepy and fell asleep as soon as she lay down. The quiet sleeping beauty made Tang Feiyu involuntarily lean over and kiss her before covering her with a piece of fish skin. Afterwards, he looked at the pile of things in the cabin and thought of the building on the raft that had not been built. The locker, judging by the required materials, should be a space equipment. After all, in addition to 200 units of wood blocks, it also requires a space core. It's been so long, someone else might have gotten it. Tang Feiyu tried to post a purchase message in the chat area. Then he posted a purchase link in the trading area. I didn't expect that someone would chat with me privately just after I sent the message. Space core, this is what you want, right? I can sell it to you. But you have to provide me with enough materials to upgrade it to a level 5 raft, and you have to pay the handling fee. Tang Feiyu looked at the other party's message and opened the avatar to read the information. The other party's raft is only level 3 now, and I don't know how it survived until now. Thinking about the materials needed to advance from level 3 to level 5, he realized he could gather them all. However, he had only found this one spatial core, and it was hard to say what its market price would be. After failing to bargain, Tang Feiyu decided to make a deal. After all, if you miss this, who knows when you will meet it again. The other party made no secret of the origin of the space core. It was found in a special box salvaged one night. Their purpose was unknown, and they hadn't seen anyone else trading it, which is why they kept it until now. The materials needed to upgrade the raft in the early stage were not many, and after completing the transaction, Tang Feiyu extracted the core from the transaction column. After amplification, it became 100 space cores. Without further hesitation, he began making it. The cabinet didn't take long to create. After a simple 30-second read, a wooden cabinet appeared before him, measuring only half a meter tall and 50 centimeters wide. Lockers, level 1, containing 50 cubic meters of space. The next level requires 2 space cores and 200 wood blocks. Tang Feiyu upgraded the locker to the current highest level 5 in one go. A total of 14 space cores and 800 wooden blocks are consumed, excluding manufacturing consumption. The current storage cabinet can store 750 cubic meters of things. Then, he loaded all the supplies in the cabin into the boat. On a fishing boat, you can access supplies with just a thought, which is very convenient. However, the cabin suddenly became empty, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. After sorting out the supplies, Tang Feiyu discovered that there were several new buildings. However, only one of them had a working radar. He took a look at the rest and found that they were all lacking materials. It seems that as long as the materials are in the locker, they can be directly consumed when making items. This is a lot more convenient. Tang Feiyu was very satisfied with this discovery. Unlike before, materials need to be placed into the drawing column one by one. Because the building was built on the fishing boat, it did not require a blueprint and could not be amplified. Tang Feiyu simply did not wake up Lin Wanrou and directly chose to build it. After deducting the materials, the production time showed 125 hours. After using the accelerator, a prompt appeared indicating that the radar had been installed. Tang Feiyu searched the cabin, but found nothing extra. I'm stupid. The radar should be in the cockpit. Tang Feiyu slapped his forehead and quickly ran to the cockpit. Sure enough, next to the rudder, he saw a screen that was not there before. The radar can clearly detect the situation within 15 nautical miles around. At this moment on the screen, bright yellow spots were scattered around the fishing boat. Behind the fishing boat, a red that was much larger than the yellow that was hanging tightly. Tang Feiyu picked up the telescope and looked in the direction of a yellowed that was relatively close to the left front. He found that it was a foreigner sitting on a raft and eating bread. After looking in several directions, I determined that the yellow dot represented a raft. As for the red dot, I didn't find anything on the sea. It could only be a sea monster. Tang Feiyu instantly thought of the giant octopus that had killed Hao Jiayan before. Although it did not attack because of the dragon subduing wood, it did not give up tracking, showing its perseverance. This is also because there are 201 pieces of dragon subduing wood on the fishing boat, and the octopus doesn't even dare to get close, so it keeps following it 1,000 meters away. If there was still only one, the attack would have been launched long ago. Tang Feiyu was in the cabin, holding a telescope and constantly observing the rafts in the direction of the fishing boat. He found that most of them were dragon people, and occasionally he would see a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes, or someone who could be invisible at night. However, in the chat area, there were no foreigners to be found. I wondered if they were just browsing the screen without talking, or if they were not sharing the same chat area. But after observing for more than an hour, Tang Feiyu's face turned a little ugly, because he found that those rafts would encounter an attack from time to time. Of course, this was not the reason for his change of face. But those rafts that were attacked, after killing the attacking sea monsters, boxes will soon appear nearby. Now that I think about it, the number of times I've found a chest has almost dropped to 0 since I got the dragon wood. I used to think it was because I was past the novice stage and the chests appeared less frequently. I just realized now that it might be because they have not been attacked. In the evening, Tang Feiyu was preparing dinner. Lin Wanrou, who was lying on the bed, woke up when she smelled the fragrance. During the meal, Tang Feiyu recounted what he had discovered, and then asked, "Wanrou, do you think we should put the dragon subduing wood away? If they wanted to get more boxes, they would definitely have to put them away. But doing so would also slow down the fishing boat." They still had to look for Zhang Qian. Although Lin Wanrou also wanted to find Zhang Qian as soon as possible and was not short of supplies, she also knew that if they didn't find more boxes, their strength would increase very slowly. If they encountered someone with other offensive talents, they would easily be defeated. So after thinking about it, he said, "Why don't we move forward at full speed at night and put away the dragon subduing wood during the day?" Chapter 60, The Expansion Trio. They had dinner with the same food they hadn't eaten at noon. After eating, under Tang Feiyu's persistence, Lin Wanrou agreed to his request to take a bath together. However, the space in the bathtub was not large, and the two of them did not feel particularly comfortable bathing. So after only about half an hour, Tang Feiyu carried Lin Wanrou out of the bathtub and back to the bed. After a night of joy, dawn came in the blink of an eye. According to the plan, Tang Feiyu collected the dragon subduing wood. But just like a beast that had just left its lair, other animals did not dare to invade immediately. The giant octopus following behind the fishing boat did not attack immediately, but remained at a certain distance behind. Maybe it is still wondering why the smell that fish hates suddenly disappeared. Tang Feiyu, armed with a bone sword and a laser gun, sat by the side of the boat, fishing with a fishing rod in hand. Lin Wanrou came to the locker and took out various design drawings she had collected. See which ones can be made and make them. If there is a lack of materials, send the necessary items to Tang Feiyu and ask him to buy them. However, one of the drawings, the small yacht design that Tang Feiyu had been dreaming of, was excluded. Now that he had a fishing boat, it seemed unnecessary to build a yacht. Even if he had to leave the fishing boat, he still had the water-repellent beads to use. I can only put it aside for now. In addition to the yacht, Lin Wanrou began to make design drawings. Items like siege crossbows, battering rams, high-level recycling bins, disposable down jackets, and self-heating underwear were all entering the production countdown. Basic materials like wood, iron, copper, stone, and plastic were almost exhausted, and mechanical cores and components had also been consumed. After that, Lin Wanrou began to use bananas, coconuts, cigarettes, alcohol, and other supplies in the chat area and trading area to purchase skill-blind boxes, weapon blueprints, and recipes. Blueprints and recipes are used to upgrade the tool bench and stove. Both buildings require a certain number of unlocked items before they can be upgraded. Unlike a locker, you can upgrade it simply by having the materials. After she negotiated the terms, she would ask someone to contact Tang Feiyu for the transaction. Since there was a transaction fee, it would be a waste for her to handle it first. After a morning, I received enough weapon blueprints and recipes for upgrading. After Tang Feiyu extracted the items from the trading column, his talent effect was triggered. 2 more recipes were added to restore hunger and fatigue, as well as a few recipes that increased 4-dimensional attributes. It's just that the ingredients are not available now, so it can't be made. So far, The only vegetables I've seen in the trading area that can be called vegetables are soybean sprouts and mung bean sprouts. I don't know where Zhang Qian gets all those vegetables. There are also several more types of weapons. Even with a 100-fold increase in power, they don't look very good. After lighting up the icon, Tang Feiyu was too lazy to forge them. After upgrading the tool table and stove to level 2, Lin Wanrou began to call him to eat. In order to avoid being disturbed, Tang Feiyu took out a piece of dragon wood. They were waiting for the sea monster to attack during the day, so the fishing boat was moving very slowly. When the two began to eat, a raft on the sea was slowly approaching. Boss, are we really going to provoke her? Or let's just forget it. A short and strong man with bare chest said to his companion. There are 3 of us, and Akian has superpowers. The other party is just a woman. What are we afraid of? The fishing boat we were discussing in the chat area before has come to us. If we don't seize this opportunity, we will be struck by lightning. The bald man called the boss said, licking his lips. After saying that, he turned around and looked at a man in his early 20s wearing glasses squatting on the raft and said, Aegon, I'm relying on you later. After you succeed, you can have fun with that woman for 3 days. Don't worry, Brother Chong. You guys will attract her attention later. I'll get on the boat from the back and take her down directly. Bald Chong, before he became a thug, controlled a club. He was ruthless and controlled many prostitutes, most of whom were women he had lured into his trap. The short and strong man, good at boxing and kicking, is his #1 thug. And the bespectacled Qian was just an ordinary college student. After being cheated on by his girlfriend, he accidentally went to Brother Chong's club to vent. While sparring with the prostitute, he claimed that his house was about to be demolished and his girlfriend was not good at looking. When Chong got the news, he took it to heart. The next day, he asked his men to commit fraud, and then he came forward to help Aegon solve the problem, saying that he felt like he had known him for a long time at first sight, and then he treated him to good food and drinks and 2 or 3 prostitutes. He had never experienced anything like this before, and he almost fell to his knees and called out to his brother. But before Brother Chong could take action, the struggle for survival began. The 3 people who were not far away gathered together. Because of family reasons, Akian had awakened his water-related talent early on. The sea was his home turf, and the 3 of them easily weathered the attacks one after another. As for supplies, most of them were snatched from other people's rafts. Those who could only drift with the waves were no match for them. If they encountered a man, they would kill him directly, and if they encountered a woman, her fate was often very tragic. Because Brother Chong was so meticulous, even with his special abilities, Qian was still completely controlled by him. He never thought of becoming the boss. At first he didn't dare to kill anyone, but after being persuaded by Brother Chong, killing someone was no more difficult for him than killing a chicken. Ever since the photo of Lin Wanrou standing on the boat was posted in the chat area, Brother Chong had an idea. But at sea, unless you were close, you couldn't find the other party. So the idea was just an idea. But luck came, and nothing could stop it. They had just robbed a man that morning. Qian randomly chose a direction, controlled the current to push the raft, and saw the fishing boat parked in the distance. The short and strong man thought that the other party had a fishing boat that no one else had, so he must be difficult to deal with, so he had no intention of provoke him. But the beautiful woman that Brother Chong has been thinking about is right in front of him. In addition, with Akian's superpowers, he has been used to having everything go smoothly these days, and doesn't take anyone seriously at all. Although he had to let Akian use it for 3 days first, but to win over talented people, there must be some sacrifice. Otherwise, he would not have let Akian obey him all the time. As for Qian, the events of the past few days had completely inflated his confidence, making him think that he was the son of destiny, and that the others were merely tools for him to collect supplies. If he met someone, he would take their things away. If he didn't meet someone, he would just leave his things with them first. But from the moment he saw the fishing boat, his heart changed. After all, wouldn't it be nice to have a woman of this quality all to himself? Why share her with others? If he hadn't been afraid of the short and strong male wolf dog, Aegon would have planned to kill Brother Chong and the other man first, and then board the fishing boat himself. By then, the supplies and the women would all be his. He had already grown arrogant and had never considered the strength of the person who owned the fishing boat. After all, he hadn't seen anyone with special abilities in all these days. Chapter 61, Counterattack Trio. After lunch, both of them had their attributes enhanced. Although not much, it adds up to a lot. With a level 2 stove, every meal in the future can be enhanced. What else do they need? After finishing her meal, Lin Wanrou walked out of the cabin with the dishes to wash them, and immediately spotted a raft that was only a few meters away from the fishing boat and was following it at a constant speed. On the raft, Lin Wanrou could still understand the expressions of the 2 men, a ferocious-looking bald man and a short and strong man with dark skin, when they saw her. "Hiss, I didn't expect that this girl is even prettier in person than in the photo," Brother Chong said, bending over slightly. The short and strong thug wolf dog, although not as strong as Brother Chong, was also amazed when he saw Lin Wanrou. From the other party's obscene expression and the fact that he had been following the fishing boat, Lin Wanrou naturally discovered his ill intentions. At this time, she could no longer care about washing the dishes and pots. She turned around and went back to the cabin and informed Tang Feiyu, who was preparing to take a nap, of the situation outside. Hearing what she said, Tang Feiyu jumped out of bed. Before he could pick up his gun and go out, he found that a lot of water was flowing in from under the cabin door. Seeing this unreasonable phenomenon, the two looked at each other and realized that the other party had a master. The water flowing in did not disperse. Instead, after reaching a certain amount, it began to flow upwards along the door, which was counterintuitive. When it reached the door lock, it turned into a transparent hand and opened the door that Lin Wanrou had just locked. Tang Feiyu reached out and pulled Lin Wanrou behind him, then picked up the laser gun and bone sword from the bedside. After thinking for a moment, he took out 2 explosive darts. After all, the opponent looks like he can turn his body into water, so he will most likely be immune to physical damage from the bone sword. I'm not sure if the laser gun will also be immune, but when the explosive dart explodes, it deals more fire damage and impact damage, so the effect should be better than the bone sword. Lin Wanrou was not idle behind him either. She sang softly. Hearing the song, Tang Feiyu's own attributes were amplified, all increased by 200%. Squeak. The door was opened, and Etienne was about to speak with a conceited smile when he saw something flying in front of him. He didn't care about this physical attack because he had experienced this before when he was robbing a woman who had agreed to cooperate, but when he relaxed, she would stab him. The first time he encountered it, he was also frightened and almost wet his pants. But when the knife was inserted into his body, he did not feel any pain. Looking down, he saw that the place where he was stabbed had turned into a light blue stream of water. The stunned woman was tortured by him for 3 days and 3 nights. When she got tired of it, she left her to Brother Chong and the other man. After that, he knew he could become immune to physical attacks, even though it would consume a lot of his hunger and fatigue points. After a few days of development, he could now control his body to transform into water at will. The consumption is much less than before. Seeing the attack, he did not retreat but advanced, ready to give these 2 unworldly bumpkins a little shock of superpowers. When the time came, he would beat the man to pieces and throw him aside, facing the Minotaur. I think it must be. Before he could finish his thought, the tip of the explosive flying knife had already touched his eyes. With a loud bang, Etienne flew out, hit the side of the boat, and then fell into the water. The explosion at close range made Tang Feiyu's scalp numb and his ears ring. He even had a fragment stuck in his chest, but the results were good. He pulled out the fragments from his body and threw them away. Seeing that there was not much bleeding, Tang Feiyu ignored it and chased after him with his weapon. On the raft, Chong Gu and Wolf Dog calculated the time, waiting for Etienne to come and pick them up, but they heard a loud explosion. Then, Etienne, who they had placed such high hopes on, fell off. They looked at each other in bewilderment, at a loss as to what to do. "Chong, Brother Chong, let's go," Wolf Dog said in a trembling voice. Although he was quite skilled, he was no match for someone with superpowers like this. He had already told us not to provoke this fishing boat. It's not easy for others to get something that no one else has. As a result, the 2 people who were already in a state of excitement refused to listen. Leave? How can we leave without Etienne? You know how fast the raft is. Brother Chong also thought about escaping. The problem was that without Etienne's superpower to propel the raft moved at a very slow speed. The beginner raft can be paddled with hands, but now that it has been upgraded to an advanced level, it may not be possible to paddle it even with a paddle. Now we can only rely on Etienne. Grab the crossbow and wait for an opportunity to help Etienne. Brother Chong said bitterly. For him, this kind of desperate thing has been done many times before. If you don't dare to fight, you won't be able to support such a big foundation. Hearing his words, Wolf Dog realized that he had been naive. Now there was no way out, so he could only fight to the death. Win, the fishing boat, the woman. Lose, and his life. It was that simple. Tang Feiyu was also lucky. He originally aimed at the opponent's head, but he didn't expect that the opponent was wearing glasses. Otherwise, the flying knife might pass through the liquefied head without exploding. In the sea, Etienne, who had lost his head, did not die, but was desperately trying to recover. He was now filled with hatred and fear. It was just a little bit off. If the damage from the explosion was a little higher, he would have no chance to recover. However, if someone wants to recover from this kind of injury, I don't know if the hunger and fatigue levels can hold up. It would be funny if the person fainted after recovering. Tang Feiyu walked out of the cabin and heard a swish. He subconsciously turned around and avoided the crossbow arrow shot from the raft. He raised his hand and threw a dart. The speed of the dart was much faster than that of a crossbow. Before Brother Chong and Wolf Dog could react, they were hit by the dart. With a loud bang, they turned into two broken corpses. Walking to the side of the boat, Tang Feiyu first took a look at the raft, and after confirming that the two people were dead, he lowered his head to look at the sea. Wow, he's not dead yet. A Qian, who was floating on the sea, had recovered his forehead, but his face was pale, as if he had hypoglycemia. Brother, I was wrong, please. Feiyu. Before Akian could even finish his plea for mercy, Tang Feiyu fired the laser gun. He wanted to see if the laser could harm someone with this condition. The result was obvious. It worked, but not much. The laser passed through Akian's body, evaporating some of the water, but the speed was too fast, and the wound healed quickly. This was when he was seriously injured. If he was intact, he might not even frown. Chapter 62 Spicy Dried Fish. Seeing that Tang Feiyu was not going to let him go, a Qian cursed. If you didn't have that kind of weapon, how could you possibly hurt me? I am the child of destiny, the protagonist of the new era, you damn bastard. Tang Feiyu sneered. Isn't it just a water-based talent? Your family's efforts are in vain. And you're talking about the child of destiny? You've read too many novels. Besides, is this all the child of destiny is? Hearing him accurately describe his awakened talent, a Qian was stunned for a moment. But before he could ask any more questions, Tang Feiyu threw two explosive darts at his body on the sea. Since this one could hurt him, he naturally wouldn't use any other weapons. He also considered the possibility that the dart would pass through without exploding. So there are two darts, and the one behind is chasing the one in front. However, there was a slight error in the control of the force, and the two darts penetrated Akian's body one after another before colliding and exploding under the sea. With a puff sound, Qian spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He was painlessly sent away by Tang Feiyu's next attack. Hearing the series of explosions outside, Lin Wanrou followed out with a gun. Feiyu, what's going on? It's been solved. I'll go dismantle their raft now. After saying that, he waved to Lin Wanrou and jumped off the boat. A thick orange octopus leg stretched out from the sea in front of me. Although there was a piece of dragon subduing wood on the fishing boat, it was obvious that it was not very effective in dispelling this stronger octopus monster. Not to mention that there were 3 bodies that had been blown to death nearby. The smell of food made the octopus monster unable to help but launch an attack. Neither of them had expected the sea monster attack, which they had been waiting for all morning but hadn't appeared, to appear at this critical moment. Lin Wanrou raised her hand and fired. With a bang, the bullet shot out from the gun barrel and hit the suction cup of the octopus's leg. However, this kind of attack was painless to the giant octopus and could not break through its defense at all. Seeing this, Lin Wanrou hurriedly went to get the laser water gun. The falling Tang Feiyu raised his laser gun, determined the location of the giant octopus's head based on the position of the octopus's legs, and fired 2 shots at the sea. Then, it fell into the water with a thud. After hanging up the laser gun, he controlled the bone sword to grow larger and longer, blocking the attack of the octopus's legs. Although he was thrown several meters into the sea, he was fine except for a little chest tightness. With the water-repellent beads on him, he didn't have to worry about drowning. He turned to look at the struggling octopus not far away. Of the 2 shots just now, only one hit, but luckily it hit its brain. This is why the octopus legs changed from curling to smashing. Thinking of his luck, Tang Feiyu rushed forward holding the bone sword. On the boat, Lin Wanrou ran back to the side with a laser water gun, but apart from seeing the octopus legs occasionally emerging from the water and flapping around, she couldn't see Tang Feiyu at all. She didn't dare to shoot randomly. What if someone was actually fine but was shot to death by her? It would be too late to regret it. The octopus, without the control of the main brain, has not died yet, and its body can only struggle instinctively. After some effort, Tang Feiyu finally got close to its head, and the shrunken bone sword pierced into it easily. Then he controlled the bone sword to grow bigger and longer. This is much easier than chopping directly with a bone sword. Tang Feiyu didn't stop stirring the bone sword until the octopus was completely motionless. While the octopus's body was still there, he quickly sent a message to Lin Wanrou, asking her to throw the rope down. After seeing the news, Lin Wanrou did not dare to delay and quickly threw down one end of the rope. 10 minutes later, the giant octopus fell into the sea with one of its tentacles tied to it. Tang Feiyu first dismantled the raft next to him before returning to the boat. How do we deal with this octopus? It's too heavy, and there's no way to pull it up and break it down. Lin Wanrou first helped Tang Feiyu treat it, and then asked. Tang Feiyu also thought it would be a pity to let it sink into the sea, so he hung it with a rope. As for how to pull it up and disassemble it, there was no good idea. Let's do this for now. We'll go to the trading area later to see if there's anything useful. Tang Feiyu handed the core he got after disassembling the raft and several design drawings found on the raft to Lin Wanrou. As for the basic supplies on the raft, they were traded to Lin Wanrou before they were disassembled. Although there would be an extra handling fee, there was nothing that could be done about it. It would be a waste of time to pull it onto the boat bit by bit. He extracted the cores and blueprints from the trading column. He now had 500 cores, 12 short of upgrading the fishing boat. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu felt a sharp pain in his teeth. However, some of the food brought back from the raft has been improved in quality after being amplified. Spicy dried fish, 10 servings, about 50 g each. Increases speed by 0.1. A great snack at sea. Golden sea cucumber, 5 pieces. Each piece can increase 2 points of physical strength and 0.5 strength. Snowflake autumn pear paste 3 bottles, for treating cold, fever, and cough. Tang Feiyu originally wanted to give Lin Wanrou some dried fish, but she refused. There were 10 servings of this thing, and eating them all would only increase speed by 1 point. The improvement between the two of them was even smaller, and she ate it all. As a logistics person, it was useless for her to ask for speed now. It would be better to let Tang Feiyu do the improvement. Unable to persuade her, Tang Feiyu had to eat by himself. As soon as I took a sip, my whole body turned red. Hiss, so spicy. Tang Feiyu's tolerance for spicy food was about the same as pickled pepper chicken feet. He hadn't expected this dried fish to be so spicy. In just a few seconds, sweat began to form on his forehead. The spiciness made him jump up and down, so he quickly grabbed a banana and ate it to relieve the pain. Hiss, now I know why this thing can increase speed. Tang Feiyu complained while grinning. Lin Wanrou, who was standing by, covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu, in line with the idea of sharing weal and woe, tore open another packet and put it into his mouth, then pulled Lin Wanrou, who was watching the joke, over and kissed her. A few minutes later, Lin Wanrou, whose lips were swollen, punched his chest with her little fists with tears in her eyes. I just wanted you to have a taste of it too, Tang Feiyu argued. Then Lin Wanrou hit him even harder. With the mentality of being ready to die, Tang Feiyu finally ate all the dried fish. Although the fruit could relieve the spiciness, the effect was not very good. He squatted on the ground, holding his stomach with a look of pain on his face, wailing, "Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I must have a perforated stomach from the spiciness." Although Lin Wanrou thought he was pretending, she was worried that it was real, so she had to act as if it was real and squatted down to kiss him. Tang Feiyu swallowed a much larger amount of medicine than usual, and only stopped when Lin Wanrou couldn't stand the spiciness anymore. Chapter 63 Blue Ice Crystal. Just when Tang Feiyu was about to kiss her again, Lin Wanrou suddenly pointed at the sea in the distance and said, "Feiyu, the box." Hearing this, Tang Feiyu turned around and saw that there was indeed a box floating a few dozen meters away that was much larger than the previous box. At this distance, it wasn't easy to cast with a fishing rod. He had no choice but to jump down with the water-repellent beads. Soon, he brought the box back. With Lin Wanrou's help, the two of them pulled the box onto the boat. Standing on the deck, facing the sea, Tang Feiyu opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, a black object flew out of the box. When they landed in the sea, they could see clearly that it was a highly venomous sea snake. Lin Wanrou patted her chest with some fear and said, "Thanks to you for coming up with the idea to open the box. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome if I had been bitten by such a venomous snake." "Venomous snake? You old fool. Who taught you to open a box like this?" Looking at the sea snake still swimming following the fishing boat, Tang Feiyu picked up his pistol and shot it in the head. After dealing with this potential threat, the two looked at the items in the box. What caught their eyes was a folded object, which was very large. After Tang Feiyu pulled it out, the object automatically unfolded. It was a small rubber boat, the kind that could probably accommodate 2 or 3 people and required someone to row. I dragged it aside first because the big box had not automatically decomposed, which meant there were other items inside. Lin Wanrou took out another round object from inside, about the size of an apple. Night pearl adds a touch of light to the darkness. It is just an ordinary item and the introduction is very simple, it is lighting. It was quite useful. They had relied on torches for lighting at night these past few days, but that was about it. Now they had a night shining pearl, which was much more stable than the light source of a torch. As to whether it can replace torches, we will have to try it at night to find out. Generally speaking, glow-in-the-dark items are somewhat harmful to health. However, once you start surviving, you don't have to worry too much, because all the items have introductions. As long as the introduction does not mention words like radiation or poison, it is absolutely safe. For those who like to eat mushrooms but are unsure whether they are poisonous, this is definitely a good thing. Of course, the premise is that you can find mushrooms. Next to the night pearl, there are two shiny light blue stones. After receiving them, Tang Feiyu also saw the introduction information of the two stones. Azure Ice Crystal, material, use 1, embed into weapons. Use 2, increase ice attribute skill damage. As all the items were taken out, the box automatically broke down into 15 units of wood, which was much more than other boxes. When there is something new, it naturally needs to be amplified. Lin Wanrou designated the trading partners for the 3 items she opened from the box and the 15 decomposed wooden blocks. Just when Tang Feiyu was about to withdraw, a reminder appeared in front of him. The current wood blocks are not enough to cover the handling fee. 1. Continue to withdraw and convert it from future items. 2. Increase the payment fee. In this case, of course, the payment would be increased. As soon as he thought about it, the locker's inventory appeared before his eyes. After first sighing at the convenience of the locker, he began to select the supplies to be stored inside. After some thought, he chose 100 kilograms of bananas. The result showed it was still not enough. He increased it to 1,000 kilograms, but still not enough. Tang Feiyu was shocked. How much was the value of this increased quantity? 1,000 kilograms of bananas plus 1,500 units of wood blocks was not enough? I gritted my teeth and continued to add. Finally, after paying 2,000 kilograms of bananas and 800 kilograms of coconuts, along with 1,500 pieces of wood, I finally met the handling fee. Only then can the amplified items be taken out from the trading column. The original manual rubber boat has become much larger and can accommodate about 5 or 6 people, and has an additional engine at the back. Gasoline-propelled rubber boat mechanically liberates labor. 10 kilometers per hour speed. Maximum speed 50 kilometers per hour. The item was still of the same ordinary white quality, but with an engine, no manual rowing was required. However, looking at the rubber boat, Tang Feiyu's face darkened considerably. The introduction was good, but where could I get the oil? It just sits in the locker gathering dust. However, after the increase in the other 2 types, Tang Feiyu was quite satisfied and felt that the handling fees were not wasted. Expanding Night Pearl, soft, eye-friendly light, illuminating an area of 50 square meters. Charge for 5 minutes and illuminate all night. Available in multiple colors and 3 adjustable settings. Premium. Blue Ice Crystal 100. Mysterious Ice Stone. Material. Use 1. Embed into weapons. Use 2. Increases ice attribute skill damage. Rare. The description is the same as the Azure Ice Crystal, but the quality has changed from the ordinary white to the pink treasure. And the original was only slightly cool, but now it is directly freezing. It looks extraordinary at first glance. Lin Wanrou reached out and touched it, then quickly withdrew her hand. It felt much colder than holding an ice cube in the middle of winter. Tang Feiyu made a net bag with rope and plastic on the tool bench, then placed the expanded night shining pearl inside and hung it by the cabin window. This way, when he opened the curtains during the day, the pearl could be charged with sunlight. It can provide continuous light at night. Even if you need to adjust the direction of the fishing boat, you can just hang the net bag in a different position, which is very convenient. However, the Azure Ice Crystal and Black Weapon Stone can be inlaid according to the introduction. He took out the bone sword and placed a piece of Azure Ice Crystal on it. Then, a little below the hilt of the bone sword opened its mouth and bit the ice crystal tightly. Rui Bone Sword, rare, growth available. Inlay, Azure Ice Crystal, replaceable. Sharpness +8. Strength +15. Rui, you can freely control the size and length of the bone sword. The longer and larger the bone sword, the higher the power bonus, but the sharpness decreases. Ice. When attacking, there is a 1% chance that the target will be damaged by ice and have its speed reduced by 10%. Tang Feiyu tried to remove the ice crystal, but a prompt appeared in front of him, telling him that the embedded stone would shatter once it was removed, so he stopped. The bone sword now feels much cooler than before. Furthermore, this extra effect isn't very useful. The chance of triggering it is too small, only 1%. This doesn't mean you can trigger it once every 100 attacks. People with dark faces may never be triggered once in their entire lives. He also embedded a Desert Eagle in the lock, and the effect was exactly the same. He was sure that different weapons would not produce different effects. Lin Wanrou came outside with her gun and emptied the magazine with a bang, aiming at the water. 7 bullets, and the effect was triggered 3 times. 3 thin sheets of ice appeared on the sea surface. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu replaced the bullets, emptied the magazine, and then handed the pistol to Lin Wanrou with a dark face. Chapter 64. Explosive Bomb Skill Card. Lin Wanrou laughed heartily at the sight. However, seeing that Tang Feiyu was truly unhappy, she quickly hugged him and tried to comfort him. Bite. The private chat prompt sound made Tang Feiyu leave Lin Wanrou's arms. Seeing that he was in a better mood, Lin Wanrou kissed him on the forehead again and went out to fish with the fishhook. Tang Feiyu sat on the bed and opened a private chat. At first glance, it was a message from Twin Ponytails. It started with a pitiful photo, and then read, "Brother, do you still have those darts and poison bottles from before? Sell me some more, okay? I'll trade with you in blind boxes." A bonus video is also included. Someone was trading, and it was a skill blind box, so Tang Feiyu was naturally eager to get it. After saving the video, he sent a message to ask her to wait. The dart itself is in stock, but the source of radiation is no longer available. He came outside with the empty bottles and asked Lin Wanrou for help. He quickly got 100 bottles of seawater. This time the increase was quite powerful, with 35 bottles of radiation sources appearing. Of the 6,500 bottles of seawater that were supposed to be delivered, only 3,000 were delivered, and the remaining amount was deducted as a handling fee. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu revealed a surprised expression. He was wondering what to do with the seawater. From now on, all the handling fees will be paid with seawater, which is equivalent to freeloading. He was quite generous to the twin-tail girl who gifted him skills. He exchanged 10 bottles of radiation source and 10 explosive darts for 5 skill blind boxes. "Thank you, brother. I will repay you if we have the chance to meet." The girl with twin ponytails posted a video with some welfare photos and then went about her own business. Tang Feiyu didn't care and took out the blind box. He paid 600 bottles of seawater as a handling fee and made a lot of money. Then, he was overwhelmed by blind boxes. Hearing the noise in the cabin, Lin Wanrou no longer cared about fishing and hurried in, seeing Tang Feiyu crawling out from a pile of boxes. "What's going on?" she asked in surprise while helping. Tang Feiyu said speechlessly, "I traded a few skill blind boxes, and then it became like this." It took them a while to arrange the boxes. There were 401 blind boxes in total. The extra one, unlike the regular blind boxes, had a more vivid pattern. Premium Skill Blind Box. A premium skill card will be opened randomly. After looking at each other, Tang Feiyu said, "Open it. With so many skill blind boxes, we should be able to get a lot of skill cards." With that, the two began to open the boxes. They decided to leave the exquisite item for last. After 20 minutes of hard work, all 400 boxes were finally packed, but the results weren't very good. Only 74 skill cards appeared in total, and the rest were empty. This probability is very touching. Even more touching was that of the 70-plus cards, 50 were opened by Lin Wanrou. Tang Feiyu's African ancestry was confirmed. Of these 74 cards, only 4 are skill cards, and the remaining 70 are one-time skill cards, 10 water cards, 10 fire cards, 30 thunder cards, 5 ice cards, and 15 light cards. The light card does not have a healing effect, but is of an attack type. It was opened from the 200 boxes that Tang Feiyu was given. The effect is that after activating the skill card, a beam of light will be emitted at the target, causing a certain amount of damage. However, this is a common skill, so don't expect much damage. Maybe it's not as good as the water card damage. He said he would never touch the high-quality blind box again. He had given up hope on his luck, as it might have been used up when he bought the lottery ticket. Lin Wanrou didn't know how to comfort him in this matter, so she had to point out his true nature and soothe his wounded heart with tenderness. Soon, Tang Feiyu raised his head with a satisfied look, and his expression changed from sadness to joy. He looked at Lin Wanrou and said, "Wanrou, open the box quickly." Lin Wanrou rolled her eyes at him and thought to herself, "If it weren't for comforting you, I would have opened it long ago." As the box was opened, a glowing card appeared before their eyes. Explosive Bomb Skill Card, enchants bullets, causing each bullet to explode after hitting the target. After looking at each other, both of them let the other use this card. "Feiyu, stop talking. Just use it. This way I can focus on logistics." Lin Wanrou made an excuse. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu no longer refused and directly used the skill card. Looking at the new explosive bomb skill on his panel, he definitely wanted to test it. He took the pistol bullets handed to him by Lin Wanrou, but the skill had no effect. It was not until he picked up the Desert Eagle that the skill was finally used successfully. When he looked at the pistol, a floating number 30 appeared on the pistol, and his fatigue level decreased by 5%. The two men came outside with enchanted pistols. Tang Feiyu threw a block of wood far away and fired a shot. Boom. The wood immediately shattered into pieces, and the fragments began to burn. The power was several times stronger than the explosive dart. It would take 5 or 6 darts exploding together to equal the power of a single enchanted bullet. It's truly a top-notch skill, Tang Feiyu said with satisfaction. Lin Wanrou, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. She was also very happy that Tang Feiyu's strength had improved once again. Suddenly, he thought about the effect of this skill. Could it be applied to other firearms? Tang Feiyu then picked up the laser gun. He had initially thought it would need re-enchanting, but it turned out not to be necessary. A number 3 floated above the laser gun. However, there is no visible effect when using a laser gun to attack wooden blocks. After all, without enchantment, the laser can penetrate the wooden blocks directly and cause them to burn. Just as she was considering throwing something out as a target, Lin Wanrou pointed at the octopus carcass hanging behind the boat and said, "Let's try using that." Although this octopus is dead, its defense cannot be broken by the unenchanted desert eagle, making it a perfect target. Tang Feiyu nodded, aimed at the broken part of the farthest octopus leg, and pulled the trigger. Feiyu. A laser beam several times thicker than before shot out. Boom. After hitting the octopus's leg, a violent explosion occurred. The octopus's leg, which was too big for one person to hold, was directly blown off at the target point. Furthermore, a lot of the seawater in that area evaporated, and the steam was so thick that it blocked the broken octopus leg. Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou were both frightened by the terrifying power. Compared to the enchanted laser rifle, the enchanted desert eagle was like a child's toy, with no lethality. Looking at the number 2, Tang Feiyu did not continue shooting, but switched back to the desert eagle and found that the number on it had become 19. He emptied the magazine at the octopus leg, and 6 explosions followed. When the smoke cleared, only some charred skin appeared on the octopus leg, not to mention breaking it. He couldn't even blow a hole in it. Chapter 65 Acquisition of Core Crystals. After testing the effect of the explosive bomb skill, Tang Feiyu took out 4 other skill cards. Frost Grip, a learnable ice talent that condenses a solid ice palm to attack the target. Draw and Strike, use firearms to strike the target. Scatter, use firearms. Each shot will cause a shotgun effect. Low-level Hypnosis, low-level hypnosis. The hypnotized target can quickly recover fatigue value. Neither of them could use Frost Grip, so it had to be left to Zhang Qian. After discussing the 2 skill cards, Pull Strike and Scatter, Tang Feiyu used them, while Lin Wanrou learned low-level hypnosis. Perhaps because they had been attacked by a giant octopus before, the fishing boat had not encountered any monster attacks until nightfall. Tang Feiyu took the dragon subduing wood out of the locker. Then he increased the speed of the fishing boat. When he returned to the cabin, Lin Wanrou had already prepared dinner. "Feiyu, come and eat." After Tang Feiyu sat down, he looked at his bowl and saw only a golden sea cucumber in it, but there was none in Lin Wanrou's bowl. Seeing him looking up at her, Lin Wanrou smiled and said, "Eat quickly. You have to fight all the time, so I won't eat this kind of food that increases your physical strength and power." She said it very firmly, and seeing this, Tang Feiyu no longer insisted. Not to mention, this special sea cucumber tastes very good, and with the bonus of Lin Wanrou's advanced chef skills, it is even more delicious. But after finishing the meal, Tang Feiyu discovered that this thing should not only increase physical strength and power, he felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen, and when he looked at Lin Wanrou opposite him, there was a blush on her face. His eyes were a little evasive and shy. With advanced chef skills, more benefits of ingredients can be developed, not to mention that the sea cucumber soup is seasoned with ingredients that everyone in the know can appreciate. After closing the door and drawing the curtains, Tang Feiyu turned the night light of the pearl to purple and walked towards Lin Wanrou. Watching his actions, Lin Wanrou felt a little excited and a little scared. After all, she almost couldn't stand the bowl of donkey meat soup before, and this time there was sea cucumber, which was even better than donkey meat. Under the purple ambient light, Lin Wanrou becomes even more attractive. The next morning, Tang Feiyu woke up refreshed, put away the dragon subduing wood, slowed down the boat, and walked around the fishing boat with a telescope. There was no box nearby, but I saw a man and a woman on a raft in the distance, starting their morning self-study class early in the morning, and the woman was forcing the man. He ignored this. Why bother ruining other people's good fortune? After finding nothing unusual, he picked up the telescope and decided to check on Zhang Qian's condition, but all he saw was a sea of white. After putting down the telescope, he murmured to himself in confusion, "What's wrong with this girl? She always takes a shower in the morning." "What do you mean by taking a bath?" Lin Wanrou asked from behind, yawning and walking out of the cabin. "Well, nothing. Do you think the core crystal can be received from the chat area?" Tang Feiyu said, changing the subject. Lin Wanrou didn't think much about it. After hearing his words, She thought for a moment and said, "Let's give it a try. Someone should have some. If the quantity is not enough, they won't be able to upgrade the raft. At worst, we can just give them some more." Seeing that she didn't ask any further questions, Tang Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief and said to her, "Then I'll go and clean it up. You go and cook." Although Lin Wanrou wanted to use the telescope to take a look at Zhang Qian, she thought it would be okay to look at her later, so she nodded and returned to the cabin. Of course, Tang Feiyu would not give the telescope to her right now. Otherwise, he might think of something when he saw Zhang Qian taking a bath. I opened the chat area, and not many people were talking right now. Maybe some people were still asleep. I'd been alive for so many days, and I was pretty much familiar with what was going on every day. However, the people selling the benefits were very dedicated and started posting messages and advertising early in the morning. Tang Feiyu even discovered a middleman. How did he find out? When the profile picture was opened, the image of a greasy uncle was enough to explain the situation. After a moment of deliberation, he began to send out a purchase message. "We're buying back the core crystals at a high price. Send me a private message with pictures." Core crystal? What is that? I haven't heard of it. Are we playing the same game? Why do things always appear that I don't know about? Basically, those who followed the conversation were those who didn't know much about crystals. Those who knew what it was naturally also knew the source of the core crystal, which required dismantling the raft to obtain. So how they knew this was self-evident. Although they all knew that there was no law to punish people who killed others, they did not want to make their murders and robberies public. Zhang Xiaona is one such person. Because of her delicate appearance, she was forcibly taken over by a man. Then, the careless man lay down beside her and fell asleep without any worries. He didn't think a weak woman would dare to resist him, so he successfully received his lunch in his sleep. After his death, Zhang Xiaona dismantled his raft and successfully upgraded her own. Then, relying on her appearance, she killed more than a dozen men with bad intentions. In order to survive, the bottom line and chastity were completely unimportant. Of course, there were men who were more vigilant, but even the most vigilant men would lose their focus sometimes when playing poker. Although there were times when she almost lost, luck always seemed to be on her side. However, after upgrading the raft a few more times, the crystal cores she needed were no longer enough for her to collect by killing a few people. Now she still has 2 crystals in stock. After seeing Tang Feiyu's purchase information, she thought about it and sent a private message. After looking at the pictures and confirming that the other party really had the crystal core, Tang Feiyu gave his own offer: 10 kilograms of fish, 15 kilograms of bananas, and 5 coconuts, and he would pay the handling fee himself. Seeing bananas and coconuts, Zhang Xiaona was stunned. After all her hard work, she had only managed to get some common food like bread and fish, while the other party had so much fruit that they could trade it. I cursed my fate inwardly. Furthermore, in this situation where the other party was looking to buy, I was in a seller's market, so the transaction was possible, but I had to pay more. Seeing the message from the other party asking for more money, Tang Feiyu frowned. His offer wasn't low at all. After all, fruit is much more valuable than fish. Even though I have more bananas and coconuts than I can eat, that doesn't mean I have to be a grudge. The girl with the twin tails keeps giving me benefits, but I haven't let her take advantage of me much. What is this woman thinking? Chapter 66, Entering New Seas. Tang Feiyu decided to leave her alone, so he closed the private chat window and posted the acquisition link in the trading area. Ding! You have entered Sea Area 00867. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him. Tang Feiyu opened the chat area and saw that the number of people had changed. The original 8765 had become 7689, and the people who were talking had all become unfamiliar names. He quickly opened his private chat list and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone he had contacted before was still there. It would be such a shame if the person selling the crystal core couldn't be found. He wasn't worried about not being able to contact the twin-tailed people selling the welfare videos. After all, in different seas, there are always women who take this path. For example, in the chat area now, a woman in white stockings has been sending messages. And after each message, there must be a selfie to encourage people to chat with her privately to discuss the video in detail. Tang Feiyu opened the photo and took a look at it. He couldn't bear it. Not to mention that she was far inferior to Lin Wanrou. Even the twin tails were far ahead. The news of acquiring the crystal core was sent again, and the new chat area suddenly became quiet. It was different from Tang Feiyu's original sea area. In this new sea area, someone had already flaunted their looted core crystals. Therefore, everyone here knew the origins of the crystal cores. However, everyone did it in secret and never displayed it publicly. There were no direct acquisitions like Tang Feiyu. They were all afraid of being isolated and hostile to others. If that happened, not only would others be wary of him, but even a normal transaction might be rejected. After all, no one wants to be associated with a murderer. Even if you are a murderer yourself, you would be even less willing to be associated with other murderers. Moreover, the name Tang Feiyu appeared in the chat area for the first time, and everyone was curious about where he came from. It is indeed impossible to remember everyone's name with thousands of people, but even if they are otakus or socially anxious and don't talk in the chat area, they still have to trade things. But it's strange that no one has any impression of this name. Tang Feiyu didn't expect anyone to come and trade with him right after he sent the message, so he posted the purchase link again. Those who wanted to sell would naturally come and find him. In the New Sea area, he could acquire a wave of skill-blind boxes or various blueprints. So he posted various acquisition information in the trading area. Banana. Exchange, buy a large number of various design drawings, 1,000. Coconut, exchange various skills, blind, box 500. Cigarettes, alcohol, exchange for various fruits, plant seeds, and high-level items. Someone took a photo of the link he posted and posted it in the chat area, causing the chat area to explode. Before they could recover from the shock, someone else took a photo of the fishing boat and posted it in the chat area, asking, "Is that a boat? Whose boss owns it?" Requesting some tips. It wasn't until someone clicked on Tang Feiyu's avatar that they saw the words "Fishing Boat Level 0" under his basic panel, excluding attributes. Everyone in the chat room is going crazy. I think I must have gotten really excited, seeing 3 explosive messages so early in the morning. More people began to chat privately with Tang Feiyu, some wanting to build relationships, some ready to join him, and some ready to sacrifice themselves. He ignored the news, looked through the private chats that didn't involve any transactions, and then closed the panel. Just then, Lin Wanrou came to call him for breakfast. At the dining table in the cabin, Lin Wanrou helped him fill a bowl of rice and asked, "Are we being too high profile?" Her worries were not unfounded. Everyone was still on the raft, with only this one fishing boat standing out, a conspicuous sight on the sea. Combined with his action of acquiring crystal cores, it is not difficult to associate the relationship between them. Lin Wanrou saw someone in the chat area saying that their fishing boat was upgraded by killing many people and robbing the core. After all, only one crystal core can be decomposed from a raft, and someone has already calculated the data for the first 6 levels of raft upgrades. Ignore those people. Tang Feiyu shook his head. It wasn't because he was arrogant. Rather, people who spread rumors like this were usually clowns who were not worthy of being on the stage. On the contrary, those who spoke little were more likely to be ruthless. However, even if the opponent was a natural fighter, it seemed that no one could withstand a laser gun powered by explosive bombs. Bite. Suddenly, a transaction notification sounded. Tang Feiyu opened the transaction bar and saw that someone had exchanged 2 skill-blind boxes for some coconuts. After paying some seawater as a handling fee, Tang Feiyu received 2 faintly glowing blind boxes. These weren't premium items, just high-end. He tossed them aside, deciding to open them after dinner. However, after the 2 finished their meal, before they had time to open the blind box, the prompt appeared in front of them again. The previous design drawings have been completed. Letting Lin Wanrou wash the dishes, Tang Feiyu came to the tool bench where the finished items were quietly placed. Large items such as siege crossbows and battering rams are actually the smallest in size, and are usually only the size of a fist. This type of harpoon needs to be installed before it will become its normal size, just like the previous automatic harpoon. After putting the temporarily unneeded warm clothing into the locker, Tang Feiyu picked up the smart high-definition drone. This item comes with a handheld control panel with a 9-inch screen on it that can display the images captured by the lens. The drone is also solar-powered, but the conversion rate seems to be quite low. It takes 8 hours to charge and can fly for 3 hours. The maximum flight altitude is 100 meters and the maximum speed is 50 kilometers per hour. But considering that we still need to return to the airport, the actual usage time is far less than 3 hours. To be honest, Tang Feiyu is a little disappointed. Helplessly throwing the drone into the locker to collect dust, he walked outside with the siege crossbow and battering ram, took a look, and decided to install the siege crossbow on the bow of the fishing boat and put the battering ram at the back. The installation process was simple. After selecting a location, simply place it. Soon, a 1.5-meter tall siege crossbow appeared before our eyes. It came with an arrow as thick as an arm. I checked the introduction. 3 arrows can be shot per minute, and the refilling is done automatically. You just need to store enough wood and iron blocks in the locker. It takes about 2 wood blocks and 1 iron block to make a crossbow bolt. Its range is 1,200 meters. As for its power, it's hard to say without a reference. However, he estimated that it would be no problem to kill most sharks with 1 arrow. This thing would be more effective against humans. The battering ram was more effective against the raft. It was a large iron ball with a diameter of 1 meter, suspended by chains. The raft could not withstand several attacks. Lin Wanrou, who had washed the dishes, also came out. Looking at the 3-meter-high base of the battering ram, her red lips opened slightly in surprise. Tang Feiyu found an opportunity for her to swallow some healing medicine. Chapter 67 Pirates. The sudden collision interrupted Tang Feiyu's restless hand. The two were startled and quickly picked up their weapons and ran to the side that was hit. All that could be seen on the surface of the sea was a shark fin going away. The shark must have been confused at this point. Where was the raft? Why was it a huge, unbumpable thing? Tang Feiyu watched the shark fleeing, his teeth itching with hatred. He wanted to leave after ruining his good thing? His hand speed soared to the extreme, and 3 explosive darts shot out. Lin Wanrou had a say in his hand speed. 3 loud bangs erupted from the shark's back, which hadn't yet left. A crimson surfaced, and the unsightly fin had vanished. Soon, the shark's body turned over. Tang Feiyu picked up the fishing rod next to him and swung it, quickly bringing the shark back. Shark fin soup and fish skin were replenished. Tang Feiyu was troubled by the pile of shark meat, which even dogs wouldn't eat. In the end, he put it in the locker as a reserve for handling fees. According to past experience, boxes would appear around the area shortly after an attack. Therefore, Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou each observed the sea on one side. I didn't see the box, but I did see 3 or 4 rafts approaching quickly. These rafts were equipped with different power devices. Some looked like they were on fire, with billowing black smoke. Some had gasoline-powered motors, making a roaring sound. Some were silent, but still moving at a fast pace. Lin Wanrou, who noticed something was wrong, immediately called Tang Feiyu behind her. Tang Feiyu also heard the loud engine noise coming from a distance, and walked over when he heard Lin Wanrou's call. The telescope was placed before my eyes. The leading raft looked even more luxurious than before the upgrade, and I guessed it was about level 6 or 7. A bearded man wearing only shorts stood at the front of the raft, 1 foot on a raised platform, and a monocular in his hand, observing the fishing boat. Have we encountered pirates of the new era? Tang Feiyu said speechlessly. As if he saw the telescope in Tang Feiyu's hand, the bearded man grinned at him and stroked his neck with his palm. The meaning was self-evident. Behind him, there were 2 naked women lying, and it was unclear whether they were unconscious or just sleeping. Next to his raft were 2 other rafts, each with 1 or 2 men and several naked women on it. Seeing the ill intentions of the person who came, Tang Feiyu didn't even bother to warn him or shout anything. He just took out the explosive dart and flew it towards the bearded man. The bearded man spotted the dart Tang Feiyu had thrown and chuckled disdainfully. Putting aside the fact that the 2 sides were over 200 meters apart, even if they were within range, what would it matter? He was trying to kill with just 1 dart? Did he think he was Li Fei? But just as he finished the thought, the dart zoomed in his sight, filling his entire field of vision. Before the bearded man could finish drawing the question mark above his head, there was a loud bang. A brand new headless horseman is out. As the headless bearded man fell heavily onto the raft, the 2 people on the raft nearby came to their senses. He was so frightened that he began to adjust the direction of the raft in a panic. Run! The boss been killed. A yellow-haired man cried in fear. However, before the raft could turn, an inconspicuous dart was launched. Although he dodged it unconsciously by lowering his head, but the dart hit a nearby awning post. With a loud bang, the arm-thick wooden post was blown off, and the awning above began to tilt, shaking the raft a little. Huang Mao was not killed by the impact, but he was thrown into the sea by the bumpy raft. The unmanned raft continued to approach the fishing boat quickly. The square-faced young man on the other raft took advantage of the attack on the yellow-haired man to adjust his direction and squat behind the supplies, holding on tightly to the ropes on the raft to stabilize himself. The green-haired man next to him was not doing well either, lying on the raft and shivering. The lesson of the past was right in front of him, and he couldn't help but be careful. Feng Lian was really scared. Ever since he started robbing and committing crimes on the sea with the bearded man, when had he ever been so miserable? A few like-minded guys hit it off immediately and, relying on the good maneuverability of their rafts, joined forces to rob at least 100 people of supplies and core crystals. The women on the raft also became their spoils, and their raft was elevated to a higher level than that of ordinary people. This morning, while searching for a target to rob, the bearded man with the binoculars saw a dark speck in the distance that looked different from the raft. He immediately thought of the fishing boat someone had posted in the chat area. So he rushed over with his 3 little brothers. But he didn't expect that after just 1 encounter, before he even got close, the boss became a headless horseman. The most playful yellow-haired boy also fell into the sea. Although he kept calling for help from behind, only a fool would stop to save someone. Fong Lian now wished he could install a rocket propulsion system on his raft. Fong, brother Fong, are we safe now? Greenhair asked with tears in his eyes. He didn't even care about the orange liquid that was about to flow to his mouth. What are you asking? How would I know? Although Fong Lian didn't cry, his face was pale. When he heard Greenhair's question, he cursed angrily. The two men didn't dare to look up or back and didn't know what the situation was. They kept praying in their hearts that they would be ignored by the other party. Feiyu. Boom. Fong Lian was stunned. The green-haired man who was talking to him just now was now only left with his upper body close to the obstacle. The part below the waist and a small piece of the raft had disappeared. Greenhair was still breathing heavily, with blood foaming from his mouth. He stretched out his hand towards Fong Lian and shouted, "Brother Fong, save me. I don't want to die. Get out. Get out." Fong Lian finally burst into tears, kicking Greenhair with his legs. The noisy sound finally woke up the two naked women on the raft. They woke up with a faint whimper and saw half of the green hair. Their brains were unable to react for a while. It wasn't until Fong Lian's scolding that brought them back to their senses, and then there was a continuous stream of shrill screams, at least at the level of E6, which made people envy their good voices. "Shut up," Fong Lian shouted fiercely at the two women. He wanted to minimize his presence, but these two women wanted the whole world to hear their voices. Green Hair, who had already died, was still crawling on the raft. His square face had recovered, and, except for his fast heartbeat, he was no longer so panicked. Instead, the two women who were scolded began to retch continuously when they saw the broken limbs and blood, and they really burst into tears. "I'll go dismantle the raft." After Tang Feiyu gave the order, he jumped off the boat with a bone sword on his back, darts in his pocket, and the Desert Eagle pistol he took from Lin Wanrou in his hand. Controlling the water-repellent beads, he floated towards the two rafts that were still approaching. Chapter 68, Obtaining the Crystal Core. Tang Feiyu first jumped onto the bearded man's raft, studied it, and then shut down the power system at the back. After stopping for one, he immediately jumped onto the passing yellow-haired raft. He bent down and crawled into the shed. As soon as he stepped over the unconscious woman, she opened her eyes. When she saw Tang Feiyu, she subconsciously hugged her chest, but did not scream. Although the man in front of me looked very strange. Tang Feiyu ignored her and went out from the other side, got to the back of the raft, turned off the power, and then jumped into the sea, chasing the fleeing square-faced raft at full speed. Although their speed is not slow, it is still much slower than the water-repellent beads. After waiting for a long time without encountering another attack, Fong Lian hunched over and pushed half of Greenhair's body into the sea to avoid scaring people in front of him. He didn't notice the two retching women, who had stopped at some point and were looking behind him in panic. He clapped his hands, as if trying to get rid of the bad luck on them. When he turned around, he found a pair of feet in front of him. His eyes gradually moved upwards, and he saw a strange man staring at him with a cold face. "Hello, where are you from?" Fong Lian asked subconsciously, a little confused. However, what greeted him was a gun pointed at his head. The pants, which were not dry to begin with, once again bore the weight of life. "Please let me go. I will give you everything on the raft, including those two women." Fong Lian knelt down and cried. "Don't let him go. As long as you kill him, I can do whatever you want." The taller woman standing on the left of the two originally frightened women suddenly spoke. There was no fear in her eyes now, but instead boundless hatred. The rich and arrogant girl next to him also pleaded. "As long as you kill him, I can be your dog." Bang! Fong Lian's eyes were filled with disbelief as he fell backwards. A stream of blood flowed from a burnt hole in his forehead. The two women looked at the square-faced corpse without the disgust that most people would feel. Instead, they picked up the scattered pieces of wood nearby and rushed over to smash the corpse. It was obvious that there was hatred between them and Fong Lian. However, Tang Feiyu didn't care about the relationship between them. He walked to the control area and changed direction. After venting their anger, the two women knelt on the raft and burst into tears. They didn't care what Tang Feiyu wanted to do or where he took them. After arriving at the two stagnant rafts, Tang Feiyu turned off the power and said to the two sobbing women, "Jump over." He pointed at the bearded man's raft. The two women, who had already accepted their fate, jumped over while crying. Seeing the bearded Dullahan, they exploded again and picked up the iron blocks and started smashing them. The sound of pounding woke up the two women on the raft. Although they didn't understand what was happening, they still joined in the pounding while retching. There weren't many useful things on the raft, and Tang Feiyu felt helpless. He didn't know that although the bearded man and his group had robbed a lot of people, they had used all the supplies to upgrade the raft. After all, Crystal cores alone are not enough to upgrade the rafts of the three of them to a high level. Tang Feiyu jumped onto the yellow-haired man's raft, and also asked the woman on it to jump onto the bearded man's raft, and then dismantled the square-faced man's raft. He put the core into his pocket, returned to the bearded man's raft, and then dismantled the yellow-haired man's raft. After the 5 women had vented their anger, they swept a pool of meat sauce into the sea, and looked at Tang Feiyu with some uneasiness while covering their bodies. On the contrary, the 2 women on the square-faced raft calmed down first. "You," the tall woman was about to speak, but Tang Feiyu raised his hand to interrupt her and said, "This raft, food, and supplies will be left to you. We won't see each other again." These 5 young women all have their own unique figures, and their looks are generally above 70 points. This is without makeup, and in the past cities, they would be considered high-quality beauties. The few people didn't expect that Tang Feiyu just glanced at them and turned around to leave without any reluctance. While they felt relieved, they also felt a little unwilling. In the past, in the city, there were so many suitors that they had to line up, but now they are standing naked in front of you, and you don't even look at them? Wait! The tall woman ran over. Tang Feiyu turned around and felt a little dizzy, so he closed his eyes for a few seconds. The tall woman saw this and raised her lips slightly, thinking to herself, "I thought you didn't like women." The rich and arrogant girl who had an airport at home also ran over. "Can we follow you? Just give us some food, and you can do whatever you want." She had already taken revenge, and now she just wanted to use her broken body to avoid starvation. What's more, Tang Feiyu was young and a little handsome, so it was not a loss at all. After hearing his words, the other 3 women also reacted, ran over without caring about their reserve, and deliberately showed off their advantages. Although Tang Feiyu left food for them, not to mention that the food would eventually run out, they were constantly controlled by the bearded man and his group, barely staying alive, let alone improving their panel attributes. What happens when the food is gone? How can they handle the sea monster's attack when they are helpless? No one wants to die while they can live. However, in response to their request, Tang Feiyu said coldly, "No." After that, he jumped into the sea without looking back. The women were all stunned. They hadn't noticed where Tang Feiyu came from until they saw that he didn't sink, but was gliding on the sea. When they looked up, they saw a fishing boat 100 meters away, and their jaws almost dropped in shock. Without thinking about whether the women would fight over food in the future, Tang Feiyu climbed onto the rope and returned to the boat. He happily held up 2 crystal cores and said to Lin Wanrou, "Our fishing boat can be upgraded." Lin Wanrou smiled and asked, "I saw those women eager to throw themselves into your arms. Why didn't you bring them back?" Lin Wanrou had seen it all through the telescope. Although she couldn't hear what they said, the women's actions made it clear. Tang Feiyu ignored her and stuffed the crystal core into Lin Wanrou's hand. Seeing this, Lin Wanrou did not continue to ask questions, but felt sweet in her heart and took the initiative to offer a kiss. Even if Tang Feiyu decided to bring those women back, she would be helpless. His initiative to give up showed that he really cared about her. Touched, Lin Wanrou hugged Tang Feiyu and kissed him endlessly. Tang Feiyu, who was enraged, no longer thought about upgrading the fishing boat. He picked up Lin Wanrou by the waist and walked into the cabin. Chapter 69 Fishing Boat Upgrade. Tang Feiyu's unhesitating departure was something the women hadn't expected. They exchanged glances, and the arrogant woman looked at the fishing boat and asked weakly, "Should we follow?" The tall woman glanced at her and sighed helplessly. "No one else wants us. Going there would only annoy us. Besides, we are just withered flowers and withered willows. It's normal for him to look down on us. So what? It's not useless after washing. Things are different now. Women themselves have become a resource at sea." Another woman with a slim waist and a perky butt retorted. What she said was very realistic. At sea, not to mention good-looking women like them, even women with poor looks and figures will not have to worry about food and drink as long as they let go of their reserve. However, in the end, the few of them still didn't dare to chase after him. Under the leadership of the tall woman, they used the food and weapons that Tang Feiyu didn't take away, and completely put aside their pride to exchange videos for more supplies. They became a team that most people didn't dare to provoke, and accepted more brave and hardworking women. Of course, this all happened a long time later. This time, Lin Wanrou cooperated more than before. By the time Tang Feiyu was satisfied, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Looking at Lin Wanrou, who was lazy and didn't want to get up, Tang Feiyu kissed her on the forehead, hummed a song, and started to make lunch. Seeing his happy look, Lin Wanrou laughed and scolded, "You dead look." After the meal, both of them gained 0.5 points of stamina each. They then amplified the 2 crystal cores they had decomposed. After receiving the 200 crystal cores and paying hundreds of bottles of seawater as handling fees, Tang Feiyu's attitude towards the useless seawater that was used for amplification had completely changed. With the crystal core, they could finally upgrade the fishing boat to the next level. Without hesitation, Tang Feiyu put the new 200 yuan into the storage cabinet, and with a thought, the fishing boat's panel appeared before his eyes. Upgrade selected. As a result, 512 crystal cores were deducted, but there was no change in the cabin. Feiyu, what's going on? Lin Wanrou asked in confusion. Tang Feiyu was also confused. It said that the transformation would take time, but there was no progress bar indicating it. Maybe it's just a little bigger after the upgrade. Tang Feiyu said uncertainly. The panel in front of him has been updated. Name, dilapidated fishing boat. Level 1. Area, 7m, 20m. Firmness, 10,000. Special effects. Rain or shine, you will fall into the trap. Skills, nesting, 1x/day. Set sail, after specifying the direction, move forward quickly at a speed of 100 km/h for 3 hours. Can be used once a day at most. No collision volume. Rampage, at a speed of 200 km/h, it rams the target. During the collision, the hull strength is increased by 300%. Equipment, fully automatic defensive harpoon, advanced, speedboat motor, advanced. Building, tool bench, level 1 tools, weapons. Stove, level 1 grilled fish, chopped pepper fish head. Lockers, level 5 750 cubic meters of space. Radar, can clearly detect the situation within 15 nautical miles around. The display area has become slightly larger, and the strength has increased from 5,000 to 10,000. Everything else remains unchanged. The joy of upgrading the fishing boat disappeared in an instant. What? That's it. Lin Wanrou was also a little disappointed. After all, the crystal cores consumed were more than all the previous ones combined, and the result was just a little bigger in size. Tang Feiyu spread his hands. This kind of thing was not his decision. Otherwise, he would have built an aircraft carrier for himself. After upgrading the fishing boat, Tang Feiyu suddenly remembered that he had made a tool before but had not read the information. He stood up and walked over to the tool. Advanced recycling bins. Unwanted items can be placed in the recycling bins for recycling. The introduction was very simple, and it didn't say what would be produced after recycling. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu picked up a bottle of useless seawater and threw it in. As a result, the bottle of water disappeared into thin air as if it had never existed, but the recycling bin, which was not very deep, was still clean and empty. Okay, from now on, just treat it as an infinite space trash can. Tang Feiyu said something speechless as he pushed the small recycling bin next to the stove. From now on, there would be a place to dispose of things like kitchen waste. Feiyu, come out quickly, there is a box on the sea. Lin Wanrou suddenly shouted outside. Tang Feiyu picked up the fishing rod and long hook and walked out. As soon as he left the cabin, he seemed to see a flash of white light behind him out of the corner of his eye. He turned around and froze in place. The original cabin had become a little bigger, and there was an extra door on the side near the stern. Lin Wanrou also noticed the changes in the cabin. So it turns out that there were changes in the fishing boat upgrade, but the changes were delayed because the two people were in the cabin before. Shaking his head, Tang Feiyu first took back the box and took out a pound of white sugar and a pound of iodized salt. Then he and Lin Wanrou returned to the cabin to check the changes after the upgrade. Entering the cabin, the two discovered that the water bathtub and stove that had been in the corner were gone. Now, there was only a handmade wooden bed and a storage cabinet. I came to the small door and opened it. All the disappeared items were here. This space was only about half the size of the previous one. Seeing this, Lin Wanrou smiled and said, "That's good, otherwise the bed would be filled with all kinds of smells." Before, we ate, slept and bathed in the same cabin. It was okay when we were cooking soup, but when we were grilling or frying meat, the whole place was filled with the smell of oil smoke, and we had to open the doors and windows for a long time to dissipate it. After seeing the changes in the cabin, Tang Feiyu thought that there might be other changes on the fishing boat that he had not noticed. So after saying something to Lin Wanrou, he went out and began to check everywhere. You know what? He actually discovered something. The first thing is the power motor at the back of the fishing boat. It actually showed an upgrade prompt. Upgrading requires 1 core crystal, 100 iron blocks, and 50 copper wires. Tang Feiyu chose to upgrade directly because they were all in the locker. The upgrade takes 2 hours, which is accelerated directly. Then, the motor's new properties appeared before my eyes. The most obvious change was the speed, which had increased from 40 km/h to 50 km/h. The rest was useless information. Next, he walked over to the self-defense harpoon, and sure enough, an upgrade prompt appeared. After consuming the materials, the new harpoon had a slightly higher attack frequency, and the base and other things have become more solid. Looking at the new defensive harpoon, Tang Feiyu wondered if he could use it to pull up the giant octopus hanging behind. Use it as a crane? But after looking at the base below and thinking about the size of the octopus, I gave up the idea. Chapter 70 Fishing Boat Upgraded Again. Panel does not count words. There is no upgrade prompt for the siege crossbow and battering ram. This may be because the fishing boat is still at a relatively low level. Time passed unnoticed until evening, and the sun began to slowly sink into the sea level. The orange sunset gave people a strange beauty. Tang Feiyu held Lin Wanrou in his arms and lay on the wooden lounge chair on the bow deck, feeling the cool sea breeze and watching the sunset. It was quiet and beautiful. Perhaps feeling a bit cool, Lin Wanrou huddled closer to Tang Feiyu's arms. It wasn't until it was completely dark that the two returned to the cabin. Under the illumination of the night pearl, the cabin was as bright as day. There was no other entertainment at sea at night. After the two finished dinner, Tang Feiyu carried Lin Wanrou to the small compartment and took a bath together. As soon as she entered the water, Lin Wanrou gasped for air. Tang Feiyu also noticed that the temperature had dropped significantly without her noticing. When they started their survival, it was already late summer and early autumn. Now, nearly half a month later, it was normal for the temperature to start dropping. It wasn't a big deal during the day, but it was noticeable at night. Moreover, the temperature at sea seems to be getting colder earlier than normal. The water bathtub didn't have a heating function, so it wasn't a big deal for Tang Feiyu, a young man with a strong firepower. But if Lin Wanrou was going to take a bath later, it would be better to prepare hot water. Keeping this matter in mind, Tang Feiyu began to help Lin Wanrou scrub. This time, Lin Wanrou didn't stay in the small bathtub for too long. Tang Feiyu wrapped her in kneaded fish skin and carried her back to bed. Friends who have studied physics know that when you feel cold, you can generate heat through friction, such as rubbing your hands or feet. Sitting on the bed, wrapped in fish skin, Lin Wanrou said coquettishly, "I'm really not cold anymore." But Tang Feiyu felt she was cold. The next morning, Tang Feiyu washed his face with facial cleanser and began to prepare breakfast. Lin Wanrou, who went to bed in the middle of the night, did not get up early like before. She did not slowly open her eyes until Tang Feiyu prepared breakfast and called her. While eating breakfast, Tang Feiyu's private message suddenly rang. Lin Wanrou smiled and asked, "Which beauty is looking for you so early in the morning?" But Tang Feiyu always felt that there was an unknown danger hidden in her smile. He glanced at the person in the private chat and said, "She's selling crystal cores." The person who sent the message was the woman who was originally in the sea area. She agreed to the previous offer and no longer mentioned any additional money. Tang Feiyu guessed that the other party was quite anxious, otherwise he wouldn't have relented so quickly. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he still completed the transaction at the previous price. After the two new crystal cores were amplified, the total number became 200. Adding the remaining 186, there were still 326 left for the next upgrade of the fishing boat. After putting the crystal core into the storage cabinet, Tang Feiyu put away the dragon subduing wood. "Feiyu, do you think it would be easier for us to collect the crystal cores using the dragon subduing wood?" Lin Wanrou suddenly asked as she watched him put the dragon subduing wood into the locker. Tang Feiyu was stunned. He had not considered selling such a good thing before, but after hearing Lin Wanrou's words, he began to consider the gains and losses after selling it. The dragon subduing wood can only reduce the probability of being attacked, and the principle is not necessary to know. However, almost everyone else has the means to deal with sea monster attacks. But no one can stand being attacked every now and then in a day. At this time, the value of the dragon subduing wood began to rise. If I put the dragon subduing wood up for sale, those who have crystal core stocks in their hands would probably be unable to resist, right? Having made the decision, he took out another one and hung it directly in the trading area. Dragonwood Exchange, Core Crystal 1. He only placed one order to see the market reaction first. When people browsing the trading area saw someone exchanging crystal cores, they subconsciously clicked on the information about the items being exchanged. They were instantly astonished by the effect of the dragon subduing wood. After all, there is no effective means to repel sea monster attacks. Once attacked, both sides will be in trouble. Although sea monster attacks also mean supplies, no one can stand being attacked every day. The first person who saw it looked at the dragon subduing wood eagerly, but he didn't have the crystal core in his hand. He tried to send a private message to Tang Feiyu and posted photos of everything he had in his hand. But after Tang Feiyu took a look, he found nothing special. The best he could find was a bottle of blood-replenishing drink. But the effect was far worse than shark fin soup, and he simply looked down upon it. So Tang Feiyu didn't reply to the other party and closed the message directly. Just as he was about to go to the chat area to advertise his transaction, there was a sudden ding sound, and someone took the dragon subduing wood. The morning passed quickly. Tang Feiyu sold a total of 50 pieces of dragon subduing wood and exchanged them for 5,000 core crystals. The fishing boat was upgraded to level 5 in one go, and 460 crystal cores were also purchased. The next level of the fishing boat required not only more than 1,000 crystal cores, but also some other materials that had never been seen before. Only then did Tang Feiyu stop thinking about using the dragon subduing wood to continue trading for crystal cores. With their previous experience, the two stood on the deck and waited while upgrading the fishing boat. The size of the fishing boat had increased noticeably, and the original 2 rooms had now become 3. However, the extra room was of no use to them. However, the skills of the fishing boat have changed. The original rampage skill has now become a dragon going out to sea, and there is an additional special effect. Name: Ordinary Fishing Boat. Level 5. Area: 11m, 28m. Firmness: 30,000. Special effects: Rain or shine, fall into a trap, for seasons like spring. Skill: Making nests, 1x/day. Set sail, after specifying the direction, move forward quickly at a speed of 100 km per hour for 3 hours. Can be used at most once a day. No collision volume. Dragon out to sea. It collides with the target at a speed of 300 km per hour. During the collision, the hull strength increases by 500%. A dragon head-shaped shield is formed at the bow that can withstand damage to the hull strength. Equipment: Fully automatic defensive harpoon, advanced. Speedboat motor, advanced. Building: Tool bench, level 1 tools, weapons. Stove, level 1 grilled fish, chopped pepper fish head. Lockers, level 5 750 cubic meters of space. Radar, can clearly detect the situation within 15 nautical miles around. Spring all year round. When closed, the cabin can maintain a constant temperature of 20 degrees. Just when Tang Feiyu finished looking at the new panel of the fishing boat with a look of surprise, Lin Wanrou, who was originally smiling next to him, suddenly frowned, and a trace of pain appeared on her face. "Wanrou, what's wrong with you?" Tang Feiyu asked worriedly. Lin Wanrou's mouth twitched, and she was a little unable to say it. But then she thought, she had seen everything she shouldn't have seen, and done everything she shouldn't have done, so what else could not be said? So he slowly spoke. Chapter 71. Little Angel. "I'm having my period." Lin Wanrou, who had already prepared herself mentally, said it without hesitation. After hearing her words, Tang Feiyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly supported her and said, "I'll help you go back and rest." After all, judging from her expression, she should be suffering from dysmenorrhea. Seeing Tang Feiyu's worried expression, Lin Wanrou wanted to say that she was just on her period, not in labor. But before she could say anything, Tang Feiyu picked her up. Then, he put her on the bed in a firm manner and asked, "Does your stomach still hurt? Do you want some hot shark fin soup?" After he finished speaking, he still didn't wait for her to speak and started preparing things on his own. Watching him busy, Lin Wanrou's heart was filled with sweetness. His concern for her was real. In this survival environment, she knew what kind of living conditions other women faced. "This is a blessing that I have earned in several lifetimes to meet a man who cares so much about me." As a mature woman, she knew that in an intimate relationship, if only one party gave, even the best relationship would eventually run out. Lin Wanrou began to think about what she could bring to Tang Feiyu. But after thinking for a long time, she realized that she couldn't seem to help him much. This discovery made Lin Wanrou a little depressed, although her natural healing effect was very good. But so far, his injuries are also caused by himself. Just as she was racking her brains to find her own value, Tang Feiyu came over with hot shark fin soup. After Lin Wanrou finished drinking, Tang Feiyu asked, "How is it? Are you feeling better?" "Much better." Although Lin Wanrou was distressed, she knew that she couldn't show it, otherwise it would only make Tang Feiyu distressed. Hearing her words, Tang Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Lin Wanrou was his first girlfriend and had never encountered such a situation before. He had only heard that at this time, a bowl of nourishing hot soup could relieve the symptoms. It seems that the effect is quite good now. Suddenly, he thought of a massage technique that could relieve pain among the ones he had already mastered. Lin Wanrou didn't refuse his massage, knowing that he was doing it for her own good, not to take advantage of her. After all, given their current relationship, there was no need to find such an excuse to take advantage of her. After Tang Feiyu asked her to lie down, he began to press her lower abdomen according to a certain technique to help relieve her pain. Not long after, Lin Wanrou found that the pain she had felt had completely disappeared. After pressing for more than 10 minutes, Tang Feiyu stopped, covered her up, let her have a good rest, and prepared to increase the boat's speed. At this time, there is no need to wait for the sea monster to attack just for a few supplies. After he made all the arrangements and returned to the cabin, he saw Lin Wanrou blushing and trying to get out of bed. I quickly ran over and asked, "What are you going to do?" "I'll do it. Please help me get a little angel over here. I feel like I'm about to leak," Lin Wanrou said anxiously. Tang Feiyu didn't react at first, but after a few seconds, he realized that she wanted sanitary napkins. He quickly took one out from the locker. Lin Wanrou didn't let him avoid her and pressed her body against his underwear right in front of him. After all, they had already seen what they needed to see. He even got close to it and observed it closely, so what was there to avoid? After changing, Lin Wanrou sat against the bed, holding the telescope that Tang Feiyu had handed her. He heard that girls would be emotionally unstable during this special time, so he asked her to use a telescope to look at his daughter, which would help her feel better. Lin Wanrou quickly understood his intentions and was so moved that she wanted to rub herself into his body. The telescope's energy wouldn't last long. However, Lin Wanrou wasn't angry about this. Her emotions weren't as volatile as Tang Feiyu had imagined. Under normal circumstances, when girls lose their temper during their menstrual period, it is just that the dissatisfaction accumulated in their daily lives happens to hit this time, and they burst out due to physical and mental exhaustion. Tang Feiyu's eyes have always been almost entirely on Lin Wanrou. She has not accumulated any bad emotions, so naturally she will not explode at this time. Time passed slowly as the two of them chatted. During this period, Tang Feiyu also saw private messages from several people asking him to buy the dragon-subduing wood. However, the other party's item was not a core crystal, and he didn't like any of the items he exchanged. In addition, he didn't want the sea monster to disturb Lin Wanrou's rest during this period. So I rejected them all. The dragon-subduing wood only reduces the chance of being attacked, not guaranteeing it won't be attacked. There are only 151 pieces left, 50 fewer than before. They won't be selling anymore. Lin Wanrou laughed at him for making a fuss, but Tang Feiyu still kept his own pace and arranged things. The sky gradually darkened, and Tang Feiyu began to prepare dinner. Lin Wanrou, who was sitting on the bed, looked at his figure, made a decision in her heart, opened an avatar in the private chat list, and sent a message. When Tang Feiyu brought dinner over, he found Lin Wanrou leaning against the head of the bed with her eyes closed, with a strange expression on her face. "Wanrou is eating." Okay." Lin Wanrou was surprised and her cheeks turned red. Tang Feiyu was puzzled, so he asked, "You just..." "Nothing, let's eat." Lin Wanrou quickly interrupted his question and lowered her head to eat. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu did not continue to ask. After all, who can't have a little privacy? After finishing his meal, thinking that she probably couldn't take a bath in the tub now, Tang Feiyu started to boil water on the stove, and then went to the tool bench to make 2 wooden basins. Lin Wanrou was also confused by what he was doing. She didn't know what he was doing, but she didn't disturb him. Instead, she sat quietly at the head of the bed and watched him busy gently. All right. After Tang Feiyu prepared the hot water, he added some cold water. When the water temperature was right, he said, "It's probably not convenient for you to take a bath in the tub right now, and you can't catch a cold. So stay here and let me help you wipe your body." The cabin they lived in was the largest of the 3 rooms. It had the fishing boat's 4-season spring-like effect, keeping the temperature around 20 degrees Celsius. Tang Feiyu lit some more wood, raising the temperature considerably, so there was no need to worry about her catching a cold. After helping Lin Wanrou clean up, he ran to the cabin at the back to take a shower. Tang Feiyu had no interest in bloody battles, and that was very harmful to his health. So when he came back, he covered the night pearl and just lay on the bed holding Lin Wanrou, ready to sleep. Chapter 72, Rapid Fire Cannon. Lin Wanrou understood Tang Feiyu's needs. Not to mention that his age was just right. The current attribute upgrade alone made his physique stronger and more vigorous. Hearing her words, Tang Feiyu stretched out his hand and scratched the tip of her nose and said with a smile, "It's only a few days, just bear with it, and it will be over." "No, I mean," Lin Wanrou wanted to explain. She knew that a bloody battle was not advisable. Regardless of how horrific the scene was, the physical damage alone would have a huge impact on her future. So when Tang Feiyu went to make dinner, she chatted privately with Twin Ponytails and told him about her current situation. After all, a professional like him would definitely have a way to solve her current predicament. Then, she saw a video sent by the girl with twin ponytails. I had a weird look on my face before, but that was because I learned a lot after watching the video. In the video, a girl with twin ponytails holds a dakuin carved out of a wooden block, explaining and demonstrating it. This made Lin Wanrou, who had never seen the expansion pack, exclaim, "Is this even possible?" but she couldn't say it in front of Tang Feiyu. So she decided to take action directly. So she broke free from Tang Feiyu's arms and slowly tucked her body into the quilt. In the past, I would never have thought I would do such a thing. But now it just happened to be inconvenient, and the other party was a man who made me fall in love with him both physically and mentally, so everything was no longer a problem. The next morning, feeling the strong firepower around her, Lin Wanrou replenished her energy and blood again. Refreshed, Tang Feiyu hummed a song as he went to prepare breakfast. Lin Wanrou took out 3 coconuts from her locker and handed them to Shuangpi Wei. This was to pay for her teaching materials. He was very satisfied with the other party's teaching. After all, it could be seen that Tang Feiyu looked very satisfied. Over the next few days, the speed of the fishing boat did not slow down. What Tang Feiyu did not know was that because he decided not to stop and farm sea monster resources, he never slowed down. Escaped the malicious siege of a pirate group of dozens of people. The only fishing boat, anyone with a bit of power would want to seize it. In this sea area, there is a person who has awakened his fighting talent in advance, and he has gathered a group of subordinates to act tyrannically. Naturally, they also targeted fishing boats. When Tang Feiyu dealt with the bearded pirate gang, a team of dozens of people had already started rushing here. If he was really surrounded by so many people, it was hard to say whether Tang Feiyu could handle it. Because among those people, in addition to the leader, the small leaders have also awakened their talents. And there are a few people who, although they have not awakened their talents, have opened some skill cards from the blind box. Tang Feiyu, worried about Lin Wanrou's health, decided to move forward at full speed and just broke out of the encirclement. Inadvertently, he avoided a crisis. Although I didn't hunt any sea monsters for a few days, I still encountered several boxes along the way. I opened them and found some fruit, which I amplified and put into the locker. The 2 kinds of vegetables that were hydroponically grown previously have also blossomed and borne fruit, and will be ready for picking in a few days. And through daily food, Tang Feiyu's physical strength grew to 20 points, strength 16 points, speed 14 points, and energy 20 points. Lin Wanrou's 4 dimensions also saw significant growth. Her stamina reached 25 points, her strength 13 points, her speed 11 points, and her energy 20 points. The most crucial thing is the only skill. The energy and blood needed to live towards death have been replenished through eating every morning and evening these days, and finally condensed into a piece of resurrection flesh and blood. She fed him to Tang Feiyu immediately, giving him another chance to escape death. In addition to the growth of the 2, Tang Feiyu also fed the bone sword with a large amount of bones, and finally it grew again, with the sharpness reaching 10 points and the strength plus 20. In its original form, it can cut iron like mud, and even diamond, which is 10 times harder, can leave a fine mark. If you switch to sharp mode, you can chip from the diamond, although it takes more effort. Because of the growth of attributes, Lin Wanrou's relatives also said goodbye and left early. Tang Feiyu was finally able to taste sweet and salty again. Early in the morning, after the 2 fed each other food and water, Tang Feiyu prepared to put away the dragon subduing wood and continue according to the previous schedule, hunting during the day and moving at full speed at night. Suddenly I saw a prompt and found myself entering a new sea area, number 00868, again. Tang Feiyu immediately opened the chat area and was stunned to see 9,300 people there. This is much friendlier than the previous 2 sea areas. After all, at this stage, most of the deaths are caused by encountering people. After all, there are no extreme weather or sea monsters. Moreover, Tang Feiyu discovered that the trading situation in this sea area was more prosperous and harmonious than the previous 2. Many high-end and fine materials often appeared in the trading area. Browsing the trading area, he soon set his eyes on a few items. After some negotiation and bargaining, he bought 2 high-end items and a fine design drawing. Red cannon, enchanted box design. After paying for the existing 3,000 bottles of seawater and all the shark meat, the handling fee was still not enough. Tang Feiyu did not plan to use other supplies to pay, but took Lin Wanrou to the side of the boat and started filling it with seawater. Eventually, the amount of useless seawater was added to 13,000 bottles, and shark meat was added to cover the handling fees. In addition to extracting the above 3 items, 80 bottles of radiation source were also obtained. The red cannon, advanced, was a 130mm caliber rapid-fire cannon, premium, a 100-fold increase in size. Although its caliber meant its power was reduced by nearly half. However, the range has increased 10-fold from the previous effective range of a few hundred meters to a terrifying 5,000 meters. Furthermore, the rate of fire is 7 to 15 rounds per minute. It uses shrapnel. The gun is also significantly smaller, making it more convenient for use on fishing boats. Cannonballs can be made on a tool bench using materials like copper, iron, saltpeter, carbon, and sulfur. Tang Feiyu hesitated when he first saw the cannons shrink, but after reading the instructions, he happily installed them on both sides of the fishing boat. Wanrou, go to the tool bench and make the shells, Tang Feiyu said to Lin Wanrou beside him. Lin Wanrou nodded at him and turned to walk into the cabin where the tool bench was placed. Having Lin Wanrou go to the cabin to craft cannonballs for backup, he began examining the blueprint for the amplified enchantment box next to him. The name of the item in this blueprint didn't change with the amplification, but the color of the item had changed from a blue fine item to a pink treasure. This was the first time he had seen something of this quality. Chapter 73 Fudi Zhangqian. Enchanted Box Blueprint, Rare. Materials, Breath of Wind, Stone of Fire, Essence of Water, Source of Wood, Essence of Earth. Tang Feiyu was completely confused. What was this? I searched the trading area and found nothing. The enchantment box before amplification can be made without these unknown materials. However, the blueprint is only of high quality. Feeling somewhat helpless, Tang Feiyu had to put the design drawings into the locker first. To make it easier to distinguish them, Tang Feiyu hung house numbers on all 3 cabins. The 2 of them lived in cabin 1, washing was in cabin 2, and forging tools, cooking and boiling water was in cabin 3. Arriving at cabin 3, Lin Wanrou had already produced over 40 shells for the rapid-fire cannon. Seeing Tang Feiyu coming in, she quickly said, Feiyu, the materials are almost used up. Please store these shells in the locker first, and buy some more materials. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu began to move the shells to the locker in warehouse number 1. Having a locker is indeed much more convenient. At least the loading of the artillery is done automatically, as long as there are shells in the locker. Each of these shells weighed about 7 kilograms, and he could carry 5 or 6 at a time. It took several trips to store all the shells in the locker. Then he looked at the supplies in the locker and found that all the copper and gunpowder materials used to make artillery shells were used up. So Tang Feiyu opened the trading area and started shopping. The current inventory of this relatively basic material is still considerable, and the price is relatively stable. However, the number of wood blocks he has is limited, and the price of wood blocks is the lowest, so he needs to exchange a large number of them to be enough to purchase materials for artillery shells. He was too lazy to exchange them, so he just used coconuts to exchange. 1 coconut was worth more than 20 pieces of wood. There are still 2,000 coconuts on the ship, which are far too many to use up. It took him nearly an hour to clear out all the materials hanging in the trading area, consuming 450 coconuts. After the materials were amplified, they were enough to make 10,000 shrapnel shells. However, with so much material, it was impossible to make all of it into artillery shells. He planned to prepare a few hundred shells. After finishing the work, he took advantage of the free time before the shells were made to open the chat area and peek at the screen. On an island 200 kilometers away from the fishing boat, there are nearly dozens of people coming and going in and out of the simple dock. Not far from the pier, there is a group of wooden houses with people coming in and out from time to time. In the largest room, there were 2 rows of people sitting, but they all kept their heads down, not daring to look at the ragged woman. I heard there's a fishing boat coming here. Boss, you're right. I saw it with my own eyes. A man with a flat head stood up and said, I have the photos I took here. Well, send it to me. Only after receiving the young man's order did the man with the flat head dare to send the photos privately. The photo is a bit blurry, probably taken from a distance. There are 2 people on the boat, a man and a woman. The woman is in the background and a bit blurry, but for some reason, it gives people the feeling that this woman is very beautiful. If Tang Feiyu was there, he would have discovered that the secret photo was taken when he asked Lin Wanrou to go back and make the shells. The young man was a little excited and thrilled when he saw the photo of Lin Wanrou's back, and the strength in his hands involuntarily increased. The woman didn't dare to make a sound. Soon her forehead began to sweat from the pain, and her face turned pale. TSK, I don't even have a fishing boat. Third brother, take your men to bring the boat and that woman back to me. As for that man, if he's sensible, you can spare his life and bring him back to work. If he's not, just kill him. Hearing his words, a man with middle-parted hair wearing overalls stood up and said, Got it, boss. I'll go now. After he left, another person stood up. This person had small eyes, but looked very shrewd. He waved his hand, and several coconuts appeared on the table in front of him. This certainly didn't mean he had the legendary spatial talent. It's just a matter of extracting supplies from the trading column, and anyone can do it. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have your own raft and the raft is within a certain range. Boss, I found someone sweeping up the goods in the trading area. They were all using coconuts, at least a few hundred of them. The smart man said, lowering his head and waiting for the young man's instructions. The young man pondered for a moment after hearing this, then turned to look at a man next to him who looked somewhat similar to him and asked, "Second brother, what do you think?" "Brother, this must have been done by the people on that fishing boat. But I can't understand why they would trade precious fruits for these ordinary supplies." Snap, clack. The young man slapped the basketball up and down, closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, "I think upgrading the fishing boat requires a lot of supplies. After all, upgrading a level 10 raft to a level 0 fishing boat requires hundreds of core crystals. I wouldn't dare rob so many people." Hearing this, the second brother did not say anything more about the transaction, but changed the subject and said with some reluctance, "Brother, sister-in-law." Snap. The young man slammed the basketball, opened his eyes and glanced at his brother. If he was not his biological brother, and now he was the only relative left, he would have been thrown into the sea to feed the fish if he dared to plead for this woman. The woman was crying in pain, but she still didn't dare to make any sound. Otherwise, she would be subjected to even more cruel torture. She regretted how she had treated the young man in the past, but it was too late to say anything now. As for the others, they didn't dare to express their opinions on this matter at all. They all seemed to be deaf and blind. Tang Feiyu sat leisurely on the deck, holding Lin Wanrou, waiting for the sea monster to attack. He kept saying that it would be best if a shark or octopus attacked, so that he could test the power of the rapid-fire cannon. One is that their fins are exposed on the way here, making them easy to spot and lock on, and the other is that they are huge in size. If it was a swordfish, it would have been hiding below the sea surface before attacking, and would not show up unless you got close. Lin Wanrou rested her head on his shoulder, holding a telescope in her hand, and looking at Zhang Qian floating in the distant sea. He said with some regret, "This girl didn't even bother upgrading the raft. She used all the resources to buy food." Hearing her words, Tang Feiyu shook his head helplessly. Zhang Qian was a foodie. Before she started to survive, she would spend tens of thousands of dollars on food and drink every month. Other people of her age mostly buy clothes, bags, cosmetics, or new mobile phones, but she goes out with no makeup every day and only loves delicious food. Chapter 74. The enemy is coming. But she eats so much every day and doesn't exercise much, but she doesn't gain weight. That's not right. She's still gaining weight. Tang Feiyu remembered that after half a year, Zhang Qian's weight increased by about 10 kilograms, but her height and waist circumference remained unchanged, which was magical. Lin Wanrou didn't put the telescope down until its energy ran out. Tang Feiyu didn't say anything about her complaints. Instead, he kept muttering, "Why haven't the sea monsters attacked yet? I clearly put the dragon subduing wood away." Lin Wanrou put the telescope into Tang Feiyu's hand and didn't look around because she had seen something happen on a raft before. That was when her relatives came to visit, and she was lying in the cabin board, looking out through the window. She saw two men pushing a woman down on a raft. Although she felt a little sympathetic towards the woman, she did not let Tang Feiyu drive the boat over and meddle in her affairs. At this time, many people are busy with their own affairs, and no one can be sure whether the woman was forced or wanted to survive on her own initiative. But since then, she rarely used the telescope to look around, so as not to be upset by what she saw. A gentle sea breeze blew by, and Tang Feiyu felt a little sleepy as he smelled the faint body fragrance around him. No one was sure when the sea monster would attack, and waiting was a bit boring. Suddenly he straightened up and said to Lin Wanrou, "Let's take the initiative. The fishing boat's baiting skills have never been used." Lin Wanrou nodded, stood up, and walked into the cab, pressing the button for the nesting skill. Tang Feiyu picked up the telescope and began to observe the surroundings of the fishing boat, wanting to see the effect of this skill. As a result, no sea monster was seen, but several rafts were seen in the distance, rushing towards the fishing boat at a very fast speed, looking like they were coming with bad intentions. "Feiyu, how is the skill effect?" Lin Wanrou came back from the cab and asked curiously. Tang Feiyu said with a strange expression, "The effect is very good, but it didn't attract the sea monster, but it attracted other people who were trying to survive." As soon as he finished speaking, the harpoon on one side fired automatically with a whoosh. Soon, a 3-meter-long swordfish was brought back by the rope. Lin Wanrou looked at the sea. Without a telescope, she couldn't see the raft in the distance, so she had to walk over and pick up the broken fish meat and bones and trade them to Tang Feiyu. He did not withdraw the money and planned to wait and see. If those rafts were really coming for them, he would withdraw the settlement fee together with the disassembled raft materials. Soon, the raft rushed into the attack range of the rapid-fire cannon, still with no intention of slowing down or changing lanes. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu felt that out of humanitarianism, he should speak first and then give the other party a thundering blow if the other party did not listen. But he didn't know the other person's name, and there was no way to chat privately. Now, thousands of meters away, even if he shouted at the top of his lungs, the other party wouldn't hear him, so he started posting messages in the chat area. Middle-parted hair, overalls, you have entered our ship's range. Please immediately explain your intentions and turn away. The same message was refreshed 3 times in a row. Brother Kuan, the guys on the fishing boat opposite are calling out to us in the chat area. A younger brother said to the man with a middle-parted hair with a smile. Ignore him. He can't do anything from this far away. Once we get closer, we can kill him and take back the fishing boat and women the boss wants. Maybe the boss will be so happy that he'll even reward us with a few women. Brother Kuan, you said the boss is the same. He obviously controls so many women, but he is reluctant to share them with his brothers. He doesn't use them himself. Isn't this a waste? Or maybe he's the big brother and you're just the little brother. The man with the middle-parted hair smiled and said, in a place like this, women are also a resource. They can be used to recruit subordinates or trade goods. After hearing what the middle-parted man said, the younger brother stopped talking. As for what he was thinking, no one knew. Besides the 2 of them, there were 3 other people on the raft, one of whom was squatting at the back. Judging from the empty raft, he should be the one providing the power. The other 2 sat cross-legged on the raft, eyes closed, resting. But no one dared to underestimate them. After all, the small whirlwind hovering before them was obviously extraordinary. These 2 are brothers, and they've unlocked a fusion skill from a box, requiring both of them to operate it together. They're currently training their control and tacit understanding. As the raft approached the 4,000-meter distance, Tang Feiyu still didn't see anyone's reply. Instead, many people in the chat area were laughing and joking. Middle-parted hair and overalls. This is talking about Su Kuan, right? Where did this guy come from? How dare he offend Su Kuan? Another cold one. Take it away, take it away. TSK. Su Kuan not only mastered the terrifying basketball fire skill, but also developed his own set of dribbling steps, and even improved his speed attribute to inhuman levels. The average person is simply no match for him. Wait, look, the guy shouting has a boat. It's not a raft. What? You're so excited. Oh my god, he really is. He's a big shot. Now it's time to watch the show. The betting is open. Those who think Su Kuan can win, buy 1 to get 1 payout. Those who think this guy named Tang Feiyu can win, buy 1 to get 1.5. A young man named Hee-jun sent an opening message in the chat area. Instantly, a large group of people started chatting with him privately about trading bets. Judging from the fact that these people did not hesitate and were not afraid of being cheated, this man named Hee-jun is not simple. Soon, everyone who paid the bet received a private message. As I opened the private message, a virtual screen appeared in front of me, showing the area between the fishing boat and the raft. This was the result of Hee-jun's talent combined with an item he had unlocked. Those who received the news were not surprised, as this kind of thing had happened many times before. Whenever there is a melon-eating event, Hee-jun will open the market. This fishing boat looks impressive. Those 2 tubes, are they cannons? After carefully observing the fishing boat, someone spoke in disbelief. Am I the only one who noticed that beautiful woman on the fishing boat? Didn't you see that beautiful woman holding on to that man? They must have done something, and maybe even have spirit rings on them. Wouldn't that be exciting? Prime Minister, I was too loud just now. As the chat room was flooded with messages, the raft was only 3,000 meters away from the fishing boat. Tang Feiyu saw through the telescope that the people on the other side were not ready to leave. He curled his lips and left a message. Since you can't use the opportunity one gave you, then there's no need to leave. And that guy named Chow Man, don't let me find you. After finishing his speech, Tang Feiyu closed the chat area, controlled the rapid-fire cannon, aimed at the raft in the distance, and pressed the launch button. Chapter 75, Grenade Enhanced by Explosive Bombs. With a whoosh, a shotgun grenade was fired from the fishing boat, and then a shell followed every 4 seconds. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. Aren't we all still using cold weapons? You're just using firepower to cover the enemy's territory, right? You can't afford to play like that? Tang Feiyu had no idea what the onlookers were thinking. After the shells were fired, he picked up the telescope and began to observe the target. The middle-parted haired men on the raft also noticed the incoming shells, and one of the younger brothers who spoke panicked. After all, shells were still a terrifying weapon for ordinary people. What are you afraid of? It's just a cannonball. We have 4 people with superpowers on the raft now. Su Kuan looked at his younger brother with disdain. If it weren't for the fact that he's good at flattering people and can act like a big shot every time he takes action, I wouldn't take him with me everywhere. Brother Kuan, this is not just one shot. There are more behind. The younger brother shouted with some trembling, pointing to the distance. Su Kuan was shocked when he heard this. He looked up and saw that there were indeed many shells flying towards him continuously. His expression froze. But he quickly recovered and turned to the two brothers sitting cross-legged and said, "It's up to you." At his words, the two brothers stood up, walked to the bow of the raft, looked at each other as they watched the incoming shells, then each stretched out a hand, slapped it together, and pulled back. In the space between the two people's palms, a small whirlwind about 10 centimeters high appeared. Afterwards, the two pushed hard towards the fishing boat. As soon as they left the raft, the whirlwind began to grow stronger and soon sucked in a lot of seawater, turning the whirlwind into a tornado. The first shell plunged into the tornado with a dull bang, but did not cause much impact on the tornado. But from the brothers' suddenly pale faces, it can be seen that they are not at ease either. Bang, 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 3 more shells exploded. The tornado stopped moving, and then with a bang, it was blown into scattered water droplets by the 4th shell. Blood flowed from the corners of the mouths of the two wind-controlling brothers. But they only intercepted 5 shells, and there are still more than a dozen to come. Sure enough, even though some humans have mastered superpowers, they are still no match for firearms. What kind of gun is this? Why is it firing so fast? Don't guns fire one shot at a time, and then need to be reloaded? You're not familiar with this, right? This is a rapid-fire cannon. It can fire up to a dozen rounds per minute. TSK. What did the guy named Chow Man who was just mentioned say? Some people remembered that Chow Man had said some nonsense before, and then Tang Feiyu called him out and said that he would remember him, and now he started shouting in the chat area. Chow Man, floating on the sea, was now pale and was thinking about how to die comfortably. Originally, it was just a subconscious remark, even though the other party was a big boss who drove a fishing boat. But after seeing the firepower of the fishing boat, he couldn't imagine that he was being targeted by more than a dozen artillery shells. "Humph, you two idiots. Don't use your ultimate moves." Su Kuan yelled at the two brothers with some dissatisfaction. Then, with a wave of his hand, a basketball-sized fireball flew towards an approaching cannonball. Although the grenade exploded, some scattered shrapnel passed by his eyes, and the feast was almost about to begin. Frightened, several people quickly hid behind obstacles. The two brothers also reacted, and each of them threw wind blades at the shells. Although its power is not as strong as that of a whirlwind, it is enough to deal with these shells. Previously, the two of them were a little arrogant after mastering powerful skills, and did not think that grenades could have any effect on them. He was quickly taught a lesson, only blocking 5 shots before he collapsed. He huddled down and obediently used his small skill to detonate. To be honest, Su Kuan's men are quite capable. Bullshit. They hit a brick wall this time. They were beaten like dogs before they even got close. Su Kuan's raft also slowed down suddenly because the little brother providing power at the back began to dodge the shrapnel. "Brother Kuan, let's run." The younger brother was almost crying, shouting with his neck shrunk. However, Su Kuan, who had never been so embarrassed since he acquired the skills, could not swallow this humiliation. He said to his younger brother fiercely, "Shut up. I underestimated his artillery shells, but now he can't do anything to us. If he lets us get close, he will tear down the fishing boats." "But didn't the boss say we should take the fishing boat back?" the younger brother said weakly. Su Kuan was almost furious. How could his previously shrewd younger brother say something so foolish now? Could he really dismantle the fishing boat? Tang Feiyu, who had been observing through a telescope, saw that they were both fire and wind, and curled his lips with envy. Su Kuan might have some fire tribute talent, so his fireballs are much more powerful. The other two who used wind probably just used skill cards. Although the whirlwind looked good, it required 2 people to use it together. But it is much better than mine. Why don't I develop this kind of offensive skill? But speaking of skills, he thought of his incendiary bombs and wondered if they could be used on the rapid-fire cannon. On the raft, Su Kuan and the other two had already started sending messages to their boss requesting supplies. They hadn't originally thought about encountering any troubles during this mission and hadn't brought any food to replenish their supplies. Now I dared not stop using my skills at all. My fatigue value was like a dam that had been opened, rushing out. If I didn't eat some high-quality food to replenish it, I might pass out from exhaustion. Tang Feiyu decided to give his idea a try. He reached out and pressed the base of the rapid-fire cannon. Then his eyes lit up, because the explosive bomb skill could be used. Without hesitation, he activated the skill directly. Amid the whooshing sound of the launch, there was suddenly a bang. An orange-red grenade burning with flames flew out rapidly from the muzzle. Then the explosive bomb skill begins to cool down. TSK, only 1 shot. Tang Feiyu shook his head helplessly, then picked up the telescope and began to observe the effect of the shells blessed by the skill. What is that? Why is one shell different from the others? The onlookers soon discovered a unique shell. but no one knew what it was. It seems this boss also has special abilities. Su Kuan and his companions, who were hiding their heads, did not notice the different shell at all and continued to intercept it at a normal pace. Boom, bang. An explosion far louder than usual occurred a few meters in front of the raft. In an instant, a large amount of sea water was evaporated into water vapor. The obstacles on the raft were blown up by the shock wave, knocking several people who were hiding into the sea. Chapter 76 Sneak Attack. The power of this explosion was far beyond their expectations. They were caught off guard and were thrown into the sea. The flattering little brother even fainted. The result of falling into the water in this situation can be imagined. Although Su Kuan and his companions were physically stronger than ordinary people, they all felt dizzy and choked on a lot of water. Several people's faces turned green. This seawater was not just bitter. It was polluted and could not be drunk. Before they could regret causing trouble for Tang Feiyu, several shells landed on the raft. No matter how special their abilities were, they were still mortal. When the shells exploded at close range, they were instantly wiped out. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu released the firing button of the rapid-fire cannon. I didn't expect Su Kuan to die like this. It's their fault for always being so arrogant. Now they've finally hit a wall. I just wonder what his boss would say if he died. If I were his boss, I would definitely hide in my lair and play dead. After all, there is only one person with super long-range artillery. Most people's skills can't reach that far, and they can't get close at all. Oh my God, what did I see? Suddenly someone exclaimed. The others were also startled by him and quickly looked at the virtual screen. They saw Tang Feiyu in the screen jumping directly from the fishing boat into the sea. The shocking thing was that there was no sea water around him, and he just floated quickly on the sea towards Su Kuan's raft that was blown up. It's not like they haven't seen how people with water gifts move on the surface of the sea. Those people transform their bodies into a liquid that is similar to water but less dense than water and swim across the surface. But Tang Feiyu was not surrounded by water, which meant that he was not relying on his water-based talent to move. Is it some special skill? No one could answer his question. Soon, Tang Feiyu came to the raft fragments. He was not sure whether the raft in this state could be disassembled, but it won't take long to give it a try. If it works, you will get 100 crystal cores. The raft, which had been directly hit by the shell, had been shattered into pieces. Tang Feiyu searched around and found a fairly large piece of raft wreckage, about 1 square meter in size. I reached out and put my hand on it, but no decomposition prompt appeared. No way, Tang Feiyu said with some regret. But he soon found something wrong. Something seemed to be trying to penetrate the barrier of the water-repellent beads. With a thought, he picked up the bone sword and spun it 360 degrees. Judging from the touch of the bone sword, it seemed like he had hit something. Interesting, a person with water-related talent? If you dare to stay instead of running away, then stay forever, Tang Feiyu said without panic. The bone sword grew slender, and he held it horizontally in his hand. Then, controlling the water-repellent beads, he spun his body rapidly like a clockwork top. Wang Mingliang was stunned. He relied on his talent to avoid being killed by the shells, but he didn't expect the culprit to come over on his own. So he thought about taking him down and then boarding the fishing boat. In this way, all the credit will be his. Maybe he can replace Su Kuan's position after returning, or he can simply run away with the fishing boat and never go back. What was unexpected was that there was something next to this person, and his liquefied body was discovered just as it touched the invisible barrier and was about to penetrate it. He can indeed ignore pure physical damage now, but being scratched by objects through his body will also increase the consumption. Normally, this kind of consumption would be like scraping. But now, he was first consumed by a wave of energy, and then the opponent's unruly incarnation of a spinning top would enter and exit his body once or twice per second. If he continues to consume energy at the current rate, he will not be able to maintain his liquid form in a few seconds at most. But it was too late to run now. Tang Feiyu's bone sword was more than 10 meters long. With his swimming speed, he had no time to escape the attack range. With nowhere to escape, he could only grit his teeth and dive down, trying to avoid the sword damage first. He now deeply regretted his reckless behavior. If he had just played dead, perhaps the incident would have been overlooked. The spectators were also stunned as Tang Feiyu started spinning for unknown reasons. Is this some new settlement screen? Hey, you know what? It spins pretty fast and evenly. It would be a shame if it didn't spin for a few hours during the Spring Festival Gala. Am I the only one who noticed the weapon in the boss's hand? Did it just get longer? Nonsense, we're not blind. We can still tell the difference between more than 1 meter and more than 10 meters. So what is he doing? It should be that Su Kuan's little brother who is still alive and was preparing for a sneak attack but was discovered, someone said with certainty. Those who were about to refute stopped talking when they saw the speaker's name. This person is none other than Mr. He, the dealer who opened the market. Brother Jun, can you tell me in detail? Su Kuan has a subordinate with a water element talent. As everyone knows, regardless of whether a water element talent is good or bad, liquefaction is the most basic ability. The opponent must have survived the previous explosion and wanted to launch a sneak attack, but was discovered by Brother Tang, so he started to use this ability to counterattack. Although the liquefaction ability can ignore physical attacks, each attack still consumes some energy. Look, that little brother can't hold on any longer. He Jun changed the subject. Everyone looked at the screen. Sure enough, through the sea water, you can vaguely see a blurry human figure floating under the sea. Before he could move, Tang Feiyu stabbed him in the head with a sword. Hiss, what a sharp sword. Seeing Tang Feiyu pierce the skull effortlessly, many people were shocked. After all, the skull is very hard. Without looking at the corpse with wide-open eyes, Tang Feiyu reached for the raft debris again. This time the decomposition prompt finally appeared. With the crystal core, Tang Feiyu returned to the fishing boat, then looked up into the air and said in the chat area, "Those who want to take advantage of me, consider yourselves." He knew that someone was watching the fight, and although he wasn't sure whether it was an ability or a prop, it was still possible to use it as a warning. Wouldn't it be better to spend some time with your sweet girlfriend instead? He was originally an ordinary and friendly young man, but he was forced by these people to become a ruthless killer. It makes me feel sad just thinking about it. After being warned and seeing nothing else to watch, He Jun stopped the live broadcast. After all, if they planned to have some post-war celebrations, he would be hunted down and killed if he broadcast it live. After watching Tang Feiyu's battle footage, He Jun didn't think that he, an ordinary dealer, would be his opponent. He was just a bad opener. Tang Feiyu, who had just boarded the boat, heard a private chat prompt before he could even get a hug from Lin Wanrou. Chapter 77 Zhang Long and Zhang Hu. Tang Feiyu opened the private chat and saw that it was Chao Man who had spoken in the chat area before. He came to apologize and also reminded him that there was a transaction information. He opened the trading column and saw that Chao Man had indeed traded a skill-blind box, 2 blueprints, and some fruit. It seemed that he was frightened by Tang Feiyu's fighting power. But even if he didn't apologize, Tang Feiyu couldn't look for him everywhere and wouldn't be able to find him at all. Even if you use a telescope to locate the person, you won't be able to find him without a reference object. Besides, they still had to go find Zhang Qian, so they didn't have time to waste on irrelevant people. But if the other party gave it to them for free, they shouldn't refuse it. After Tang Feiyu replied with a message that he didn't care, he extracted the items from the transaction column. This time, the 100 skill-blind boxes did not bury Tang Feiyu, who was well prepared, and the fruits did not fall to the ground, so he stored them in the locker. 3,000 strawberries and 50 mutant strawberries. The design was for a powerful bow and a pistol. Even after the amplification, they weren't as powerful as a desert eagle. Tang Feiyu was too lazy to build them. After lighting up the icon in the weapon bar, he tossed them into a cabinet, hoping to sell them later. Regular strawberries, aside from being large and tasty, are pretty ordinary. Mutated strawberries, on the other hand, can restore 1,000 cubic centimeters of blood per piece. In the absence of hospitals on the sea, if anyone suffers from severe bleeding, it can be used to keep them alive. It can also allow Lin Wanrou to store her energy and blood. After seeing the amplifying effect of strawberries, Tang Feiyu kept the purchase of strawberries in mind and explained it to Lin Wanrou. However, the fruit is rare in the trading area, and most people will not sell the fruit they have worked so hard to get. It's Tang Feiyu. After he got a storage cabinet, he rarely sells out the bananas and coconuts he left over. Although time in the locker may flow slowly, it is not static after all, so the extra fruit and meat are not completely unsaleable. After he finished his work, Lin Wanrou asked in surprise, "Feiyu, where did this come from?" All the items were stored in the cabinet, and she did not see Tang Feiyu buy anything. Tang Feiyu recounted the story of Chao Man, leaving Lin Wanrou speechless. But if something is free, don't let it go. On the island, after excluding Su Kuan with the middle-parted hair, the young man also learned about He Jun's opening of the market and also watched the battle on the scene. Originally, he was definitely prepared to take revenge for the murder of his younger brother, but after watching it, he fell silent. It was not worth it to provoke such a being for the sake of a dead person. Although he still coveted the fishing boat and Lin Wanrou's body, and being slapped in the face made him lose face in front of the other brothers. But he was really ready to give in. He had no worries about food and drink now, and there were too many women to play with, so why bother looking for death? His talent and skills are indeed much stronger than Su Kuan and the others, but the continuous bombardment has completely sobered him up. The thought that I was invincible was shattered by the artillery fire. However, at dinner that night, I was stunned when I looked at the people present. He turned to look at his younger brother next to him and asked, "Why didn't my brother come to eat?" The person being asked was also confused. Finally, a younger brother who was in charge of logistics said weakly, "Boss, it seems that brother who took people out this afternoon." On the dim sea, a raft was barreling along at 80 kilometers per hour. It was Zhang Hu, the younger brother of the island boss, and his crew. "Old Qin, have you locked onto the location of the other fishing boat?" The man called Lao Qin was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He held something like a compass in his hand and looked up at the stars in the sky from time to time. After hearing Zhang Hu's words, he turned around and said, "Brother Hu, it's locked." "All right, Wenfeng, move at full speed in the direction Lao Qin pointed. If we don't get revenge on those who dared to kill us, how are we going to survive in this sea area in the future?" The woman's name was Qian Jiaojiao. She was also captured on the island. However, unlike the other women, she opened a charming skill card in the blind box before being captured. After using it, even without activating any skills, the whole person will exude infinite charm. So he was noticed by Zhang Hu, the second in command of the island. Qian Jiaojiao knew the difference between accompanying one person and countless people. After following Zhang Hu, she lived an even more comfortable life than before she was seeking her own life. And as he spent more time with Zhang Hu, he gradually developed some special attributes. After all, Zhang Hu was not a gentle gentleman. On the fishing boat, Tang Feiyu carried Lin Wanrou out of the bathtub, wrapped her in fish skin, and couldn't wait to return to cabin number 1. The fishing boat, piled high with dragon-subduing wood, kept moving at full speed. Though the curtains were drawn on the windows, a pink and purple light still shone through. The cabin's soundproofing wasn't great, and from time to time, beautiful singing could be heard from the room. "Hasn't it arrived yet?" Zhang Hu asked impatiently. "Brother Hu, the other party is also moving quickly." Old Qin, holding the compass, said helplessly. Hearing this, Zhang Hu was a little surprised and said, "Isn't the other party's fishing boat only traveling at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour?" He also watched the scene during the day. The boat's speed at the time was just SOSO. After all, it was a fishing boat, not a speedboat, so the speed was pretty good. Now, their raft, under Wenfeng's telekinesis, was accelerated to full speed. However, after chasing for a long time, they still couldn't see the other party's shadow. On the island, I heard that my younger brother had gone out to sea, but I didn't think much of it. But soon someone said that Lao Qin, who had the skills and props to find people, was also missing. Zhang Long's face changed, guessing that his brother might be looking for trouble with the fishing boat. So he quickly sent a private message to his brother Zhang Hu. As a result, Zhang Hu replied that he would take revenge and bring back the fishing boat and the woman, and then he never replied again. Although Zhang Long was very worried about Zhang Hu's safety, there was no one else on the island he could find. Even if he went out to chase him at night, it would be too late. He could only pray inwardly. "Tang Feiyu, I don't want to go against you, but if you dare to touch my brother, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." The island is 210 kilometers away from the fishing boat, which is moving away at 50 kilometers per hour. How long will it take for the raft to catch up with the fishing boat if it is traveling at 80 kilometers per hour? After chasing for a long time without seeing the enemy, Zhang Hu was very angry and looked at his girlfriend Qian Jiaojiao. Chapter 78, No Martial Ethics. If you live for a long time in a place without morals and laws, you will become a little bit perverted. After more than 10 minutes, the brothers finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly cursing the bitch in their hearts. They thought about quickly finishing off the enemy so that they could fight 3 more when they got back. After all, if they follow the second in command to complete the mission, they will definitely be rewarded when they return. Otherwise, who will work for them? The chase had begun in the afternoon, and finally, as the night wore on, Lao Qin's face lit up with joy as he shouted, "Almost there. Only 20 kilometers left." As we all know, leather is not very breathable and is not easy to penetrate water. After a busy period, they were just about to go to sleep when a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the cabin. They were startled and quickly got dressed. Tang Feiyu threw the Desert Eagle into Lin Wanrou's hands and handed her the laser water gun. Then he took the laser gun and bone sword, loaded some explosive darts, and ran to the cab. The radar was still sounding the alarm. Tang Feiyu saw the picture displayed on the radar screen at a glance. A raft was chasing from behind at an extremely fast speed, 13 kilometers, 10 kilometers. He quickly ran to the stern of the fishing boat with his equipment, set up a telescope, and observed, vaguely seeing the raft chasing them. At this time, the other party's purpose was self-evident. Tang Feiyu was also a little annoyed. His previous warning did not seem to have made people restrain themselves. He even wanted to take advantage of the night to launch a sneak attack. Without further warning, he raised his laser gun and launched the explosive bomb. Looking at the floating number 3, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Xiao. A red laser instantly hit Lao Qin, who was standing at the front of the raft leading the way. Old Qin looked down at his pierced abdomen in disbelief. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything when he exploded into pieces with a loud bang. In fact, if the person behind him was not in a straight line with Lao Qin, he might have followed him on the road. Qian Jiaojiao's charming smile, initially teased by Zhang Hu, instantly turned into a piercing scream. After all, a living being, who had spoken only seconds before, had turned into a bloody mist before her eyes. Having had little experience in actual combat, she was lucky she didn't piss herself. Qian Jiaojiao's cry brought the stunned Zhang Hu and Wen Feng back to their senses, and they quickly found an obstacle to hide behind. Zhang Hu was still a little confused. Where were the promised artillery shells? What was that flash of light? How could it kill one of his own men in a flash? He knew that Tang Feiyu's fishing boat had artillery, but he still dared to bring people to chase him. In addition to the sneak attack under the cover of night, he naturally had means to defend against artillery. But now Tang Feiyu did not play according to the routine, leaving him at a loss. As the two hid, Tang Feiyu lost his target. After all, the telescope didn't have night vision, and there was no moon tonight. The few stars that were visible would occasionally hide. If Lao Qin's position hadn't been so precarious, Tang Feiyu wouldn't have attacked without hesitation. Now it was difficult to shoot. There are only 2 shots left in the laser gun. If they don't hit anyone, it will be a waste. After all, even if the laser was equipped with incendiary bombs, it would not be able to destroy the raft with 2 shots. Brother Hu, are we still going? Wen Feng asked in a trembling voice. After all, the promised artillery shells hadn't appeared, but instead, there was a laser like the legendary one. What the hell was going on? Who could stop the laser? However, Zhang Hu, who had calmed down, said with a fierce expression, "Keep chasing." He attacked once and then stopped. He should only be able to attack once. At our speed, we can catch up with the fishing boat in less than a minute. Then I will tear that guy named Tang Feiyu to pieces. Zhang Hu had another reason for pursuing the enemy, which he hadn't told his younger brother. He had brought his men here for revenge, but ended up fleeing in terror before even seeing his enemy. Did he have any dignity left? Tang Feiyu glanced around, but still couldn't see where the person was. Although he guessed that he was behind an obstacle, the problem was that the obstacle occupied a large area. Watching the approaching raft, he sheathed his laser gun and took out his explosive darts. After charging his explosive bombs, he quickly unleashed all 30 of them. The explosive dart was already moving quite fast, and the raft was also moving towards this side quickly. Almost instantly, the explosive dart reached the raft and hit the obstacle. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen explosions rang out, and Qian Jiaojiao's screams hadn't stopped since the first explosion. Instead, they rose and fell with the rhythmic explosions, as if she were practicing her voice. It was not until he was kicked by Zhang Hu that he shrank his body and closed his mouth tremblingly. Wen Feng also reacted and immediately used his telekinesis to control the darts behind him. However, this also made the movement of the raft almost stop. Now we are just moving forward by inertia. Tang Feiyu on the fishing boat saw the dart behind him stop in midair, his eyes fixed, and he raised the laser gun in his hand. "Feiyu, what's wrong?" Lin Wanrou ran over with a laser water gun. Tang Feiyu took the fully charged water gun from her hand, put it on his shoulder, aimed at the obstacle, and pulled the trigger. With a bayou sound, a small stream of water like a laser directly penetrated the obstacle. He didn't care whether it hit the target or not, but deflected it a little and fired again. After pulling the trigger 5 times and exhausting the energy of the water gun, he fired another 30 explosive darts that were enhanced by explosive bombs. On the raft, Zhang Hu stared down at the bleeding hole in his chest, his mouth wide open. He couldn't utter a word. During the 3rd shot, the water jet pierced his lungs, and now he was barely breathing. Wen Feng was also hit by the water jet. Although it was not fatal, one of his legs was already broken. He now regretted immensely that he had followed Zhang Hu out to cause trouble. After acquiring the skill, he was already floating and unable to come down. He thought that with his telekinetic ability, he could ignore any flying attacks. The opponents he encountered before, such as fireballs and ice cones, could not hurt him at all, but the current enemies have changed their tactics. There is no martial ethics at all. With that thought, he prepared to flee. With telekinesis, he could fly at low altitude. While he couldn't fly back to the island, grabbing a raft along the way wouldn't be a problem. As for controlling the raft and running, he didn't think the other party would flee at such a large target. As for Qian Jiaojiao, who luckily escaped injury, She was about to die, so who would care about her? Only when he was alive could a woman be useful, even though she was the most fiery woman he had ever met. Chapter 79. Although Qian Zhaojiao was not dead at this time, she was also seriously injured. After all, the explosive darts with skills exploded at close range, and it would not be pleasant even if there were obstacles blocking it. She moved her body with some difficulty, as if she saw Wenfeng's intention to escape, stretched out her hand to him, and groaned, "Save me." However, Wenfeng didn't want to sacrifice himself. He didn't know whether he could escape alive. If he brought a burden with him, he would have no chance of running away. Although it was a pity for this top-notch woman, he still took a deep look at Xiongwei, then flew away quickly towards the distance along the sea surface. Not long after, the fully armed Tang Feiyu controlled the water-repellent beads and jumped onto the raft. Someone's still alive. He was a little surprised to see Xiongwei still bobbing up and down. He had originally thought there were no more survivors on the raft. After all, they were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. On the raft, apart from the barely alive Qian Zhaojiao, the only thing left was Zhang Hu's corpse, his eyes wide open. However, Tang Feiyu only glanced at him and stopped paying attention. He always thought that the leader of the raft was the person who was turned into a bloody mist by his laser. But he was soon stunned because he saw a row of bloodstains scattered from the middle of the raft to the back. How could anyone escape like this? Tang Feiyu exclaimed in disbelief. As if she heard his voice, Qian Zhaojiao opened her eyes with difficulty. She didn't care who was in front of her, as he regarded her as a life-saving straw, and begged, "Save me, save me, I'll do anything for you." Tang Feiyu didn't respond to her question, but asked, "Who escaped on the raft?" Qian Zhaojiao was stunned, remembering Wenfeng who had abandoned her and fled. She said resentfully, Zhang Wenfeng. He has telekinesis skills. He flew away." Hearing her words, Tang Feiyu felt a little envious of Zhang Wenfeng, who had actually obtained the telekinesis skill card. Since ancient times, humans have longed to fly. Although flying vehicles have appeared in modern times, they are still not as exciting as flying on their own. Tang Feiyu raised his binoculars and searched for someone named Zhang Wenfeng. Since there was only one name, he wasn't sure if he could find him. But it should be easy to find since it is flying over the sea late at night. A man sleeping on a raft soon appeared in the telescope. It was obvious that he was not the target, so he immediately switched. After changing more than a dozen people, they finally spotted the guy flying close to the sea. Judging from the faint stars above his head, he shouldn't be too far away, and his direction was almost consistent with the bloodstains on the raft. Tang Feiyu squatted down, raised the laser gun, and murmured, "If you don't deserve to die, I will spare you." After that, he pulled the trigger. He didn't expect his shot to hit Zhang Wenfeng, who had fled who knows how far. Furthermore, his judgment of the opponent's direction was completely based on guesswork. At this distance, even if his angle was off by a few tenths of a degree, the distance would be drastically different when it came to Zhang Wenfeng's direction. But no one knew whether it was Tang Feiyu's good luck or Zhang Wenfeng's bad luck. But Tang Feiyu's missed shot actually hit him. Although it only scraped the scalp and burned a few hairs, this shot used the explosive bomb skill. With a loud bang, the explosion hit Zhang Wenfeng's face and knocked him unconscious. Tang Feiyu was stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and raised the telescope again. From the camera footage, we can see that the unconscious Zhang Wenfeng fell into the sea. Although he woke up quickly, he had no chance to fly again, because a shark that was awake in the middle of the night smelled the blood and swam over. Maybe the shark didn't expect that there would be takeaway delivered to the door in the middle of the night. Although he struggled hard, his telekinesis consumed a lot of his fatigue, and coupled with his serious injuries, he was bitten on the legs after only a few seconds of resisting the shark. Just as he was about to scream, a large amount of sea water rushed into his mouth. He no longer had the strength to struggle and became the midnight snack of this shark who stayed up late. Putting down the telescope in silence, Tang Feiyu prepared to dismantle the raft after dealing with this woman and go back to sleep. After all, he had just finished a concert and was still very sleepy. However, as soon as he picked up the bone sword, Qian Zhaojiao quickly shouted, "Don't kill me. I can do anything for you." As she spoke, she pulled down her clothes. She was still very confident in her own conditions, and she even used a skill while speaking. Although the skill effect was not very complete due to the injury, Tang Feiyu still felt that this woman posed no threat to him, and even had an inexplicable good impression of her. "And if you kill Zhang Hu, his brother Zhang Long will never let you go. I know Zhang Long's base very well. Leave me here, and I can help you." Qian Zhaojiao continued in a charming voice. He breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Tang Feiyu put away the bone sword. However, Just as he was about to approach Tang Feiyu and use his body in exchange for a chance to survive, he looked down in shock at the sharp sword blade that pierced his heart. Why? She couldn't understand why someone would give up such a perfect body like hers. After using the charm skill card, her temperament and appearance are completely unmatched by other women. Tang Feiyu also admitted that Qian Jiaojiao, even Lin Wanrou, could not compare to her now. Her temperament and appearance were completely incomparable to those of human women. Even the legendary fairies were probably no better than her. However, he was very wary of the other party's ability to influence his mind. He didn't want to become someone else's puppet one day. That's why he deliberately put away the bone sword, letting Qian Jiaojiao relax before taking decisive action. However, Tang Feiyu remembered what she said about Zhang Long. After dismantling the raft, he returned to the boat and pulled Lin Wanrou, who was relieved, back to the cabin. The next morning, Tang Feiyu didn't put away the dragon-subduing wood, but he stopped his fishing boat, opened the chat area, and posted a message. A bounty for Zhang Long's information and location. If anyone knows, please privately message me. The reward is 200 kilograms of bananas or other supplies of equivalent value. In an instant, the deserted chat area went crazy. I won't offend others unless they offend me, but since they attacked me in the middle of the night, Tang Feiyu will definitely not let Zhang Long and his gang go. Even in the chat area, I learned that the guy with the middle-parted hair and overalls was actually Zhang Long's subordinate. I originally thought that the other party was just a guerrilla. Now we can't let Zhang Long go. Because of his generosity, he quickly received the information he wanted, then turned the ship around and headed towards the island where Zhang Long was. Chapter 80: Attacking the Island. The fishing boat restarted and headed towards the island where Zhang Long was. Lin Wanrou also heard about what he was going to do. Although she was a little worried, she did not object to Tang Feiyu's decision. If you don't fight back after being bullied, others will think you are easy to bully. In this environment without laws and morals, the fact that kind people are bullied is more vividly demonstrated. Naturally, Tang Feiyu's bounty was reported to Zhang Long. I was just about to look for him, but he showed himself to my door. Let someone get ready. Zhang Long smashed the table in front of him with a palm and shouted angrily. The subordinate was so frightened that he shrank his neck, ran out without saying a word. On the fishing boat, Tang Feiyu handed Lin Wanrou the compass he had found on the raft yesterday. Searching compass, combined with astrology, could pinpoint the location of the person being sought. But astrology isn't something most people understand. While it may seem related to general astronomy, it's actually quite different. He gave it to Lin Wanrou to see if this restriction would be removed after the amplification. If it succeeded, finding Zhang Qian would become much easier. After all, the method they are using now cannot accurately locate Zhang Qian. They are just trying their luck in finding a general direction. Lin Wanrou also thought of this after looking at the description of the item in her hand. She quickly put it into the transaction column and instructed Tang Feiyu to send it over. After paying the remaining 1,000 bottles of useless seawater as handling fees, a brand new item appeared in his hands. Beidou positioning. Display the target direction according to the Beidou position. Excellent. It might seem that the effect is a little worse than before the amplification, as you can no longer directly lock the position. But in reality, the effect is now more convenient and simple. As long as there are stars at night and you can see the Big Dipper, you can see the deviation angle between yourself and the target. Once you've found the right direction, you can just move forward in a straight line. There's no need for stargazing skills as a prerequisite. After seeing the information about the new item, Lin Wanrou excitedly hugged Tang Feiyu and kissed him again and again. If before there was only a chance to find Zhang Qian, now there is a certainty that we can find Zhang Qian. At this time, the chat area was still bustling with activity due to Tang Feiyu's bounty, but most people were not optimistic about him. Although Tang Feiyu's artillery had shocked the survivors in the previous battle with Su Kuan, they were more aware of Zhang Long's terror. Otherwise, they would not allow Zhang Long and his gang to act so arrogantly here. There are many people nowadays who may not have talent, but still have skills. And Zhang Long's place is not only rich in resources, but also has many women. Living on the island is more comfortable than on a raft. In the end, no one dared to attack them, which showed Zhang Long's terrifying strength. Soon, someone started calling He Jun to open the market. Of course, He Jun couldn't miss this kind of thing. Although he didn't want to offend Tang Feiyu, he wasn't really afraid. He just didn't want to cause trouble. Tang Feiyu also began to prepare for the subsequent battle. He and Lin Wanrou came to the stove and began to make various recovery foods. The most important thing is to restore fatigue. When he arrives at the destination, he will definitely use the explosive bomb skill. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use the 5,000-meter artillery range? He didn't have to stubbornly confront the enemy head-on. I made 100 servings of the charcoal grilled octopus, which restores 50% fatigue. After amplification, that number reached a staggering 8,000. I also made 20 servings of the mutant takoyaki. Each serving restores 100% fatigue and 50% hunger. Another 200 rounds of grenades were produced, bringing the total to 20,000, making the locker space a bit crowded. In order to extract these shells, he also obtained 5,000 bottles of useless seawater to pay the handling fee, and also harvested 50 bottles of radiation sources. It was evening. Zhang Long, who had been waiting for a whole day, called out Tang Feiyu in the chat area and mocked him as a coward, saying that he had not seen him for a whole day. But Tang Feiyu ignored him, so he rushed to the outside of the island and observed the situation on the island with a telescope. Zhang Long's base wasn't far from the sea, only a few hundred meters away. After determining the location, Tang Feiyu began adjusting the angle of the rapid-fire cannon, while Lin Wanrou stood ready with a charcoal-grilled octopus. On the island, a little brother with a telescope ran into the room in a panic and shouted, "Boss, we saw a fishing boat on the sea. It must be the guy who killed Brother Tiger. Are you finally here? Brothers, come with me to meet him. After we get our revenge and rob the fishing boat, you can use that woman as you like." Zhang Long promised. He knew very well that if you want the horse to run, it must be fed with enough food and grass. Otherwise, he would not have gathered a group of brothers who were willing to follow him and fight for his life. Almost everyone here had seen Lin Wanrou's photo when he first sent Su Kuan there. As soon as Zhang Long finished speaking, everyone rushed out of the room howling as if they had been injected with chicken blood. On the fishing boat, after Tang Feiyu adjusted the angle of the cannon, he curled his lips and murmured, "Shit, Zhang Long, take my wrath." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the cannon's fire button hard. Incendiary bombs were constantly attached to the shells, and the skill was activated every 3 seconds. His fatigue value was like a dam being opened, rushing out. The artillery fire continued to roar. "Return," Tang Feiyu reminded. Hearing his words, Lin Wanrou picked up the octopus and put it into his mouth. Tang Feiyu chewed it 2 or 3 times and swallowed it. Fortunately, this type of restorative food doesn't need to be digested before it takes effect. The effect is immediate once it's ingested. When the fatigue value drops to 60%, increase it to the maximum. On the island, people who had just rushed out of the room suddenly found that one flaming shell after another appeared above their heads and was attacking them. "Defend, dodge," Zhang Long shouted with bloodshot eyes. He knew that Tang Feiyu had artillery, but he had only seen it in the projection before. Now that it fell on his head, he realized the pressure caused by that kind of firepower. Moreover, this kind of artillery was different from the one he had seen in the projection before. He no longer had the feeling of being in control as before, but instead felt a chill in his heart. Boom. The first shell landed on the defensive skill, causing a violent explosion and igniting the trees nearby. Zhang Long's pupils shrank when he saw it. You know, the water content of those trees is not low. Our usual fresh water is obtained from the trees. As a result, they were burned just by the flames produced by the explosion. This was definitely not something that could be caused by ordinary explosives. And now, all overhead were these fiery red shells. At this moment, Zhang Long regretted provoking the other party. Tang Feiyu attacked for 7 minutes straight, firing 105 grenades before stopping, panting heavily. He was also quite full after eating 8 servings of charcoal-grilled octopus in a row. Chapter 81 Dealing with Zhang Long. Reality and games are somewhat different. In the game, no matter how much recovery food you eat, you won't feel full. But now, when Tang Feiyu opened his mouth, he could smell the rich flavor of grilled octopus. Even the smell made him want to vomit. No matter how delicious the food was, he couldn't bear to eat so much at once. After being bombarded by more than 100 shells with double the power, the gathering point on the island was like hell on earth, with wailing everywhere. Dozens of them used various skills to defend themselves, but half of them were killed. The remaining half were lying on the ground with serious injuries. Apart from being able to make some noises, they couldn't even stand up. Even Zhang Long, who was in the best physical condition, sat on the ground with a dazed look on his face, leaning against the collapsed wall. If he had only regretted it before, now he was terrified. He was worried that Tang Feiyu would attack again, so he begged for mercy. Now that you can't win, you know to beg for mercy? Just go to bed. Tang Feiyu saw Zhang Long's surrender message in the chat area and replied with disdain. The reason why Zhang Long didn't chat privately was that he wanted to surrender in public. Although he would lose face, in front of so many people, the other party would not kill him. Otherwise, how could he survive in this sea area? However, unexpectedly, Tang Feiyu didn't care about other people's opinions at all and was determined to kill him. "If you don't let me go, I will kill those women on the island." Zhang Long still wanted to struggle and used the captured women to morally blackmail Tang Feiyu. He was indeed a heinous criminal. Others might not care about his life or death, but what about those women? He didn't believe that Tang Feiyu really dared to continue to do it. Those women were captured by you. What does it have to do with me? Even if they died, it was because of you. Tang Feiyu never thought of letting Zhang Long go. For this kind of person, only sending him to death can make him feel at ease. And this time, directly sweeping away Zhang Long's forces is also to deter others. Otherwise, from time to time, a fool will jump out. How can he survive? He Jun had taken the initiative to disconnect the projection when Tang Feiyu's shells swept the ground. He originally thought that he had overestimated the other party enough, but now he realized that he had underestimated him. Even he couldn't withstand the endless stream of fiery red shells. Only then did he realize that Tang Feiyu hadn't used his full strength when attacking Sukuan. Although there were quite a few artillery shells at that time, their power was far inferior to that of today. So he didn't even wait until the end and just disconnected the broadcast to avoid being targeted again. After resting for a while, Tang Feiyu checked his fatigue level, which was still at 70%. So he didn't use any more skills. He simply used his cannonballs to wipe out the enemy once again. Looking at the artillery shells flying towards him again, Zhang Long showed despair and cursed in the chat area. Tang Feiyu, you will not die a good death. Even if I die and become a ghost today, I will not let you go. Boom boom boom. I'll kill you again if you turn into a ghost. Tang Feiyu replied disdainfully in the chat area, but he didn't see Zhang Long speak again. When he looked at his avatar, it had gone dark. Tisk, that's it. Seeing what Tang Feiyu posted in the chat area, everyone who had watched the first half of the broadcast projection shuddered and kept reminding themselves in their hearts not to provoke this madman. In order to prevent any of Zhang Long's remnants from surviving, Tang Feiyu continued to bombard the ground with artillery shells for 10 minutes, firing a full 150 rounds before stopping. He looked through the telescope at the raised stronghold and didn't find a single living person. Then he called out to Lin Wanrou, took his equipment, and jumped off the boat. We first came to the beach and checked the rafts one by one. After confirming that they could all be disassembled, we breathed a sigh of relief. There were over 30 rafts here, and at least the owners of these rafts were dead. They kept one raft, dismantled the others, piled the supplies onto it, and brought them back to the ship. Then he took the raft back to the island and headed towards the stronghold. However, before he got close, he threw more than a dozen explosive darts in multiple directions. After confirming there was no movement, he began to approach, leaving the enemy with every opportunity for a surprise attack. Although he had already observed it through the telescope when he was on the boat. But when he actually arrived at the scene, he was still nauseated by the horrific scene. Broken limbs and debris were everywhere, and the mixed smell made Tang Feiyu, who was bloated, finally vomit. It took a long time for Tang Feiyu to adapt to the tragic scene. Although he would retch from time to time, it no longer affected his movements. Because the incendiary grenade is powerful and the flames of the explosion have a higher adhesion, some basic supplies and food at the scene are no longer usable, and the wooden house has become a ruin, with light smoke still rising from it. After a careful search, he found some weapons that were not burned. Tang Feiyu collected what he found and piled them together. He didn't find many women among the wreckage, but judging from what he had said in the chat area and Zhang Long's last words, there should be quite a few captured women on the island. It is very likely that they were imprisoned somewhere by Zhang Long and his group. If he turned around and left like that, those women would probably starve to death. Although Tang Feiyu considered himself a bad guy, his only goal was to kill Zhang Long. So he planned to find the place where they were imprisoned and rescue them. They should be able to survive on the island. A few hundred meters away from Zhang Long's base, there was a cave with a large iron door at the entrance. More than 30 captured women were imprisoned inside. Zhang Long was quite resourceful. After capturing these women, he didn't just let his men divide them up. Instead, he gathered them together. If any of his men offered him something good or completed their assigned tasks, they could take 1 or 2 women away for 3 days. If they used them up, they would not be allowed to take anyone else for a period of time. This way, these women can play their best role. After all, it is not easy to find women from the sea. Moreover, he did not dare to be too presumptuous, as he was not the only one who dominated the sea. Under his arrangement, the women only had enough food to avoid starvation, but they were all cleaned every day. A few women had tried to resist before, but ordinary people were no match for a group of beings with supernatural powers. Those women who resisted suffered a miserable end. Now they are more obedient and sensible than each other. When they heard the continuous explosions outside, they did not think of secretly knocking on the door and escaping. They have basically become accustomed to this kind of life. At least they can still survive. Chapter 82 Rescue. After Tang Feiyu kicked open the door, he saw a group of ragged women in the cave. Although most of them looked weak from hunger, none of them looked miserable. Moreover, the women they were able to capture were all of above-average appearance. Suddenly, Tang Feiyu felt like he had entered a high-end club. Seeing a stranger coming in, the women stopped whispering. Although they were nervous, they did not feel scared. For them, accompanying any man is not the same as accompanying them. Instead, they start to show themselves one by one, hoping to be picked up. In the cave, they could only eat 2 meals a day, and they were all hard bread and other foods that Zhang Long and others disdained. Only those who were chosen could enjoy the best food. This was also Zhang Long's method of control. No matter whether they were elite white-collar workers or celebrities or internet celebrities in the past, in order to survive, they have already brainwashed themselves. Apart from you guys, where are the others? Tang Feiyu asked. He saw some leftover fruit peels and fish bones lying at the door. This didn't look like something these women would eat. But you can see the end of the cave at a glance, and there is no place for people to hide. The women looked at each other in bewilderment. From what he said, it seemed that he was not here to look for women, but rather for those gatekeepers. A few of them just heard the explosion outside and ran out in a hurry. A woman said bravely, "Tell me about their situation." There are 3 people guarding the gate. They are not taken seriously and have not awakened any abilities. They usually just do odd jobs or come here to guard the gate. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu was surprised for a moment, but he soon understood why Zhang Long asked these 3 people to come and guard the door. Because these 3 people would not dare to embezzle, and they are not taken seriously. The daily necessities they can receive every day are not much, and no one will pay attention to them if they want to exchange food for women. After all, being played with for nothing and not getting any food will consume a lot of physical energy. The women are not stupid, but Zhang Long is smart. Since those people posed no threat, Tang Feiyu was too lazy to kill them all. Although this island was not big, it was not small either. You are free from now on. After saying that, Tang Feiyu turned and left. Hearing his words, the group of women were momentarily stunned. Since they were locked up, the raft had naturally disappeared, and they couldn't see what was going on in the chat area, let alone see if Zhang Long and the others' avatars were still lit. Some people were still hesitating, but some smart people immediately followed Tang Feiyu out. If what he said was false, the worst that could happen if he escaped was a beating and some suffering. It had been a long time since we saw any newcomers, which meant Zhang Long was also short of resources. If what she said was true, that would be great. And if I could be favored by this young man, wouldn't my life be improved in the future? Some were willing to take a gamble, while others had completely accepted their fate. Even if Tang Feiyu said they were free, they didn't dare to follow him out. After returning to the gathering point, Tang Feiyu was originally planning to take away the collected weapons, but after thinking about it, he waved to the women following behind him. Those people were so frightened by the scene before them that they dared not move. Their faces were pale, and they kept retching. It's not that they have a strong tolerance, but that there is really nothing left in their stomachs to vomit. However, when he saw Tang Feiyu waving, he hurried over. "I'll leave these weapons to you. If you use them well, you should be able to survive. I'll also leave a raft for you on the beach," Tang Feiyu said softly. Hearing his words, one of the women suddenly grabbed his hand and begged, "Can you take me away? I can be your woman. You can do whatever you want. Just give me something to eat." She was the first one to follow him out of the cave. Before her survival attempt, she was the CEO of a venture capital firm. Her vision was more valuable than her looks. In just a few years, the company's market value had multiplied several times under her leadership. So when he saw the scene in front of him and Tang Feiyu, he immediately knew that this was his opportunity. But Tang Feiyu shook his head and refused. Seeing this, the woman's heart sank, but she was unwilling to give up this opportunity, so she pulled off the few clothes on her body. Now, apart from her body, she had nothing worth giving to others. She was well aware of her own advantages. During the time she was captured, she was the only woman who had eaten well. She knew how to flatter those men and how to get more food from them, unlike other people who worked so hard only to get a full meal. "Don't worry, although I have been slept with by those men, I always clean myself up carefully and I definitely haven't gotten sick. And I don't ask for much, just some food to ensure I don't starve to death." She didn't say anything about not having been used by anyone. After all, in this case, you are completely treating others as fools. In many cases, sincerity is the weapon that can break through the defenses of the heart. Tang Feiyu couldn't help but look her up and down. It was obvious that what she said was correct, and it was indeed not small, and even felt much fuller than Lin Wanrou. I think she used to be a popular girl, but Tang Feiyu still rejected her. Compared to her, Lin Wanrou is more attractive. As for the idea of starting a harem in this kind of environment, It is not something I have never thought about. The law of true fragrance comes late, but it arrives. But I have the will, but not the ability. Perhaps because of her talent, Lin Wanrou's physical attributes have always been superior to his. Now she has almost reached her limit in satisfying herself. Finding another woman to bring back would only make herself uncomfortable. He didn't have the kind of favorability system in novels that said once you slept with someone, you would never leave them. If he rashly brought a stranger back, not only would it affect his relationship with Lin Wanrou, it would also easily cause unrest in his family, and he might be retaliated against at any time. Therefore, he always adhered to the principle of better to have nothing than to have something inferior, and besides, he didn't need anything at the moment. In the past 2 days, Lin Wanrou seemed to have suddenly come to her senses and served him very well. Twin Tails, you're welcome, carrot carrot. Seeing Tang Feiyu leave without any reluctance, several women looked strange. After all, he didn't want something that was given to him for free. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that he was in poor health, and the other was that he didn't like women. So when they looked at Tang Feiyu, there was a hint of regret and sympathy in their eyes. It was not until Tang Feiyu really left that they picked up their weapons, ran to the beach, hid the only remaining raft, and then ran excitedly towards the cave. Chapter 83: Upgrading the fishing boat again. After Tang Feiyu returned to the ship, he immediately asked Lin Wanrou to make a designated transaction for the supplies and crystal cores he brought back. The number of crystal cores increased by 3,000, along with some other relatively precious materials. After storing them in the locker, he discovered that he had already collected everything he needed to upgrade his fishing boat. It turned out to be S who set fire to the golden belt. Tang Feiyu said with some sigh. Hearing this, Lin Wanrou was worried that Tang Feiyu would rob others for supplies, but she didn't say anything at this time. After all, the other party was the first to attack. Although she has a kind heart, she is not a pushover. She remains compassionate even when others are bullying her. Lin Wanrou and Tang Feiyu have similar ideas. They can provide appropriate help to others without endangering their own safety. That's why she was worried that Tang Feiyu would have bad thoughts because of his gains this time. Wanrou, let's go out first and upgrade the fishing boat. Upgrading a fishing boat is very simple, and the properties of the fishing boat have not changed much in this upgrade. It is just a little bigger, the sturdiness has been improved, and the cabin has an additional area of more than 10 square meters. He put up a sign with the number 4 on it. After wasting so much time, Tang Feiyu readjusted the direction of the fishing boat and headed forward at full speed. Then he took Lin Wanrou back to the cabin, took out the Beidou positioning that had been amplified before, entered Zhang Qian's information, and nothing happened. What's going on? Lin Wanrou asked curiously. Tang Feiyu looked at the information again and knew the reason. He put away the location and pulled Lin Wanrou into his arms before explaining. If you want to locate it, you can only do it at night when there are stars. Lin Wanrou suddenly realized what was happening. Although she was eager to know Zhang Qian's exact location, there was no point in being anxious now. On the other side, with the raft, the group of women were finally able to contact other people again. Seeing that many people were discussing the matter between Tang Feiyu and Zhang Long, they remembered Tang Feiyu's name firmly in their hearts. As for the few men who had escaped from the island, they were also caught by them. To be more precise, they had sneaked back to investigate the situation and were discovered and captured by the women. Needless to say, the consequences were not very pleasant. In the middle of a group of rafts, a luxurious raft suddenly emitted a burst of white light, and then a dilapidated fishing boat appeared on the sea. On the deck, He-jun looked at his brand new fishing boat and nodded with satisfaction. By continuously opening the market and collecting a large amount of supplies, he finally upgraded the raft into a fishing boat. Because of this, he was even more curious about how Tang Feiyu, who had upgraded to a fishing boat earlier than him, did it. Boss, what are you thinking about? A shirtless, dark-skinned man waved his hand in front of He-jun and asked. Nothing. I'm just wondering if I should contact that Tang Feiyu and make some good friends with him. If it were someone else, the shirtless younger brother might have shrugged it off. After all, his boss was no pushover. But thinking of Tang Feiyu's terrifying artillery sweeping the ground, even though it didn't fall on his head, he still felt a little scared. When I heard that the boss wanted to contact the other party, I didn't think it was a good idea. After all, the resources in a sea area are not limited, but they are not endless either. If the other party really shows up, it will be a question of who has the final say. In the end, He-jun still did not take the initiative to contact Tang Feiyu, because he was afraid that the other party would come and snatch him away. After all, he did not know who the other party was. However, since the other party upgraded their fishing boat so long in advance, it's easy to guess where they got the resources. In order to catch up with the progress, Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou did not slow down during the day to wait for the sea monster to attack. At this speed, fishing was not a good idea. In this case, lure fishing is needed, but unfortunately, they have neither the tools nor the skills, and are too lazy to fish for the guaranteed catch. Tang Feiyu, who was free, was sent to the back by Lin Wanrou to take a shower. On the island, although he did not come into contact with the flesh and blood on the ground, he stayed in that environment for half a day and his body was still full of the smell of smoke and blood. Wanrou, we only have this bucket of water. If I wash, you can't wash. Let's wash together. Tang Feiyu looked at Lin Wanrou and said with a wicked smile. It would be fine if it was at night, but in broad daylight, Lin Wanrou felt a little uncomfortable. However, Tang Feiyu, who was already interested, did not allow her to resist and simply carried her to the back. Although Tang Feiyu had seen and eaten it before in the cabin at night, the light at that time was the purple color of the night pearl. This is the first time I have seen her in her original form, and it feels quite special. Cabin number 2, where the clean water bathtub was placed, became the scene of the concert. The bathtub was too small to sing and dance, so Tang Feiyu carried the clean Lin Wanrou out of the bathtub, and the entire cabin became the stage. While singing and dancing, Tang Feiyu thought with some regret in his heart, it would be perfect if there was a full-length mirror. If Lin Wanrou knew what he was thinking, she would probably use the 18 flesh-twisting techniques. After the concert, the two of them lay in the cabin and rested until the evening. Tang Feiyu took out the locator again. Soon, 2 bright lines, one red and one blue, appeared on the locator. The blue edge indicates the current direction of the fishing boat, while the red edge indicates the direction of Zhangqian. There was now an angle of about 1 or 2 degrees between the 2 lines. Tang Feiyu quickly ran to the cab and adjusted the direction. Otherwise, the longer the time, the longer the distance you will run in vain. After the direction adjustment was completed, Lin Wanrou also prepared dinner, but Tang Feiyu started to act dishonestly while eating. Lin Wanrou struggled for a while, but failed to break free, so she let him do it. The beautiful music plays again. Anyone who has had a girlfriend knows that a girlfriend before and after living together is completely 2 different people. Lin Wanrou, the lead singer, soon took on the role of lead dancer again, while Tang Feiyu started to lie low and play badly. This was not something he had asked for. The moon was dim and the stars were sparse. The only sound on the sea was the sound of waves. There might be some faint lights on some rafts. A huge fishing boat passed by them, causing exclamations. The contrast between the broadcast footage and the actual object in front of us is still very obvious. The next morning, Tang Feiyu finished his morning self-study and left the cabin, feeling refreshed and fishing. There really wasn't much else to do on the boat. He couldn't just keep putting on concerts all the time. My throat can't take it. Fishing has become a good way to kill time, although it is basically impossible to catch fish when moving at high speed. But what matters is the process. The result is not important. Moreover, there is a guarantee, so you won't come up empty-handed. Chapter 84: Rescuing a Person. After fishing for a long time, Tang Feiyu was too lazy to continue fishing if he hadn't had a guaranteed catch, which would have allowed him to receive the Air Force medal. He scanned the sea with a telescope and didn't see the box on the way forward, so he curled his lips speechlessly. After thinking about it, he pressed the satellite mode switch and locked onto Zhangqian. Finally, he wasn't taking a shower this time. But soon, Tang Feiyu's face changed and he put down the telescope. Zhangqian was indeed not taking a shower, but she was on her way to taking a shower. My goodness! As soon as he looked over, she started unbuttoning her clothes. Is it necessary to cooperate like this? Suddenly a gust of wind blew and Tang Feiyu shivered. Why is it so cold suddenly? He rubbed his arms and walked into the cabin with a telescope. Snap, snap, tap, bang, tap, bang. The merciless hailstones hit the deck in a chaotic manner. If Tang Feiyu had not run fast, he would have been beaten black and blue. At first, it was only the size of a fingernail, but after just 3 or 2 steps, it became the size of a child's fist. After hiding in the cabin, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wanrou, who had just fallen asleep, was also woken up by the noise outside. She asked sleepily, Feiyu, what's going on outside? It's hailing, and I don't know why it's suddenly gotten so cold. It's like we've gone straight from autumn to the depths of winter. Because the cabin was kept at a constant temperature, Lin Wanrou, who did not go out, did not feel the temperature change. However, from the crackling sounds outside, she knew that the hail was probably quite large. Normal cold air will not produce such large hail. The chat area was filled with grief. Damn it! It suddenly started to hail. My awning was completely shattered. There was no place to hide. You have a shed, but I don't even have one. If I hadn't built a small shed with wood blocks, it would have been smashed. This damn weather changes so quickly. Who has hemostatic drugs and bandages? I can exchange them for food or drinking water. Under the hail, Everyone is equal except the fishing boats. No matter whether your raft has an awning or not, it can't stop it at all. Tang Feiyu, who no longer had to worry about the hail, took off his clothes and slid back into the quilt. Young friends all know that the body recovers very quickly at this age. I obviously have more physical strength, so why am I more tired now? After the singing, Lin Wanrou lay in his arms and asked in confusion, feeling a little hopeless. Tang Feiyu thought about it and speculated. Is it possible that you have been helping me recover all the time? After all, Lin Wanrou's talent is medicine. It makes sense that she can recover from injuries when she is injured and recover her strength when she is not injured. After hearing his guess, Lin Wanrou felt even more hopeless. The hailstorm lasted the entire day. Tang Feiyu stayed in bed except for getting up at noon to get some food. During this period, Xiao Feiyu wanted to revolt several times, but was suppressed by Lin Wanrou. She didn't dare to shout again and could only hold her hands in grievance. Without the recovery blessing this time, Tang Feiyu finally felt at peace for a while, which also confirmed his previous speculation. After the sound of hailstones hitting the ground outside had subsided, Tang Feiyu put on his clothes and went out. There was ice nearly half a meter thick piled up on the deck, which definitely needed to be cleaned up. If I had known, I would have rested more during the day, Tang Feiyu muttered as he cleaned the ice, making Lin Wanrou in the cabin roll her eyes speechlessly. Without paying any more attention to him, Lin Wanrou turned her attention to the chat area. Hundreds of people were killed in the sea area during a day of hail. Oh, no one expected this to happen. The profile picture of someone I know also turned black. I heard that fishing boats are upgraded from rafts, have cabins, and are not afraid of hail. Who told you that? One of He-jun's little brothers. They are all hiding on He-jun's fishing boat. Seeing someone being killed by hail, Lin Wanrou was shocked and quickly dragged her tired body to the cabin door to take down the hanging telescope. She was a little worried about Zhang Qian's condition. But at first glance, the girl was still eating hot pot, and there was no sign of damage at all. It was as if the hail hadn't even occurred, and there wasn't even any mess or damage on the raft. Suddenly, Lin Wanrou felt that the fishing boat slowed down and stopped, and sent a private message to Tang Feiyu with some surprise. There was no reply. This made her heart hang in the balance. She wondered what other dangers could happen on the ship. She didn't bother to put on all her clothes. She put on her coat, picked up the laser gun and Desert Eagle, and walked out while holding the wall. She didn't see Tang Feiyu in the cabin, which made her even more panicked. But she didn't dare to make too much noise. What if someone really sneaked onto the boat and she was exposed first? There would be no chance to save them. However, after walking around the cabin, no one was found, and Tang Feiyu seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. She sent another private message, but still no reply. But the good news was that Tang Feiyu's profile picture was still lit, which meant that he hadn't turned on yet. Bang! Suddenly, there was a collision sound on the other side of the fishing boat. Lin Wanrou's face changed, and she walked over with a gun raised. Then I saw a flying hook with a rope tied to it hanging on the side of the boat. Just as she was about to get close and kill the person who sneaked onto the ship, a private chat prompt suddenly rang, almost scaring her to death. When I opened it, I saw it was from Tang Feiyu. Wanrou, don't worry, I'll be back soon. After breathing a sigh of relief, Lin Wanrou cautiously approached Feigo again. She wanted to get rid of the intruder before Tang Feiyu returned. The hook slid a little, indicating that someone was climbing up the rope onto the boat. To be on the safe side, Lin Wanrou simply stopped moving forward. She hid in the cabin and raised her gun, aiming it at the rope. That's right. If she shows up first and is ambushed, it will be troublesome. First, a hand reached out and grabbed the side of the boat. Seeing that hand, Lin Wanrou put down the gun. After all, it was too familiar. It moved around her body every day, so it was hard not to be familiar with it. She walked to the side and looked down. It was indeed Tang Feiyu, and he was not alone. He was holding someone in his arms. Although she was a little confused, Lin Wanrou still lent a hand to help pull the person up. Only then did she realize that the person he was holding in his arms was a cute and petite woman. But now the woman's eyes were tightly closed, and her face was covered in blood. Without asking any more questions, Tang Feiyu and I carried her into the cabin. Chapter 85 In Zijiao. Feiyu, who is she? Lin Wanrou and Tang Feiyu asked curiously after putting the rescued woman on the bed. Tang Feiyu scratched his head and said awkwardly, she's a classmate of mine. I saw her unconscious on the raft outside just now, so I went down and brought her back. Wanrou, don't think too much. Lin Wanrou rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, am I that petty? Or do you have other ideas? Are you guilty of something? No, don't you know who I am? You didn't even take a second look at all the free gifts I received. Tang Feiyu said righteously. Lin Wanrou moved her lips. wanting to say something but ultimately not saying it. Instead, she changed the subject and said, "She looks like she was hit by hail and lost too much blood and is now unconscious. Let's treat her first." After saying that, he took a mutant strawberry and tried to feed it to the unconscious woman, but she couldn't eat on her own at all. So Lin Wanrou could only watch Tang Feiyu and let him find a solution. If this was his girlfriend, Tang Feiyu would definitely feed her imported strawberries. But now the other party was just a classmate of his, and his real girlfriend was watching, so this method was naturally discarded by him without hesitation. After thinking about it, I found that there is a way through massage. So after talking to Lin Wanrou, he reached out and pressed an acupoint on her chin. The originally tightly closed lips slowly opened a little, and then Tang Feiyu put the strawberry on the other's mouth and crushed it. As the juice and minced strawberry entered his mouth, Tang Feiyu asked Lin Wanrou to press on several acupoints he pointed out. Then Lin Wanrou was surprised to find that the woman, who was still not awake, actually started swallowing. As the mutant strawberries entered her stomach, their effects began to take effect. The woman's originally pale complexion slowly regained a hint of redness. The two used the same method to feed her another one. 2,000 cubic centimeters of blood finally saved her from death. Afterwards, Tang Feiyu brought over a basin of clean water and asked Lin Wanrou to help clean the blood off the woman's body. Then he turned and left the cabin. After he left, Lin Wanrou helped clean the blood off the woman's body while seeming to be thinking about something. Based on her understanding of Tang Feiyu, if this woman was just an ordinary classmate, he would not be so proactive in helping her. During the more than half a month at sea, the two men had become accustomed to life and death, and even many people had died at his hands. He has also seen many cases of ingratitude, so he would not bring someone with whom he has an ordinary relationship back to the ship. Lin Wanrou, who was in a daze, naturally lost control of her hands and pressed the part of the woman's body that was hit by the hail. The woman was awakened by the pain and slowly opened her eyes. She immediately saw a beautiful woman standing next to her, with a gentle temperament and a noble and cold look. "Yes, you saved me? Thank you." The weak voice brought Lin Wanrou back to her senses. Looking at the woman who had woken up, she didn't say anything else, but just comforted her. "Don't worry, you are safe now. Don't move around and have a good rest." Yin Zijiao breathed a sigh of relief. Although she immediately found something to hide when the hail fell, she was still hit on the head and had many injuries on her body. Fortunately, he managed to hold on, but when he was cleaning the raft, because he had lost a lot of blood before, he suddenly felt dizzy and fainted on the raft. She didn't remember what happened after that. When she opened her eyes, she saw a woman helping her wipe her body, which made her feel a lot more relaxed. But soon, she realized that what she saw above her head was not the sky, but the roof. She asked in shock, "Where is this?" This was completely different from her raft shed. If it weren't for the sound of the waves outside, she would have thought she was back in the building. This was on the fishing boat. "You were rescued by Tang Feiyu." After saying that, Lin Wanrou stared at Yin Zijiao's face, wanting to see her reaction to judge their relationship. Tang Feiyu. As expected, when Yin Zijiao heard the name, she was startled at first, then delighted. "Where is Feiyu?" After confirming that the two knew each other, Lin Wanrou felt something strange. In the past 2 days, Tang Feiyu had become a household name in this area. If the two knew each other, why hadn't they contacted each other before? Judging from the other party's surprised expression, it was obvious that he had no idea Tang Feiyu was here before. "He's outside. Didn't you know before? He's quite famous in this sea area." Lin Wanrou asked. "I didn't expect Feiyu to be in this sea area. I just floated here from another sea area this morning, and then I encountered hail," Yin Zijiao explained. As soon as the words fell, all three of them saw the prompt. The fishing boat entered the sea area 00869 from the sea area 00868. "This is the sea area where I used to live. I ran away because of some things, but I didn't expect that I was almost killed by hail," Yin Zijiao said with some relief. Hearing this, Lin Wanrou asked her to have a good rest, then helped cover the fish skin and walked out with the bloody water. Looking at her beautiful back, Yin Zijiao murmured with a somewhat lost look in her eyes. "Feiyu already has a girlfriend?" After dealing with the blood, Lin Wanrou found Tang Feiyu who was busy in cabin 4. He had made a simple bed in the originally empty room. "That woman has woken up," Lin Wanrou said after walking in. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu nodded, made the bed, turned around, pulled Lin Wanrou into his arms, and began to explain the relationship between them. "Her name is Yin Zijiao. She was my classmate from high school to college. But we always treated each other as buddies, so Wanrou, don't think too much about it." Lin Wanrou nodded when she heard this. She still believed what Tang Feiyu said, but she thought to herself, It's true that you treat her as a buddy, but I don't know what she thinks. Thinking of the expression on Yin Zijiao's face when she heard Tang Feiyu, Lin Wanrou guessed what she was thinking. Seeing that his girlfriend was not angry, Tang Feiyu felt happy because his girlfriend was not a petty and suspicious person. And he did not lie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have confessed to another girl in school and ended up being posted on the school forum by the other party, which made him socially frustrated. No longer bleeding, Yin Zijiao's other injuries were not serious, so Tang Feiyu did not think of asking Lin Wanrou to help her use her talent to heal her. However, it was impossible for Yin Zijiao to return to the raft by herself now. So Tang Feiyu prepared another bed for the other person to rest. After all, he was his only good friend. Since he met him, he must take care of him. Chapter 86: Yin Zijiao's Talents and Skills. After cabin number 4 was ready, Tang Feiyu took Lin Wanrou to cabin number 1. On the one hand, it is to introduce the two people to each other, and on the other hand, it is to show off one's beautiful girlfriend. After his initial confession failed, Yin Zijiao mocked him for being unwanted. Now he finally had the chance to act cool. Yin Zijiao, who was lying on the bed staring at the ceiling in a daze, heard the door open and turned her head. She immediately saw the bastard walking in front of her, smiling like a flower. Feiyu, it's really you. Long time no see. Yin Zijiao hid her thoughts and kept her voice steady. Jiaozi, long time no see. Let me introduce you. This is your sister-in-law Lin Wanrou. You said that no one wanted me. But look, such a beautiful girlfriend has fallen into my hands. Tang Feiyu said proudly. Although Lin Wanrou behind him was a little shy because of his introduction, she still noticed the flash of disappointment in Yin Zijiao's eyes. She reached out and patted Tang Feiyu on the back and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Zijiao is still injured. You're lucky. I wonder what such a beautiful sister-in-law likes about you." Yin Zijiao mocked with disdain. The two talked about their respective situations after graduation. Yin Zijiao was deceived by her family into going back home because she was sick and hospitalized, but she found out that she was arranged to work. Although she wanted to come back to find Tang Feiyu, she was closely watched by her family. Apart from being able to make a phone call occasionally, I can't live without it. Her family also wanted to arrange a marriage for her, but the main reason was the 100 yuan betrothal gift promised by the other party. It was used to marry her younger brother Yin Zilong. Her family was son-in-law, but it wasn't too extreme. At least they didn't stop her from going to school, and they didn't skimp on her living expenses. The main problem was her younger brother Yin Zilong. Somehow he brainwashed his parents, and they actually agreed to his plan to trick his sister back. Yin Zijiao threatened to commit suicide to prevent Yin Zilong from succeeding, but she still gave him all the salary she had earned for more than a year. If it weren't for this encounter, Tang Feiyu would not have known that Yin Zijiao, who used to call him every day to complain about her boss, actually lived this kind of life. He also knew Yin Zilong, and he used to think that this guy was pretty good, but he didn't expect that he would grow up to be something bad. But since her family was mentioned, Tang Feiyu asked, "Do you have any clues about her uncle and aunt?" Hearing this, Yin Zijiao's originally happy expression instantly turned sad. They and Zilong didn't survive the novice period. "I'm sorry, I don't know," Tang Feiyu said somewhat helplessly. "It's okay, I've let it go." Yin Zijiao forced a smile. After the city was flooded, the whole family was in the same sea area. However, at the beginning, no one had any good means of transportation. Although they added each other as friends, there was no way for them to get together. The old couple felt sorry for their son, so they gave most of the food and water they found to Yin Zilong. Speaking of Yin Zilong, after Yin Zijiao left home to go to college, he started hanging out with the gangsters in the school. He grew more and more crooked, and he stopped going to school after graduating from high school. After 2 years in society, he not only achieved nothing, but his health was also in a terrible state. Just after Yin Zijiao graduated, a small boss he knew found him and said that a boss had taken a fancy to her sister and wanted to marry her. The reason, of course, was that Yin Zilong had shown off his beautiful sister to his brothers, and the owner of a nightclub he often visited saw the photo. This is how he tricked Yin Zijiao into returning home by deceiving her parents. Although her parents did not have such a serious preference for boys over girls, they still felt that only when their sons married and had children would they be considered to have a successful family line. Coupled with the high bride price offered by the other party and his son's indirect hints, he compromised. After starting his survival, Yin Zilong had no way of getting food and was completely dependent on his parents for support. The old couple didn't have much food to begin with, and if Yin Zijiao hadn't been so skilled and helped them with some of the food, they would have died much earlier. Then Yin Zilong was unlucky enough to not escape the first wave of attacks from sharks and was the first to get a boxed lunch. Then his parents, in a trance due to the grief of losing their son, were also knocked into the sea by sharks. After hearing Yin Zijiao's nonchalant recounting of her family's tragedy, Lin Wanrou walked over with a distressed look on her face. She smoothed her hair and said comfortingly, "You can live with us from now on." Seeing Yin Zijiao reminded her of Zhang Qian. If she hadn't been on the same raft with Tang Feiyu, she might not have survived the novice period, and Zhang Qian would have been left alone on the vast ocean. It can be said that Yin Zijiao's experience aroused Lin Wanrou's maternal instinct, even though she was only 4 years older than him. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Yin Zijiao said, and secretly looked at Tang Feiyu. Although she is 2 years older than Tang Feiyu, it is usually Tang Feiyu who takes care of her more at school. After arguing about whether they are brother and sister or siblings when they first met, they have always treated each other as brother and sister. Of course, this is just what Tang Feiyu thought. "You guys chat first. I'll go make something to eat for Zijiao." Lin Wanrou stood up and said. After she left, Tang Feiyu moved a stool and sat beside the bed. Yin Zijiao's eyes darkened. In the past, when he came to take care of her when she was sick, he would sit directly beside her bed. But now he seemed a little awkward. However, the straight man Tang did not notice that her expression was wrong, and asked, "Jiaozi, do you have any talents now? What are your skills?" Tang Feiyu knew a little about her family situation, and he knew she wouldn't awaken her talent early. So if she didn't have a talent yet, he would try to get a talent card for her. Hearing his question, Yin Zijiao stretched out a white and tender arm from under the quilt. When she opened her palm, a pale purple ball of fire appeared. "After I killed the octopus in the novice period, I unlocked a talent card, Yang Yin. Then I used 2 fire attribute skill cards, Pyroblast and Flame Fist." Seeing this, Tang Feiyu sighed a little. It was not easy for a weak girl like her to get not only the talent card, but also the skill card under such circumstances. Not everyone can defeat the octopus boss in the novice stage, and more people pass the assessment by dragging their time. "Feiyu, what is your talent?" Yin Zijiao asked, thinking at the same time, if he didn't have any skills yet, she still had 2 useless skill cards, wondering if they would be suitable. "Didn't I tell you before that I won the prize?" Before Tang Feiyu went to receive the prize, he called Yin Zijiao and told her about it. However, after he made the mistake in donating the prize, he lost contact with her because he was drunk and in a daze. After explaining her talent and its source, Yin Zijiao's expression could be summed up in one word. Huh. Chapter 87 Hell Messenger. After listening to Tang Feiyu's story about the origin of his early talent, Yin Zijiao felt it was outrageous, but his argument was well-reasoned and convincing. So in the end, she could only say ah. After chatting for a while, Yin Zijiao's face suddenly turned red, and she looked at Tang Feiyu, wanting to say something but stopping herself. After she was fed 2 mutant strawberries, her missing blood was replenished, and a large amount of water was also replenished. "So now I feel like going to the toilet." Experienced friends know that if a man and a woman just get along as brothers, there is nothing they can't say. But if one of them turns the brotherhood into something else, they will start to pay attention to their words and actions. I don't want to show my embarrassing side. So now, Yin Zijiao couldn't even say that she wanted to go to the bathroom in front of Tang Feiyu. Of course, the most important point is that she has not adapted to the current situation on the fishing boat. Before, she was floating on the raft alone, and it was convenient to solve the problem. She could just find a place and squat down. "Jiaozi, what's wrong with you?" Tang Feiyu asked curiously when he saw Yin Zijiao suddenly stop talking. I want to go to the bathroom," Yin Zijiao said in a low voice with a red face. If he hadn't been so close, he would have been unable to hear what she said. "The toilet is at the stern." Tang Feiyu didn't think there was anything he couldn't say. When they were in school, they used to talk about everything. "Do you want me to help you get there?" "No, I can do it myself." Yin Zijiao quickly refused. It was embarrassing enough as it was, and if he followed her, she might as well just jump overboard. But she forgot one thing. That is, when Lin Wanrou helped her clean the blood on her body, she took off all her clothes. As soon as they lifted the fish skin quilt covering them, they were both stunned. Tang Feiyu even said subconsciously, "Big Prince's milk." He then watched Yin Zijiao blush from head to waist before he suddenly realized he shouldn't have stared. He coughed awkwardly and ran out. After leaving, I was still wondering why I hadn't noticed such a large scale before. Was it because of the swimsuit? Although Yin Zijiao was shy, she was about to burst into tears. The problem was that the clothes she had worn were nowhere to be found. She searched the room, but couldn't find them. She was so anxious that she wanted to stamp her feet, but was afraid of leaking them. He had no choice but to lie back down, wrap himself up, and send a private message to Tang Feiyu. Seeing that she had no clothes, Tang Feiyu originally wanted to let her get them from the locker herself, but then he remembered that she didn't have the authority, so he had to run back to the cabin. He casually pulled out a set of unseparated clothes from the locker and asked again subconsciously, Do you want underwear? Yin Zijiao was almost crying and said in a hoarse voice. Let's talk later. You go out first. After Tang Feiyu left, she quickly put on her clothes and hurried to the stern of the boat. There was a simple toilet about 2 or 3 square meters, surrounded by wooden sticks. Inside was a wooden bench with a hole dug in it, and a bucket was placed under the bench. After she finished, she went to cabin 2 to wash her hands before coming to cabin 3 to help. Don't worry, it will be ready soon. Where's Feiyu? Why did he let you run out by yourself? Lin Wanrou put the stewed food in the pot on the dining table and asked Yin Zijiao, who came in. Before Yin Zijiao could answer, he saw the clothes she was wearing, which must have been taken out of a locker. He smiled and said, Your previous clothes are hard to clean, so you can wear these from now on. If you want to change, you can tell me, and I will get you another one. There are more than a dozen brand new sets of clothes that have never been worn in the locker. Well, thank you, sister-in-law. I'll go get Feiyu to come over for dinner. Yin Zijiao ran out again with a red face, which made Lin Wanrou feel a little strange. She was talking fine. Why did she suddenly become shy? Was there something wrong with what she said? Yin Zijiao quickly found Tang Feiyu in the cab, who was staring blankly with a wooden stick in his mouth, and the two soon returned to cabin number 3 together. This meal was the most satisfying one Yin Zijiao had ever had since she started her survival journey. Before, when she was alone, she only ate bread and grilled fish, and she hadn't had soup in a long time. After eating and drinking, Tang Feiyu took Lin Wanrou to talk for a few words, and then left first. Afterwards, Lin Wanrou walked to Yin Zijiao's side and said, I'll get you a set of underwear later. Oh, and if you have relatives over, let me know so I can get you some little angels. Then, he took her to cabin number 4 and said, You can stay here first. If you need anything, remember to tell me. Looking at the thickly made bed, tears welled up in Yin Zijiao's eyes, and she choked up and said, Thank you, sister-in-law. Lin Wanrou sighed, patted her shoulder, and returned to cabin number 1. In order to help Yin Zijiao recover faster, Lin Wanrou put a lot of nutritious things in the soup, so Tang Feiyu, who was hugging his sweet girlfriend, suffered. He originally didn't plan to stay up late tonight, but with a burning sensation in his lower abdomen, he had to hold another fan meeting. In the first half, Lin Wanrou tried her best to suppress her voice, but soon she started singing with excitement. Although there are 2 cabins in the middle and the doors and windows are closed, the sound insulation is really poor. The next morning, Tang Lin and his friend woke up refreshed, but Yin Zijiao appeared in front of them with a pair of panda eyes. He glanced at Tang Feiyu with a strange expression and thought to himself, why didn't I realize that he was in such good health before? If the underwear that Lin Wanrou brought her had not had a built-in cleaning function, she might have had to go out braless today. After a simple breakfast, Tang Feiyu opened the trading area, wanting to see if he could find some new things to buy in the new sea area. The fishing boat continued to move forward at full speed. Rather than taking out some inferior supplies from the wooden box, the two decided to find Zhang Qian first. The morning passed quickly. For Yin Zijiao, this morning felt very incredible. She didn't even encounter a single sea monster attack. It really feels like a trip. How can this be called ocean survival? It's too comfortable, isn't it? Lin Wanrou accompanied her in the cabin and talked until Tang Feiyu came over with a bright red, slender sword. Jiaozi, this hell messenger is for you. Tang Feiyu handed over the red sword. Yin Zijiao took it and checked its properties. Hell messenger exquisite. Sharpness +9. Strength +5. Features, thermal conductivity. Thermal conductivity can conduct fire energy with a conductivity of 75%. Chapter 88 Enchanted Box. It's obvious that this weapon has been enhanced, otherwise no one would buy one of this quality, and it is also very suitable for Yin Zijiao's talent. Yin Zijiao also realized how well Tang Feiyu's talent was suited to this kind of survival environment. She easily obtained the weapon that others had been seeking but unable to obtain. This is much better than any combat talent. She went outside and tried it. Although the conductivity of the katana was only 75%, it only took a little energy to generate a layer of fire on the blade. Not only did the sharpness increase a lot, but the destructive power was doubled. On the contrary, it saves fatigue points compared to simply using skills or talent effects with bare hands. If I had this weapon before, it would not be impossible for me to withstand the hail. In the morning, Tang Feiyu not only bought the sword, but also bought the materials needed for the enchantment box design. In order to buy these materials, he paid 200 explosive darts, 30 bottles of radiation source, and some food and water. But overall, you still make more money. 100 pieces of each of the breath of wind, stone of fire, essence of water, source of wood, and essence of earth were extracted. Then he worked nonstop to make the enchantment box. After using an accelerator for 100 hours to speed up the production, a pentahedral box in red, blue, yellow, green, and cyan appeared in his hand. Enchanting box. Treasure, put in any one of the 5 attributes of wind, fire, water, wood, and earth, and then add other materials of corresponding attributes to generate a magic pattern with changed attributes. The magic pattern can be used to enchant weapons. Looking at this strange box, Lin Wanrou urged him to quickly create a magic pattern and try it out. Yin Zijiao also looked at it with wide eyes of curiosity. Tang Feiyu did not hesitate. He had attribute gems, 99 of each attribute. After pondering for a moment, he first put in the fire stone with fire attribute, and then put in dozens of explosive darts. After thinking about it, he took out a cannon shell from the locker and put it in. These things all meet the fire attribute. If Lin Wanrou hadn't stopped him, he might have been about to put in some burning wood. After confirming that no new items would be added, the enchantment box began to shake like an engine that had just started. After a few seconds, some hot air came out with a hissing sound. Then a bright red jade-like crystal fell from the enchantment box and was caught by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Tang Feiyu. Magic pattern, Hellfire. After enchantment, it adds the Hellfire effect to the weapon, increasing its conductivity by 50%. Each attack will trigger a Hellfire ray. Upon hitting the target, a violent explosion will occur. Tang Feiyu asked for Yin Zijiao's Hell Messenger and attached the magic pattern to it to complete the enchantment. Then he followed Yin Zijiao outside and first asked her to swing a knife at the distant sea. As Yin Zijiao's hand fell, a flame flew out more than 30 meters like a knife and hit the sea surface, then exploded with a bang. Judging from the power, it is more powerful than a normal grenade explosion. Although it is not as powerful as the damage of the shell after Tang Feiyu's explosive bomb, you have to know that this is just a knife swung casually after she mobilized a little energy. As more energy is injected and more fatigue is consumed, the power will naturally increase a lot. The experimental results were very good, so Tang Feiyu also planned to add some enchanted magic patterns to Lin Wanrou's Desert Eagle. Originally, it would have been nice to use a fire attribute enchantment, but it had been inlaid with azurized crystals before, and the attributes would conflict, so after some discussion, we decided to make a wind attribute enchantment. This will most likely increase the bullet's speed and penetration. However, as for the wind attribute, there are no other materials with corresponding attributes except the breath of wind. After the Desert Eagle was enchanted, it indeed increased the bullet's penetration and muzzle velocity, just as expected. The power was at least doubled, which was quite good. Tang Feiyu, who was addicted to the game, put in 1 essence of water and 50 bottles of source of radiation. After the enchantment box shook, it spit out a light blue crystal. Magic pattern, weak water. After enchantment, the weapon's attacks are weakened by water, highly toxic. Non-lethal damage, reducing current health by 50% per second. Healing effectiveness reduced by 80%. After seeing the new magic pattern, the 3 of them took a deep breath. It was really too poisonous. Basically, after hitting a random shot, you can prepare to start the feast. Tang Feiyu enchanted it on the laser water gun. The damage of the laser water gun surpasses that of the laser gun. However, Tang Feiyu naturally would not forget about the relatively small laser gun. After putting in the materials according to the previous Hellfire formula, he thought about it and put in the remaining 40 or so bottles of radiation source. I'm going to try and see if I can get the poison attribute. The result is that it has a poison attribute. Although it is not as terrifying as weak water, it has an additional explosion effect. It is hard to say which is stronger or weaker. Anyway, I guess no one would like to be shot. Magic pattern, Hellfire. A violent explosion occurs after the attack hits, accompanied by fire poison damage, reducing the current health by 30% per second. The appearance of the enchantment box directly increased their damage several times. Anyone who touched it would die. If the enchantment had been there before, then the telekinetic user would have had no chance of escaping. Originally, he wanted to enchant the rapid-fire cannon with Hellfire, but he found that this type of weapon could not be enchanted, and he didn't know the reason. Suddenly, another gust of cold wind blew. Tang Feiyu took the hands of the 2 and ran into the cabin. Then there was a burst of crackling sounds. Hail came again, and it was even more violent than yesterday. The chat area was full of cursing, but after what happened yesterday, everyone had made some preventive tools, so there weren't too many casualties. It was also discovered that after the hail started falling, no more sea monsters came to attack. Although they could only stay in the defensive equipment and stare blankly, at least they could take a break. So everyone started to kill time in the chat area. I heard that the boss of the shark gang lost his dignity a few days ago. This sentence immediately piqued the interest of everyone in the chat area. The 3 people on the fishing boat were also reading the chat area messages, but after seeing this message, Yin Zijiao's face suddenly turned pale. No matter when or where, there are always onlookers, even in this kind of survival environment. Brother, please elaborate. That's right, you only speak half the words and give birth to a child without a skin swallow. They're already floating on the sea, and it's not certain whether they can survive. Who would want to have children? Don't go off topic, bro, keep talking. What happened to the shark gang's leader? If you speak well, I'll give you a reward. Yin Zijiao. Chapter 89 Edward. Lin Wanrou noticed that Yin Zijiao's expression changed after she saw the message in the chat area. Thinking that she had left this sea area, he took her hand and asked, Zijiao, do you have a conflict with this shark gang? Hearing her voice, Tang Feiyu also closed the chat area, looked at Yin Zijiao, and asked, Jiaozi, what's wrong? Yin Zijiao looked at the two of them without hiding anything, and slowly said, the shark gang is considered a top-tier force in this sea area. The gang leader is a man named Edward Hurt. It is said that he used to be a mercenary active in the Triangle. After Yin Zijiao's explanation, the two also learned some information about the shark gang. Edward was originally a mercenary. Not only was he strong, but he also brought a lot of weapons with him. In the early days, these weapons brought him convenience. Not only did they grab enough daily necessities and upgrade their fishing boats in advance, but they also gathered a large number of subordinates. After that, their forces grew like a snowball and gradually became the top force in this sea area. There is no need to say more about this kind of person's attitude towards women. Moreover, Edward only loves Oriental women. Some time ago, a young man met Yin Zijiao and was shocked by her beauty. He sent her photo to Edward. Then the shark gang sent people to capture her and bring her back for a reward. However, those people didn't know that Yin Zijiao had awakened her talent and had two powerful skills. After her younger brother was killed, Edward felt humiliated. This was no longer a woman's fault. If everyone in the future rebelled like her, the shark gang would simply disband. So Edward directly mobilized more than 300 people to encircle and suppress Yin Zijiao. Even if she had skills, she was no match for so many people. Fortunately, she got the news in advance and escaped without being surrounded. But now that she was back, she was a little worried that she would be discovered by the shark gang again, which would then implicate Tang Feiyu and the others. Does that Edward have any talents or skills? Tang Feiyu did not show a worried expression as Yin Zijiao had expected, but instead began to inquire about information. Yin Zijiao had learned quite a bit about her enemy and blurted out. He got a taming talent card from the octopus boss. Besides his minions, he also controls several sea monsters that are stronger than the novice boss. Feiyu, let's go back to your waters. In Yin Zijiao's opinion, Edward would not give up the territory he had worked so hard to obtain and go to other waters at will. After all, in every sea area, there are always some top forces. If you can't afford to offend them, you can afford to avoid them. However, Tang Feiyu shook his head, exchanged glances with Lin Wanrou, then looked at Yin Zijiao and said, things like this will never be solved by hiding. Besides, you're my brother. If you're bullied, I have to fight back as your brother. Another point is that if they want to find Zhang Qian, they must cross this sea area, and it is unknown how long it will take to take a detour. But Yin Zijiao wanted to persuade her, but was stopped by Lin Wanrou. Tang Feiyu wanted to go straight there and kill the damn shark gang. But it was daytime, and the positioning system was useless. After a moment's thought, he opened the chat area and posted a message that set everyone off. There's a guy named Edward in the damn shark gang, right? How dare you bully my brother? Now report your location and get killed. The main thing is to jump in the face and use your full power. I don't believe that such an arrogant person would shrink back. Edward, who was having a party on the newly upgraded fishing boat, naturally did not notice the message in the chat area. But his younger brother saw it all. If this direct provocation was not resolved, what prestige would the shark gang have in the future? So he hurried to Edward's fishing boat to report. Edward, who had just finished a sports meeting, leaned back in his chair, hugged his soft body, took a glass of red wine, and staggered into his mouth. At their feet, there were 3 women lying with bruises all over their bodies. If it weren't for their slightly heaving chests, they would have looked like corpses. The cabin was suddenly pushed open, and Edward's face turned cold. The younger brother who came in was so frightened that his face turned pale. He swallowed nervously and said tremblingly, Boss, someone is provoking our shark gang. Interesting, who is it? Someone named Tang Feiyu is shouting in the chat area. Hearing this, Edward opened the chat area and quickly found the message Tang Feiyu had sent previously, as well as the discussion of other people later. If you dare, I'll be waiting for you at. Edward sent his coordinates. He then glanced at his younger brother, noticing him peeking at the woman on the ground. He chuckled and said, Well done. Take these 3. Remember to feed them to my baby when you're done. I was delighted to hear that. Although Edward was cruel, he never broke his promise of rewards. Otherwise, so many people would not be willing to follow him. I made 3 trips to bring the 3 women, still breathing faintly, back to my raft. But even with all the caution, one of them still died. But he didn't despise it. Instead, he took advantage of it. As for the stains on the woman's body, how could he care about it? Tang Feiyu saw the coordinates sent by Edward, did a simple calculation, and found that they were on his route. Flying fish. Yin Zijiao was still a little worried. If you hadn't lived in this area, you wouldn't know how terrifying the shark gang was. Don't look at the many people cursing Edward in the chat area. But if anyone really wanted to join forces to deal with him, no one would sign up. He is really scared of being beaten. I guess in a while, everyone in the entire sea area will become his servants. No one wants to be suddenly attacked by a sea monster. Edward often saw many people scolding him, but he didn't care at all. As long as he handed in the supplies on time, it didn't matter how much they scolded him. The chat area exploded. This was the first time that the shark gang had taken the initiative to provoke Edward since the novice period. But they were all just watching the show. To them, it would be best if the person who came could kill Edward, but it didn't matter if he couldn't, because they were used to it anyway. With Edward controlling the sea beasts, at least they wouldn't encounter any sea monsters. Besides having to hand over 70% of their supplies, at least they could survive. The fishing boat was sailing rapidly on the sea, passing by many rafts. Everyone was stunned when they saw the huge fishing boat. Everyone knew that this should be the man named Tang Feiyu, but no one informed Edward. Instead, they had the idea that perhaps they could solve the problem of the shark gang. However, when the fishing boat approached the coordinate point, it was discovered by the shark gang's brothers, and Edward instantly received dozens of private messages. Chapter 90 Sea Lion. After opening the private chat, Edward saw the fishing boat that was more luxurious than his own car. His eyes lit up, and he was so excited that he almost burst the basketball in his hand. The woman almost fainted from the pain, tears streaming down her face, but she clenched her teeth and dared not make any sound. Having followed Edward for so many days, I knew his temperament very well. If I spoke out at this moment, he would definitely kill me without hesitation. It was because she knew how to judge the situation that she was able to survive. And unlike other women, she took the initiative to approach him. She was originally occupied by another man. In order to take revenge on the man who occupied her, she privately contacted the newly rising Edward. With his good looks, he easily aroused Edward's interest, and that same day, the man was thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Afterwards, the woman gave Edward advice and even shared her own experiences, which deceived many women who wanted to curry favor with him. In the shark gang, she is second only to one person and above 100 people. Edward was very satisfied with her, both in terms of skills and intelligence. So when he found out that she was scratched by him, he quickly changed his expression, helped her apply medicine, and comforted her. Although the woman knew that he was pretending, she did not dare to show any hatred, but instead acted like she was infatuated with him. Edward also knew that she knew he was pretending, but as long as he was strong enough, she would not betray him. In addition, there were no other high-quality women in this sea area. Before conquering the next sea area, this woman could still be used for a while. After comforting the woman, Edward took his weapon, came to the deck, looked at the younger brothers who gathered around him, and began to make arrangements. Let them disperse, and when the other party comes, surround him directly to prevent him from escaping. At the same time, he also gave orders to the sea monster under his control. What is that? The younger brother received the order and was about to set up an ambush when he suddenly saw something flying over his head. Edward immediately realized that it was a cannonball, although it was slightly different from the ones he knew. "Get down," he shouted. If it exploded directly, at least half of the shark gang's top leaders would be killed. At the same time, a giant octopus leg stretched out from the sea, blocking the attack path of the cannonball and blocking Edward's fishing boat. Is this the sea monster he controls? It's really big, Tang Feiyu exclaimed while holding a telescope. Yin Zijiao looked at the distance in confusion, but the distance was 7,000 meters, so she could only see roughly what was happening. Moreover, the shimmering waves on the sea made the scene even less clear. She never imagined that the platform on Tang Feiyu's fishing boat was actually a cannon with an attack range of 5,000 to 8,000 meters. Tang Feiyu was not surprised that the first ordinary shell was blocked. This was just a warm-up. "You're sweating profusely, bro." After Tang Feiyu sent another message, the explosive bomb skill was directly added to the rapid-fire cannon. Seeing this, Lin Wanrou also started to take out food to replenish fatigue and stood by. Then Yin Zijiao saw the cannon firing red shells continuously at a rate of 1 shell every 3 seconds. The shells that exploded near the octopus's feet did not cause any harm to the octopus, and the Shark Gang's brothers began to cheer and praise it. The boss is invincible. Go ahead, kill that provocative guy, and seize his boat. Someone spotted 2 beauties on his boat. Hurry. Edward naturally also saw the photos sent later, in which he could clearly see that besides the woman who ran away, there was also another woman who was even more beautiful than her. In an instant, he stood up straight. Oh God, I swear, this is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. Edward felt better just by looking at the photo. The woman behind him looked gloomy when she heard his words. After asking a younger brother to get the photo and looking at it, her face darkened even more. Based on her understanding of Edward, if those 2 women were allowed to board the ship, she would be in trouble. However, she had no way to stop them now. She could command her subordinates in other matters, but if she asked anyone to harm those 2 women, she would definitely sell herself out immediately. Not only did she know Edward well, but the other members of the Shark Gang also knew his character well. Just when everyone was excited that the octopus intercepted the shells without any damage, a series of red shells flew over. Years of mercenary life had given Edward a keen sense of danger, and it made his hair stand on end. The threat was almost written all over his face. Edward's face changed, and he quickly asked the octopus to use more octopus legs to intercept the cannonballs and prevent them from falling on his ship. Although fishing boats have strength numbers, it is not clear what their specific defense capabilities are. At the same time, he also controlled several other sea monsters and rushed towards the fishing boat opposite from under the sea. As a result, the shells were not intercepted. Because this time, Tang Feiyu was not targeting Edward's fishing boat, but the raft of the other members of the Shark Gang. I learned about the nature of the Shark Gang from Yin Zijiao. It would be a good idea to kill any one of these people. Unlike Zhang Long's gang who were killed before, few of the Shark Gang members have awakened their talents or used skill cards. Because Edward, a white man, did not trust these men at all. After he subdued them by force, he took all the talent cards and skill cards for himself. They were only left with enough food and cold weapons. This also resulted in the fact that when faced with artillery attacks, they had no choice but to look despair, collapse, and wait for death. At the beginning, Zhang Long's group resisted for a long time, but the Shark Gang's people were almost wiped out after just 1 round of artillery shells. After looking through the telescope, Tang Feiyu was shocked. How could such a mob rule such a large area of the sea? Were all the others dead? Whoosh bang out? Suddenly, the automatic harpoon on the boat suddenly turned and immediately shot out a harpoon, hitting a giant beast under the sea. It was a 10-meter-long sea lion. Edward had commanded it to attack, but it was detected by the ship's radar, and then the harpoon was launched. Hit the brain directly and take it away in one wave. The sea lion brought out of the sea scared Yin Zijiao. If Lin Wanrou hadn't explained it immediately, she would have drawn her sword and chopped it down. Edward was dumbfounded. In just a few seconds, his entire Shark Gang was nearly wiped out. Only 2 or 3 kittens were left on the periphery. What the hell was going on? What made him even more heartbroken was that on the panel, his pet sea lion had died. Chapter 91: Disassembling the Fishing Boat. When Tang Feiyu saw the sea lion's body being hoisted up, he was also surprised, but he did not panic. He had known that the other party would come to attack him, and he had previously thought it was just a shark, swordfish, or something like that. After all, it was all those things before, and now there's even a sea lion. And the automatic harpoon that I didn't think much of before actually made its debut and performed a great job. It wasn't his style to not fight back when attacked. After Tang Feiyu swallowed the fatigue-replenishing food in Lin Wanrou's hand, he pressed the attack button of the artillery again. The red shells once again rushed towards Edward's fishing boat with a whistling sound. The previous wave of sweeping attacks had already scared Edward to death. He didn't care about the lives of the other Shark Gang members and got into the cab to escape. However, his fishing boat was only traveling at 20 yards per hour and he couldn't escape at all. Shell after shell fell on the fishing boat, and the woman in the cabin was knocked unconscious immediately. Edward in the cockpit was also having a hard time. Although he had the octopus block many of the shells flying towards him, there were always some that slipped through the net. Many of the giant octopus's 8 legs were smashed to pieces, and the whole octopus was half-roasted, floating on the sea, its life or death unknown. The other sea beasts he controlled did not dare to approach Tang Feiyu's fishing boat at all. When they were about 100 meters away, they stopped moving forward. The shells that landed on the deck exploded, setting the fishing boat on fire. Edward kept begging for mercy in the chat area, but Tang Feiyu ignored him and fired shell after shell at Edward's fishing boat. In the distance, the people on the drifting rafts were stunned. They knew Edward's fishing boat, and they also knew that the other, taller fishing boat belonged to a man named Tang Feiyu. They transformed themselves into war correspondents and posted photos and videos of the scene to the chat area. The expressions of several people who had been pessimistic about Tang Feiyu changed drastically. More people saw the shark gang being destroyed and turned around to praise Tang Feiyu. Lin Wanrou, who was always paying attention to the chat area, saw so many people praising Tang Feiyu, and a proud smile appeared on her face. She herself didn't know when she had regarded Tang Feiyu's affairs as more important than her own. Finally, the big red that was originally displayed on Tang Feiyu's radar turned into a yellow dot, and the woman and Edward on the opposite fishing boat were no longer alive. Feiyu, the man named Edward, is dead. Lin Wanrou reminded when she saw Edward's profile picture turn gray. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu released the launch button, ran to the cab, adjusted the direction, and started the fishing boat to approach. Is this solved? Yin Zijiao had a shocked expression on her face the whole time. She could never have imagined that the shark gang, the dominant force in the sea, would be wiped out in just a few minutes. What's more, it's outrageous that the person who eliminated the other party was someone he knew. Feiyu is very strong now, Lin Wanrou said with some pride, but she added silently in her heart, strong in all aspects. Thinking of her double consumption, her legs felt a little weak. After a long while, Yin Zijiao finally came to her senses. The enemy she was worried about was solved, and she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She was pulled back into the cabin by Lin Wanrou. Sister Wanrou, where are we going next? Yin Zijiao asked. She discovered that Tang Feiyu was not sailing aimlessly, but always moving in the same direction. Let's go find my daughter first, and then we'll see how Feiyu arranges things afterwards. Lin Wanrou did not hide anything. You both have daughters. Yin Zijiao was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. She recalled that she and Tang Feiyu hadn't seen each other for only a year, and she had never heard him mention finding a girlfriend before. Now the daughter is out? But that's not right. When we first started trying to survive, didn't the rules say that minors would be with one parent? Could it be that Feiyu's girlfriend was someone else's wife? So he's a thief, so he and I are brothers? Should I find someone to marry first? When Yin Zijiao heard Lin Wanrou say that she was going to look for her daughter, her mind started to wander. As soon as she saw her expression, Lin Wanrou knew it was a misunderstanding. She had an idea in her mind. So now seeing Yin Zijiao misunderstanding, she hurriedly explained. Qianqian is not her biological daughter. Oh, Feiyu is my first man anyway. Yin Zijiao didn't expect Lin Wanrou to explain it so clearly to her, and she felt a little confused. After all, the other party is Tang Feiyu's girlfriend, and I am just an outsider now. Is it necessary to explain to me? Zijiao, do you like Feiyu? After Lin Wanrou finished explaining, she suddenly changed the subject and asked. When Yin Zijiao heard her words, her cheeks flushed, and she said in a panic, No, we are just good friends. Hee, good friends. She thought Lin Wanrou was warning her and didn't want any conflict to arise between them because of her. Stop pretending. We're all women. Don't I understand the way you look at Feiyu? Well, Sister Wanrou, don't worry, I won't argue with you. Yin Zijiao quickly waved her hands and explained. That's not what I meant. If you really like him, we can. Wanrou Jiaozi, come here. Tang Feiyu's voice interrupted Lin Wanrou and the others. He docked his fishing boat next to Edward's fishing boat. After the two men came out of the cabin, they gave some instructions, built a bridge, and jumped over. A faint aroma of meat wafted into his nostrils. When he smelled the smell, Tang Feiyu's face turned pale. It was so similar to the smell he had after killing Zhang Long and others on the island. After covering his mouth and nose with clothes, he kicked open the cabin door and saw a somewhat dry and cracked female corpse. She must have died from suffocation, but there was no sign of struggle. Tang Feiyu was confused. After passing the female corpse, he did not find Edward in the cabin, so he hurried out with the bone sword. Soon, he saw the roasted corpse in the cab. The deck was burned into a large hole, still emitting light smoke, and the bow began to sway slightly. He estimated that the fishing boat would soon begin to sink. He was too lazy to deal with the bodies, so he returned to the cabin and began to carry out the supplies. With the help of Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao, they quickly returned the large amount of supplies Edward had collected to their fishing boat. Then they tied a rope around themselves and jumped over. Should we dismantle the ownerless fishing boat? Yes. As the option was confirmed, the dilapidated fishing boat in front of him turned into a white light and disappeared, and the two mummies also fell into the sea. Tang Feiyu was hung on his boat by a rope, holding an even more crystal-clear core crystal in his hand. Chapter 92 Lin Wanrou's Little Thoughts. After being pulled back to the deck by the two, Tang Feiyu complained. Upgrading the fishing boat is not always beneficial. It is much more troublesome to get on and off the boat. The old, shabby, zero-level fishing boats were only 2 or 3 meters above the sea, while the current level 6 fishing boats were a full 4 or 5 meters high. Getting down was easy, just jumping, but getting up required climbing with ropes. Okay, you're still ungrateful. Lin Wanrou rolled her eyes at him and took the larger crystal core from his hand. She stayed where she was, letting Tang Feiyu return to the cabin first, and then began to collect all the supplies on the deck into the trading column and assign them to Tang Feiyu. Then he took Yin Zijiao back to the cabin. Tang Feiyu had already started stuffing supplies into the locker, taking out one kind and stuffing one in, but soon, the locker was full. He had no choice but to upgrade his locker first. After the fishing boat is upgraded from level 5 to level 6, the locker restriction is also lifted, but it can only be upgraded from a level 5 locker to a level 6. The space reaches 1,000 cubic meters. After the basic supplies were filled, the number of dragons subduing would increase from over 100 to 300. The number of high-end supplies such as diamonds also increased. Ordinary wood blocks and iron blocks were used to pay the handling fees. In addition, there are more than a dozen weapon blueprints, one-time skill cards, 300, advanced skill cards, 5, advanced item upgrade cards, 2, etc. After sorting out the supplies, he took out the fishing boat crystal core. Unlike the Raft crystal core, 100 fishing boat crystal cores can upgrade a level 6 fishing boat again. He did not hesitate and used it first. The 7th level fishing boat's area increased to 1535, and its height increased by about 1 meter. Its sturdiness increased to 50,000. Other than that, its other attributes remained unchanged. When he went to the wheelhouse to start the fishing boat again, Yin Zijiao said with some emotion, "Feiyu's talent is really terrifying. All kinds of supplies that are scarce for others are almost wholesale when they come to him." Lin Wanrou took an apple from the locker and threw it to her, saying meaningfully, "So you can just stay on the boat with peace of mind. Feiyu is here and can provide for us well." Yin Zijiao didn't understand the meaning behind her words and continued to chew on the apple in a daze. If she had this kind of talent, maybe her parents wouldn't have died in the first place? Lin Wanrou, who was originally planning to continue the previous topic with her, stopped talking when she saw that she was in a daze. After increasing the speed of the fishing boat, Tang Feiyu returned to the cabin and felt a little bored for a while. Seeing him come back, Lin Wanrou took Yin Zijiao's hand and said to her, "Let's go take a shower first. You can take a shower later." Tang Feiyu was a little puzzled. It was just getting dark now. Why was he going to take a shower so early instead of eating first? Shaking his head, he took out the ingredients from the locker and walked to cabin number 3. In the next cabin number 2, Lin Wanrou was explaining how to use the water purification bathtub. There is only one bucket of clean water. Why don't you guys wash it?" "I don't need it for now," Yin Zijiao said. "Isn't it inappropriate to take away someone else's bath water when I come here? Besides, they have to have sex at night, so it's healthier to wash clean. At worst, she could just wipe her body with water at night. She didn't need to pursue too much, as long as she could be cleaned. When I was alone on the raft, I never thought about taking a shower. I had to save up 2 or 3 days worth of face washing water before wiping my whole body. After all, although there is enough fresh water to drink, it is too luxurious to use it for bathing. Don't think too much, let's do it together," Lin Wanrou said as she started to help Yin Zijiao lower her guard. As mentioned before, a girl who has lived together before is completely different from the one she was with before. This feeling is not just directed at boyfriends. They are much more open than before. After a while, the slippery Yin Zijiao appeared in front of Lin Wanrou, being looked up and down by Lin Wanrou. Even though they were both girls, she was still a little embarrassed and didn't know whether to cover her face with her hands. As a genuine Southern girl, Yin Zijiao usually doesn't dare to go into a public bathroom to take a bath. Lin Wanrou nodded with satisfaction, then took off her clothes and pulled her into the bathtub. This was Yin Zijiao's first time trying to have someone else rub her back. She felt a little strange and a little uncomfortable. "Yes, it actually floats up." Lin Wanrou finished wiping Yin Zijiao's back and suddenly said when she turned around. Tang Feiyu, who was cooking next door, was stunned when he heard this. He wondered in surprise, "Isn't the next door taking a shower?" But immediately, he thought of the scene he saw when he was taking a bath with Lin Wanrou, and he seemed to have said similar words at that time. Instantly, a picture popped up in my mind. I shook my head, dismissing the image and continuing to cook. But soon, I dumped the meat in the bowl into the trash can, then tossed the empty bowl into the pot, stirring it back and forth with a spatula. It wasn't until I smelled the burning charcoal that I came to my senses. I found an empty wooden bowl in the pot, which had already shown obvious signs of carbonization. The bottom of the iron pot was even burned red. Next door, Lin Wanrou hugged Yin Zijiao and whispered into her ear what she had not finished saying before. Hearing this, Yin Zijiao looked at Lin Wanrou in shock. Don't look at me like that. In this situation, I'm lucky to be alive. The old rules and laws are no longer suitable for me. Besides, I'm doing this for my own sake. Yin Zijiao still couldn't believe such words came from the beautiful woman in front of her. 20 years of experience had taught her that this was wrong, but she was still very tempted by Lin Wanrou's suggestion. This way, I can stay with him forever. But Feiyu, Yin Zijiao said hesitantly. Don't worry, just follow my instructions. Let's go out quickly, it's a bit cold. Lin Wanrou patted her chest with an expression that said, it depends on me. Her 2 moves made Yin Zijiao feel dizzy, but when she looked down, she realized she was not much worse. She blushed and left the tub. After cleaning the water droplets off their bodies and putting on clean clothes, the 2 came to cabin number 3. At this time, Tang Feiyu had already disposed of the carbonized wooden bowl and stewed meat in the pot. Yin Zijiao was often distracted during the meal. Tang Feiyu wanted to ask, but after seeing Lin Wanrou's eyes, he closed his mouth and ate in peace. As soon as he finished eating, Lin Wanrou rushed him to take a shower. After jumping into the tub, Tang Feiyu leaned against the edge and asked in confusion, why are these 2 people acting so strangely? Just as he closed his eyes and prepared to soak for a while, he suddenly opened them again, sniffing the faint fragrance around him, his face a little strange. This seems to be from the 2 of them. Chapter 93. The temperature continues to drop. When Tang Feiyu returned to the cabin after taking a shower, he saw that Lin Wanrou was already lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, with only the back of her head facing him exposed, and her long hair scattered on the pillow. Moreover, the night pearl in the cabin was wrapped in several layers of a black silk scarf, and the light in the room was much dimmer than before. Why did you go to bed so early today? Tang Feiyu asked as he threw the fishskin bath towel wrapped around him aside and jumped into the quilt. He felt the person in his arms tremble a little, but he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that the person was chilled by his cold hands. The sea temperature had dropped significantly since the hailstorm 2 days prior. He had just come in from the shower, so it was normal for his exposed hands and feet to be cold. Smelling the familiar smell, Tang Feiyu raised his head to show respect. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Although they were of similar build, their height seemed to have shrunk a bit, more than 10 centimeters shorter than usual. Tang Feiyu was startled and almost rolled off the bed. Jiaozi, why is it you? Yin Zijiao turned around and grabbed him to prevent him from falling. Without saying a word, she came closer with a red face. Tang Feiyu's voice faltered. Whatever he said at this moment would sound like he was taking advantage of the situation. So he changed his tone and said in a relaxed tone, I treat you as a brother, and you actually covet my body. I'm just greedy, so what? Yin Zijiao also knew that she should express her attitude firmly now, otherwise it would be very awkward to get along with him in the future. Where's Wanrou? Sister-in-law. Sister Wanrou went to my room. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu was certain that Lin Wanrou knew about it, otherwise she would not have voluntarily given up her position. After Yin Zijiao fell asleep, Tang Feiyu carefully pulled out her arm from under her pillow, tiptoed out of the cabin, and touched cabin number 4. In the darkness, Lin Wanrou hadn't slept. She had indeed been the one who first brought up the matter, but now that she had actually done it, she still felt a bit uneasy. Lying in bed, her mind was in turmoil, and she couldn't sleep at all. I was startled when I heard the door open, but I didn't relax until I smelled a familiar smell. Why are you here? Although he couldn't see, Tang Feiyu could still identify the location by sound. After a kiss, he said, what do you think? Why did you send the dumplings over there? Lin Wanrou first reached out and pinched his waist. After all, asking this now seemed a bit like taking advantage. But she still said softly, I can't help you much normally. Zijiao's fighting ability is good. So, and I've consumed too much energy. What is the hardest thing to do when accepting the favor of a beautiful woman? Tang Feiyu had no choice but to devote himself to her until his death. As a result, he became more and more energetic, while Lin Wanrou was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Tang Feiyu got up early, prepared a hearty breakfast, and brought it to the 2 of them. Hail began to fall outside, and the temperature dropped further. Fortunately, the cabin on his fishing boat could maintain a constant temperature of 20 degrees Celsius, so it didn't feel too cold. When she saw Lin Wanrou, a trace of shame appeared on Yin Zijiao's face, but Lin Wanrou didn't care. She pulled her aside and talked to her in private, and kept glancing at Tang Feiyu while talking. The chat room was filled with grief. They had initially thought the hailstorm was a fluke, but it had become a regular occurrence. Furthermore, the temperature plummeted, forcing them to constantly light a bonfire on the raft and secure the pergola to prevent it from leaking. Apart from that, There were no sea monster attacks, otherwise a large number of people might have died. Although it is relatively safe now, everyone is freezing like their grandchildren and is looking for warm cotton clothes in the chat and trading areas. Tang Feiyu did have a few down jackets and warm clothes in his hands, but there were only a few, just enough for the three of them to change into. He also encountered a small problem. That is, many of the tools on the fishing boat were powered by solar energy. The weather had been very bad in recent days, and there was not much sunshine, so an energy crisis was about to occur. Even fishing boats dare not go at full speed, otherwise the motors may stop working at any time due to lack of energy. The telescope, laser water gun, and laser gun, 3 energy-intensive devices, would take 2 days to fully charge. This situation made Tang Feiyu alert. Previously, these 2 weapons were the most commonly used besides artillery, and they were of great help. Once they ran out of energy, the impact would be significant. So we need to come up with some more convenient weapons. However, the weapons currently lit up in the weapon column of the tool bench are basically conventional cold weapons, and a few pistols are no match for the Desert Eagle. Even if he wore thicker clothes, he wouldn't be able to kill even a human, let alone a sea monster with stronger defense. After thinking about it, he hung the extra fish skin in the trading area. Specialized fish skin, exchange, weapon blueprint for more details. Processed fish skin, if nothing else, is quite good at keeping warm. Given the current weather, I imagine many people will appreciate it. Perhaps I could even exchange some of their treasure designs for something else. In order to let more people see it, he sent several transaction messages in the chat area. Seeing the message he sent, many people were tempted. Many people had weapon design questions in hand. However, because they had been robbed by the Shark Gang before, they simply couldn't gather the materials to make them. They didn't even dare to let them know that they had such a good thing, and each one hid it more secretly than the other. If some people hadn't seen Tang Feiyu's news, they would have forgotten that they had such a good thing. Bite. A private message. Tang Feiyu originally thought it was someone with blueprints coming to trade, but it turned out to be the girl with twin tails whom he hadn't contacted for a long time. Brother, why haven't you appeared in the chat area for so long? At this time, the girl with twin ponytails didn't know that Tang Feiyu had left 2 or 3 sea areas, so she naturally would not appear in the original chat area. He didn't explain, but asked, "What do you want to change this time?" "I want to exchange feathers and cotton for some permanent weapons." Twin Tails replied almost instantly. Chapter 94 Gene Injection. She had exchanged a lot of weapons from Tang Feiyu before, but most of them were consumables like explosive darts and radiation sources. No matter how many of these things she had, they were never enough. So this time, as the temperature dropped, she guessed that Tang Feiyu might need these warm items, so she wanted to trade him for a handy weapon. As one of the first people to sell videos, she had more supplies than most people imagined. Previously, when the weather was hot, some people had feathers or cotton but couldn't use them, so they simply customized videos. And the Twin Tails also accept everything, as long as it is valuable, even if it is something they don't need. Now there is no shortage of warm clothes. Seeing what she wanted, it was obvious that she would not be interested in ordinary pistols. After thinking for a moment, Tang Feiyu replied, "Wait for me for a moment." He first went to the tool bench and made a colt, then took a piece of azurized crystal and inlaid it. As for the enchanted magic patterns, those materials are not worth it. After sending the information and photo of the pistol, the girl with twin ponytails replied again in seconds, "Brother, I want it. I want this one." Tang Feiyu didn't hesitate and put the pistol into the trading column. Xuanluai also put 50 kilograms of feathers and 100 kilograms of cotton. Under normal circumstances, these things wouldn't even be worth the price of an ordinary pistol, but that's not how prices are calculated. Scarcity makes things valuable. The more scarce something is, the higher its price. After confirming the transaction, he paid the handling fee with a bottle of seawater and extracted the feathers and cotton. For 1,500 kilograms of feathers, 5 kilograms of high-quality feathers, 9,000 kilograms of cotton, and 10 kilograms of flame velvet flowers filled the entire cabin. Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao, who were whispering, were squeezed against the wall. Tang Feiyu was also pressed tightly against the locker. If they had used something harder, the 3 of them would have definitely been injured. But they still felt uncomfortable. Not daring to delay, Tang Feiyu quickly put the things into the locker. Then he quickly helped the 2 people who fell up. "Are you okay?" Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao shook their heads, glanced at him, and ran to cabin number 4 hand in hand. Tang Feiyu scratched his head, unsure if the 2 were angry or not. He decided to go check it out later. He opened the locker and checked the 2 special items he had amplified earlier. High-grade feathers. Each piece, 50 grams, can carry an object weighing 20 kilograms and float. Flame velvet. Highly flammable and difficult to extinguish. Adding 50 grams to clothing provides excellent warmth, maintaining a skin temperature of 30 degrees Celsius in temperatures as low as -50 degrees Celsius. After reading the information, Tang Feiyu took out 8 high-grade feathers, and his feet actually slowly left the ground. He could freely control himself to rise and fall, and even fly. The only downside was that the flight speed was too slow, only moving about 3 meters sideways per second. But he still had a blast playing with it. After thinking about it, he controlled his body and floated out of the cabin, then went around to the rear window of cabin number 4 and knocked on it. The 2 people who were chatting heard the sound and turned around to see a handsome face pressed against the window. He was facing the window with his face parallel to the sea. The 2 of them were startled. They ran out quickly and went around to the back, where they saw Tang Feiyu with his arms folded across his chest, floating up and down in the air like Aladdin's genie. "Feiyu, what are you doing?" Lin Wanrou asked in surprise. Yin Zijiao also looked at him curiously. He slowly approached the 2 of them and landed, then spread out his hands and said, "This is a nice toy I just bought." Lin Wanrou looked at the message and took 6 feathers from him. She is 1.7 meters tall and has a slender waist, but her weight still reaches 118 kilograms. With the feather in hand, Lin Wanrou raised her foot and lightly tapped the deck. Then she jumped up with a happy expression on her face. Yin Zijiao watched eagerly, preparing to try the feeling of flying later. Tang Feiyu reached out and rubbed her head and said, "Okay, there's more in the cabin. I'll get it for you." After the 2 of them had their fill, the 3 of them returned to the cabin. Flying feathers. This kind of high-quality feathers can be sewn into clothes, Lin Wanrou said. She used to cut and sew her own clothes when she was bored at home, so the first thing she thought of was how to use it. "This is a good idea." Tang Feiyu nodded and confirmed her idea. "I've tried it before, and even if I take more feathers, the flying speed won't change. But being able to fly is good enough, so why would I need a bicycle?" Sew feathers into clothing. You never know when you might need them. Although there was no sewing machine, steel needles could be made on the tool bench. Soon, Lin Wanrou sewed one on each sleeve of each person's clothes. This way, even if one sleeve is torn, it won't fall off. The 3 of them consumed a total of 38 tablets, and there were 12 tablets left. Although the flame velvet flower has a good warming effect, it is easy to burn. After discussion, we didn't stuff it into the clothes. He kept the high-quality feathers for his own use, and put the others on the trading area by Tang Feiyu. Soon, the ding-dong sound continued to be heard, and the fish skins, feathers, cotton, and even the flame velvet flowers that were hung up were all sold out. In exchange, I got 30 Raft crystal cores, 3 units of powerful powder, 1 skill evolution card, 20 energy blocks, 2 pieces of ambergris, and 5 units of genetic potions. Although the number of Raft crystal cores required for his fishing boat is too large to be cost-effective, Yin Zijiao's raft is still hanging on the back of the fishing boat and can be used to upgrade her raft. The reason genetic drugs are sold is purely because they're not very effective. They have a 10% chance of success, a 30% chance of nothing happening, and a 60% chance of genetic collapse. Tang Feiyu was going to take a gamble with the amplification, so he exchanged it. All the materials obtained in exchange were extracted, and 3,000 Raft crystal cores, 3 powerful pills, a skill mutation card, 2,000 energy blocks, 2 Dragon Balls, and 5 gene injections were obtained. Strength pill. 1 pill increases strength by 3 points. 1 pill can be taken per month. Skill alienation card. After use, a learned skill will be randomly alienated. Energy block. Used to charge energy. Dragon Ball stone. Contains special energy. Gene injection. 50% chance of strengthening genes. 49% chance of nothing happening. 1% chance of gene collapse. After reading the amplified information, Tang Feiyu's face darkened. Anyone who has played Penguin knows that a 1% chance is equivalent to a guaranteed failure. He no longer dared to use the gene injection he valued most. The energy cubes arrived just in time, but I don't know what the Dragonstone is for. 1 power pill per person. Feiyu, I don't want it. You can eat my share. Yin Zijiao declined. However, Tang Feiyu stuffed it directly into her mouth, and then said, "You can eat it again in a month." In that time, the increase in strength attribute will have exceeded 3 points long ago. Chapter 95 Guasha. After the 3 of them each took a powerful pill, Tang Feiyu took the skill mutation card and asked, "Who wants it?" Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao said in unison, "You can use it." Seeing this, Tang Feiyu did not refuse anymore and used the card directly. "Your skill of scrubbing has been successfully transformed." After the prompt appeared, he opened his panel and found that the scrubbing skill had disappeared. In its place, a new skill appeared, scraping. Sigma, A. Tang Feiyu was shocked. Seeing his expression, Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao hurriedly asked, "Feiyu, How is the effect of the alienation? Alas, you guys should just use this kind of bloodline-related stuff from now on, he said with some helplessness and regret. His words made the two even more curious. Tang Feiyu had no choice but to send them screenshots of the skill effects. This skill is pretty good. Why do you look so regretful? Did you lose some powerful skill? Yin Zijiao asked in surprise. She didn't know what skills Tang Feiyu had previously possessed. Lin Wanrou was worried that some of his combat skills had been washed away. After all, most of his skills were useful for making money at the bathhouse, with only a few being useful in combat. Not bad. Tang Feiyu was stunned. Then he carefully checked the skill description. Guasha. Each time you attack a target, a red mark is left. When the number of marks reaches 5, all damage dealt will be reversed, and an additional 5 times the damage dealt will be applied. Hey, so it's this Guasha? I thought it was that Guasha. Tang Feiyu scratched his head. He had been so scared when he saw the name that he hadn't paid attention to the instructions. Now it seems that this skill is already very powerful. Although most of the time, I use artillery to clear the ground. His mood shifted from sadness to joy, and he excitedly kissed each of them. Inzi's delicate face flushed red as she lowered her head, not daring to look at them. Lin Wanrou rolled her eyes at him. Tang Feiyu didn't care. It was just a roll of the eyes, so what? Since he didn't know what to do with the Dragon Ball Stone yet, he just threw it into the locker to collect dust. But he thought about the 5 gene injections for a long time, but still didn't dare to use them. It's really because after playing the game, I have a shadow on the concept of probability. After sorting out the harvest, it was noon. Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao went into cabin number 3 hand in hand and began to prepare lunch. He felt a little bored staying in the room, so he walked out with his hands behind his back, stood on the deck, and looked into the distance. In sight, there were a few scattered rafts floating quietly on the sea. Things are different now than before. Before, the raft moved very slowly and could only drift with the current, and everyone could only communicate through the chat area. And now, many people have gathered together to survive. Of course, many of them were forced, but generally speaking, humans are social creatures after all, and sooner or later they will each become a group. There may still be oppression and bloodshed, but the trend cannot be changed. Tang Feiyu didn't have any extra thoughts about this. As long as the people he cared about could live well, why would he have the mind to care about strangers? But soon, his pupils shrank slightly, and he lay on the side of the ship and looked at the sea in disbelief. There was some thin ice on the sea in front of me. Although it melted quickly, it was indeed real ice. Is it already that cold? He wondered. Even at 0 degrees, the sea wouldn't freeze, right? After all, the sea was rarely truly calm. Even when there was no wind or waves, the water was still flowing. Moreover, seawater needs more conditions to freeze than freshwater. And although he was wearing warm clothes, his hands and face were still exposed, so he didn't feel that cold. In fact, the average daytime temperature at this time is close to 0 degrees. It's just that their physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people before, so they won't feel too cold in a short time. Simply put, it is more cold resistant. Moreover, due to various factors, seawater may freeze when the temperature is 4 or 5 degrees above 0. He observed for a while and confirmed that he really saw ice appearing on the sea surface and then melting rapidly, which felt very magical. I opened the chat area, but no one was discussing this matter. Did they find nothing or what? Tang Feiyu thought for a while with some confusion and told his discovery in the chat area. Because of the Shark Gang incident, he had become famous in this area. Not long ago, he also sold a large amount of warming supplies, so once the news was released, many people took notice. The sea is frozen? Let me see. It's so cold that everyone is afraid to leave the fire. Who would care whether the sea water is frozen or not? That's right. What good does it do even if we know? It's still going to be cold. Does Boss Tang Feiyu still have any cotton fish skin for sale? Big boss, please have mercy on the child. He's almost freezing to death. Soon, the discussion went astray and many people began to ask for warm clothing. However, Tang Feiyu is really gone at the moment. Even if he wants to support him, he can't do it. He scanned the trading area and didn't see any supplies that could be used to keep warm. They had all been snatched away. Otherwise, if you increase the quantity, you can sell it to a lot of people. Unfortunately, a good cook cannot cook without rice, and he will not announce the effects of his talent to the world. So the possible closed loop is stuck. Feiyu, come and have dinner. Yin Zijiao opened the cabin door and shouted. In the cabin, the 3 of them sat at the table eating hot lunch, and Tang Feiyu told them about his discovery. The weather is really getting cold too quickly, Lin Wanrou said a little worriedly. Ever since the first hailstorm, the temperature has dropped several degrees every day. They were fine on the boat, which had a constant temperature, but Zhang Qian, a foodie, traded the supplies for food. The raft now looked only about level 6 or 7. Tang Feiyu naturally knew what she was worried about. He held her slender, white hand and comforted her. Don't worry. We should reach Qianqian Sea area in a few days. Then we can trade her some warm supplies. Yin Zijiao also learned some information about Zhang Qian and said a few words of comfort. I know, but I still can't help but worry. This girl has too weak a sense of crisis. She doesn't care about anything else except food. Lin Wanrou said with a headache. After lunch, Tang Feiyu came to the cab and opened the engine again, pushing the boat to its maximum speed. Previously, the boat had been forced to slow down due to insufficient energy. But now I have got energy stones, a total of 2,000 pieces. The energy of each piece is enough to consume all the items on the ship for about 7 days. It is not a waste at all. Chapter 96, Temporary Secret Realm. It has been detected that most players lack cold weather equipment. A temporary secret realm has been opened. After clearing it, you can obtain cold weather supplies. Please confirm your participation. Warning: this secret realm is highly dangerous. Please open the survival panel for details. Detected. Detection. 3 bold messages appeared in succession, and the 3 people who had just finished their meal looked at each other. Yin Zijiao asked excitedly, should we join in? She was already impatient. After all, she had mastered supernatural powers, but in the end, she had no chance to take action. Before, I was chased by a group of people and had to run away. It was so frustrating. Tang Feiyu had originally not planned to participate. After all, they didn't need too much cold weather supplies. But after checking the details, he changed his mind. In this secret realm, people entering will have their sea areas disrupted, and on each raft, a maximum of 4 people will be teleported together. Avoid some organizations from gathering on the same raft or fishing boat, which would cause unfairness. After disrupting the sea area, there is a possibility of encountering Zhang Qian directly. Although the possibility is small, it is better than doing nothing. Lin Wanrou had the same plan. After making the decision, the 3 of them chose to participate. There was still half an hour of preparation time before the secret realm opened. Tang Feiyu took out the explosive darts and the source of radiation and gave them to the 2 of them. Because Lin Wanrou had a Desert Eagle, she gave the laser water gun to Yin Zijiao. It's just that it's heavy and has a lot of recoil. Luckily, I rarely use it and just carry it as a backup weapon. The introduction to the secret realm states that participants will be teleported directly in, while the raft or fishing boat will remain in place and become inaccessible. Avoid the embarrassing incident of your home being robbed after you return home. The secret realm is located on an island, and participants need to survive on the island to pass. As for what kind of situation they will encounter, it is not explained. Tang Feiyu must always carry his weapons, the bone sword and the water-repellent beads, even though they are on an island, and who knows if there are lakes, rivers, or other such terrains. In short, it is better to be prepared. He also prepared a lot of food on the stove to satisfy his hunger and fatigue, and to restore his body and spirit. Everyone carried some with them, and put some in the trading column. As for weapons, there is no trading bar for storage. It would be troublesome if the trading bar cannot be opened after entering. After taking stock of all the possible contingencies and confirming that there were no omissions, the 3 of them held hands and quietly waited for the countdown to end. You have entered Secret Realm 07598. The current population is 500. The regional channel has been opened, and the temporary personal space has been opened. The conditions for completing this secret realm are 1. Kill all non-human creatures on the island, S-level difficulty. 2. Kill 100 non-human creatures on the island, E-level difficulty. For every 100 creatures killed, the reward increases by 1 level, up to B level. 3. Survive successfully for 3 days, C-level difficulty. As soon as you enter the secret realm, the rules appear on the panel. The chat area was similar to the one at sea, except there were only 500 people and no online trading option. Tang Feiyu and the other 2 were glad they didn't put their weapons into the trading column. The temporary personal space is only 1 cubic meter. Although it is not large, it can be used to store weapons and supplies that are not needed temporarily to reduce the weight. However, it should be noted that once you die, everything in the space will be gone. This is something the team needs to pay attention to. As for the conditions for passing the level, there is nothing much to introduce about 1 and 3. Killing all non-human creatures requires the joint efforts of everyone, and the final reward will be distributed according to the number of kills. The second option allows you to leave after killing 100 monsters, but the reward is also the lowest. It is more suitable for those who do not have a team and have average strength. Tang Feiyu and the other 2 were considering the third or second type, but killing more creatures. As for the first one, it depends on what others say. If we can unite as one, there is still a chance. After reading the rules, Tang Feiyu began to look around. Yin Zijiao was sorting out supplies and putting in used items into the space. She only had the Helm Messenger in her hand and some explosive darts in her pocket. The radiation source was also put away due to its inherent danger. It wasn't meant to be used at close range and could injure a teammate if not careful. Lin Wanrou stood behind Tang Feiyu and opened the chat area, but did not speak. Having survived for so many days, she knew very well the attraction a woman, especially a beautiful woman, could have on some people. Everyone talking in the chat area had their own avatars. Although she wanted to know whether Zhang Qian was here, she didn't want to cause trouble for the team. But after looking for a while, I didn't see Zhang Qian's profile picture appear, and I felt both disappointed and relieved. I was afraid that she would speak rashly and get targeted. Tang Feiyu observed the area and found no danger, so he opened the chat area. Unlike Lin Wanrou, he didn't need to worry as much and started calling out, "Is Zhang Qian here? Is Zhang Qian from Zheng City, Henan Province here? If you see her, please private message me." After seeing Tang Feiyu's message, Lin Wanrou focused her attention on him, waiting to hear the pleasant prompt tone. However, instead of hearing the prompt sound, there was a roar of an animal and the sound of an explosion. "Be careful, something's coming," Yin Zijiao warned. When the beast roared, she threw a dart toward the bushes where the sound came from. With a loud bang, a monster half a man's height, with 3 tails, webbed feet, sharp claws, and resembling a leopard but not a leopard was blown out. Name, Webbed Claw Beast Advanced. Age, 2.5 years. Talent, Unstoppable, claws and claws become sharper by 20. Physical strength, 18. Strength, 15. Speed, 25. Energy, 17. Hunger level, 45%. Aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue, 70%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills, Claw Flash, Phantom Step, Wind Triple Tail Attack. Characteristics. The meat is delicious and can strengthen the body when eaten. There is a chance of poisoning, a chance of allergic reaction, and a chance of mutation. The monster, with 1 blind eye and 1 lame leg, stared at the 3 people fiercely with saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. It's just that a monster that is known for its speed has become lame, and its danger has been greatly reduced. Before it could even run over, Lin Wanrou shot it in the head. The enchanted desert eagle had a very strong penetrating power. The claw beast let out a final wail, then fell to the ground unwillingly. Yin Zijiao tried to approach, but was stopped by Tang Feiyu. The bone sword in his hand lengthened, and he slashed at the claw beast's corpse. Roar! A desperate beast roar sounded. It took a deep look at Lao Lu in front of it, and completely lost all life. Chapter 97 Ghost Face Man-Eating Spider. Yin Zijiao was frightened. If Tang Feiyu had not held her back, she might have been attacked by the sharp claw beast before it died. When she was on the sea before, no shark or swordfish would pretend to be dead. She didn't expect that there was also Lao Lu among the monsters. But what she didn't expect was that Tang Feiyu was also a 6th grade student, and Lin Wanrou beside her was not surprised at all. When did her white moonlight become like this? Had he encountered something like this before? Yin Zijiao was a little confused, but now was not the time to ask such questions. Okay, now it's really over. Tang Feiyu retracted the bone sword and said to Yin Zijiao. Yin Zijiao took a look at the body of the claw beast and thought, it must be cold now that its head is cut in half. Jiaozi, you are not vigilant enough. Tang Feiyu looked at her and warned. Yin Zijiao also knew that it was her own problem, so she did not refute him. Instead, she looked at him and thanked him. Tang Feiyu reached out and rubbed her head and said, given our relationship, there's no need to be so polite. Just be more careful next time. Feiyu, do you want to take this meat away? Lin Wanrou asked, looking at the corpse of the claw beast. Tang Feiyu thought about it and shook his head. Let's not take it for now. The side effects are quite serious. We're not sure what the effect will be after the amplification. You can take some with you before you leave. The space for 3 people only adds up to 3 cubic meters. It's a huge waste of space for a single claw beast to take up part of it. There is no shortage of food, so there is no need to take risks for possible strengthening. After hearing his words, Lin Wanrou stopped observing the corpse on the ground. The 3 of them were just about to look somewhere else when they suddenly heard a ding sound. Tang Feiyu was stunned. He opened the panel and saw a flashing private message. Brother Feiyu, is that you? Although Zhang Qian saw that the avatar was someone she knew, she still couldn't believe it. Qian, it's me. We are really grouped together. Where are you now? I'll come to find you. Tang Feiyu sent a message excitedly. Then he looked at Lin Wanrou, who was looking at him nervously, and nodded. After receiving a positive answer, Lin Wanrou's eyes sparkled. Yin Zijiao reached out and patted her shoulder, giving her a comforting look. I don't know what to do now. There are trees everywhere. Just now, when I saw the message you sent in the chat area and was about to chat privately, a monster came out and attacked me. Zhang Qian briefly explained why she replied so late. Tang Feiyu had just finished reading when another message came. Brother Feiyu, have you seen my mother? When the message appeared, Tang Feiyu rubbed his nose awkwardly before replying. She's with me now. Let's find a place to meet up first. We can talk about it later. Stay where you are. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Closing the private chat window, Tang Feiyu looked around. They were close to the beach, with the sea on the left, an endless meadow in front, and a forest on the right. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu controlled his body and flew up. There were high-grade feathers in his clothes. Although the speed was very slow, it could at least raise his position and allow for better observation. Soon, he saw the woods in the distance, which looked quite large. In the distance, he found a team of 2 people in the grass. The grass not far away from them was moving. Tang Feiyu thought for a moment and then reminded in the chat area. The team of 1 man and 1 woman on the grass. There is a monster attacking from behind you. There were only so many people in the secret realm, and if he wanted to get the highest reward, the more people alive, the greater his chances. As for whether those 2 people can see my message, it depends on their luck. After slowly landing, Tang Feiyu briefly explained the environment he observed, and then led the 2 of them towards the woods. He was a little confused because he hadn't seen many monsters before, but judging by the rules on the panel, there should be a lot. But the most important thing now is not to consider where the monsters have gone, but to find Zhang Qian first. They arrived at the edge of the woods without any obstructions. The 3 of them made simple adjustments and walked in cautiously. I hadn't walked far when I heard gunshots from the left. Qian, did you shoot? Tang Feiyu sent a private message. No, I don't have a gun, and I didn't hear any gunshots. Zhang Qian replied quickly. Tang Feiyu was stunned. Such a loud noise. It was obvious it wasn't an ordinary firearm. And there was nothing around to absorb the sound. So how could no one hear it? How far away was it? Brother Feiyu, I seemed to hear a sound, but I'm not sure if it was a gunshot. Zhang Qian immediately sent another message. Tang Feiyu checked the time. It had been about 20 seconds since the gun went off, calculating it based on the speed of sound in the air. The enemy was approximately 6,800 meters away from the firing position. Of course, the environment here might not be suitable for this calculation method, but the enemy's distance could not be less than 5,000 meters. With a vague target in mind, Tang Feiyu increased his speed, but he did not relax his vigilance around him. Perhaps they were moving too fast, and the monsters didn't have time to react before they ran past them. Therefore, they advanced 2 kilometers without encountering any attacks. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he stretched out his hand to stop Lin Wanrou, who was running forward on the right, and pulled Yin Zijiao back with his left hand. As soon as he finished the action, a white net fell from above his head. If he hadn't stopped, Yin Zijiao might have been caught in the net. Lin Wanrou raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! Puff! The bullet penetrated the belly directly and entered the stomach of a spider hanging in the air. Name: Ghost-faced man-eating spider, advanced. Age: 3 years. Talent: Dragnet, weaves a net instantly. Stamina: 20. Strength: 15. Speed: 20. Energy: 28. Hunger level: 70%. If below 50%, the aggression is doubled. Fatigue: 80%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills: Web binding, Fong sting, Venom spray. Characteristics: the meat has a fishy smell. Eating it can strengthen the essence and spirit. There is a chance of poisoning, a chance of allergic reaction, and a chance of mutation. The spider monsters panel appeared in front of the 3 people. It was a spider the size of a bathtub with a distorted human face pattern on its belly. After being shot, green liquid flowed out of the wound and dripped down. It fell to the ground, making a hissing sound. Be careful, Tang Feiyu shouted, and the bone sword in his hand instantly widened, blocking the 3 people's heads. However, some green venom still splashed on the back of his hand. Although it was not much, it still corroded a bloody hole. Chapter 98. Sawtooth Scaled Wolf. The severe pain almost made him unable to hold the bone sword that had become heavier in his hand. After dodging the spider's venom, Lin Wanrou fired again, emptying her magazine. Yin Zijiao wasn't idle either. She instantly emerged from beneath the giant sword, leaping high into the air with 2 or 3 steps, then wielding the Hellbringer, wielding a terrifyingly high firepower, cleaving the ghost-faced spider hanging from its web in 2. Bang! The spider's body fell to the ground, splashing some dark green blood around. Hiss! Tang Feiyu grimaced in pain. This kind of poison is mainly corrosive. At this time, the wound on the back of his hand has become bigger, and the flesh and blood are almost gone, and the white bones can be faintly seen. Lin Wanrou heard the sound coming from his mouth, turned around, and found that he had already stuck the bone sword into the ground, and his other hand was cleaning the rotten flesh on the wound. Feiyu, you are injured. She quickly pulled Tang Feiyu's hand and checked it. She found that although the rotten flesh had been cleaned up, other intact parts were still being corroded. Tang Feiyu's face was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out. She did not dare to delay and took out the detoxifying food she had prepared in advance from her space. After Tang Feiyu ate it, and the poison was detoxified, Lin Wanrou pulled his hand and placed it on her lips. Although Yin Zijiao knew about her talent, this kind of treatment method was the first time she had seen it in her life. She stared at the two of them with curiosity in her big eyes. However, the wound this time was too big and was missing a layer of flesh and blood, so this method alone could only stop the bleeding. Lin Wanrou took out a sharp knife without hesitation, cut her finger, and stuffed it into Tang Feiyu's mouth. He did not refuse, as the most important thing now was to heal his injuries. After swallowing several mouthfuls of medicinal blood, the granulation tissue on the back of her hand began to grow, which made Yin Zijiao exclaim that it was magical. When the wounds were completely healed, Lin Wanrou's face was a little pale, but with a hint of redness. Because Tang Feiyu was now like eating an old popsicle. Lin Wanrou rolled her eyes at him and pulled her finger out without showing any disgust. She put it to her mouth and sucked out some blood. Okay, let's keep going. Lin Wanrou looked up and said to the two of them after seeing the wound heal. Tang Feiyu shook his head and said, "No hurry, replenish your blood first." "No, it's not much of a drain," Lin Wanrou said nonchalantly, not to mention that she already had some blood beads stored in her body to replenish her blood volume. The drain this time was only about 200 cubic centimeters. Generally, blood donations involve more than this amount, not to mention that people's physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people. Seeing her insistence, Tang Feiyu no longer forced her, but he became more cautious when he moved forward again. He reacted quickly just now. If he had been a little slower, his life would not be in danger, but he would definitely suffer. Not long after, another ghost-faced spider was discovered. This time, it was discovered in advance. Tang Feiyu raised his hand and fired 2 explosive darts. One blew through the defense, and the other exploded directly inside the body. The entire spider was blown to pieces, and green blood splattered everywhere. The explosion seemed to alarm more spiders. They advanced more than 300 meters and were surrounded by 5 spiders. "I'll take care of 3 of them, 1 for Jiaozi and 1 for Wanrou." After saying that, Tang Feiyu rushed towards the one in front of him. Then the power rose from his feet, amplified by the twisting of his waist and hips. He swung the slender bone sword in his hand, starting from the spider's jaw, and then he crashed into the one on the right without looking back. The thin bone sword had reached its current limit of sharpness, and was simply not something the spider's body could block. Even if it stretched out its 2 long legs to block its body, its head was still split open like tofu. On Yin Zijiao's side, the red sword in her hand was raised with flames. Although its sharpness was not as good as the bone sword, its lethality was no less. It also solved the problem with 1 blow. On the contrary, Lin Wanrou did not have such a magical weapon, but the gun in her hand should not be underestimated. She emptied the magazine at the spider's head. The spider she dealt with should have suffered the most miserable death. "I can't even recognize my original head. In one word, it's a mess. Is everything all right?" The two shook their heads. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that they wouldn't be able to adapt. After all, the ghost-faced spider looked even scarier than ordinary spiders, and it was also larger. An ordinary girl would probably be frightened to the point of being unable to move if she saw it. After dealing with the surrounding spiders, there was still a problem to be solved. The direction they were heading was covered with spider webs. Perhaps this was originally the spider's main territory. "Leave it to me." Yin Zijiao took a step forward. The flame in her hand was transferred to the sword, and then she chopped it out. A flash of fire flew towards the spider web, and with a bang, the dense spider web was directly broken and burned quickly. The 3 of them ignored the burning spider webs nearby. There was no such thing as burning a mountain and getting jailed for life here. "Let's go." Yin Zijiao put away her sword and said with her chin raised proudly. Tang Feiyu reached out and ruffled her hair and said, "We are all family. There is no need to show off." Hee. Yin Zijiao laughed and followed suit. On the other side of the woods, 3 people met unexpectedly and all showed happy expressions. They all entered alone and did not dare to move around casually, but were soon chased by the monster and ran around like headless flies. "Now that I finally see other people, I can survive." But before they could stop, they discovered that there was a monster following the other 2 people. What a bummer. The cursing was followed by 3 screams. Only about 40 minutes had passed since they were teleported in, but only 398 people were left out of the original 500. After all, most people can barely make ends meet at sea, and their attributes rarely improve. Having 2 values over 15 is considered an expert. Moreover, the monsters in the secret realm are much stronger than sharks, swordfish, etc. in the sea, and they all have various magical skills. These people were completely unaccustomed to the situation, and many of them were killed before they could even react. The one who should be the most relaxed among them is Zhang Qian. After having a private chat with Tang Feiyu, he obediently stopped where he was, wrapped his body with an ice ball, and let the monster shave ice outside. After accumulating 5 or 6, the ice layer exploded, and 5 or 6 ice sculptures appeared around him, and then the ice balls appeared again, and the cycle continued. In just such a short time, she had killed more than 40 monsters. At this time, Tang Feiyu and the other 2 were in trouble again. They were surrounded by more than a dozen wolf-like beasts with long and sharp fangs and covered with fish scales. Name: Sawtooth Wolf, Exquisite. Age: 12 years. Talent: Wisdom, Higher Intelligence. Physical Strength: 30. Strength: 35. Speed: 40. Energy: 30. Hunger level: 65%. Aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue: 90%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills: Serrated Bite, Scaled Defense, Ghostly Stealth, Wild Charge, Call of the Wolves. Characteristics: The meat is rather tough. Eating it has a chance of inheriting skills, a chance of causing an allergic reaction, and a chance of mutation and growing scales. The mutation is irreversible. Brothers who are reading, please take a minute or 2 to watch the advertisement, and you will receive a free copy of Generate Power with Love. 500 powered by Love. One more chapter. Each person can deliver 3 per day, which takes about 1 or 2 minutes. There is not much volume in the bookstore, and I can only rely on free gifts to keep it alive. Oh. Chapter 99: Killing Wolves. Tang Feiyu felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he saw the leader's attributes. The opponent's 4 attributes had surpassed those of the 3 of them. And unlike other scaled wolves that only have 3 skills, this leader actually has 5 skills. The key point is that there are at least 14 or 15 wolves in this group. This time we are in real trouble. He gestured with his hand behind them to signal them to step back. Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao didn't hesitate, and upon seeing the instruction, they cautiously began to slowly retreat. At the leader's command, the wolves slowly surrounded from both sides. Take out the water gun. Tang Feiyu stared at the wolf leader's eyes and said in a low voice. Hearing his words, Yin Zijiao stopped and quickly took out the laser water gun and handed it to Tang Feiyu. You guys go up the tree first. After saying that, he raised the laser water gun and aimed it at the leading scaly wolf. The reason why he used a water gun instead of a laser gun was because the laser gun's attack was a flash of light that was shot out in an instant, but the actual damage was only that time. The water gun is a continuous stream of water, although it only lasts for a few seconds. It is enough. Hearing his words, Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao turned their gazes and each selected a tree that was thick enough. Although they had never climbed a tree before, their physical fitness had improved, so even without any skills, they could still climb up with brute force. A small dagger appeared in Lin Wanrou's hand. When she heard Tang Feiyu shout, "Let's go," she swung the dagger and inserted it into the tree trunk. Then she jumped and stepped on the dagger. Under the effect of the high-level feather, her body rose to a height of 7 or 8 meters, and the second dagger was inserted into the tree trunk again. In a few seconds, he climbed up to a branch more than 10 meters high. Yin Zijiao was even more violent. She held the sword in both hands and jumped 3 or 4 meters. Then she inserted the sword into the tree trunk and pulled it hard. Her body rose up, carrying the sword with her. After several cycles, she also reached a high place. Of course, the scaly wolves would not just sit there and wait for their prey to escape, but the 2 men moved too fast. By the time they ran over, they could only look up at the 2 people in the tree. Tang Feiyu was not idle either. When the 2 men started to act, he put the water gun on his shoulder and pulled the trigger. The scaly wolf leader tried to dodge, but it was too late. The word laser on the water gun was no joke. While it wasn't the speed of light, it was still the speed of sound. His eyebrows were instantly pierced, and then Tang Feiyu twisted to the left while holding the water gun. With his current 19 points plus the 20 points of strength added by the bone sword, he still felt that he could not move the water column in the direction of the turn. But the effect was very good. The scales on the bodies of several scaly wolves swept by the water column were completely useless and were scratched by the water column at the height of their noses. After turning over 100 degrees, The water jet from the water gun stopped. He had no chance to fire a second shot. The scaly wolf on the other side pounced on him from behind. But even with just this one shot, the results were impressive. Not only was the leader of the pack killed, but the 6 scaly wolves that surrounded them from the left were also frozen in place. If you look closely, you will find that there is a line of blood starting from their nose and surrounding their entire body, but because the water column is too fast, it looks like nothing has happened. In the tree, Lin Wanrou had also emptied her magazine and was replacing it. 7 rounds of ammunition had also taken out 2 scaly wolves. This showed that their scales were still useful. Bullets with enchanted penetration effects are less likely to cause damage. The water column stopped. Tang Feiyu threw away the water gun, pulled out the bone sword, controlled it to become slender, and turned around. The fastest scaly wolf was torn apart in midair, but the others also pounced on it. Tang Feiyu rolled on the ground to avoid the attack. A laser gun appeared in his hand, and the skill attack was activated, knocking a scaly wolf away. Before the wolf could land on the ground, it ended its life with a Baiyu sound. Seeing this, Yin Zijiao jumped down from a high altitude, holding the sword in both hands. As she fell, a light purple flame rose from her body. Boom. With her as the center, within a radius of 10 meters, trees fell to the ground, and the few surviving scaly wolves lay on the ground howling. Tang Feiyu was also knocked away by the impact of her move, but fortunately, he used his bone sword to block it in front of him in advance, so he was not hurt by the fire. The tree where Lin Wanrou was standing was also within her attack range, but she did not panic when the tree fell, and her body slowly floated down. Tang Feiyu walked back with a dark complexion. He looked at Yin Zijiao, who was squatting in the pit, and said, "Get up. Why are you still squatting there? Are you planning to murder your husband?" "Hey, blame me," Yin Zijiao said embarrassedly. She had a feeling that if she attacked directly like this, the damage would be good, but she didn't expect the effect to be so good. This was equivalent to her using her talent to develop a skill, but she did not take into account the enhancement of the weapon in her hand, which led to the accidental injury. Fortunately, the landing point she aimed at was several meters away from Tang Feiyu. Otherwise, he would not have been simply blown away by the shockwave. And because the skill had just been developed and was used for the first time, the clothes on his body were now tattered, revealing patches of white. This was the main reason why she was squatting. There were indeed only 2 people around me, so I wasn't afraid of them seeing me. But who knew if there were other people around? Wouldn't it be a loss if someone else saw it? Tang Feiyu also noticed the other party's embarrassment, but before coming here, he had never thought that his clothes would be torn. He didn't bring any spare clothes at all. He could only take off his shirt speechlessly and put it on Yin Zijiao. Fortunately, there was a height difference of about 10 to 20 centimeters between the two, and Tang Feiyu's shirt fell on Yin Zijiao's body, directly covering half of her thighs. "Are you all right?" Lin Wanrou pulled Tang Feiyu over and examined him carefully. She had just seen Tang Feiyu being knocked away. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yin Zijiao with resentment, making her dare not look up. "I'm fine, let's keep going." Tang Feiyu raised his hand to indicate that he was fine and said, "Wait, I saw a flash of light from the leader wolf just now." Lin Wanrou suddenly stopped him and said, as she fell from the tree, she saw a flash over there. Tang Feiyu was stunned and walked over. The body of the wolf leader had been blown away, leaving behind a crystal-clear crystal the size of a fingernail. Radiation crystal core. After use, you can be immune to seawater radiation and improve a small amount of physical attributes. It's becoming more and more like a game, with monsters dropping stuff when you kill them. Yin Zijiao complained. Tang Feiyu didn't comment and put the crystal core away. Lin Wanrou suddenly reminded, "Doesn't your bone sword need to devour bones to upgrade? Don't waste these wolf corpses." After hearing her reminder, Tang Feiyu finally remembered this. He used to buy bones to feed bone swords, but he forgot that he could also feed the ones he killed himself. The current cumulative number of generate power with love is 207. Onaji degree thno. Add 1 chapter for every 500 words. Come on, guys. Onaji degree nabla degree. Watch an ad and you can get a free generate power with love. It only takes about 2 minutes a day. Please give me back my money, oh. Chapter 100 Shrimp Tail Giant Crab. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu dismembered the wolf leader's body and threw it into his personal space. The ordinary scaled wolf had average attributes, and its meat was not as good as that of the alpha wolf, so it was not harvested. Instead, the bone sword was directly inserted into the corpse, and after absorbing the bones, it was thrown aside. As punishment, Yin Zijiao acted as a porter, dragging over a dozen wolf corpses. While Tang Feiyu absorbed the wolf bones, she smiled and gave him a back massage. "Feiyu, Sister Wanrou, that move I used just now was pretty good. How about I name it Falling Phoenix Slash? Yin Zijiao said with some pride as she thought of the skill she had just developed on the spur of the moment. If you don't mention the accidental injuries to teammates, that move was indeed quite effective. The few scaly wolves around the impact point didn't even howl a few times before falling silent, so you can imagine the damage. At least it's stronger than Tang Feiyu's attack. Even though this was his woman, he still envied her talent. It could be a good skill if he developed it casually. Another half an hour passed, and all the wolf bones were absorbed by the bone sword. The sharpness did not change much, still 10 points under normal circumstances, but the strength increased a little to 21 points. The bones needed to upgrade a bone sword now are both of high quality and quantity. If it were just the beginning, these bones would have to increase their attributes by at least 4 or 5 points. During this period, some more people were killed by beasts, and the total number of people left was 362. Except for some lucky guys who are either very strong or have found a team. With the cooperation of multiple people, ordinary monsters are not enough to kill. Of course, the most important thing is that they basically encountered lone monsters. The most I've ever encountered is 3 or 2. Although dangerous, it's still far less dangerous than the serious warnings in the rules. If the warning in the rules is regarded as a danger value of 100 points, then the highest danger faced by everyone now is 20 points for Tang Feiyu and the other 2. The danger value of most people is only 3 or 5 points. But no one knows this yet. Except for Tang Feiyu and the other 2 who are looking for Zhang Qian, everyone else is actively searching for lone wild monsters. It is safer with more people, but it is also more difficult to kill a certain number of monsters. Let's go. This place should not be far from Qianqian's location, Tang Feiyu said as he pulled out the bone sword that was stuck in the last scaly wolf. When Yin Zijiao used the falling phoenix slash, Zhang Qian, who was a kilometer away, also heard the noise, but thinking that Brother Feiyu wanted her to wait there, she did not go over to watch. She had a vague affection for Tang Feiyu. It couldn't be called love, but she did have some fondness for him. The most important thing is related to previous life. After giving birth to her, her biological mother left without saying goodbye because she couldn't stand the poor life. Even when Zhang Ming became rich, he sent people to look for her, but there was no news for more than 10 years. Zhang Qian has been somewhat withdrawn since childhood because of this. After all, those who understand know what happens to most children from single parents in school. It wasn't until she went to high school and met Lin Wanrou, a teacher, that her situation improved, but she still had few friends. When Zhang Ming pursued Lin Wanrou, Zhang Qian played a big role in it. Tang Feiyu, however, bumped into her life when she was the most ignorant about love. In addition, although this boy didn't have much money at the time, he was handsome. At that time, Lin Wanrou had some idea of bringing the two together. Under various circumstances, a gentle brother appeared in Zhang Qian's heart. Thinking that she was about to meet Brother Feiyu, Zhang Qian stretched out her hand and condensed an ice mirror, looking left and right at herself, afraid that he would not like her current outfit. If someone appeared nearby at this time, they might be scared. In a cold and gloomy forest, a cute girl sits on an ice sculpture, holding a mirror and swinging her legs and stockings casually. It is a dreamy scene, but when the camera pulls away, a large number of corpses are scattered around. The atmosphere of fear was instantly filled. About 1,000 meters away, Tang Feiyu and his 2 companions encountered a group of monsters again. The reason why they are so popular with monsters, in addition to the reasons that have already been explained, is more because of Lin Wanrou. Her innate medicine turned her into a walking tonic. Monsters have a very sensitive sense of smell. Tang Feiyu likes to lie on her and sniff from time to time, not to mention the hungry monsters. As soon as I smelled this fragrance, I couldn't wait and came over with my mouth watering. Tang Feiyu was not aware of this, and when he saw that he was intercepted again, he almost burst into curses. I thought to myself, I just want to find someone. Is it so difficult? Lin Wanrou's expression was also not good. When she saw groups of monsters, she couldn't help but start to worry about Zhang Qian's situation. Leave it to me, you guys go up the tree. Yin Zijiao wanted to try her skills again. As she spoke, she had already floated several meters high. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu pulled Lin Wanrou and quickly floated up. While rising and falling, they appeared on a tree branch more than 10 meters away, and then slowly floated to the outside. The group of crustacean monsters were dumbfounded. They couldn't fly, but they were unwilling to give up, and they paddled their 8 long legs on the ground to chase Lin Wanrou in the sky. Falling phoenix slash. With a delicate cry, Yin Zijiao flew to a height of 10 meters, holding a long sword in her hand, and rushed down at an accelerated speed with flames all over her body. The crustaceans felt threatened instantly, but it was too late for them to leave. Boom. Click, click, click. Yin Zijiao's control was stronger than the first time, and her energy was more concentrated. The 3 millstone-sized crustaceans in the center of the landing point were smashed into pieces, and the legs and feet of several surrounding ones were broken, and a lot of sparks were splashed on their bodies. After a while, the whole body turned red. The aroma of crab appeared in the woods. Name: Giant Shrimp Claw Crab, Advanced. Age: 7 years. Talent: Sturdy. Shell defense increased by 80%. Physical strength: 30. Strength: 35. Speed: 13. Energy: 22. Hunger level: 33%. Aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue: 70%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills: Giant Claw Slash, Hardened Shell, Shrimp Tail Whip, Giant Claw Grab. Characteristics: the meat is delicious, and eating it can strengthen the body and enhance defense. There is a chance of mutation and growth of shell, which doubles the defense but reduces the speed. Tang Feiyu held Lin Wanrou in the air and checked the panel of the group of crustaceans. He sighed a little regretfully. He found that almost all the monsters in this secret realm would have some side effects if eaten. Hey, what a nice smell. It smells a lot like steamed crabs. A man's voice came from the woods nearby, and then a team of 5 people came over. They originally heard the sounds of fighting and came over to recruit people, but halfway there they smelled the aroma of steamed crabs. There are already 350 free power generation with love, and there are only 150 left before the extra chapter. Each person will watch 3.5 minutes of ads, and only 50 brothers need to help Winaji, degree Nabla degree. Working hard on the code, ready to update anytime. Winaji degree Thno. Chapter 1015 Man Team, additional update. Stop. Tang Feiyu brought Lin Wanrou down from the air and blocked the way for several people. He then asked Lin Wanrou to go to the back to find Yin Zijiao. The main reason was that after she used the Falling Phoenix Slash before, a lot of her clothes were burned and torn. When she used it this time, she gave the clothes that she was wearing, Tang Feiyu, to Lin Wanrou in advance. In this situation, Tang Feiyu would certainly not let anyone else get close. The small group of 5 people who came over didn't know this and thought that Tang Feiyu was only wary because he was a stranger to them. Don't be nervous, my friend. The leading man raised his hands to indicate that he had no hostility. In fact, they were even more nervous than Tang Feiyu. They had just watched this young man in front of them flying down from the sky holding a woman. As for flying, they have seen it in their own waters, but those that can fly find it difficult to fly by themselves, let alone bring others with them. What's more, Tang Feiyu was holding a strange-looking gun in his hand. Although he didn't recognize it, the leading man felt the hairs on his body stand up when the gun was pointed at him. This was a warning from biological instinct. If the other party opened fire, he would definitely die. Well, friends, we have no ill intentions. We just heard the sounds of fighting here, so we wanted to come over to get to know each other. Only by uniting together can we better survive in this secret realm. We have the same goal, and there is no competition between us. The leading man hurriedly stated the purpose of his team's visit. He was afraid that if he spoke too slowly, the other party would mistake him for someone with bad intentions and shoot him. How terrible would that be? Tang Feiyu turned his head and saw that Yin Zijiao had already put on her clothes before putting away the laser gun in his hand. He had no objection to the idea of these people wanting to unite, as this coincided with his original idea. If you want to get the best reward, everyone needs to unite to have a chance. After all, the area here is very large, and there is no telling how many monsters are hidden. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to kill them all. There's no problem with the alliance. Tang Feiyu nodded. Hearing this, the 5-member team breathed a sigh of relief. They also saw the situation behind Tang Feiyu. There were more than a dozen monster corpses lying on the ground, and all of this looked like the woman had done it herself. This is a big boss, unlike them, who had 5 people fighting against 3 monsters and almost suffered casualties. After a brief acquaintance, the 5 people were named Li Tianhao, Zhang Jinyu, Lu Jiqiang, Zhao Yonggang, and Li Shaoxian. Among them, Li Tianhao, Li Shaoxian, and Zhang Jinyu were originally together, while Lu Jiqiang and Zhao Yonggang were the 3 who met later and were brought into the team. Li Tianhao is an active-duty special forces soldier, highly skilled in the use of various weapons. Li Shaoxian is an active-duty criminal investigator, also skilled in criminal investigation. The two are also somewhat related. Zhang Jinyu met Li Shaoxian after they started surviving. However, judging by the way he looked at her from time to time, he seemed to like her. But this has nothing to do with Tang Feiyu and the others. After a brief acquaintance, several people followed Tang Feiyu to Lin Wanrou and the other person. Although they have stunning looks and figures, the strength displayed by the 3 of them makes the 5-member team dare not offend them. Brother Tang, you are so powerful. You can kill all these monsters by yourself, Zhao Yang said in an exaggerated tone after taking a quick look at Yin Zijiao. Yin Zijiao also noticed that the other party was peeking at her, so she walked directly to Tang Feiyu's side, took his arm, and said in a soft voice, "Brother Feiyu, who are they?" Her voice gave Tang Feiyu goosebumps, but he knew she was deliberately asserting her sovereignty, indicating that she already had a partner. So he suppressed his discomfort and introduced the two parties. Li Tianhao glanced at Zhao Yonggang, but since he didn't show any emotion, he didn't say much. He thought to himself, "Kid, you'd better be sensible. These people are not as easy to talk to as us brothers and sisters." But he said, "Brother Tang, can we eat this meat? Once these monsters die, the panel will no longer be visible, so it is impossible to determine whether the corpses of these monsters are poisonous or not." Before coming here, the three of them didn't have much food. They mainly used it to trade for warmth and upgrades to their rafts. After all, food was always a hard currency. Unexpectedly, a temporary dungeon suddenly appeared, disrupting the original plan of hunting sea monsters to replenish food. It's edible, but there's a chance of mutation. Tang Feiyu did not hide it. Hearing this, Li Tianhao understood that it should be the same monster he and his companions had seen before. However, the monster they had encountered before was a palm-sized bird, which was not enough to eat. The next one I encountered was quite large, but its meat was poisonous. As for the chance of mutation, he ignored it. After all, even in modern society, there's still a chance of food poisoning. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Moreover, after eating those birds, the speed attribute increased by 1 point, which is a significant improvement. So he said to Tang Feiyu, "Can you give us a few? After we kill other monsters, we can ask for less." Tang Feiyu was stunned and thought to himself, "Is there really someone who is not afraid of death?" He had no intention of eating these things that had a chance of mutation or poisoning. The shadow in his heart was really huge, the kind that even an ordinary primary school student couldn't figure out. If you want to eat it, feel free to do so. After making room, Tang Feiyu took out the bone sword and prepared to try the shells of these giant crabs to see if they could be considered materials that the bone sword could devour for upgrading. The test failed, and the exoskeleton wasn't recognized, so he couldn't do anything about it. He had initially thought he'd gained nothing from this trip. Who knew that Yin Zijiao took his hand and stuffed 2 balls into his hands. He calmly stored the radioactive crystal core, similar to the one that had exploded from the leader wolf, into his personal space. After some thought, he placed the corpse of the largest mutant crab leader together with the wolf leader. His personal space was immediately reduced by half. After getting his consent, Li Tianhao waved his hand, and the 5 people couldn't wait to open the red-hot crab shells. The fragrant smell of steamed crabs filled the woods. But he didn't have time to wait here for them to finish eating. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu said, "How about you guys eat here first? We'll go pick someone up and come back later." "No need. We can just take them with us to eat on the road." Li Tianhao directed several people to transfer 3 or 4 cooked crabs to their respective spaces. After all, compared to other strange-looking monsters, crabs look more edible and taste good, which is not surprising at all. Such big crabs are enough for them to eat for many days. Although I still need more than 60, powered by love, to reach 500. But since this is the first time to add more chapters, I will send them directly. However, starting from tomorrow, I need to accumulate enough to add more chapters. I hope brothers will understand. It's a subset of rules for additional chapters. For purchases over 500, 1 additional chapter of Powered by Love will be given for free. To get Generate Power with Love, you only need to watch a 30-second ad. Each person can get 3 per day. Onaji degree no. Chapter 102 Reunion. Since they said so, Tang Feiyu did not force them. After they filled the space, he turned around and took Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao to continue walking towards the depths of the forest. He also had several private chats with Zhang Qian, constantly adjusting his voice based on the direction the other party heard the sound. Although Zhang Qian also knew that Lin Wanrou was also in this secret realm, there was no search function in the chat area of the secret realm. Unless one of them spoke on the public screen first, they could click on the avatar to chat privately. But since we all knew we would meet soon, we didn't do anything unnecessary. This saved us from hearing a lot of dirty talk. Every 200 or 300 meters, Tang Feiyu would throw a bomb dart to help Zhang Qian locate him. Although Li Tianhao and the others were puzzled, they did not ask any questions since they saw that Lin Wanrou and the other 2 were used to it. "Do you feel that it's a little colder here than other places?" Lu Jiqiang, who was chewing crab legs behind, suddenly spoke up. When he mentioned this, several people noticed that the temperature was a little lower than before. It's not that their reactions are slow, but that their physical fitness has improved and their resistance to cold has also increased. If the temperature drops by 2 or 3 degrees, they won't even notice it if they don't pay attention. Lu Jiqiang was the first to discover it, which only meant that his physical attributes were the lowest, and he felt it immediately when he felt the slightest bit of cold. Boom. Tang Feiyu once again threw a bomb dart towards his head. Swish, swish. As soon as the dart exploded, there was a sound of something scratching through branches in front of us. Be alert. As soon as Li Tianhao finished speaking, Li Shaoxian and Zhang Jinyu immediately took a defensive posture, holding the money in one hand and supporting it with the other hand. Brother Feiyu, you are finally here. Along with a pleasant sound, a figure jumped down from the branches above. Seeing this, Li Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief and signaled the two men to put away their weapons. From the beginning to the end, Tang Feiyu and the other two acted as if they knew that it was a human coming and were not on guard at all. This puzzled Li Tianhao. If they were companions, why didn't they teleport together? If they were not companions, how did they know each other was here? Tang Feiyu didn't have time to answer their questions at this moment. He had never thought that after Zhang Qian appeared, the first thing she did was not to look for Lin Wanrou, but to throw herself into his arms. Not only was he a little confused, but Lin Wanrou was also a little confused. Her open arms now looked so awkward. That would be fine, but when I think about my current relationship with Feiyu, it becomes even more embarrassing. As mentioned before, Lin Wanrou had thought about bringing Tang Feiyu and Zhang Qian together before, so she had made some tentative attempts in front of Zhang Qian. Although she didn't say it so obviously, both mother and daughter understood what she meant. As a result, she tasted it first. Now, in addition to the excitement of seeing her daughter, Lin Wanrou was more at a loss. Tang Feiyu was held tightly by Zhang Qian, and he didn't know where to put his hands. If he reached out to hug her, what would Wanrou think? If I don't hug you, won't it seem too distant and unfamiliar? Is this Zhang Qian? She's very cute. Yin Zijiao noticed the awkwardness between the two and spoke up to break the atmosphere. After hearing her words, Zhang Qian let go of Tang Feiyu and hugged Lin Wanrou shyly. She wasn't shy about hugging Tang Feiyu in front of her mother. After all, she knew it was her fault. She was shy about the fact that there were several strangers here. Li Tianhao and his companions could see clearly that the person who suddenly appeared was actually another beautiful girl. Although she looked a little immature and was half a head shorter than the tall woman, her legs appeared particularly long. Even Li Shaoxian, a woman who has always been confident about her figure and appearance, is envious of this body proportion and wants to drool. Lin Wanrou and Tang Feiyu looked at each other and decided tacitly not to announce their relationship for the time being. Qian, you have been. Lin Wanrou touched Zhang Qian's face and got stuck in the middle of her words. She was originally going to say it's hard for you, but when she thought about the fact that this girl ate more abundantly than she did every meal, she really couldn't say the word bitter. I really don't know how she can find so many kinds of food in the same sea area. Mom, what are you going to say? Zhang Qian asked with some confusion. Hearing her call, Li Tianhao and others turned their gaze from Lin Wanrou's face to Tang Feiyu's face, feeling strange in their hearts. If I'm not mistaken, the relationship between these two is unusual, right? But this Tang Feiyu only looks to be in his early 20s, and he actually has a daughter this old? Or is it that this beautiful woman named Lin Wanrou, after starting to survive, took refuge with the big boss? But judging from the attitude of this little beauty before, she also knew Tang Feiyu. So why is the relationship so complicated? The 5-member team was completely bewildered by the relationship between the three. Gradually, the way they looked at Tang Feiyu changed to the way they looked at the old man next door. No, nothing. Lin Wanrou looked at Zhang Qian's confusion. The corners of her mouth twitched, but she still didn't say the word bitter. Oh, Mom, Brother Feiyu, look. Zhang Qian left Lin Wanrou's arms, then stretched out her little hand, and an ice ball appeared out of thin air, then turned into an ice cone in the palm of her hand, and then slowly turned into Lin Wanrou's avatar. Yin Zijiao was extremely envious of this control. They all had offensive talents, so why couldn't his flames even be transformed into the shape of a simple bird? Besides the fireball, there is the fire knife. This is my innate ability. I can control the moisture in the air to condense ice balls to attack. If it is in the sea, the power of the attack will be even stronger. She was like a child who got a toy, showing off to her mother and brother. Although they had known for a long time that her talent was ice, the two were still shocked by her amazing control. The 5-man team was also quite frightened, especially Li Tianhao. He had originally thought that as a special forces soldier, his inability to defeat 3 adults was just bad luck. He had never expected that he could not even defeat this little girl who looked like she had just reached adulthood. Lu Jiqiang was also confused. When Zhang Qian appeared, he thought that his ranking in the team was no longer the last. Now it seems that his ranking is quite stable. Qian, have you been attacked by monsters here? Tang Feiyu asked. Zhang Qian was very excited when she heard this. After all, how could she show her strength just by playing ice hockey? She pulled Lin Wanrou and waved to Tang Feiyu. Brother Feiyu, come here quickly. Following her, the group walked forward a few dozen meters, and looking around, a large ice sculpture appeared before their eyes. Not only the five-man team was dumbfounded, even Tang Feiyu was stunned. The three of them killed more than 30 monsters along the way, thinking it should be a lot, but Zhang Qian killed at least 100 monsters by herself. They were densely packed everywhere. Rules for adding chapters. Free gift of Powered by Love for every 500 points, plus one chapter, .. Generate power with love. You only need to watch a 30-second advertisement to send one, and each person can send 3 per day. Brothers who like this book can take a minute or two to click and read one more chapter. Chapter 103 Cat-Tailed Pig. There were densely packed frozen monster corpses in front of me. The reason why I was sure that these monsters were dead was naturally because I could no longer see the panel. Mom, Brother Feiyu, I can protect you from now on, Zhang Qian said happily. Hearing this, Lin Wanrou rubbed her hair with some relief. Yin Zijiao did not look at the scene of loving mother and filial daughter, but strolled among the monster ice sculptures, specifically looking for those that looked larger than their peers, with the red sword in their hands turning into streams of light and flashing across. 7 or 8 ice sculptures were soon broken. What is this sister doing? Zhang Qian asked with some confusion. Lin Wanrou leaned over and whispered an explanation in her ear. There's more. Zhang Qian was a little surprised, but then she thought of the outsiders here, so she lowered her voice and said, Will there be anything else that will be revealed? I don't know. Li Tianhao and the other two glanced at each other, guessing something, but they didn't say it out loud. After all, this was someone else's spoils of war, and they weren't necessarily a match for it, so why bother getting upset? Tang Feiyu took the performance of the 3 people into consideration and was quite satisfied with them. Although everyone needs to unite in order to get better rewards, he has also killed people if someone has ulterior motives. Now it seems that the other party is worthy of being the people's soldier and the Hat Sister, and the quality is really good. Even this Zhang Jinyu is also close to the red. Lu Jiqiang and Zhao Yonggang were confused and wanted to ask, but when they saw that the other 3 people in the team didn't say anything, they kept their mouths shut. If you don't understand some simple social etiquette, you would have been fed to the fish long ago. Because he didn't know whether the meat of the monsters killed by Zhang Qian was edible, Tang Feiyu was too lazy to collect the leaders' bodies and fed them all to the bone sword. By the time he finished, nearly an hour had passed. The bone sword's sharpness and strength attributes had increased slightly. Although the corpses had no bones inside, their muscles and other parts were still frozen and no changes could be seen. Tang Feiyu did not explain to the few people who did not know the truth about his intention of stabbing the corpse with a knife. After finishing their work, they prepared to go to other places to find monsters to kill. Zhang Qian had killed all the monsters in this area. If you stay here, it's safe, but forget about killing monsters. Tang Feiyu and Li Tianhao took the lead. Li Shaoxian and Yin Zijiao watched on both sides, and Zhang Jinyu and the other 2 were responsible for covering the rear. Tang Feiyu arranged the wet nurse Lin Wanrou to be in the middle of the crowd, but Zhang Qian did not make any other arrangements and just let her do what she wanted. The 5-member group had no objection to this. Shortly after leaving the area, there were some rustling noises around. Perhaps because they noticed there were too many people here, the monsters didn't choose to come out and eat, but instead followed them in the surrounding bushes. Prepare to wait for them to be careless and then launch a surprise attack. Yin Zijiao was annoyed by being followed and was about to rush over to resolve the issue, but was stopped by Tang Feiyu. There are only a few of them. Let's wait until we gather more monsters. Yin Zijiao listened to his words and suppressed her irritation. In the hearts of the 5 people, they once again looked up to Tang Feiyu and the others. They wished there were fewer monsters so they could deal with them more safely. But this guy treated the monsters as a dish of food, not at all afraid of them, and even complained that there were too few of them. After walking for a while, a small open space appeared in front of us. 20 or 30 meters ahead of the open space, there was a small river several meters wide. There were about 30 monsters hiding around the group. Tang Feiyu nodded to Yin Zijiao, and she swung the sword in her hand, and a flash of fire flew into the grass. With a loud bang, a slender pig-faced monster the size of a golden retriever was blown out, and several others were running around with their bodies burning and wailing. Name: Cat-tailed dolphin, advanced. Age: 5 years. Talent: thick skin, immune to damage from weapons with a sharpness below 10 points. Physical strength: 30. Strength: 35. Speed: 28. Energy: 29. Hunger level: 33%. aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue, 65%, aggression decreases if below 50%. Skills, Cat-Tail Whirlwind, Pig Head Charge, Dog Claw Combo, Hybrid Transformation, Wild Recovery. Characteristics, the meat is fishy and smelly. Eating it can strengthen the body and mind. There is a chance of diarrhea. The chance of mutation is to grow fluffy hair or a cattail, increasing defense or speed. Seeing the panel, Tang Feiyu was stunned for a moment and said that they were hit by Jiaozi's attack, but they were still alive and kicking. It turned out that it was due to their talent. Aside from burns, the fire blades didn't cause any physical damage to them. Otherwise, if they were hit head-on, they would have been wounded. Moreover, the opponent was actually immune to attacks from weapons with a sharpness below 10. If I hadn't just fed the bone sword where Qianqian was staying, it would have been difficult for me to break through the defense. As for Yin Zijiao's Helm Messenger Katana, its sharpness was only 9 points, so she could only rely on burning it with flames. After the monster appeared, Lin Wanrou also fired and emptied the magazine. However, the bullet with the penetrating effect only caused a small wound on the monster, and the bullet could not penetrate at all. This small wound would probably stop bleeding in a minute or two. The weapons of Li Tianhao and his companions were also unable to cause any damage, and they achieved nothing except angering these monsters. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu began to doubt his previous idea of integrating everyone to get the highest reward. If there are many monsters with high defense, can ordinary people really kill them all? However, now is not the time to consider the future. He controlled the bone sword to transform into a style similar to Western fencing, increasing the sharpness to the current limit of 18 points, and the strength attribute was reduced from 22 points to 15 points. The leading cat-tailed dolphin, covered in flames, charged towards the crowd, seemingly knowing who had injured them. Yin Zijiao wanted to rush forward with a knife, but in a flash, Tang Feiyu had already stopped her and stabbed the bone sword in the middle of the pig's nose. The leader monster showed a look of disdain in its eyes. Even though its nose had the weakest defense, it did not think that the thin stick in the hand of the creature in front of it could break its defense. But to be on the safe side, it lowered its head slightly and prepared to break the thin stick with its hardest forehead. However, before it hit Tang Feiyu, he felt his brain go numb, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Although he rushed forward a few meters due to inertia, he soon fell to the ground with a thud. After dealing with the leader of the thin pigs, Tang Feiyu did not rush towards the thin pigs that were running around, but turned around to support the other people. There were only 5 of them, but the other monsters took advantage of the panic caused by the tiny dolphins and launched a sneak attack. If it weren't for Zhang Qian and Lin Wanrou holding them back, half of the 5-man team would have been wiped out. The current number of generate power with love is 135. There are 365 free powered by love Onaji, degree, no left before the next chapter. Chapter 104 Rest. Name, Scorpion Tail Spider, Advanced. Age, 1 year and 3 months. Talent, extremely toxic, far more toxic than ordinary biological poisons. Physical strength, 18. Strength, 15. Speed, 33. Energy, 35. Hunger level, 44%. Aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue, 53%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills, Agile Dodge, Scorpion Tail Stinger, Spider Whip. Characteristics, meat quality is average. Eating it can increase agility. High chance of poisoning, small chance of mutation, irreversible, can spit spider silk. This spider has a long, thin, stinging scorpion tail. It's much smaller than the previous ghost face spider, about the size of an adult orange cat. But according to the description on the monster panel, it shouldn't be underestimated. They took advantage of the 5-member group's panic in dealing with the thin porpoise and lurked over to prepare for a sneak attack. The spider silk they threw was about to entangle Lu Jiqiang, who had not noticed it yet. Tang Feiyu threw a bomb dart over. With a loud bang, Lu Jiqiang was shocked by the explosion and wanted to vomit blood. He staggered forward several steps before stopping. He was about to curse angrily when Zhao Yonggang stopped him. Lao Lu, Brother Tang just saved you. Take a look at the panels of these monsters for yourself. Although Zhao Yonggang's presence is not very high and he often peeks at women, giving people a bad impression, he can distinguish right from wrong and will not do anything that is too disgusting. Now he even stopped the furious Lu Jiqiang, wanting to brush up on Tang Feiyu's favor. Of course, if there was no opportunity, he wouldn't force it, otherwise it would easily backfire. Hearing his words, Lu Jiqiang also reacted. Even if Tang Feiyu did it on purpose, what could he do? Of the 9 people present, the 4 with the highest martial arts values were on Tang Feiyu's side. Of the 5 people on his side, 3 would not stand up for him. The remaining one, Zhao Yonggang, is even worse at it. He is a fence-sitter. That's why he patiently looked at the panel of the strange spider that was sneaking up from behind, and then his face turned pale. With such a strong poison, if it weren't for Tang Feiyu's darts, he might really be dead. Just as he was about to apologize, Tang Feiyu didn't look at him, but took out a few more darts and threw them out. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, with the combined efforts of Li Tianhao and the others, a group of about 20 scorpion-tailed spiders were completely wiped out. Several small dolphins on the other side were also dealt with. It's getting dark soon. Let's rest in this open space tonight, Tang Feiyu suggested to Li Tianhao and others. This large open space not only makes it easier to spot monsters that want to launch a sneak attack, but it is also close to the river, making it more convenient to use water. He still had a few water purification tablets in his bag that he had gotten a long time ago. These were the last of his stock. In response to his proposal, Li Tianhao and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded in agreement. The 5 of them then picked up some wood from the surrounding area to make a fire. After all, no one would bring supplies like wood into the secret realm. Lin Wanrou took Zhang Qian to the river to fetch water. Zhang Qian could freeze moisture directly from the air, but it would consume fatigue, and the gain would not outweigh the loss. So Tang Feiyu rejected her proposal. After starting a fire and fetching water, the group gathered around the campfire. Li Tianhao thought for a moment and took out the crab meat he had packed from his personal space. After all, this is really delicious. But Tang Feiyu shook his head after seeing it. He asked Yin Zijiao to take out some of the food she brought from her space. Then the 5-person group ate crab meat, while Tang Feiyu and the other 4 ate the food they brought. During this time, Zhang Qian's eyes kept looking at the dolphin corpse that was thrown far away. She still remembered the description on the panel she had seen before. If you eat it, there is a chance that a cattail will grow. When I was in school, I heard that some boys like their girlfriends to have furry ears and tails. I wonder if Brother Feiyu likes this. Should I put away some of the pork meat for the future? Lin Wanrou was a little surprised to find that her daughter wasn't eating seriously. That wasn't like her character. Furthermore, the food they brought had special effects, effectively relieving fatigue and hunger, and it tasted great too. So she asked quietly, Qian, what are you looking at? Zhang Qian, who was immersed in the fantasy of growing a tail and playing games with Brother Feiyu, came back to her senses when she heard this. A blush appeared on her fair face. She shook her head and took a big bite of the food in her hand. You can't tell that kind of thing, even to your mother. Seeing this, Lin Wanrou didn't ask any more questions. It was normal for children to have their own little thoughts and secrets when they grow up. After eating and drinking, the 9 people began to arrange the order of the night watch. How about the 5 of us take turns to keep watch, and you guys can rest? You guys played a big role in the battle, Zhang Jinyu said after getting the consent of his 2 companions. After hearing his words, Lu Jiqiang and Zhao Yonggang wanted to say something, but no sound came out after opening their mouths. After all, the 2 of them were paddling around almost the entire time, so how could they have the nerve to offer any suggestions? No need, let's take turns together. Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou looked at each other and said. Seeing that he insisted, Zhang Jinyu said no more. The final distribution plan was that Zhang Jinyu and Li Shaoxian would be the first group. Li Tianhao would lead Lu Jiqiang and Zhao Yonggang in the second time period. Lin Wanrou and Zhang Qian would be the third group, and Tang Feiyu and Yin Zijiao would be the final group. After being divided into groups, it was very convenient for the person in charge of guarding to add firewood to the fire while chatting in private chat. Those who didn't need to keep watch found a comfortable place to lie down and prepare to rest. Among them, Yin Zijiao naturally snuggled into Tang Feiyu's arms. Zhang Qian was stunned by what she saw, and her eyes revealed aggrievedness, as if something of hers had been stolen. Lin Wanrou was busy laying the leaves and didn't notice this. When she was ready, Zhang Qian had adjusted her mood. She hugged Lin Wanrou and lay down, and started whispering in private chat. Mom, is Sister Zijiao Brother Feiyu's girlfriend? Zhang Qian began to inquire about the enemy's intelligence. Lin Wanrou's heart tightened when she saw the message, but she still replied. Zijiao and Feiyu already knew each other. They have been classmates since high school. They met at sea some time ago. She briefly recounted the circumstances of their encounter. Zhang Qian felt even more regretful after hearing this, thinking that it would be great if she could find Brother Feiyu at sea sooner. By the way, Qian, we are on our way to find you now. After we leave the secret realm, we will probably reach the sea area where you are in less than a week. When Zhang Qian saw Lin Wanrou's message, she was stunned and quickly asked how they knew where she was. Lin Wanrou simply recounted the events that had occurred one by one, and Zhang Qian's mood fluctuated as if she were reading an adventure novel. The total number of generate power with love and other gifts converted is currently 213. There are still 287 free ones left before the next update, powered by love. There shouldn't be so few brothers who follow the update. Oh. Take a look at the ad and click on the free Generate Power with Love to get more updates. A new chapter will be added when the total number of chapters reaches 500. Chapter 105 Night Attack. It was naturally not so easy for Tang Feiyu and Yin Zijiao to fall asleep. After all, they were lying on the hard ground, although it was covered with some leaves. The two were also chatting in private chat. Feiyu, does Qianqian like you? I feel like there's something wrong with her eyes. Tang Feiyu had known Lin Wanrou's plan for a long time. After the two of them confirmed their identities, Lin Wanrou told him about it. So after finding Zhang Qian, he tried his best to maintain his relationship with her, instead of doing it like before in the city. There are outsiders around, so he can't do anything else, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of money for them? Mom, if I become Brother Feiyu's woman, would you support me? Zhang Qian thought to herself, thinking that things were different now. Besides, it wasn't uncommon for a man to have multiple women in the past. Lin Wanrou was shocked. Zhang Qian's words were completely beyond her expectations. If it was when she first arrived at the sea, she might have agreed, but the problem was that now she had a relationship with Tang Feiyu, which was very. Seeing the message from Lin Wanrou, Zhang Qian thought she disagreed. After all, this kind of identity was called a mistress in the past. No parent would want their child to be like this. But now there are no laws, and morality has collapsed. When she was floating on the sea, she encountered many people who wanted to beat her up and made her pay attention to the situation. There were one or two, or even more women on each of those men's rafts. After all, young people have quick minds. Since others can do it, why can't Brother Feiyu do it? So she advised, Mom, you don't want me to find a strange man and be abused every day, right? Seeing the new private message she sent, Lin Wanrou was stunned. Why did this sentence structure feel a little familiar? It looked like a movie clip she had bought from Shuangmawai and transferred from her phone. But the characters in the movie are a little different. The original words are, Madam, you don't want your children to be in school. But Lin Wanrou wanted to persuade her, but then she realized that what Zhang Qian said was very likely to happen. After all, without the constraints of morality and law, many people really let themselves go. She was now torn and worried. A scene emerged in her mind. Zhang Qian had been entrusted with the wrong person and suffered torture. If that was the case, it would be better to let her follow Feiyu. After all, she had personal experience with Tang Feiyu's character and personality. But since she was involved in this, she felt embarrassed to agree immediately, so she had to delay and said, Let's talk about this after we meet outside. Okay. Zhang Qian saw that Lin Wanrou had a conflicted expression and thought that after all, she had said this too suddenly, so it was normal that she couldn't accept it for a while. It would be better to give her some time to adapt. After settling down, Zhang Qian nodded her head, sniffing the strange fragrance of Lin Wanrou's body, and slowly fell asleep. Then she completed the scene that was interrupted in her previous fantasy. Lin Wanrou was a little insomniac, but she had no one to talk to. She looked at the man lying not far away with some resentment. She blamed herself more in her heart. Why had she agreed to his confession in the first place? Now that she was asked to give up and leave, she felt reluctant and annoyed. Maybe he was her enemy in a past life, and was here to torture her in this life. Soon it was the second group's turn to keep watch. The moon in the sky seemed to be obscured by dark clouds. Apart from the glow of the fire, there was no other light in the forest. The surroundings were very quiet, with no chirping of insects or birds. The occasional cool breeze made the leaves rustle slightly, until a shrill scream was heard, waking up the sleeping person. Tang Feiyu jumped up from the ground with a somersault, looked around first, and did not find any monsters. The three people who were on guard were also safe and sound, and were standing around the police station. Who made that noise? He asked doubtfully. It could be someone else. Lin Wanrou, who had also woken up, said faintly. She hadn't fallen asleep the entire time, feeling restless, and could only pass the time by peeking at the chat screen. Although not many people were talking, there were still some who were awake. The last message I saw was from someone named Li Zongheng, who said he was alone, very sleepy, but didn't dare to sleep, and hadn't eaten enough during the day. But soon, his profile picture turned black. What's wrong? Zhang Qian rubbed her eyes and woke up. Just as she was about to get up, she realized something was wrong and her cheeks turned red. Fortunately, the light was not good and everyone's attention was not on her. He quickly activated his ability and shook off some ice chips from his trouser legs. Oh no, many people in the chat area are saying that the monsters at night have gone violent. Li Tianhao suddenly exclaimed. Just when everyone was about to open the chat area to take a look, they found that the surrounding area was already densely packed with monsters. It was only because they had more people and there were firelights that the monsters didn't rush in. But the hunger in their eyes was undisguised, and fishy saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. Seeing this, Yin Zijiao stretched out her hand towards the fire, and the originally normal flames suddenly became even larger with a bang. Frightened by the fire, the monsters took a few steps back, but when they found there was no danger, they walked forward tentatively. There were at least 7 or 8 kinds of monsters in this circle, but they were in such harmony with each other that all eyes were fixed on the 9 people in the field. "You nasty guys!" Zhang Qian yelled viciously, blaming them for interrupting her wonderful dream. She was about to move on to the next step, but was interrupted. Anyone would be angry. But she wasn't just madly angry. Following her cry, everyone felt the temperature in the field drop rapidly, and even the bonfire seemed to weaken considerably due to the low temperature. Above Zhang Qian's head, a large number of ice cones appeared and shot towards the group of monsters like bullets. Kill them. They had already started fighting, and Tang Feiyu would not just stand by and watch. Besides, these monsters didn't look like they would give up. Lin Wanrou raised her hand and fired 7 shots, emptying the magazine. Every shot hit the monster's eyes, but now the Desert Eagle's lethality seemed a little lacking. After being injured, the monster became more ferocious and rushed forward with a roar. Before Tang Feiyu came to support her, Zhang Qian yelled, "You are not allowed to hurt Mom." Puff, puff, puff. On the ground, several ice cones as thick as arms rose out of thin air and pierced through the flying monster. Li Tianhao also used his skills for the first time. Lightning flashed on his hands, and the machete in his hand was also stained with lightning. He rushed out instantly and started killing one by one. However, the lightning quickly weakened until it disappeared. Chapter 106 Monster Terminator, Additional Update. Li Xiaoxian was like an assassin, relying on her speed and body flexibility to move among the monsters. Zhang Jinyu kept an eye on her at all times. Yin Zijiao also rushed into the monster pile with a sword in hand. With the blessing of the innate flame, ordinary monsters could not resist the harvest of the Hell Messenger. Only Tang Feiyu stood still. He had to pay attention to the whole field at all times and be ready to support the weak points at any time. The situation seemed to be stabilizing, but after more than 10 minutes, the few people had killed hundreds of monsters, and there were a large number of corpses piled on the ground, but there were still endless monsters rushing out from the darkness. Zhang Qian, the first to explode, was also the first to collapse. She relied entirely on a few moves she had developed, using her strength to overwhelm her opponent. Her natural talents were fully utilized, but they also consumed a lot of energy. If you have mature skills, not only will the consumption be small, but the damage will also be high. Wanrou, let Qianqian recover first and give her that skill as well. Before entering the secret realm, he had been thinking about the chance of meeting Zhang Qian. So Tang Feiyu asked Lin Wanrou to bring the skill card, Frost Grip, that he had opened earlier. But after encountering monsters and then people, I was so busy that I forgot about it. Hearing his words, Lin Wanrou took out a skill card and food to restore fatigue and stuffed them into Zhang Qian's pockets. Then he ordered the others to slowly retreat and gather. He then took out his explosive darts and threw them at the pursuing monsters. The loud explosions startled the monsters, causing them to pause in pursuit, and several people took the opportunity to escape from the battle. This is what Tang Feiyu was waiting for. Seeing everyone coming behind him, he pulled the trigger on the laser water gun in his hand. The water column swept across the group of monsters, and wailing sounds were heard everywhere in an instant, accompanied by the sound of several trees collapsing. Li Tianhao and the other 4 were stunned by what they saw. They were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Li Tianhao, in particular, was a little scared when he thought about how he had been pointed at by a weapon similar to this one, but smaller. Fortunately, they didn't show any hostility at the time. Otherwise, who could have resisted this weapon? I'm afraid that in an instant, the 5-member team would have been written off. He could see that this was a high-pressure water gun that could easily cut through gold and stone, let alone a mere flesh and blood. But the problem is, this gun is even more abnormal than the ordinary high-pressure water gun, and the attack distance and range are too far, right? A large fan of fallen trees stretched before me, stretching for at least 100 meters. It was too far away, too dark to see clearly, but it was still terrifying. In less than a minute, the water gun's 5 attacks were complete. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and the remains of monsters were scattered everywhere. The monsters in the darkness seemed to be frightened as well, and no new ones appeared. However, he did not dare to be careless. He took out an energy block from the space and began to charge the water gun to be prepared for any eventuality. The chat area was flooded with requests for help and blacked out avatars. Everyone was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this monster. The number of people instantly dropped to 300 and was still decreasing every moment. If Tang Feiyu's team is the first to kill 500 monsters, each member will be awarded the Monster Slayer title, and Captain Tang Feiyu will be awarded the Monster Terminator title. A hunting leaderboard will be launched. After the secret realm ends, the top-ranked team in each secret realm will be ranked on the overall leaderboard. The top 3 teams will receive additional rewards of their choice, and the top 10 teams will receive a 10% bonus. Suddenly, everyone who was still alive saw the hint. Some people were so frightened that their hands' movements became distorted and they almost fell into the bloody mouth. Is that 500? Li Tianhao and the others were almost unable to speak clearly. Tang Feiyu was also a little surprised. When he was looking for Zhang Qian before, he killed about 50 or 60 monsters. In other words, he used a water gun and 5 water jets to kill more than 400 monsters. It must be high technology. What is somewhat surprising but reasonable is that Zhang Qian was not counted in his team, but formed a pair of her own. In the open list, the avatars of Tang Feiyu and the other 2 were at the top of the list, followed by the number 557. The second one is a person named Cheng Jiadong, who killed 299 monsters. It jumped to 300 in the blink of an eye. The third place is Zhang Qian, with 218 kills. The fourth place is a 3-person team, but the number drops directly to double digits, with only 89. If Zhang Qian hadn't spent a lot of time waiting in the same place, she might have killed more people than the second place, but she didn't care about it. Compared to this ranking, being well-behaved and obedient is more important. Tang Feiyu looked at the title on his panel. Monster Terminator. Strength +5. Physical strength +3. After killing a monster, the drop chance increases by 3%. Afterwards, he asked Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao about the monster killer effect. Strength +1. Physical strength +1. Increased drop chance by 1%. Although it is better than nothing, you should not miss the free attributes. In the chat area, many people have already started calling Tang Feiyu for support. Furthermore, the number of remaining monsters also appeared on the secret realm panel, and there were still 2745. After discussing with a few people, he decided to gather everyone together. Perhaps he could clear out all the monsters in one fell swoop. This way he could not only get the best rewards, but also have the opportunity to take the top spot in the overall ranking. So he replied in the chat area, because there are too many people who need support, it wouldn't be fair to support either side, so everyone move closer to my position. Then you can pay attention to the explosion in the sky, which is where I am. When the message was released, although many people were angry that no one came to support them, they also did not ignore themselves while saving others. This method where everyone goes there is relatively fairer. Soon, a ball of fire appeared in the dark sky. Those who were closer heard the explosion, and those who were farther away also heard the explosion after waiting for a while. As for those who saw the light but did not hear the sound, they probably could not make it here, and Tang Feiyu was powerless to do anything about it. Even if we wanted to go over and rescue them, it would be too late. Taking advantage of the fact that there were few monsters around, he quickly asked a few people to help collect the monster corpses to upgrade the bone sword. Yin Zijiao also found radioactive crystal cores in the bodies of several monsters that were larger than their peers. At this point, Tang Feiyu had a total of 25 crystal cores in his hands, piled up in his personal space. There would have been a few more, but he gave one to each of Li Tianhao and the other 4. Although it would be more cost-effective to pay after leaving and completing the amplification, I have already taken the lion's share and the other party has also made efforts before. If I don't give anything, problems will easily arise. He didn't want to be backstabbed during the fight. Teaming up was a big hassle. But without a team, there wasn't much you could do to kill monsters on your own. No matter how strong you are, you still need time to recover. If there is no one to support you, you will be eaten alive by monsters while you are recovering. Do you think it's necessary to hold the More Updates event? In 2 days, 500 free power generation with love were not available. The amount was increased by other expensive gifts sent by several brothers. Others only add 1 chapter after 1,000 generators, and the number of followers is not that bad. If one person delivers 3 generators, less than 200 people are needed. However, in 2 days, some brothers delivered for 2 consecutive days, and the total number of deliveries was only over 300. Chapter 107. Su Kuan Ape. Having been woken up, Tang Feiyu and others could not fall asleep at all. Moreover, a large number of people with a large number of monsters would be coming soon. They began preparing simple fortifications. Under the sharp boned sword and the blade of the helm messenger, the fallen tall trees became ready-made materials. After working for more than half an hour, The open space of 100 square meters was surrounded by a circle of 4 or 5 meter high tree stumps lined up side by side. There is a small door in each of the 4 directions that can be passed sideways, because they cannot be sure that other people will come from that direction, and they will be in trouble if they are blocked outside the wooden wall. The 4 men in the 5-man group each climbed up to one side to serve as sentries. Yi Xingxin, the other 3, and Li Shaoxian sat in the open space to replenish their supplies. There are 46 explosive darts left, and the water gun is fully charged. The source of radiation has not been used. There are 36 bottles in total, and the laser gun is fully charged. Tang Feiyu took out all the usable equipment in his space. After thinking for a moment, he handed the laser gun to Lin Wanrou and took the Desert Eagle from her. This arrangement was naturally to keep Lin Wanrou in the safest place. The laser gun only has 3 shots of energy before it needs to be recharged, which is completely unnecessary for killing monsters. I don't know if there is a boss in this secret realm, but it's always better to be prepared. Some of the explosive darts were given to Li Shaoxian, who was asked to shoot one into the sky every 5 minutes to guide others. There is no need for special arrangements for Yin Zijiao and Zhang Qian. They can just play freely when the time comes. Feiyu, come here. Lin Wanrou suddenly called Tang Feiyu. What's wrong? He followed Lin Wanrou curiously to a deserted place. Lin Wanrou pulled him up and suddenly kissed him. Just when Tang Feiyu was confused, he felt a small piece of flesh entering his mouth. You must pay attention to your own safety later and take care of Qianqian, Lin Wanrou said weakly after letting go of Tang Feiyu. Tang Feiyu reached out and brushed the hair away from the corner of her mouth, then smiled and said, Don't worry. I don't want to die so early with such a beautiful wife caring about me. But your HP shouldn't be enough to activate your skills now, right? You look like you've lost all color. Not long ago, Lin Wanrou used her only skill, resurrection from death, giving Tang Feiyu a chance to resurrect. I just used it again, and this time, in addition to depleting my blood reserves, I also lost about 70% of my own blood. If my physical fitness hadn't increased to more than twice that of an average person, I would have fainted from the excessive blood loss. Not daring to delay, Tang Feiyu took out the blood-replenishing mutant strawberry from his bag and put it into Lin Wanrou's red lips. After feeding him 2 pills in a row, he replenished 4,000 cubic centimeters of blood. Although his face regained some color, he still looked exhausted. At this time, Lin Wanrou's overall attributes have decreased, her hunger and fatigue have dropped to the dangerous level, and her mental strength is almost exhausted. The 2 returned to the crowd. Zhang Qian looked at them in confusion, but her attention was soon attracted by the weak Lin Wanrou. Mom, what's wrong with you? She asked worriedly. Lin Wanrou shook her head, pulled her to sit down and said, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. Of course, just sitting there won't help him recover, so Tang Feiyu took out some food from his bag. It was just a few hours since they had eaten, and Lin Wanrou mainly ate some food to restore her spirits and relieve fatigue. In other words, there are no cosmetics for surviving on the sea. Otherwise, Zhang Qian would definitely know about Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou's relationship immediately. Attention, someone is coming from the east. Lu Jiqiang on the wooden wall suddenly shouted a reminder. In his vision, he saw 3 men and 1 woman running towards this side desperately, followed by several hideous monsters. Because the distance is still far, the panel cannot be seen. However, the shape of this monster is quite different. It looked like a bird's body, with 2 claws scratching the ground rapidly. The strange thing was the head, which was that of a primate, and even the hair was parted in the middle. Hearing his reminder, Tang Feiyu ran over and jumped hard. With the flying ability of feathers, he jumped more than 5 meters high and landed steadily on the wooden wall. Lu Jiqiang was stunned. At first glance, Tang Feiyu was also shocked by the appearance of the monster. Is this a monkey cheating or a rooster cheating? But when I think about the monsters in this secret realm, most of them are a combination of characteristics of 2, 3, or even more animals. I just adapt to it. What the hell? It's still very scary every time I see it, right? Name, Shukuan Ape, fine product. Age, 2.5 years. Talent, Kunbu, special step, short burst of extremely high movement speed, and increases dodge ability by 70%. Stamina, 25. Strength, 25. Speed, 25, 55. Energy, 25. Hunger level, 25%. Aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue, 75%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills, Lightning 5 Claw, Kuan Claw 6 Styles, Virtual Kuan Dawn, Virtual Kuan Cannon, Kuan Flash. Characteristics, juicy and delicious. It can be eaten with fried noodles to increase speed. However, chicken essence cannot be added, Otherwise, a weakness debuff will be applied that lasts for 10 months. After looking at the monster panel, Tang Feiyu was shocked. Judging from its attributes, this monster is just an ordinary monster, but it actually has 5 skills. You know, only Lord-level monsters have so many skills. The attributes of the leader-level ones are all above 30. The 4 people being chased by them felt despair when they saw a high wall appear before them. Now I dare not slow down, or I will be caught by the drum. If I delay for a moment, I will be killed by its claws. As a result, a tall obstacle appeared, and it looks like it was built by humans. In an instant, they all thought that someone was deliberately trying to trick them. Attract people and monsters together, then use obstacles to stop the people, kill them, and then have the monsters all to yourself. No wonder their team managed to reach the top of the rankings. No, we must expose them even if we die, one of the men roared angrily. The other 3 people also looked unhappy. But before they could send a message to the chat area, they heard a voice above their heads shouting, "Run a little to the left, there's an entrance there." At the same time, several gunshots were heard. There was an explosion behind me, and even without turning around, I could feel the surging heat wave coming from behind. "Ga Ji Ganga!" A shrill scream rang out. The bullets with explosive incendiary effects hit several monsters not too far behind the 4 people. These were specially chosen by Tang Feiyu. If they were too close to the front, those people would be in trouble. If they were too far away, the monsters might be accelerated and pounce on them directly. Currently, power generation has accumulated 148. Chapter 108 Dishonest Thoughts. It was because these monsters couldn't speak, otherwise they would definitely yell at Tang Feiyu. "Can't you afford to play? Whose good guys attack with area damage? You make our talents look useless, okay?" But it was obvious that even if they cursed, Tang Feiyu couldn't understand them. The bullets blessed by the explosive bomb exploded when they hit the monsters, making their innate Kuan Steps dodge effect completely ineffective. After all, it's just a dodge, not a blur. The magazine was emptied, and only 2 Su Kuan apes were still alive. No, there was one that was half dead. Realizing that these people were difficult to deal with, they turned around and prepared to run, but Tang Feiyu was not ready to let them go. He threw 2 explosive darts directly. It collided and exploded right above their heads, killing 3 people in one fell swoop. Hoo-hoo, we're saved. The woman, one of the 4 newcomers, knelt in the open space, breathing heavily. The 3 men, though fine, were also panting. Li Shaoxian came over with some water and said, "You guys take a rest first, and then we'll go up to the wall to defend." "Okay, thank you very much." Tang Feiyu jumped down from the wall and collected the monster corpses. Because the meat of this monster only has side effects when it is fried with flour and chicken essence, it is several times stronger than other monster meat. He likes this kind of food that he can eat with peace of mind. Although the corpses on the ground looked bloody, he did not despise them. After collecting them, he slipped in through the small door sideways. Before Lu Jiqiang could help, Tang Feiyu had already finished the fight and sat down bored again. "Someone is coming from the south," Li Tianhao reminded loudly. This side was closer to the river. Hearing the reminder, Zhang Qian couldn't sit still anymore and stood up and said, "Let me do it this way. It's a good time to try out my new skills." Lin Wanrou did not refuse her request. This place, close to the water, could better display the power of her talents and skills. A few minutes later, Zhang Qian came back with 3 men who looked shocked. The 3 men looked young, probably in their 20s or early 30s. As they walked along the road of several dozen meters, they kept stealing glances at Zhang Qian, who was walking in front of them. They also have skills, but compared to the huge ice palm released by Zhang Qian, their skills seem like a joke. One of the handsome men had some thoughts in his mind. The other party was not only powerful, but also extremely beautiful. With his previous ability to freely roam among the beauties, such a girl should be easily captured. Although it wasn't his favorite great demonic shield, strength was more important right now. And the opponent was young. What if he could still grow? Just as he was about to go up and offer his courtesy, he saw 2 equally stunning beauties, both with stunning looks and even better figures. One was cool and handsome, the other gentle and charming, with a temperament he had never seen before. It seems that seeing each other can heal any pain. "Brother Feiyu, I brought back 3 people for you." Zhang Qian walked up to Tang Feiyu and said as if to ask for credit. Without waiting for a response, she spoke again. "Brother Feiyu, the skills you gave me are amazing. Zhang Qian chattered away, describing how she had performed just now and how she had killed a group of monsters in seconds. "Well done, sit down and have a rest," Tang Feiyu said as he patted the leaf cushion on the ground. Li Shaoxian served as the receptionist again. Lin Wanrou, who was standing aside, looked at Zhang Qian, who was talking nonstop with a smile in her eyes. "In Zijiao, seemed to be ready to make a move, and she tightened the sword in her hand, ready to strike at any time. As time passed, more and more people arrived. The handsome boy brought back by Zhang Qian finally found an opportunity to show his affection, but the three most beautiful women in the camp showed no interest in him at all. If they were not well educated and polite, they might not even bother to respond to greetings. As more and more people came, some were also arranged to join the defense on the wooden wall. Perhaps because they all came in scattered groups, they also brought some monsters with them. Therefore, the originally expected difficult situation of defending against the enemy did not happen. In fact, Tang Feiyu did not even have the chance to attack again except for the first time. Zhang Qian and Yin Zijiao were like tireless machines, running around and solving one batch of monsters after another. Without having to find monsters herself, Zhang Qian's monster kills skyrocketed, quickly surpassing her previous second place on the leaderboard. Tang Feiyu's team, thanks to Yin Zijiao's hard work, remained at the top of the leaderboard. There were only about 1,300 monsters left, and the sky was getting light. It should be relatively safer during the day. Li Tianhao was replaced and walked to Tang Feiyu and said, "That's right. You haven't slept all day? Find a place to rest." Tang Feiyu patted his shoulder and said, "Yeah, I'm just about to go." "Help, what are you doing?" The sudden scream made everyone turn their attention. In the grass at the foot of the south wall, a burly man pressed a thin woman to the ground. "Bah, bitch, why are you shouting? If we weren't in this broken secret realm, do you think I would be interested in someone like you?" After saying that, he looked towards the crowded place with a guilty conscience, only to find that everyone was staring at him. A few of them had a thoughtful look in their eyes, and then began to look at the women in the crowd. Zhang Qian and Yin Zijiao, despite their stunning beauty, were overlooked by them. Their performance that night was truly terrifying. Instead, Lin Wanrou, who looked weak and had never taken any action, was targeted. Seeing someone bullying a woman, Yin Zijiao walked over with a sword in hand. The sturdy man showed a panic expression on his face and immediately threatened the woman under him in a low voice. "Just say you are my girlfriend, or I will kill you." Those who originally thought they could do whatever they wanted here and no one would meddle in other people's affairs and were about to pull a woman aside to vent their anger stopped and prepared to watch the fun. If nothing happens in the end, they will not be polite. If nothing can be done, they will naturally stay in their place. "Beauty, I'm just joking with my girlfriend." The sturdy man looked at Yin Zijiao with some guilt and said, while his hands were tightly pinching the tender flesh of the woman's waist. "Get out," Yin Zijiao said in a cold tone. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu in the crowd shook his head. Now was not the time to be soft-hearted. He had also noticed that some people in the crowd were not very honest. If we don't make an example of someone to scare the monkeys, more trouble will soon arise. But thinking about it, it made sense. He had only developed a cold heart after killing many people. Jiaozi probably had never killed someone at close range before, so it was normal that she couldn't bring herself to do it. Cumulative Power Generation, 343. Chapter 109 Mutation. When the burly man heard Yin Zijiao's get out, his face turned a little ugly. When he was on the raft, which woman dared to give him a cold shoulder? Every one of them wanted to climb into his bed and beg for a little food. But now the situation is stronger than the person, and this woman is not easy to mess with. After thinking it over, he decided to endure it. So he pulled up the woman on the ground and prepared to do the job somewhere else. Of course, he had to get back at the woman for the loss he suffered at her hands. Furthermore, he believed that if the woman on the ground hadn't been so ignorant and screaming, the woman with the knife wouldn't have been attracted. Help, no, don't. The woman who was being pulled by him finally saw a savior, so she naturally would not follow him away obediently. Her voice made the strong man even more angry, and he slapped her without thinking. A scream was heard, but unlike what others thought, it was not from the woman who was hit, because the slap did not even land on her face. The strong man's hand was chopped off by Yin Zijiao. Seeing that the man didn't know what was good for him and wanted to hit someone after being scolded by her, Yin Zijiao did not hold back. "Ah, my hand, you bitch, mm." The intense pain made the strong man forget the fear in his heart, but before he could finish his curse, the red sword slashed across his neck. The rest of his words were blocked by the blood gushing out of his trachea. He was a little terrified and unwilling as he used his remaining hand to tightly cover the wound on his neck. But blood still kept flowing out from between his fingers. Bang! The strong body fell to the ground helplessly. The bullied woman's face was covered with blood spurting from the strong man's neck. She covered her mouth in fear and dared not make a sound. Yin Zijiao wanted to offer some words of comfort, but the woman took 2 steps back in panic, causing Yin Zijiao's outstretched hand to freeze in the air. "Jiaozi, come back!" Tang Feiyu shouted when he saw this. Hearing his voice, Yin Zijiao felt a little aggrieved. She was clearly standing up for her, but she looked at her as if she were some terrifying creature. As she approached, people along the way gave way, fearing that she would draw her sword and attack them if she displeased them. Seeing the grievance on her face, Tang Feiyu chuckled and held her in his arms, rubbing her head with one hand. At this time, there is no point in saying anything to comfort her. It is better to let her figure it out herself. Yin Zijiao's decisive killing made others afraid of Tang Feiyu. After all, a witch who kills without blinking an eye is now lying delicately in the arms of a man, and that man has a smile on his face. Is this normal? This man is probably much more terrifying than this witch. Some people in the crowd were glad that they did not follow the trend. It was not worth dying for that little shiver. Be patient and wait until you get out. There will be plenty of time to shiver. If all else fails, you can exchange it for food or supplies. There is always a way to meet your needs. On the contrary, those who had come into contact with Tang Feiyu earlier or those who had good strength themselves had no reaction to this. Tang Feiyu didn't care about other people's opinions. He called everyone over mainly to have them lure out the monsters and rescue people at the same time. Some lone women in the crowd subconsciously squeezed towards Tang Feiyu and his companions. Not everyone is as cowardly and unable to see the situation clearly as the woman rescued by Yin Zijiao. Maybe this is one of the reasons why she was chosen as a target for bullying by the masculine men. After all, this kind of woman is the easiest to catch. Even in the normal world of the past, such women are the focus of criminals. By daybreak, there were still over 1,300 monsters left, and no new monsters were seen approaching from outside the wooden wall. Tang Feiyu and his companions began to prepare breakfast. The brave ones also went through the small door in groups of 3 or 5, picking through the monster corpses outside, looking for those that looked edible. After breakfast, Tang Feiyu held Yin Zijiao in his arms and sat down, saying softly, "You should get some sleep first." She was woken up after only sleeping for more than 2 hours last night, and she was fighting the whole time, unlike Tang Feiyu, who didn't sleep but didn't do much either. Hearing this, Yin Zijiao did not refuse and leaned on him and quickly fell asleep. Looking at Zhang Qian's eager eyes, Lin Wanrou sighed in her heart, knowing that it was impossible to stop her, so she pulled her to Tang Feiyu's side, letting Zhang Qian lie in her arms but leaning against Tang Feiyu. She had already thought it through, and she would be even more uneasy if Zhang Qian followed other men. After all, now that there are no more constraints, as long as a man is, no matter how strong he is, he probably wants to find many women. Of course, some women are the same. Instead of letting her suffer with other men, it is better for her to follow Feiyu, so that it will be easier for me to take care of her. Of course, although she figured it out, she didn't point it out directly, but was prepared to let nature take its course. Seeing the 3 most beautiful women in the crowd all surrounding Tang Feiyu, some people who recognized Lin Wanrou as a member of Tang Feiyu's team felt better. Those who didn't recognize him all showed expressions of envy and jealousy. Some women rolled their eyes and wanted to get closer. After all, everyone here knew at a glance that Tang Feiyu was definitely not an ordinary person. If they could get close to him, wouldn't it be easy to get some benefits? Lin Wanrou knew very well what these women were thinking, but she didn't say anything. She just looked at them deeply. Some people felt guilty after being stared at, so they stopped and began to rest on the spot. But there are always some people who don't care about other people's opinions. After you have eaten, find a place to rest by yourself. Don't gather together. The air won't circulate if there are too many people, Tang Feiyu suddenly said to the women who were about to come over. The meaning is very simple, which is to tell them not to have any ideas about him. It is just a euphemism to save their face. Being rejected by the original owner and with a bunch of people watching, even the thickest skinned ones couldn't continue. They all pretended to be looking for a comfortable resting spot. Soon, everyone finished breakfast, and the place quickly became quiet. Those who were tired found a place to lie down and rest, while those who couldn't sleep looked around at the beautiful women and handsome men. After all, it's not illegal to look. Of course, those who look at beauties don't dare to look openly at the 3 people around Tang Feiyu. Russell, a man lying not far from Tang Feiyu, and others felt an itch on his arm, but when he scratched it, he found that the sound and touch were wrong. He opened his still hazy eyes and looked at his itchy arm, and instantly screamed in surprise. "Ah, what's wrong?" The screams woke up many people, and they found that fish scale-like scales had grown on the man's arms. Cumulative, power generation, quantity 382. Chapter 110 Alien. But the panic only lasted for a moment, and the man was still frightened and had not yet come to his senses. He quickly calmed down after discovering that there was nothing wrong with his body except the scales growing on his arm. After all, If you have seen the monster panel, you will naturally know that there is a chance of mutation if you eat monster meat. He could also feel the arm covered with scales, which provided strong defense. He tried to scratch it with the knife in his hand, but there was no mark at all. With a determined heart, he chopped it hard. As a result, the sharp blade in his hand was bent, leaving only a white mark on the scales, which disappeared automatically after a while. Soon, several more people with mutations appeared, both men and women, and the parts and forms of the mutations were also diverse. Some people grew red hair, some grew horns, and some of their attributes were enhanced. Looking at them, Tang Feiyu was glad that he didn't eat them. Although the growth attribute is very attractive, he can't accept the fact that it makes him look weird. If he was desperate, he might have been forced to eat these, but now he had enough food and drink, so there was no need. It was not like there were no other ways to become stronger. Hey, what's wrong with you? Help. Just when most people who had not mutated were envious of those who had mutated, something suddenly happened among the crowd. A man found a mutant next to him with a painful expression and making unknown noises. Just as he was about to ask about the situation, he was knocked to the ground by the mutant, and the mutant opened his mouth to bite his neck. He desperately supported himself with both hands and shouted for help. Before Tang Feiyu could take action, several people came forward and pinned the mutated guy to the ground. Hey, wake up! But no matter how he shouted, the man could only make meaningless roars, and his eyes were bloodshot, with no sign of waking up at all. And soon, a special panel appeared on his body. Name: Alien, Normal. Age: 0. Talent: Bloodthirst, thirst for blood. Swallowing blood can heal one's own injuries and improve attributes. Physical strength: 18. Strength: 18. Speed: 18. Energy: 7. Hunger level: 30%. Aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue: 65%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills: none. Thirst for blood. Characteristics: the meat is slightly sour. After eating it, one can comprehend bloodline skills. There is a high probability of mutation and loss of sanity. There is a small probability of evolving into an unknown species. After seeing the panel, Tang Feiyu's face changed and he shouted, "Kill him." The people holding him down also noticed something was wrong. The opponent was struggling harder and harder, and the attributes on the panel were actually slowly increasing. The name of a skill slowly appeared in the originally empty skill position. Not daring to waste any more time, the man next to him raised his knife and stabbed it into the other person's heart. The mutant opened his eyes and slowly became motionless. Soon after death, the body became limp, as if the bones inside were melting. Someone was about to throw the body away because a strange smell had started to appear. Burn it. It would cause trouble if it is accidentally eaten by a monster, Tang Feiyu reminded. After all, the panel says the effect of eating it. After hearing his words, several people paused for a moment, then nodded in understanding, carried the corpse to the outside of the wooden wall, and began to pick up branches to light a fire. After a while, several people came back with a relaxed look on their faces, but Tang Feiyu's heart skipped a beat. Under the current conditions, is it possible to burn a body so quickly? Even in a high-temperature crematorium, this amount of time is a bit insufficient, right? Are you sure it's finished burning? Tang Feiyu asked a few people. Feiyu, what's wrong? Lin Wanrou was a little surprised. It was just burning a corpse. What could go wrong? The person who returned hadn't expected him to ask that question, and said in surprise, "It's burned up." Oddly enough, that corpse was even easier to burn than a piece of wood. It was like gasoline was poured on it, and it burst into flames the moment it hit the fire. Moreover, the unpleasant sour smell during the burning almost made them pass out. Looking at the fierce fire, they estimated that it would be reduced to ash in a few minutes, so they tacitly decided to return. After hearing their words, Tang Feiyu's expression improved a little. After all, they have mutated and may be different from ordinary corpses, and may be more flammable. But after a while, he still felt a little uneasy, so he helped Yin Zijiao, who was sleeping in his arms, to Lin Wanrou's arms and decided to get up and go out to take a look. Li Tianhao, who was woken up, stood up and asked quietly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I'll go out and take a look." Tang Feiyu said nothing. What if it was just his illusion? In the end, Li Tianhao also followed out. As they watched the two men leave, the people who had carried the body out for cremation exchanged strange glances, a clear sign of distrust. Although they returned early, with a fire that big, not to mention corpses, even a piece of steel thrown in would quickly turn into molten iron. However, due to Tang Feiyu's unfathomable strength, he did not dare to express his dissatisfaction. Outside the wooden wall, the two quickly found traces of burning. There was no open flame at this time. Except for some burning grass around that was still emitting light smoke, only a layer of white ash remained where the body had originally been. There shouldn't be any problem with this, Li Tianhao said, looking at the ashes. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. After finding out the situation, the two turned around and went back into the wooden wall. But just after they left, the heart position of the originally human-shaped ashes suddenly collapsed a little. Not far away, a finger-sized red sprout grew on a wooden stake that Tang Feiyu had cut with a water gun before. The monster corpse on the ground, which had no one to deal with it, slowly began to shrivel. Are you okay? Lin Wanrou asked in a low voice as she looked at Tang Feiyu who had returned. Tang Feiyu shook his head and carried Yin Zijiao back. Perhaps because it was daytime, everyone felt it was much safer than at night and forgot to set up sentries around. Otherwise, you will find that on the side where the corpses are burned, the monster corpses on the ground have turned into white bones, and the flesh and blood have disappeared. A 3-meter-tall blood-red tree grew so thick that a person couldn't hug it. It was quiet all around, and no monsters attacked until noon, when the sun became brighter and brighter. Yin Zijiao rubbed her eyes and woke up. Tang Feiyu, who was chatting with Lin Wanrou in private to kill time, stopped and asked, "Are you hungry?" "A little bit." Zhang Qian, who had woken up a long time ago but was pretending to be asleep, also opened her eyes as if she had just woken up. After lunch, it was Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou's turn to rest. Yin Zijiao offered her thigh as a pillow for him, which made Zhang Qian envious. Because the edible monsters had been selected before, no one went out to look for new food at noon, and no one discovered that another side of the corpses was slowly shriveling up. Cumulative Power Generation Quantity 432. Chapter 111. The White Bones Additional Update. Anyone who has ever slept knows that the sleeping environment is very important. As long as the environment is quiet and comfortable, you can sleep peacefully. Resting his head on Yin Zijiao's soft and elastic thighs, smelling 3 different but non-conflicting body scents around him, Tang Feiyu slept until the sunset. Although Yin Zijiao felt her tailbone numb from sitting, she completely ignored the physical discomfort as she looked at the sleeping Tang Feiyu. It was not until the people around him started preparing dinner and preparing for the evening battle that the sleeping Tang Feiyu was woken up. Well, is it getting dark soon? Tang Feiyu opened his eyes, pursed his lips, and felt a little saliva overflowing. He sat up and looked around, seeing that everyone was busy preparing, and started to take out food. Ouch! Yin Zijiao, who wanted to get up to help, felt that her entire lower body was almost numb, with only numbness and soreness. If Tang Feiyu hadn't been quick-eyed and quick-handed, he might have had a close contact with the earth. Are you okay? Nothing, just sitting for too long and my legs are numb. If Tang Feiyu hadn't been concerned about the many strangers around, he would have rubbed her. Oh no! Just as we were about to eat, we suddenly heard someone standing on the wooden wall shouting in a frightened voice. And not just one or two. Li Tianhao, who woke up earlier than Tang Feiyu, asked some people who woke up around the same time as him to have lunch in advance, and then arranged them to stand guard on the surrounding walls. As soon as I went up, I found that all the corpses outside had turned into white bones. The dry bones are not scary for people who have experienced a lot, but the scary thing is that these dry bones were relatively intact corpses less than 10 hours ago. Now all the flesh and blood on his body is gone. Even horror movies don't play it like this. Hearing the exclamation, Tang Feiyu grabbed a piece of food to satisfy his hunger and rushed over the wall. I was also shocked when I saw the scene outside. I ran around and found that all the abandoned corpses outside had turned into this horrible appearance. Many people looked at the white bones outside with ugly expressions. This strange change indicated that something unknown was happening outside. There was only a wall between them. Many people were terrified. What's going on? Even if the monster rots quickly, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. Li Tianhao and others walked to Tang Feiyu and said with a serious expression, I don't know. If I had known there would be trouble during the day, I should have arranged someone to guard it. Fortunately, the unknown existence did not launch a sneak attack during the day. Tang Feiyu was also frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. I thought to myself that I was careless. How about sending someone out to take a look? Zhao Yonggang suggested. Of course, he wouldn't go out alone. Who knew if there was any danger outside? But the strongest group of people present were all on his side, so it was easy to just send a weak target to test the waters. Hearing his suggestion, Lu Jicheng nodded. Since he was not allowed to go out anyway, what did other people's life and death matter? Zhang Jinyu was also somewhat tempted. But Li Tianhao and Li Shaoxian were from those 2 places before. Even though they had survived at sea for so long, their bottom line still prevented them from doing something like sending people as cannon fodder. Look at the panel. Just as a few people were hesitating and struggling, someone else in the crowd noticed the situation. Tang Feiyu opened the secret realm panel and didn't see anything wrong for a while until he heard the reminder and took another look. The monsters that were previously more than 1,300 were now only about 970. There were nearly 400 missing. However, the numbers on the rankings are basically the same as in the early morning, and there has not been such a big change. For some reason, Tang Feiyu subconsciously thought of the mutated corpse that had been burned before. But when I went out to check, it was indeed burned to ashes. I couldn't figure out what went wrong. What should we do now? Should we just leave? Li Tianhao asked hesitantly. The 9 of them have killed more than 100 monsters so far. Now that an unknown situation has occurred outside, the safest thing to do is to leave the secret realm and get the most guaranteed reward. Although they would not deliberately let others die as cannon fodder, they would not die for others now. Tang Feiyu also considered his suggestion, but when he thought about the fact that he had 2 powerful weapons, the laser gun and the water gun, he should be able to fight even if a boss appeared. After all, this secret realm shouldn't have any monsters capable of directly annihilating everyone. Otherwise, if they wanted to exterminate humanity, why would they go to the trouble of sending them into the secret realm? Moreover, he had finally gathered most of the people in the secret realm, and there were still enough monsters left that he could kill them all and get the highest reward. Tang Feiyu was reluctant to leave now. I'm going to give it a try and see how the situation goes. You can leave if you want. After Tang Feiyu finished speaking, he jumped down from the wall without waiting for Li Tianhao and the others to react. He also wanted to tell Lin Wanrou and the other 2 about his plan and then see what they meant. Brother, shall we go? Li Shaoxian asked Li Tianhao. Li Tianhao thought for a moment, then looked at the people in front of him and said seriously, Brother Tang has 2 very powerful weapons. They might be able to deal with unknown dangers, so I'm planning to stay and try. But I'm not sure it's safe. If I make a wrong bet, I might never get out. So, Shaoxian, you guys should leave. His plan was simple. Let Li Shaoxian and Zhang Jinyu leave while he stayed behind. If anything went wrong, 1 death was better than 3. If they made it through safely, he could return with more rewards. This is already the best way. If you want to become rich, how can you do it without taking any risks? Hearing his words, Henry Zhang looked at Li Shaoxian and said, Shaoxian, Brother Hao is right. Let's go back first. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Lu Jiqiang and Zhao Yonggang felt relieved when they heard that Li Tianhao did not force them to stay. Although we know that Tang Feiyu and his companions are very powerful, the situation outside is unclear now. The more unknown, the more terrifying it is. If those monsters attacked head-on, even though there were many of them, I wouldn't feel so uneasy. Li Shaoxian didn't expect Zhang Jinyu to say that. It's normal for people to be afraid, but now he's planning to abandon his cousin and run away without knowing anything. If he encounters danger in the future, will he abandon her without hesitation? Fortunately, he did not rashly agree to the other party's pursuit before. He has always shown that he is willing to stand by them. Now that he thinks about it, it is entirely because it was safer to follow them before. Now his true nature is exposed when encountering a situation. Stop talking. I won't leave unless my brother leaves. Li Shaoxian is not a cowardly person, and Li Tianhao is her only relative, so she will not abandon him and leave. Current Cumulative Power Generation Quantity 9. Chapter 112 Default Vulnerabilities. Being stared at by Li Shaoxian with the look of a traitor, Zhang Jinyu was also furious. The current situation was not right at first glance. After all, so many monster corpses were silently turned into bones, without any flesh or blood left. Is this something that ordinary monsters can do? Isn't it courting death to stay even though you know it's impossible? It's true that I like Li Shaoxian. Besides her cool looks, I also want to make myself a part of their family so that they can live more safely and comfortably. But after so many days of hard work, let alone getting on base, even the number of times we could hold hands was limited, and she didn't give me a clear answer to my confession. If I stay and play with them, wouldn't I be a pure lickspittle? With my current strength, what kind of woman can I find after I get out? If you stay here and seek death, I haven't lived enough. After saying that, he directly chose to leave the secret realm on the panel. Seeing that the 3 of them had a falling out, Lu Jiqiang and Zhao Yonggang looked at each other, said some words of thanks to the brother and sister, and immediately left the secret realm. I was wrong about that guy. Li Shaoxian felt a little aggrieved and annoyed, but she did not regret it. In fact, in her heart, she still has a good impression of Zhang Jinyu who has been pursuing her. If she were in a normal city, she might have agreed. After all, the other party disguised himself very well before. But now she is trying to survive on the sea and has to deal with various emergencies every day. How can she have the time to pay attention to those things? And although she didn't explicitly agree to the other party's pursuit, She didn't reject him either, otherwise she wouldn't let him hold her hand. She had clearly rejected all the suitors in the past. But he couldn't wait to get on base as soon as they held hands, which made Li Xiaoxian hesitate. It would have been fine if she hadn't directly agreed to be his girlfriend, but once she had clearly agreed, it would have been difficult to refuse him if he wanted to get on base again. It wasn't that she objected to this, it was simply that the setting wasn't right. The three of them were tied together on a raft, and a brawl ensued in front of her cousin? What kind of drama was this? Now that she had seen the other person's true nature, Li Xiaoxian couldn't help but feel relieved. Li Tianhao only sighed and said nothing more about the falling out. Zhang Jinyu's choice couldn't be said to be wrong, and he was the one who brought it up first. He didn't know much about their private interactions and often took the initiative to avoid them. Now that things had turned out like this, he felt a little guilty. After all, my cousin finally found someone who dared to pursue her, but in the end, Xiaoxian, why don't we leave too? You and Jinyu. Brother, stop talking, he just... Before they finished speaking, their expressions changed at the same time. Because they received a tip that their raft was disassembled and upgraded. As mentioned earlier, after entering the secret realm, the raft will become inaccessible to ensure that your home will not be stolen. But this defense mechanism is to prevent outsiders, and the team members are considered to be a family. Moreover, Zhang Jinyu did not leave the team when he left the secret realm, so the raft of the two was completely defenseless to him. In this case, the master's raft can also be disassembled by the same team members to upgrade the main raft. This is also the way many people who have robbed women disassemble the robbed women. It can be regarded as a loophole in the rules, and it has been so long, and the loophole has not been fixed. It is obviously a default rule. If you don't know who to judge and let anyone board your raft or team at random, you deserve to be backstabbed. Perhaps this is also a reason why this rule is tacitly accepted. Li Tianhao and the other man now have only one choice, which is to go back immediately. While they are still on the same team, they also have ownership of the upgraded raft and have a chance to take it back. But before the two of them confirmed their return, they discovered that Zhang Jinyu had already completed the operation of withdrawing from the team. It was obvious that when he made the choice, he was on guard against the two of them returning. Damn it, he is such a person, Li Tianhao said with regret, with a pale face. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have saved him and even helped him improve his strength. He's a complete, ungrateful person, impossible to tame, and I almost entrusted my sister to him. Just thinking about it makes me terrified. If she really got stuck here, Li Xiaoxian herself might be sold out by him and even have to help count the money. But regrets were too late now. Without the raft, even if they made it through safely and got their reward, what good would it do? If they couldn't return, they would be stuck in the secret realm. But this is just a temporary secret realm. It is hard to say whether it will still exist after it ends. Brother, what should we do now? Li Xiaoxian asked Li Tianhao. Let's take it one step at a time. Maybe if we really get the highest reward, we can get another raft. Li Tianhao said with pretended optimism. There is no other way. Of course, they can also join other people's teams, but who among the weak would want to find a big father for themselves? Those who are as strong as the two of them will not bring a fierce tiger back to steal their resources and status. As for finding someone stronger than them, they are unwilling to be someone else's younger brother. We can only wait and see the situation. If we really can't find a new place to stay, we can only choose the last method. After all, being alive is more important than anything else. Elsewhere, after Tang Feiyu explained his plan, Yin Zijiao agreed to stay with him without hesitation. Lin Wanrou thought of Zhang Qian, who had only hesitated for a second, before reaching out and holding his hand. The meaning was self-evident. She no longer wanted to hide anything. If things really cannot be done, it would be nice to be able to go to the underworld with your lover. As for Zhang Qian, she was not afraid at all, even though Tang Feiyu said it very seriously. Seeing that they were unwilling to leave early, Tang Feiyu did not persuade them anymore. Because he had carefully analyzed it, there was a high probability that the problem could be solved. If it really couldn't be solved, there was still a chance to leave. After all, they also met the minimum requirements for leaving. From time to time, people in the crowd turned into white light and left, and among those who stayed, except for a few who met the minimum requirement of killing 100 monsters, most of them did not even meet the minimum requirement. I couldn't leave even if I wanted to, and could only stand there with a look of despair on my face. Before long, all those who wanted to leave and were able to leave had left, leaving only about 50 people in the secret realm. At this time, a roar was heard outside the wall. Tang Feiyu glanced at the three of them, signaled them to be careful, then stepped on the ground and flew up, leaving Zhang Qian stunned. As far as he could see, he saw the monsters outside, running towards the shelter in groups, but they didn't look like they were here to cause trouble, but more like they were running for their lives. Cumulative, power generation, quantity 30. Chapter 113. War begins. There are more than 900 monsters and more than 50 people. On average, each person only gets a dozen or so. It doesn't seem to be dangerous. But in reality, among these 50-odd people, only a dozen or so were capable of fighting, and most of them would have struggled to deal with just one. Otherwise, they wouldn't have still not killed enough to meet the minimum requirement. Moreover, the monsters now rush forward all at once. Friends who understand war know that the damage caused by organized and running cavalry is not comparable to that of other soldiers of the same number. And monsters are even more dangerous than cavalry. Looking at the smoke in the distance, Tang Feiyu ran back with a serious expression and shouted, "Everyone, get on the second wall." He planned to use the first wall to block the momentum of some of the monsters and interrupt their rhythm. Otherwise, with such a small number of people, they would not be able to even create a wave and would be overwhelmed by the beasts. After hearing his words, those who reacted quickly started running, while those who reacted slowly were still standing there at a loss. Tang Feiyu didn't bother to leave any more reminders, turned around, and jumped onto the wall with Lin Wanrou and the other two. Fortunately, the person who reacted slowly was not a fool. Although he was stunned for a moment, he still left the place. Bang, bang, bang. There were continuous crashing sounds. The monster that ran fast had already crashed into the first wooden wall, wailing everywhere, but was soon trampled into meat paste by the monsters behind. In less than a minute, several tree stumps in the middle of the first wooden wall fell inward under the continuous impact. Tang Feiyu, who was standing at the back, discovered that even if the wooden stakes were not knocked over, they would be broken in a short time. After all, some monsters have horns on their heads and scales on their shoulders. If these wooden stakes were not thick enough, they would have broken into pieces long ago. Without the obstacle, the monsters howled and rushed towards the second wooden wall. Seeing the flesh and blood of living people, they seem to forget the danger behind them. It is also possible that these monsters are all foodies who will disregard life and death in order to eat something fresh. Just as they passed the previous center position, Tang Feiyu shouted loudly, "Everyone fight!" Some were shooting guns, some were shooting arrows, and even those who weren't that good could at least throw a small fireball and produce sparks. Tang Feiyu took out the laser water gun immediately. The monsters are now lined up in several teams and gathered together. There is no weapon more suitable for harvesting them than this. With one shot, most of the monsters that had entered the wall were instantly killed. Seeing his powerful display, the others also became excited. They saw hope of survival and attacked even harder. Those who left the secret realm early could still see the secret realm leaderboard panel. They saw that the numbers behind the three portraits of the first team were increasing by 10 or 20 points every second. The total number of monsters was also rapidly decreasing. Someone felt regretful and cursed in dissatisfaction. If you had this ability, why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, would I have left? This Tang guy is just afraid that I will stay and share his reward. What a mean person. Zhang Jinyu, who had also left early, stared at the two avatars in his friend list and muttered, "Go die." He knew clearly what he had done, and if he let these two people come back alive, his end would not be good. With the help of Li Tianhao and the others, Zhang Jinyu's panel and number of skills are stronger than those of ordinary survivors, but there is still a big gap compared to the two of them. After stealing the house, they naturally don't want the owners to come back. In the secret realm, the water gun in Tang Feiyu's hand still had enough energy for 2 attacks, and it was not because he was saving it. But now the entrance is blocked by a large number of monster corpses. It is not as easy for the remaining monsters to come in as before, so they are standing quite scattered. The continuous attack of the water gun only lasts for a few seconds and can't kill many of them. It's better to stay and guard against the big guys that are about to come. He no longer had a water gun, but he still had a desert eagle. The enchanted desert eagle has enough penetrating power to kill most monsters, and it also has the added bonus of the incendiary bomb skill. The only thing that was difficult to hold was the rather disappointing reload capacity, which was only 7 rounds. Since this wasn't his primary weapon before, you can imagine how fast it reloaded. In fact, before coming in, he had also considered the problem of Lin Wanrou reloading, and used the tool bench to make several spare magazines. Although it is exactly the same as the one that comes with it, it doesn't work at all after I install it. You kill the ones far away, and I'll deal with the ones nearby. Li Tianhao looked at several monsters that had relied on their speed to approach the wooden wall under their feet. Worried that they would destroy their foothold, he shouted and jumped down with a machete. Lightning flashed on the knife, and it easily cut a monster that raised its claws to slap it in half. Yin Zijiao, who was beside Tang Feiyu, looked eager to make a move, and the sword in her hand had begun to flash with red flames. Zhang Xian turned around and looked at the river water more than 10 meters away, preparing to gather strength for a bigger wave. With the water bonus, her skills deal more damage. Otherwise, she condenses water vapor from the air and freezes it, which not only slows down the release speed, but also consumes more energy. No need to bother, there's water in here. Tang Feiyu loaded the bullets, pushed the magazine into the pistol, and looked up to remind him. For a moment, Zhang Qian didn't understand what he meant. There were indeed a few bottles of drinking water scattered inside the wall, which were left behind by some people when they escaped. But what is this little water enough for? Seeing her confused look, Tang Feiyu said speechlessly, "You learned it in vain? Aren't those on the ground just water? Blood is also water, with a water content of up to 80% to 90%. Nearly 200 monsters died from the cutting of water guns, and to say that the blood was gushing out would be an understatement. A pool of blood has formed on the ground, with at least 5 or 6,000 kilograms of blood." After hearing his reminder, Zhang Qian finally came to her senses. She had only thought that ordinary water could enhance her skills. But in fact, any liquid that could be frozen would work. As the cold air in her body was fully released, she cried out, "Grip of extreme cold." A huge icy hand 7 or 8 meters tall, made of a mixture of multicolored blood, appeared inside the courtyard wall. Bang, bang, bang. Under her control, the icy hand slapped the 3 or 4 meter long monster on the ground into a pie like slapping a mosquito. However, even with the added bonus of the environment, the ice hand still consumed a lot of Zhang Qian's fatigue. After half a minute, the ice hand suddenly turned into blood and spilled all over the ground. Even so, no one dared to underestimate this seemingly delicate girl anymore, because the monsters that died under the ice hand numbered around 50 or 60, and the impact of that huge ice hand was quite significant. Looking at Zhang Qian's pale face, Lin Wanrou quickly took out some recovery food and handed it to her. Cumulative, power generation, quantity 70. Chapter 114 Blood Puppet. Zhang Qian's outburst not only scared the people on the wall, but also the monsters outside. They began to stop, and some even prepared to escape. Although they don't have much brains, their biological instincts still let them know that there is great terror inside. Seeing that no monsters continued to attack for the time being, Yin Zijiao sat on the wooden wall helplessly, her 2 straight legs swaying on the wall, and the heels of her shoes clanging against the wooden wall. After awakening her Yangyan talent, she seemed to have an increasingly bellicose urge. Li Tianhao, who was a little exhausted, was pulled up by Li Shaoxian with a rope. He sat on the wall and gasped for breath. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu threw over a portion of fried octopus legs. This food can restore both hunger and fatigue, but the amount of recovery is not much, only 15% of each. Li Tianhao's Raft didn't have an illustrated guide for this kind of food yet, so he was a little surprised. He knew that this amount of food could be exchanged for at least 1 or 200 basic supplies in the trading area. Thank you very much. There was nothing in the food they brought with them that could help them recover from fatigue, so he didn't refuse and ate it in just a few bites. Just as Tang Feiyu was about to jump down and feed the bones soared with the corpses at the scene, a not too loud roar came from the distance. However, the monsters who were hesitating outside, as if they had heard some horrible sound, launched another attack in panic. Tang Feiyu's face changed slightly. Thinking that a big guy must be coming, he quickly put people on alert. Zhang Qian hasn't recovered yet, and the energy of the water gun has only recovered to 3 attacks. Unfortunately, it is still unclear what the big thing outside is. We still have to deal with the monster group first. He missed his artillery a little. If the artillery was here, he could just sweep the ground and take away the enemies easily. Feiyu used that one. Lin Wanrou reminded from the side. The only ones who were still able to fight were herself, Tang Feiyu, and Yin Zijiao. The others were all exhausted. And the monsters rushing in now are even crazier than before. After hearing her words, Li Tianhao and Li Shaoxian looked at each other. Although they guessed that they had a trump card, they didn't expect that they really did. In addition to those 2 terrifying weapons, there was something else. At this time, both of them were a little envious. Tang Feiyu nodded and took out a bottle of ordinary-looking mineral water from his bag. He just threw it hard towards the group of monsters. The people around who also heard Lin Wanrou's words looked confused. In this situation, even if you pulled out a bottle of gasoline or aqua regia, it wouldn't be of much use, right? At most, you'd kill a few monsters, with no impact on the overall situation. But why were they so sure this liquid was effective? Didn't they see the woman holding the red long knife stand up, then sit back down after seeing him throw out the bottle of water? Before the water bottle hit the ground, it was torn to pieces by a monster's sharp claws. Tang Feiyu threw 10 bottles in a row towards that position. The monster running in the front could easily reach the wooden wall with just a stretch of its hand. But Tang Feiyu and Yin Zijiao just watched so easily? Brother Tang Yu. Li Tianhao was a little confused. It would be reasonable to say that Tang Feiyu was weak or timid and didn't dare to go down. But he was obviously terrifyingly powerful and extremely bold. Tang Feiyu didn't look at him, but silently calculated the time in his heart. He stretched out a finger and shook it, saying, "Fall." As soon as he finished speaking, the first few monsters fell to the ground with a thud, followed by a whole row of monsters that had passed through the wet area, all falling to the ground without any warning. This Sigma A. In just a dozen seconds, all the monsters passing through that area were dead, and there was no visible injury on their bodies. Brother, isn't this a survival game? Why does it feel like it has turned into a horror game now? Li Shaoxian felt the surroundings were filled with eerie energy, and she rubbed her arms back and forth with her hands, trying to get rid of the goosebumps that appeared on her arms. Gudong. Li Tianhao was also a little nervous because of what she said. Tang Feiyu's operation seemed too strange. What kind of liquid could kill these monsters silently? Poison? Several monsters had maximum resistance to poison and died peacefully. Strictly speaking, the source of radiation is indeed highly toxic, but unlike conventional poisons, it directly destroys the monster's genes to the extent that it can reduce the opponent's blood volume every second. After all, these strange-looking monsters are obviously the products of genetic mutation or hybridization, so it is reasonable for them to be restrained. The radiation source can generate invisible poisonous fog in the impact area, which lasts for about half a minute. Tang Feiyu calculated the time and put a new bottle of poison in. When all were used up, there were only about 100 monsters left. Suddenly, something was thrown from a distance, and Tang Feiyu raised his hand and threw a bomb dart. With a bang, the dart collided with the thrown object and exploded. Something like juice splashed onto the ground and some monsters. Squeak. White smoke rose from the splashed areas, and the monsters howled in pain. Soon, they lay twitching on the ground. What was even more terrifying was that the bones and flesh of those monsters that looked like they were about to die began to twist as if they had come alive. As the wailing disappeared, the monster on the ground crawled up again, but its appearance had changed drastically. Name, Blood Puppet. Age, 0. Talent, none. Physical strength, 30. Strength, 30. Speed, 30. Energy, 30. Hunger level, 0. Aggression doubles when below 50%. Fatigue, 100%. If below 50%, attributes will be reduced. Skills, bloodthirsty killing, terrifying wailing. Characteristics, tireless and never give up. These mutated monsters pounced on the other monsters around them, and the attacked monsters did not dare to fight back at all. Even those with much higher attributes than these blood puppets can only wait to be killed, as if they have seen their natural enemies. What's going on? Internal conflict, Li Shaoxian said in surprise. Just looking at the blood puppets panel, there is no reason why other monsters are afraid of it. But soon, the faces of those who were happy to get a bargain turned ugly. Because the monsters that were scratched or bitten by the blood puppets also began to change, they pounced on more monsters again. At the same time, another round object was thrown in from outside. This time, Tang Feiyu finally saw it clearly. It was an unknown fruit, blood red all over, round, and looked harmless. But the previous changes of the monster were right in front of us, and no one dared to underestimate this unknown fruit. Cumulative, power generation, quantity 110. Chapter 115, There is Lao Lu. With a clang, someone shot an arrow with the crossbow in his hand. Seeing the consequences of the explosion just now, they didn't dare let Tang Feiyu take action again. Otherwise, the monsters would have been transformed directly, without the blood puppets taking any action. However, as soon as the arrow touched the fruit, it exploded on its own. The plan to shoot the fruit away with an arrow undoubtedly failed. Below, the blood puppets were splashed with juice, and their physical attributes suddenly increased by about 10%, and their transformation efficiency became faster. Fruits were constantly being thrown in from outside the wall. Continue attacking, Tang Feiyu said with determination. Although the consequences of the fruit exploding are serious, the consequences of not attacking and letting it fly towards you are even more serious. Outside the wall, a blood-red figure only about 1.5 meters tall stood quietly beside a tree. It generally looks like a human figure, with a head, hands, and feet, but when you look closer you will find that it is more like a dummy woven out of red vines. The face has several holes that look like facial features. 2 small red flowers peeked out from where the eyes should be. It seemed to be able to see through the wooden wall and observe what was happening inside. After confirming that all the monsters had been transformed, it stopped throwing the fruit in. But soon, an even more abstract expression appeared on its abstract face. It looked frightened. One of its arms, the tip of which twisted like a living snake, rested on its chin, as if thinking. Then, it thought of something, and its body began to slowly sink into the ground. After its body disappeared, no hole appeared on the ground. Even the few weeds where it had stood before showed no signs of being crushed by the heavy object. Inside the wall, the transformed monsters rushed towards the crowd at the same time. Zhang Qian controlled her icy hand and flattened it with each slap. However, this attack was ineffective. The blood puppet quickly returned to its original state like a balloon that had been blown up. On the contrary, the bullets and explosive darts in Tang Feiyu's hands that were blessed with explosive bombs had miraculous effects. Seeing this, the others also gathered their strength and used high-temperature skills to attack. As Yin Zijiao swung her sword, several flaming blades flew into the group of monsters, causing a violent explosion. While everyone present was unaware of the attention being drawn to it, several blood-red vines silently climbed up from behind the wooden wall where they were standing. "Be careful!" A warning cry sounded, followed by 4 screams. 4 of the attackers were dragged off the wooden wall by something, and the person who had warned them only escaped death because of a passive defense skill. Only then did everyone notice that a large number of blood-red plants had climbed up behind the wooden wall. "Run!" Tang Feiyu yelled, picked up the weak Zhang Qian, and ran towards the wooden wall on the right. Lin Wanrou quickly followed, while Yin Zijiao moved towards that wall while covering her rear. Perhaps because they were afraid of the burning knife in her hand, the vines that wanted to chase her shrank back. After running a safe distance, Tang Feiyu discovered that all the vines came out from a point under the wooden wall. Without hesitation, he threw the remaining 13 explosive darts in his hand towards that location. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued to sound, and even the wooden stakes in that section were blown into pieces. The vines were retracting rapidly, and many of them were broken in the process. After falling to the ground, it twisted around like a frightened snake for a long time before finally settling down. "Boss?" And sneak attacks. Tang Feiyu's face was a little grim. Because he didn't see the main body, the panel didn't appear. He was a little hesitant about whether to take them away now. He is not afraid of a head-on confrontation, but this type of old six is difficult to deal with. On the opposite wooden wall, Li Tianhao and Li Shaoxian were also gasping for breath in fear. In that instant, at least 20 people were pulled down. The 2 of them had originally intended to follow Tang Feiyu, but were blocked by vines. If Li Tianhao hadn't imbued the machete with lightning, they might have died too. At this time, we were attacked from both sides. There were more than 30 blood puppets left, and unknown vines appeared on the other side and launched a sneak attack. Even those who were quite strong were starting to feel nervous. "This thing is afraid of fire, so we may still have a chance to hunt it." Yin Zijiao told her about her discovery. Tang Feiyu, who was originally preparing to leave, thought about it after hearing this and felt a little reluctant to leave now. Including the boss, there are only 34 monsters left in the secret realm, and the largest one is almost here. If you don't find any weaknesses, just leave. But now that I've discovered my weakness, I can't bear not to give it a try. "Qianqian, leave first," Tang Feiyu said in a tone that brooked no refusal. Zhang Qian hadn't fully recovered to begin with, and after using her skills to attack the blood puppet, her condition worsened. "Be obedient and go first." Lin Wanrou also helped to persuade. "Okay then, you must be careful." Zhang Qian has also seen many movies. Generally speaking, in such situations, hesitating will only cause trouble and be of no help at all. In the minds of these people, Zhang Qian, who controlled the ice palm, should be the strongest one. But now she actually left the secret realm early, which made some people feel despair. Others could leave, but they couldn't. They blamed themselves for being so contented and lazy. They had a chance to kill some monsters. Although Li Tianhao didn't know why Zhang Qian left at this time, he felt relieved to see Tang Feiyu and the other 2 still staying here. I found his profile picture and sent him a private message. "Brother Tang, what are you going to do? That ghost thing is afraid of fire. I'm going to give it a big one." Seeing that Tang Feiyu was still ready to try, Li Tianhao was somewhat happy. The 2 brothers and sisters were counting on the highest reward to build a new raft. If the strongest team gives up, they can only find someone else to rely on. Now that he knew his opponent's weakness, Tang Feiyu immediately took out his laser gun. As everyone knows, the temperature of the laser is very high and concentrated. In some ways, it is even stronger than Yin Zijiao's flame. As long as you find the opponent's true body and shoot him 3 times, I believe you can't kill him. The most important thing now is how to bring it out. "Jiaozi, clear out the blood puppets," Tang Feiyu said softly as he looked at the blood puppets that were trying to climb up the wall. Across from him, Li Tianhao also found a few experts in the remaining crowd and began to discuss countermeasures. He had a certain understanding of tactics, at least better than the average person. They also had blood puppets coming over, and with the efforts of several people with relevant skills and equipment, they barely completed the cleanup work. Cumulative, power generation, quantity 160. Chapter 116, The Spirited Boss. After all the blood puppets were killed, the field instantly fell silent. Aside from the occasional breeze, the only sound was the sound of people breathing. If there wasn't a 1 clearly written on the panel, it would look like all the monsters had been cleared. Tang Feiyu didn't know whether his previous explosive darts had injured the hiding Lao Lu. But until the other party showed up, no one dared to leave the wooden wall. It's safer with this 5 or 6 meter height buffer. If you're attacked while standing on the ground, you might not even be able to react before being dragged underground. Several experts on Li Tianhao's side were discussing countermeasures in a low voice, but they had not yet come to a feasible conclusion. Everyone was already used to the head-on confrontations with other monsters, but suddenly Lao Lu appeared and caught everyone off guard. The most crucial point is that so far, no one has seen the opponent's complete panel, and no one knows what skills they have. The only things that are certain are the ability to transform monsters into blood puppets and to catch people with vines. Even with a quick thought, he knew his opponent couldn't possibly only have these 2 abilities. The unknown was the greatest danger. Feiyu. Lin Wanrou looked at Tang Feiyu with some concern. Don't worry, the opponent's strength should not be as strong as we imagined, otherwise it can easily kill all of us head-on. Tang Feiyu said in an affirmative tone. The boss's ability looked scary, but the opponent's timid appearance made Tang Feiyu determine that the opponent's strength was probably just average. For example, when humans deal with large carnivores, they need to use tools, traps, and sneak attacks. But if they want to kill a chicken or a duck, they can just reach out and kill it. This is even more true for plants and animals. Only when facing prey that they cannot deal with head-on will they hide and attack from the sidelines. He checked the bullets in his pistol and confirmed that they were full. Then he picked up the bone sword and said, "You guys wait up there. When you find the enemy, find a chance to give it a good beating." The laser gun was given to Lin Wanrou, and the water gun was given to Yin Zijiao. Then he jumped down from the wall, walked to the group of monster corpses in the middle with a cautious mind but relaxed appearance, and inserted the bone sword into them. If the opponent continues to hide, I will upgrade my bone sword. If he comes out to attack me by surprise, that will be just what I want. Although Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao were a little worried, they thought about Tang Feiyu's strength and his usually cautious character, thinking that he should be confident, and he had 2 chances of resurrection, so the danger was not great. But the people on Li Tianhao's side were confused. They had no idea where he got the courage to go down directly. Judging from the previous situation, it is true that Lao Lu is afraid of fire, but the question is whether Tang Feiyu has the corresponding ability. Both the darts and the bullets he fired would indeed explode, but that kind of explosion was not like in the game where teammates would be immune to damage. Even he himself would be hurt by the explosion because he does not have a fire-related talent. If he was attacked by surprise, would he dare to attack the monsters nearby? He would probably kill the monsters before they died. Because he was not sure what his plan was, Li Tianhao sent him a private message. Tang Feiyu was now concentrating on preventing sneak attacks, so he had no energy to check private chats. After waiting for a while, the bone sword devoured the bones of a monster, but no sneak attack came. He was not in a hurry. He pulled out his bone sword and stabbed it into a corpse next to him. Was the monster scared away? Someone whispered. Why don't you go down and try it? Get lost. Why don't you go down and try it? Seeing that Tang Feiyu had not been attacked for a long time, some people started talking. Brother, do you think the monster really escaped? Li Shaoxian asked in a low voice. Li Tianhao stared at the ground and shook his head. Hunting is all about patience. When he was on a mission to the border before, a whole team of people lay in a dense forest full of snakes, insects, rats and ants for a whole day and a night before they successfully waited for the target to be negligent and completed the mission. After absorbing more than a dozen monster corpses in a row, Tang Feiyu felt that the bone sword had become sharper, but the attributes on the panel did not change. I might need the bones of 1 or 2 more corpses. He muttered to himself and pulled out the bone sword. As a result, as soon as he inserted it into the body of another monster, he felt a huge force on his hand. If he hadn't held it tightly, the bone sword might have been pulled into the ground. Good guy, it's finally here. Tang Feiyu was not surprised but happy. With a thought, the bone sword in his hand instantly became wider and longer. Even with the title, his strength, which was only 24 points, instantly became 50 points. Die! With a roar, he pressed the bone sword down heavily. The 5-meter area on the ground instantly turned into a deep pit. Some twisting blood-colored vines could be seen in the pit, but the main body was still not seen. So decisive. Tang Feiyu's face turned grim. This monster was more cautious than he had thought. Not only does he know to grab weapons first, he also knows to cut off his limbs to survive. He is like a complete spirit, and his main goal is to never take any risks. What kind of weapon is that? It can even transform? Is this the boss? I've never seen any weapon like him before. Li Tianhao's eyes lit up when he saw this. The opponent was not only powerful, but also seemed to have good luck. This was already the third special weapon. Moreover, the knife in his woman's hand also looked extraordinary, unlike him, who opened many boxes and only got a lightning skill card. As a result, Li Shaoxian now only has a panel, but the killing power is far from enough. Just when everyone was shocked by the bone sword, a red fruit whooshed from the ground and flew towards the wooden wall where Li Tianhao and his group were standing. Because they were flying from behind, they did not notice the fruit that was almost behind them. It was Lin Wanrou who noticed and shouted, "Run!" Her voice startled the alert Tang Feiyu, and he quickly ran to the side. As a result, nothing happened here. After hearing her reminder, Li Tianhao pulled Li Shaoxian down from the wooden wall without thinking. If there's nothing in front of him, then the danger must be from behind. This is a reaction he's developed from years of missions. After all, in the wild, teammates often don't have time to remind you in detail where the danger comes from, so you need to have a certain degree of judgment on your own. Before he jumped, he did not forget to remind others. Some people reacted quickly and jumped down, while some others did not react so quickly. It was too late to jump. With a soft bang, the red fruit hit someone's back and exploded into juice. Those who didn't have time to leave were all splashed with the bright red juice. Cumulative, power generation, quantity 182. Chapter 117 Alien Species, Bloodthorn Vine Monster. Screams were heard, and the expressions of the people who were splashed with juice instantly twisted. They stretched out their hands to scratch their backs, and soon their clothes were torn, and blood spurted out as they scratched. The mutated scenes are even more terrifying and shocking than the previous monsters. A master who escaped with Li Tianhao subconsciously looked back and almost vomited what he had eaten. Seeing this, Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao, who were standing on the opposite wall, also turned pale. Fortunately, they were far away and couldn't see clearly. A few people seemed unable to bear the pain of the transformation and decisively cut their throats with knives. But before their bodies fell to the ground, they had already transformed and chased after Li Tianhao and others with their hands and feet. The remaining people on the wall were almost at their limit. Their bodies kept twitching and they gradually stopped struggling. The blood puppets transformed by these people have slightly lower attributes than the previous monsters. It can be seen that the result of the transformation is positively correlated with the attributes in life. However, killing the pursuing blood puppets only made the already tired people even weaker. Perhaps noticing this, a red vine suddenly emerged from the ground and wrapped around Li Shaoxian. The people who followed Li Tianhao didn't even have time to escape for their own lives, so naturally they wouldn't turn back to help. Seeing that Li Shaoxian's body was about to be entangled by the vines, Li Tianhao paused, turned around, and swung his knife to chop. The lightning-fast machete easily cut through the vines, but more vines emerged, determined to keep the two men behind. "I'll go and help," Yin Zijiao shouted and jumped down. Tang Feiyu on the other side also rushed over with his bone sword twitching. Seeing Yin Zijiao rushing towards them, the people who were fleeing looked at each other and decided to fight the boss. Since they are still unwilling to leave the secret realm, it is naturally for the final reward. Now that the sixth boss has finally appeared, if they keep running away, it would be better to leave early. It just happened suddenly, and I was a little panicked. After making up his mind, he turned around and ran back. Li Tianhao and Li Shaoxian, who were about to despair, saw the support and mustered up their courage to fight back. However, Li Tianhao was already very tired, and the machete in his hand was just an ordinary weapon with poor conductivity, which led to greater consumption. Now the electric light on the knife was almost too weak to be seen. However, Li Shaoxian had no ability to control the vines. The sharp knife in her hand chopped on the vines like cutting taffy. If she had not been relatively agile, she would have been swept away. Seeing that Li Shaoxian was about to be caught by the vines, Li Tianhao seemed to have opened up his run and do meridians and burst out with tremendous strength to push her out of the encirclement. "Brother," Li Shaoxian, who was flying backwards, watched as Li Tianhao's hand holding the knife was entangled by a vine, and another vine pierced his lower abdomen. "Live well," Li Tianhao said with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he still forced a smile while enduring the severe pain. Then, as if he had a last burst of energy, he dropped the knife in his hand, grabbed the vines wrapped around his body with both hands, roared and pulled hard. The sixth boss had not expected that this prey, who had been infected by him, could burst out with such great power before dying. Caught off guard, he was actually pulled out from the ground, and he didn't even have time to cut off the vines himself. The elastic vines even bounced it into the air after it was pulled out. Baiyu, Baiyu, Baiyu. Lin Wanrou, who was on the wall, saw this fleeting opportunity and immediately aimed the laser gun in her hand at the free-falling monster and fired 3 shots. Ouch! The laser's speed meant the monster had no time to react before it was hit. The extremely high temperature caused a hissing sound to form on his body. A large amount of blood mist rose up, and the boss fell down with screams. But before it could get back into the ground, it was hit high into the sky like a baseball. The one who took action was naturally Tang Feiyu, who rushed over. The bone sword in his hand turned into a door panel that was more than 2 meters wide and more than 3 meters long. He struck with great ease. At the same time, I also saw the boss monster's panel. Name: Alien Bloodthorn Tung Yao, Rare. Age: 99 max. Talent: Bloodthirst, Bloodthirst Advanced Talent. Thirsting for blood. Swallowing blood can quickly recover from injuries and improve attributes. Physical strength: 58. Strength: 36. Speed: 18. Energy: 99. Hunger level: 37%. Aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue: 55%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills: Sowing Parasites, Whiplash of Despair, Son of the Earth, Bloodfall, Uprooting. Characteristics: A creature transformed from a bloodthorn vine. It is inedible, but its body tissue can be used as material to create equipment. Seed Parasitism: When touched by the juice of the fruit, the seeds contained in the juice will complete the parasitism. After parasitism, the blood puppet will supply the absorbed energy to the main body. Whip of Despair: Targets touched by the vines feel as if their souls are being whipped. Son of the Earth: The bloodthorn vine demon can disappear into the earth and completely hide its presence. Bloody Coming: When taking root in the earth, the bloodthorn vine monster can extract toxic substances from the earth, fuse them with its own blood poison, and release a large amount of red poisonous mist. Root Pulling: Allows the bloodthorn vine monster to pull out its roots buried deep underground and gain the ability to move. Seeing the panel, Tang Feiyu was somewhat glad that he arrived in time. Otherwise, if it fell to the ground, even if it didn't escape, it would be quite troublesome once the poisonous fog skill Blood Descent was released. He raised his gun and fired, emptying the magazine immediately. 7 explosions followed, the impact causing the ship's descent to slow dramatically. The blood thornvine monster in midair had just relieved the laser damage on its body when it was blown to pieces again. Its fatigue value instantly dropped below 50%, and its own attributes also decreased accordingly. Yin Zijiao rushed over, with a flaming sword in her hand, and slashed at the sky. The flaming swords quickly smashed towards the falling boss. Boom, boom, boom. The blood mist from the explosion made it impossible for the others who followed to see the situation above clearly. Lin Wanrou, who was on the wooden wall, also seized the opportunity, picked up the laser water gun, stepped back with her right foot, pressed against a bulge on the wooden wall, and pulled the trigger. Geo. A stream of water shot out from the center of the blood mist. However, before she could fire a second shot, the wooden stake under her feet fell backwards under the recoil of the water gun. She had no choice but to put down the gun and adjust her posture to prepare for a steady landing. Unexpectedly, the ground outside the wooden wall had been hollowed out by vines. Note 1. As soon as I landed, my foot stepped into the crack. Hiss. In the arena, Yin Zijiao's fatigue was rapidly decreasing, and the fire knife in her hand kept shooting out. Tang Feiyu became a spectator. Cumulative, power generation, quantity 286. Chapter 118, Entrusting an Orphan. The roar in the air gradually weakened, and Yin Zijiao's frequency of swinging the sword also began to decrease. After all, she was not a Superman with infinite energy. With the strength of this attack, it would be no problem for her to demolish a bunker. However, no one present relaxed, as the bright one on the secret realm panel was still there. I'm afraid this 6th boss doesn't know that humans have this thing called a panel, and thinks he can find an opportunity by pretending to be dead. Its acting skills are really good. It didn't die immediately, but slowly lowered its breath. If the panel wasn't there, many people would probably have been fooled. Lao Lu was helpless as he was pinned in midair by Yin Zijiao's attack, and couldn't come down at all. It was really a case of one wrong step leading to another. If it had known this earlier, it would not have taken the risk to attack Li Shaoxian. As a result, it was stopped by Li Tianhao, who was eager to save his sister and was pulled out at the risk of his life. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a regret medicine in the world. After losing the terrain of the earth, the blood thorn vine demon, the 6th boss, finally died in the air. As the number on the panel returned to 0, Yin Zijiao, who had been tense all the time, finally relaxed. The sword in his hand fell down. Tang Feiyu moved sideways and hugged her who was about to faint. He kicked the sword with his foot and then put it into the space. Yin Zijiao fainted due to low fatigue level, but it wasn't a big problem. After seeing the boss being killed, Lin Wanrou put away her 2 guns and limped over. What happened to you? Tang Feiyu asked in surprise, as he hadn't noticed that she had sprained her ankle after landing. Nothing, just take a rest. Congratulations on completing the S-level difficulty clearance. Rewards will be distributed based on your ranking and overall output ranking. There are only 5 minutes left before the secret realm is shattered. Your personal temporary space will remain for 5 minutes after returning to your respective rafts, fishing boats. Items that are not cleared within the time limit will disappear into the void. A prompt suddenly appeared in front of several people. Currently, there were only 9 people left in the secret realm. Among them are Tang Feiyu and 3 others, Li Tianhao and Li Shaoxian, and 4 other masters. However, these 4 masters had almost completely lost the final boss battle, having no chance to attack at all. They also thought of this and felt a little regretful that they should have returned earlier. Nearly 2 hours were wasted in vain. Not only did I waste time, but I also lived in fear and was under a lot of mental pressure. After seeing the reminder, he left the secret realm with a gloomy face. Let's go to Yin Zijiao, who had just woken up, said weakly. This was the first time she had pushed herself so hard, and now she felt dizzy and nauseous, like some kind of symptom. Wait. A weaker voice sounded, attracting the attention of the 3 people. The person who spoke was Li Tianhao, who was lying in Li Xiaoxuan's arms. At this time, most of his clothes were stained with blood. Tang Feiyu then remembered that there was a wounded soldier. After thinking about it, he realized that they had gotten along well before, so he took out a mutant strawberry that could replenish blood. 2,000 cubic centimeters of blood is enough to save his life. He believes that there will be plenty of treatment options once he returns to his raft. In the end, Li Tianhao rejected him. Ahem, I can feel that my body is beginning to mutate, ahem. He spat out blood as he spoke, and his voice was trembling slightly as if he was trying to endure the pain. I want to ask you a favor. He stretched out his hand towards Tang Feiyu, wanting to grab him, and said. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu squatted down. The wound on the opponent's abdomen had indeed begun to mutate, and the flesh and blood seemed to come alive. Perhaps because the host blood thornvine monster was dead, the speed of his mutation was so slow. In this situation, Tang Feiyu had no way to save him. Perhaps Lin Wanrou's only skill could help him revive, but not to mention that it had already been used on herself. It would take a long time to recover before it could be used again. Even if it was useless, he would not expose it to others casually. Even now, Yin Zijiao was not very clear about this matter. After all, the temptation of being resurrected without injury is too great. If it is leaked out, you may be hunted down by countless people. Even though he was confident, he had no intention of making enemies with everyone, and handing over Lin Wanrou to save his life was even more impossible for him. Ahem, our raft was destroyed. Even if we clear the level, we have no way to retreat. So, ahem, I want you to take Xiaoxian in. Ahem, we can give you all the supplies we have. Just give her a place to stay. She can take care of her own daily necessities. Brother, I don't. Li Xiaoxian was interrupted by Li Tianhao before she could finish her words. Don't forget that you still have to help me kill that villain Zhang Jinyu and get revenge. This was an excuse he had thought of before. If Li Xiaoxian was asked to leave directly, she would never agree, but there was Zhang Jinyu outside who caused them to fall into this situation. With the support of hatred, she could try her best to survive. Seeing that Tang Feiyu and the other 2 were still hesitating, Li Tianhao waved his hand and threw out everything in his personal space. In addition to the crab meat obtained from Tang Feiyu and some bullets, there was also a map and a card. This is a card that enhances your talent. It's a bit special, so I kept it here. As long as you agree to let Xiaoxian join your team and leave the secret realm, I'll give it to you. Tang Feiyu was still somewhat reluctant to allow outsiders to board his ship. Not only would it be inconvenient, but he might also be backstabbed. Li Tianhao in front of us is a good example. Although Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao felt sympathy, they did not say anything to interfere with his judgment. If you want, you can take Xiaoxian, as long as she lives. Li Tianhao glanced at Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao and continued to add. Adding to that the girl named Zhang Qian, it goes without saying what kind of image Tang Feiyu holds in his mind. Although Li Xiaoxuan's looks were slightly inferior to those of the other 3, it wasn't much. The main reason was that Li Xiaoxuan's temperament, cultivated through her previous work, was not something anyone could match. Her boldness is completely different from Yin Zijiao's temperament. which gradually changes due to her talent. Brother, Li Shaoxian knew he was saying this to give her a chance to leave. But how could he be so direct? They had only known each other for a few days. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu couldn't agree at all. What a guy, saying this in front of his woman. Isn't this trying to disrupt family harmony? Before he could even open his mouth to refuse, Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao looked at each other and said in unison, Feiyu, agree to it, or you'll just have to watch Li Shaoxian die here. Tang Feiyu looked back at the two of them with a question mark on his face. Cumulative, power generation, quantity 338. Chapter 119, Chips for Help. 3 people set out to enter the secret realm, and 4 returned. In the end, they left with Li Shaoxian. As for Li Tianhao, he died after confessing everything. Before they could dig a hole and bury the body, their stay was over. After returning to the cabin, Li Shaoxian sat on the stool with her legs hugged, her expression full of sadness. She recalled Li Tianhao's voice and smile in her mind, and her hatred for Zhang Jinyu grew even stronger. Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao were carried to the bed by Tang Feiyu. One of them was still tired and felt dizzy, and the other sprained her ankle. Fortunately, neither of them had a serious problem, and the main thing was to rest. As for the secret realm rewards and the spoils obtained there, he piled them in front of the locker. One reason was to increase them later, and the other was to serve as a small test for Li Shaoxian. Let's see if she will steal it. After all, in this environment, having a companion with ulterior motives around is not a good thing. Tang Feiyu just left the cabin and went to the cockpit to start the fishing boat and continue sailing towards Zhangqian. If Li Shaoxian wanted to take action, this would be an opportunity. Before entering the cabin, she had seen the raft hanging outside and had left a way out. However, when Tang Feiyu came back, he found that Li Shaoxian was still sitting there in the same posture and might not even have noticed the pile of spoils on the ground. Lin Wanrou, who was pretending to be asleep in bed, relaxed her guard when she heard him come in and actually fell asleep. Yin Zijiao had already fallen asleep. Tang Feiyu ignored her and started to organize all the spoils and rewards. After they were done, he could amplify them when Lin Wanrou or Yin Zijiao woke up at night. Bite. Suddenly, Tang Feiyu heard a private message. He opened it and saw that it was from Zhang Qian. Brother Feiyu, are you all okay? Why didn't Mom reply to me? If you have added a friend in the secret realm, you can still chat privately after leaving even if you are not in the same sea area. As for the reason why Lin Wanrou didn't reply, it was very simple. When she was whispering with Tang Feiyu in the secret realm, she turned off the notification sound for fear of being discovered by Zhang Qian. After she came back, she forgot to turn it on, so naturally she didn't notice the message. After knowing that the secret realm was over, Zhang Qian sent her a message, but she never received a reply. She was anxious and had other thoughts in her mind, so she found Tang Feiyu. She's asleep. I'll ask her to reply to you when she wakes up. Oh, so I see. You are all not hurt, right? What was the last monster? Zhang Qian asked for the sake of conversation. Tang Feiyu simply stopped packing his things and sat down by the bed to chat with Zhang Qian. Li Shaoxian was immersed in her own memories when she heard a ding sound next to her. It was just like a colleague in the company who was in love. Whenever he had free time, his cell phone would ring nonstop. And she may never get a message from anyone again. So Li Shaoxuan's hatred for Zhang Jinyu increased. But she was now living under someone else's roof, and if she wanted revenge, she would have to worry about it, not to mention that she had no means of transportation. Even if there is a raft or even a fishing boat, finding Zhang Jinyu is a problem. But Tang Feiyu is different. They have heard Zhang Qian's explanation in the secret realm. Tang Feiyu has an item in his hand that can be used to find people and lock onto a person's exact direction. If he was willing to help, his chances of revenge would be even greater. We are all adults, and if we want to ask for help, we must pay something. I do have some supplies on me, but they are just simple food, 2 guns, a knife, and some ammunition. She transferred it from her personal space to the backpack on her body. When they entered the secret realm, they only brought the most important card and map, and the rest were weapons and food. Tang Feiyu didn't lack these things at all. If he used these as conditions, it would be as ridiculous as asking a millionaire for help with a few cents. Other than that, she only had her most precious thing left to exchange. Maybe it wasn't a very precious thing to Tang Feiyu, but it was the only thing she could offer. I can only take a gamble and give it a try. Thinking of this, she stood up from her seat, looked at Tang Feiyu and asked softly, "Do you have a toilet here? Can you take me there?" Tang Feiyu didn't think much about it. He looked up and said, "It's at the stern. You can see it when you go over." Seeing that he was unwilling to get up, Li Shaoxian felt depressed. She didn't expect that her plan would end just as it began. But it would be weird if she said she didn't want to go to the bathroom now, so she had to walk out. But she forgot that she had been sitting with her legs bent, and her legs were fine when she stood up. But as soon as she moved, she felt so sore and numb that her whole body fell forward uncontrollably. Tang Feiyu was shocked when he saw this. He took a step forward and reached out to grab her clothes. Sizzle. The person was pulled, and Li Xiaoshuan's face was only 2 fists away from the floor, and there was a hole in her clothes on the back. It turns out that even thin strips of white on white are very noticeable. If it was Lin Wanrou or Yin Zijiao, Tang Feiyu might have to study the specific structure of the thin white stripes on her back. But it would be inappropriate to replace her with Li Xiaoxian. After helping her up, Tang Feiyu asked, "Are you okay?" She was about to answer that it was okay, but then she thought, isn't this an opportunity for him to follow her out? Even if she had decided to commit herself in exchange for a promise of help, she would not do it in front of other people, even if they were asleep. So she said, "My legs are numb from sitting just now, and now I can't move either leg, but I'm very anxious." Her voice was so soft that the second half of the sentence was almost inaudible. This is a normal reaction between relatively strangers. It can only be said that this is a senior actor. But come to think of it, her previous unit had a lot of disguise and even undercover work, so she does have some acting skills. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu had no choice but to say, "I'll take you there." When they walked outside, Tang Feiyu suddenly said, "If your legs are numb from squatting, there's a quick way to relieve it. Just walk backwards for 20 to 30 meters, and you'll be fully recovered." The author has tested it, and it works. Brothers who like squatting can give it a try. But Li Xiaoxian obviously didn't believe it. Although she could walk now, her legs were really numb, but not as severe as she showed. But if she walked backwards, she might fall. Tang Feiyu did not force her to do so. He supported her and slowly walked towards the stern. When passing by cabin number 4, he said, "You can stay here tonight. Can I go in and take a look now?" Li Xiaoxian asked. Tang Feiyu thought to himself, "Aren't you very anxious?" But it was not easy to ask him in person, so he nodded and opened the cabin door. Just as he turned around and was about to say something, Li Xiaoxian, who had spotted the layout inside, threw him onto the bed and pressed against him. Cumulative, power generation, quantity 500. Chapter 120 Blessing Altar, additional update. Because the incident happened suddenly, even though Tang Feiyu had more physical strength and power than Li Xiaoxian, he was still knocked down by her when he was caught off guard. He looked at the eyes so close to him in surprise, and could see determination and a hint of shyness in her eyes. After reacting, Tang Feiyu reached out and supported the other person's shoulders. He didn't even bother to wipe it, but asked in confusion, "Hey, what are you doing?" At this time, Tang Feiyu had already reacted. Her words of being in a hurry to go to the toilet were just an excuse to call him out. "I originally thought that Li Xiaoxian would explain, but unexpectedly, as soon as I asked, she fell on me and burst into tears. Those who don't know would think that they are dead. This is just mourning." Tang Feiyu was numb. If he pushed her away, she would cry so sadly. If he didn't push her away, it would be a bit uncomfortable. He thought to himself, sure enough, agreeing to Li Tianhao is a trouble. But this is not anyone else's fault. Although Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao's words made him make the decision in the end, the card and map that Li Tianhao took out were the fundamental reasons for his excitement. "Are you okay?" Tang Feiyu asked in a low voice as the crying gradually weakened. Li Xiaoxian raised her head and looked at him, tears streaming down her face as she said, "Can you help me get revenge?" The originally cool and sassy woman now had a pitiful expression, which aroused a sense of protectiveness in his heart. However, he still remembered that the most important thing for him at the moment was to find Zhang Qian. Li Xiaoxian is an outsider after all. If she meets Zhang Jinyu on the road, it will not be a problem to solve the problem. But if the other party is not heading in the same direction as you, it is impossible to turn around and look for them. He can still clearly distinguish between those who are close and those who are distant. "I can help you if I meet him," Tang Feiyu said truthfully. Compared to Zhang Jinyu, he had a better impression of Li Tianhao. Although Zhang Jinyu did nothing wrong in leaving the secret realm early, if Tang Feiyu were in his situation, he would probably do the same. But he ran away and cut off his teammates' retreat, which was extremely despicable. Moreover, he was rescued by Li Tianhao and the others and given supplies to train. He was a complete, ungrateful person. Tang Feiyu had no psychological pressure in dealing with such a person. After hearing Tang Feiyu's words, Li Xiaoshuan's eyes regained some liveliness and spirit. Although he would not go out of his way to seek revenge on Zhang Jinyu, at least there was some hope. "Well, you get up first." Tang Feiyu pushed the other person's shoulder. An hour later, both of them looked at each other with complicated expressions. Li Xiaoxian had no idea that the man was different from the men she had caught before. Although she had never had this kind of experience before, she had visited many clubs and hotels with her colleagues. She had caught many ladybugs, and from what she knew, those people were already top-notch experts in just 10 minutes. and most of them completed the transaction in 3 to 5 minutes. Tang Feiyu didn't look very strong, but the fight never ended. After cleaning up the red fish skin, Tang Feiyu said, "You should have a good rest first." Then, he covered her with the quilt and was about to leave the cabin when he suddenly thought of something. He paused and asked, "Which sea area were you in before?" After getting the answer, he opened the door. Oh, after he left, Li Xiaoxian sighed softly. She didn't know whether her choice was right or wrong, but it was too late to regret now. On the other hand, Tang Feiyu was also sighing that the other party was really an honest person. He had misunderstood her before and thought that what she said about being in a hurry to go to the toilet was fake. I went to the bathroom, threw the fish skin and the heavier clothes into the wooden basin and started washing them. After finishing the work, I thought about it and went to the cab and picked up the Beidou positioning. I plan to first see where Zhang Jinyu is. Regardless of whether I can find him or not, at least I have an idea in mind. After all, Li Xiaoxian has already paid the reward. Mr. Tang is not the kind of scum who would just pull out his clothes and leave. The fishing boat is currently in Area 00869 and is expected to reach Area 870 around tomorrow. Zhang Qian is in Area 872. The sea area where Li Xiaoxian was originally located was 00573. He speculated that it was either on the left side or on the right side of his fishing boat. In the cab, Tang Feiyu sat at the helm and read the messages in the chat area. He had originally planned to locate Zhang Jinyu's direction, but after picking up the Beidou positioning, he remembered that this thing could not be used during the day. At this time, the chat area is discussing the ranking list. Some secret realms may not have ended yet, so there is no movement on the overall ranking list. Some people talked about their experiences in the secret realm, making those who did not dare to enter the secret realm feel fortunate for their choice. There are also those who brag about their bravery in an attempt to lure some people to join them. Some people are showing off their rewards, but these are just very ordinary rewards. Apart from making those who have not entered the secret realm envious, those who really have good things are disdainful of them. There are no legal and moral constraints now. When there are good things, people would rather others don't know about it. Who would tell others about it so carelessly? The only possible consequence of showing off your wealth at sea is that you will be noticed. As a result, as soon as he thought of this, he was slapped in the face by someone in the chat area. A middle-aged man named Ma Tungting posted a photo of an item and a message. Blessing Altar is now recruiting a group of strong and hardworking people. As long as you join my team, you will have the opportunity to use it once, and you can also exchange it for other rights in the future. Blessing Altar. After offering sacrifices, you can obtain blessing effects, including but not limited to attribute enhancement, skill and talent enhancement, etc. Tang Feiyu immediately understood the other party's plan. If his own strength was also good, using such a good thing to recruit subordinates would be a very smart choice. And since the other party dares to show off his wealth, he must have his own trump card. In addition, he has already eliminated the Shark Gang, the strongest force in this sea area, and the remaining people are of average strength. So Ma Tingting is ready to raise his own flag and recruit people. Ding! A private message came. Tang Feiyu thought it was Zhang Qian, but when he opened it, he found it was actually Ma Tingting. Chapter 121 Blood, Thorn Crystal. Brother Tang, do you want to join my team? I'll give you the same status as me, and you can use the blessing altar once a week. I'll pay for the sacrifices. The news about Ma Tingting clearly showed his intention to win over the government. Although Tang Feiyu was a little envious of the other party's altar, after thinking about it, he rejected the other party's kindness. First of all, if you join his team, in addition to the benefits, you must also have corresponding obligations. After all, no one will give you benefits for no reason. Secondly, the strengthening effect of the blessing altar is unclear. It can only be used once a week, and it may not be as fast as the natural improvement speed. However, he did not make a final statement. Instead, he added the other party as a friend. Maybe they could trade or have other cooperation in the future. It is always better to have more friends than more enemies. Ma Tingting didn't force it. Although he also coveted Tang Feiyu's artillery and fishing boat, he didn't absolutely need them. This time in the secret realm, in addition to obtaining the blessing altar, there were other good things, and his strength was unprecedentedly improved. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to expose his altar. After looking at the sky outside, Tang Feiyu stood up and walked to cabin number 3 to start cooking. Just as he put the food into the pot, the hatch behind him was pushed open by Yin Zijiao. You're awake. Dinner will have to wait a while, Tang Feiyu said after looking back at her. Yin Zijiao walked behind him, put her arms around his waist, rested her chin on his shoulder, and whispered, "Let me see what delicious food you're making." After she finished speaking, before Tang Feiyu could answer, she sniffed his neck and said with a chuckle, "You're quick enough. I thought I'd have to wait a few days." Tang Feiyu naturally understood what she meant, but he didn't answer in embarrassment. After all, he was a little surprised, but if he didn't react in that situation, he would be scolded again. I'll go see this new sister. Yin Zijiao bit his neck and slowly left the cabin. After Tang Feiyu finished preparing dinner, Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao also came in. Looking at Yin Zijiao, who came alone, Tang Feiyu was a little surprised. She said she couldn't come to eat anymore. Yin Zijiao shrugged and said. Li Shaoxian felt a little embarrassed when she saw Yin Zijiao enter her cabin. After all, she was able to follow her onto the fishing boat because Yin Zijiao and Lin Wanrou had moved her with compassion. In a sense, they were her benefactors. As a result, I stole Tang Feiyu while my two benefactors were resting. If I were in their position, I would definitely curse the thief who stole the food. However, what she didn't expect was that Yin Zijiao not only didn't scold her, but also pulled her aside to discuss the process. She was a little confused. Logically, what woman wouldn't want to share with other women? This wasn't a bicycle or a power bank. So, although Yin Zijiao said that she and Lin Wanrou didn't mind her cheating behavior, she still felt ashamed to come and eat with them. Tang Feiyu didn't force it, and he always gave the other party some time to adapt. After the three of them finished their meal, Lin Wanrou took Yin Zijiao back to cabin 1 and began to sort out the spoils on the ground. Tang Feiyu came to cabin number 4 with a portion of food. In the room, Li Shaoxian was lying on the bed, not knowing what she was thinking about. He pushed the door open and came in without being noticed. What are you thinking about? Tang Feiyu put the bowl on the bedside and said softly. Li Shaoxian suddenly came back to her senses and saw Tang Feiyu. Her face flushed again before she whispered, nothing. Then don't think about it, just eat something. Tang Feiyu helped Li Shaoxian up, let her lean against the head of the bed, and then handed her the bowl. Thank you, Li Shaoxian said softly and took the bowl. I will go and locate Zhang Jinyu's position later. If it's on my way, I will help you take revenge first. If it's not on my way, I will wait until I find Qianqian and then help you take revenge. Tang Feiyu looked at her and promised. Hearing this, Li Shaoxian paused for a moment and choked up as she thanked him again. Tang Feiyu knew that it was useless to say anything now. She had to rely on herself to get over Li Tianhao's problem. So he reached out and touched her head, then stood up and left the room. Li Shaoxian watched his back as he left, and the memory was deeply imprinted in her heart. If she had made that choice before just to get help, now she had begun to try to accept Tang Feiyu in her heart. Of course, Tang Feiyu had no idea what Li Shaoxian was thinking. After leaving cabin 4, he looked up at the twinkling stars in the sky and came to the cockpit. Zhang Jinyu's information and the sea area he was in were entered into the Beidou positioning. This way you can directly lock onto that area without having to select from all the people with the same name. Soon, an angle of more than 40 degrees appeared on the positioning plate. Tang Feiyu shook his head slightly. The other party was not heading in the direction he was heading, so he had to wait until he found Zhang Qian before looking for her again. After placing the Beidou positioning, he took another look at the radar and returned to cabin 1 when he found nothing abnormal. The spoils on the ground have been sorted into different categories by Lin Wanrou and the others. Let's start. Seeing him come in, Lin Wanrou picked up the materials exploded by the blood thorn vine monster, as well as the materials decomposed from the corpses of several leader monsters he brought back, and put them into the trading column. Next came the radiation crystal cores, a total of 25 pieces. The cards given by Li Tianhao reopened the trading column. The reason for doing it in 2 batches is so that you don't have to take out all of it at once, and it's easier to put it in the locker later. Otherwise, it will be a mess and take a long time to sort out. Bloodthorn, rare. Amplified Bloodthorn crystal, rare. Bloodvine, fine. Amplified Vine monster touch, rare. However, the amplified effect of the flesh and bones decomposed from the monster's corpse is somewhat unsatisfactory. Bones have also become materials for making certain weapons, but they are only of high quality, while meat is a bit of a pain in the ass. The effect of strengthening attributes has been amplified, but the odds of mutation and variation have also increased. The original small probability has become a large probability. Who would dare to eat this? The fate of the person who mutated into a different species in the secret realm is still vivid in my mind. If it weren't for him, the boss Bloodthorn Vine Demon wouldn't have appeared, and there wouldn't have been so many extra deaths. We dare not throw this meat into the sea at will. If it is eaten by a sea beast and accidentally mutates into a different species, it will only cause trouble for us. In the end, he had no choice but to toss all the inedible meat into the high-level recycling bin. The remaining bones were fed to his bone sword, increasing its sharpness and strength by 1 point each. Cumulative, power generation, quantity, 31. When the amount reaches 500, power generation will add 1 more chapter no upper limit energy, degree. No. Chapter 122 Weapon Enhancement. The amplification of the radiation crystal cores did not appear to be of higher quality, but the number was multiplied by 100, reaching 2500. After using it, it can be immune to the radiation in the seawater and slightly improve physical attributes. Tang Feiyu and the other two had no regrets about this. However, the enhanced card from Li Tianhao, after its amplification effect, made the three of them's eyes light up. Linkage. Select two talent owners to use, so that the talent effects of the two people can be linked and amplified. According to the instructions on the card, after the linkage is successful, the effect of using the talent will be unexpectedly improved. Feiyu, why don't you work with Sister Wanrou? Yin Zijiao said immediately after seeing Lin Wanrou speak. She thought that after all, Lin Wanrou had arrived earlier than her, and that it was already good enough that she accepted her existence. She couldn't fight for everything. Besides, Yang Yan's talent is already very good now, and Lin Wanrou's medicine is just an auxiliary talent. If the linkage is used, maybe some poison milk effects will appear, which can be regarded as strengthening the strength of one's own side. Even if there is no damage effect, it is not a loss to enhance the treatment. However, before Tang Feiyu could speak, Lin Wanrou said, Feiyu, it's better for you and Zijiao to work together. Her personality is such that she never competes with others for anything, and Yin Zijiao has an output-oriented talent, so naturally the higher the damage, the stronger her combat power. The two of them pushed each other back and forth, and finally Tang Feiyu spread his hands and said, Don't be so modest, I can't use it. When Yin Zijiao finished speaking, he also thought that letting Lin Wanrou use it would be better, similar to Yin Zijiao's idea, but there was no reaction. So he had to switch to coordinating with Yin Zijiao, but there was still no reaction. You two should give it a try. As a result, Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao's talents still couldn't make the linkage cards resonate, and the linkage failed. The three of them looked at each other, and Tang Feiyu said with some regret, If I had known this situation earlier, I might as well use it directly without amplification. Without the amplification, any of the three people could have strengthened their talents, but now they couldn't use it. This was a waste of an opportunity to strengthen. After throwing this troublesome card into the locker, Tang Feiyu picked up the Bloodthorn Crystal, the second rare item. The last rare item was an enchantment box. Bloodthorn Crystal, a refining material. By fusing it with a weapon, less than rare, the weapon can be strengthened to 90% of the rare level to 10% of the treasure level. Since it is just a piece of material, it is normal that the chance of strengthening it to the treasure level is low. Touch of the Vine Monster, a material for refining weapons. Fusing it with a weapon can increase special effects. The use of both materials is very simple. You just need to find a ready-made weapon to fuse them together. You don't need a design drawing or master the refining skills. The bone sword is rare, so there is no need to worry about it. Moreover, it is a growth-type weapon in itself, so you just need to keep feeding it various bones. The laser gun and water gun also became rare due to the previous enchantments. Among the commonly used weapons nowadays, only the Desert Eagle with a lock head is of high-end quality, and Yin Zijiao's Hell Messenger Katana is of premium quality. The requirement for using Bloodthorn Crystal is below rare level, so the higher the quality, the higher the chance of it becoming a treasure level. So Tang Feiyu asked Yin Zijiao to bring the red sword without any hesitation. When the blood-colored crystal was placed on the blade, it melted instantly, and a blood-red flame emerged from the sword. Bloodthorn Hell Messenger, rare. Sharpness plus 19. Strength plus 30. Features: heat conduction, blood burning. Thermal conductivity, can conduct fire energy, with a conductivity of 125%. Burning blood. Each attack will cause the target to have an additional bleeding effect. The blood that overflows from the body will burn into blood-colored mist, which will be absorbed by the sword master and restore the sword's own consumption. Magic Pattern Hellfire adds a hellfire effect to the weapon, increasing its conductivity by 50%. Each attack will trigger a hellfire ray. Upon hitting the target, a violent explosion will occur. The brand new katana not only has its name changed, but its attributes have also been greatly improved. The sharpness, which was originally only 9 points, suddenly surpassed the bone sword and reached 19 points. The strength also increased from 5 points to 30 points. And there is also a new feature, which will enhance Yin Zijiao's sustained combat capability. She held the brand new sword, hugged Tang Feiyu excitedly, and kissed him again and again, and she couldn't wait to find a monster to try out the effect of the new weapon. With saliva all over his face, Tang Feiyu placed the Vine Demon's Touch on the Desert Eagle. The damage of this gun is a bit low now. If it is not strengthened, Lin Wanrou will have no commonly used weapon. Although the laser gun and water gun have high damage, they only have 8 attack opportunities in total before needing to be recharged, which is not long-lasting enough. High-quality weapon blueprints are hard to come by. Even if one uses his talent to enhance them, he can only obtain ordinary and advanced blueprints. Now, dozens of weapons have been lit up in the toolbar, but the Desert Eagle is still far ahead, and its automatic locking effect is unmatched by other weapons. So he has no other choice now. Lock Desert Eagle TY, rare. Inlay, Azure Ice Crystal. 7-round magazine. Ice. When attacking, there is a 1% chance that the target will be damaged by ice and have its speed reduced by 10%. Magic Pattern, Wind Cone. Increases flight speed and penetration. Blood Bullet. Special condenses 100 bullets with 1% of your own blood. These blood bullets possess all the effects of a firearm. They also increase penetration and velocity and add a bleed effect. Each bleed effect reduces the target's movement speed by 10% for 15 seconds. The Desert Eagle's appearance had also changed. 2 soft tentacles emerged from the handle, expanding and contracting in a continuous cycle, as if breathing. He reached out and touched the tentacles, which felt like a cat's paw pad, bouncy and chewy. Because this weapon is not bound to the user, he wanted to try the effect of the bloodstained bullet, but it was completely unable to be triggered. The gun was in his hand, but the words on the panel were grayish-white. Oh my god, it can't be used again. Tang Feiyu cursed with a wry smile. The gun's attributes are very strong now, but if you can't use it, it's useless, and a rare quality material is wasted. Wanrou, I'll get you a better weapon later, Tang Feiyu said as he handed over the gun. It's nothing, I'm not in a hurry. Lin Wanrou chuckled. She didn't need it normally. As a result, as soon as she took the pistol, the 2 tentacles suddenly grew longer, wrapped around Lin Wanrou's white and tender wrist in circles, and the 2 heads pierced into her blood vessels side by side. Tang Feiyu was startled and immediately reached out to grab it, but Lin Wanrou stopped him. Current cumulative generation quantity, 58. Get 1 more chapter of Powered by Love for free when you spend 500 carat. Chapter 123 Intelligent Brain Number 1. Don't worry, I'm fine, Lin Wanrou said softly. Seeing that she was really not in any danger, Tang Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief. He saw that the originally transparent tentacles began to turn red in circles from the 2 wounds. That was the blood that was sucked out. Soon, the entire gun turned blood red. However, Lin Wanrou's expression remained unchanged. She has a strong physique to begin with, and in addition to her own blood, she also has blood beads stored in her body that can be replenished at any time. For her, recharging 1% of her health is not as much as consuming 1 exercise. I went outside to test the power of the new gun. Without using physical bullets, the power of the blood-stained bullets exceeded the damage of the explosive darts. Overall, it is worthy of its rare quality. After returning to the cabin, Tang Feiyu picked up the rewards for clearing the secret realm and handed them to Lin Wanrou. There were 5 items in total. After amplification, new items appeared before our eyes. Girl's Prayer, skill card, consumes 10% of fatigue value, restores 30% of hunger and fatigue value to the designated target, and increases the target's physical strength, and energy by 10 points each within 30 minutes. Premium. Exquisite Lottery Card. Randomly draw an exquisite item. Fishing Boat Modification Device. Add materials to modify fishing boats. Note: modification does not change the level of the fishing boat. Smart Computer Design Drawing. Create a design drawing for a smart computer. Rare Skill Blind Box. A rare skill card will be randomly opened. It is normal to occasionally be empty. Restoration skills were definitely for Lin Wanrou. Although the name of the skill made her look a little strange, after all, she was no longer a girl in terms of her body or age. But the skill name cannot be changed, and with this skill, I will be able to help when I encounter a situation that requires continuous fighting in the future. So she hesitated for a moment before choosing to use it. Young sister, I'll be counting on you from now on. Yin Zijiao waited for Lin Wanrou to use the skill card, then pulled her and said with a wicked smile. Hearing this, Lin Wanrou reached out and pinched her vital points. Naturally, Yin Zijiao would not just sit there and not fight back. The light in the room became brighter and dimmer. Okay, stop it. Tang Feiyu separated the 2 people with 1 hand each. There was still something to be divided. He definitely wouldn't touch things like raffle cards and skill blind boxes that depended on bloodline anymore. Instead, he picked up the transformation device and began to examine it. According to the description, this modification is not simply to install something on the fishing boat. Instead, it can transform the fishing boat into other modes, such as land mode or flying mode. However, there are many types of materials needed. There is no shortage of basic supplies in the locker, but he has never seen some of the special materials. He can only wait until he finds them before making the transformation. Another one is the smart computer design drawing. According to the description, the computer produced can be installed on a fishing boat to realize the function of automatic driving. Although fishing boats nowadays do not require special human drivers, the difference is still very obvious. If an iceberg or island appears ahead, the radar will sound an alarm, but the fishing boat will not go around it or stop on its own. Instead, it will rush straight towards it without anyone changing its direction. With the smart computer, when encountering obstacles, the status of the fishing boat will automatically change according to the situation, which is very nice. It's just not clear whether this kind of intelligence will have various bugs like the previous artificial intelligence. But even if it is artificially retarded, it is still much better than it is now. So Tang Feiyu looked at the materials needed, all of which were in the locker, so he chose to make it without hesitation. Some iron, copper, lead, and aluminum, 100 electronic components, 30 mechanical cores, 35 neurons, 45 plastics, 65 nickel alloys. The production time is 360 hours, and it is completed directly at an accelerated pace. Smart Computer Number 1 reports to its master. Please bind your identity information and assign tasks to Number 1. An electronically synthesized voice came from the notebook-sized computer in front of him. Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao signaled Tang Feiyu to go and bind it, and he did not refuse. After scanning fingerprints, faces, and blood DNA, the voice from the computer sounded again. Master Tang Feiyu, binding completed. According to Number 1's observation, the woman next to the master is in a sexual relationship with the master and is defaulted to the mistress. Would you like to bind the mistress's information? Hearing this, the corners of the three people's eyes twitched unconsciously. This thing may not be intelligent, but it can analyze the relationship between the two people just from their expressions and their contact with Tang Feiyu. But when it comes to intelligence, who with any sense would use such a word in front of someone? Wouldn't it be much nicer to use spouse? But fortunately, they were all family, so there was no awkwardness. Tang Feiyu ordered, bind. Because they were not the highest authority, they did not even need to record DNA information. The binding was successful based solely on external features such as fingerprints and faces. Tang Feiyu brought the computer to the cockpit and installed it near the rudder, and Number 1 began to take over the driving of the fishing boat. After recording the information about Zhang Qian's direction, Tang Feiyu prepared to go back. Master, please wait. Currently, Number 1's control over the fishing boat is limited to driving. Master, please arrange more routes as soon as possible. After Number 1's explanation, it painted a big picture for Tang Feiyu. According to it, as long as relevant smart devices are installed in various locations on the boat, the entire fishing boat can be controlled by voice. For example, the use of various weapons, opening and closing of hatches, and even cooking and washing clothes, completely free up manual labor. Number 1 can also provide the design drawings of those devices. The only difference is that they cannot be directly produced using the design drawings. It needs to be produced bit by bit according to the drawings. However, Tang Feiyu doesn't need to do this. He only needs to give the Number 1 tool station access, and it will automatically produce. In this regard, Tang Feiyu naturally agreed without hesitation. Since it is not made from a design drawing, it naturally cannot be accelerated using an accelerator. According to Number 1's calculations, it will take about a week to achieve full ship automation. Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao waited for him to return to the cabin with the lottery cards and blind boxes before starting. Twisted Bow Exquisite. Sharpness +5. Strength +12. Features: Streamer, Twisted Curse. Streamer, Energy Arrow Sharpness +5, Firing Rate +30. Physical Arrow Sharpness +10, Firing Rate +60. Distorted Curse. Being hit and wounded by an energy arrow triggers the curse, reducing all attributes of the target by 50%, reducing vision range by 80%, and reducing recovery by 30%. Being wounded by a physical arrow reduces the curse effect by half. Current cumulative generation quantity 91. Full 500 powered by love. Add one more chapter. Chapter 124. Cooling down again. New sea area. None of the three of them were very skilled with bows and arrows. Even with pistols, if it weren't for the built-in locking effect, their accuracy would be much worse. After all, I have never come into contact with this kind of weapon before. So I just looked at the properties and threw it into the locker. Now, we just have to wait and see what comes out of the skill blind box in Lin Wanrou's hand. Blade Storm. Swing the sword at an extremely fast speed to attack the target. The attack speed is related to the strength and speed attributes. The target within the storm range has its movement speed reduced by 90%, Rare. Lin Wanrou handed the opened card to Tang Feiyu. After seeing the skill effect clearly, she knew that she was the one who would use it. Yin Zijiao's main weapon is a katana, so she can use this skill, but she has never pursued attack speed skills. After using the skill card, he did not go out to test the effect. Instead, he took out a radiation crystal core and gave one to each person. Previously, in the secret realm, I couldn't trade for the amplification, so I kept it and didn't need it. Now that it has been amplified, I don't have to worry about wasting it. The effect of immunity to seawater radiation is still very important, but improving physical attributes is not so important. Of course, adding some would definitely be very fragrant. Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao took it and put it directly into their mouths without hesitation. Tang Feiyu added 1 point of strength, Yin Zijiao added 1 point of energy, and Lin Wanrou added 1 point of physique. He tried taking another pill, but found no reaction. He didn't know whether only one pill was effective or only one pill was effective within a short period of time. They had no intention of showing off the spoils they obtained from the secret realm in the chat area. The right way was to make a fortune quietly. After all, Tang Feiyu was not prepared to form a team. After finishing all the things that needed to be sorted, he pulled the two of them to bathroom number 2 with a sly smile. Li Shaoxian, who was resting on the 4th, did not get a good rest the whole night. The next day, when Tang Feiyu came to deliver food, he found that she had a pair of panda eyes and looked a little listless. I thought she hadn't gotten over the Li Tianhao incident yet, so I didn't think much about it. Eat something first. I located the area you were in yesterday. It's not on our way, but we can turn there after we find Qianqian. Originally, Li Xiaoshuan's face looked a little strange when she saw Tang Feiyu. After all, it was a whole night. But after hearing his words, all the random thoughts in my mind were thrown out of my mind. Okay, I understand. Let's go about your business first. Li Xiaoxian is a smart person. She doesn't think that the other party should listen to her ideas first just because she has had a relationship with him. Because Tang Feiyu had given her a radiation crystal core when they were in the secret realm, she didn't bring another one. But thinking that she didn't have any better weapons and only had 2 ordinary pistols and some machetes, he asked, "Can you use a bow and arrow?" It would be a waste to keep the twisted bow. If she knows how to use it, giving it to her would give her more combat power. Li Xiaoxian was a little surprised when he heard the question. Why did the topic suddenly turn to this? But she nodded and said, if it doesn't miss the target within 50 meters, it should be considered acceptable. Tang Feiyu had no idea about this, but judging from her appearance, she seemed to be quite confident. So he asked her to wait for a moment and turned back to cabin 1 to get the twisted bow. When Li Xiaoxian took the bow and arrow and looked at it, she was a little shocked. The best items she and Li Tianhao had ever obtained were of high quality. This is too expensive, she declined. Take it. None of us 3 know how to use it, and we all have better weapons. Tang Feiyu advised. After several refusals, Li Xiaoxian put it away. I see that you didn't get enough rest. You didn't have anything to do during the day, so you should have a good sleep. Tang Feiyu took the empty bowl, stood up, and said. Li Xiaoxian looked at his back dimly, thinking to herself, why didn't I get enough rest? Don't you have any idea? Although his fishing boat was definitely one of the best in most seas, the sound insulation between the cabins was really not that good. Li Xiaoxian thought that the 3 men might have forgotten that there was one more person on the boat and did not restrain themselves. But if she listened carefully, she would find that most of the voices were Yin Zijiao's. Lin Wanrou was not used to being together, so she basically tried hard not to make any sound. She only cried out once or twice at certain times when she really couldn't help herself. But Yin Zijiao didn't have so many concerns, and it's hard to say how much of this is intentional. After Tang Feiyu left, Li Xiaoxian picked up the twisted bow again, held it in her arms, and fell asleep unknowingly. Tang Feiyu sat in the driver's seat and chatted with Zhang Qian. With autonomous driving, there is no need to worry about when a ship accident will happen. Snap! Suddenly, a slight noise reached his ears, and Tang Feiyu shouted in surprise. Number 1. What did you bump into outside? Master, it's a piece of floating ice. According to calculations, it will not affect the fishing boat, so number 1 ignored it. An electronically synthesized voice sounded. Tang Feiyu nodded upon hearing this. But not long after, he was suddenly stunned. Thinking about what number 1 said, there was an iceberg outside, but the sea surface should not be frozen yet. He stood up and walked out, lying on the side of the boat and looking at the sea in the distance. The water was calm everywhere, but he could indeed feel that the temperature was much lower than yesterday. Bite. Opening the private chat, it was another message from Zhang Qian. Brother Feiyu, there are a lot of floating ice on the sea surface over here. It must be getting colder. You guys should keep warm on the boat. Because of her talent, she doesn't care even if the temperature drops below 0. At this time, She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, sitting on the edge of the raft, and playing in the water with her little feet on the ice. In the past, a fragile college student like her would never touch ordinary cold water, let alone ice water with bare feet. The temperature on the boat is constant, but you have to take care of yourself outside. We should be able to reach your sea area in a few days. Tang Feiyu quickly replied. You have entered sea area 00870. Really? Then when you come over, I'll show you something good. Zhang Qian kept it a secret. That was the reward she got from the secret realm. Tang Feiyu asked curiously, but since Zhang Qian didn't say anything, he didn't continue to ask. Click, click. The bow of the ship kept knocking away the ice floes. Tang Feiyu was stunned when he heard it. He quickly looked at the sea again and found that the number of ice floes had increased dramatically just by changing the sea area. The temperature in the air also dropped several degrees. Even with his current physical condition, he couldn't help but shiver. In the chat area of the new sea area, people were cursing about the bad weather and sending out various messages asking for warm supplies. Tang Feiyu saw a business opportunity and got a lot of warm supplies in the secret realm and kept them in the storage cabinet. Cumulative Generation Quantity 191. Chapter 125 The Box in the Ice Floe. After leaving the secret realm, every monster killed was rewarded with a fire crystal. This thing has no other function except to provide warmth. One fire crystal can maintain a body temperature of around 10 degrees Celsius throughout the day. Of course, if you're susceptible to cold, you can use two together. The duration doesn't stack, but the temperature effect does. It'll feel like summer. The team of Tang Feiyu and 3 others killed more than 2,000 monsters in the secret realm. After the amplification, I now have 200,000 fire crystals. I originally thought it would take a few days before I could use them, but I was surprised to find that the new sea area is so much colder than the previous one. However, he didn't act immediately. After all, the more critical the moment, the higher the price. It was still a little early because many people also had it, but the quantity they had was small. Currently, no one is selling fire crystals in the trading area. In the secret realm, most people are lucky enough to kill 100 monsters. No one can guarantee how long the cold weather will last. Even if they ensure the minimum consumption, it will only last for 3 months. Naturally, they will not sell it at will. And when some people are unable to get what they want, it is the time for Tang Feiyu to take action. At that time, he should be able to exchange it for many more precious items. In addition, he also has some monster furs, only a few hundred pieces, which can be considered a fortune. The sound of ice floes being broken could be heard from time to time. Bored, Tang Feiyu took out his fishing rod and threw it out. He hadn't fished in a long time, so this was just a good way to kill time. However, even though I kept fishing at 60 miles per hour, almost no fish took the bait. After 2 hours of fishing, I only caught 2 fish. Click. Another piece of ice was broken. Congratulations on obtaining a wooden box. The sudden prompt in front of him made him stunned for a moment, because he had not seen any boxes floating on the sea before. Recalling the sound of the ice floe being smashed that he had heard before, he had some guesses in his mind. Instead of opening the box, he returned to the cabin, took out a telescope, and looked towards the sea. Sure enough, he found some people on a raft, pulling ice floes onto the raft with long hooks. And in the ice, you can vaguely see the shadow of a cube. He kept staring at the other person through the telescope, and soon, a wooden box was dug out of the ice by the man. Sure enough, all the boxes in this sea area are in the ice floes. If we don't break the ice floes, even if a fishing boat passes by, the trap effect will not be triggered. Tang Feiyu said to himself. This is a bit uncomfortable. The original effect was that boxes within a certain range of the fishing boat would be automatically picked up, but now, only the boxes directly in front have a chance to be picked up, and if you don't see the boxes in other directions, you will miss them. Although he felt a little regretful, he didn't intend to stop moving forward just to pick up the box. Putting away the telescope, he picked up the box on the deck and opened it. Congratulations on obtaining Treasure Map 1. Treasure Map 1. Collecting all numbered treasure maps can summon a mutant sea monster, which will drop treasure after being defeated. From the hint, we can see that there are 6 numbers in total, and there is no way to know where the treasure maps of other numbers are. I just don't know if this thing can amplify power, he thought to himself, and threw it into the locker, ready to try it after Lin Wanrou woke up. After pulling up another bottom fish, he rubbed his hands and prepared to return to the cabin. Although it's not lunchtime yet, I can feel a bit of chill outside. Fishing is rarely catching anything, so it's getting boring. What are you doing? Suddenly, Li Xiaoxuan's voice sounded behind him. Tang Feiyu, holding the fishing rod in one hand and the fish meat from 3 fish in the other, turned to look at her and asked, "Why did you come out?" Li Xiaoxian took the fish from his hand and said, "I slept for a few hours and I'm not that sleepy now." Because he didn't know the reason why Li Xiaoxian couldn't sleep, he didn't think much about it. After taking her back to the cabin, he took out the treasure map and wanted to see if it could be amplified. The result is indeed good, and I have obtained 100 treasure maps. So the treasure map can be reused. He was speechless. From my experience of using it for so long, I know that the items enhanced by my own talents are not generated out of thin air. As long as the items can be enhanced, others can also get them at certain times. It will not amplify a certain item. It means that only you have it and no one else can get it, unless the word unique is marked at the end. So from these 100 treasure maps, it can be seen that the complete treasure map can be repeatedly synthesized and summoned. That immediately reduces the value a lot. After increasing the value of the fish he caught, he threw the treasure map into the locker with some boredom. Li Xiaoxian didn't know that his expression suddenly became a little lost and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Tang Feiyu waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on the treasure map. There was nothing to worry about yet, so it was pointless to think too much. Seeing Li Xiaoxian hesitant to speak, Tang Feiyu asked, "Just say whatever you want to say." "I just want to take a shower, but..." Although she didn't finish her words, Tang Feiyu understood her concerns. Currently, they still use a water purification tub for bathing. However, the tub can only purify 1 bucket of water a day. If she used it, Tang Feiyu and the other 2 would not be able to use it. "Go wash first. I'll take care of the water issue." Although they are now immune to seawater radiation, if they bathe directly in seawater, a layer of sea salt crystals will still appear on their bodies, so it is better not to bathe. So it is best to use fresh water for bathing. The water purifier on the fishing boat is of high quality and is sufficient for daily use. But if used for bathing, the water on the boat will be used up in a few days. There wasn't much demand before, so he hadn't solved this problem. Now it seems that he has to start solving it. After hearing his words, Li Xiaoxian was still hesitant to speak. "Anything else? Do you want to come together?" She said in a mosquito-like voice, and after she finished speaking, her head almost buried in her chest. If she had invited him when she first came aboard, Tang Feiyu would have definitely refused, but not now. Hearing Li Xiaoxuan's invitation, he readily agreed. But just as he reached the door, he heard Lin Wanrou calling him. "I'll go check it out." "You go in first," Tang Feiyu said. He was a little surprised what she wanted to talk to him about at this time. He didn't think Lin Wanrou had recovered yet. She probably couldn't get out of bed yet. Li Xiaoxian soaked her burning body in the warm water to cool down. She didn't know why she had said that. Although she was already prepared to accept Tang Feiyu, she still said it with a hint of impatience. She wondered what he would think of her. Chapter 1, 26 Useless Things. Arriving at Cabin 1, Lin Wanrou was still lying in bed. She had gotten up to drink some water and happened to hear 2 people talking outside, so she called out to Tang Feiyu. The purpose was not to stop him from going over, but to grab something from the bedside and throw it over, saying, "You still have to pay attention to safety and don't get anyone killed." Looking at the packaging bag in his hand, Tang Feiyu's expression was a little dazed. This thing had been opened from the box a long time ago. It's just that there has never been a place for it to be used. But now, because of the suddenness of what happened before, he had forgotten the existence of these rubber products, and Li Xiaoxian did not mention it either. Thinking of this, Tang Feiyu felt a little scared. He didn't know whether he had won the prize last time. If he won now, it would be very troublesome in the future. After all, delivering a baby on a ship is a very dangerous thing. He is not the kind of person who will just leave it alone after using it. Holding the things in his hand, he kissed Lin Wanrou and immediately ran to the bathroom. Hearing Tang Feiyu's words, Li Xiaoxuan's cheeks flushed, and she whispered, "If you want a child, I can help you." "No, I mean we don't have the conditions right now. It would be very dangerous." Hearing this, Li Xiaoxian breathed a sigh of relief. Although she wouldn't refuse if he asked, she still had her revenge, and it would be inconvenient to have another child in her belly. It turned out that she had misunderstood him, and he was also concerned about his own safety. This made Li Xiaoxuan's sense of identity with Tang Feiyu increase a lot. I've been paying attention, there shouldn't be," Li Xiaoxian said in a low voice. After hearing her words, Tang Feiyu felt a little relieved. During the subsequent concert, he planned to wear safety equipment, but Li Xiaoxian refused. Because she had caught a lot of ladybugs before and heard a lot of things, she knew that most people didn't like it and thought it was not comfortable enough. Since the construction site is unsafe, just change the construction site. Everything is based on Tang Feiyu's satisfaction. This one decision raised her position in Tang Feiyu's heart a lot. If before it was just because they both regarded revenge as a condition of the transaction, then now Tang Feiyu was sincerely ready to help with revenge. It's a pity that the safety rubber has become useless again. At noon, Tang Feiyu ate lunch alone, while Li Xiaoxian had insomnia all night and only slept for 2 or 3 hours in the morning. Then she sang and danced for more than an hour and could not hold on any longer. As for Lin Wanrou and the other one, they haven't woken up yet. Outside, there was a crackling sound, and the sound of hail hitting the fishing boat was heard again. After dinner, Tang Feiyu simply lay down with Li Shaoxian and fell asleep while holding her in his arms. At night, Yin Zijiao came to wake them up, and Lin Wanrou had already prepared dinner. Feiyu, I just picked up a box on the deck. Yin Zijiao looked up at him and said while eating. Tang Feiyu was a little surprised. Are there so many boxes here? He told her about the box being trapped in the ice, and it was the first time Li Shaoxian had heard of the automatic pickup feature. After eating and drinking, Yin Zijiao stretched comfortably. Her physical strength value on the panel increased a little. Li Shaoxuan's strength also increased a little, reaching 15 points. There hasn't been much change in Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou's data yet, but it feels like it will be soon. When I opened the box, I found several sets of knitted clothes. After amplification, it was thrown into the locker. Anyone who wants to wear it can just go and get it. Although Li Shaoxian does not have access to the locker yet, she can ask others for help. Because there was another hailstorm during the day, the temperature outside dropped a lot again. Tang Feiyu was originally planning to trade the fire crystals after a while, but now he could take out some of them for trading. In addition to Lin Wanrou washing the dishes, he asked Yin Zijiao and Li Shaoxian to spread advertising information in the chat area and transaction area. If anyone is willing to trade, he will transfer it to himself. He was not idle either, and first posted the transaction information in the trading area. Fire crystal, exchange, treasure map fragment, 10:1. Fire crystal, exchange, any high-quality item, private chat. Then the chat area opened. Although the two were posting advertisements, there were too many messages in the chat area, and the messages could hardly stay for more than 2 seconds before being pushed to somewhere else. It was freezing cold, and everyone huddled around the fire, so many people were chatting. This is also the reason why he called for help. But there were always sharp-eyed people who saw the news and sent private messages. Brother, isn't 10 fire crystals a little too little? That's a treasure map. Someone was not satisfied and wanted him to pay more. If you want the complete treasure map, I'll give you double the money. This is only 1/6 of it. It's hard to say how long it will take to collect the whole thing. And the fire crystal is in short supply right now. If you don't want it, there are plenty of people who want it. Although Tang Feiyu has 200,000 pearls and is very rich, he doesn't want to be taken advantage of. Add a little more. You see how pitiful I am. If I get 12, I'll sell you the treasure map. He ignored those who were playing the victim, and instead started a private chat with other people who were seeking advice. Well, forget it. Let's just make friends. 10 is 10. Seeing that Tang Feiyu didn't reply to him, the man became anxious. Now he is the only one selling fire crystals, so he should hold on for a while longer before he runs out of stock. The transaction was completed, and 100 number 3 treasure maps were obtained. Brother, do you have anything left to keep warm? I'll trade it for a blind box. Suddenly, Twin Ponytail sent a message. Although she had exchanged feathers and cotton from Tang Feiyu before, in the afternoon, she saw in the chat area that someone from another sea area said that the temperature there had dropped to the point that the sea water was starting to freeze. This made Twintail see a business opportunity. She has been engaged in the welfare sales business for so long that she has become a relatively qualified businessman. When she finds a business opportunity, she will naturally not miss it. Prepare more heating supplies in advance so that you can earn more when the weather gets colder. After seeing the picture of the skill blind box, Tang Feiyu was not reluctant to trade with the other party. I exchanged it for 300 fire crystals. I have a lot here. If you have anything good, just come to me. Tang Feiyu sent a message. Thank you, brother. I love you. I have a temporary teleportation card. If necessary, I can go over to accompany you. The girl with twin ponytails didn't mind what happened to Tang Feiyu, who had always taken care of her. Cumulative, power generation, quantity, 214. Chapter 127, Low-Level Intelligent Assistant. Tang Feiyu pretended not to see the message from twin ponytails and directly closed the private chat window. Although I can understand that he is selling videos and pictures to survive, he is not the kind of person who will do anything for a living. But it is not appropriate to reject him directly. It is best not to reply and pretend that it never happened. Yin Zijiao, who was next to Feiyu, suddenly called out to him. What's wrong? If someone wants to trade, just let him contact me. Tang Feiyu saw someone selling the little angel and bought it with 2 fire crystals. Although there is still some on the boat, there are 2 more people now, and it will eventually run out. It doesn't hurt to have some in reserve, as it has a long shelf life anyway. After finishing the purchase, he looked up at Yin Zijiao. Aren't we going to trade? He asked with some confusion. I'm not sure if we need this thing. Yin Zijiao said a little embarrassedly. She wanted it, but after all, She needed to exchange resources for it, so she was a little hesitant. Now it's different from before, when you can buy whatever you want. Tang Feiyu was quite curious and asked, "What is it?" "It's a laptop, but the point isn't that. It's the hundreds of movies and dozens of TV series stored inside it." Hearing this, Tang Feiyu's expression became strange, and he admitted that he had misjudged the idea when he heard about the movie. But after hearing that there was also a TV series, I knew that the movie should be a serious one. According to what Yin Zijiao had learned, the man was a former film review blogger, and this computer was his livelihood. He had taken it with him during the evacuation, and it ended up following him. I recently took it out to kill time when it was relatively safe. But now it's out of battery and turned off, so I thought about selling it for something. I happened to see Yin Zijiao's ad and contacted her. Looking at Yin Zijiao's eager eyes, Tang Feiyu asked, "What price did he offer?" "Forget it, just ask him to contact me." "Are you really buying it?" Yin Zijiao was still a little hesitant. On the one hand, a computer would be a way to kill time. But on the other hand, it was completely useless besides just killing time, and it would be a waste of resources to buy it. It felt a bit uneconomical. It was only because they had a fishing boat and the dragon subduing wood that they had so much free time. Everyone else was still busy trying to survive. You can buy whatever you want, and you too can buy whatever you like, as long as the price isn't exorbitant. Apart from anything else, the 200,000 fire crystals alone would be enough for them to use for a long time. Putting them in the locker would be useless except for taking up space. It's better to buy something you like, which will also make it easier to unlock some things. Seeing that he was really planning to buy it, Yin Zijiao asked the person selling the computer to chat with Tang Feiyu privately. "What's the price?" The other party responded quickly and asked for 200 fire crystals, which left Tang Feiyu stunned. "This is the top-of-the-line computer I bought for tens of thousands of dollars, and I've only been using it for less than 3 months. The graphics card is..." Followed by a long list of configurations. "Brother, if you bought it for $1 million, what's the point of having better configurations? Tell me the honest price. I guess I'll be the only one who buys it now." After about half a minute of silence, the other party sent a message. "How about you name a price?" The other party was probably not sure what price would be appropriate, and was afraid that if he offered a high price, Tang Feiyu would simply refuse it, and it would be a waste of his money. He also knew that the computer he had now was of no use at all, but he was unwilling to accept it because the price was too low. "I won't cheat you. 20 flame crystals. If you want to sell it, then trade it. If not, forget it." The price Tang Feiyu offered wasn't outrageous, and was even slightly higher. It was just that he had no shortage of fire crystals and didn't want to continue haggling, so he offered that price. "Come on, trade." The other party's decisiveness made Tang Feiyu feel a little bit annoyed. "I know my price is high, but you should at least give it a try. At least it will make me feel better, right? I was originally thinking that it was not easy for everyone, so I wanted to do some good things while coaxing my woman, but you turned out to be so decisive that you made me look like a clown." However, he had set the price himself, and although Tang Feiyu felt a little awkward, he still completed the transaction with a pinch of his nose. Talented harvest is in effect. Supplies are far ahead of laptops, triggering a 100-fold increase. Congratulations on winning the E-Star Smart Laptop. The original 19-inch notebook became 24 inches after being taken out, which completely defeats the original purpose of the notebook computer being easy to carry. But nowadays no one will carry this thing around with them. On the contrary, a bigger screen is more comfortable to watch. E-Star Smart Laptop. Built-in projector, network signal, energy converter, built-in low-level smart assistant. The introduction seems exaggerated. After all, I have never seen this thing before. The projector has a 3D effect and comes with a built-in network signal with a speed of up to 300 G/s. I don't know what technology it is. The energy converter can convert any energy into energy for the laptop, including but not limited to solar energy, wind energy, energy blocks, etc. The built-in low-level intelligent assistant, while low-level, is completely different from artificial intelligence and truly possesses independent consciousness. However, because it is low-level, its current intelligence is limited, roughly equivalent to the IQ of a 4 or 5-year-old child, but it can be improved through learning. Seeing this giant, Yin Zijiao was stunned for a moment. She had only been thinking about the movie and had forgotten about Tang Feiyu's talent. I don't know if there are still any movies in the computer after the amplification. After she took it, she couldn't wait to turn it on. In less than 2 seconds, the computer had entered the desktop, and a black and white giant panda cub, holding a fresh pillar, poked its head out of a folder. As if he could see the people outside the screen, he asked softly, "Hello, hello, please, who is Anan's master?" "Wow, so cute." Yin Zijiao shouted excitedly when she heard the sound coming from the loudspeaker. Her shout scared the giant panda cub and in so much that he retreated back into the folder. Only when there was no more sound did he poke his head out pitifully. After all, the most important rule in its program is to recognize the owner when it is turned on. Even if you are scared, you must complete the most basic logic. Its two eyes, surrounded by dark circles, moved around. In its heart, what it hoped most was that the gentle female human outside was its master, not the noisy one. Yin Zijiao didn't know that because of her sudden movements, she had been excluded from an An's heart. Unfortunately, who becomes its master is not determined by its will. This computer was originally bought by Tang Feiyu for Yin Zijiao, so Lin Wanrou and Li Shaoxin naturally did not compete with her for it. Anin could only acknowledge his master with tears in his eyes. Cumulative, power generation, quantity, 358. Chapter 128, Opening the Blind Box. Even if Anin was reluctant, it could not change the fact that Yin Zijiao became its owner. After playing with it for a while, Yin Zijiao remembered the original purpose of buying a computer. With An's operation, she quickly opened the folder containing movies and TV series. The quantity inside is exactly as the seller said. But after she opened several movies in a row, she realized that she had been fooled. Movies are movies, but the other party didn't say they were all bad movies. What Pen Fairy versus Sadako? What Pen Fairy, Ouija versus Sadako? The TV series are all well-known bad dramas on the internet. In fact, compared with them, they are not as good as the amazing drama, Tear the Japanese offensively. After all this time, I found out that the seller was a blogger who mainly complained about bad TV series. If you spend your time with this garbage, you will probably die of embarrassment or greasiness faster. Seeing the furious Yin Zijiao, Anin was so scared that she hid back in the folder again. Okay, you scared Anin, Lin Wanrou said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yin Zijiao realized that the smart assistant had disappeared again. She really couldn't understand why an intelligent program could have emotions such as fear and timidity. Can it be something like a lively and cheerful social cow? However, considering how cute the other person was, he could only suppress his emotions and began to coax her quietly. Seeing her transformation, Li Shaoxin joked, Zijiao, you look like a good wife and mother now. Lin Wanrou suddenly asked, since the computer has its own network signal, why don't you try to connect to the internet? She originally had no hope. Even if she could access the internet, the whole world was flooded, and network-based stations and servers of various websites were all shut down. What was the use of having a signal? As a result, Anin suddenly popped up and said, as long as it exists on the internet in this world, Anin can find it. Then, the web page opened automatically, and then a page of Lin Wanrou's household registration information appeared on the screen. You know, this thing used to only be viewable by relevant departments. I don't know how it connected to the previous network, but it can indeed access the internet. Yin Zijiao has started surfing the internet with great interest. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu no longer looked at them, but continued to look for someone to trade supplies. Yin Zijiao pulled Lin Wanrou and Li Shaoxin and whispered something, and occasionally glanced at Tang Feiyu secretly. On the computer screen, there was a photo of him. He looked much younger in the photo than he does now, with long, colorful hair, which was quite eye-catching. That was a non-mainstream photo of him during his middle school years. It was popular before, and the current webpage was Tang Feiyu's Penguin Space. As his old classmate, Yin Zijiao obviously knew that these photos were in his space, so she asked Anin to find them out, and even asked Lin Wanrou and Li Shaoxin to appreciate them together. The two of them tried hard to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking. If you didn't know, you would think they were sitting on something. Tang Feiyu flipped through several private messages, but the other party only offered basic supplies. He did not reply to these people. Anyone who has been trying to survive for so long and can still trade alone, who wouldn't have some good stuff hidden in their hands. What's the difference between exchanging these basic supplies and getting something for free? It's still not too cold. He closed the private chat panel speechlessly and decided to wait another night and continue trading tomorrow. When I looked up and was about to say that I wanted to open the skill blind box, I found that the three people were shaking as if they had been electrocuted. What are you doing? He asked curiously. With a snap, Yin Zijiao quickly closed the computer screen and shook her head repeatedly. I didn't do anything. Tang Feiyu looked at her with an expression that said, do I look like an idiot? Yin Zijiao didn't dare to look him in the eye, her eyes drifting to the side. Tang Feiyu looked at Lin Wanrou again. Or maybe she was his elder sister, because she didn't shy away from him at all, just looking at him so tenderly. But just don't say what you were watching before. Helplessly, Tang Feiyu could only give Yin Zijiao a look that said I'll deal with you later, and then took out 100 skill blind boxes. Then, he gave each of them 33 pieces, and kept the extra one for himself. Although he knew that his luck was not very good, he still had a belief that he could change his fate. Unfortunately, the slap in the face came unexpectedly. Not to mention the one-time skill card. It was just an empty box. Tang Feiyu slumped on the cushion with a look of frustration. Lin Wanrou felt a little distressed, but also very amused. Li Shaoxian didn't understand the reason and pushed the blind box she was given to him. Tang Feiyu waved his hand helplessly and let her open it herself. He was desperate again. Shaoxian, you drive by yourself. Feiyu puffed. Tang Feiyu's melancholy eyes reminded Lin Wanrou of the shamat style she had seen just now, except that he was pretending to be melancholy at that time. But now he was really melancholy. 99 skill blind boxes opened, and 74 disposable skill cards were opened, which were put together with the previous ones. Of the remaining 25 skills, only 5 were suitable for them. Unlike before, where you only needed to learn a skill, now you have the qualifications to choose. A passive skill, Quick Draw, was given to Lin Wanrou. The effect was obvious. If her draw speed before using it was 1, it was now at least 10. The moment he raised his hand, there was even an afterimage. An active skill, Phoenix Claw Flower Bonus, was given to Yin Zijiao. This skill caused her to spit out a varying number of small fireballs from her mouth, attacking the target like a scattering of phoenix claws. As more energy is injected, the number and power of the fireballs increase. Even the weakest fireball dealt slightly more damage than the Desert Eagle before it was upgraded. Yin Zijiao was a bit excited to have an additional mid-range and long-range skill. Because the skill card was opened from Lin Wanrou's box, she hugged Lin Wanrou and kissed her twice to express her gratitude. A passive skill, Eagle Eye, and an active skill, Triple Shot, which are more suitable for Li Shaoxian to use with a bow and arrow, were naturally given to her. Li Shaoxian refused to accept the offer because she felt she hadn't truly integrated into the family. Tang Feiyu held her hand, broke the skill card, and directly mastered the 2 skills. Her Eagle Eye ability allowed her to clearly see fist-sized objects 100 meters away. However, she wasn't used to the change in perspective yet, and felt a bit dizzy after watching it for too long. The triple shot skill is just what it sounds like, except it has some extra skill effects. If the next 2 arrows hit the same spot as the first arrow, penetration, damage, etc. will all increase by 30%. The last card was Instant Slash, which required a weapon in hand. It allowed the player to slide over a dozen meters in an instant, slashing everything in its path. It could also be used as a displacement skill, and Tang Feiyu undeniably broke the card. Chapter 129 Clothes with Attributes. The 5 suitable cards were divided among them. Among the remaining 20 skill cards, although there were some that could be used, such as Fireball, no one chose to use them. Look down on it. For the same cost, who would use a rubbish skill when there are more powerful skills? It would be better to exchange it for other supplies. Tang Feiyu put all 20 cards in the trading area and left them there. However, he did see a treasure map fragment numbered 4, which was not currently available. The other party wanted a material that he did not have. However, Tang Feiyu still wanted to fight for it, so he clicked on the other party's avatar. Friend, I'm interested in your treasure map fragment, but I don't have the crimson stone you want. Can I exchange it for something else? What do you want to exchange? The other party did not refuse directly, but asked Tang Feiyu what he was prepared to offer. Fruit, fire crystals for warmth, one-time skill cards, special equipment, JPG, are all fine. Tang Feiyu sent over photos of the attributes of the 2 weapons, the explosive dart and the source of radiation. After a long time, just when he thought the deal was over, the other party sent a message. How much of each are you going to give? Tang Feiyu had a lot of question marks in his head, and at the same time, he also asked the question mark back. My friend, you've made it. The treasure map is just a fragment. How much more do you want to exchange for it? This is a treasure map. You can dig up good things there. If you're not willing to bid, forget it. The other party just stared at the 3 words, treasure map, and didn't mention a word about the fragment number. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu knew that there was no hope. When meeting such a person, no matter how much he said, it would be a waste of words. He might even think that you were deliberately trying to lower the price, and might curse you behind your back. If it was just this one numbered fragment that was missing, he might have gritted his teeth and exchanged it, but now he was still far from it, so why bother with that? After closing the private chat box, Tang Feiyu posted an advertisement for the skill card he had put up for trading in the chat area. I can't say there aren't any people who buy skill cards directly, but there aren't many either. You might not even see a few in a whole day. So as soon as he sent out the message, everyone who saw it opened the trading area immediately. However, Tang Feiyu did not set specific items for exchange, so those who wanted to buy could only chat with him privately first and could not directly purchase them. JPG, look at this. I want those 5 win-type skill cards you have. Tang Feiyu was stunned when he saw the private message. Another exorbitant request? Who dared to ask for 5 skill cards? Even if it is just an ordinary skill that he doesn't value, it is only because he doesn't value it. In the market, it is still very valuable. Frost Touch Top, Advanced. Physical Strength, +7. Energy, +11. Defense increased by 30%. Fatigue consumption reduced by 10%. Passive effect, Frost Touch. Frost Touch, after being attacked, reduced the attacker's attack speed by 30%. This was the first time he had seen clothing with attributes. Although he had previously acquired a pair of lightweight high-heeled boots through a trade, he had done so. But that only increases movement speed by 30% and makes it harder to fall, but does not add any additional attribute points. No wonder the other party dared to offer such a high price. Tang Feiyu did not hesitate, took the 5 wind attribute skill cards off the shelf, and traded directly with the other party. Talent Harvest takes effect. Item, Frost Touch Top, triggers a 100-fold increase. Congratulations on obtaining the Frost Heart Top. Frost Heart Top Exquisite. Physical Strength, +15. Energy, +21. Defense increased by 60%. Fatigue consumption reduced by 30%. Passive effect, Ice Fury. Wrath of Ice and Snow. After being attacked, the attacker's attack speed is reduced by 60%, and the opponent suffers 50% ice attribute damage. He was very satisfied with this transaction, so he opened the person's profile picture and sent a private message. Friend, do you still have this kind of equipment? Any attributes are fine. It's gone. If this dress wasn't for women and it wasn't very cold to wear, I wouldn't have put it up for trade. The person selling the clothes replied helplessly. Even a fool would know that clothes with attributes are good things. Even if the style is not suitable for the gender, most people will not sell it, but will wear it instead if it can increase their chances of survival. Unfortunately, even with the fire crystal, the dress was useless after he put it on. He could only sell it with tears in his eyes. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu finally realized that there was such a thing. The other party did not mention it at all in the trading area, probably because they were afraid that they could not sell it. After all, no matter how good the attributes are, they are useless if they cannot be used. But fortunately, Zhang Qian should be able to wear it. Her talent makes her not afraid of the cold. So he closed the private chat with the person selling the clothes, clicked on Zhang Qian's profile picture, and directly requested the transaction, even paying the handling fee. Hey, Brother Feiyu, the clothes you gave me are amazing. Is this a betrothal gift? He had just completed the transaction when Zhang Qian's message came in. Tang Feiyu almost choked to death. What a mess. Try to see if you can wear it. Although he guessed that Zhang Qian could wear it, no one knew whether it would work without trying it on. After a while, Zhang Qian sent a photo directly. The top, which originally looked ordinary, actually gave Zhang Qian a sense of coolness when worn. It's a pity that Zhang Qian herself is not a cold and beautiful person, otherwise, the appearance of the clothes would be much more beautiful. Everyone in Zhang Qian's sea area, meow meow meow. Isn't she cool and beautiful? When did you become blind? Looking at the cute and lovely Zhang Qian in the photo, Tang Feiyu sighed a little. Compared with Lin Wanrou, she was still slightly inferior in size, even after the increase in size of the top. Fortunately, she is still young and should still have a chance. After asking Zhang Qian to help pay attention to the trading area on her side and buy any equipment with attributes she saw, Tang Feiyu closed the private chat. Started buying in the chat area here. I didn't know about this kind of equipment before, and I thought only weapons had attributes. Now that I know, I must arm everyone. At the same time, I haven't forgotten a new big businessman with twin ponytails among my friends. I wonder if she has any stock. The girl with twin ponytails, who was reviewing the day's earnings, saw Tang Feiyu's avatar flashing and looked at the sky, thinking that the other party wanted her to come over and play games with him. While taking sexy clothes from the locker, he opened a private chat. The girl with twin ponytails had also joined the fishing boat. Although she was only level 0, she was still one of the top ones in the sea area. It turned out that the other party was just asking if he had any equipment with attributes. A little disappointed, but still replied, "Brother, I do have one with attributes here. If you want it, I'll give it to you." Chapter 130, Design of the Shipborne Hot Spring. The news about the twin tails left Tang Feiyu stunned. What kind of equipment was quantified by 1? Shouldn't it be 1 piece? Until the other party directly put the clothes on the transaction column and sent them over. Passionate hiss, normal. Physical strength, +3. Energy +2. Defense increased by 5%. Hunger consumption reduced by 5%. Passive effect, attack speed doubled. Double attack speed. Increase attack speed by 100%. Tang Feiyu muttered to himself. 1 is quite suitable. But then I thought, could this be something the other person has worn? But it does meet my requirements. After hesitating for a while, he finally took the equipment out of the trading column. Although the other party said it was a gift, Tang Feiyu still traded 100 fire crystals for it. It was not a good favor to owe him. The outfit was indeed worn by the girl with twin tails, but she took it off immediately after putting it on. If she had been a little slower, she might have been able to eat Shuang. It's so hot. As soon as I put on this high silicon, my thighs turned red instantly. The temperature on my legs felt like it was at least 70 or 80 degrees. I originally wanted to sell it, but I have recently transformed into a twin ponytail, and since I wore it myself after all, I put it in the locker. When I saw that Tang Feiyu was going to get equipment with attributes, I thought of this immediately. As for what he would use it for, that was not my concern. After being extracted, the equipment was enhanced by talent. Scorching succubus skin, advanced. Physical strength, +8. Energy, +5. Defense increased by 10%. Hunger value consumption increases by 10%. After consuming special rations, the hunger value remains constant for 24 hours and will not decrease. Passive effect, attack speed doubled. Double attack speed. Increase attack speed by 150%. Tang Feiyu was not sure what this equipment felt like before, but after the amplification, it felt a little warm in his hand, and it felt like jelly, smooth and chewy. Feiyu, what are you doing? Yin Zijiao asked curiously when she saw him suddenly take out one of these. Lin Wanrou's face flushed slightly. When she saw this, she thought of the ever-changing stockings on her legs that had been torn countless times, and then associated some images with them. Li Shaoxian didn't show any special reaction. Although she had tried this thing before and didn't like it very much, she knew that many people like to wear it. This is for you. Tang Feiyu threw the equipment in his hand to Yin Zijiao. She had been staring at the stockings on Lin Wanrou's legs that could automatically repair, clean, and change appearance. Now this one has more attributes, and judging from the name, people with other talents can't wear it. Yin Zijiao should like it. His feeling was right. After receiving it, Yin Zijiao immediately dropped the computer in her hand and sat on the bed to change it. He also completely ignored the presence of other people in the room. At this moment, Li Xiaoshuan's expression changed slightly. She felt a little surprised at Yin Zijiao's boldness. After changing her clothes, she stood up, turned around and asked, "How is it? Does it look good?" Even Li Shaoxian, who doesn't like wearing this kind of clothes, has decided that Yin Zijiao's temperament has improved a lot compared to before she wore it. Even she wanted to reach out and touch those two long legs that seemed taller than the sky. It's strange, why don't I feel the attack speed increase? Yin Zijiao waved her arms a few times and said in some surprise. Maybe it's because you didn't bring any weapons? Li Shaoxian guessed. When Tang Feiyu heard her question, his mind immediately wandered. Attacking with bare hands is still an attack. If there is a speed increasing effect, it should be effective whether you have a weapon or not. But he didn't say anything. Maybe he was just thinking the wrong thing. Hearing Li Xiaoshuan's words, Yin Zijiao nodded thoughtfully. However, it was not convenient to wield a sword in the room, so she took out a dagger that she had previously crafted but had not sold from her locker. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that the attack speed has increased a little, but it's far less than the 150% increase shown on the panel. I estimate it has only increased by about 50%. In addition to weapons, there are also equipment that can increase attributes? Lin Wanrou asked curiously. After all, she was already wearing 2 pieces of equipment with special effects, but they didn't have any attribute points. I just found out about it today too. The item that was traded to Zhang Qian earlier was not noticed by the 3 of them because they were too focused on watching the movie. It was also Tang Feiyu's fault for being quick. After extracting it, he took a look at the attributes and immediately traded it to Zhang Qian. It didn't stay in his hand for more than 30 seconds. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have discovered it long ago. Bite. Suddenly, his private message rang. When I opened the list, a strange avatar was flashing. Brother, your raft should have been upgraded to a fishing boat, right? The man asked this question directly without saying anything. Is there something wrong? Tang Feiyu asked in surprise. If you upgrade to a fishing boat, you should need this JPG. Shipborne hot spring design. Prerequisites. 1. Own a fishing boat. 2. Have extra cabins. A level 0 fishing boat has only 1 cabin, which is obviously a design drawing that can only be used for fishing boats above level 1. This thing is good. How are you going to sell it? I was originally planning to keep it for myself, but I feel like you and I have a connection, so I'm going to sell it to you. The price is 1,000 fire crystals and 5 of any skill cards. After seeing the message, Tang Feiyu's eyebrows twitched a few times. What a coincidence. Why don't you give it to me for free? He had originally intended to keep it for himself, but unfortunately, the fishing boat upgrade required too many materials, and he was still short of a lot. The most important thing was that just after upgrading the raft to a fishing boat, the temperature started to drop. If we don't get some insulation supplies, we may be frozen to death on the sea before our fishing boats can be upgraded again. After some bargaining, I finally bought the blueprint for 800 fire crystals and 1 skill card. This solved the problem of the tub being too small. Otherwise, with 3 people bathing, it would be difficult to even turn around, not to mention any other movements. The only problem now is that after this thing is built, it will require more water. I wonder if the design itself can solve this problem? I'm going to go out for a while. After saying that, Tang Feiyu stood up and went to the washroom number 2. As soon as he entered the door, Yin Zijiao followed him in. Flying fish, Gigi. The delicate sound of the clip almost made Tang Feiyu die on the spot. He turned around and looked at her speechlessly and said, "What are you doing now? Speak properly." After Yin Zijiao approached him, she took his hand, placed it on the succubus skin, and said, "Don't you want to try the attack speed increasing effect of this equipment?" As someone who had attended university, she also realized where the disappeared attack speed had been added, and she couldn't wait to follow Tang Feiyu to test the effect. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 403. When the amount reaches 500, powered by love, we will add another chapter. Chapter 131, The Frozen Sea, updated. Tang Feiyu naturally wanted to accept Yin Zijiao's special invitation, but now he wanted to study the attack speed issue. He wanted to see the hot springs that had been built and where the water came from. Once the bathing problem is solved, wouldn't it be more comfortable to study other things? So he just rubbed the succubus's skin hard and took out the blueprint from the trading column. After amplification, a brand new design appeared in front of the 2 people. Design drawing of shipborne self-circulating hot spring pool. Prerequisites for production. 1. Own a fishing boat. 2. Have a spare cabin. 3. Have enough energy. There was one more prerequisite, but for Tang Feiyu, who had thousands of energy blocks and various energy conversions, this was nothing. Since it fully met the requirements, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. After choosing to use it, a pool module of about 10 square meters made up of transparent lines appeared in front of you. Seeing this, Yin Zijiao stopped teasing Tang Feiyu and reached out to help clear out a suitable space. Then, Tang Feiyu placed the module on the empty floor. The materials were automatically deducted from the locker, making Tang Feiyu once again sigh at the convenience of having a locker. The production time is usually 2.5 weeks, more than 400 hours of direct acceleration. In an instant, the module in front of you becomes a physical entity. The exterior is made of various round and oval stones stacked together, with a heated space next to it. Once activated, the new hot spring pool automatically draws water from the sea, purifies it, and then heats it. The 2 men lay by the pool like unworldly idiots, watching the water begin to come in. Before long, the entire cabin was filled with steam. The hot water stopped pouring when it rose to about 10 centimeters from the pool seat. The water temperature was over 40 degrees Celsius, and there was a faint smell of sulfur, similar to that of an ordinary hot spring. Tang Feiyu was not sure whether it contained the various beneficial minerals found in hot springs. But at least, bathing in it would not affect their health. Not to mention that the water had been purified. Even if it hadn't been purified, they would be immune to the radiation in the seawater. Unless the whole body is drenched in concentrated radiation from the source of radiation, there is a possibility of being affected. Wow, Feiyu, you are so awesome. I'll go call someone. After Yin Zijiao hugged Tang Feiyu and kissed him, she couldn't wait to run out. Not long after, Lin Wanrou and Li Shaoxian also followed Yin Zijiao in with curiosity. Tang Feiyu was already sitting in the hot spring pool wearing only his shorts, leaning against the shore with his eyes closed, soaking in the bath comfortably. Look, Feiyu made this. It will be much more convenient to take a bath in the future. Yin Zijiao said proudly to the 2 of them. I told them before, but they didn't believe it. Seeing that there really was a hot spring, Lin Wanrou smiled and said, I'm going to change my clothes. Seeing this, Li Shaoxian also left with a red face. Yin Zijiao was too lazy to run again, so she just took off her coat and jumped in. Anyway, the underwear needs to be washed after use, so just wash it together. Li Shaoxian originally thought that they were just here to take a hot spring bath, but she didn't expect that they were still doing research inside. However, after only hesitating for a few seconds, she gritted her teeth and followed Lin Wanrou into the pool. If you want to fully integrate into the group, you naturally have to participate in group activities, otherwise you will easily be isolated and excluded. Tang Feiyu was a little surprised that Li Shaoxian joined the research team, but he did not object to it. Instead, he welcomed her. For ordinary people, the best time to soak in a hot spring is more than 10 minutes, but their physical fitness has long reached several times that of ordinary people, so the time can naturally be extended a lot longer. It was freezing cold outside, but the cabin was like spring breeze. Lin Wanrou, who was feeling a little uncomfortable with the heat, even leaned against the slightly open window to get some fresh air. Tang Feiyu was worried that she would faint from the heat, so he followed her carefully. This is very important. After all, many people are admitted to the hospital due to sauna or hot spring use. The next morning, Tang Feiyu came to the cab feeling refreshed, because he noticed that there was something wrong with the speed of the fishing boat. Master, because there is a large amount of floating ice on the sea, it has even affected the sturdiness of the fishing boat, so number 1 has taken the initiative to reduce the speed of navigation. As soon as he came in, the voice of number 1 intelligent computer sounded immediately. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu checked and found that the original strength of 50,000 had indeed decreased a bit, and now there were only 47,999 points. And when he walked across the deck just now, he also saw the floating ice on the sea, which was bigger and thicker than what he had seen before. It is reasonable that the strength is reduced when a fishing boat hits it at a speed of 60 yards. Tang Feiyu's current concern wasn't that the ship's sturdiness would return to zero. As long as he stopped the ship for repairs and invested a large amount of energy blocks, the sturdiness would be restored. He was worried that if the next sea area was completely covered with ice instead of floating ice, how would he continue to move forward? This wasn't groundless worry, but rather a prediction based on the actual situation. The sea surface on his side was already nearly covered in floating ice, so one could only imagine the situation ahead, where it was even colder. After instructing number 1 to control the speed and replenish the energy of the hull, Tang Feiyu prepared to return to the cabin to discuss with Yin Zijiao and Li Shaoxian. As for Lin Wanrou, because Tang Feiyu, the 6th brother, always relied on her for replenishment whenever he was tired, she consumed the most energy among the 4 people and could not wake up at all now. After participating in the research last night, Li Shaoxian clearly felt that she had completely integrated into the group. After hearing what Tang Feiyu said about the situation outside, she felt a little anxious. Since they are a family, she naturally regards finding Zhang Qian as her own business. Yin Zijiao put on a coat and walked out with her body on fire. Now she was able to control her own flames well so as not to burn her clothes. Not long after, he walked in again and nodded, saying, "Flying fish is right. The temperature outside is even lower. I guess the next sea area might be completely covered with ice, and it's impossible to sail." At this moment, Tang Feiyu's private chat rang. When I opened the list, I saw Zhang Qian's avatar flashing. "Brother Feiyu, I woke up and found that everything around me was covered with ice. I couldn't see the sea anymore. I'm going to look for you. Please point me in the right direction." "Wait a minute," Tang Feiyu replied, then reached out to take down the telescope hanging on the wall, turned on the charging mode, and locked Zhang Qian's position. Chapter 132: Preparing to transform the fishing boat. Zhang Qian's raft appeared in the field of vision, and next to it was a square ice pit several tens of centimeters deep. Tang Feiyu guessed that her raft must have been frozen to the sea surface, so she used her ability to dig the raft out. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu explained his location and saw Zhang Qian on the edge of the raft in the opposite direction, with a few legs formed by icicles, and then quickly moved, pushing the raft to start sliding. The speed is quite fast. After explaining Zhang Qian's plan, Yin Zijiao said, "Then we should be able to meet Qian in the next sea area." The sea area where the fishing boat is currently located is numbered 00870, and the sea area where Zhang Qian is located is numbered 00872. If both parties move towards the midpoint together, they will meet in the sea area numbered 00871. Because Tang Feiyu promised to help Li Shaoxian get revenge, he still needed to solve the problem of how to navigate on the ice. Naturally, he thought of the previous secret realm reward, the fishing boat transformation device. If the fishing boat is modified to have the function of moving on land, it will naturally be able to move on the ice. He took the device out of the locker and began to check for the materials that were still missing. The engine problem is easy to solve. As long as the basic materials are prepared, the tool bench can be used to complete the production. It is not necessary to understand the specific principles and structure. Then there are the tires and their anti-skid properties. These are basically made on a tool bench using basic materials. The only thing missing is a central transforming mechanical core, intelligent brain connecting neurons, and 30 amphibious electronic components. He had the mechanical core, neurons, and electronic components, but what he lacked now was obviously not the ordinary ones. Judging from the name, these should be a series of materials, so they should be able to be amplified by my own talents, right? Tang Feiyu thought with his chin lowered with one hand. Afterwards, I opened the trading area and searched for it. I found nothing ready-made, so I could only consider the possibility of increasing the price. Search for 3 common supplies, some of which are already hanging in the trading area. I took pictures of them all in seconds. As a result, for 1,000 electronic components, 3,300 mechanical cores, and 1,300 neurons were extracted, but none of the three required types appeared. All of them were increases in quantity. Is it so difficult? Put the amplified supplies into the locker, and let Yin Zijiao and Li Shaoxian go to the trading area to exchange for other supplies. He opened the chat area, ignored other people's complaints about the weather changes, and started advertising. Buying a large number of electronic components, mechanical cores, neurons, and some hanging links. Sadly, there were very few replies. Most of these things were used by myself, because the quantity obtained was not large, and many people still had a bunch of drawings in their hands that had not been made. Feiyu, do you think someone will buy it from the two of us and then resell it to you? Will your talent be enhanced in this way? Li Shaoxian suddenly spoke, leaving Tang Feiyu stunned. Indeed, he ignored this possibility, so he told the two of them not to cheat. Otherwise, they would really be cheated by someone else. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu sent a message to Zhang Qian, asking her to purchase in that sea area, and then sent a purchasing message to acquaintances such as Shuangpiwei and Dechangtui. If it cannot be contained in one sea area, then spread it to more sea areas. Not long after, Twintail sent a trade request for 3 kinds of materials, 30 or 40 of each. According to the 1-to-1 ratio, Tang Feiyu completed the payment with the fire crystal. Brother, you gave too much. As soon as the transaction was completed, the message from the girl with twin ponytails came. The price of fire crystals has been driven up, much higher than before. However, Tang Feiyu didn't need them, and since he was asking for help, it wouldn't be right not to give a little bit of a reward, so he offered this price. Just follow this ratio, and help me collect some more. Okay then, I'll help you collect it now. After the girl with twin ponytails replied a message, there was no further movement. She sat in her cabin, looking at the flame crystal she had obtained, and muttered to herself, "Brother is so good to me. I really want to go over and repay him, but now I have to help him complete the acquisition first." A few hours later, there were more than 100 of each of the 3 materials in Tang Feiyu's trading column. He began the extraction. Finally, I saw the central transforming mechanical core and the intelligent brain connecting neurons, and the number exceeded the demand. The only thing left is the amphibious electronic components, of which there are still a dozen or so missing. We notified the purchasing agents to stop purchasing the other 2 items and only accept electronic components. Of course, they did not refuse the items they had already acquired and completed the transaction according to the agreed ratio. At noon, Yin Zijiao and Li Shaoxian prepared lunch. After the 3 of them had eaten and drunk their fill, Tang Feiyu did not forget to feed some fish soup to the sleeping Lin Wanrou to supplement her nutrition. Her energy consumption is already high, and if she doesn't eat something, it will be bad for her health. At the same time, Tang Feiyu secretly warned herself to be more cautious in the future. After all, she was a human being, not a charged equipment. She couldn't be built like this, otherwise it would break. In the afternoon, private chats began. I originally thought it was sent by purchasing agents, but it turned out to be an unfamiliar avatar. When I opened it, I found that it was from the sea area where I was. You're buying electronic components, neurons, and mechanical cores here? What's the price? Now we only need the electronic components. The other 2 are enough. As for the price, we can trade it with ordinary materials, which is 10% higher than the market price. If you want fire crystals, 1 fire crystal can be exchanged for 2 electronic components. You really don't want the mechanical core and neurons? You can lower the price a bit. How about giving you 3 for 1 flame crystal? Just neurons, Tang Feiyu said decisively. He already had tens of thousands of the other 2 types, and he couldn't use them all. Even the number of neurons was over 8,000. It was a shame he was unlucky, and he still had a dozen or so high-end items to get. Some people who came to trade regretted coming too late, and in the end, they could only trade the electronic components separately in exchange for 13 fire crystals. Talented Harvest is active, supplies electronic components, 26, triggering a 100-fold increase. Congratulations on obtaining amphibious electronic components, 20, electronic components, 600. Seeing the prompt, Tang Feiyu was overjoyed. He didn't expect that after being in a bad mood all day, his bad luck would turn around. I quickly sent a message to the purchasing agents to stop purchasing, took back the materials they had already obtained, thanked them again, and closed the list. Do we need to transform it now? Yin Zijiao asked curiously. She also wanted to see how the boat was able to run on the ice. After all this time, this is what we've been waiting for. Tang Feiyu was ready to start right away, but Li Xiaoshuan's words made him pause. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 21. Chapter 133 Setting Sail. Li Shaoxian looked at Tang Feiyu, who was eager to rebuild the fishing boat, and said, Feiyu, if we rebuild it now, will the fishing boat sink directly? Hearing this, Tang Feiyu stopped what he was doing. Her worries were justified. Converting the fishing boat to land mode might actually sink it. It wouldn't be too late to modify it after the sea freezes over, or after reaching an area with frozen waters. After putting all the prepared materials into the locker, he came to the cab and asked number 1 to report the situation outside. Master, the temperature outside is now -9 degrees Celsius, and the sea ice has increased by approximately 20%. Maintaining a speed of 35 miles per hour will prevent the fishing boat from losing its stability. Based on the safe speed, ignoring the continued increase in the size of the ice, it will take another 86.7 hours to reach the next sea area. That is to say, if the temperature continues to drop and the ice continues to increase, the ship's speed will drop further. The time to reach the next sea area will also be longer. After thinking for a moment, Tang Feiyu suddenly said, Number 1, use the sailing skill. Upon receiving the order, intelligent computer number 1 did not hesitate. A mechanical synthesized voice rang out, skill sailing ready to activate. Master, please return to the cabin to ensure your own safety. Count down 30 seconds. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu immediately left quickly. After returning to the cabin, he quickly asked Lin Wanrou and others to find something to fix it. The sailing skill can increase the speed of the fishing boat to 100 kilometers per hour without collision volume. In other words, you won't hit any obstacles. However, if you don't stabilize your body when accelerating from 35 to 100, the sudden acceleration and inertia will throw you backwards. After receiving the reminder, the 3 people quickly leaned against the wall and held on tightly to the cabin pillars or windowsills. After the countdown ended, the skill of setting sail was activated, and the whole ship seemed to be injected with chicken blood and completed the acceleration in less than 2 seconds. The empty cabin was different from being in a sports car. In any case, the few people did not feel any push on the back. After all, there was no seat behind them. Instead, it was the sudden acceleration that made people feel a little breathless, but fortunately, it was not serious. Once you get up to speed, it's no different from usual. Once the sailing skill is activated, it can last for about 3 hours. This means you can travel 300 kilometers, completing about 1/10 of the distance to the next sea area. Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao knew the skills of the fishing boat, but Li Shaoxian, who had just been on the boat, was looking at the rapidly moving sea surface and the raft on the sea outside the window with a look of surprise. The people in the cabin didn't feel much, but the people on the raft outside on the sea were shocked. Suddenly, the chat area was flooded with short videos posted by many people. The titles were more exaggerated than the last. It would be a shame not to go to work for a certain sea. I know some big guys have already got a fishing boat, but what is this thing? Can a fishing boat go this fast? Is it open? This speed must be at least 80 or 90 yards per hour, right? Is it being chased by a dog, or is it in a hurry to be reincarnated? It would be fun if it hits an ice floe at this speed. Someone said gloatingly. Anyone who has driven a car knows that even hitting a hard object at 50 or 60 miles per hour is very serious, let alone twice that speed. Now the sea is full of ice floes, and there is a possibility of collision with the raft, which will not be able to avoid it in time. Some people in this direction hurriedly rowed their rafts to avoid the situation in advance, otherwise they would not be able to find the traffic police to report a ship accident at sea. Until, someone who was not looking at the chat area suddenly posted a short video of more than 10 seconds, making the chat area quiet. When I clicked on the video, I saw a fishing boat approaching quickly not far away, and the person taking the video obviously had no time to avoid it. He was busy salvaging boxes from the ice floe and didn't see the reminder in the chat area. After he fished out the box and sat down to rest, he saw the fishing boat approaching from the side. It was too late, so he could only record the scene of himself being hit to death, at least to leave some impression on others. It is said that people die 3 times. Even if they die in the biological and medical sense, they still want to exist in the memories of others. As a result, the man was not killed but was almost scared to death. He saw the fishing boat getting closer and closer, and just as he closed his eyes and waited for death, nothing happened. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and found that the fishing boat was no longer in front of him. Instead, behind him, a fishing boat was moving away quickly. He naturally shifted the camera. Ghost ship? What are you kidding? Are you kidding me? The guy who filmed the video was a director before, right? The camera movements and transitions. That's unscientific. Videos shot on the sea don't have a cropping function. From the video footage of the last few seconds, the entire fishing boat seemed to disappear without a trace, passing through the person filming it. Or, in other words, The person filming it passed through the inside of the fishing boat. As expected, the world is just a big game. Now we're out of the game. We're just being used as test subjects by some people, thrown into the game. As long as we die, we'll be out of the game. I'm going to go out and enjoy life. There were all kinds of comments in the chat area, but no one who saw the video could explain how this was done. As for the one who wanted to leave first, his avatar went dark soon after. Ajahn, are you serious? Does this mean we've left the game, or is it over? Who knows? He could have left, or he could have died. Perhaps it's Schrodinger's departure. I forgot the beginning, the middle, and the end. Is this like death? When faced with things that cannot be explained by existing theories, people are very clever in using memes to divert the subject. After all, life is short, so why waste a lot of time on things that are impossible to understand? Tang Feiyu had no idea what happened to the others. He was currently playing poker with Lin Wanrou and the other two. It's nothing special. It's just a regular 4-player version of Landlord. 2 decks of cards, for jokers. 5 identical cards count as a bomb, and 8 equal cards count as a nuclear bomb. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed, and the ship's speed began to slowly decrease. Tang Feiyu threw the cards in his hand, and quickly stood up and ran to the cabin. Don't run. You're about to lose this game. Are you trying to cheat? Yin Zijiao shouted behind him. Only a fool would not run. If you don't run now, there will be no bitter tea seeds left. Tang Feiyu heard Yin Zijiao's words, but his feet were so strong that he ran even faster. The cabin was brighter than normal. After all, there were 6 bright headlights. In the cab, Tang Feiyu muttered, Wanrou, if I didn't feel sorry for you, I wouldn't run away. Chapter 134 Li Xiaoshuan's Envy. Master, the temperature outside is minus 13 degrees Celsius, and the amount of floating ice has increased by 50%. To ensure safety and reduce energy consumption, Number 1 recommends reducing the ship's speed to 30 miles per hour. As soon as Tang Feiyu entered the cab, the voice of the intelligent computer sounded from the loudspeaker. I agree to slow down. Just find the balance between speed and consumption. Using skills consumes a lot of energy for the fishing boat, but Tang Feiyu gave Number 1 the right to use some lockers, and it can take energy blocks from them to recharge itself. With the current weather outside, you can no longer rely on solar energy. Although there is still some, it is not much. Wind energy is also unreliable, which is very annoying. After staying in the cab for a while, Tang Feiyu returned to the cabin. As soon as he entered the door, Yin Zijiao hung on him and bit his earlobe, muttering, You are cheating, you can't afford it. Tang Feiyu supported her body to avoid pulling his ears off and walked in. Lin Wanrou and Li Xiaoxian didn't think too much of his skipping classes. Seeing him come back, Lin Wanrou said, Feiyu, I just opened a box. I'll trade something with you now. This box was automatically picked up by the fishing boat after it left the collision-free volume state and crushed a piece of ice. Yin Zijiao, who was about to go out to settle the score with him, was brought back. When it was opened, there was some grease for making fire and a plush coat. While the transaction was going on, Lin Wanrou said, Someone just contacted me and wanted to sell me the treasure map. I asked him to contact you to trade. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu nodded, sat down on the edge of the bed, holding Yin Zijiao in his arms, and took out the items that had been traded. There was no increase in mass, so there was a large amount of solid oil fuel on the ground, and 100 plush coats were piled on the bed. He threw the coat into the locker, and anyone who wanted it could take it, and he hung the grease in the trading area. They don't need the fuel for heating. After a while, Yin Zijiao's body temperature rose by 2 degrees, and Tang Feiyu finally received contact from the person who sold the treasure map. After some bargaining, he bought treasure maps number 2, number 4, and number 5 for 70 fire crystals. Including the 2 numbers I have, I am still missing number 6. At the same time, several skill cards hanging in the trading area were also bought. The payment was 2 pieces of clothing with attributes. Blood Shadow Confusion, Advanced. Physical Strength, plus 13. Defense increased by 10%. For every 10% reduction in health, recovery is increased by 20%. Passive effect, Blood Essence. Blood Essence enhances the effects of skills that consume blood. The amplification effect varies depending on the preciousness of the blood, with a minimum of 30% and a maximum of 150%. Fishbone Light Armor Advanced. Physical Strength, plus 3. Strength, plus 3. Speed, plus 9. Defense increased by 5%. Increases attack speed by 30%. Passive effect, Phantom Strike. Phantom Strike. When attacking with a melee weapon, a phantom attack will appear with an attack power of 80% of the physical attack. Tang Feiyu kept the light armor for himself, and naturally gave the Blood Shadow Confusion to Lin Wanrou. It was a light-colored small vest that looked like the size of children's clothes. but Lin Wanrou managed to put it on easily. Tang Feiyu's eyes bulged out. With the help of the vest, Lin Wanrou's figure looks even more amazing. There is not a trace of fat around her waist, and the prominent parts have become more conspicuous. Although they were already an old couple, Lin Wanrou felt a little shy when she saw Tang Feiyu's gaze. Yin Zijiao already had a piece of equipment, so she didn't mind seeing this, but Li Shaoxian was a little envious. Although Tang Feiyu also gave her weapons, how can weapons compare to equipment? These two people, one is on the legs, which makes the long legs look straighter and longer, and the other is on the top, which makes the waist look thinner and the bear look bigger. I was originally a little inferior to the other two in terms of appearance, and it was all supported by my temperament. Now my figure is completely inferior. Tang Feiyu noticed her envy, reached out, and took her hand, and said, "Don't worry, you will get it." On the other side, Zhang Qian encountered some trouble. After determining the direction, she began to push the raft towards this side at a rapid speed. On the completely frozen sea, the group finally had more convenient conditions for movement. They left a small number of people to guard the raft, while the main force began to plunder others within a certain range. The rafts could run before, but now they are hard to run and are quickly snatched away. Someone made up his mind and dismantled the raft himself, taking the supplies and running away early, thus avoiding the disaster. Some of them also transformed from victims into perpetrators and began to rob other people of their supplies or rafts. They are now barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. Some women who accepted their fate took their supplies and found men who they thought were strong and powerful to rely on, giving them money and men. As for what the future would hold, it is hard to say now. But some women refused to accept their fate and dismantled their rafts before fleeing. Unfortunately, there was little shelter on the ice, and their physical strength was inferior to that of men. Some were caught and taken back. Someone fought desperately to kill a few, and then closed his eyes contentedly. Help! Zhang Qian, who was feeling happy that she would soon find her family, suddenly heard a cry for help. Turning around, I saw several men chasing two women on the ice. Although she wanted to stay out of other people's business, after what she had experienced during this period, she could imagine the consequences if these two people were caught. As a woman, she still controlled the raft and slid over. "Boss, look over there." A short man wearing a cotton coat, with only a pair of thick lips that were frozen white, suddenly pointed at Zhang Qian and shouted, "Is there such a way? Let's go and take a look." They wanted to find out how Zhang Qian dug out the raft. The entire sea area was frozen, and you could imagine how hard the ice was. Even with a sharp knife or axe, it would only leave a mark half a finger's width, apart from making your hand numb. Some people who have mastered fire skills also found that their talents or skills were severely suppressed on the ice. Originally, he could throw out a small fireball the size of a fist, but now, after holding it in until his face turned red, he can only make a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball at most, and some of them are not even as useful as a lighter. As they got closer, their purpose changed. They not only wanted to know the reason why the raft was dug out, but also wanted to capture the people. At this time, Zhang Qian was still wearing short-sleeved jeans, without any heavy clothes to cover her. Her seductive figure made several people drool. At this moment, they even forgot to think about why she could remain calm and move freely in such little clothes in such a cold day. "Save us." The two women being chased pleaded as they looked at the raft that was parked in front of them. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 73. Add one chapter when the total is 500. Chapter 135, The Royal Chef Sisters. The two women in front of me looked a little dirty and old in their cotton-padded jackets, and their hair was even more messy, but this was normal. The sudden drop in temperature made survival on the sea more difficult. It's great to be able to survive every day, let alone wanting to take a shower and wash clothes. Especially now that the sea is completely frozen, and then some people start to wreak havoc. If they hadn't decisively dismantled the raft and started to escape, they would have been caught long ago. The two looked about the same height and had similar looks, and now they were begging Zhang Qian for help. However, Zhang Qian saw determination in their eyes. "Maybe if I refuse, they will fight to the death with those people chasing after them?" Seeing Zhang Qian remain silent, the one who looked a little more mature said, "Since you're unwilling to help, just leave quickly. If you get caught by those people, there will be no good end for you." After saying that, he was about to pull the person next to him away. As a result, when I lifted my leg, I found that the sole of my shoe had been frozen to the ice at some point, and I couldn't pull it out. Although Zhang Qian wanted to help, she was also worried that her good intentions might backfire. On the sea, women have indeed become a vulnerable group. But she has also seen some women who use their bodies or appearance to set traps and kill many men. She wanted to wait for the people behind to catch up and figure out who was right and who was wrong before helping. Although there are no legal and moral constraints in the end times, she has her own set of behavioral logic as a bottom line. Seeing that Zhang Qian not only did not help, but also prevented them from leaving, the two of them showed expressions of despair on their faces. They took out a small knife from their arms and prepared to slash their necks. They had already assumed Zhang Qian was someone ready to sell her body and seek refuge with a man. They only blamed themselves for not judging her well enough to have come over and given the other man more leverage. She had been sold, completely, and was even counting the money for someone else. Bite. The knife did not pierce the flesh, but a thin layer of ice appeared in the air to block it. The 7 or 8 big men who were chasing them also ran over at this time. They originally thought that the other party would continue to escape, but the 3 of them stood there motionless and did not leave even when a group of them approached. The leaders were a little confused. But then he thought about what had happened to the other gangs. It seemed like some women would come to him on their own initiative. Could that be the case with the beautiful woman on the raft? Was he just lucky? Thinking of this, the leader looked at the scene in front of him and said in a proud tone, "Girl, you did a good job. I will love you well in the future." As he spoke, he was about to reach out and hug Zhang Qian. He was extremely excited. In the past, he could only watch others embrace her, but he never thought that with the sea frozen, he would have the opportunity to do so, and this woman, even more beautiful than the ones he had met before, would come to him on her own initiative. There are no other problems except that the light is a little small. When the other brothers saw their boss taking action, they also laughed and reached out their hands to the 2 fleeing women. After hearing the man's words, Zhang Qian knew the positions of both parties. Without hesitation, she stepped lightly on the raft. With her as the center, a circle of cold current invisible to the naked eye quickly spread around. Click, click, click. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 men, still smiling, turned into ice sculptures. Not only were the 2 women not hurt, the ice beneath their feet also thawed, allowing them to move again. Come up, let's go. Zhang Qian didn't look at those people again, but said to the 2 women. The 2 were still a little confused at this moment, not understanding what was going on. Wasn't this woman trying to use them as bargaining chips? It was the younger woman who reacted first. She pulled the woman next to her and got on the raft together. The raft began to slide slowly. Just when it was a few meters away, the sound of ice breaking was heard behind it. "Damn woman, I will torture you severely and make you wish you were incapable of living or dying." An angry voice sounded from the ice sculpture. The man in the lead had red skin all over his body. Hot steam was spewing out of his mouth and nose, and he was recovering from his frozen state. The 2 women on the raft looked worried again. The other person's current appearance was truly terrifying. Cracks appeared on the skin, and the cracks seemed to be filled with magma. However, Zhang Qian stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers without even turning her head. A huge ice palm formed by solid ice rose from the ground and slammed down hard on the magma man. Before the magma man could beg for mercy, he was smashed onto the ice, followed by a loud crashing sound. It was not until the magma man turned into a 2-dimensional being and stuck to the ice surface and couldn't get it off that the ice palm shattered to the ground with a loud bang. Whoosh! The raft slid quickly across the ice. Zhang Qian looked at the 2 women and said, "I'll find a place for you to stay when we get to the next sea area." She planned to see if she could find other women who were fleeing or alone and arrange them together so that they would have some power to resist. "Yes, can you let us follow you? I can help with washing clothes and cooking. If you want to win over your men in the future, I can also help. As long as my sister can live and be safe, that's enough." The more mature one looked at Zhang Qian and begged. Her meaning was very clear. As long as Zhang Qian took them with her, whenever she wanted to win over subordinates in the future, she could be used as one of the rewards in exchange for her sister's protection. When Zhang Qian heard her words, her eyes lit up, of course not because of the conditions that came later, but because the other party said she could cook. As a not-so-qualified foodie, Zhang Qian's cooking skills are too touching. Although the food and drink seem to be rich every day, the taste is really hard to describe. Even for the simplest hot pot, because we don't understand the ratio of the soup base, most of the time we just use plain water to cook it. Apart from the freshness of the ingredients themselves, there is no other taste. She had been tired of eating there for a long time, and it was nice to have a chef now. So she looked at the 2 of them and said, "Try cooking a meal first. If it satisfies me, I can agree to your conditions." Hearing her words, the woman's face lit up with joy and she immediately started to get busy. The slightly younger ones also helped out and seemed to be very familiar with cooking. Before long, a mouth-watering aroma filled Zhang Qian's nostrils. After the meal was ready, Zhang Qian asked the 2 of them to eat together. During the conversation, I learned their names. The elder sister is Song Yasi and the younger sister is Tang Feiyu. They are biological sisters, but one takes the father's surname and the other takes the mother's surname. The Song family is a family of royal chefs that has been passed down from the palace era. The two sisters have been exposed to the kitchen since childhood, so their cooking skills are naturally not bad. Of course, the younger sister is much weaker. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 221. Chapter 136 Summoning Sea Monster Boss. Zhang Qian was very satisfied with the meal and agreed to the other party's request immediately. Seeing this, Song Yasi felt relieved. Although Tang Feiyu didn't say anything during the whole process, she hugged her sister tightly. She had already made up her mind that if she needed to sacrifice her body in the future, she would take her sister's place. She had already done a lot for herself. Zhang Qian had no idea that the two of them were each preoccupied with their own thoughts. After eating and drinking, she waved her hand, and a layer of solid ice enveloped the entire raft, which then slowly sank to a depth of 2 or 3 meters beneath the surface. At first, the Song and Tang sisters were frightened. When they found that no sea water was coming in and they could see the scenery under the sea through the ice, they lay on the ice and watched as if they were participating in an underwater tour. Zhang Qian put on a smaller layer of ice that was just enough to cover her entire body, then lay down in her sleeping bag and began to rest. Because she needs to control the raft herself, but it is very tiring to control it all the time, and she also needs to rest. The large ice layer is to guard against outsiders, while the small ice layer is naturally to guard against the two sisters. The other side. Several people on the fishing boat also started preparing dinner. Lin Wanrou was in the kitchen, while Tang Feiyu was still selling fire crystals in the trading area. As the weather grew colder, more and more people needed fire crystals. He did not raise the price, but set the quality of the items to be traded. If it was lower than high quality, he would not accept it at all. In the entire sea area, he was the only one who kept selling fire crystals. Those who had good things in their hands had no excuse to bargain down the price, and could only hold their noses and follow his rules. He had already placed the fragment of treasure map number 6 in the locker. The few of them discussed and decided to wait until tomorrow morning to combine it into one piece and summon a sea monster to see what was going on. In addition to the treasure map, I also got a skill card. Sword draw. Draw your sword at an extremely fast speed, creating an arc of blade light that attacks enemies within a 190-degree range within 3 meters in front of you. Advanced. After the talent enhancement, the effect of the sword drawing skill has been strengthened. Charge sword slash. Charges for 0 to 3 seconds, creating a circular blade of light that attacks enemies within 10 meters and a 360-degree range. The longer the charge lasts, the higher the damage. Premium. The attack range of the charged sword slash can be fine-tuned manually. Tang Feiyu did not bother to be polite with Yin Zijiao and broke the skill card himself. The relevant knowledge, such as the posture of drawing a sword, appeared in his mind. Tang Feiyu subconsciously clenched his hands and made the action of drawing a sword. Bang! A stream of air hit the cabin wall, but it didn't leave any marks. After all, he didn't use any weapons. However, the fact that he could create air with his bare hands still made him happy. After Yin Zijiao put away the objects that were blown by the wind he attacked, she rolled her eyes at him. After one dinner, all 4 of them gained 1 point of strength. Li Shaoxian felt that she would soon gain another point of strength. It would take about 2 more meals. Because her attributes are much weaker than Tang Feiyu and the other two, her improvement is also fast. After finishing their meal, Lin Wanrou and the other two went to the wash cabin to soak in the hot springs. However, Tang Feiyu did not follow them directly. Instead, he looked at the bed in the cabin, pondered for a while, and then began to renovate it. The original 3-meter-wide bed was no longer enough. The original plan was to let Li Shaoxian go to cabin 4 to rest by herself, but things did not develop according to plan. It would be inappropriate to let her go alone now. The modification of the bed was also very simple. He simply dismantled the bed and laid the sleeping bag and other padding directly on the floor. Then he used the tool bench to widen the original fish skin sheet and threw it on top. Because the padding underneath is mostly soft and very elastic. Now when I lie on it, it feels like I'm lying on a super elastic mattress. After trying it, Tang Feiyu nodded with satisfaction, then took off his clothes, wrapped himself in fish skin as a bath towel, pushed the door, and went to the hot spring cabin. 3 hours later, he made several trips and returned to the bedroom cabin carrying the rolled-up fish skin. Because he still needed to summon the sea monster the next day, he didn't spend too much time. In addition, he felt sorry for Lin Wanrou, so he relied entirely on his own consumption and did not replenish his physical strength. So after coming back, I fell asleep early. The next morning, he yawned and opened his eyes. Lin Wanrou, whose cheeks were still a little flushed, brought a bowl of hot porridge and placed it on the table next to the bed. She looked at him and said, "Can I help you recover?" Rubbing his eyes, Tang Feiyu rejected her proposal. He is in good condition now. After all, he is young and didn't consume much energy yesterday. He will be almost recovered after eating something. Yin Zijiao and Li Shaoxian got up earlier than him and had already eaten. Now they were waiting for him to finish eating so that they could combine the treasure map to summon the sea monster boss. Tang Feiyu did not delay any further and quickly drank up the porridge in the bowl. Then he wiped the locker and 6 treasure map fragments appeared. With a thought, the treasure map lit up and then became complete. Let's try it first. He brought a few people to the deck with equipment and weapons. Then, according to the instructions on the treasure map, he selected the distance from the fishing boat and threw it out. The light treasure map was not blown away by the sea breeze, but fell on the sea surface he chose, and then it flashed with light. 1 minute, 2 minutes, waited for 10 minutes. Didn't it just conjure a monster out of thin air? Tang Feiyu said speechlessly. He had seen that the treasure map could summon sea monsters before, and he thought it was just like in the game, where one would appear immediately after using it. As it turned out to be a person who swam over from the sea. After waiting for a few more minutes, they still didn't see any sea monsters, and they looked at each other in confusion. Feiyu, is it related to the dragon subduing wood? Lin Wanrou suddenly mentioned. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu slapped his forehead, realizing that he had indeed forgotten about this. He quickly ran into the cabin and stuffed all the dragon subduing wood into the locker. Before I came out, I heard a rustling sound outside. Flying fish, here it comes. Yin Zijiao shouted, followed by a loud bang. When Tang Feiyu came out, the summoned sea monster was already dead. It was a swordfish about 5 meters long, floating on the sea with its belly up and wisps of smoke coming out of its body. That's it. Not to mention Tang Feiyu, even Yin Zijiao, the attacker, didn't expect the summoned sea monster to be killed so easily with just one blow. She hadn't even warmed up yet. Just as he was about to use a long hook to pull out the swordfish's body, the sea surface suddenly began to fluctuate, and several huge octopus legs that were too big for a person to hold stretched out from the sea. One of them grabbed the dead swordfish and pulled it into the sea, while the others swooped down towards the fishing boat. Chapter 137: The Golden Box That Makes Capitalists Cry. The attack of the octopus tentacles was faster than those Tang Feiyu had encountered before, and it was in front of him in the blink of an eye. However, facing the attack, the few people did not panic. Yin Zijiao held the hilt of the sword in her right hand, stepped on the side of the boat with one foot, and then pushed hard, rushing towards the giant octopus leg. Orange flames ignited the blade, which then struck the octopus's tentacle. The impact of the explosion not only sent the octopus legs flying back, but also allowed her to return to the fishing boat. She usually looks a little fragile, but once she starts fighting, she is like a madman who has lost her mind and does not consider the danger at all. Tang Feiyu talked to her about this several times, but unfortunately, once she got angry, she became reckless again. This situation is likely related to awakened talent. Tang Feiyu didn't even watch her do it herself. The bone sword in his hand changed to the most suitable size. After Yin Zijiao repelled the fastest octopus leg, he gathered his strength for 2 seconds, then drew his sword and swung it out. With a flash of cold light and 2 loud bangs, 2 thick octopus legs were cut off and smashed onto the deck of the fishing boat, and then quickly decomposed into small pieces of octopus feet food. We don't know whether octopuses feel pain, but after being injured, they do become more manic. Suddenly, bubbles began to appear on the sea surface as if it was boiling. Then, those bubbles turned into small water balls that broke away from the sea surface and shot towards the 4 people standing on the deck like bullets. Speaking of bullets, Lin Wanrou naturally would not just stand by and watch. The 2 slender tentacles of the desert eagle in her hand had pierced her skin and sucked enough blood, and the whole gun turned a little bright red. Then, a gunshot much quieter than the sound of a normal gunpowder bullet was heard. Red streaks of light broke the flying water balls, and a light red rain began to fall from the sky. Jujiujiu. Li Xiaoshuan's 3 consecutive shots also flew out, directly aiming at the octopus's head that was exposed above the water due to its struggle. Without waiting for its tentacles to come to the rescue, they pierced the big eyes on the side of its face. In an instant, the octopus's attack speed slowed down. Bang bang bang. Lin Wanrou fired 7 shots in a row. The solid bullets wrapped in bloodstained bullets also chased the 3 arrows shot by Li Shaoxian and hit the other eye of the giant octopus. With the cooperation of several people, they not only broke up the octopus's attack, but also seriously injured it in one fell swoop. Before the octopus could use its remaining good legs to attack, The rapid-fire cannon on the fishing boat adjusted its direction. This was the direction calculated by intelligent computer number 1, and it was more perfect than the one adjusted manually by Tang Feiyu. Then, the artillery opened fire, and one shot hit the octopus's brain, directly blasting a large hole with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Instant kill. Tang Feiyu kicked hard and jumped into the air, aiming at the hole on the octopus's head, and slid more than 10 meters in the air in an instant. Although this skill does not deal damage, it is quite useful as a displacement skill. At the same time, the bone sword in his hand became somewhat slender, at least 3 or 4 meters long. Then, the movement of his hand changed. Blade storm. In 3 full seconds, he swung at least 100 swords. Given the sharpness of the bone swords, the octopus head simply couldn't compete. The entire head was pulverized into a pulp. Even though the octopus had more brains and hearts, it was lifeless, with only a few healthy legs still twitching. The harpoon on the boat, under the control of number 1, accurately hit the octopus's body and then dragged it back to the fishing boat. Tang Feiyu also flew back to the deck slowly under the effect of the advanced feathers, but his body was splashed with some stains. This monster can't stand being beaten, Lin Zijiao said with some dissatisfaction. However, as she put away the knife, her whole state changed, no longer showing such a sharp edge. What did Feiyu say? Are you still willing to accept? Lin Wanrou asked after wiping the stains on Tang Feiyu's face with a towel. Let's see what the reward is like first. If the reward is average, there's no need to waste time, Tang Feiyu said softly. The 3 of them nodded and agreed with him. After killing the octopus, the box that exploded was automatically picked up and placed on the deck. Unlike ordinary wooden boxes, this is a 1 cubic meter golden box. The box was opened, revealing 4 items in total. The largest item was spicy dried fish, which filled the entire box. It looks exactly the same as the $1 pack sold in supermarkets, except that it lacks the production date and address. But the effects are different. Spicy dried fish, after use, enters a rage mode, increasing all damage by 50%. Available in 100 packs. Then there's a small box filled with question marks. This is a familiar sight, the skill blind box. Advanced skill blind box. A high-level skill card will be opened randomly. Then there are a few small octopus legs, but these are not edible. Instead, they are a material that can be used to make weapons and equipment. Finally, there is a folded piece of octopus skin. Invisibility cloak. After wearing it, you can temporarily hide all traces, including but not limited to smell and sound. The duration is 10 minutes, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. Overall, the harvest was pretty good. After all, there was a lot of octopus meat and octopus legs. It can be said that the whole octopus was eaten cleanly. Another one? Tang Feiyu asked the 3 of them. Lin Zijiao immediately became excited and shouted, "Hurry up!" Just as he was about to synthesize the treasure map again to summon it, he saw the box in front of him begin to decompose. This must be able to decompose dozens of kilograms of gold. Tang Feiyu looked at the golden box with interest. Perhaps it was a problem with the materials, as they decomposed much more slowly than the wooden box. It took a full 2.5 minutes before the box was decomposed into raw materials. As a result, 100 units of wood blocks and 100 G of gold blocks were decomposed. Sigma, A. Although gold is not worth much now, you can't just use a piece of wood to perfunctorily deal with it. Tang Feiyu no longer had the mind to summon the sea monster. Several people stared at the decomposed materials in silence. So, this seemingly large golden box is made of wood covered in gold foil? Even capitalists would cry when they see it. After a long pause, Tang Feiyu finally calmed down. He still had to recruit the sea monster. After all, the skill blind box was quite attractive. I synthesized 4 more treasure maps and summoned them 4 times. A giant shark, a giant swordfish, a giant sea turtle, and a monster that looked like nothing had appeared. Among them, the most difficult to kill is the sea turtle. Among the few people, only Tang Feiyu's bone sword can barely break through the defense. Even the shells of the rapid-fire cannon have little effect. Fortunately, its attack power was low, so it only took a few hours to grind it to death. It really exhausted the 4 of them. But the harvest is still quite gratifying. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 263. Chapter 138 The Hidden Benefits of the Recycling Bin. Killed 5 summoned ocean bosses, including the octopus, and after trading and increasing them, the total supplies obtained included. Super spicy dried fish, berserk effect, damage increased by 100%, lasts for 10 minutes. 100 packs. Super pickled swordfish chunks, extreme speed effect, increases movement speed by 100%, lasts for 10 minutes. 100 packs. Super shark fin soup, enhances physical fitness after use, 1 point per bottle, 100 bottles. Super tonic soup. After consumption, it enhances yang and nourishes the body. Temporarily increases defense by 1,000 points. Note, there are some side effects, so use with caution. 100 bowls. Various seafood candies. After consumption, you will randomly transform into a creature and gain all of that creature's attributes and skills. This effect lasts for 3 hours. After the effect ends, you will receive a debuff that reduces all attributes by 99% for 24 hours. 100 pieces. 5 premium skill blind boxes and a set of invisibility cloak, which lasts 5 times longer than the stealth cloak, reaching 50 minutes, and the cooling time is also 1 hour. Stretchable thermal shark skin. 1 sheet can be stretched up to 1,010 meters. The temperature is maintained at around 20 degrees. Swordfish kiss arrow. Sharpness plus 10, can be bound to a weapon, automatically retrieved after binding. Cannot be unbound. Immovable turtle shield. Fishing boat skill. After use, it can activate the immovable turtle shield with a defense value of 10,000 points. After the defense value is consumed, the skill will enter a cooldown period of 72 hours. 5 super energy blocks, each of which is equivalent to the energy contained in 200 ordinary energy blocks. In addition to the above supplies, the boss's body was also decomposed into various food materials, weighing thousands of tons in total. If the 3 people had not been quick and agile in storing them in the locker, the fishing boat would have been sunk. However, putting so many ingredients into the storage cabinet also makes the storage cabinet space tight. So now it's a bit embarrassing. If I continue to keep the ingredients there will be no space left in the locker. If I take the ingredients out, a small amount will not be of much use, but a large amount will not be enough to support the fishing boat. Moreover, with so much meat, it would take several generations for them to finish it. Let's throw away the mutant beast's meat first, Tang Feiyu said to the few people. Among the 5 bosses, the last one is similar to the monsters seen in the secret realm before. Although eating its meat has certain benefits, there is also a chance of causing mutations. When it comes to chance, Tang Feiyu is definitely not willing to take a chance. After all, he has enough food and drink. And they didn't just throw it into the sea. This thing weighed dozens of tons. Moving it out of the cabin and throwing it away, not to mention whether it would pollute the environment and cause any disaster, the sheer exhaustion would make them collapse. When they went to the lockers to collect the things before, they were exhausted. Tang Feiyu's plan was to throw the items directly into the recycling bin through the locker. This would only take a moment to complete, saving time, effort, and space. Lin Wanrou and the other 2 had no objection to his decision. Of course, besides the meat, there were also bones, which he piled together. Then he thrust his bone sword into them and ate them. Of the remaining meats, several 100 pounds of each were kept, and the rest were thrown into the recycling bin. The originally ordinary recycling bin suddenly made a dinging sound, attracting the attention of several people. Suddenly, a few round objects spurted out from the box that looked like a bottomless pit, and were caught by Li Xiaoxian, who was sitting next to it. Mixed meatballs. After consumption, all attributes are increased by 50%, and a random skill that matches your talent is gained. Note, each person can only eat once a month, and the effect will gradually decline. 5. Although the name of this thing doesn't look very impressive, its effects are extraordinary. Tang Feiyu's eyes are shining when he sees it. After taking it from Li Xiaoxian, he gave one to each person, and the extra one was directly traded to Zhang Qian. All attributes are increased by 50%, that is, each attribute will be increased by half of its original value. Taking Tang Feiyu as an example, his 4 attributes have been improved to physical strength, 30, strength, 31, speed, 21, energy, 30. Among all the sea areas, it is also far ahead. Among the 4, Li Xiaoxian has the lowest attributes, but there are still 3 attributes exceeding 24 points. It was just that although the description said they had gained suitable skills, the few of them did not feel that they had gained any new skills. Maybe I haven't digested it yet? Who knows? Just the attribute upgrade alone is enough to satisfy me. After eating, Tang Feiyu picked up the recycling bin. If Lin Wanrou hadn't stopped him, he would have kissed it hard. I used to use it as a trash can, but I didn't expect it to have such a hidden effect. After investing a lot of blood and flesh, it can still produce something. If I had known, I would have done it a long time ago. But it wasn't too late to find out now, as he still had 95 treasure map fragments that could be synthesized, guaranteeing 95 bosses. This creature, larger than a normal sea monster, perfectly satisfied his need to hunt for flesh and blood. The only regret is that because they are not refreshed out of thin air, the number of bosses in each sea area is limited. There were probably no bosses left here. Now we could only hope for the next sea area. Thinking of this, Tang Feiyu asked the three of them to pack up the other things and put them in the locker. He came to the cab and ordered number 1 to activate the sailing skill. Another 3 hours of ignoring collision volume and sailing at a high speed of 100 yards. The distance to the next sea area is once again 1/10 closer. In the chat area, everyone has become accustomed to the abnormal movement of his fishing boat. Although they still don't understand the reason, they will not row away in a hurry to avoid it. When he saw the fishing boat coming, he continued to do his work calmly. Some people even wait for fishing boats to pass by their rafts and take photos with them. It can only be said that there are always people having fun. 3 hours later, the skill ended and the speed of the fishing boat returned to normal. However, Tang Feiyu came to the cab again and ordered number 1 to go at full speed, because there was now an immovable turtle shield on the boat. 10,000 points of defense. It would be a waste if you don't use it. With the calculation of number 1, you can also adjust the ship speed in time when the defense points are used up, so as not to cause damage to the hull. So, the fishing boat, which had just slowed down, increased its speed to 60 yards again and began to break the ice and move forward. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Because of the rapid speed of the boat, they had not had time to eat lunch. Now that they had some free time, Lin Wanrou tied on a fish skin apron and started to get busy. Tang Feiyu set his sights on the super nourishing soup in the locker. As the saying goes, there's no way to gain true knowledge without practice. If he didn't test the effects, and later needed to use temporary defense, but miscalculated the level and duration of defense, the consequences could be severe. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 325. Chapter 139. The defensive effects and side effects of the supertonic soup. After a bowl of nourishing soup, Lin Wanrou also brought the meal over. Tang Feiyu finished the meal with a confused look on his face. He still didn't feel any side effects of the nourishing soup, not even a slight feeling of heat in his lower abdomen. Could this be fake, he wondered. Based on past experience, as long as the item's information stated it, there had never been a mistake. Seeing that his expression was not right, Yin Zijiao asked, Feiyu, what's wrong with you? Lin Wanrou and Li Shaoxian also looked at him when they heard this. Nothing. I just feel like drinking a bowl of tonic soup didn't have much effect. As soon as the words fell, Lin Wanrou and the other two showed strange expressions on their faces. They naturally knew what the tonic soup was. He was already very powerful, so if he added more tonic, wouldn't he be in danger of his own death? Shaking his head, Tang Feiyu shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Although the tonic soup didn't live up to its name, he still planned to test the temporary defense boost. He took out the bone sword, pointed it at his hand, and thought for a moment before deciding not to cut it. The main reason was that the bone sword was very sharp, and ordinary defense was the same as having no defense at all. Even if it cut, it didn't mean that the defense was not good. So he asked Yin Zijiao to get a kitchen knife for cutting vegetables. This is just an ordinary grade knife. Although it is no problem for cutting meat and stomping bones, it is still inferior to a proper weapon. I used a knife in my right hand to scratch my left hand, but there was no skin breakage, not even a mark. Interesting, he said, and began to exert force, but he was still unharmed. Putting the kitchen knife down, he took out an ordinary pistol from the locker and fired a shot at the fat on his arm. This way, even if it cannot protect against bullets, it will not hurt the bones, and it will be easy to treat without suffering. Bang! Tang Feiyu's left hand felt a huge impact force and opened outward uncontrollably. With a clang, a slightly deformed bullet fell to the floor. The impact left only a faint mark. The few hairs there weren't even broken, but slightly curled, indicating the burn. On my left arm, I only felt a negligible pain, like a mosquito bite. This defense is quite good, Yin Zijiao said with a smile. Only Li Shaoxian showed some worry on her face when Tang Feiyu shot her. Yin Zijiao and Lin Wanrou didn't care much. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, it could be healed in a matter of minutes. Even if it is a fatal injury, there is no need to worry too much, because he still has 2 resurrections. This is also the reason why the 2 of them did not stop him from testing the gun on himself. Ordinary weapons cannot penetrate the defense, so the test must not be over. If the defense limit of the tonic soup is not tested out, problems may easily arise when it is used in the future. So he began to test the defense against advanced weapons. He took the Desert Eagle from Lin Wanrou's hand and shot it in the arm. This time the feeling was more obvious, but it still did not break the defense. The bullets were more deformed than the bullets of the ordinary pistol before, and the magazine was emptied in a few seconds. Just when Yin Zijiao was eager to try with the Helm Messenger in her hand, Tang Feiyu felt that his defense had reached its limit and quickly stopped this tiger woman. Otherwise, there might really be blood. According to the test results, the defense of the tonic soup can withstand several rounds of damage from rare-grade weapons. It is several times stronger than the previous explosion-proof shields. Li Xiaoxian, who is familiar with the power of firearms, immediately gave his evaluation. Judging from this result, after drinking the tonic soup, he could even withstand 2 or 3 full-strength attacks from Yin Zijiao. This is definitely a rare good thing. Several people were discussing the defensive effects of the tonic soup when Tang Feiyu suddenly felt a heat in his lower abdomen. Then the heat filled his whole body, making him feel bloated, very bloated. "Feiyu, your eyes," Lin Wanrou exclaimed. She watched as Tang Feiyu's eyes, which used to be clear black and white, became bloodshot. Tang Feiyu felt that his breath was hot. "It's getting exciting. The side effects of the tonic soup are showing up," he said in a somewhat awkward voice. Fishing boats sailing at full speed have the illusion of being swayed by wind and rain. Time passed little by little. The immovable turtle shield on the fishing boat had been consumed, and intelligent computer number 1 also reduced the speed of the boat, but the fishing boat was still shaking. The moon was dim, and most people were curled up in sleep, but the fishing boat was still rocking. Orange sunlight slowly began to appear on the horizon, and the fishing boats returned to normal. Inside the cabin, Tang Feiyu's eyes returned to normal. Although he felt hot all over before, his consciousness had not disappeared, and he still remembered clearly what had happened. He stood up and brought a few bottles of shark fin soup and mutant strawberries to feed Lin Wanrou, who had consumed the most. In order to help Yin Zijiao and Li Xiaoxian recover to cope with Tang Feiyu's side effects, she not only exhausted her stored blood energy, but also consumed most of her own blood, almost drying herself out. Even with her healing blessing, the 3 of them still felt as if they were torn apart. Their hands were not hands, and their legs were not legs. Lying on the mattress, completely unable to move, the blurry eyes looked at Tang Feiyu with a bit of panic. Even the carefree Yin Zijiao trembled uncontrollably when she saw Tang Feiyu coming over. While Tang Feiyu lamented the powerful side effects of the tonic soup, he did not forget that he still had an important thing to do. After giving the 3 of them some supplements to help their recovery, he wrapped Li Xiaoxian in fish skin and carried her up. Under the side effects, although he was conscious, his control over his body was greatly reduced. In the sea on the other side, Zhang Qian took the 2 sisters on the journey again. The raft slowly rose from the ice, and with a snap, the ice cover shattered, revealing the 3 energetic people inside. This was the first time that Song Yasi and Tang Shiyun slept so soundly and comfortably since they started their survival journey. She was even more grateful to Zhang Qian. Without being told, she started to light a fire and cook. This thigh must be taken good care of, otherwise there will be no such good living environment in the future. In the fishing boat, it took nearly half an hour to clean up the unconscious Li Xiaoxian, ensuring that the chance of death was reduced to a minimum before taking her back to the bedroom. After settling everything, he came to the cockpit and told number 1 to use the sailing skill again. Cumulative, power generation, 386. Chapter 140, Collapse of Mountains. After using up the immovable spirit turtle formation, the fishing boat was only 3/10 of the way to the next sea area, about 900 kilometers away. Now let number 1 use the skill of setting sail. The 300 kilometers collision-free distance is fixed. As for the remaining 600 kilometers, we'll see when we get there. After making the arrangements, he returned to the bedroom cabin. Now that I can't summon the boss, and I don't like ordinary monsters, I naturally took out the dragon subduing wood again. Then Tang Feiyu, who had nothing to do, lay down on the bed and prepared to have a good rest. Before, due to the side effects, although I wasn't physically tired, I was still a little tired mentally because it lasted for a whole night and several more hours. Besides, everyone else was sleeping, and he was bored alone, so he was even more listless. Soon after lying down, I fell asleep under the hypnosis of several body scents. In his dream, he was awakened by the sight of Li Xiaoxian, who was pregnant and gently calling her husband. Because the surroundings were covered in ice and snow, there was absolutely no suitable conditions for a delivery, and the gentle Li Xiaoxian was covered in blood. Luckily it was just a dream. I should have dug out all the seeds before. Tang Feiyu muttered to himself, his gaze turning to Li Xiaoxian, who was lying on the side with the quilt kicked away. The slender and tight calves were a little dazzling, and the clean toes were nervously digging together as if they were dreaming about something. After patting his face to sober himself up, Tang Feiyu stood up and covered her with the quilt before staggering out of the bedroom cabin. Standing on the deck, I was completely awakened by the cool breeze. After entering the cockpit and asking intelligent computer number 1, he knew that he had slept for more than 7 hours. The fishing boat's skills had been exhausted long ago, and it was now moving slowly forward at a speed of more than 10 yards. It wasn't that they were running out of energy. Rather, Many of the ice floes on the sea surface had already begun to connect together. If it weren't for the fact that the thickness was still a little off, it might have turned into an ice sheet. The crackling sound of breaking ice continued to ring out, and number 1 reminded, "Master, 3 boxes have been picked up on the deck." Hearing this, Tang Feiyu stood up and brought the box in. He opened it casually, and a sea snake sprang up and bit his neck. However, Tang Feiyu was no longer the same as before, and the speed of the sea snake was no longer so terrifying. He slightly turned sideways to avoid the bite, then reached out and pinched the snake's head, exerting force. The sea snake's entire head was reduced to pulp. With a gentle twist, he severed the snake's head, brought the body back to the cabin, and threw it into the recycling bin. If it were before, he might have just thrown it back into the sea, but now, not a single bit of meat can be wasted. The sound of footsteps woke up the sleeping Lin Wanrou. She rubbed her eyes, slowly opened them, and smiled when she saw Tang Feiyu. "You sleep a little longer, I'll go cook." Although it's not time for dinner yet, none of them have had a proper meal since morning. Lin Wanrou hummed softly, then moved and closed her eyes again. Her brows were still furrowed due to her physical discomfort. Dinner was still focused on recovery. He not only added octopus balls, premium shark fin soup, and mutant strawberries, but also poured 4 bottles of super shark fin soup into the pot. Although it looks like a dark dish, its recovery effect is maximized. When he returned to the bedroom cabin with a pot of food whose contents could not be identified, Lin Wanrou and the others were also choked awake. "Flying fish, can you please not eat it?" Although Yin Zijiao felt like she was about to rebel due to hunger, she was still unwilling to eat the big pot stew prepared by Tang Feiyu. "Good medicine tastes bitter. Be good. Eat it quickly. It's not that bad. I'll eat it for you to see." As he said that, Tang Feiyu took a spoonful and put it into his mouth. He immediately put on a mask of pain. "These things are delicious individually, but I didn't expect them to taste so bad when mixed together. But the effect is also very obvious. After taking a bite, I feel warm all over. I'd rather eat that than this." Yin Zijiao's eyes swept over Tang Feiyu's waist and abdomen. All of them. Tang Feiyu directly put the spoon to her mouth. After a long half-hour of feeding, everyone finally finished the stew. He was so tired that he was sweating. You should know that he hadn't sweated so much before due to the side effects. You can imagine how difficult it was to persuade them to eat. Lin Wanrou, in particular, was willing to take a few bites at first, but after Zhang Qian sent her a few photos of what she was eating, the comparison made it even harder for her to swallow. Zhang Qian's original intention was just to let Lin Wanrou know that she was doing well and she didn't need to worry, but she sent the message at the wrong time. As a reward for them taking the bitter medicine, Tang Feiyu gave each of them a piece of equipment with attributes. This was when he was cooking when someone contacted him for a transaction. Strawman's belt advanced. Physical strength +8. Strength +7. Defense increased by 9%. Passive effect, toughness. Toughness, become stronger when injured and reduce pain by 30%. At the same time, the belt comes with 3 cubic meters of storage space. This is for Yin Zijiao. Sage's pendant advanced. Energy +15. Passive effect, Sage. Sage increases the effectiveness of healing and spiritual skills by 30%. This skill is more suitable for Lin Wanrou. Jungle Hunter's wrist guard advanced. Physical strength +9. Strength +5. Defense increased by 6%. Passive effect, hunting. Hunting, when causing damage to the target, an additional bleeding effect can be triggered. Lasts for 30 seconds. This piece of equipment also has storage space, but it is limited to arrow storage and can hold an additional 300 arrows. It cannot hold other supplies. After taking the equipment, although there was still a hint of fear in Li Xiaoshuan's eyes, she still gave him a kiss. That slight fear was just due to the body's instinct. "I was really scared by the feeling of death." Tang Feiyu brought the tableware back to kitchen cabin number 3 and washed the pots and pans. Suddenly, he stopped and opened his personal panel. After reading it once, I confirmed that my feeling was correct. He discovered that he had an extra skill, Collapse Mountain Slash. Mountain collapse slash at the target with the force of collapsing a mountain, causing damage equal to stamina 10 plus strength 30 plus weapon sharpness 20, and causing 50% splash damage to the target within a 10-meter range. With his attributes and the sharpness of the bone sword, he can break the defensive effect of the tonic soup with one strike. If you take into account the splash damage, it will be even more terrifying. This skill is... He suddenly remembered the origin of the skill, which was the mixed meatballs he had eaten before. Then he quickened the pace of washing the dishes, wanting to go back and ask them what skills they had learned. On the other side, Zhang Qian was showing off her new skills to Lin Wanrou. Cumulative, power generation, 459. When the power reaches 500, an additional chapter will be added. Chapter 141, Ice and Snow Recruitment. Zhang Qian's other skill is to randomly summon an ice and snow creature to fight together. The more energy injected, the higher the chance of summoning a powerful creature. It is called ice and snow summoning. Lin Wanrou naturally understood Zhang Qian's intention of showing off, so she did not hesitate to praise her. When Tang Feiyu returned to the bedroom cabin, Lin Wanrou was chatting privately with Zhang Qian with a smile on her face. Seeing him come back, he also sent him a screenshot of Zhang Qian's skills. "What about you? What skills have you mastered?" Tang Feiyu asked, continuing her words. Lin Wanrou and the other two were stunned. Then they checked their personal dashboards. Previously, because they were feeling unwell, they had been distracted by chatting and hadn't noticed any changes in their bodies. Now I see that there is indeed an extra skill. Healing Seed. Plant a healing seed in the target's body in advance. After the target is injured, the healing seed begins to take root and sprout, restoring the target's injuries. This is Lin Wanrou's skill. The healing seed consumes the target's energy, but compared to the injury, this consumption is much smaller. At the same time, because the consumption to Lin Wanrou is almost negligible, her endurance is directly maximized. Yin Zijiao's skill is a defensive one, called Yangyan Shield. The effect is to form a flame shield on the surface of the body, which can defend against energy attacks up to 1.5 times the body's own attribute. It can also weaken physical attacks by 50%. Finally, there's Li Xiaoshuan's skill, Explosive Arrow. This skill consumes fatigue, adds explosive energy to the arrow, and increases penetration by 30%. The explosive damage is equal to the sum of the player's strength plus vitality multiplied by 30. With the new skills, if you encounter the previous turtle boss again, it shouldn't be that difficult to beat. During this period, the bone sword also absorbed all the boss skeletons prepared previously, and its sharpness increased by 3 points and its strength increased by 1 point at once. Although the current weapon's sharpness is not as good as Yin Zijiao's Helm Messenger, the katana is a one-time upgrade, and its attributes are almost fixed. Even if it is enchanted or strengthened in the future, the improvement will be limited. The bone sword is a growth type, and its foundation will become stronger and stronger. Let's try out our new skills, Yin Zijiao suddenly suggested. Of course, this was mainly for Li Xiaoxian. The two hit it off immediately, took the fire crystal and weapons, and went out. Tang Feiyu was too lazy to go outside to enjoy the cool breeze while holding Lin Wanrou, so he opened the trading area in the cabin to buy goods. On the bow of the ship, Li Xiaoxian held a twisted bow in his hand, put an arrow on it, and charged it, shooting continuously at the floating ice on the sea in the direction of travel. When they came out, the two of them discussed and found the target for the experiment, which was the obstacle in the direction of advance. This not only tests your skills and vents your warlike emotions, but also increases the speed of your fishing boat. The floating ice here is not very solid to begin with, and with the two people bombarding it in turns, the fishing boat will hardly collide with anything. Intelligent Brain number 1 also immediately increased its navigation speed. At least until both of them were too tired to use their skills, their speed could be maintained at around 40 yards. On the other side, after Zhang Qian showed off her skills to Lin Wanrou, she was just about to try out the effects of her skills when a target automatically came to her door. Her raft was gliding quickly with the three of them, which naturally attracted the attention of others who were looking for supplies on the ice. With Zhang Qian's care, Song Yasi and Tang Feiyu no longer had to make themselves look miserable. The three of them standing on the raft instantly became a beautiful scenery in the sea. The other women may not have cleaned up for many days, and this comparison makes these three women look even more beautiful. So, the two small teams hit it off and prepared to work together to capture these three people. If possible, good things are of course not willing to be shared with others. But Zhang Qian's icy legs on the raft also let others know that she is not simple. Only then did they gather more than 10 people. Zhang Qian's face turned cold when her way was blocked. However, she didn't want to waste too much time if possible, so she shouted coldly, "Get out of the way, a good dog doesn't block the road." But those people's target was the three of them, so naturally they would not give way obediently. Tang Feiyu pulled her sister's clothes with some concern, holding a machete tightly in her other hand. They also knew that if Zhang Qian was defeated, due to time and circumstances, her fate would definitely be even more miserable than before. Song Yasi was relatively calmer, but not by much. But they were now in the same boat with Zhang Qian, and if it weren't for Zhang Qian, they would have been in tragedy long ago. So, she didn't consider abandoning Zhang Qian and escaping alone. Go, consume that woman first. With one order, more than a dozen people with skills used their skills, while those without skills shot arrows and even threw ice cubes at people. Zhang Qian's eyes turned cold, and an ice wall appeared in front of her, blocking all attacks. Then, with the activation of a new skill, a chilling air spread from her body, causing both people on the raft to shiver involuntarily. The smooth ice layer suddenly began to shake, and then a huge ice snake about 7 or 8 meters long and half a meter thick grew out from the ice surface. The ice snake was like a living thing, and it was moving its tongue. It locked onto the dozen or so living people in front without Zhang Qian's command. What kind of monster is this? A man holding an ice hockey puck and preparing to throw it saw the ice snake suddenly appear, and he was so frightened that he loosened his grip and the ice hockey puck hit his foot directly. But he had forgotten the pain and his legs were shaking. If it wasn't so tight, I might have to change my pants. Looking at the ice snake rushing towards them, the two leaders' faces changed, but fortunately they were not scared silly and began to command everyone to kill the ice snake first. I have seen the panel of the ice snake. It can fight. Name, Ice Python Advanced. HP, 3000. Stamina, 25. Strength, 180. Speed, 45. Energy, 30. Skills, Entanglement, Tail Whip, Ice Rain. Unlike normal monsters, the ice snake is a product of skills after all, so it has no age but a health bar. At the same time, it has no characteristics or talents. This is a summoned creature that uses strength as its main attack method. Its only long-range attack is Ice Rain Bombs. The power of the attack is also limited due to its low energy, and the damage is roughly equivalent to hail rain in nature. Although there is a chance of killing someone, the chance is not high. However, it is still very convenient to disrupt the enemy's formation. And it did just that. Bingyu raised his hand and rushed to their side while a dozen people were dodging. Then he swept his tail whip and knocked the 3 people nearly 100 meters away. But it wasn't because of his excessive strength, but mainly because the ice was too smooth. Of course, even so, with nearly 200 people, 6 or 7 times the strength of the crowd, the few who were thrown away still died mid-flight. Cumulative, power generation, 506. I added another chapter today. Thank you brothers for your support. Onaji degree no. Chapter 142. Ice Tank Giant Ape, additional update. Not only did the ice snake possess higher attributes than everyone else, but who would have thought it could even scheme? Even Zhang Qian was a little surprised. She didn't give any orders, but having her summons be strong was a good thing. She even took out a handful of melon seeds and shared them with the 2 people behind her, then ate them while watching the ice snake chase the others. Fire Slash. The ice snake attacked, and the leading man knew that if he didn't deal with it, not only would they not be able to get close to Zhang Qian's raft, but it would even be questionable whether their group could leave alive. At the same time, if he didn't take the lead, the others would be even less courageous. So he gritted his teeth, a flash of fire appeared on the machete in his hand, and chopped it hard on the ice snake's vital point. Click. A very conspicuous crack appeared at the place where he was hit, which made him happy. Just as he was about to attack again, the ice snake turned around and bounced back several meters. However, his attack also gave another leader an opportunity, Taishan Cao. The man slid close to the ice snake's body with his bare hands, then turned sideways and hit the crack created by the knife with his entire shoulder. Hiss! The ice snake let out a cry, then swung its tail and knocked the 2 leaders away. However, at this time, it was already at the end of its strength and its power had not been fully exerted. The 2 leaders spat out blood and crawled up from the ground. After the ice snake made its last attack, it shattered into pieces with a loud bang and scattered on the ice surface. Sister Qianqian, Tang Feiyu shouted nervously. Seeing the ice snake being killed, the remaining 9 people surrounded the raft with ferocious and hateful looks on their faces, as well as a hint of hidden fear. However, looking at the people who were cursing, Zhang Qian just snorted coldly, and another ice python appeared. This one had higher attributes than the previous one, and it had an extra layer of ice armor protection at 7 inches. Damn it, the 2 leaders were numb. The last time they were knocked down, they were not as calm as they appeared. If they were not worried about affecting morale, they would not even want to move. Even breathing was accompanied by a piercing pain in my chest. I could tell without even needing to check that my ribs were broken. Now there is another stronger one coming. It's really fatal. However, just when they were about to leave behind a few cannon fodder to buy time and escape, they suddenly noticed that Zhang Qian on the raft looked much paler than before, and there were faint traces of sweat on her forehead. She's dying. If we kill this snake, we can capture these 3 women. Then we can eat our meat and have your soup too. The Fireblade man shouted loudly to boost morale, but he himself was a step behind the others. Firstly, he didn't dare to take action now, otherwise a minor injury would turn into a serious one. Without medical treatment, even if he could capture Zhang Qian and the others, he would probably be powerless. Secondly, he was worried about the ice snake's deathbed attack again. The other leader had the same idea. If his men died, he could recruit more, but if he died, he would be dead for real. After a fierce fight, 3 lives were lost, 1 was seriously injured, and 3 were slightly injured. Finally, the second ice snake was killed. The 2 men with fire knives approached the raft with their remaining defeated troops, grinning. "Bitch, I want you to be unable to live or die." As they said that, they were about to reach out to grab the tottering Zhang Qian. However, just as his hand was about to touch Zhang Qian, he was startled, because he found that Zhang Qian in front of him suddenly no longer had a sore waist, legs, or body tremors. There was even a hint of a beautiful smirk on the corner of her mouth. Before he could react, he felt the ice surface beneath his feet suddenly rise, and the raft began to slide backwards several meters. Name: Ice Tank Giant Ape, Advanced. HP: 5000. Physical Strength: 90. Strength: 180. Speed: 30. Energy: 30. Skills: Monkey Catching the Moon, Monkey Stealing Peaches, Cradle of Hell. A giant 5-meter-tall ice ape rose from the ground with the man with the fire knife on his head. Roar! With a roar, the giant ape reached out to grab the fire knife man standing above him. Seeing that things were not going well, the fire knife man turned around and jumped, regardless of the pain in his body. Unfortunately, while he was still in midair, the giant ape grabbed him in his palm with a monkey catching the moon move. Then the Hell Cradle was activated, and the giant ape turned into a master of smashing skills, pinching the legs of the fire knife man and smashing them on the ice continuously, and its body was moving quickly, far exceeding its own speed attribute. The other people around were in trouble. They had no time to escape and were affected. They slipped and fell to the ground, and then collided with the man with meat paste and fire knife. Hit, vomit. The ground was covered with minced meat, causing Song Yasi and Tang Feiyu to lie on the edge of the raft and vomit all over the place. A gust of wind blew by, bringing with it a sour and stinky smell mixed with the smell of blood, which made Zhang Qian frown. With a thought, the 2 people lying on the ground had their legs and feet firmly fixed to the raft by ice locks. Then, the giant ape that had killed the people came over and kicked the tail of the raft with its foot. The raft slid out in an instant at a speed of more than 70 or 80 yards. The acceleration caused the 2 people, who had originally felt better, to vomit again. Zhang Qian, feeling the cold wind, actually laughed happily, because the feeling now was very similar to when Tang Feiyu took her to the amusement park to ride the roller coaster. Unfortunately, although the resistance on the ice was small, it was not non-existent. After more than 10 minutes, the raft was so slow that it was about to stop. This is because she put a thin layer of ice on the 4 corners of the raft to further reduce the friction, otherwise it would have stopped long ago. On the fishing boat, Yin Zijiao and Li Shaoxian finally vented enough and supported each other back to the bedroom cabin. The sailing speed also began to return to normal. However, when they saw the pile of clothes on the bed, their faces changed at the same time. When Tang Feiyu was browsing the trading area, he accidentally saw someone selling brand new light-taking underwear. He bought it with a piece of fire crystal and withdrew 100 sets. Before he could put it in his locker, the 2 returned and immediately recalled the horror of being mortised by the side effects. His body, already shaking from the excessive exertion, began to tremble even more. If Tang Feiyu hadn't been quick to catch him, he would have definitely fallen to the ground. Gudong, Yin Zijiao swallowed nervously and said tremblingly, "Feiyu, what do you want to do? Don't be nervous. This is for you to change into later, not for you to wear all at once." He naturally knew what the 2 were afraid of and comforted them softly. After hearing his words, Yin Zijiao and Li Shaoxian breathed a sigh of relief. Nearly 1,000 meters below the fishing boat, on the seabed deep below, a sea monster that was 2 or 3 times larger than a giant octopus was following the fishing boat closely. It was the absolute king of this sea area, but when it woke up from a nap, all 5 of its minions were dead. How could this be tolerated? So it chased after it directly. Ice Tank Gigantopithecus, Rare, Image. Chapter 143, Abyssal Beast. Just as he was about to put away the clothes on the bed, Tang Feiyu suddenly felt the fishing boat take off. Caught off guard, the 4 of them fell all over the place. Most of the objects in the room also fell over. What's going on? Tang Feiyu stood up and rushed out with the bone sword in hand. The splash from the falling fishing boat was several meters high. Warning, fishing boat under attack. Current strength 47,000 points. Hearing the voice of intelligent computer number 1 coming from the loudspeaker, Tang Feiyu was startled. You know, he let number 1 use the energy blocks in the fishing boat at will. Although the strength has been consumed, it has also been replenished, and the strength has never decreased by more than 200 points. Now it has dropped directly to 47,000, which means that this unknown attack has knocked off nearly 3,000 points of solidity. How can this be allowed to happen? If it attacks a dozen more times, the solidity will be reduced to 0. The fishing boat would be shattered by a single hit. But the problem was that he hadn't seen the attacker yet. Feiyu, what's going on? Lin Wanrou took out the Desert Eagle and also brought out the laser gun. Judging from the attack just now, the attacker was quite large, and she was worried that the Desert Eagle would not be able to break through the defense. Tang Feiyu took the laser gun from her and said, I haven't found it yet. I'll go up there and take a look. As he spoke, he floated up and flew away from the fishing boat. When he looked down, he saw a huge shadow emerging from under the fishing boat and quickly reminded him, hold on tight. Boom. The fishing boat was lifted up again, but fortunately he reminded them. Although the three of them were in a mess, they were not thrown away again. The laser gun in Tang Feiyu's hand was immediately equipped with an explosive bomb. With a bayou sound, the red laser directly hit the figure under the water. There was a muffled sound, and then some red floated out of the sea. Roar, an even duller roar was heard, and then the shadow began to dive, getting smaller and smaller. Wanna run, bayou bayou. Tang Feiyu fired 2 shots at the opponent's head and heart. However, only one shot hit the target, and the shadow instantly increased in speed, and soon it could no longer be seen. Just when he thought the other party had escaped, the shadow grew faster and faster, and then with a bang, it hit the bottom of the ship. This time the fishing boat flew much higher than the previous 2 times. Part of the opponent's body emerged from the water, and Tang Feiyu saw the panel. Name, Abyssal Beast, Rare. Age, 134 years old. Talent, strong, stronger body. Recovery increased by 8 times. Stamina, 300. Strength, 270. Speed, 170, 430. Energy, 290. Hunger level, 77%. Aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue, 83%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills, high-speed swimming, electromagnetic force field, phantom light, water dragon chant, bloodthirsty sword attack. Features, the meat is delicious and juicy, rich in nutrients, and will not spoil if eaten. It has a high chance of increasing recovery speed, a small chance of mutation, and the direction of mutation is unknown. This was a sea monster that was larger than a fishing boat. From its exposed body, Tang Feiyu could at least see the characteristics of many other marine creatures, including a shark head, porcupine spines, and manta ray wings. It was obvious that the opponent was also a fusion monster. Moreover, its attributes were about 5 times stronger than the bosses killed before. It is 10 times higher than his attributes. The reason it dodged the attack just now should be its high-speed swimming ability. If it weren't for its huge size and the resistance of the water, it's hard to say whether people could see it clearly at that speed. Tang Feiyu couldn't understand why he was targeted by this creature, and the hundreds of dragon subduing wood on the boat were of no use. At this moment, Yin Zijiao also flew to his side, holding the messenger of hell. She wiped her waist, put away her sword, and took out a laser water gun. What is it? At this time, the sea beast had dived again, and she did not see any monster. Tang Feiyu looked gloomy as he took a screenshot of the attributes and sent a copy to everyone. So strong. Lin Wanrou was a little shocked. This had to be the strongest monster she had seen so far. It was a shame the attributes didn't reveal its size, otherwise she would have been even more shocked. It seemed that several attacks failed to destroy the fishing boat or even overturn it, so the sea abyss beast surfaced from the sea in the distance. A pair of eyes, larger than a person's, stared intently at the fishing boat. Hatred was revealed in his eyes, and Tang Feiyu was baffled. I shouldn't have offended it, right? Now it was the other party who attacked first, so I couldn't let it go. He snatched the water gun from Yin Zijiao's hand, added the explosive bomb, and fired with a geo sound. A column of scorching water shot out, hitting the midpoint of the line connecting the 2 eyes of the abyss beast. However, something happened that shocked him. The invincible water column was unexpectedly blocked by an invisible shield. Seconds later, the water column disappeared, and then the abyssal beast swung its tail fiercely, and its body instantly broke through the waves and crashed into the fishing boat. This speed is obviously abnormal. It must be that he is using skills to swim at high speed. With a roar, a faint shadow of a dragon appeared on the body of the abyss beast. Tang Feiyu guessed that it was the effect of water dragon chant. He didn't dare to delay. If the fishing boat was hit, its sturdiness would be in danger. The immovable spirit turtle formation was still cooling down, so there was no way to defend against it. But the best defense was offense. Number 1. Activate the skill Dragon Out to Sea. Crash it to death for me. Tang Feiyu suddenly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the abyssal beast was only a few meters away from the fishing boat. Lin Wanrou grabbed Li Shaoxian and floated precariously upwards. She wasn't sure what the outcome of this collision would be, so for safety's sake, it was best to leave the fishing boat first. Roar! Another loud noise startled the abyssal beast. But before it could react, it felt a flash of light before its eyes, followed by intense pain. Dragon Out to Sea. It collides with the target at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. During the collision, the hull strength increases by 500%. A dragon head-shaped shield is formed at the bow that can withstand damage to the hull strength. The skill does not have an acceleration process. Even if the distance is only a few meters, it reaches the maximum speed in an instant and collides violently with the sea abyss beast. The dragon head's shield didn't even last for a second before it shattered. At the same time, the front half of the abyssal beast was shattered. The fishing boat, whose strength had been increased to 250,000 by the skill, was now less than half of what it was. This scene was much more tragic than a car accident scene. Pieces of flesh were flying everywhere on the sea, and even the people floating in the air were splashed with blood and flesh. Haiyuan Beast probably never thought until his death that he would fail in the field he was best at. Tang Feiyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had acquired this skill earlier, otherwise it would be hard to say what would happen today. At least the fishing boat would not be saved. Concept Art of the Abyssal Beast. Chapter 144 Hunting Honor Roll. Congratulations to Tang Feiyu's team for successfully hunting down the sea overlord, the Abyssal Beast. The reward has been distributed to the fishing boat. Please check it carefully. The hunting honor list is now open. The top 10 on the honor list will receive additional rewards every month. Congratulations, Tang Feiyu. Congratulations. Suddenly, a bold prompt appeared in all sea areas and in front of everyone. Sea Abyss Beast? What the hell is that? And what's this list? Oh my god, go check out the honor roll. There's a screenshot of the Abyssal Beast's attributes. Is this really a monster that humans can kill? Don't just look at the monsters. Click on the team information and take a look. Boss Tang Feiyu's team only has 4 people, 3 of whom are gorgeous beauties. The other teams on the list have at least 10 to 20 people. This list is so impressive. The big guys are the big guys, dominating the list. All the chat areas were flooded with comments because of the sudden prompt. Some people were shocked by the extraordinary attributes of the Haiyuan Beast. Some were amazed at the looks of Lin Wanrou and the other 2. And it also indirectly reflected Tang Feiyu's strength. After all, in most people's stereotypes, men are definitely stronger than women. Add to that the fact that the 3 of them didn't look like strong men, and the misunderstanding began. As a result, the rumors about Tang Feiyu's strength became more and more outrageous, and some even said that Tang Feiyu could kill a giant sea monster with just a glance. Tang Feiyu and the other 3 naturally saw the notification, which stated that a reward had been issued, but the fishing boat was currently 1,000 meters away from them. After the Jiaolong's seagoing skill had killed the abyssal beast, it was impossible for it to stop directly in place due to inertia. Number 1. Drive the boat over here. Tang Feiyu ordered a device on his wrist. This is one of the smart devices made by Number 1 using the tool bench, and its function is communication. Upon hearing the order, the fishing boat quickly turned around and headed back. The 4 of them finally landed on the deck. Li Shaoxian was the first to breathe a sigh of relief, as she was the only one who couldn't fly, and being held suspended in midair wasn't exactly comfortable. A glowing box lay quietly on the deck. Tang Feiyu stepped forward and opened the box. The glowing box disappeared immediately, and several items were placed on the ground. Yun Shindan nourishes the body and continuously improves physical fitness within 3 days. For pills. Optional equipment box. You can choose 4 pieces of high-quality equipment. Fishing boat skill blind box, advanced. Equipment upgrade card. 4 cards can upgrade high-level equipment to premium level. After handing the dropped items to Lin Wanrou, the next step was talent enhancement. However, Tang Feiyu did not extract them immediately, but led the 3 of them to tidy up the cabin. It had been knocked away by the abyssal beast several times before, and most of the items inside were scattered everywhere. The situation in the bedroom cabin was not so bad, but the most important thing was the kitchen cabin and the bathroom cabin, which had more debris and would take some time to clean up. While cleaning up, Tang Feiyu curiously opened the honor list and took a look and was a little surprised by the result. Hunting honor roll. First place, Tang Feiyu team, hunting monster, abyssal beast. Second place, Tang Feiyu team, hunting monster, IC fusion beast. Third place, Tang Feiyu team, hunting monster, mutated black turtle. Fourth place, Tang Feiyu team, hunting monster, ghost tooth bloodthirsty shark. 5th place, Ma Jinghong team, hunting monsters, violent swordfish. 6th place, Shi Sanhua team, hunting monster, ice and snow winged tiger. 7th place, Tang Feiyu team, hunting monster, violent swordfish. 8th place, Lu Yuchen team, hunting monster, ghost tooth bloodthirsty shark. 9th place, Tang Feiyu team, hunting monster, giant octopus. 10th place, Zhang Wubin's team, hunting monsters, giant octopus. They were the top 4, 7th, and 9th. No wonder the chat room exploded. Putting aside the abyssal beasts with their incredible attributes, the mere fact that so many of these places belonged to the same team was enough to cause a stir. Aside from the inexplicable arrival of the abyssal beast, Tang Feiyu recognized the other 5 as the sea monster bosses he had summoned through the treasure map. Some of the top 10 teams had also killed the same monster, but judging by their different rankings, even if they were the same type of boss, there was still a difference in strength. Brother Feiyu, what have you experienced recently? Are you injured? Is it serious? Zhang Qian's private message came quickly. When she saw the prompt, her first reaction was not surprise, but worry. After all, the triple-digit stats of the Sea Abyss beast were enough to make people despair. She didn't know how Tang Feiyu and the others had managed to kill it, but it certainly wasn't easy, and they might have paid a heavy price. The other team leaders on the list were stunned when they saw the various monster illustrations on the list. Although the team size shown is only a dozen or 20 people, the actual situation is that there are even more peripheral members who barely managed to kill the sea monster boss. As a result, 4 people occupied 6 places. What's going on? Although I wanted to investigate Tang Feiyu's background, things are different now than before. Once I leave the sea area, it is difficult to contact him, let alone find him. However, everyone remembered the appearance of Tang Feiyu and others firmly in their minds. By the time all the items on the fishing boat were sorted out, it was already dark. Lin Wanrou didn't even have time to wash the sweat off her head and was busy making dinner. Tang Feiyu, who had nothing to do, called Li Shaoxian. What happened to Feiyu? She asked weakly, thinking he wanted it now. After all, in previous movies, after the hero and heroine defeated the monster, there would be some benefits for the audience. Although the audience will not be shown any benefits now, the process can still be followed. Fortunately, he didn't eat the tonic soup now, otherwise Li Shaoxian really didn't dare to approach him alone, because that would really kill her. Tang Feiyu didn't notice anything wrong in her tone, but took out 6 white feathers from the locker. Li Shaoxian is 165 centimeters tall and weighs 50 kilograms. She only needs 5 high-quality feathers to fly, but considering that she will carry weapons and equipment with her, Tang Feiyu gave her 6. Sew this into your clothes, and you can fly freely. Although the flying speed is not fast, it is better than nothing, Tang Feiyu said with a chuckle. Li Shaoxian was stunned before accepting the advanced feather. She had originally thought that the people's flying skills were a skill, but she hadn't expected it to be a prop. After giving her a sweet kiss, she couldn't wait to run to the workbench and start sewing feather pockets on her clothes. Taking advantage of the fact that there was nothing to do at this time, Tang Feiyu withdrew the previous reward from the trading column. Strengthening pill strengthens the body and increases all attributes by 9 points within 3 days. For pills, rare optional equipment box. You can choose 4 rare equipment. Fishing boat skills blind box, premium. Equipment upgrade card. 400 cards can upgrade high-level equipment to premium level. For types of increases, both quantitative and qualitative. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 112. Chapter 145 Equipment. There were 4 strengthening pills, just enough for each of them, so Tang Feiyu distributed them on the spot. Because it was a slow improvement, there was no special feeling after taking it, and the taste was hard to describe. It sounds good to be able to choose your own equipment, but in reality, you can only choose the location of the equipment, and you can't really choose it well. Tang Feiyu chose a belt position for himself, hoping to have a storage effect with his own personal space. Lin Wanrou followed her husband's lead and chose the same part as him. Since Yin Zijiao already had a belt and legs, she thought about it and chose the top. When it was Li Xiaoxuan's turn, she was a little unsure what piece of equipment she should choose. Because she is currently lacking a lot of equipment, with only a wrist guard, the best thing to do is of course to get a top to enhance her defense. But after much deliberation, she chose the legs because she envied their stockings more than their defense. After the selection is completed, the box disappears, and the equipment selected by each person falls into his hands. Skeleton belt, rare. Physical strength, +5. Strength, +18. Speed, +9. Defense increased by 15%. Increases attack speed by 30%. Passive effect, lightness. Lightness. When using displacement skills, you can move an additional 10 meters. Comes with 5 cubic meters of storage space. Seeing the attribute panel, Tang Feiyu was very satisfied. Not only did he have the space he needed, but he could also enhance his instant slash skill. Then, he picked up the white belt in Lin Wanrou's hand and took a look at it, feeling a little envious of her passive effect. Saint's Way Seal, rare. Physical strength, plus 15. Energy, plus 15. Defense increased by 10%. The effect of auxiliary skills is increased by 25%. Passive effect, self-healing. Self-healing. When out of combat, restore 1% of your maximum health per second. Comes with 3 cubic meters of storage space. Seeing that there was also storage space, several people immediately understood that the equipment in the belt area must have storage space, but the size was uncertain. Li Shaoxian, the only one without a belt, was not jealous. After all, she still had a wrist guard that could also be used for storage. Although it could only store arrows, it was better than having nothing at all. And the legs she chose were actually given a pair of stockings, which were milky white with lace. Jungle Fairy Skin rare. Strength plus 8. Speed plus 13. Energy plus 15. Defense increased by 3%. Movement speed increased by 50% and increased by 100% in the jungle. Passive effect, Nature Affinity. Nature Affinity. In natural environments, attack damage increases by 50% and damage taken is reduced by 30%, up to a maximum reduction of Constitution 30 points. When out of combat, restore Vigor plus Stamina, HP per second. Hunger consumption is reduced. Seeing Li Xiaoxuan's equipment, Yin Zijiao felt a little envious and greedy. It was much better than her own, burning succubus skin. The only downside is that her charm is a little lower than mine. The young girl is not aware that there is a word called pure desire, which is comparable to charm. After looking at Li Xiaoxuan's equipment, several people turned to stare at the small clothes in Yin Zijiao's hand. You call this a breastplate? Tang Feiyu asked in confusion. He was worried that Yin Zijiao would catch a cold from wearing this. As we all know, not covering your belly button can easily lead to colds and diarrhea. Not to mention that the front is only covered by less than 2/3, with only a horizontal strip at the top and a button at the bottom, and nothing in the middle. Oh, I'm just wearing it for you to see. Looking at Tang Feiyu's expression, Yin Zijiao immediately understood what he meant. Moreover, she would feel embarrassed to wear this equipment outside. Burning Succubus Leather Armor, rare. Physical Strength, plus 11. Speed plus 9. Energy plus 15. Defense increased by 9%. Reduces the cost of using fire abilities by 50%. Passive effect, Affinity. Affinity. Every enemy you hurt will not be able to attack you, not effective for boss-level targets. Seeing the passive ability, several people were stunned. With this dress, if the situation of being besieged like in the secret realm before happened again, Yin Zijiao only needed to use her ultimate to affect the monsters, and the chances of those monsters attacking her would be negligible. You can just stand there and output, and the monsters will obediently line up to die. Well, it's not that you can't wear this equipment. You can put on another piece of clothing inside or outside. Tang Feiyu said with a dry cough. Received a pair of white eyes. He quickly changed the subject and handed the box in his hand to Lin Wanrou. Lin Wanrou was well aware of Tang Feiyu's luck, so she opened the box without hesitation. Jump. Consumes energy to perform a space jump. The more energy you have, the farther you jump. Cooldown time is 7 days. Premium. Seeing the skill description, Tang Feiyu couldn't help but hug Lin Wanrou and kiss her, then immediately used the skill on the fishing boat. After watching the corresponding skill appear on the fishing boat's panel, he couldn't wait to let number 1 activate the skill. Number 1. Use all the energy of the fishing boat to jump. The energy here refers to the energy storage tank of the fishing boat itself, and does not include the energy of the energy blocks in the lockers, otherwise it might jump into outer space. That would be GG. In just a moment of trance, a prompt to enter a new sea area appeared in front of them. This saved several days of travel time, but now the fishing boat has run out of energy, and it will take several hours to replenish it, so it might as well just float in the same place. What the hell? A fishing boat suddenly appeared not far away from me. Are you at the edge of the sea? It seems like someone from other seas suddenly appeared. Bullshit, I'm at least 100 kilometers away from the sea boundary. I can testify that a fishing boat suddenly appeared, and it looked much larger than Boss Chun Chin's fishing boat. That's fake. Boss Chun Chin's fishing boat has already been upgraded to level 3. Do you know how much supplies it will require? Because of the jump of Tang Feiyu's fishing boat, everyone who saw it in the 00871C area went crazy, and the entire chat area also went crazy. Everyone started discussing which big boss owned this suddenly appearing fishing boat. Do you think it could be someone big on the honor roll? Why don't you say it belongs to Boss Tang Feiyu? It would be great if Boss Tang Feiyu came to our sea area. I wonder if I could join their team? Boss Tang Feiyu, I look familiar. I'm 36D plus, 166 centimeters, 55 centimeters tall. I'm a professional yoga teacher, and I specialize in flexibility. Because Tang Feiyu and the others hadn't spoken in the chat room yet, even if someone wanted to add them as a friend, they couldn't find their profile picture. Although they were in the same sea area, they could still add friends by searching Note 1, but unfortunately Tang Feiyu had already closed it, otherwise he would have been annoyed by the noise all day. At this time, Tang Feiyu and his companions were counting the equipment to be upgraded using the equipment upgrade cards, so they naturally did not pay attention to what was happening in the chat area. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 194. Chapter 146. All members strengthened. After several people counted, they found that there were a total of 10 pieces of high-quality equipment on them. Among them, although Tang Feiyu's adaptive genes and Lin Wanrou's versatile stockings are of high quality, they do not increase their attributes. It is not known whether more attribute points can be obtained after upgrading with equipment cards. So put it aside for now. There is also a special piece of equipment, which is the explosive dart, which is also of high quality. But this one was made directly from a tool bench, and each one was of high quality. It could be upgraded, but the problem was, it was a disposable consumable. The upgraded rare darts are most likely disposable, so it would be a waste to use them here. The other 7 pieces of equipment can be upgraded first. After making the decision, Tang Feiyu first took off another high-quality equipment, fishbone light armor, on his body, took out the equipment upgrade card, and chose to use it. Skeleton light armor, rare. Physical strength, +9. Strength +9. Speed +13. Defense increased by 15%. Increases attack speed by 90%. Passive effect, Phantom Strike. Phantom Strike. When attacking with a melee weapon, a phantom attack will appear with an attack power of 180% of the physical attack. The upgraded equipment has enhanced attributes. Although the passive effect is still Phantom Strike, the additional damage has been increased by 100%, which is an epic enhancement. He is very satisfied with the effect of the new equipment and puts it on directly. I can clearly feel that my attack speed has increased a lot. Next, there are Lin Wanrou's 2 pieces of equipment, Blood Shadow Confusion and Sage's Pendant. Blood Devil's Whisper, rare. Physical strength, +26. Defense increased by 19%. For every 10% reduction in health, recovery is increased by 40%. Passive effect, Blood Essence. Blood Essence enhances the effects of skills that consume blood. The amplification effect varies depending on the preciousness of the blood, with a minimum of 50% and a maximum of 300%. With its attributes doubled compared to before the upgrade, Lin Wanrou could be called an indestructible cockroach with this equipment. If she survived, neither would her teammates. This was even more powerful than Tang Feiyu's single upgrade. What's more, there are pendant skill enhancements, which maximize the auxiliary effect. Sage Pendant, rare. Energy +30. Passive effect, Sage. Sage increases the effectiveness of healing and spiritual skills by 60. With these 2 pieces of equipment, as long as the injuries are not external, she can treat large wounds without bleeding. Of course, this treatment method must only be used on Tang Feiyu and a few others. If it were someone else, Lin Wanrou wouldn't be able to accept it. Seeing the properties of the 2 people's equipment after upgrading, Yin Zijiao could no longer sit still. In front of several people, she took off the burning succubus skin on her legs and stuffed it into Tang Feiyu's hands. Holding the heihe that still had body temperature and a faint smell, Tang Feiyu did not hesitate and used another equipment upgrade card. Burning Succubus Desire Web, rare. Physical strength, +16. Energy, +18. Defense increased by 8%. Hunger value consumption increased by 20%. After consuming special rations, hunger value will remain constant for 24 hours and will not decrease. Status recovery speed increased by 200%. Passive effect, attack speed doubled. Double attack speed. Increase attack speed by 200%. This piece of equipment is a bit strange. Although the equipment has been upgraded, the defense power has decreased by 2%. But think about it. Although the high is thin, it has dense silk threads after all, and the fry can easily swim through the brand new equipment, so it is reasonable that the defense is reduced. The key is the special effects and passive effects, which have been improved so much compared to before. This will only become clear after trying it in free time. At least Tang Feiyu was very satisfied after seeing these 2 attributes. Yin Zijiao looked at his strange expression and felt a chill in her heart for no reason. When she took the upgraded new equipment and saw the attributes clearly, she immediately felt that she was going to be in trouble. If it was just a flying fish, it wasn't impossible. After all, it was his exclusive territory, and if he wanted to use it, Jesus couldn't refuse him. Yin Zijiao's face revealed 3 parts of desire, 3 parts of panic, and 4 parts of inexplicable expression. She put the net of desire on her straight legs, untied the strongman's belt from her waist, and handed it over. Girdle of resilience, rare. Physical strength, plus 15. Strength, plus 17. Defense increased by 15%. Passive effect, flexibility. Flexibility. Become stronger when injured, reduce pain by 30%, and when attacked physically, the body will automatically counterattack, causing double damage. At the same time, the belt comes with 5 cubic meters of storage space. The equipment had just been upgraded, and several people were a little confused about the passive effects. It was not until Yin Zijiao put it on that they understood what it meant. Originally, her flexibility was only average, but after putting on the new equipment, she clearly felt that her flexibility had increased a lot. With a slight lift of her leg, she could lift it above her head. You know, without long-term practice, not everyone can do the splits without injury. Now, she could sense that this wasn't her limit. However, she was still strengthening her equipment and would continue testing it when she had time. The last piece of advanced equipment is Li Xiaoshuan's Jungle Hunter's wrist guard. After using the upgrade card, new equipment appeared in front of several people. Natural bracers, rare. Physical strength, plus 15. Strength, plus 13. Increases attack speed by 30% and movement speed by 30%. Passive effect, Nature's Mark. Nature's Mark marks the target. Each attack that hits the mark doubles the damage dealt and adds a random elemental damage. The damage effect increases or decreases based on the elemental resistance of both players. Comes with storage space for arrows. The attributes of this equipment are somewhat mediocre, and its passive effect is neither good nor bad. Because the effect is random, in addition to the fixed double damage, the random elemental damage, if it happens to be the element of the target enemy, it is basically equivalent to no additional damage. However, if you encounter a restrained element, the extra damage will be doubled. It all depends on luck. Tang Feiyu had no interest in this kind of equipment with a high degree of randomness. Those who understand will understand. Li Xiaoxian happily took the new equipment and put it on her wrist. After the equipment upgrade was completed, Tang Feiyu looked at Lin Wanrou and the others and said, "Do you want to upgrade these 2 pieces of equipment without attributes? Forget it. What if it still has no attributes after upgrading? The upgrade card will be wasted," Lin Wanrou said. For her, the versatile stockings can be regarded as a love item. If she really wants attributes, it is better to get a new piece of equipment with built-in attributes to upgrade it later. Instead, Yin Zijiao suddenly said, "Upgrade it." There are still over 390 upgrade cards. Besides, the current effect of this card may not be available on other equipment. Cumulative, power generation, quantity, 509. I will add another chapter later. If there is not enough time, I will add it after midnight, and no later than 1 a.m. Chapter 147 Chin's Little Thoughts, additional. What Yin Zijiao said was correct, not to mention that Tang Feiyu's adaptive genes could automatically adjust the size and tightness. The effects that come with Lin Wanrou's versatile stockings alone have never been seen on any other equipment. Versatile, you can change the color and style as you like, can be modified once a day. Regeneration, damage will be automatically repaired after 24 hours. Damage does not exceed 70%. Clean, after regeneration, all stains are removed. Transformation isn't much of a deal, aside from looking good. It's not very useful. But the regeneration effect is incredible. Previously, Tang Feiyu, under the side effects of the tonic soup, tore his trouser legs to shreds, but they were still judged to be no more than 70% damaged. The next day, they were back to normal. Besides, there are hundreds of upgrade cards, so what if a few are wasted? Tang Feiyu no longer hesitated and said to Lin Wanrou, "Take it off and upgrade." Seeing this, Lin Wanrou no longer refused. She sat on the bed and slowly took off the equipment on her legs. Once it leaves the body, this transformable piece of equipment returns to its original form, a piece of clothing so ordinary it couldn't be more ordinary, the kind that would probably be thrown on the side of the road, and no one would even pick it up. Of course, ignore the strong medicinal aroma. The enhancement card was used successfully, and its new attributes were eye-catching. Light and shadow shifting silk, rare. Versatile, you can change it as you like, with any color and style you like. You can modify it 3 times a day, and you can preset the style for the next day. Regeneration, damage is automatically repaired within 12 hours. No upper limit on damage. Cleansing, When regenerating, it not only removes all stains, but also purifies the skin and improves wearing comfort. Medicinal fragrance. When worn, all units within a 10-meter radius can recover fatigue at a rate of 1% per second. Interweaving of light and shadow. When the wearer steps into any light source, the effect will be triggered, making him immune to 80% physical damage. Charm enhancement. Increases the wearer's charisma, making speech more convincing. Requires face-to-face communication. Although there are still no attribute points, the new effect still makes Tang Feiyu and others very satisfied. Even if they are given equipment with attributes, they will not change it. Just the scent of medicine and the interweaving of light and shadow are completely worth an equipment upgrade card. Watching Lin Wanrou being lifted up little by little, a faint fragrance soon appeared in the cabin. Several people immediately felt refreshed, and the fatigue that was originally not very full began to recover. Then, the three of them stared at Tang Feiyu's pants and signaled him to hurry up. But the result of the upgrade was not satisfactory. In addition to the original effect of automatically adapting to the body shape, there is an additional effect of being more solid. Ordinary pistol bullets cannot penetrate it, but Desert Eagle bullets can easily make a bullet hole. Fortunately, when testing, I aimed at the trouser legs. If I had shot in front or behind the buttocks, the pants would have been unwearable. Since he had already wasted one, he didn't mind wasting one more. Tang Feiyu was still ready to try what the explosive dart would look like after it was upgraded. Thunderbolt dart, rare. Smart aim and lock. Simply aim at the target and the dart will automatically lock onto it, ensuring every throw is a precise hit. Super speed flight. Movement speed is increased to 50 meters per second, faster and more powerful than the advanced version. Long-range strike. The maximum flight distance is increased to 200 meters, making it impossible for the enemy to escape. Explosive damage. Explosion damage increased to 2,500, originally 1,000, causing huge damage to the enemy. Electromagnetic pulse. When the dart explodes, it releases an electromagnetic pulse that disrupts the enemy's neural signals. To be honest, it is useful. Not only is it more powerful, it can also interfere with the enemy. As we all know, human actions require the brain to send action signals, which are then reflected through the nerves in the body. Once the signal is interfered with, the whole person may become paralyzed, or their movements may be deformed or even reversed. But each upgrade card only upgrades one dart, and once you use it, it's gone. Instead of disrupting the enemy, why not just use other weapons to take them out? Therefore, using upgrade cards to upgrade the explosive darts is a complete waste, and Tang Feiyu gave up the idea of continuing to upgrade the explosive darts. After all, even if you have a mine at home, you won't use it to strengthen disposable weapons. After the equipment upgrade was completed, the few of them had time to check the chat area. After all, they had arrived in a completely new sea area, so it was customary for them to come in and check some information. For example, you can usually see some clues about who is the strongest here. However, as soon as they opened the chat area, they saw several people spamming the screen. Who the hell is Tang Feiyu? If our boss Qin Chun hadn't been busy with other things, would he have been on the honor roll? Although not everything is said exactly like this, the meaning is basically the same. They were just trying to drag down the guy named Qin Chun and Tang Feiyu. The four people watching were filled with doubts. Who is this guy? Have I offended him? Tang Feiyu asked in surprise. Lin Wanrou thought about it, but couldn't recall when she had seen this guy named Qin Chun before. She shook her head at Tang Feiyu. Yin Zijiao, whose temper was growing increasingly volatile, could no longer tolerate this and directly cursed in the chat area. Who the hell is Qin Chun? Come out and challenge him in a one-on-one fight. How dare such a despicable and shameless villain who curses people behind their backs be compared to Feiyu? As her message was sent out, the chat area instantly became lively. The onlookers like to watch this kind of give and take. Otherwise, it would be boring to watch if only one side is talking. The cause of the incident was actually quite simple. After Tang Feiyu's fishing boat had jumped into this area using a new skill, some in the chat area speculated that this fishing boat, which was higher in level than the area boss Qin Chun's, must belong to Tang Feiyu, who was on the honor roll. Then some people who had been bullied by Qin Chun began to sneer and mock him. This hit Qin Chun right in the gut. He was once a despised thug, but after starting to survive, he backstabbed a kind-hearted person and stole all of his supplies, then began to spiral out of control. As his strength gradually increased, no one dared to look down on him anymore, so he became more and more arrogant. He did have some skills. After winning over a group of people, he developed into the strongest force in the sea area. Now, suddenly being mocked in a sarcastic manner, he couldn't stand it on the spot. But how could the boss personally do something like cursing? So he arranged for a few of his subordinates to continuously flood the chat area with messages. On the one hand, He wanted to avoid lowering his prestige because of Tang Feiyu's appearance. On the other hand, he naturally had his eyes on the 3 women in Tang Feiyu's team. He had a special weapon in his hand and was confident that he could kill Tang Feiyu instantly as long as he saw him. By then, wouldn't the 3 delicate women, each with their own unique charm, be at his mercy? He could even ascend to power by stepping on Tang Feiyu's corpse and completely dominate the entire sea area. I have some little thoughts on my mind. Chapter 148 Standings announced. As I said, because of stereotypes, no one thinks Tang Feiyu's team can be on the list, which is related to the women in the team. They were considered to have a big leg to cling to. As long as they could deal with Tang Feiyu, then the 3 women might only need to give them some food to deal with. At least that's what Qinshan thought. Now seeing Yin Zijiao start to curse back, some people immediately recognized that she was a member of Tang Feiyu's team. Some people who wanted to watch the fun started to make a fuss. For them, whether it was the number 1 on the honor list who suffered a loss, or the domineering Qinshan who suffered a loss, they were all winners. After all, although you are living better than me, right? Feiyu, I can't stand this. Go and kill him, Yin Zijiao said, and prepared to go to the cab to use Beidou positioning to lock Qinshan's position. Okay, don't get excited. Tang Feiyu grabbed her. Of course he could tell when someone was stirring up trouble in the chat area, and sometimes it was even more disgusting for him to just watch the fun. They were happy, but they had also made an enemy for nothing. So before dealing with Qinshan, he planned to go and greet those who were dancing the most happily. Number 1. Locate the locations of 3 people named Zhang San, Lu Run, and Bo Hui in this sea area. Yes, I am happy to serve you, master. Only after hearing the voice of number 1 coming from the smart device on her wrist did Yin Zijiao stop struggling. And now, even if he wanted to cause trouble for Qinshan, he couldn't leave because the fishing boat's energy had not yet recovered. Suddenly, a new bold prompt appeared in front of everyone. All teams and individuals have completed the secret realms. The rankings for each secret realm have been integrated. The overall scoreboard, each monster gets 1 point, is as follows. First place, Tang Feiyu team 2,343 points. Second place, Ma Jinghong team 1,326 points. Third place, Shi Sanhua team 1,322 points. Fourth place, Lu Yuqin team 1,287 points. Fifth place, Zhang Wubin's team scored 998 points. Sixth place, Hua Shihua team 745 points. Seventh place, Zhang Qian 656 points. Eighth place, Lu Xiu team 479 points. Ninth place, Chen Chen's team 398 points. 10th place, Lin Wanrou 397 points. The top 10 in the standings will receive additional rewards based on their ranking. The rewards have been distributed to their individual rafts or fishing boats, so please check them. If this reminder had not been given, Tang Feiyu would have forgotten that there was a general ranking list in the secret realm. He, Lin Wanrou, and Yin Zijiao ranked first, but Li Shaoxian was not in the team this time. Because she joined the team during the rest period after the secret realm, she was not included in the statistics. Seeing the new list appear, the chat area exploded again. Those who didn't enter the secret realm didn't feel anything. They just looked at Tang Feiyu and the others who were far ahead and called the boss awesome. But everyone who has entered the secret realm knows how terrifying the monsters inside are. Most people try their best and can only barely kill 100 of them. After taking the guaranteed reward, they can't wait to leave. Now seeing Tang Feiyu's more than 2,000 points, he shook his head bitterly, lamenting that they were all human beings and started to survive together, but the result was no match for others. And more people also noticed Zhang Qian, who ranked 7th. Especially after clicking on her profile picture and seeing that childish face, it was even more shocking than seeing Tang Feiyu on the list. Tang Feiyu was in first place, but that was also a team of 3. On average, each person killed more than 700 monsters. The second place was a team of 5, but on average, each person killed only more than 200 monsters. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, killed 656 of them. And the key point is that she is still a young girl. At this moment, in the chat areas of all the sea areas, no one is discussing Tang Feiyu. Isn't it normal that a man like him kills more monsters than a woman? How Zhang Qian managed to kill so many monsters became the focus of their discussion. Compared with discussions in other sea areas, the sea area chat area where Zhang Qian originally stayed was a completely different scene. Because many people have traded with Zhang Qian, in their impression, she is a foodie girl who uses various resources to trade various foods every day. I never thought that the other party could make it to the list alone, and his average score was far ahead. Some people who had done business with her before also started private chats, ready to curry favor with her. However, Zhang Qian ignored those private chats. After accepting the flattery from Song Yasi and Tang Shiyun, she immediately started messaging Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou. His tone was as proud as a little peacock. Yin Zijiao's attention was completely focused on the 9th place in the standings. Feiyu, is the Chun who is ranked 9th on the standings the same Chun you mentioned? How dare he jump with such strength? Her disdain was evident in her words. After all, in the secret realm, she killed nearly 400 monsters by herself, but they were all counted as part of the team. Otherwise, she alone would have crushed Qin Chen's team. Tang Feiyu, who was chatting privately with Zhang Qian, only noticed the 9th place after hearing her words. He thought for a moment and said, "Who knows? It may be true or it may not be true." Yin Zijiao rolled her eyes at him. Then she opened the chat area and sent a message. That's all Qin Chen is? 5 people are ranked 9th. In fact, the strength of Qin Chen's team is certainly more than that, but there are no alien species in the secret realm where they are, and there are other people who are also fighting for monsters. Before they can increase the number, the monsters have been killed. The same situation applies to other smaller teams. Unlike the secret realm that Tang Feiyu entered, most of the monsters were dealt with by the 3 of them. Naturally, the points are far ahead of others. In addition to strength, luck is also important in the secret realm. However, Yin Zijiao was just mocking him and naturally ignored everything else. She seized on this point and cursed him very dirty. Qin Chen was so angry when he saw the news that he almost had a heart attack, but no matter how he explained, the facts were right in front of him. Even some of his younger brothers looked at him with something strange in their eyes. Find this damned woman and torture her to death. Qin Chen turned and stared at the second leader. His eyes were like an angry wild boar, looking for something. In order to avoid problems when going to the toilet in the future, the second in command quickly agreed and ran out, and arranged for several women to go in. If the boss is not allowed to vent his anger, he will still be in danger. A few minutes later, a body with a twisted neck was thrown into the sea. As for how the woman died, those who know will know. Anyway, it was not from exhaustion. The other 2 women, who were covered in wounds, were also sent for treatment. They were extremely grateful that they were not chosen first. Cumulative, Generation, Quantity, 133. Chapter 149 Pinru's Wardrobe. Although his anger had been vented somewhat, Qin Chen was still very furious. He ordered his men to immediately find the whereabouts of Tang Feiyu and the others. There is a clear gap between someone who suddenly rises like this and a calm and composed giant. He was completely overwhelmed by his own increased strength and believed that no one else could be stronger than him. Otherwise, seeing that Tang Feiyu's team was far ahead in both lists, he would have known that he should have temporarily avoided the limelight. The subordinates dared not disobey Qin Chen's orders, because when he went crazy, he really didn't care about his relatives. As his second in command, seeing that he had completely lost his mind, he knew in his heart that he could not follow him anymore. Otherwise, the next step might be to be in trouble. So he made an excuse to go out to gather information, took 3 trusted men with him, and tried to escape far away on a raft. As for what happened between Qin Chen and Tang Feiyu, it had nothing to do with the 4 of them. On the other side, the scene in front of Zhang Qian changed. Although most places were still covered with ice, some scattered ice caves could be seen. The blue sea water dotted on the white was very conspicuous. And in front of us, there is a prompt to enter a new sea area. Song Yasi and Tang Shiyun didn't care which sea area they went to. Anyway, they mainly relied on Zhang Qian now. Wherever she went, they would naturally follow. As long as they satisfied Zhang Qian with food, the lives of the 2 sisters would be guaranteed. Life was infinitely better than before. Not only did I not have to worry about food, I also didn't have to worry about being attacked by monsters or other people. As soon as Zhang Qian entered the new sea area, she opened the chat panel and prepared to tell Tang Feiyu about her current location. As a result, she saw many people in the chat area discussing Chun Chen's wanted notice for Tang Feiyu. Where did this Chun Chen come from? Zhang Qian said in surprise. Although her voice was not loud, the 2 people sitting behind her could still hear it clearly. After looking at each other, Tang Shiyun said, Sister Qian, is the Chun Chen you are talking about the one on the scoreboard? Unlike Zhang Qian, they looked through all the teams and individuals on the list in detail after the list was announced. Especially when they saw Zhang Qian was also on the list, they admired this girl who saved them even more. After hearing Tang Shiyun's words, Zhang Qian opened the scoreboard again and started looking at it. When the list was first released, she only took a look at Tang Feiyu's situation and did not read any further, because what happened to those people had nothing to do with her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unfamiliar with Qin Chen. As for the reward for being on the list, it had already been opened. Inside was a warming stove and some special high-calorie foods. Preferred exotic meat, contains extremely high calories. After each serving, it can ensure that the body surface temperature will not drop without special protection for 3 days. Long-term consumption can improve physical strength in small amounts. 30 servings. Small star heater. Advanced, any substance put into it can be converted into energy to provide heating. This thing is about the same size as a normal coal briquette stove, more than half a meter high and about 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter. The only difference is that the space in the middle is no longer used to place coal briquettes, but is replaced by any object. The three of them finally had a better way to dispose of their household waste. Although Zhang Qian didn't really need the heat provided by the stove, Tang Shiyun and Song Yasi still needed it. Another advantage of the heater is that there is no need to worry about gas poisoning. At night, Zhang Qian wrapped the raft with ice and sank it into the sea, so there is no need to worry about the three of them lying on the board overnight. She saw many people discussing the matter of Chun Chun and Tang Feiyu. After thinking about it, she decided to help him deal with an unknown opponent before going to meet Tang Feiyu. So he stood on the raft and looked around, then chose a direction where there were people in the distance and quickly pushed the raft over. On the fishing boat, Tang Feiyu and others also opened the boxes of rewards for the list. Just like the previous honor list, there were also 4 types of supplies. 2 of them are the same as Zhang Qian's, except that there are 100 portions of meat. The third type is a few bottles of wine. Purple tequila, a low-alcohol cocktail that can boost energy in small amounts. 50 servings. The fourth type is a palm-sized wooden box. Pinru's wardrobe, a fishing boat building plugin. Once placed on an open space, it can be used normally. The wardrobe automatically generates multiple sets of clothing based on the current ambient temperature. There is no prerequisite for the initial generation. Afterwards, you need to put old clothes into the wardrobe recycling door. Tang Feiyu looked at the wardrobe's panel description and revealed the expression of an old man on the subway. However, thinking about the reason for the secret realm's opening, he quickly felt relieved. The secret realm was originally opened because the weather suddenly cooled down, in order to create a way for humans to survive and allow them to go in and get warm supplies. This wardrobe is also suitable for the situation because it generates clothes according to the ambient temperature. In cold weather, it naturally generates thick clothes. But the problem was that on his fishing boat, because of the special effect of 4 seasons like spring, the temperature in all cabins, including the cockpit, was constantly at over 20 degrees Celsius. When they went out, they mostly carried fire crystals and war equipment. They basically didn't need thick clothes to keep warm. It feels a bit wasteful. However, he overlooked women's love for wardrobes, or rather, their love for new clothes. After seeing the effect of the wardrobe, the 3 of them couldn't wait to snatch it from him. Just when they were about to put it next to the bed, they suddenly thought of amplifying it first, so Yin Zijiao directly designated him to make the transaction. Even Lin Wanrou, who has a relatively gentle personality, was a little excited at this moment. The 3 of them looked even more excited than when they were waiting to see the amplified equipment. Although it was a bit confusing, Tang Feiyu still honestly took the wardrobe out of the transaction column. The name remained the same, but the effect had changed a little. Pinru's wardrobe, a fishing boat building plugin. Once placed on an open space, it can be used normally. The wardrobe automatically generates multiple sets of clothing based on the current ambient temperature and randomly generates 1 or 2 entries. There is no prerequisite for the initial generation. You will need to place old clothes in the wardrobe's recycling door later. As soon as I read the introduction, the wardrobe disappeared from my hands. The 3 women cleared the space near the bed and then placed the wardrobe there. It seemed as if they didn't hear Tang Feiyu's words asking them to trade the other 3 rewards to him. Open it and see what clothes are inside. After the wardrobe returned to its normal size, the 3 of them looked at each other, and then Yin Zijiao reached out and opened the door. I saw several thin clothes hanging in the closet. Tang Feiyu glanced at him and thought to himself, I'm sorry, I spoke too loudly just now. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 268. Chapter 150 Chen Chen's Dream. Maybe wardrobe also knew that with the ambient temperature in the cabin, it could not play any warming role, so all it produced were various kinds of pajamas. There are 7 sets in total, including one-piece and see-through ones. Now if anyone dares to say that the wardrobe is useless, Tang Feiyu will start arguing with the other person without anyone saying anything. Lin Wanrou and Li Shaoxian were also a little confused after seeing the clothes in the closet. What they wanted were beautiful clothes that they could wear out. Although the clothes they had now looked beautiful on them, they were not suitable for wearing out. Yin Zijiao, on the other hand, reached out with interest and took off a set of pajamas. This was something she had never experienced before. Back in school, the entire dormitory wore the same plain cotton plaid pajamas. Anything with multiple lace trims was considered quite bold. Where have you seen these before your eyes? Hey, this entry is quite interesting. She glanced at the clothes in her hand and said in surprise. Entry, surge. It has little impact on her personally, but it still has a significant impact on those who need it. After seeing the entry, Lin Wanrou and Li Shaoxian also began to wonder what the other entries were like. The effects of the several entries were different, but all of them were unique. As a trial user, Tang Feiyu is naturally very concerned about the efficacy of the product. The remaining 6 sets of clothes have 7 entries, and the last set has 2 entries refreshed. The effects of the entries are almost all literal. For example, restore means returning to factory settings. Physique means increasing physical strength to make you stronger. Just looking at the entry panel made several people's faces turn a little red, and someone's eyes lit up. I wish I could hug the wardrobe and give it a kiss. Yin Zijiao held the clothes, turned to look at Tang Feiyu with a burning gaze and said, Do you want to try it? She just wanted to try out the effects of the equipment that had been upgraded before. Tang Feiyu naturally would not refuse to test the equipment. Although it was still early, the light was good, and it would be easier to discover the defects of the new equipment. At least that was what he thought. While Zhang Qian was looking for Qinshan and preparing to help Tang Feiyu solve his problem, he was also carefully testing the effects of his equipment and clothes. They were all working hard for their goals. Boss, I heard that a beautiful woman is asking around for your location. Qinshan, who was drinking a little wine and sitting on the deck basking in the rare sunshine, suddenly heard his younger brother running over and shouting. His first reaction was to think of Yin Zijiao, who had scolded him in the chat area, but he soon realized that something was wrong. If it was her, he wouldn't have such a smile on his face. But who among the others would ask about his location? Qinshan was very confused. The source of this young man's information came from someone Zhang Qian had questioned. The reason was simple. He didn't think Zhang Qian was a match for Qinshan, even though she had appeared on the leaderboard. There were only 3 women, and the other 2 obviously had no fighting power. They wanted to cause trouble for Qinshan, but they were wiped out by his younger brothers before they even saw him in person. Worried that Zhang Qian would reveal that he was the one who leaked Qinshan's location after being captured, he immediately contacted one of Qinshan's subordinates as soon as Zhang Qian left. As long as you notify everyone properly, you can't be blamed for anything that happens in the future. Zhang Qian had no idea she'd been completely sold out the moment she left. Of course, even if she knew, she wouldn't have cared. At most, she'd have frozen the man into an ice sculpture, adding a work of art to nature. When Qinshan saw the photo of Zhang Qian sent by his younger brother, his eyes lit up. It's Zhang Qian on the standings. Qinshan turned his head and looked at his younger brother and smiled. She is a smart woman. She discovered at a glance that my potential is stronger than that Tang Feiyu, so she took the initiative to come and join us. With her strength, plus mine, the others will soon be trampled under our feet, huh? Qinshan had a sweet dream in broad daylight. Boss, if you eat meat, can you? The younger brother was also greedy after seeing the photos. Although he was not short of people after following Qinshan, the quality could not be compared. And when it comes to me, I don't even know how many hands it has been bought. On the other hand, the one that is coming now looks very new. Maybe I will have the chance to use it until it is about 80% to 90% new. Get out of here. What are you dreaming about? This is your sister-in-law. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will send you to feed the fish. But the 2 your sister-in-law brought, after I use them, I can give them to you to try. Qinshan said proudly. After hearing Qinshan's words, although the younger brother didn't know how to curse in his heart, on the surface, he still flattered him respectfully. After all, he still had to live with him. Ever since his second-in-command went out to inquire about the enemy's location, he felt that his chance to rise to the top was coming. And this time, it just so happened that someone he knew had given him this opportunity. If he didn't seize it, he would regret it in his dreams. Zhang Qian asked along the way and finally determined Qinshan's direction. He had passed by here 3 hours ago. Sister Qian, do we really want to cause trouble for that guy named Qinshan? Tang Shiyun asked with some concern. She couldn't understand why Zhang Qian acted as if she had met an enemy as soon as she arrived in this sea area and came straight to her after asking around. Others didn't know, but she was behind her and could hear Zhang Qian's mumbling, and she was cursing very dirty. Song Yasi pulled her sister and signaled her not to talk nonsense. On this raft, Zhang Qian is the master, and it is not their turn to interfere with what she wants to do. Hearing her question, Zhang Qian glanced back at her and said calmly, If you don't dare to go, just find a raft and stay there later. For her, helping Tang Feiyu solve the problem was obviously more important than eating more delicious food. After all, there will be a chance to eat delicious food in the future, but the opportunity to show yourself is not easy to come by. Zhang Qian's words made Song Yasi and the others feel nervous. No, we won't leave. No matter what you want to do, we will follow you. Song Yasi listened to Zhang Qian's tone and quickly assured her. Zhang Qian didn't look at the two men again. Instead, she took out some food to recover from her fatigue and began to replenish it. She needed to recover as quickly as possible and continue sailing. Nothing else could stop her from killing anyone who posed a threat to Brother Feiyu. As for Song Yasi and Tang Feiyu, since they were willing to follow, they could follow. Seeing that Zhang Qian didn't ask them to leave again, Song Yasi and the others breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to leave to do their own things. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 317. 500 power generation. Add one more chapter. Chapter 151. Chen Chen's methods. The high-profile Chen Chun and his brother's rafts all surrounded his fishing boat on both sides, as grand as the emperor's travel in ancient times. This is also one of the reasons why Zhang Qian was able to easily find out his direction. After all, he was so conspicuous that it was hard not to notice him. Ever since she heard Zhang Qian asking about her location, she didn't hide. Instead, she stayed where she was, changed into a set of clothes that highlighted her temperament, and stood on the deck, imagining a beautiful tomorrow. Boss, here they come. The younger brother suddenly pointed and shouted. Hearing this, Chen Chun snatched the binoculars from his younger brother's hand and looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, he saw Zhang Qian standing in front of the raft with her arms folded in front of her chest. Although she had a childish look on her face, she looked heroic instead. She is worthy of being my future wife, Chen Chun praised. Then, just as he was about to order his younger brothers to line up to welcome him, a huge translucent ice palm suddenly rose from the icy water on the sea and slapped his fishing boat. From a distance, Zhang Qian recognized Chen Chen's fishing boat. This was not confirmed because not many people own fishing boats, but because the three big words Chen Chun were written on the hull of Chen Chen's fishing boat in an unknown paint. You can get a rough idea of Chen Chen's character just from the name of the ship. When the icy palm came down, Chen Chun was not surprised but delighted. Are you going to test my strength? It seems that I am still a little hot pepper. I like it. I will let you see my strength. As he said that, he clapped his hands and shouted, Wood release. Woodman technique. The large amount of wood piled on the deck of the fishing boat suddenly began to fuse and deform like melted metal. Soon, a wooden giant about the same size as Bing Zhang appeared on the deck, and the fishing boat was pressed into a seesaw. The corners of the mouths of the younger brothers next to him were almost twitching like Nicholas Jiaoxi. If Chen Chen wasn't so capable, they really wouldn't want to acknowledge that this middle-aged man was their boss. The good would attribute talents and skills have to be given the names of skills from anime, which is very embarrassing for the people who hear it. Bang bang bang. The wooden man punched the ice palm again and again, and for a moment he couldn't let the ice palm fall. Seeing this, the younger brothers, who had been frightened by the ice palm, began to cheer and shout, Boss, you're awesome. Zhang Qian was also a little surprised when she saw this. This was the first time she encountered a skill that could directly confront the frost grip skill that was blessed by the environment. The enemies I encountered in the past were basically no match for me. I could kill them with just one slap. On Chen Chen's fishing boat, the younger brother who wanted to get promoted was not as optimistic as the other younger brothers at this moment. He was the closest and had a telescope in his hand, so he quickly discovered that after fighting for a long time, the ice palm had no effect at all, but cracks began to appear on the boss's wooden man. At this time, Chen Chen also began to sweat profusely. He originally thought that he could easily break the ice with just a mere ice palm, but when he actually hit it, he realized how hard the ice was. It is several times stronger than the ice on the sea surface and repairs quickly. Although I created some cracks, they were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. Even if he was completely clueless, he could tell something was wrong. How could someone test their strength by going all out? This guy was clearly trying to kill him. Thinking back to how he had been so brazen in front of his younger brother, he felt extremely ashamed and angry. As someone who valued his reputation the most, he was now being slapped in the face, so you can imagine how he felt. So he didn't care about other consequences and was determined to save face even if he exploded. Blood oath sacrifice. All things in the universe. Chen Chen shouted. The 20 or so rafts surrounding the fishing boat suddenly began to deform. The men on them, without a single reaction, were engulfed in the wood. Then, these massive, blood-stained pieces of wood rushed towards the wooden figure in midair, acting like armor and making him even stronger and larger. The few young men on the fishing boat watched everything happening in front of them with cold sweat and were very glad that they got on the fishing boat. Otherwise, they might have been among the ones sacrificed, because the closer they were to the fishing boat, the closer their relationship with Chen Chun was. They also didn't expect that Chen Chen actually had this skill, which they had never used before. With the wooden man technique, It is enough to sweep away all enemies. Chun Chen's younger brothers who were further away saw that he had killed more than 20 of their own people. Their faces changed drastically. Except for a few who stayed where they were, the others scattered and drove their rafts to escape into the distance. Only a fool would be willing to follow a boss who would easily sacrifice his own people. Who knows, it might be his turn someday. Isn't the purpose of finding a boss to make life easier? Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves? The blood-red wooden man smashed the ice palm into ice paste with 2 or 3 punches. Then, he kicked the deck of the fishing boat and directly crossed the distance of 100 meters and rushed towards Zhang Qian's raft. Interesting. Unlike the 2 Yuchu sisters who looked nervous, Zhang Qian looked at the wooden man leaping into the air with an excited expression on her face and lightly stepped on the raft with her size 36 shoes. Ice cones as thick as arms appeared on the ice sea surface around the raft and then shot towards the flying wooden man like cannonballs. This is an enhanced version of the ice cone skill she developed herself. If you look closely, you will find that these ice cones even have threads on them, and they are not fired straight out. After all, they have been to college and know how to increase the penetrating power of ice cones. Chun Chen's wooden figure had no ability to fly. It relied entirely on the strength of its leaping legs. Now, being struck by a large number of ice spikes, regardless of whether the wooden figure could defend itself against the attacks, the sheer force of the impact prevented it from moving forward even a single inch. Along with the ice mist generated by the collision, the blood-red wooden man began to fall vertically. But I have to say that Chun Chen still has something. The moment he landed on the sea, the wooden figure shrank by about 1/10, and a wooden board connected to the wooden figure appeared on the sea surface. Then, it continued to slide towards Zhang Qian. Chun Chen wasn't feeling well after being attacked by Zhang Qian's ice cone. If his wooden figure hadn't been able to repair itself at any time, it would have been penetrated long ago. Although he didn't look injured now, the damage to him at that moment was still very severe. If you separate him from the wooden figure, you will find that Chun Chen's originally black eyebrows have now turned gray. Why I don't mention his hair here is because he dyed his hair yellow before, so there is no obvious change. Zhang Qian didn't know Chun Chen's condition, and when she found out that he still had some tricks up his sleeve, she smiled. While steering his raft backwards, he released his own cold air. Chun Chen was stunned. What happened to the head-on confrontation? Why were you running? Cumulative, generation, quantity, 460. Chapter 152, Destroy Chun Chen, additional update. In the direction of Chun Chen's raft, ice walls rose from time to time, but they could not stop it at all. They were all smashed to pieces with his punches. Seeing this, Chun Chen thought that Zhang Qian had no other tricks up his sleeve, so he increased the speed of the raft with a grim smile on his face. But after all, his attributes have little to do with water or ice. His speed has increased, but his energy consumption has also increased. He still can't catch up with Zhang Qian's raft. He kept a distance of 40 or 50 meters, and was so angry that he kept cursing in his heart. It's not that he didn't want to curse out loud, but the problem was that he was wrapped inside the wooden man, so his voice couldn't be heard, and it might even hurt his ears. The corners of Zhang Qian's mouth suddenly curled up. She stopped creating an ice wall to block the way and watched Chun Chen's wooden man approach. Tang Feiyu even thought that she was not tired enough and was ready to give up. Just when the wooden man was 10 meters away and Chun Chen could reach Zhang Qian by bending down and stretching out his hand, a giant ice-white ape rose from the ice. Even Chun Chen's tall wooden figure looked like a child in front of the ice ape. It was also an ice tank giant ape, but much larger than the 2 previously summoned. This time, Zhang Qian injected more than half of her fatigue energy into the summon, raising the summon's rank from high to rare. Roar! The ice tank giant ape roared angrily and punched the little guy in front of him. The giant ape is of rare quality, and its size is not only enhanced, but its strength has also reached an unmatched level. The wooden man no longer maintained the raft under his feet and quickly returned to normal, but was still knocked away by the giant ape's punch. Then the giant ape stepped on the water and chased after it. If you look closely, you can see that it looks like he is stepping on the water, but in fact, every time the giant ape sets foot, the water surface turns into floating ice. Boom, boom, boom. Chun Chen's wooden man transformed into a khaki basketball and was hit back and forth by the giant ape. The few younger brothers on the Chun Chen saw their boss turned into someone else's toy, screamed and roared, then quickly jumped off the boat, holding a piece of ice and rowing away. As for driving the fishing boat away, they didn't have the courage to do that. No one would give up their spoils. If anyone dared to run away in the fishing boat, Zhang Qian, who had ended the battle, would let the terrifying giant ape chase them. Compared with a large amount of supplies and wealth, These little brothers are still aware that saving their lives is more important. Only if they abandoned the fishing boat would Zhang Qian not pay attention to these small shrimps. Click, click. As the giant ape continued to play, the blood-red wooden man began to drop wooden blocks continuously. When the giant ape once again unleashed its hell cradle skill, the wooden figure finally couldn't hold on any longer and shattered with a crash. Chen Chun, still breathing weakly, lay on the ice, his back hunched, his eyebrows white, and his yellow hair dry and unremarkable. He used up his last bit of strength to move his body, wanting to ask himself how he had offended Zhang Qian, but she slammed the door shut. But before I could say anything, I felt myself being shrouded in a shadow, and the shadow was growing bigger and bigger. With a loud bang, the giant ape retracted its arm. A pool of meat paste appeared on the ground and slowly sank into the ice cave. After the giant ape appeared, Tang Feiyu was completely speechless. She had seen ice-tin giant apes before, but she had never seen one this big. Standing behind Zhang Qian, he kept swallowing his saliva, and his hands involuntarily pulled Song Yasi's clothes. Seeing Chun Chen being beaten to death, Zhang Qian took a deep breath. It was very tiring to summon such a huge giant ape. His fatigue was less than 50%, but there was a chance of him passing out directly. Of course, the higher her energy, the lower her chance of passing out, but she was still tired. With her enemy dead, she no longer maintained the giant ape's presence. With a wave of her hand, the towering ape roared, then shattered into icy mist and vanished. The battle here had already attracted the attention of people further away. After all, the giant ape was so huge. Now that the giant ape had disappeared, some brave people were ready to come over to see what was going on. What if I can find a leak? After all, monsters kill people, but they won't pick up supplies. They didn't know that the giant ape was summoned by humans, and they just thought that someone had provoked this terrifying monster. Chun Chen's younger brothers who escaped knew the situation, but they were busy escaping and naturally would not explain anything to others. However, some people had heard that someone was looking for Chun Chen a long time ago and subconsciously opened the friend list or leaderboard, only to find that Chun Chen's avatar had turned black. On the other side, Tang Feiyu, who had finished the fight, pounded his lower back with his hand. In his heart, he once again sighed that the wardrobe was awesome. He almost didn't win the victory. He wanted to drink a bowl of nourishing soup, but he was afraid that if he got up, the other three would not be able to bear it. In the end, he succeeded by relying on his own strength and willpower to win. At this moment, Tang Feiyu deeply realized the importance of physical strength. Just as he was lying down to rest and opened the chat area to kill time, he found that many people were discussing the incident of Chun Chen being killed. Some people speculated that he was the one who did it, but only he himself knew that he had no intention of paying attention to Chun Chen before. Then who did it? Tang Feiyu was also a little confused. In this sea area, Chun Chen's team is the absolute best. Putting aside his own strength, his group of subordinates alone are not to be underestimated. Now, another master or a powerful team has emerged. Fight! Suddenly, Tang Feiyu's private chat reminder sounded. He opened the chat box and saw Zhang Qian's avatar jumping. Brother Feiyu, I'm giving you a gift. See if you like it, JPG. Zhang Qian sent a picture. When Tang Feiyu clicked it, he sat up in shock. Feiyu, what's wrong? Li Shaoxian, who was touched by him, asked in a weak and hoarse voice. It's nothing, just have a good rest. Tang Feiyu looked at the picture again after Li Shaoxian closed her eyes again. In the picture, Zhang Qian is standing on the deck of a large fishing boat. 3 large characters on the hull of the fishing boat are particularly eye-catching. He quickly sent a message to Zhang Qian, asking, Were you the one who killed Chun Chen? Although Tang Feiyu knew that Zhang Qian was quite powerful, he did not expect that Zhang Qian would directly pick Chun Chen. And when did she enter the sea area? You're not hurt, are you? Where are you now? I'm fine. This is all thanks to the meatballs you gave me before, Brother Feiyu. My new skill is so useful. Brother Feiyu, we will meet soon. I will give you a gift then. After sending the message, Zhang Qian sat cross-legged at the bow of the boat, covering her red and hot face with her hands. Tang Feiyu, who came over and asked her to go for dinner, looked confused. Chapter 153, One Step Away from Growing Up. Having been accustomed to Zhang Qian's decisiveness, Tang Feiyu saw a shy expression on her face for the first time. At this moment, Zhang Qian was like a spring butterfly, staring at Tang Feiyu in shock. Zhang Qian's expression was quite normal. While chatting privately with Tang Feiyu, Lin Wanrou's profile picture was also flashing in her chat box. Mom, this is the last time I'm going to call you that. Qian, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Lin Wanrou, who had just finished accompanying Tang Feiyu for the test, suddenly saw the message sent by Zhang Qian and was so scared that her face changed. If she hadn't been completely exhausted, she would have jumped out of bed in shock. Fortunately, Zhang Qian sent another message soon, which made her feel relieved. When we meet again, I will call you sister slash forward slash forward slash slash omega slash forward slash forward slash forward slash. When Lin Wanrou saw Zhang Qian's message, she was stunned at first, but she soon understood what she meant. She gave Tang Feiyu a jealous look, but Tang Feiyu was also sending a message at the time and did not see it. I'm glad you're okay, you silly kid. You scared me, and I thought something happened to you. Lin Wanrou replied to Zhang Qian in a bad mood. However, Zhang Qian had already told her plans in the secret realm before, so Lin Wanrou was not without mental preparation. After finishing the private chat, Zhang Qian returned to the cabin, but this time, even though her favorite food was placed in front of her, she had no interest in it at all. Instead, she would blush from time to time or giggle. Song Yasi and Tang Feiyu thought that she had consumed too much energy and had some health problems. As a modern female college student, although Zhang Qian has never eaten pork, she has heard pigs running. When she sat at the dining table, she had already imagined several gigabytes of study scenes in her mind. Although she was eager to find Tang Feiyu, her current fatigue level was not enough for her to maintain the motivation to sail. And now we have to bring the fishing boat with us. Chin's fishing boat only had a basic propeller and no fuel. No wonder he had his brother's rafts follow him on both sides before. It was simply because he couldn't run. The energy required to drive the fishing boat is several times more than that required to drive the raft, so she has to rest well and recover. After finishing her tasteless meal, she sent her two sisters away to do their own things, and then sat alone on the deck, her two tight legs draped over the edge of the boat, swinging back and forth as she stared blankly. Her own raft was hung on the back of the fishing boat by a tow rope. The supplies on it were not moved, but it was covered with a layer of solid ice, so it was not shaken into the water. As night fell, the dazed Zhang Qian also entered the cabin. After changing everything on the bed, she fell asleep with a sweet smile. Not far from the fishing boat, several rafts floated quietly. This is Chen's fishing boat. As expected, monsters kill people but don't pick up supplies. Now even the fishing boat is intact. I've made a fortune this time. This is a bit strange. Chen is quite strong, and he has many followers. Even if he was wiped out by the monster, why are there no other raft wreckage on the sea except for the fishing boat and a raft? And there are no signs of battle on the fishing boat. Was he really killed by the monster? Some people felt very strange because the scene in front of them looked abnormal. If it's not a monster, could it be killed by a ghost? Anyway, never mind what killed him. The fishing boat is docked here and there's no one on it. Whoever picks it up owns it. As he was speaking, the man's raft approached the fishing boat. He put his hand on the hull and a decomposable option appeared in front of him, making him even more certain that there was no one on the fishing boat. Only ownerless rafts or fishing boats can be disassembled. Now that Chen is dead, if someone else comes first and occupies the fishing boat, he will not see the disassembly option whether he disassembles it or claims a new owner. Seeing the prompt, he could no longer hold back the smile on his face. He picked up the rope with a hook from his feet, swung it a few times, and then hung the iron hook on the side of the boat. Seeing him start to climb, the others no longer hesitated and flew their hooks onto the boat. In the cabin, Song Yasi, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by a few bangs. She didn't react at first until she heard the voices of several men talking outside the cabin. She was so scared that she quickly patted her sister and Zhang Qian beside her. That's strange. Why can't this door be opened? Is it stuck? Try using a little force. Click. No, it can't turn at all. It feels like it's locked. What nonsense are you talking about? There's no one else on the boat besides us. Could it be that a ghost locked the door from the inside? Get out of the way, I'll break it down. Tang Feiyu woke up quickly. As soon as she opened her eyes, she heard someone banging on the door and was completely stunned. Zhang Qian was very angry at this time. When she was suddenly disturbed, she realized that it was just a dream. It would have been fine if it was just a dream, but she hadn't even completed the final step in her dream. She had never been grumpy in the morning, but now she was furious. Naturally, she also heard the sound outside the door, and with a cold face, she climbed out of bed. The coldness from his body made the two people beside him shiver constantly, and even the burning wood in the stove not far away seemed to be about to go out. Click, click. As Zhang Qian walked, some thin ice slipped from her trouser legs and fell onto the floor like a countdown to death. Hearing the person outside about to knock on the door, Zhang Qian reached out and placed her hand on the door with an expressionless face. Through the door panel, several sharp and slender icicles suddenly grew outside. Puff, what, tick, tick. Drops of bright red blood fell to the floor. The people outside the door were already terrified. They had never expected that as their companion banged on the door, ice spikes would appear on the door and directly pierce his body into a broken net. His screams didn't even last for a few seconds before he was already dead. "Ghost! Ghost!" someone screamed, ready to jump off the boat. His cry also brought the others back to their senses, but not everyone was mentally strong enough to escape. Some people will be so frightened that their whole body will become weak and unable to move when danger occurs. But no matter whether they were preparing to run or freezing in place, before they could react, a large number of ice cones appeared on the ground under their feet and in the air behind them. Then it pierced into their bodies continuously with a puff, puff, puff. In just a few seconds, apart from the sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground, the only sounds outside were dripping water and the faint sound of waves. Chapter 154, Alien Beast Pill. Go clean up outside. After saying that, Zhang Qian lay back on the bed, ready to continue her previous dream. After hearing her words, Song Yasi and Tang Feiyu could easily guess what the scene was like outside, but they still mustered up the courage to open the cabin door. The pungent smell of blood, the faces twisted in pain, the bodies covered in holes and bleeding, made the two men's minds go blank. It was so close, it was like a door-open kill in a horror game. The remaining rationality made them cover their mouths, fearing that their screams would cause Zhang Qian's dissatisfaction. Trembling, she walked onto the deck and carefully closed the hatch. Then, Song Yasi whispered to Tang Feiyu, "Qian is too grumpy when she wakes up. We have to be more careful next time." I know. Tang Feiyu nodded quickly in response. Thinking about the time on the raft before, she felt a little scared. At this moment, the two men were so afraid of Zhang Qian that they didn't even care about the miserable corpses. They carried the broken bodies one by one and threw them into the sea. Then they found tools and cleaned the bloodstains on the door and the floor. Although I can still smell the faint smell of blood, it is much better than before. "Sister, there are a few rafts down there." Tang Feiyu, who was lying on the railing gasping for breath, suddenly saw the rafts of those people still floating on the sea, and hurriedly called out to Song Yasi. "Sister, should we leave?" She was really scared. However, Song Yasi shook her head at her sister's suggestion. Although following Zhang Qian made them feel terrified from time to time, seriously speaking, Zhang Qian was very kind to them. The people she killed were not good people. Moreover, Zhang Qian never tried to stop them from leaving. Besides, even if they left on these rafts, would their lives really be good? They had no strength. They had no supplies. They might even become toys for others. At that time, they didn't even have the final say over life and death. Song Yasi can still tell which kind of life is better. If Tang Feiyu hadn't been so scared, she wouldn't have said such stupid things. "Go get those rope hooks. I'll go down and fix the raft. I'll let Zhang Qian deal with it during the day," Song Yasi said as she slid down grabbing a rope hook. Although Tang Feiyu was still a little confused, she was obedient. In the cabin, Zhang Qian tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Or rather, she fell asleep once, but the dream she had was unrelated to the previous one, so she got up and went back to sleep. Unfortunately, it failed to connect to the previous 99% for several times in a row. Young people have perfect physical functions and recover quickly. Tang Feiyu, who had a little back pain before, found his body fully recovered after a good sleep. He stretched his legs and twisted his waist without feeling tired at all. It was just that the room was not clean before, and they felt a little uncomfortable. Soon, Lin Wanrou and the other two opened their eyes. After a few people discussed it, they decided to have breakfast later. They each wrapped themselves in fishskin towels and ran to the hot spring pool, leaving Tang Feiyu alone in the bedroom cabin to clean up. "What the hell are you cleaning up? Change them all." As soon as the three of them left, Tang Feiyu started to play badly. "I took off the fishskin quilt cover and bedsheet that were a little sticky, gathered the torn and unusable pajamas remnants, and threw them into the recycling door of the closet, and threw some other unwanted things into the recycling bin. Then he took out new sheets and pillowcases from the locker and changed them. The cleaning that would have taken an hour or two was done in just a few minutes. Then, without even wrapping himself in a fishskin towel, he swaggered into the hot spring cabin, his bird in his hand. He had overestimated his willpower. He had originally thought his sage mode was invincible, but not long after entering it, his willpower was shattered. If Lin Wanrou hadn't felt sorry for him and replied to him once, he might not have been able to eat breakfast. The result was that Lin Wanrou had to be fed breakfast. After this period of improvement, Lin Wanrou also developed her talents. The recovery potion that was originally uncontrollable can now be freely controlled. It only has a therapeutic and restorative effect when needed. When not needed, it is just sweet imported drinking water. Otherwise, Tang Feiyu wouldn't have had back pain yesterday. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the few of them had just finished their breakfast, and Tang Feiyu finally remembered that the fishing boat had not moved for a long time. I walked to the cab and asked the number one intelligent computer and learned that the energy had been charged early in the morning. However, without his order, number one did not start the fishing boat. Or maybe it's not smart enough. Everything needs orders before it can be executed. Tang Feiyu muttered to himself while ordering number one to activate the fishing boat skills and set sail directly in the target direction. After he left the cab, a mechanical synthesized voice rang out from inside. Owner's dissatisfaction detected. The system has begun upgrading. Upgrade failed. The underlying system logic is missing. I'm starting to connect to the internet to complete it. Connection failed. No network detected. Intelligent brain number one wants to upgrade, but the problem is that artificial intelligence upgrades also require learning. However, there is no internet in the world now, and Tang Feiyu can only come for a few minutes a day, so there is no one to learn from. It is like a child prodigy with an IQ that reaches the ceiling and learning ability that is maxed out. But if he is locked up in a small room since childhood, without any learning materials and not allowed to come into contact with anything, he will never be able to become successful. The fishing boat restarted. After Tang Feiyu returned to the bedroom, he opened the trading area and started his daily shopping spree. The main goal is naturally to obtain various equipment, but equipment with attributes is hard to come by, and he already has a lot of ordinary supplies. Just when he was feeling a little disappointed and was about to go to the chat area to kill time by peeking at the screen, he saw a rather special item listed in the trading area. The price was not low. To put it in perspective, it would cost about 500 fire crystals. Alien Beast Pill. After use, you can transform certain parts of your body according to your needs. Different degrees of transformation will improve different attributes. Usage requirements. Awakened innate talent and 50 or more stamina points. Interesting. I wonder if it can enhance a weapon or 2 energy blocks. Tang Feiyu was interested and was about to contact the buyer. However, the moment he opened the private chat box, the item disappeared from the transaction list. Friend, why is your exotic beast pill out of stock? Tang Feiyu quickly sent a message to inquire about the situation. You're too late. It's already sold. Seeing the seller's reply, Tang Feiyu wanted to slap himself twice. Wouldn't it be better to be decisive in the transaction? He obviously had no shortage of supplies, but now, the opportunity to strengthen his weapons was gone. Chapter 155 Suit? Friend, do you have any more? I can pay more. Tang Feiyu asked again, unwillingly. Many times, we only regret it after we miss it. No, there's only that one. If the request wasn't unattainable, I wouldn't have taken action. Afterwards, he asked the other party how he got it. The other party did not hide it. After all, in his opinion, this kind of thing is hard to come by, and even if he gets it next time, he may not be able to get it. Moreover, if I give face to the big boss Tang Feiyu, who knows, maybe I will be hit by a boomerang again in the future? When he heard that he had opened it from a random item box, Tang Feiyu was at a loss. This kind of box alone was not that easy to get, let alone opening it to get the specified item. If you can't directly enhance your weapons, you can only improve your physical strength. As long as your attributes are improved, your weapons will also be passively enhanced. As time went by, the effects of the strengthening pills I had taken before gradually appeared. After 3 days, each attribute will be increased by 9 points. After closing the private chat, Tang Feiyu prepared to increase the previous rewards and called Lin Wanrou to trade the items. After amplification, preferred alien meat becomes mutated alien meat. Mutant meat contains extremely high calories. After eating it, the body will definitely mutate and its resistance to cold and heat will be enhanced. Each serving increases 0.5 physical strength, 100 servings. There is no detailed introduction on how the mutation occurred and which part of the body mutated. If it is just for the purpose of resisting cold and heat and gaining that little bit of physical strength, Tang Feiyu will definitely not use it. It will be troublesome if the mutation is in a bad direction. Small star heater increased by 100 and was casually listed in the trading area. What caught his eye was the last item, purple tequila, which was enhanced to black tequila, a low alcohol cocktail that could increase stamina by 1 point per serving. The new tequila has even changed its bottle packaging. The lavender glass bottle and the black liquor inside reflect a mysterious light in the sunlight. He opened a bottle and first smelled a light fruity aroma, followed by a cool taste. He took a sip and it was sweet and fruity, followed by a slight bitterness, but soon, it became sweet again. There wasn't much in the bottle, so he drank it all in one gulp. Afterwards, the energy on the panel increased by 1 point. In addition to being related to the degree of fatigue consumption, energy is also related to the damage of some energy-type skills. In other words, Energy increases spell damage. His skills primarily deal melee physical damage, so increasing energy isn't as effective as increasing stamina and strength. So after trying one bottle, I didn't plan to drink it anymore. Lin Wanrou and the others needed to boost their energy. After giving each of them a bottle, he put the rest in the locker. What he didn't expect was that Li Xiaoxian, who looked like she could drink, actually blushed and started staggering after just one bottle of low-alcohol liquor. 3 hours later, the skill ended, the fishing boat slowed down and soon stopped. Then, number one's voice came from the smart device. After inspection, the ice ahead has completely formed. If we continue to move forward, the hull's solid points will be rapidly depleted. At most, we can only break through 5 kilometers of ice. 5 kilometers doesn't take long to walk, so it would be a shame to waste the sturdiness here. So after the intelligent brain made a judgment, it stopped the fishing boat. However, the complete formation of the ice layer also means that the fishing boat can be transformed into a land vehicle. Tang Feiyu took out the transformation device from the locker and used it directly. Soon, a vehicle resembling a RV, only about 7 or 8 meters long, appeared on the ice. However, the space inside the vehicle remained the same as the cabin before. Even the size was not affected. The only difference is that the deck corridor is gone, and the original hatch has been replaced with a car door. The cars are not connected, so to access other rooms, you need to get off the car and then get on through another door. Other than this added hassle, it's not much different from before. After the renovation was complete, we were finally able to run on the ice. However, we still needed to deal with the raft belonging to Yin Zijiao, hanging on the back. Originally, Yin Zijiao proposed to give up the ownership of the raft, making it an ownerless raft, and then dismantle it. However, Tang Feiyu thought about it and rejected her proposal. Just continue to hang it behind the car and drag it forward. Anyway, there won't be much friction on the ice, so the impact will not be significant. After replacing the new chain and bringing the raft closer to the vehicle, he got back on board and ordered number one to set off. The wheels equipped with anti-skid chains started to spin rapidly, and soon the speed increased to 60 yards. Tang Feiyu and his companions were very satisfied with this. At least it was much faster than the previous 10 yards. The appearance of a motorhome on the ice naturally set the chat room ablaze again, with some claiming to have witnessed a fishing boat transform into a car. However, they were so shocked that they forgot to record or take photos. No one believed him. Instead, they thought he was still asleep and mocked him. Many people have blueprints for various cars, but they require a lot of materials. Once the sea freezes over, you have to break the ice to get the supply boxes, which makes it much more difficult to obtain them. But it is a bit far-fetched to think that a boat can be transformed into a car directly. No wonder no one believed what that person said. Dude, do you still want some equipment? Suddenly, someone sent a private message to Tang Feiyu. When he opened it, it was from someone he had sold equipment to before. Yes, let's see the attribute quotation. The other party didn't waste any time and directly sent a screenshot. Calm Girl Top, 2/5, Advanced. Speed +7. Energy +15. Skill release speed increased by 30%. Passive effect, Calm. Calm. A calm mind can better allocate energy, reducing skill consumption by 50%. Calm Girl Short Skirt, February 5th, Advanced. Speed +5. Energy +13. Increases the skill size by 30%. Passive, Follower. Follower. Every time you release a skill, there is a chance to summon an ice and snow creature. The attributes of the summoned creature will not exceed those of the master. Looking at the attributes displayed in the 2 screenshots, Tang Feiyu was a little surprised. Is this a suit? Although the name clearly indicated that it was a set, the equipment of Yin Zijiao and the other 2 also had names that indicated they were a set. The problem was that the equipment of the 3 did not have the words 2/5 at the end. Since it appears on the 2 pieces of equipment we see now, it means that there may be a set effect. Based on previous experience in playing games, the set effect will most likely appear when it comes to 3-piece sets and 5-piece sets. These 2 pieces of equipment must be taken down. Cumulative, Power Generation, 245. Chapter 156, I feel a little regretful. Dude, what do you think of these 2 pieces of equipment? Just when Tang Feiyu was checking the attributes of the equipment, the person selling the equipment sent another message. This person's nickname is Brother Xiaoma. His original life of survival could only be described as being unable to die. However, after he accidentally got a piece of equipment with attributes last time, and it was bought by Tang Feiyu at a high price, he realized the business opportunity. He began looking for people to buy equipment with attributes that some people couldn't wear, such as ice and fire equipment. Because this type of equipment required talent from the wearer, The buyer's market was smaller than that of ordinary equipment with attributes, and naturally, the price was much lower. Even if these equipment have better attributes, after all, what's the use of having better attributes if you can't wear them? He specializes in this kind of business. Every day when he wakes up, he scans the trading area and advertises in the chat area to collect equipment. He actually did it. Now, I have got these 2 sets for several days, but I haven't found a suitable buyer in the sea, so I thought of Tang Feiyu, the financial sponsor. The reason why I didn't contact him at the beginning was mainly because he wanted a fire-type set, but this set is an ice-type set. As we all know, a person can only choose between ice and fire. This contact is just a matter of trying to catch rabbits while raking straw. It would be best if it can be sold, but if it can't be sold, it's just to show its existence. Keep in touch with the sponsor, and you might be able to make some money someday. With the previous experience with the mutant beast pill, Tang Feiyu didn't plan to be long-winded this time. If someone intercepted him again, he would have no place to cry. I want both. Name your price. Seeing Tang Feiyu's message, Xiaoma Ge was delighted. After thinking for a moment, he tentatively offered a price for 100 fire crystals or supplies of equivalent value. For ordinary supplies, the price will increase by 10%. As more sea areas begin to cool down, the prices of ordinary materials such as wood, iron, and stones are not affected, but the prices of materials that can be used for heating, such as fire crystals, are rising every day. Although he wanted the fire crystal that could appreciate in value, he knew that everyone needed it and that there wouldn't be too much stock on hand. So you can also settle the bill with ordinary supplies, but the price will be a little higher. If you act in time, you won't lose too much. Seeing the offer, Tang Feiyu subconsciously prepared to bargain, but halfway through writing the message, he wanted to slap himself. After all, they have been accustomed to the ordinary and poor life for more than 20 years. Even though they are no longer short of supplies, their thinking has not completely changed. Delete the message and rewrite 2 words, deal. The transaction was completed quickly, and Tang Feiyu sent another message. Please keep an eye out for the other parts of the girl's suit for me. No problem, but getting the designated suit isn't going to be a big deal. After all, you know how hard it is to get the equipment. If you find other parts, I can pay more. Tang Feiyu was rarely generous. He closed the chat window and took the equipment out of the trading bar. After the talent enhancement, the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment also changed. But after seeing the changes, he suddenly remembered something and wanted to hit himself twice. Cold Girl Top, February 5th, exquisite. Speed plus 13. Energy plus 20. Skill release speed increased by 50%. Passive effect, calm. Calm. A calm mind can better allocate energy, reducing skill consumption by 70%. Cold Girl Short Skirt, February 5th, exquisite. Speed plus 9. Energy plus 20. Increases the skill size by 50%. Passive, follower. Follower. Every time you release a skill, there is a chance to summon an ice and snow creature. The attributes of the summoned creature will not exceed those of the master. After the amplification, the equipment is upgraded from high-level quality to high-quality quality. But he suddenly remembered that he had an equipment upgrade card that could directly upgrade high-level equipment to rare quality. If I let Lin Wanrou and the others trade with Xiaoma Ge first, then upgrade the purchased equipment and amplify it, maybe I can get 2 pieces of higher quality equipment. The price is just an extra transaction fee. If I buy it myself now, I will save on the handling fee, but the quality of the equipment will be the same. If you calculate it this way, you will lose even more. However, the equipment that has been enhanced cannot be returned and used again. I can only remind myself to pay attention before collecting the equipment next time. After sending the equipment directly to Zhang Qian, Tang Feiyu slapped his face with some regret and went to find Lin Wanrou for comfort. On the other side, Zhang Qian, who was moving at full speed, suddenly saw a transaction reminder. She opened it and saw the 2 pieces of equipment sent by Tang Feiyu. Brother Feiyu, do you like this outfit? She didn't even look at the equipment attributes, but only looked at the appearance. The top is a plain navy collar shirt, and the skirt is a navy blue pleated miniskirt that just covers the thighs. Yes, it is the very common JK style. Tang Feiyu, who was lying on Lin Wanrou's head cushion, opened the private message sent by Zhang Qian and almost choked to death on his own saliva. It was a photo. In the photo, Zhang Qian was facing the screen, kneeling on the bed. Her short skirt, which originally covered her knees because of her posture, was lifted halfway up by her 2 white and tender hands. Skin whiter and softer than my hand came into view. At this level, of course, the mysterious area could not be seen, but it gave people a vague feeling, as if it was visible but not seen. Do you like it, brother? Well, where did you learn this mess? Tang Feiyu replied righteously. But he added in his heart, I can let Li Xiaoxian try this look tonight. Originally, among Lin Wanrou and the other two, Yin Zijiao should be more in line with the temperament of a student. After all, the other two are a mature lady and a dashing flower. But due to her natural talent, her current demeanor doesn't look like a student at all. Li Xiaoxian, on the other hand, perhaps freed from the pressure of status and responsibility, has become much more gentle. The RV maintained full speed all the way, running on the ice accompanied by bursts of exclamations along the way. If someone lay on the front or roof of the car, they would find that they missed several frozen wooden boxes along the way. Soon, Zhang Qian sent several photos from different angles, and even changed her hairstyle several times on purpose. It even delayed the fishing boat's progress for a while. After all, she didn't have automatic driving, and it all depended on her to control it, otherwise the fishing boat would have stopped and run aground. Zhang Qian's change of clothes also made Song Yasi and Tang Shiyan look at each other in surprise. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a girl in love, texting with her boyfriend. The sweet and shy smile on her face can easily raise people's blood sugar. Apart from recent events, they didn't know much about Zhang Qian's past, nor did they know who she was chatting with. Instead, I felt a little worried. Cumulative, Generation, Quantity, 436. Chapter 157 Monster on the Ice. Several people were watching a movie in the car to pass the time when they suddenly felt the car body shake, and the roar of artillery was heard, boom boom boom, several times in succession. Number 1, what happened? Tang Feiyu asked the smart device on his hand. Soon, the mechanical voice of the number 1 intelligent computer came from the device. Master, a monster has blocked the road ahead. The threat has been eliminated. Immediately, a beam of light shot out from the smart device and landed in the air in front of Tang Feiyu, and then a three-dimensional picture was projected out. All I saw was white ice and snow all around, with a few streaks of bright red scattered on the ground, and several black and white remains lying near the bright red. This is a photo of the corpse of the monster blocking the road sent by the intelligent computer. Because there are no other reference objects nearby, the size of the monster cannot be seen, but from its appearance, it has some penguin characteristics. But what is strange is that the penguin's short little wings have turned into the shape of animal claws. When the RV approached, Tang Feiyu asked number 1 to stop the car. He opened the car door and walked to the side of the corpse. Even if it was lying flat on the ground, the corpse was 3 meters tall. The claws that looked as small as wings in the picture were more than 1 meter long. But now it's a corpse, and I can't see the panel, so I can't be sure whether the meat has any special effects or whether it can be eaten. But it doesn't matter. Even if you can't eat it, you can throw it in the recycling bin. The problem now is that the fishing boat has been converted into an RV, and there is no deck that can automatically decompose corpses. How can such a large corpse be brought into the room? It's impossible to put the corpse on the roof first, and then let it decompose automatically, right? But Tang Feiyu quickly gave up this idea. Not to mention whether he could move the monster corpse that looked bigger than the car. Even if he really did carry it up, it was not clear whether the roof would have the effect of decomposing the corpse. Just when he was about to ask number 1 intelligent brain whether the RV disassembly function was still available, number 1 spoke first. Master, after number 1's judgment, if you want to solve your problem, you can bring out the recycling bin. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. I was being too stubborn and only thought about taking the meat into the room, but in fact, I could have taken the recycling bin outside. The recycling bin is only half a meter high and not heavy. However, number 1 was able to analyze his own thoughts from his actions, which shows that he has a high IQ. Feiyu, are you not feeling well yet? Lin Wanrou suddenly poked her head out of the car and asked. He said he was going out to see a new monster, but he ended up being gone for more than 10 minutes. Then Lin Wanrou saw the huge corpse. Tang Feiyu waved his hand and asked Lin Wanrou to go back and get the recycling box for him. The huge corpse was swallowed by the small box. It felt very sci-fi every time I saw it. There were 4 corpses in total. After collecting them, Tang Feiyu ran out a distance of more than 10 meters and raised half of his claws. This should be the one that was blown away before. After dealing with the body, he got into the car carrying the recycling bin. As soon as I entered, 2 small boxes were spit out from the recycling bin. The RV restarted, and Tang Feiyu told number 1 that when he encountered a monster again, he should notify himself first and not attack directly. If there's something edible, you can change the taste. Once it becomes a corpse, you can't see the panel, and cooking it casually will easily cause problems. Did something explode, or has the recycling bin collected enough flesh and blood? Yin Zijiao put down the computer, ran over, and picked up the 2 boxes and asked. It should have dropped from killing monsters. I swallowed enough flesh and blood before, and the meatballs spit out of the recycling bin are not packaged. Lin Wanrou answered after thinking for a while. Tang Feiyu looked at them and smiled. No matter whether it is a bomb or a reward, you will know after opening it. Emperor Penguin Feather. Material, warm and waterproof. Undigested spear. Undigested machete. Undigested. In addition to the two materials that were opened from the two boxes, there were also a bunch of undigested weapons, clothes, and other items. Fortunately, these things don't have any strange smell, otherwise the car would be ruined. I collected the useful materials, even though I didn't know what they were for. Then I threw the other useless things back into the recycling bin. It looks like an exploded item, but it's a bit outrageous. Tang Feiyu complained. After the items were taken away, the two original packaging boxes turned into light spots and disappeared without being decomposed into materials. Several people speculated that there were probably too many things bursting out of the monster's body, so the recycling bin helped to pack them up. The RV started again, and the few people began their boring and tedious movie-watching time again. More than 10 miles away, a group of people were fleeing frantically. Behind them were a group of monsters with penguin bodies and sharp claws, just like the monsters that were blown to death. Among these people, some were holding guns, crossbows, and other long-range weapons. They would turn around and fire a few shots from time to time, but there was no apparent effect at all. If you zoom in, you'll find that the bullets or crossbow arrows that hit the monster's body don't penetrate into it, but instead slide to the side due to the invisible feathers on its skin. There were even a few people who lost their skills, and their skills were also slipped, making it impossible to cause effective damage. These monsters ranged in size, with the largest ones standing 5 or 6 meters tall and the smallest ones over a meter tall. Their two short legs moved so quickly that they looked a bit comical. Of course, the people being hunted don't think so. The same scene was playing out in many more places. These monsters seemed to appear out of thin air, appearing more or less wherever there were people. The chat area was now filled with messages asking for help, until someone suddenly said, "Attack their heads. That's where you can break through the defense. Only then will those who are being hunted have a chance to breathe and even fight back." In just less than 2.5 hours, the number of more than 8,000 people in the sea area dropped to just over 6,000. Ever since someone discovered the weakness, the frequency of death has been approaching zero, but there are always unlucky people who are surrounded by a large number of monsters and then surrounded and killed. So some people began to gather the living people together, and many people dismantled their rafts and began to move towards the crowd. The situation has also gradually transitioned from individual efforts and small teams to large teams. Zhang Qian was also attacked, but before the royal chef sisters could react, she dealt with the monster. Song Yasi and the others were currently processing the decomposed monster corpse in the kitchen. Zhang Qian, wearing a short JK skirt, sat on the deck, somewhat bored and dazed. "Look, what is that? Why can ships sail on ice?" Someone spotted Zhang Qian's fishing boat in the distance and started talking about it. After the fishing boat sailed away, some people ran to the spot where it had passed and found that the ice was intact, with no trace of anything. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 627. One more chapter today. Chapter 158 Myth Conjecture. A ghost ship. Isn't that Chen Chen's fishing boat? So Chen Chen was killed by a ghost. Someone recognized the owner of the fishing boat and guessed. Then people in the chat area started discussing the cause of Chen Chen's death. Some people said that they had seen a giant beast appear near Chen Chen's fleet before, and he should have been killed by the giant beast. Some people also said that Chen Chen was killed by an unknown entity. Some even said that Chen Chen was killed by a very beautiful girl. Those who said this were all from Chen Chen's former team. Unfortunately, their claims are even less reliable than other speculations, and few people believe them. Until someone posted, "Is it possible that the girl is just an unknown ghost who is deceiving people? After being deceived, she will transform into a giant beast to eat people." This statement was recognized by most people, and the few among Chen Chen's former subordinates who knew that it was Zhang Qian who was on the leaderboard were also convinced. He even imagined a strange incident in which a monster transformed into a human and hid in the crowd. Otherwise, they simply could not understand why a girl who looked so young could be so terrifyingly powerful. This is only possible because she is not a talented person. Images like the Snow Girl and the Snow Demon, which were all from previous legends, were attributed to Zhang Qian. When Tang Feiyu opened the chat area to prepare for his daily equipment purchase, he also saw the legend of the Snow Girl. I originally thought of it as a funny story, but after seeing so many people talking about it with details and evidence, I felt a little shaken. It's fine if there are monsters, but now even goblins have appeared? What? Lin Wanrou asked curiously after hearing his words. Just look at the chat area, and you'll know. A few minutes later, after the three of them finished reading the latest news in the chat area, In Zijiao said excitedly, "It turns out monsters aren't just legends. I wonder how powerful this snow monster is. I really want to fight her." Tang Feiyu was speechless about her increasingly violent tendencies, but this was the result of her awakened talent, and there was no way to treat it. "I just hope her violent nature won't affect her IQ and turn her into a madman who only knows how to fight. But as of now, although she likes to fight, she is still normal when interacting with others in daily life." "You say?" Li Shaoxian suddenly said. "Could the gods and monsters in our old legends have come from this?" Her words piqued the interest of Tang Feiyu and the other two, and they began to discuss it with great enthusiasm. According to the legend, it is really possible. In ancient times, great floods submerged the earth. Isn't this the same as survival today? The gods were people who had awakened their talents and learned various skills, while the demons and monsters were various monsters that appeared. Another example is the classic of mountains and seas, which some people call the Mountain and Sea Cookbook. The various strange-looking monsters also have various functions. And the monsters we encounter now, eating their meat also has various effects. Isn't that right? The question is, if those gods and monsters were humans and animals who had awakened talents and skills, where did they go later? In that case, the mainland will appear in the future? We won't have to float on the sea anymore. Lin Wanrou said. It's possible. According to historical progress, after the mythological era ended, there should have been tribes, followed by feudal dynasties, and then a gradual return to the modern era. Of course, we may not be able to see that day in such a long time. Although this is possible, everyone comes from the modern era. Would anyone be willing to return to feudal times? Li Shaoxian asked doubtfully. After all, anyone who has studied history knows a little about how people lived in the feudal era. Of course, and there are quite a few people. If you don't believe me, ask Feiyu. Do you think you would like to go back to modern society directly or live in a feudal society? Lin Wanrou looked at Tang Feiyu and said meaningfully, "For those with vested interests, it is natural to hope to maintain their own interests. In modern society, it is not only about the modernization of various facilities and tools, but also about ideas. In ancient times, having 3 wives and 4 concubines was perfectly legal, and if you married fewer than that, people would even look down on you. But in modern society, people's minds have been liberated. Why don't you try it again? Some rich and powerful people still live a life with 3 wives and 4 concubines even in modern times, but if you ask them to register, let alone register, they can't stand being exposed. Women are one aspect, and there are other factors from all aspects. Some strong people naturally would not be willing to return to modern society. Of course, the above is just their imaginative discussion. No one knows what the actual situation is, or whether the myths of the past are the same as the survival of today. At night, except for Tang Feiyu's RV which continued to move, everyone else, including Zhang Qian's fishing boat, stopped. The people who had gathered together began to divide the work. Some kept watch, some made fires and cooked. The increase in the number of people made most people feel safe. Individuals or small teams who had not yet found the main force lived in fear and did not even dare to make a fire for fear that the fire would attract the attention of monsters. On the fishing boat, Zhang Qian finished her dinner and went back to her room to sleep. On the one hand, she needed to recover quickly so she could continue her journey tomorrow. On the other hand, she also wanted to fall asleep and complete her unfinished coming-of-age ceremony. After cleaning up the dishes, Song Yasi and Tang Shiyun went to another cabin to boil water. Half an hour later, the two of them were soaking in the steaming wooden barrel and whispering to each other. "Sister, why is Sister Qianqian in such a hurry to leave? Is she going to find her boyfriend?" Tang Shiyun asked in a low voice. Combined with Zhang Qian's occasional daze, shyness, and inexplicable smiles during this period, it seems like she has fallen in love. Moreover, once she recovered from her fatigue, she continued on her journey without stopping. It didn't seem like she was moving without a destination. Instead, no matter what happened, she would adjust and stay in the same direction. "I think so. What's wrong? What should we do if she finds a boyfriend?" Song Yasi was stunned. She didn't understand what her sister meant. What did it have to do with them if someone else found a boyfriend? They were just here to cling to someone else's boyfriend. They were lucky to be alive. How could they stop someone from finding a boyfriend? Seeing that her sister didn't understand, Tang Shiyun continued. "Think about it. You know what those men were like before. What if we find Sister Qianqian's boyfriend and he falls in love with us? What should we do? This shouldn't be the case. Not to mention that Qianqian is prettier than us. She is also so powerful. We would be a burden instead. Who would? But we are twins. I heard that we have a buff that increases our attractiveness to men. Besides, we are bigger than Sister Qianqian." As she said that, she reached out and grabbed Song Yasi's body, causing a burst of screams. Chapter 159 The Tale Behind, Additional Update. Song Yasi, who had not thought much about it at first, became uncertain after hearing what Tang Feiyu said. After all, now that there are no legal constraints, the moral standards of many people have begun to plummet. The reason they dismantled the raft to escape was because someone was out to capture them. If they fell into their hands, their fate would be unimaginable. They also don't know who Zhang Qian's boyfriend is, but as long as he is a man, he will probably not give up on a woman who is at his fingertips. In the original society, there were many men who would cheat on their wives even though they had beautiful wives. Some of them would even find wives who were not even half as good as their original wives, but they still couldn't help themselves. As for the twins, she had heard about their attraction to men. She hadn't thought much about it at first, but after her sister said that, she began to feel uneasy. In the RV, perhaps because the three of them had been talking about how great men were in ancient times, Tang Feiyu also jokingly said, "It's getting late, my beloved concubine. Please come with me to take a bath." After saying that, he laughed and asked number 1 to stop the car and go to the hot spring pool. Lin Wanrou and the others looked at each other, then followed with strange expressions. Lin Wanrou even has a physical strength bonus. Without counting the equipment bonus, her physical strength has reached 47 points, which is higher than Tang Feiyu. In the past, Lin Wanrou helped with recovery, but now the recovery effect is gone. On the other side of the fishing boat, Tang Feiyu woke up earlier than usual because she felt difficulty breathing in her dream, as if she was being oppressed by a ghost. When she opened her eyes, she saw a leg pressing down on her stomach. She struggled for a long time, and only managed to escape after pushing Song Yasi awake. "Sister, you're going to crush me to death," she said to Song Yasi unhappily. Hearing her words, Song Yasi covered herself with the quilt, not knowing how to explain. "I thought to myself with some blame, it's all Shiyun's fault. She said those things for no reason and made me think too much. In my dream." Hearing her exclamation, Song Yasi, who was hiding under the quilt, was too embarrassed to come out and explain. Looking at the dim light outside, Tang Feiyu sighed helplessly and got up to boil water to take a bath. "I complained in my heart. He's such a grown-up and still can't control himself. My life as a younger sister is so miserable." In the cabin next door, Zhang Qian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened her eyes and looked at the cabin wall behind her with some confusion. She heard some noise in the next room, but because she woke up late, she didn't hear clearly what they were saying. But soon, she stopped thinking about those random things and picked up a small palm-sized mirror from the bedside to look at the top of her head. With a shy expression on her face, she murmured, "Although it's a little different from what I expected, I think Brother Feiyu will like it." Behind her, a furry white tail swayed from side to side somewhat uneasily. She held the mirror and looked at it for nearly 2.5 hours until she heard Tang Feiyu's voice outside the door, calling her to go out for breakfast, and then she put the mirror down. He straightened his clothes and walked out. And the tail that had appeared before also disappeared. Because a large number of monsters have appeared on the ice in the sea, although many people are frightened at night, for many women, it has become much safer than before. The danger makes everyone unwilling to waste their energy on other things, and they are even more afraid of being approached by monsters while communicating about work and not having time to escape. Some lucky ones found some goodies popping out of the monsters' corpses. Reality wasn't like games, where the things that popped out would glow. So most people don't know that there is a chance of getting something when killing monsters. In order to avoid being robbed of their discovery by others, those who know about it will naturally not make it public. Most of what was revealed were just some materials and basic living supplies, but we have to admit that there are always some people who are enviable. Lu Xiaolan was ordered to deal with monster corpses and make barbecue early in the morning. Although she was reluctant, she did not dare to resist. She obediently took a knife and went to a monster corpse and started skinning and cutting the meat. It was more convenient when we had rafts before. The meat pieces were automatically broken down. Now we still have to cut them with a knife. He complained quietly while cutting the meat. Bite. The crisp sound of collision made her startled. She originally thought that the knife hit the bone, but then she thought that was not right. This monster looks very much like a penguin. Except that its wings have been turned into claws, the rest of its body is exactly the same as a penguin, except that it is bigger. And he was cutting into the belly, which was full of fat. How could he possibly hit bone? The knife had only gone in a dozen centimeters. For the monster, it would probably just pierce the skin and fat. Although she was puzzled, she continued to cut the meat. But after she cut off a large piece of fat, a small box was revealed. Although smaller in size, it is exactly the same as the supply box that was hooked on the raft before. She looked around, and when she found that no one was paying attention to her, she secretly took the box out. After opening it, there were only 2 cards inside. Just as I was about to take a closer look at what they were, I heard shouting in the distance. Not daring to delay, he hid the card in the chasm and walked back with the cut meat. You're so slow, even cutting the meat. If women weren't so hard to get these days, I would have kicked you out long ago. A bearded man looked at Lu Xiaolan and scolded her. Lu Xiaolan lowered her head, not daring to make any rebuttal, otherwise she would be beaten. After the man started eating, she secretly took out the 2 cards and examined them. Soon, an expression of surprise appeared on his face, because these 2 cards turned out to be the legendary talent card and skill card. Talent card, insensitivity, presence reduced by 90%. Passive skill card, sharp weapon mastery, proficiency in various sharp weapons. Without hesitation, he broke the 2 cards and felt that his mind had gained a lot of knowledge, such as what kind of attack method and how to use force to kill people painlessly, how to make people suffer excruciating pain, etc. Then, a pair of eyes filled with hatred glanced at the bearded man. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 167. Chapter 160, Sea Bounty. Lu Xiaolan. The bearded man, satiated, glanced around. As the old saying goes, if you're warm, you should be warm. No monsters appeared on the endless ice field around them. All the fear he had felt before had now turned into a rage that needed to be vented. The reason he had been carrying around a burden was to use it at this very moment. But Lu Xiaolan, who had been beside him before, suddenly disappeared. The bearded man didn't think she dared to escape. Even if he let her go, she, a weak woman, would not dare to leave. Now he suddenly disappeared. The bearded man guessed that he must have hidden behind the monster's corpse to go to the toilet. So he dropped the bone in his hand, stood up and walked towards the monster's corpse, ready to drag her back. Although it would be more discreet to do things with the huge monster corpse blocking the way, there was a strong smell of blood over there, and it was freezing cold, so it would be better to stay warm by the campfire. With the fire crystals prepared in advance, it shouldn't be too cold when we move around. Damn weather, damn my name. The bearded man cursed as he walked behind the corpse. Then, the expected Lu Xiaolan did not show up. Zhua, did you really run away? No. Woo. The words in his mouth turned into sobs, and the sobs were very small. If you didn't get close, you couldn't even hear them clearly. The bearded man's mouth was covered by a small hand, and behind the hand was a thin arm. Lu Xiaolan, whom he couldn't find, was standing behind him, hugging his neck tightly, and in her other hand, a slender dagger, with the tip protruding from his chest at an upward angle. This blow directly pierced his alveoli, and a large amount of bright red blood rushed in, making him unable to make any sound. Relax, don't be nervous, take a deep breath, it will be over soon. Although the voice was soft, it had a chilling meaning. The bearded man's pupils began to dilate. In addition to the pain, he couldn't believe how the other party dared to attack him. What he couldn't understand even more was how the other party managed to succeed in one strike, even if it was a sneak attack. Her current behavior is completely different from her previous weakness. And how did she get close to him? He hadn't noticed a single movement. This was very unusual, but the bearded man didn't have time to think about why his skills hadn't taken effect even when someone touched him from behind. His vision began to go dark, and he gradually lost consciousness. Feeling that the person in her arms was no longer breathing, Lu Xiaolan pulled out the dagger and then quickly stabbed it in again until the bearded man's body began to stiffen. There was no intact skin larger than the size of a palm left in front or behind of the body, and the body was thrown heavily to the ground. Although she had mastered a lot of weapon techniques, it was her first time. Lu Xiaolan knelt on the ground and vomited violently, then dragged her hands and feet to the campfire like a zombie. He sat down with his hands on his knees and began to cry loudly on his knees. There were many people who began to rise like her, both men and women. Some of them succeeded in counterattacking their enemies, but naturally, many others failed. Among those who failed in their counterattack, some were discovered just as they found the exploded items. Not only were their items robbed, they were also severely tortured. Others are simply because the enemy is too strong, and even after receiving various enhancements, you are still no match. In just half a day, the number of people killed was even greater than that killed in the previous wave of monster attacks. In the apocalypse, our own kind are even more dangerous than monsters. At the same time, the news that monsters could drop equipment and items spread completely, and everyone knew about it. As a result, some people stopped ordering their men to touch the corpses and cut the flesh. Every time a new situation arises, people's behavior patterns will change. Zhang Qian and the other two were unaware of what was happening on the ice in the outside sea. After they finished their breakfast, they continued on their way. The fishing boat moved on the ice in an unnatural way. In the RV on the other side, Tang Feiyu saw a lot of information in the chat area, but these things had nothing to do with them, so he just took a look and did not express any opinions or views. Instead, I feel even more strongly that I was right in pursuing my goals. There are many examples of people being hurt by the consequences. Bullying the weak at will lead to disaster if there is even a chance. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are strong. Even tigers take naps. The morning passed quickly, but what puzzled him was that he didn't encounter a single monster. These monsters wouldn't be affected by the dragon subduing wood and wouldn't dare approach. Plus, with the RV's speed, having traveled so far this morning, it's reasonable to assume we'd encounter even more. Although I didn't encounter any monsters during these few hours, I did complete several transactions, the largest of which was with a girl with twin tails. She took away all the hundreds of disposable skill cards and the small star heater in Tang Feiyu's hand. In addition to some videos and photos, he also got several pieces of attribute equipment. In terms of value, there's no equal. It's not that Tang Feiyu is obsessed with women, but rather that he's asking the merchant Shuangpi Wei to help him ship his goods. Although he himself also hung up the deal, there were too many things, and it was not enough for people from 1C area to buy them all. After all, what he wanted were not ordinary supplies. High-quality goods were generally difficult for most people to obtain. As for whether the twin tails would swallow his food and disappear, there was no need to worry too much about that. Firstly, even if he was swallowed, he could afford the compensation. But then twin tails wouldn't be able to get large quantities of weapons from him anymore. This alone was enough for the other party to think carefully. Another thing is that someone has put up a bounty. As more and more people enter other sea areas, information between them can also be transmitted. Bounties came into being. Whether it was looking for someone, seeking revenge, or searching for certain supplies, it was difficult to accomplish it on your own. But now, you only needed to pay a certain amount of money, and someone would come to help you solve it. No matter what kind of environment people are in, they can always come up with some interesting ideas. If Li Shaoxian hadn't wanted to take revenge personally, Tang Feiyu might have placed the order for her when the bounty was first posted. Because of this incident, Li Shaoxian felt that she had troubled Tang Feiyu, and for a period of time afterwards, she was so virtuous and docile that she wanted to serve him around the clock. Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao both thought she was vying for favor. Of course, the phrase vying for favor was just a teasing remark. They knew the reality, and instead felt a little sorry for Li Shaoxian, who would make themselves so humble if it is not necessary. The three of them also tried to persuade her, but she remained the same. That's another story. Cumulative, Generation, Quantity, 437. Chapter 161. Someone blocks the road. The few pieces of equipment I got from Twin Tails had no special attributes, and the attribute points they added were also mediocre and ordinary. Therefore, Tang Feiyu did not ask her to trade the equipment to Lin Wanrou for upgrading and then amplification. But at least they are some high-quality equipment now. They can still be used to add some attributes when worn. You can replace them at any time if you find better ones in the future. He gave one thing to Yin Zijiao, a pair of acceleration shoes and an energy-enhancing necklace, and Li Shaoxian got a pair of strength-enhancing pants. Then they started to eat, and each of them also had an extra bottle of super shark fin soup to increase their physical fitness by 1 point. Lin Wanrou and the other two each drank a bottle of mutant tequila to boost their energy. Li Shaoxian also got drunk again and drifted off to sleep in Tang Feiyu's arms. Suddenly, the RV came to an abrupt stop. If it weren't for the fact that the space inside was not like that of an ordinary car, Tang Feiyu and his companions would have been thrown against the wall and hit their heads dizzy. Number 1. Why did you stop the car? Master, there's someone blocking the road ahead. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu and the others looked at each other. Then, he put Li Shaoxian in his arms on the bed, and then opened the car door with his weapon. There were more than a dozen people lined up in front of him, and directly ahead of him, a thick wall of ice. If number 1 hadn't braked suddenly, he would have crashed into it. Of course, even if it crashed, the RV's defenses wouldn't be a big deal. However, after making his own judgment, number 1 decided to stop. According to its logic, if the master does not order killing, it needs to avoid anything that may cause casualties to others. This is the subtle difference between artificial intelligence and humans. In this situation, if a person were driving, the normal operation would be to go around the ice wall and crash into those people. After all, it's obvious that the other party has bad intentions, not to mention that we are in an environment without any legal constraints and with a relatively low moral standard. What's going on, everyone? Tang Feiyu asked the burly man in front of him, who looked like the leader. I've got my eye on your car, so just give it up and get out of here. On the ice field, almost everyone was hiking or making their own sleds, skateboards, etc. Apart from the legendary ghost ship occupied by the snow demon, This car is the most eye-catching. It would be fine if we didn't meet each other, but now that they have met us, they will naturally not let us go easily. So, the leading man, after seeing this, started to make arrangements with his men and blocked the way. Feiyu, what's going on? Yin Zijiao jumped out of the car with a sword in her hand. Seeing a group of people blocking the road, she walked to Tang Feiyu with an urge to chop people in her eyes. Someone wants to steal the car. Tang Feiyu shrugged helplessly. He didn't want to cause trouble, but something happened to him. Across from them, the sturdy man's eyes lit up when he saw a beautiful woman suddenly jump out. It had been a long time since the dozen or so men had met a woman. Although the team had provided 2 of them with good food and drink before, they died of exhaustion soon after. Originally, he just wanted to steal a car, and if the owner was sensible, he would let him go, but now, he has changed his mind. The woman in front of him was indeed the most beautiful one he had ever seen in his life. Even the celebrities in the normal society could not compare to her. This is not an exaggeration by strong men or because they have not seen women for a long time and have added a layer of filter. The main reason is that the female stars in the previous society were beautiful, but too weak, and they did not have the domineering temperament of Yin Zijiao at all. Moreover, as personal attributes improve, there will be a certain positive impact on appearance. After a long time, when everyone's attributes have improved, not to mention that they are all handsome men and beautiful women, but they will generally be much more good-looking than people in the old era. As soon as he saw the looks of those people opposite him, Tang Feiyu knew that he couldn't persuade them to leave. After all, he didn't have the talent for persuasion like the Birdman. Be careful. After he instructed Yin Zijiao, he started with a bomb dart, then shook his body and launched an instant slash. Boom. Oh. The team of more than 10 people blocking the road did not expect that Tang Feiyu would attack as soon as he said so, and one of them was hit by the explosive dart, and the explosion also knocked away the 2 nearby. In less than 2 seconds, 1 person was killed and 2 were injured. Then, the bone sword in Tang Feiyu's hand slashed through 1 person's body. Because it was too sharp, he even started to attack other people. The people who were instantly cut by him still maintained the previous movements, and blood began to slowly seep out of their waists. Finally, we can fight, wow. Yin Zijiao screamed, and the messenger of hell in her hand instantly burned. The strong man who was caught off guard also reacted at this time, and quickly ordered his men to fight back. Someone snapped his fingers, and a stream of air spread from his body. Those who were touched instantly felt their bodies become lighter, and their speed attribute increased by 50%. Someone else let out a strange cry, and after hearing the sound, several people around him had their eyes reddened, their muscles swelled, and their strength increased. The most obvious one is the strong man, who has become even stronger and his height has increased by 3 points. Dang snap! The sharp sound of fingertips scraping across glass was heard. It was the sound of Tang Feiyu's bone sword contacting an ice wall. Immediately afterwards, his feet moved sideways repeatedly, and ice cones rose from the ground one after another. Mountain collapse. After Tang Feiyu dodged the last ice cone, he jumped directly from the spot and pounced towards the crowd. Ice cones also rose from the ground where he was falling, but Tang Feiyu was not panicked at all. This was because when collapsing mountain slash fell, it would form a defensive air shield on the surface of the body. Aside from grabbing skills, it's impossible to break through defense. It's a pseudo-invincible, domineering state. For the guy who wanted to use the ice cone to attack, it was too late to dodge it this time. With a scream, Tang Feiyu cut his body into pieces. The sturdy man ran towards Yin Zijiao from the start. In his opinion, the man was too fast, and he was more restrained than himself, who was slower. While the woman's speed was faster than his, it was not much faster. As long as his attack touches her, she will lose her combat effectiveness. However, after actually coming into contact with it, he realized that his idea was extremely wrong. Putting aside the excruciating speed, the mere sight of the flames from the weapon had already made his hands smell like roasted meat the moment they touched him. Even with his pain tolerance, he couldn't hold back his screams and howls. Burns and scalds are more painful than ordinary knife wounds, not to mention Yin Zijiao's fire, which is not ordinary fire. Yang Yin's temperature is higher, and it also has a burning effect. After the wailing, the strong man suddenly felt that the woman in front of him became more beautiful and attractive, and he couldn't bear to be her enemy. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 454. When the power reaches 500, an additional chapter will be added on IG, degree. No. Chapter 162, Softness Within the Ice, Update. The reason why the bearded man had such thoughts was naturally because of the passive effect of Yin Zijiao's leather armor, Affinity. Affinity. Every enemy you hurt will not be able to attack you, not effective for boss-level targets. In a battle, a moment of distraction could lead to defeat, not to mention that he was standing there stupidly with a pig-like face and no defense at all. Yin Zijiao was not polite to the enemy and directly touched the other's neck with a knife. The rare-grade sword had a sharpness of 19 points, several points higher than Tang Feiyu's bone sword. The human cervical vertebrae alone could not block it. When Yin Zijiao went to attack others, the bearded man's head rolled to the ground. The leader was killed instantly, shocking the supporting and coordinating players. Seeing Yin Zijiao chasing them, they screamed and turned to flee. They were accelerated by their companion's momentum, and Yin Zijiao couldn't catch up. Damn it, you bastards, don't run. Stand still and let me chop you twice. Yin Zijiao was so angry that her feet began to burn and her speed actually increased a bit. On the other side, Tang Feiyu also dealt with his enemies. Turning around, he saw Yin Zijiao chasing those people in the distance and running away. So he jumped directly onto the roof of the RV and shouted to the device on his wrist. Number 1, catch up. The RV started with a burnt tire and rushed out in an instant. After more than 10 minutes, the cyclones on those people disappeared, their speed dropped sharply, and they were knocked to the ground one by Yin Zijiao's knife. Back in the car, she said angrily, "It's so annoying. I'm too slow and can't even catch up." Tang Feiyu said thoughtfully, "Your speed before was not quite right. Take a look at your panel. Have you comprehended a new skill?" He knew that none of Yin Zijiao's previous skills could make the soles of her feet burst into flames. That was clearly a skill that accelerated her speed. Yin Zijiao was stunned when she heard his words. She was so busy chopping people that she didn't realize this. When I opened the panel, I saw that there was indeed one more skill. Flame Foot Sprint. Increases movement speed by 50% and leaves lava footprints on the ground. Enemies stepped on will suffer continuous damage from the flames and have their movement speed reduced by 30%. It's true, Yin Zijiao said in surprise after reading the skill description. As long as a person is talented, he or she can develop new skills by developing his or her talents. For example, Zhang Qian, who didn't have any other skills yet, had already researched various ice cones, icicles, freezing, and other effects. However, this kind of self-developed skill consumes more fatigue than formal skills. However, as the skills are improved, the consumption and power will gradually return to normal. Her new skill can last for 30 minutes at full fatigue without using other skills. But this is just a supporting skill after all, and the energy consumption is obviously too high. However, after all, it has just been developed and comprehended, so it will be much better in the future. It is normal for her falling phoenix, to be consumed now. After dealing with those people, we didn't forget to pick up the spoils, but there was nothing valuable, and the weapons and equipment were all ordinary stuff. It all went into the recycling bin and was used as energy. There were more than a dozen people missing from the ice field, but there was not even a ripple, and no one noticed that their profile pictures had turned black. Elsewhere, Zhang Qian finished her lunch and continued on her way. After cleaning up the dishes, Tang Shiyun and the other girl went to the deck to relax and enjoy the fresh air. Especially Song Yasi, when she saw Zhang Qian, she would think of the dream she had last night, in which a man whose face she couldn't see clearly was talking to her. The cool breeze made her red head clearer. She looked at her sister beside her with some resentment. If she hadn't said those nonsense and touched me, I wouldn't have been able to sleep well at night. Tang Shiyun had no idea what her sister was thinking, but was looking around with a telescope. Whenever I see other people having a bad life, I feel a little happy. Although it is immoral to use other people's suffering to highlight your own happiness, who cares? Suddenly, she found that a person was sitting motionless next to a pile of ashes of an extinguished campfire, hugging his knees, in a place slightly offset from the direction he was moving. Judging from the hair and clothes, it looks like a woman. There is no other person around. Only about 10 meters away from the figure lies the corpse of a monster. What's wrong? Song Yasi asked after hearing the sound from her mouth. Sister, do you see someone over there? Song Yasi took the telescope and looked in the direction of her finger. It is indeed a person, but it looks like a corpse. After all, it is so cold, the bonfire is out, and the person's clothes don't look very thick. Song Yasi shook her head and said, in the freezing cold, freezing to death was common. If they hadn't met Zhang Qian, they would have been captured and used as toys, or frozen to death in the snow. Although I feel a little sorry for the other person, pity is the least valuable and most powerless emotion in this reality. The two of them had no intention of asking Zhang Qian to change direction to check. I still rely on Zhang Qian for my livelihood, so how can I ask her to save me? Not to mention that in the past few days, they have already confirmed Zhang Qian's determination to move forward. Is turning to her a waste of time? She might freeze me into an ice sculpture as soon as I bring it up. Naturally, You won't cause trouble for yourself for the sake of others. However, they soon discovered that the fishing boat had deviated. Although Zhang Qian in the cab did not have a telescope, she could sense the situation within a certain range around her through the small amount of moisture in the surrounding air. This is also an ability that comes from her talent. If she steps on the ice, her perception range will be wider and clearer. She noticed a faint breath of life in the distance. Judging from the fact that she saved Song Yasi and the other person, we can see that even now, she still retains a certain kindness. This isn't to say she's a pushover. It's just her nature. This is normal, though. From modern society to the apocalypse, many people's personalities have changed, becoming darker. But Zhang Qian had never encountered any bad things from the beginning to the present. Even if someone had planned to take advantage of her, they had never succeeded. Therefore, there was no possibility that she would turn evil. She was still the same as before, with the clear eyes of a young girl who had just come of age. But at the same time, she was decisive and ruthless in killing bad guys. In the eyes of Song Yasi and the others, Zhang Qian was sometimes even a little cold and scary. After all, killing is not the right thing to do, but many times, she beat people into scum. This is actually also related to the influence of talent. Just like Yin Zijiao, who became belligerent and had a bad temper, while Zhang Qian was as cold as ice, yet soft-hearted and quite contradictory. Cumulative, Generation, Quantity, 45. Chapter 163, Unable to Empathize. Judging from the current direction of movement, Song Yasi and the others clearly discovered that they were heading towards the corpse in the distance. Sister, what do you think Sister Qianqian wants to do? Tang Feiyu asked Song Yasi with some confusion. In the past few days, except for the smile on Zhang Qian's face every time she chatted privately with others, the two of them had never seen any other expression on Zhang Qian's face except cold. They thought that the constant killings these days had turned Zhang Qian into an emotionless killing machine. Usually, apart from calling her to eat, I don't dare to say too much in front of her. Now, I suddenly saw her driving the fishing boat in that direction, without considering the possibility that she wanted to go over and rescue people. Song Yasi shook her head. She didn't know what Zhang Qian was thinking. If it was a few days ago, she would firmly believe that she might go over and see if the person could be saved, but now, this idea had never appeared in her mind at all. As the fishing boat approached the corpse in the distance, it slowly stopped. Then, Zhang Qian opened the hatch and walked onto the deck. Afterwards, Song Yasi and the others discovered that the ice surface under the corpse on the ground began to rise until it was level with the deck. Take her back to the cabin. After saying that, Zhang Qian turned around and walked back. Song Yasi and the other person looked at each other in confusion before slowly picking up the person on the icicle. When I touched the other person, I was surprised to find that this person still had body temperature. It was icy and snowy, and the bonfire was out. From the wreckage without any smoke, it was clear that it had been out for a long time. It turned out that this person's body temperature was not lower than the two of them, who were well fed and still had the fire crystal. Could it be that she also has the fire crystal? While walking towards the cabin at the back, he was wondering about the other party's situation in his mind. As for why he didn't take her back to Zhang Qian's bedroom, you're crazy. After the two men carried the rescued person away from the icicle, the fishing boat started moving again. A few hours later, the fishing boat stopped again. It wasn't because they had encountered anyone again, but rather because Zhang Qian wanted to save some energy for any monsters that might appear at night. Seeing the boat stop, Song Yasi also started to prepare dinner. Tang Feiyu wanted to help, but was stopped. Nowadays, all kinds of ingredients are ready-made, and you can do it by yourself. There is no need for both of you to be covered in grease, and it is troublesome to take a long time to take a shower every time. Tang Feiyu felt relieved that she didn't have to go there herself, so she stayed in the room and picked up a few pages of paper torn from some unknown scrap to pass the time. Without mobile phones and TV, anything with text can be a good way to pass the time. I believe that those who like to go to the bathroom but forget to bring their phones can empathize with me. Suddenly, she felt someone was tightly strangling her neck, and something sharp and thin was pressing against her waist. In the room now, besides herself, there was only the rescued woman, so Tang Feiyu didn't panic too much and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" When Lu Xiaolan opened her eyes, she found herself in a room, lying on a soft bed, covered with a warm quilt. She thought in a trance that she had returned to her previous society, and everything that had happened before was just a nightmare. But soon, she realized that she was still on the ice, and the room she was in looked very much like the cabin of the legendary fishing boat. After realizing this, she immediately became alert and in an instant kidnapped Tang Feiyu, who was standing next to her with her back to her. "Tell me, where is this place? Who brought me here?" Lu Xiaolan asked in a low voice. She thought that she might have been discovered by a passerby, then taken back to the base, and became a plaything of a man again. If it were in the past, she might have accepted her fate. After all, it would be the same no matter which man she followed. But now it is different. She has the power to resist. If it weren't for the fact that this woman shared the same fate as herself and was also her plaything, her interrogation wouldn't have been so easy. At the very least, she would have had to stab and pierce her. Zhang Qian was aware of what happened in the room, but she didn't notice that Lu Xiaolan showed murderous intentions towards Tang Feiyu, so she didn't bother to care. Instead, I am constantly trying out my new abilities. She didn't stop until Song Yasi came over and called her to eat. Go and call them both over, Zhang Qian said expressionlessly as she sat down at the table. When Song Yasi opened the door, she saw her sister being held tightly by the neck. She was horrified, and just as she was about to shout, she heard Lu Xiaolan say in a hoarse voice, "If you dare to shout, she will die." She also didn't expect that because of her hesitation, the person being held hostage had no awareness of being a hostage at all. Mo kept talking for a long time, but didn't tell her the information she wanted to know, and now another one came. If I don't leave now, it might attract more people, and that would be troublesome. We saved you, and this is how you repay our kindness with evil? Song Yasi asked with a serious expression. Judging from the fact that Tang Feiyu had no power to resist at all, the woman they rescued had stronger physical fitness than them. Even though they both looked like noobs in front of Zhang Qian, they followed Zhang Qian and enjoyed delicious food and drinks every day, and they had also gotten some attribute-enhancing items from the wooden box before. The attributes of both of them have long exceeded 20 points. They are several points stronger than the men of the old era. So she didn't dare to act rashly now, for fear that her sister would get hurt. I don't mean to make things difficult for you two. Just tell me how many men are on the boat and what their strengths are. Lu Xiaolan's plan was very simple. If the number and strength of the enemy were not that great, she would turn the tables and rob the fishing boat to have a place to stay. After all, without rafts and fishing boats, it would be impossible to trade things from others. If the enemy is far stronger than you, give up decisively and run away. What man? Apart from you, there are only 3 women on the boat. Song Yasi was puzzled by the question. The main reason is that she is now completely unable to empathize with Lu Xiaolan, so naturally, she can't guess what she is thinking. It's like those who suddenly become rich from poverty. It's hard for them to think the same way as those who were equally poor before. To Lu Xiaolan, these words couldn't have sounded more false. How could 3 women and no men guard a fishing boat? It's possible that they were stronger, but the one in his arms was clearly a weakling, on par with his previous self. And the woman in front of him didn't look very strong either. Just when the 3 of them were in a stalemate, Zhang Qian came over impatiently. She was still waiting to eat, and she was wasting time by dawdling. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 359. Chapter 164. The Twintails Deal. Seeing a girl whose temperament and appearance were completely different from those of an ordinary person walking towards her, Lu Xiaolan was distracted for a moment, but her heart also became more anxious. I have wasted too much time. If I don't decide whether to stay or go, I might really be in trouble. So she decided to let these women see some blood, and they would probably answer her questions obediently. As a result, she found that her hand holding the weapon could not move, and even her whole body became very stiff except for her eyes. You're so slow in calling people, Zhang Qian said to Song Yasi with some dissatisfaction. No need to say more. If you don't come over, you won't have to eat. After saying that, he turned and left. In fact, it can be seen from here that although Zhang Qian has become indifferent, her heart is still the same as before. Otherwise, she would not wait for someone to eat. But these are not things she can change. Except when she was chatting privately with Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou, her face could still show some human expressions, but most of the time, she had a blank expression. Zhang Qian is also trying to find a solution to this problem, and saving people and keeping a soft heart is one of her attempts. Although it was useful, it wasn't very useful. At the same time, she was also a little panicked, worried that after a while, she would become expressionless even when facing Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou. Seeing Zhang Qian leave, Song Yasi opened her mouth, wanting to ask her for help, but the words did not come out. On the contrary, Tang Feiyu felt that the arm holding her was not as strong as before, so she moved, and unexpectedly, she broke free. When I turned around, I found that Lu Xiaolan was frozen in place, with a thin layer of ice on her body, freezing her to the spot. It turned out that Zhang Qian had already taken action quietly, but before that, they didn't even notice it. Because Zhang Qian had previously instructed them to take Lu Xiaolan with them to dinner. After she left, Tang Feiyu and Song Yasi carried the frozen Lu Xiaolan over together. Lu Xiaolan, unable to move, was filled with panic in her eyes and indignation in her heart. After arriving at the restaurant cabin, Lu Xiaolan regained her ability to move, but she did not dare to do anything impolite in front of Zhang Qian. After waiting for a long time, they found that no one else came. They began to believe what Song Yasi had said before, that only a few of them were here. Although she had many questions in her mind, when she saw Song Yasi and Tang Feiyu having dinner, she didn't say a word and even tried to keep the eating noises as quiet as possible. She was a little afraid of Zhang Qian, so she started to follow her example. After dinner, Zhang Qian got up and returned to bedroom cabin number 1 to rest. After Song Yasi and Tang Feiyu washed the dishes, they took Lu Xiaolan, who was full of questions, back to her room. My name is Tang Feiyu, and this is my sister Song Yasi. I don't know your name yet. After hearing Tang Feiyu's introduction and questions, Lu Xiaolan also quietly introduced herself and asked, "The one just now?" "Her name is Zhang Qian. She is the one who saved you. It's just that her personality is like this." Without any conflicts, the three women quickly became familiar with each other. During the conversation, Lu Xiaolan also realized that there was really no one else here, and Zhang Qian was the absolute boss on the boat. She also completely relaxed. In the RV, after dinner, several people soaked in the hot spring pool. For the sake of their own health, after getting into the water, Tang Feiyu rested his head with his eyes closed, resting his head on the edge of the pool. But in order to repay him, Li Shaoxian came directly to his side. Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao, who were standing by, were stunned. Tang Feiyu also opened his eyes in surprise, but quickly closed them again. The next day, the RV activated its sailing skill again, ignoring any obstacles ahead and speeding up. Originally, he was planning to use the synthesized treasure map to summon a few bosses to swipe, but Zhang Qian sent him a message asking him to wait until they reunited before using it. After all, there are a limited number of bosses in a sea area, and they will be gone once they are killed. Tang Feiyu did not refuse this. It made no difference whether he killed him earlier or later. The reason why he was able to get up so early today was thanks to Lin Wanrou. It wasn't that she helped him recover several times last night, but that she stopped Yin Zijiao and Li Shaoxian in time. Otherwise, Tang Feiyu might have to sleep a little longer today and hold his waist. "Brother, are you busy?" Tang Feiyu, who was peeking at the screen in the chat area, suddenly heard the prompt sound of a private chat. He opened it and found that it was a message from Twin Ponytails. "Not busy. All the goods you asked me to help sell have been sold. Should I transfer the proceeds to you now? If you have the equipment, please take a screenshot of the equipment attributes and show it to me first. If not, just trade it directly." Tang Feiyu replied. "There are more monsters now, and the price of equipment is several times higher than before, so it's hard to buy. I didn't get any equipment this time, but there is one thing among them that I believe brother will like." The girl with twin ponytails sent an expression with a mysterious smile. Not to mention, it really made Tang Feiyu curious. This time, she traded a total of 7 items. However, one of the small bottles made him go dark. "I really need this thing right now, but as a man, I don't want others to know that I need it." However, the small bottle was together with several other items, and it was impossible to extract the others separately. I had to grit my teeth and extract them all. After amplification, everything was placed in front of him. Storage capsule, supply radar, fixed point teleportation stone, weather control system, temporary time device, building upgrade card, kidney repairing, and wife benefiting pill. Storage capsule. After binding to the fishing boat, press the button to shrink the fishing boat into the size of a capsule and throw it onto the open space to restore it. Supply radar. The screen can display the supply boxes within a radius of 1 kilometer. Fixed point teleportation stone. Opens a teleportation array with a diameter of 5 meters, teleporting all beings within the teleportation array to the designated location. One time. Weather control system. After installation and charging, you can launch weather disaster attacks. The attack damage and range will change with the amount of charge. Time pause device. Can pause time for 3 seconds, one-time use. Before the amplification, the device was called the time slow device, which had the opposite effect of the advanced time accelerator card he already possessed. Weapon building upgrade card. Upgrades a weapon building on a designated fishing boat. The remaining small bottle will not directly increase any attribute values on the panel, but those who understand will understand its function. It's like replacing a car's engine with an airplane's engine, which is much more powerful. This is what Twin Tails specifically chose to exchange. Cumulative power generation 398. Chapter 165, on the bounty list. In Twin Tails' opinion, no man could refuse something she offered. At the same time, she was also fantasizing about the possibility of experiencing the power of an 8-cylinder engine in the future. With her current perspective, she wouldn't be interested in ordinary men. That's why, even after she stopped selling study materials, she continued to send them to Tang Feiyu, not accepting. Of course, Tang Feiyu was not quite clear about her thoughts, but the thing was indeed good. Especially after his talent was enhanced, it became even better. Before, you still needed to take a few pills beforehand for temporary strengthening. But now, after taking it, it will be directly upgraded and strengthened permanently. He was somewhat indebted to Twin Tails for this favor, but he would repay her in other ways in the future. Without further hesitation, Tang Feiyu unscrewed the bottle cap, poured out a large pill inside, and swallowed it in one gulp. He felt a heat in his waist, and then nothing else happened. But he knew that he was no longer the same person as before. Perhaps the side effects could rival those of a tonic soup. Of course, we'll have to wait for further testing to see how effective it is. After completing the self-strengthening, the next step is to strengthen the fishing boat. First, the supply radar. Don't worry about whether you have time to find the supply box, but the radar must be installed. He chose the location he wanted, and instead of installing it next to the radar in the cab, he hung it directly on the empty space at the head of the bed. After all, I spend more time here than in the cab. As soon as the radar was installed, a small red dot appeared on the screen, about a few hundred meters away. But the distance was soon widened, and he was too lazy to stop and dig. Instead, he took the storage capsule, opened the car door, grabbed the door, and locked it directly outside. This thing cannot be installed inside the car, otherwise it will be inconvenient for you to use. Next, there was the weather control system, also known as the disaster weather weapon. He installed it on the roof. This was a designated location for the device and could not be installed arbitrarily. As soon as it was installed, the voice of Smart Brain number 1 came from the smart device, confirming that it could be controlled at any time. He used the weapon building card on the artillery. After all, apart from artillery, there are only 3 weapons left: automatic harpoons, battering rams, and siege crossbows. But obviously, using them here is too wasteful. The upgraded rapid-fire cannon has an attack speed of 30 rounds per minute, double the previous rate, and the shells are more powerful. The power of ordinary artillery is already comparable to the power of artillery before the upgrade, when it was equipped with the incendiary bomb skill. But at the same time, all the shells in the locker became waste because the new shells were larger than the previous ones and the wrong size, so the previous ones could not be used. However, these shells can be made at any time with just some basic materials. So he doesn't feel too bad. All the existing shells were thrown into the recycling bin. Even if I sold this thing, no one would buy it. The chance of meeting another person with the same artillery as yourself is no less than the chance of winning the jackpot in the lottery. The remaining teleportation stones and time-stopping devices are of no use at the moment, so they are all put into the locker. Then he began to sweep the trading area for basic materials used to make artillery shells. Before long, thousands of brand new shells had accumulated in the locker. After using up all the purchased supplies, the number of shells reached 10,000, which was enough to last for a long time. After all, he usually doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble, so he basically doesn't need such fierce firepower. Except for the medicine he had taken before, whose effects were unclear, Lin Wanrou and the other 2 knew what the other things were. Regarding the teleportation stone, Lin Wanrou originally wanted to use it to teleport directly to Zhangqian. But think about it, now Zhangqian and I are already in the same sea area, and we are both moving at the same time, so we will probably meet in a day or 2. There is absolutely no need to waste such a rare item. So I just looked at it and didn't say what I thought. After sorting out all the items traded, Tang Feiyu contacted several equipment merchants. But equipment is really scarce recently, and it is impossible to get it. There weren't so many monsters before. For many people, adding a few attributes to a piece of equipment is a limited improvement, so it is better to sell it in exchange for a large amount of supplies. But now, they know that many times, a little extra attribute may help them escape from danger. Naturally, they kept the equipment tightly in their hands. As for some equipment with special attributes that they could not wear, they were not in a hurry to sell them. As they gained more knowledge, they realized that the non-wearable equipment that they had originally looked down upon was actually better and more valuable. Especially in the past 2 days, the price of equipment has been changing every day, and no one is willing to make a move in advance. This also resulted in Tang Feiyu not receiving any new equipment for more than a day. On the other side of the fishing boat, after talking with the 2 sisters in the evening, Lu Xiaolan's attitude towards Zhang Qian has also changed. It's not just because Zhang Qian is stronger, the most important thing is that the other party is willing to save people in this environment. Zhang Qian's kind gesture was like a ray of light in the darkness to her. So after finishing breakfast, she found Zhang Qian and said, "Thank you for saving me. From now on, I will be your knife, and I am willing to follow you forever. As he said this, he knelt on one knee, doing it in a very professional manner. Although Zhang Qian looked at her expressionlessly, she was almost scratching the floor with embarrassment. She complained in her heart. This woman looks to be in her 20s, and she can still say such a childish line. Help, this is so embarrassing. Without hearing what Zhang Qian said, Lu Xiaolan just knelt there motionless. The more she didn't move, the more embarrassed Zhang Qian became. In order to avoid further embarrassment, she quickly said, I understand. Please get out first. Only after Lu Xiaolan bowed and walked out did she breathe a sigh of relief. I was originally planning to complain to Tang Feiyu, but Tang Feiyu was discussing import and export trade in the hot spring pool at that time. Seeing that Tang Feiyu didn't reply for a long time, she had to deal with the embarrassment by herself. Tang Feiyu's name quietly appeared on the secret bounty list. Someone specifically offered a reward for his death, but the person who posted the reward was just an unknown passerby in a certain sea area. Even people who know him are very surprised where he gets so many resources to offer rewards to others, especially the most famous boss now. He must be crazy. But in response to his friend's question, the man was speechless and could not express his pain. Not long after, the bounty seeker's profile picture went dark. But the bounty was still going on. After all, the bounty had already been paid. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 494. Chapter 166, The Moved Raft. Soon, someone noticed that the avatars of several people on the leaderboard had dimmed. At first, it didn't attract much attention. Aside from when the list was first released, not many people usually looked at it. Furthermore, with only 10 individuals or teams on the list across so many seas, many people in those seas assumed these individuals had died due to the sudden appearance of a large number of monsters. It wasn't until someone published a list of the names on the bounty list that everyone realized that in addition to those on the points list, those on the honor list had also been offered bounties. Among them, the team with the highest bounty was Tang Feiyu's team, and Tang Feiyu alone received 90% of the bounty. Lin Wanrou and several other members split the remaining 10% equally. It was obvious that they were just incidentally rewarded. This bounty list caused an uproar. Almost everyone, in their spare time, would discuss who created the bounty list and who offered the bounty to so many masters and bigwigs. After seeing the list, Yin Zijiao was so angry that she started cursing. Although she admitted that Feiyu was stronger than herself, she felt that the fact that 3 people only shared 1/10 of the bounty was a bit insulting. For a warmongering person, this was not very harmful, but it was extremely insulting. Okay, what's there to be angry about? The bounty is low and it's safe. If possible, I don't want to be on this list. Tang Feiyu hugged Yin Zijiao in his arms and comforted her. Otherwise, she would really go to the chat area and curse, which would be too eye-catching. However, Yin Zijiao didn't think so. She looked at Tang Feiyu with a look of disappointment and said, this bounty list is a recognition of your strength. It means that those who posted the bounty also agree that you are the strongest among them all. She said with pride, it's just like that anime about being a man in One Piece. Who doesn't want to increase their bounty? Tang Feiyu was stunned by what she said, not because he thought what she said made sense, but because he was shocked by the name she casually gave. When did people become men to pirates? He didn't even know that dumplings could be rotten girls. However, even though everyone on the honor roll was on the bounty list, not everyone dared to take on the mission. Most people these days were still barely making ends meet. Although almost no one is starving to death now, the cold is also a threat, not to mention the monsters that may appear and attack at any time. Many days have passed, and some people have almost used up the few warm supplies they have. If I don't get more warmth quickly, I might die before the monsters attack. Really cold, like a hard rock. On the fishing boat, Zhang Qian didn't check the chat area, so she wasn't aware of the bounty list circulating. But the other 3 people often browsed the chat and trading areas when they were bored. Wandering around the trading area is just like shopping in the old days or browsing Taobao. And many of the things there are quite magical. When they first saw the reward, they didn't take it too seriously, thinking it was a prank. There are fun people everywhere. But gradually, they found something wrong. When they opened the leaderboard, they found that more than half of the people had already died. You say that being attacked by a monster is nothing, but everyone is attacked by monsters? No one would believe it. So as Zhang Qian's knife, Lu Xiaolan ran to Zhang Qian's room as soon as possible. Bang! Because I was in a hurry, I forgot to knock on the door first and just walked in directly. Before she could say anything, Lu Xiaolan felt that there might be something wrong with her body because she just saw 2 big furry ears on Zhang Qian's head. But in the blink of an eye, it disappeared again. Looks like I need to have a good rest tonight, she muttered to herself, then remembered the purpose of her visit and quickly said, Qian, Someone is offering a reward for you. Before, Lu Xiaolan was planning to call Zhang Qian her master, but she was strongly opposed to it, and even threatened to kick her off the boat if she dared to call her that. Only then did she give up. Hearing Lu Xiaolan's words, Zhang Qian glanced at her speechlessly and said coldly, "I know, get out." Lu Xiaolan opened her mouth, wanting to remind that this bounty was very dangerous, but seeing Zhang Qian's cold gaze, she closed her mouth and retreated. After she left, a blush appeared on Zhang Qian's cold cheeks. Just a second before Lu Xiaolan knocked on the door, Zhang Qian was still clenching a small fist, placing it on her cheek, and practicing the meow punch in front of the mirror. Because he was so focused and serious, he didn't even realize someone was coming until he heard the sound of someone knocking on the door. Even if someone thinks it is a recognition of your strength, you will still feel unhappy when someone puts a bounty on your head. Not everyone is like Tang Feiyu and Zhang Qian, with only a few companions. The others on the list all have a group of subordinates, and their trading partners are spread across many seas. They also began to investigate the bounty list. But apart from finding a few small fish and shrimps, there is no way to find out who is the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, there are no monitoring equipment now. If people don't speak on the public channel, who knows how to convey the message? For a time, those who were on the list, and those who were not on the list but thought they had the ability to be on the list became suspicious, and everyone looked like a killer who had accepted the bounty and was coming to assassinate them. The prices of various skill cards and equipment also increased significantly. Among them, the prices of life-saving items were even higher, increasing by dozens of times. Although Tang Feiyu seemed not to care about the bounty on his head, he had secretly instructed Number 1 to pay attention to the display on the radar at all times. Once any creature approached within 1 kilometer, it would alert him and prepare weapons. The intelligent brain doesn't need to rest. It truly works 24 hours a day. Furthermore, other people don't know that their car has a detection radar installed, and generally, they won't take special precautions against it. Even if you are prepared, you cannot avoid it if you don't know the radar scanning band. Of course, in addition to preventive measures, improving one's own strength is a better solution. Soon, another incident occurred in the chat area, which even overshadowed the bounty list for a time. It all started when someone mentioned in the chat area, "Have you noticed that your raft has moved? How is that possible? Our rafts are frozen in the ice. Unless you break the ice and dig them out, how can we move them?" It's true. When the ice first froze, my friend's raft and I were only a few steps apart. But after a few days, I found that the distance was twice as far as before, almost 10 meters. Soon after this was said, many other people started to speak up as well. Then, more people began to recall the previous position of their rafts based on the reference objects around them. As a result, they all found that the raft did seem to have been moved. Chapter 167, Gunshots in the Rain, Additional Update. The raft, which had been fixed in place by the ice, shifted without anyone noticing, and the ice left no trace of it. This discovery horrified everyone. The bounty has nothing to do with most people, but the mysterious power that moves the raft now is closely related to everyone. Some people also claimed that not only was the raft moved, but they themselves were on the raft when they slept, but found themselves outside the raft when they woke up. For a moment, it made people who saw it even more frightened, until one of his friends scolded him. "You are not a good sleeper, just go away. If I hadn't heard and seen the noise at night, I would have been scared to death by you, you bastard. You saw me fall down and didn't wake me up. Did you want to freeze me to death so you could inherit my inheritance?" Soon, the two started arguing, and the amount of M was extremely high. But apart from this misunderstanding, no one still knows why the raft moved. Various supernatural theories emerged, and many people believed them. Several schools of thought emerged, and they began to argue with each other. And the girl with twin ponytails had a private chat with Tang Feiyu for the sake of conversation, about the mysterious displacement of the raft that was rumored in the chat area. In this regard, Tang Feiyu had never noticed this because his RV was always moving and there were no fixed reference objects around him. However, the distance between the two fixed points inexplicably grew farther, and he subconsciously speculated, could it be that the ice surface is growing, or that the entire planet is expanding? The reason why he could think of this was because he had the most intuitive feeling. That was before he graduated. A classmate of his in his freshman year had the word "Qing," love, from his girlfriend's name tattooed on his arm as a pattern. 3 years later, the wonderful university life made him drop from 120 pounds to nearly 200 pounds. The original word "Qing" also became Shaoqing. In response to this, Yin Zijiao even joked about tattooing the feather in his name on her body and called him Cici for a while. Now that I think about it, she had bad intentions towards me as early as school. Yin Zijiao, who was standing by, felt frightened by his gaze, and shrank into Lin Wanrou's arms. Tang Feiyu dismissed the girl with twin ponytails with a few words, and then began to create the enchanted magic pattern. Since you can't buy new equipment, just strengthen the existing equipment and improve your strength. It's normal to use any method. By the time they had dinner, everyone's equipment had been enchanted, and their damage and defense had been raised to a higher level. After lunch, he continued to make magic patterns, which were prepared for Zhang Qian's equipment. Because the enchantment box did not have a special ice attribute, he had to make magic patterns with water and wind attributes. After finishing it, I sent it directly to Zhang Qian. At the same time, he also reminded Zhang Qian to be careful and avoid strangers approaching her, as someone might assassinate her at any time. There is only one Zhang Qian on the leaderboard. Although this shows that she is stronger, she is more vulnerable to assassination because she has no helpers. After all, the killer won't confront you head-on. I understand, Brother Feiyu. You should also be careful. Zhang Qian didn't care much. As long as there was any moisture around, she could sense whether something was approaching. He completely forgot about the embarrassing scene that Lu Xiaolan almost caught him in not long ago. Of course, that time, besides her lack of concentration, it was also related to Lu Xiaolan's talent. But it also showed that her perception ability was not safe. However, Zhang Qian did not tell Tang Feiyu about this. The girl with twin ponytails, whose private chat was ended by Tang Feiyu, sat on her fishing boat feeling somewhat bored. She hadn't moved since she was frozen in place. Through constant trading, she had enough supplies to live comfortably until the end of her life. Although he had been robbed before, he got various weapons from Tang Feiyu, and the robbers became couriers. At this moment, she held her chin with both hands, and her white and tender hair fell to the ground from time to time. She looked at the various opinions that were still being debated in the chat area, repeated Tang Feiyu's guess, and stated that it was Tang Feiyu who discovered it. Some people have also proposed that the planet is expanding and getting bigger, but they are powerless and cannot convince others at all. Now that they have the support of the dominant figure, they have instantly suppressed other factions and are accepted by the majority of people. The purpose of the twin ponytails is very simple, which is to make Tang Feiyu famous and make him the strongest man in all aspects. Then, she can become the strongest man's woman. It's so wonderful just thinking about it. However, there was one thing she had not expected. That is, if Tang Feiyu was an unknown little person, he might be willing to accept her. And once Tang Feiyu stood above everyone else, he would never accept her. The reason is very simple. No normal man can accept that other men have a large number of photos and videos of his woman. It would be fine if no one knew me and I could do whatever I wanted secretly, but if I really reached the top, the thought of it is scary. Ever since she started this business, she has been isolated from most normal people. The current twintails don't think so much. If anyone could come to the sea area numbered 45045, they would find that there are more than 9,000 people still alive here, and their rafts are all connected together. In the very center, several people wrapped in large coats were talking in low voices. Akina-kun, how is your plan going? Don't worry. Watanabe, you should understand those people. As long as you give them a little benefit, they will risk their lives. I believe they have already started to cause chaos among themselves. That's good. Mr. Smith will send more supplies soon. Once our strength is accumulated, we may be able to dominate the world in one fell swoop. Keep a low profile, Watanabe. Just know what's going on in your mind. Be careful, there are ears out there. Yeah, I really like this phrase. You're right, keep a low profile. Huh. On the border of this sea area, there are also many people. Once they find a stranger entering, they will rush over and suppress them and take them away. A freezing rain came suddenly, and many people who were looking for supplies outside were stunned and hurriedly ran towards their rafts to shelter from the rain. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a man who was running and surrounded by several people fell to the ground. Boss, hurry, that guy is the one who shot him. But before his brothers could chase him, the killer disappeared in the rain. Cough, cough. A cough sounded, and the man who was hit by the bullet slowly got up from the ground. The pendant hanging around his neck also turned into powder. As he raised his head, he revealed a face on the list. It was Ma Jinghong, who was second on the points list and fifth on the honor list. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 328. Chapter 168, Interceptor. During the heavy rain, several masters on the list were attacked. This kind of weather was perfect for sneak attacks. But most of the sneak attacks were unsuccessful. However, some of those who were replaced after the people on the list were killed were assassinated again. As the saying goes, fortune and honor are sought in danger. As long as you can kill someone on the bounty list, the various supplies in the bounty will be enough to live well for a long time. Some people also set their sights on Tang Feiyu and Zhang Qian, but they were always on the move and it was impossible to find them. Someone saw Zhang Qian at that time, but she didn't stop. She couldn't catch up with him by just running, so she could only watch the fat sheep leave. Some people also sold Zhang Qian's direction as a bargaining chip. Although the gain was not great, why would you be dissatisfied with something you got for free? The news that the RV that appeared in the sea belonged to Tang Feiyu gradually spread, but it was really impossible to catch up. He ran much faster than Zhang Qian. As for selling the information, before the two parties had even finished discussing it, Tang Feiyu had already driven past the buyer. A day passed, and no one succeeded in stopping Tang Feiyu's car. After dinner, he arrogantly asked the three of them to change into clothes in the closet and go to the hot spring pool with him. Can you do it? Yin Zijiao looked at him doubtfully. Without the side effects of the tonic soup, and without Lin Wanrou's help in recovery, how dare you be so arrogant? I'm no longer the same person I used to be. I'll let you know what fear is later. Tang Feiyu looked at Yin Zijiao with contempt. Hey, I'll see who gets scared later. Yin Zijiao, whose fighting spirit was aroused, opened the wardrobe and took out all the clothes inside. Then she gave 2 pieces to Lin Wanrou and Li Shaoxian respectively, and she took the 3 pieces and walked towards the hot spring pool first. Li Shaoxian looked at her, then at Tang Feiyu, and followed him, but she was thinking in her heart that she would put on a show later and surrender early, so as not to embarrass Feiyu. Lin Wanrou looked at Tang Feiyu thoughtfully, wondering why he was so confident all of a sudden. Soon, she thought of the pill Tang Feiyu had taken earlier. I sighed in my heart. Zijiao is finished. It was almost noon the next day when Yin Zijiao opened her eyes, looking confused and bewildered. She had no idea what was going on. Although Tang Feiyu's main firepower was on her side, it was impossible for her to be completely powerless to fight back. Seeing Tang Feiyu coming over with lunch, she said somewhat unwillingly, "You cheated. You actually secretly ate the tonic soup." However, Tang Feiyu simply picked her up and brought her to the locker, letting her take a look at the amount of tonic soup. Except for the portion I ate for the test results, the rest are still kept in the cupboard. Yin Zijiao was stunned and turned to look at Tang Feiyu blankly. Speak more quietly next time, he said somewhat proudly. Stop messing around, you two. Eat quickly, or the food will get cold. Lin Wanrou said unhappily, looking at these two guys who seemed like they hadn't grown up. On the other side, Zhang Qian's fishing boat was stopped again. The person blocking the way was named Chen Xiao, who had the gift of azure ice. He had developed it quite well and possessed several ice-attributed skills. This was the second time he had blocked the road. The first time was early in the morning. I bought Zhang Qian's direction from the previous person and waited in the middle of the night because I knew that the other party was driving the legendary haunted fishing boat. But with the same ice talent, he can also make his vehicle move on the ice without leaving any trace, but the consumption is too great, so he usually does not move his raft. In order to intercept Zhang Qian, a large number of ice walls were set up in the direction of her advance. As long as Zhang Qian showed up to deal with the ice wall, he could complete the interception in an instant. However, a whole night passed, and there was no sign of Zhang Qian. Just when he thought he was being tricked, Zhang Qian arrived in a fishing boat, but he had already retracted several ice walls, and maintaining them required continuous exhaustion. Before he could make any more arrangements, Zhang Qian had already gone over. The remaining 2 ice walls didn't even cause the fishing boat to shake at all. A more sober person might realize the difference in ice talent between the 2 sides. But he was so angry that he thought he was broken through because of his carelessness, so he moved quickly to catch up and overtake. But after all, he was afraid of confronting the enemy head-on, so he set up obstacles and traps again, moving a long distance ahead. Finally, around noon, he saw the fishing boat coming from a distance again, and then hid in the ice, waiting for Zhang Qian to show up and deliver the fatal blow. Because of the same attributes, Zhang Qian did not sense that there was someone hiding nearby. When Lu Xiaolan saw the obstacles ahead, she immediately realized that these obstacles were abnormal and not naturally formed at all. So he jumped off the fishing boat quietly. Zhang Qian was a little surprised when she noticed that she had left the fishing boat, so she began to sense her movements. If I hadn't followed her from near the fishing boat, I would probably have lost her. This made Zhang Qian curious about Lu Xiaolan for the first time. After a few minutes, the fishing boat finally stopped in front of the obstacle. But Chen Xiao waited and waited, but Zhang Qian didn't show up. Did you hide because you knew someone was going to assassinate you? Chen Xiao secretly guessed what Zhang Qian was thinking. What he didn't realize was that above and behind him, a woman was staring at his back with a sharp weapon in her hand. Lu Xiaolan searched the area for a long time before finally seeing the assassin in the ice beneath her feet. Chen Xiao only hid his own aura, disguising himself as solid ice, which just happened to fool Zhang Qian's perception. However, This disguise couldn't hide his figure, and Lu Xiaolan saw him again. Although Zhang Qian didn't know what Lu Xiaolan was looking at, judging from her performance, there seemed to be something wrong with the ice in front. So Zhang Qian pushed out the ice in front of Lu Xiaolan without thinking. While Chen Xiao was still wondering why his gaze suddenly rose, a click sound reached his ears. The thin layer of ice used to conceal the breath shattered, and a sharp dagger stabbed towards the back. When Chen Xiao heard the sound, he knew something was wrong. Without time to look back to see what happened, he suddenly rolled on the ground and avoided the fatal blow, but his arm was also cut. Without the cover of the ice, he also appeared in Zhang Qian's perception. Chen Xiao looked back, but found nothing. He was shocked and felt that he was wrapped in a thicker layer of ice. When? There was another crash behind me. There's absolutely no breath or sound. The enemy is hiding in my blind spot. What is this? Shadow step? Cumulative, power generation, 386. Chapter 169. Is the talent broken? He was under attack from behind, but no matter how he turned around, he couldn't see anyone. Chen Xiao thought of a technique from a game in a novel. I thought to myself, so this is how it can be played? Then, he had an idea and changed the form of his skill ice wall and released it. With him as the center, a 3-meter-high cylindrical ice tube began to expand outward. Caught off guard, Lu Xiaolan was knocked out. Thank you very much. You have helped me develop a new defensive skill, which I call resisting ice wall. Chen Xiao turned around and said proudly to Lu Xiaolan, who fell to the ground. Many times, people are trapped by their inherent cognition, but once their minds are opened up, they will have all kinds of wonderful ideas. And this time his attempt did successfully break Lu Xiaolan's speed advantage. Although the consumption of this move is enough for him to release 3 or 4 normal ice walls. Back off, you are no match for him. A cold voice sounded from the side. Zhang Qian walked down from the boat step by step as if she was walking in the air. Of course, this doesn't mean that Zhang Qian can fly. If you look closely, you will find that every time she lands, a thin layer of ice will condense where she steps. It is this leverage point that allows her to walk down. As she walked step by step, the sound of ice falling could be heard behind her. Seeing this, Chen Zhao's expression froze. As a fellow ice type, he could see that Zhang Qian's control over cold energy was far beyond his reach. If I had such precise control, what I would have developed earlier should be resistance to ice rings instead of resistance to ice walls. Didn't he know that the ice ring required less fatigue? Damn it! How could she be so strong? Chen Xiao had already decided to retreat. He had made a mistake in his calculations. He had originally thought that Zhang Qian's strength was inferior to his own. In addition, he was in the dark and the other party was in the light, so he dared to launch a sneak attack. As a result, before he could make a move, he was discovered by a very fast woman. Now Zhang Qian was also ready to take action. If he didn't leave, he might die here. But when he wanted to run, he found that his legs had been frozen to the ground without him knowing when. How is this possible? He exclaimed. We both have ice-type talents, so how could you freeze me without me noticing? However, Zhang Qian did not think of answering for the enemy. Instead, she raised her hand, and countless ice cones emerged, aiming at Chen Qian, and thousands of arrows were fired in an instant. Dang, dang, click, dang. Chen Qian's ice wall blocked some ice cones, but Zhang Qian's ice cones were not ordinary ice cones. It's not that there's anything wrong with the material of her ice cone, but the structure and flying method are different. Not only does it have threads, it also has its own rotational torque. Its unparalleled penetrating power caused Chen Qian's ice wall to collapse quickly. Please spare my life. I can be your servant. Chen Qian shouted for mercy. In his heart, he thought that his chances of surviving after surrendering were very high. On the one hand, everyone was of the ice element, and on the other hand, he thought that his strength was still stronger than most people. Many people are now working in groups, and the future trend will be team-based. It will be difficult for lone wolves to survive. Moreover, Zhang Qian is not the only assassin she has to face. If she has her own help, she will be safer when facing other assassins in the future. Maybe after I save her once, I can still hug her. Why? Chen Qian looked at the hole in his chest in disbelief. Instead of receiving any answer, more ice cones pierced through his body. Although Chen Qian was not smashed into a pulp, he was not in a complete state now. Touch the corpse, Zhang Qian said to Lu Xiaolan, who was standing beside her with admiration, and then she stepped on the void and returned to the boat. Seeing Zhang Qian coming back, the two people watching the battle on the deck quickly made way. When Zhang Qian passed by them, she subconsciously shuddered. Soon, Lu Xiaolan, her hands red, also climbed up by the rope. I wanted to give her the spoils, but on second thought, I decided to wait until dinner time to show her. So he went back to the 3-person room and started washing the red off his hands. Sister Xiaolan. Tang Feiyu called softly as she looked at Lu Xiaolan, who was washing her hands. What? Why does Sister Qianqian always make the enemy look like that every time she kills someone? Isn't that a bit cruel? She's already killed them, but she still insists on. Lu Xiaolan turned around and glanced at her in surprise. Then she looked at Song Yasi, who was sitting on the bed without saying a word, and thought to herself, this silly child is protected so well. But there are some things that one has not experienced, so she may not agree with what others say. Therefore, she was too lazy to teach Tang Feiyu and just said lightly, only when you are in the abyss can you avoid being devoured by the backlash of darkness. She completely agreed with Zhang Qian's approach. After all, who knew what other cards the enemy had? Just hitting the vital points was enough? Naive. If they were going to kill, they had to grind their bones to dust to ensure they wouldn't pop up from nowhere and stab them in the back someday. After hearing what Lu Xiaolan said, Tang Feiyu was a little dazed. Song Yasi sighed, feeling that she might have done something wrong before. The fishing boat set sail again, and Zhang Qian in the room was also preparing to develop some new skills. Inspired by Lu Xiaolan and Qin Shun, she felt that the skills she had seen in the video before could be replicated. If successful, you will have more means to deal with more different situations in the future. On the other side, the RV skill effect disappeared, and its speed began to return to normal. Tang Feiyu noticed 4 red dots on the supply radar, all less than a kilometer away from him, so he called a halt to number 1. There's no need to stop if there's only one, but it would be a shame to miss all 4 boxes. After saying something to Lin Wanrou and the other 2, he jumped out with the bone sword. Soon, they arrived at the location shown by the radar. They swept away the snow on the ice under their feet and saw the wooden box frozen in the ice. He used the bone sword to cut out the box in a few seconds and kicked it towards the RV. Then, he used the same method to dig out the other boxes and kicked them all to the side of the car one by one. Back in the car, Yin Zijiao pressed down on the wooden box, and the last thin layer of ice on it evaporated instantly. 2 boxes contained some fruits and vegetables, 1 box contained some cotton clothes, and the last box contained a fragment of treasure map number 3, a crystal as clear as jade, and an ancient-looking key. After all these items were traded and amplified, everything was normal before, but the crystal and key did not change at all after the amplification, and the quantity was still the same. Is my talent broken? Tang Feiyu looked at the 2 unchanged items in his hands in surprise. Chapter 170 Talent Upgrade, Additional Update. From the very beginning, my talent has either improved the quality of items or increased their quantity, but this is the first time that neither the quality nor the quantity has changed. Moreover, they appeared to be 2 different items, but the information about these 2 items did not indicate that they were unique. This made Tang Feiyu start to doubt whether there was something wrong with his talent. He quickly asked Lin Wanrou to buy a piece of wood from the trading area and hand it to him. Looking at the dragon subduing wood in his hand, Tang Feiyu was a little confused. There was nothing wrong with his talent. But after taking a closer look at the information about the dragon subduing wood, I found something wrong. In addition to reducing the probability of being attacked by sea monsters, there is also an additional entry below, Qinxiang. Refreshing fragrance. Emits a soothing fragrance that helps you sleep well. When I smelled it, there was indeed a light scent, fragrant but not greasy, and it made me feel refreshed. Tang Feiyu opened his personal panel and clicked on the talent column. Only then did he finally confirm that his talent had been improved unknowingly. Talent. Harvest. Can multiply the traded materials by 100 times, and the amplified materials will randomly generate an entry. It is still a 100-fold increase, but there is one more entry. It is equivalent to enchanting at the same time as amplifying, but the enchantment effect is random and uncontrollable. But it's better than nothing, so why would you need a bicycle? After informing the 3 of them of the changes in their talents, they were very happy. Yin Zijiao even wanted to buy more things to enhance them and see what entries would appear. She really likes the entries. At night, just as Tang Feiyu was about to go to the hot spring pool to take a bath, number 1's voice suddenly rang out from the smart device he had just removed. Master, the target fishing boat has been found. Tang Feiyu paused, put his coat back on, then picked up the device and asked, how far is it? The target is 2 kilometers away and the opponent is standing still. Upon hearing this, Tang Feiyu ordered number 1 to drive over immediately. It only took 2 minutes to cover a distance of 2 kilometers. Before the car even stopped, Tang Feiyu pushed open the door and jumped out. Then he looked at the fishing boat in front of him, pushed hard on the ice, and suddenly jumped up. In the room, Zhang Qian, who was still developing new skills, was suddenly stunned and opened her eyes in surprise. He first patted his cheeks with both hands, then confirmed that his perception was correct, and then jumped out of the bed with a look of surprise. Just as he was about to go out, he stopped, picked up the mirror on the bedside, and began to check whether his current condition was perfect. Just as Tang Feiyu flew onto the deck and Zhang Qian was dressing herself up, Lu Xiaolan, who was patrolling secretly, also came up behind Tang Feiyu. She thought that another fearless assassin was coming. For such a person, there was no need to bother Zhang Qian anymore. She could just get rid of him herself. Otherwise, what value would she have? Behind the master, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded, and Tang Feiyu pounced forward while stretching his legs and kicking backwards. Although Lu Xiaolan dodged the kick, she also lost the best opportunity to pursue. Unexpectedly, he would be attacked on Zhang Qian's fishing boat. Tang Feiyu did not bring any weapons when he came up. Looking at the woman in front of him with murderous eyes, he could only adopt a free fighting stance. Lu Xiaolan held the dagger in reverse and rushed over suddenly. Her speed surprised Tang Feiyu. It seemed that her speed was even faster than her own. He barely dodged the dagger by leaning sideways, and then tried to grab it from the side. However, Lu Xiaolan twisted her waist to avoid his hand, and then raised her knee to attack his vital points. Tang Feiyu was so frightened that he quickly reached out to block it. Just when Lu Xiaolan seized the opportunity to continue attacking with the dagger in her hand, there was a sudden click, and her whole body turned into an ice sculpture. Tang Feiyu, who had no time to retract his hand, hit her with an elbow and knocked her away. Ding, ding, ding. The ice sculpture bounced twice on the deck before coming to rest. Lu Xiaolan couldn't understand why Zhang Qian restricted her actions. Was it because her skill was aimed at the wrong target? Then she saw the cabin door open, and a shadow that seemed faster than her own rushed out. Brother Feiyu. Zhang Qian wrapped her legs around Tang Feiyu's waist in an unruly manner, holding him tightly with both hands. What's going on? Lu Xiaolan was so shocked that she almost broke free and jumped up. When had she ever seen Zhang Qian so excited? Hey, come down quickly. You're making a fool of yourself. Tang Feiyu reached out and tapped her forehead and said with a smile. Zhang Qian reluctantly slid down from him and then asked in surprise, Brother Feiyu, how did you get here? Where is your fishing boat? While she was speaking, she looked around and did not see any other fishing boats. Tang Feiyu pulled her to the side of the ship and pointed at the RV below. Zhang Qian had not been told about the transformation device, and this was the first time she had seen it. Zhang Qian thought that he had driven here alone to find her on purpose. After all, none of the people on his side could make the fishing boat run on the ice. So he said, Brother Feiyu, rest here for one night, and we'll go back together tomorrow. No need, that's my fishing boat. Your mother is still waiting for you on the boat, but she doesn't know yet. Let's go over and give her a surprise. Tang Feiyu said with a wicked smile. He hadn't told Lin Wanrou and the other two about his visit to Zhang Qian. They had probably just finished soaking in the hot springs and were probably still wondering why he hadn't gone over. Is this your fishing boat? How impressive, Zhang Qian said in shock. Although she didn't know what was so impressive, she just wanted to praise it. Then, Lu Xiaolan watched Zhang Qian and the man jump off the boat. Fortunately, after Zhang Qian left, the ice on her body automatically disintegrated, so she didn't have to lie there in the cold wind. Arriving at the car, Tang Feiyu pointed to the middle door and said, Go in. Brother Feiyu isn't coming with us? No need. Tang Feiyu said awkwardly. Without Zhang Qian, I would have gone in without asking, but with Zhang Qian around, it became inconvenient. So far, he was not clear about Zhang Qian's plan, let alone that Lin Wanrou had already agreed. To Tang Feiyu, Zhang Qian is Lin Wanrou's daughter, his own sister. Daughter. In short, there is no such relationship. Okay, I'll go see Sister Wanrou first, Zhang Qian said with a smile, then opened the car door and walked in. Tang Feiyu was a little surprised by Zhang Qian's address. They were all fine the last time they met. So what happened? Although some children and their parents had a friendly relationship, wasn't it a bit inappropriate to call her sister directly? Zhang Qian was shocked when she entered the car. From the outside, the caravan looked only 2 or 3 meters wide, but when she got inside, she was surprised to find that it was not only 20 or 30 square meters, but also had a large steaming hot spring pool. Why hasn't Feiyu come over yet? Is he scared? Yin Zijiao said arrogantly while soaking in the bath. Cumulative Power Generation 17. Chapter 171. Unfamiliarity with Technology. Lin Wanrou and Li Shaoxian looked at the arrogant Yin Zijiao. Although they didn't say anything, they saw a few big words in each other's eyes, both naive and playful. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening was heard, and the originally arrogant Yin Zijiao slowly slid her body into the hot spring, leaving only the area above her mouth exposed. When Lin Wanrou turned around, she saw that the person who pushed the door open was not Tang Feiyu, but Zhang Qian, whom she had been thinking about. She was so surprised that she forgot to speak. Li Shaoxian also saw Zhang Qian coming in. Although he had only met her in the secret realm, he was aware of her identity and said with a smile, "Qian, why are you here?" Hearing this, Yin Zijiao floated up from the water again, turned around, and said seriously, "Qian, come here quickly. Let Annie take a good look at you." She had already known Zhang Qian's plan from Lin Wanrou, and was now saying this deliberately in order to take advantage of her. After closing the door, Zhang Qian walked to the sink and threw her clothes into the basket beside her. Then she slowly walked into the hot spring and sat next to Lin Wanrou. In the past, when life was normal, she often followed Lin Wanrou to the public bathhouse to take a sauna, so she didn't feel embarrassed at all. "Qian, why are you here suddenly?" Lin Wanrou finally came to her senses and asked, holding her hand. She originally had to wait 2 days to see Zhang Qian. It was unclear, but in order to meet her earlier, Zhang Qian had woken up early and started sailing at full speed. That was why they met earlier. "Brother Feiyu came to pick me up." Zhang Qian leaned on Lin Wanrou. "Why didn't Feiyu come in?" Yin Zijiao looked at the closed door and asked in confusion. After hearing her words, before Zhang Qian could answer, Li Shaoxian spoke first. "Isn't it inappropriate for Feiyu to come in now? I don't know more about the situation. After all, the relationship in the secret realm is not that familiar." After hearing her words, Yin Zijiao and Lin Wanrou looked at each other, smiled evilly, and whispered to Li Shaoxian's ear the whole story. "Ah." Li Shaoxian looked at Zhang Qian in confusion, then at Lin Wanrou. Zhang Qian acted nonchalant, as if she wasn't about to do anything shameful. Lin Wanrou, on the other hand, blushed at her gaze and, somewhat embarrassed and angry, splashed the water in the pool over. "If that's the case, why didn't Feiyu come in?" Knowing the relationship between the few people, Li Shaoxian also asked in confusion. "Maybe Brother Feiyu hasn't realized it yet." Zhang Qian pouted a little dissatisfiedly. She felt that she had always been quite obvious. Lin Wanrou, who was standing next to her, felt mixed emotions, both relieved and confused. She was relieved because Feiyu took her feelings into consideration. If she and Zhang Qian had nothing to do with each other, Feiyu would probably have followed suit even if she hadn't said it yet. The strange thing is that she couldn't explain what she was thinking. But now that things have come to this, as long as the child likes it, it's fine. Because Tang Feiyu didn't come in, they stayed in the bath for a normal amount of time this time, and came out after only about 20 minutes. But there was a problem. Zhang Qian had come so suddenly that she didn't bring any change of clothes. Although the 2 pieces of clothing she took off were a tribute equipment and wouldn't get dirty as easily as ordinary clothes, wearing unwashed clothes after taking a shower always felt wrong. And it's okay to wear outer clothes, but what about the inner clothes? "Let Qian wear this of mine," Yin Zijiao said. Then, he handed his pajamas to Zhang Qian, wrapped himself in fish skin that he had not used for several days, and ran straight back to the bedroom. Seeing this, Zhang Qian no longer refused and put on the nightgown, and then she was embarrassed by her current appearance. And there is only this layer, and she is not wearing anything close-fitting underneath, so it is very mysterious and looming. Originally, Lin Wanrou planned to let Zhang Qian go by herself and go to another bedroom to rest to avoid embarrassment. But thinking that Tang Feiyu was too strong now, and worried that Zhang Qian might not be able to handle it, she decided to go together. Tang Feiyu, who was watching a movie, didn't turn around when he heard the door open, because he could already smell the scent of Yin Zijiao. As soon as she came in, she threw herself on Tang Feiyu's back. "Qian, have you made the arrangements? I'll go take a shower first." Tang Feiyu picked up the little cutie on his back, kissed him, and put him on the bed. Then he opened the door and walked out. As soon as he left the house, he ran into Lin Wanrou and the other 2 returning. He immediately noticed that Zhang Qian had changed her clothes. "If I remember correctly, it should be the pajamas that Yin Zijiao picked out earlier? Is this what you said is arranged?" He really wanted to go back and ask about the situation. But now it seems that Zhang Qian wants to sleep with Lin Wanrou and talk to her in private. After all, they haven't seen each other for a long time, and private chatting is different from face-to-face chatting. He nodded to the 3 of them and walked into the hot spring cabin. The 3 people were left looking at each other in silence. Zhang Qian gritted her teeth, turned around, and followed. Seeing this, Li Shaoxian looked at Lin Wanrou, who was still standing there, and said, "Don't you want to go and take a look?" "Forget it, Feiyu knows his limits." Then he opened the door and entered the bedroom cabin. In the hot spring cabin, Tang Feiyu leaned against the edge of the pool, soaking in the water and closing his eyes to rest. He had already planned to sleep in the back bedroom that night. After Zhang Qian and Lin Wanrou finished chatting, he would send her to the back bedroom by herself, and he could hold her in his arms again. When he heard the door opening behind him, he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that it was Yin Zijiao coming to find him. But after the other person got into the water and kissed her clumsily, she realized something was wrong. When I opened my eyes, I saw Zhang Qian with a red face and eyes closed. He pushed her away suddenly. Qian, why is it you? Brother Feiyu, I like you. Zhang Qian went straight to the point. Tang Feiyu was stunned when he heard this and asked, what? Being held by Zhang Qian, he couldn't run away. He was afraid of hurting her if he struggled hard, so he quickly sent a private message to Lin Wanrou, asking her to come to the rescue and take Zhang Qian away. I have no objection to Qian's matter. Lin Wanrou sent a message, and then there was no further movement. The orioles chirp like falling pearls, and the girl sings softly with the feeling of spring. Cumulative, power generation, quantity 396. Chapter 172, Amplifying Zhang Qian's Supplies. Clingy, even clingier than Yin Zijiao. This is how Tang Feiyu feels about Zhang Qian now. Early in the morning, before he even opened his eyes, he felt number 5 approaching him. Although her physical attributes are the lowest among the few people, her energy is the highest. On the other hand, it makes up for the problem of lack of physical strength, because she recovers quickly, almost catching up with 2/3 of Lin Wanrou's speed. This is something that neither Yin Zijiao nor Li Shaoxian can compare to. Tang Feiyu woke up at around 6 in the morning, but didn't get out of bed until around 9:30. He thanked the twin ponytails again in his heart. Then I remembered that there was an empty fishing boat outside. It would be a tragedy if someone else stole my house. If Zhang Qian hadn't thought of this, she wouldn't have gotten up. After washing up, Tang Feiyu took Zhang Qian out of the RV and looked at the fishing boat in front of them and said, Qian, this boat belongs to that person, right? There is a raft hanging behind the fishing boat, which should be Zhang Qian's original base. Well, Brother Feiyu, what do you want to do with this fishing boat? Zhang Qian said with a sweet smile. Her original plan was to let Tang Feiyu disassemble it, and then use the materials to upgrade his fishing boat. But now it seems that he has other plans. You can replace the raft with this fishing boat, and then dismantle the raft. Tang Feiyu said after pondering for a moment. If you already have a fishing boat, there's no need to upgrade the raft, and you can save a lot of upgrade materials. After all, when the fishing boat is disassembled, there will only be one fishing boat core, which will waste a lot of materials. I'll listen to Brother Feiyu. Zhang Qian had no idea of her own. She had originally planned to walk up by herself, but Tang Feiyu just held her up and jumped up. Although the high-quality feathers in the clothes cannot propel the two people into flight, they can still reduce gravity and increase the height of the bounce. In the cabin of the fishing boat, Song Yasi and Lu Xiaolan also learned from them that Zhang Qian had left with a man at night. They guessed that it must be the person Zhang Qian had been in contact with before. I was having breakfast in the morning when I heard the sound of footsteps outside. I looked at each other and was about to get up when I saw the cabin door was opened. Tang Feiyu was stunned when he saw that there were 3 people inside. He originally thought that there was only the person who attacked him last night. Zhang Qian briefly introduced both parties, then pulled Tang Feiyu to the stern, began to disconnect from the raft, and retied it to the fishing boat. Then he reached out and dismantled the raft behind him. Afterwards, he took Tang Feiyu back to the cabin, packed up all the collected supplies, and traded them to Tang Feiyu. Then he said a few words to Lu Xiaolan and the other 2, and followed Tang Feiyu back to the RV. That seems to be Tang Feiyu on the list, right? After the 2 left, Tang Shiyun said as she opened the honor list. I compared the avatars on the list and confirmed their identities. After hearing her words, Song Yasi and Lu Xiaolan quickly opened the list and took a look. Back in the RV, Tang Feiyu began to collect supplies. Ice Crystal Peach. Increases fatigue recovery speed by 300% for 30 seconds. Ice Immunity. Immune to 50% ice-based damage. 36. Magma Dragon Fruit. Increases fire damage by 100% and increases fire skill damage by 200% for 30 seconds. Rampage. Increases damage by 50%. 44. Schrodinger's Papaya. Increases the chance of 1 cup. 50-50. Increases the chance of effectiveness to 50%. 12. 7 Walnuts. Increases stamina by 30 points. Lasts for 1 minute. Wisdom. Increases stamina by an additional 30%. There are more than 20 kinds of fruits and dried fruits, all of which Zhang Qian usually buys. Under the influence of Tang Feiyu's talent, they are no longer ordinary food. They are all amplified into fruits and vegetables with special effects, and entries appear, making the effects even better. Although Zhang Qian knew that Tang Feiyu could make various materials more numerous and better, she didn't know that he could make them so good that they even had attributes. Especially Schrodinger's Papaya. As soon as Zhang Qian saw the message, tears couldn't help but flow from the corners of her mouth. This thing is too important to her. While Tang Feiyu was still retrieving other supplies, she picked up a papaya, peeled it, and started eating it. But unfortunately, I was unlucky. I ate 3 papayas in a row, but instead of the small cup turning into a medium cup, my stomach became bloated. Rubbing her belly and pouting, Zhang Qian sat next to him with a sullen look on her face. More and more items were extracted, each with its own entry effects, and Lin Wanrou and the other 2 also began to put them into the locker. Skill card, split arrow, shoots an energy arrow that splits into 10 smaller energy arrows in midair. Energy saving. The damage of the split energy arrows remains unchanged. Holding the skill card, Tang Feiyu looked at Zhang Qian. This skill was very suitable for Li Shaoxian, but after all, it was Zhang Qian's item, so it was not appropriate to give it away without her consent. Seeing him looking at her, Zhang Qian waved her hand and said, "Give it to Sister Shaoxian." To her, the things belonged to Tang Feiyu, and he could do whatever he wanted with them. Now that he was asking her what she thought, she felt very happy. There were 2 more skill cards after that, but none of them were suitable, so they were put into the locker first. There was one piece of equipment, which was the top that Tang Feiyu gave to Zhang Qian at the beginning. After she got the suit, she replaced it. Because it had been amplified before, it was not amplified again during this extraction and was directly put on the trading area. It was designated to be exchanged for other equipment. After putting everything in the locker, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Lin Wanrou also started preparing lunch. "Don't bother. I've already asked someone to prepare lunch." Zhang Qian stopped Lin Wanrou and sent a message. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Song Yasi and the other 2 brought in lunch, carrying several simple baskets. Zhang Qian introduced the 3 of them to Lin Wanrou and others, and then asked them to stay for dinner. Seeing this, in addition to Tang Feiyu and Zhang Qian, there were 3 other top beauties. Tang Shiyun and Song Yasi were a little nervous. After thinking about it, they refused and prepared to go back to the boat to eat. Seeing this, Lu Xiaolan followed them back. "Come and try it. This is a skill passed down from the imperial chef," Zhang Qian introduced. Upon hearing this, Tang Feiyu and the others picked up the dishes in surprise and put them in their mouths, and immediately a satisfied expression appeared on their faces. Zhang Qian also briefly talked about how she rescued Song Yasi and the other person. Tang Feiyu sighed as he ate. This can be considered as good deeds being rewarded. After eating and drinking, Lin Wanrou suddenly took out a card from the locker. This was the linkage card she had obtained before, which had the effect of making the talents of 2 people produce a linked effect. They had tried it before, but it didn't work. Now that Zhang Qian was here, they took it out and let her try it. Chapter 173, Ice Emperor's Claws, added. After taking the link card, Zhang Qian's first link target was naturally Tang Feiyu, but the card did not react at all. The second choice was Lin Wanrou, but there was also no movement. Just when a few people were disappointed and thought that she could not be used, she unexpectedly formed a bond with Yin Zijiao, who was the least likely to have a linkage effect. The card turned into a ball of light, and then split into 2. Half of it went into Zhang Qian's eyebrows, and the other half went into Yin Zijiao's eyebrows. It also left a blue and white snowflake mark and a fiery red flame pattern on their foreheads respectively. The 2 people who had originally closed their eyes opened their eyes at the same time, and a linked skill appeared on their panels, Ice and Fire Dance. The specific form of the skill is still unclear and needs to be tested later. In addition, one of them has a lower skill temperature and the other has a higher skill temperature. It can also be considered as a direct enhancement of strength. Tang Feiyu and the other 2 looked at the calm Yin Zijiao in surprise. Given her current personality, once she acquired a new skill, she would probably want to test it out immediately. Now a minute has passed, and no one has mentioned it. Zhang Qian's originally stern face softened a little now. Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou didn't notice it because Zhang Qian's attitude towards them was the same as before. But for Li Shaoxian, who was not very familiar with her, the feeling was very obvious. If Zhang Qian gave her the impression of a cold girl when they first met yesterday, then now, she didn't seem cold at all. She knew that this change wasn't due to the shared plug. It was clearly caused by using the link card. "Brother Feiyu, didn't you say that we can summon a boss? Since we have nothing to do now, why don't we fight the boss for fun?" Zhang Qian suddenly suggested. If other people heard this, they would probably cry. The monsters they tried to avoid were just toys to kill time for Zhang Qian. "All right, just treat it as an exercise after dinner. Get ready, I'll go out and summon." As he said that, Tang Feiyu took out 5 synthesized treasure maps from the locker. Lin Wanrou and others also followed out with their weapons. When Tang Feiyu used a treasure map to start summoning, Zhang Qian also returned to the fishing boat to remind Lu Xiaolan and the other 2. Although the location Tang Feiyu summoned was still a little far from the fishing boat, If a real fight broke out and he was not prepared, he might still be affected. If he was caught off guard, he might fall and get injured. When they saw Zhang Qian, Lu Xiaolan, and the other two again, the feeling became even more obvious. After she went down, Tang Feiyu looked at her sister in surprise and asked, "Why do I feel that Sister Qian is different from before? Maybe this is the power of love," Song Yasi said with some emotion. If Zhang Qian before gave them the feeling of solid ice, then now she is warm water. Is that so? I wonder if I will have the chance to taste the sweetness of love, Tang Feiyu said with some longing. Song Yasi and Lu Xiaolan looked at her and didn't respond. Although they are twins and their ages differ by only a few minutes, Song Yasi had a childhood sweetheart who was less than a lover. Unfortunately, they lost contact when they started trying to survive. Tang Feiyu didn't even have a vague feeling for him. After all, they were only childhood sweethearts, and she felt too familiar with him to have any connection. Half an hour later, a giant beast about 8 or 9 meters tall came running from a distance. Name: Ice Emperor Terror Claw, rare. Age: 99. Talent: Tear, sharp claws that can easily tear apart any defense. Physical strength: 175. Strength: 399. Speed: 130. Energy: 310. Hunger level: 60%. If below 50%, the aggression is doubled. Fatigue: 90%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills: Ice World, Ice Roar, Ice Emperor Pressure, Terror Claw Strike, Death Whale. Features: the meat is delicious and juicy. Eating it can increase resistance to ice attributes. There is a small chance of comprehending ice attribute skills, and a high probability of mutations in the hands. This summoned boss is much stronger than 3 of the 5 summoned in the previous area. Although the legs look short due to the overall proportions, they are still nearly 2 meters long, so when they are running, they are not slow. The number 1 intelligent computer was ready to open fire immediately, but this was a toy summoned for Zhang Qian, so Tang Feiyu stopped it. Zhang Qian, dressed in a white JK outfit, took a step forward, with cold air surging from her body. On the ice in front of her, an icy palm that was almost as tall as the boss rose from the ground and slapped directly over. Bang! Caught off guard, the boss was knocked to the ground. Although it roared angrily, it looked like it was not hurt at all. That body of fat is not just for looks, plus the feathers on the body that look like skin absorb the force, so if 100 points of damage hits the body, it would be good if it can get 10 points. Compared to the average Devil's Claw, this creature's head weakness also disappeared. Zhang Qian's invincible frost grip skill didn't achieve the desired results. However, although the damage is not good, it is still good as a control. The boss just stood up and was knocked down again. On the deck of the fishing boat, Lu Xiaolan and the other two were stunned. I have seen a few Deinonychus of this size before, but those were high-level, top-quality ones, and were completely incomparable to the current boss. Although her hot temper was offset a lot by the talent linkage, Yin Zijiao was still a little excited at this time. Seeing the boss being knocked down again, the sword in her hand suddenly burst into flames. Then she flew high up and came to a distance of more than 10 meters above the boss. Then she canceled the flying effect of the advanced feathers and began to fall headfirst. Falling Phoenix Slash. With a bang, a circle of flames spread outward from the boss's fat belly. Yin Zijiao also took advantage of the rebound force, turned over, and landed steadily on the ground. The 3 people on the deck were dumbfounded again. They originally thought that it was a rare sight to have a Zhang Qian, but they didn't expect that there would be a master now. In terms of skill damage, it is hard to tell who is stronger and who is weaker on the boss, but the sound effect is not weaker than Zhang Qian. The feathers on the boss's belly had become brittle due to the heat. Zhang Qian seized the opportunity and stabbed that spot with several thick spiral ice cones. With a thud, the ice spike sank halfway into the body, a good half-meter long. But compared to the boss's size, it was still nothing, and it might not have even pierced the fat layer. Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou had no intention of taking action, but Li Shaoxian took out a bow and arrow, and was about to shoot when Tang Feiyu stopped her. Cumulative, Generation, Quantity, 319. Chapter 170 for the third boss, Sea Wing Owl. Let them play, if you want to wait for the next one. Hearing this, Li Shaoxian shook her head. If possible, she would rather not have to face monsters. She is not a battle maniac. After battling for over 10 minutes, the boss was covered in wounds, but both of them were also exhausted. It was really because the boss's defense was a bit outrageous. Unlike the hard defense of the turtle summoned before, this boss's fat and fur are soft, elastic, and resilient. Zhang Qian and Yin Zijiao exchanged a glance, and without much talk, they understood each other's thoughts. Then, they both shouted at the same time. Linked skill. ice and fire dance. A large number of ice blades and flaming swords spun rapidly like a tornado. Even the people watching nearby had to struggle to resist the powerful suction. Zhang Qian's fishing boats were slowly pulled closer by the suction force, but the RV, which looked smaller, stood still like a mountain. A tornado of ice and fire surrounded the boss, blocking the view outside, and only the faint roar of pain could be heard. Anyone who has studied physics knows that it is difficult to cut meat vertically. It requires a lot of strength, and the knife must be sharp. But when you stab it at an angle, it becomes very easy. The current situation is similar to cutting meat. The rotating ice and fire pass through the boss's body in different places, taking away pieces of flesh and blood. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was cut into pieces or executed by slow slicing. When the skill ended, the boss also lost weight successfully. His body size shrunk by more than half, with almost invisible meat hanging on his huge skeleton, and half of his internal organs were gone. With a bang, the boss fell to the ground, already dead. This skill is too abnormal, Yin Zijiao said while panting, while supporting herself on the ground with her sword. It was very powerful, but also consumed a lot of energy. One skill directly consumed half of her fatigue. Adding to the previous consumption, her fatigue value was only about 19% at this time. Zhang Qian was in a similar situation, but because she had been casting spells remotely, she didn't look very tired. Searching the corpse, Tang Feiyu said, then flashed to the boss's corpse and took out a box from it. Then, Number 1 drove the RV over to complete the decomposition of the body. The remaining meat was thrown into the recycling bin. The bones were piled together, and the bone sword was inserted upwards. Then he looked at the two of them and asked, "Are you still playing?" Zhang Qian, who was recovering from eating, shook her head repeatedly. Yin Zijiao, who was not as belligerent as before, also shook her head. They didn't want to fight anymore, but Tang Feiyu still used another treasure map. Each sea area can summon 5 bosses, and the items they drop are of much higher quality than ordinary monsters. By the time the second Dinaclaw boss arrived at the scene, Zhang Qian and Yin Zijiao had almost recovered, but they had no plans to attack again. Number 1, fire. The boss was still about a kilometer away, and Tang Feiyu gave orders to the smart device on his wrist. As soon as the voice fell, 2 cannon barrels extended from the top of the RV, and then boom, boom, boom. 2 minutes later, Tang Feiyu ran 800 meters away to touch the corpse again, and then asked Number 1 to drive the car over to complete the decomposition and recovery. Well, that's a cannon, right? Why does he have such a powerful weapon? Tang Shiyun stared blankly at the RV in the distance and asked in confusion. Song Yasi and Lu Xiaolan next to them were also unable to give an answer. Especially Lu Xiaolan, who originally thought that she was stronger than many people, but now after seeing these 2 battles, she feels that if she goes up, she may not be able to last even 10 seconds. Not long after, the 3rd boss was summoned, a completely new species. Name, Seawing Owl, rare. Age, 103. Talent, airspace, speed attribute increased by 500% in the air. Stamina, 210. Strength, 299. Speed, 425. Energy, 323. Hunger level, 45%. Aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue, 76%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills, Sea Breeze Barrier, Abyss Dive, Hurricane Dance, Cold Current Summoning, Phantom Escape. Characteristics, the meat is rather tough and has an average taste. After eating it, there is a chance of mastering gliding, a small chance of learning to fly, and a high chance of physical mutation. The huge wingspan that blocked out the sun from afar had a stronger visual impact. After checking the attribute panel, the boss had already moved from 1,000 meters away to within 100 meters. The well-prepared Number 1 intelligent computer immediately calculated the opponent's flight path, and flames spurted out of the gun barrel. Bah! The boss rushed out from the smoke of the explosion, looking like he was completely unharmed. It pecked at the RV, looking like it was using its abyss dive skill. With a dull thud, the ice beneath the RV seemed to crack, but the RV itself was fine. It can't be said that nothing happened. The defense points of the immovable spirit turtle formation were directly cleared to 0, and only half of the 50,000 solid points of the RV itself were left. Another time would definitely be a letdown. But Tang Feiyu would not give it this chance. If ordinary artillery could not kill it, then he would increase the risk. He jumped onto the roof of the car and put his hand on the barrel of the artillery. The incendiary bomb skill lit up, and then a scarlet shell caught up with the flying figure and caused a violent explosion. Cry! The boss screamed, his body began to shake, and his flying speed was also slower than before. Boom, boom. 2 more recharged shells hit the boss, and he finally couldn't maintain his flight and fell down staggeringly. As soon as it landed, its speed dropped to less than 100 points. Soon, it was killed by the artillery shells. Although he could still summon 2 bosses, Tang Feiyu thought of the sea beast that inexplicably attacked him in the previous sea area, and guessed that the big boss would appear after all the small bosses in the area were killed. After thinking about it, I decided to kill these 3 first and kill the rest in 2 days. Now the most important thing is to open the box. 3 golden boxes were placed in front of her, and Zhang Qian, who was eager to try, opened the first one first. After hearing Tang Feiyu's words, Zhang Qian first kissed him, then rubbed her hands and opened the box. Advanced feathers, 30 pieces, high-speed pills, 9 pieces, tail feathers, 3 pieces, eagle eye potion, 1 bottle. After taking out the 4 items, the gold box was decomposed again into wooden blocks and 100 G of gold. Subsequently, the transaction increase was completed. Advanced feather. Each feather can carry a 20-pound object and float at a speed of 3 meters per second. Glide. Increase flight speed by 30%, 500 feathers. Premium feathers. Each feather can carry a 50-gene object afloat at a speed of 9 meters per second. Lightweight. When flying, the weight is reduced by 50%, and the flying speed is increased by 80%, 25 pieces. Speed pill. Increases speed by 10 points. The first pill is effective. Afterimage. When moving at full speed, afterimages appear. The faster the speed, the more realistic the afterimages are, and the more attractive they are to monsters. 9. Cumulative power generation. 388. Chapter 175, The Ignited Fuse. Wind feather. Material for refining special weapons. Xuanfeng. Finished weapons mixed with wind feathers trigger the Xuanfeng special effect when attacking, increasing attack speed and penetration by 30%. 3. Critical hit potion. After use, gain a 30-minute critical hit effect, with each attack dealing triple the critical hit damage. Rejuvenation. Killing an enemy while in critical hit mode restores 20% of the damage consumed. Tang Feiyu gave everyone a speed pill. This thing is useless if you eat too much. Then, he handed the wind feather to Li Shaoxian and asked her to refine it into the swordfish kiss arrow. Then each person is allocated high-quality feathers according to their weight, and the high-quality feathers previously collected are put up for trading. Because Zhang Qian had not yet sewn the pocket for the feathers on her clothes, she could only look at Lin Wanrou helplessly. She really doesn't know how to sew. Then, open the other 2 boxes. After the amplification process was complete, new items appeared. A fishing boat capsule, a random passive talent card, some potions, and a fishing boat upgrade order. The fishing boat capsule was given to Zhang Qian, and she was given 3 speed pills to give to her 3 subordinates. Those who could be brought by Zhang Qian's side were probably trustworthy. Then he handed the talent card to Li Shaoxian, and without waiting for her to refuse, he took her hand and broke it. Passive talent. Hunting. Hunting. When an enemy is within a kilometer in front of you, your strength and speed attributes increase by 30%, with an additional 5% increase for every 100 meters closer. When the enemy faces away from you, your attacks have a chance to stun them. On the other side, Zhang Qian, holding the fishing boat capsule and the speed pill, happily opened the door and ran out. She returned to the fishing boat, pressed the capsule against the wall, and then called 3 people over, giving each of them a pill. After they finished eating, he let them get off the boat first and then pressed the button. The large fishing boat disappeared out of thin air, and a capsule-sized fishing boat appeared in Zhang Qian's palm. The 3 of them were bewildered, wondering why the fishing boat had disappeared. Where would they live from now on? Could it be that Zhang Qian had decided to disband the 4-person team after finding a boyfriend? But then I thought about it, and it didn't make sense. How could you disband a team and then give them a top-grade elixir that increases their attributes? Come with me. Zhang Qian guessed what they were thinking as soon as she saw their expressions. After hearing Zhang Qian's words, Lu Xiaolan took the lead and followed. Song Yassi's cheeks inexplicably turned red. She remembered the possibility that her sister had guessed before. Sister, why are you in a daze? Come here. Halfway through the walk, Tang Shiyun realized that her sister was still standing there without moving, so she shouted. In the RV. Brother Feiyu, can I let the 3 of them move in as well? Zhang Qian asked, shaking Tang Feiyu's hand. The main reason was that the fishing boat couldn't move without her. But she was unwilling to leave the RV and return to the fishing boat. Since we could put the fishing boat away now, we decided to let Lu Xiaolan and the other 2 live in the car. There was a bedroom in the back anyway, and it would be convenient for meals. There was no need to wait for Song Yassi and the others to deliver the food from the boat. The food would have gotten cold on the way, affecting the taste. Tang Feiyu first looked at Lin Wanrou and the others, and then nodded in agreement when he saw that they had no objection. Afterwards, Zhang Qian led the three of them to visit the kitchen cabin and the bedroom at the back. This would be their area of activity from now on. Tang Feiyu gave the order to number 1 to advance towards Zhang Jinyu's number 00573C area. Zhang Qian naturally wanted to fulfill her promise to Li Shaoxian and help her get revenge. He originally wondered if Zhang Jinyu had moved, but he found that he was still in the original C area and had not left. Time passed as the RV moved. In the bedroom, Tang Feiyu and a few others were playing landlord, the kind played with cards. Zhang Qian did not participate directly. Rather than playing cards, she preferred to nestle in Tang Feiyu's arms and give him instructions. What they didn't realize was that inside the RV, 2 invisible electromagnetic waves were also communicating with each other. If they opened the laptop screen at this time, they would find that the computer's intelligent assistant Inan was hiding behind a folder with blushing cheeks, with only a small tuft of white hair showing. The one who can communicate with her is naturally the intelligent brain number 1 located in the cab. Compared to Inan, his intelligence level is lower and he cannot understand what emotions are, but emotions are necessary for upgrading his intelligent brain. So, after connecting to the network provided by Inan, he began to collect all kinds of cheesy love words from the entire internet. Although Inan can find these things by herself, the feeling of hearing others say it and seeing it with her own eyes is still very different. In the hot spring pool, Lu Xiaolan and the other 2 were soaking in it comfortably. Before, on the fishing boat, although they could take a bath, the place was too small and it was not very comfortable at all. But it's different now. It feels like we've returned to modern society. With a towel rolled up into a hat and put on her head, Lu Xiaolan leaned against the pool wall in a daze, while Song Yasi and Tang Shiyun were whispering. Although the sound was not loud, Lu Xiaolan could still hear some of it in such a small space. Then he looked at the 2 sisters with a strange expression. He didn't know what kind of illusion they had that made them think that Tang Feiyu was interested in the 3 of them, even though he already had those beauties. Putting aside their own situation, the 2 of them are considered beauties among most people, but they are completely incomparable to Zhang Qian and the others. Each of them has a temperament far beyond that of ordinary people. The transformation from a fishing boat to an RV has improved one aspect. That is the sound insulation. Because the cabin now uses space black technology, it looks like just a wall, but it is not an ordinary wall like before. In the bedroom cabin, as the card game became more intense, the temperature in the room rose a little. Tang Feiyu held the tail and asked, "What kind of meat did you eat to mutate? You are so brave." Zhang Qian's face was still rosy, and she said with a dazed look in her eyes, "It's not meat to eat, I bought a pill. Apart from the ability to grow ears and a tail, there's no other danger." When Tang Feiyu heard this, he wondered why this effect sounded so familiar. He immediately thought of the exotic beast pill he had missed out on, which had been snatched away by Zhang Qian. Yin Zijiao reached out and pinched Zhang Qian's ear and asked, "What animal's ear is this? It feels really good." She whimpered as she was pinched, and after reaching out to slap Yin Zijiao's hand away, she rolled her eyes and said, "The snow fox must have mutated." Cumulative power generation 391. When the number reaches 500, add another chapter. Chapter 176. Set but not complete. More. When she first ate the mutant beast pill and grew a tail and ears, her fur was still silver white. When she transformed, the words silver fox appeared behind her name on the panel. But these days, as I became more familiar with the transformation, I gradually changed into the snow fox form. After the transformation, in addition to the original speed bonus, there is also an additional skill damage bonus. While there are advantages, there are naturally disadvantages. The ears and tail are extremely sensitive. Once they are injured by the enemy in battle, they may lose their combat effectiveness. But sometimes, shortcomings can be used as advantages. Seeing that Yin Zijiao was about to reach out to touch her ears, Zhang Qian immediately canceled her transformation. Outside, the bounty assassinations targeting the people on the list are still going on, but with the help of the prepared experts, it is not so easy to kill them. Instead, the assassins die in batches. It also lets more people know that it is not easy to become a top of the list. In addition, there have been even bigger changes in the honor list. That is, the number of people in Tang Feiyu's team has increased. Zhang Qian, the lone wolf on the scoreboard, has also joined his team, and they have killed 3 more super monsters. The honor roll was now almost exclusively for Tang Feiyu's team, with one person occupying 7 spots, the top 5, 7th, and 8th. The bounty on his head also increased, but smart people knew that he was not easy to deal with, so the number of killers looking for him decreased by half. Ma Jinghong, who was originally ranked 5th on the list, but was now squeezed to 6th place. looked at the new list speechlessly and asked his men to hurry up and find a new boss. Seeing that the new list rewards would be distributed in half a month, if his ranking dropped, the rewards would naturally be reduced, which was something he didn't want to see. Early in the morning, Tang Feiyu crawled out from many hands and feet and saw a message sent by Twin Ponytails. Brother, I found the equipment you asked about, but the other party is unwilling to sell it. The message was followed by a screenshot. It was the other piece of the girl's suit that Tang Feiyu asked about. Is the other party dissatisfied with the price or something? Tang Feiyu asked. He quoted a high price of 1,000 fire crystals for the suit. Even with the crazy price increase of equipment now, it was still far from this high. But the other party was still unwilling to make a move, which made Tang Feiyu a little confused. The opponent only has one piece, which is not a complete set. Its attributes may be less than other pieces of the same part. It's even more impossible to say that he intends to collect the whole set. It's not like he's missing just 1 or 2 items. First to 4, given the current situation, it can really be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime series. After hearing the quotation, the other party had no intention of raising the price at all. The girl with twin ponytails replied somewhat helplessly. You do this, send a message to the other party, and on top of the original 1,000 fire crystals, I will add a top-quality ice attribute equipment. Tang Feiyu sent a screenshot of the attributes of the Frost Heart top. Twin Ponytails knew that Tang Feiyu was rich, but she didn't expect him to be so arrogant. How many people have high-quality equipment now? Most people's equipment is just ordinary quality. If they can have high-quality equipment, they will wake up with a smile. The girl's suit was only of high-end quality, and Tang Feiyu's offer was totally not worth it in Twintail's opinion. But she still contacted the owner of the suit once. However, he did not follow Tang Feiyu's offer, but instead sent a screenshot of the Frost Heart top. The saved fire crystals are enough to buy another 1.5 pieces of high-level equipment. Her purpose in doing this was not to get kickbacks, but simply to save money for Tang Feiyu. Seeing the offer for Twintails again, the owner of the suit immediately replied. Her name was Chin Chu Chu, and she hadn't sold it before because she wasn't interested in the 1,000 fire crystals. As an ice type, she wasn't afraid of the cold. The fire crystals only appreciated in value because they provided warmth. This sole value, however, was of no use to Chin Chu Chu. As for buying more equipment from others when she had more money, while it seemed like a good deal, she had to consider the current environment. You might die before you even collect your equipment. What good is money then? But now it's different. When you see equipment that suits you, and it's top-notch equipment, you don't have to hesitate at all. As a qualified businessman, Twin Ponytails saw the other party's urgency from his words, so he changed the offensive and defensive positions and no longer begged the other party. In the end, he exchanged a piece of high-quality equipment for the girl's suit parts specified by Tang Feiyu, plus 2 high-quality parts. Not only did he save 1,000 fire crystals, but he also earned 2 more pieces of equipment. He quickly sent this good news to Tang Feiyu. He was having breakfast when he saw the message from Twin Ponytails and was a little surprised. Looking at the transaction information she sent, Tang Feiyu rejected it. Brother, why don't you accept the deal? Change your transaction partner to Lin Wanrou. Tang Feiyu said. As for how he knew that Twin Ponytail and Lin Wanrou had added each other as friends, that was also very simple. When it was just him and Lin Wanrou on the raft, Tang Feiyu noticed that Lin Wanrou's skills were very rusty, but she knew a lot. She had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, so he asked in surprise. I originally thought that she had watched a lot of expansion packs in the past, but I heard that she only later bought some videos from Twin Ponytails and learned from them secretly. Although the girl with twin tails wondered why they had to transfer the goods another time and waste the transaction fee, she did not ask any further questions. Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou explained the matter, and soon, the 2 parties completed the transaction. Afterwards, Tang Feiyu asked her to upgrade the girl's suit first with the upgrade card, and then traded the 3 pieces of equipment to himself for amplification. The result was just as he expected. The upgraded rare quality was amplified once more to become a treasure grade. Shoulder guards of the Ice and Snow Goddess, 1/5. Rare. Speed plus 30. Energy plus 60. Skill cost reduced by 90%. Passive effect, Ice Aura. Ice Aura. During combat, a layer of ice shield appears around all team members within a kilometer radius, blocking attacks up to 2,000 damage. The shield regenerates every 30 seconds. Simply put, this layer of shield, without considering other defenses, can withstand 2.5 explosive darts. As for attacks that exceed 2,000 points but are not continuous damage, it is equivalent to direct immunity once. The halo is very strong, but after the amplification, I found that it cannot be combined with the previous 2 items, which is very frustrating. Tang Feiyu regretted more and more that he had not thought of using this method to improve the quality of his equipment before, otherwise he would have a three-piece set of rare items now. As for the other two parts, since none of them needed them, the upgrade cards were not wasted, and they were directly amplified to the premium level. Cumulative, Generation, Quantity, 208. Chapter 177 Reactions from all parties. Tang Feiyu traded the two enhanced premium equipment directly to Twin Ponytails. Elder brother? This is your reward, Tang Feiyu said. Not only did the other party help him get the equipment he wanted, but he also saved 1,000 fire crystals. Although I don't need it, it is reasonable to give the other party 2 high-level equipment as a reward because of this. The reason why Twin Tails was not allowed to keep the 2 high-level equipment directly was to amplify them and then give them to the other party. The increase is free anyway, so this is a greater favor. However, Twin Ponytails was not thinking about these things. After refusing several times, she accepted the equipment and once again took out the teleportation stone, ready to deliver a bloody battle from 1,000 miles away. Of course, this first blood may not be complete, but it is true that no other man has used it. Just when I wanted to teleport, I found that the distance was too far and I couldn't teleport. Tang Feiyu didn't know what Xuanluai was planning, otherwise he might not dare to trade with her again in the future. He handed the enhanced precious equipment to Zhang Qian beside him. The energy gained from a piece of equipment was much higher than Tang Feiyu's personal energy attribute. This also further strengthened his idea of upgrading first and then increasing it. Zhang Qian, who had put on her equipment, threw herself into his arms, kissed him several times, and then deliberately created ears and a furry snow-white tail for Tang Feiyu to play with. He even brought breakfast and fed him personally, which made Tang Feiyu quite satisfied. 45,045 sea area. I heard that there is a man named Tang Feiyu in their place. Have you found his location? Arrange people to kill him. A strange tone of island language sounded from the mouth of a middle-aged man with white skin and blonde hair. Mr. Smith, we have increased the reward for Tang Feiyu. I believe we will see his head fall soon. Watanabe with a small mustache said respectfully. Very good, well done. The bounty list you created has made the people above very satisfied. When I come here next time, the supplies should be 30% more than this time. Smith said lightly. Upon hearing this, Watanabe and Akinu's faces lit up with joy, and then they named Smith to make a trade. Smith nodded with satisfaction, and then returned to his boat with the 2 young girls arranged by Watanabe. Watanabe-kun, the people below reported that no one dares to assassinate Tang Feiyu. How are we going to explain this to Mr. Smith? Akainu asked worriedly. Watanabe also knew this, but he didn't dare to tell the truth in front of Smith. After thinking for a while, he said, contact Sakurai Hanako and ask her to do it. Hearing this, Akainu was shocked. Sakurai Hanako was a killer spy they'd trained since childhood, having been sent there as an exchange student a few years prior. Unexpectedly, the global survival campaign had suddenly occurred, and they had only recently reconnected with this female spy, who was ranked number 1 during their time, thanks to a bounty list. Originally, they planned to let the other party continue to hide, and then find an opportunity to assassinate some high-ranking military officials to completely eliminate the other party's plan to re-establish the regime. Unexpectedly, Tang Feiyu emerged as a new force and was even the focus of Smith's attention. If they continued with the original plan, Smith would definitely not send any more supplies. Even if he said nice things now, if he didn't obey, he would definitely be abandoned. Their goal of dominating the world has not yet been achieved, and now is not the time to turn against the people of Lighthouse. On a fishing boat in the sea area of 00573, a pretty girl is holding a wooden sword and making chopping movements. The sudden sound of a private chat notification made her stop. After seeing the message, he was stunned for a moment. After a while, he closed the chat window, went to the cab, and adjusted the direction of the fishing boat. If you look closely, you will find that her fishing boat seems to be gliding on the ice, but in fact it is not touching the ice surface, but is suspended in the air by a few centimeters. And the speed is not slow, at least 80 or 90 yards. 00001 sea area. Several fishing boats that looked even more advanced than Tang Feiyu's were parked together. Several middle-aged men in military uniforms were sitting on the deck of the same boat, eating barbecue. Oldly, have you contacted the people on the list? We've already contacted the last few, but they all rejected our invitation to join the army. Only Ma Jinghong, although he doesn't plan to join, said he could cooperate with us and provide us with some assistance. These damn guys. The country has protected them for decades. Now is the time to use them, but they're all making excuses. If I find them, I'll shoot them dead. It's useless to say anything now. It's better to rely on our own people than on others. How is Professor Zhang's research going? The Research Institute has achieved some results, but it's still a long way from being put into use. Otherwise, we would have already occupied the ranking list long ago. The list isn't a big deal. With those people helping us draw fire, we've got some time to develop peacefully. According to reliable sources, that bounty list was created by those bastards. But don't forget, behind them is the arms dealer Lao Lu. I don't believe they didn't give us instructions. Aren't they all dead yet? They're such a scourge. If they hadn't been dumping garbage into the sea for no reason, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Don't be angry. Let's get someone to contact more experts as soon as possible. This account will be settled sooner or later. In the RV, Zhang Qian let Tang Feiyu play with the tail and ears for a while, then picked up a few Schrodinger's papayas and ran to the hot spring pool. On the one hand, it's to take a bath, and on the other hand, it's to try out my own guess. As the saying goes, heat expands and cold contracts. She wanted to try eating this papaya while she was warm to see if it would increase her chances of success. While soaking in the hot spring, Zhang Qian ate the papaya in her hand bite by bite until she was sweating profusely. After swallowing the two, I felt a bloating in my body. Then my score visibly went from 5 to 6. He reached out and touched it in disbelief, making sure he was not hallucinating, then jumped out of the pond excitedly. I couldn't wait to share the good news, but stopped when I reached the door. I'd better wait until it grows a little longer, and then surprise Brother Feiyu. Thinking of this, she ate the last papaya in her hand. Although her stomach was bloated and uncomfortable, but seeing 6 turned into 7, Zhang Qian felt that her stomach was not so uncomfortable anymore. In the bedroom cabin, Tang Feiyu looked at the bone sword that had devoured the skeleton and nodded with satisfaction. The sharpness of the current bone sword has increased from 15 to 17, and the strength has increased from 24 to 26. These are normal attributes, and the transformed form has not been tested yet, but it has definitely been strengthened. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 643. There will be more updates during the Daionaji, degree. No. Chapter 178 Zhang Qian was CPU? With the previous experience of successfully exchanging equipment, Tang Feiyu suddenly thought that it was difficult to purchase equipment with various materials and money. Why don't you continue to exchange your equipment? It should be easy to exchange the 2 premium-grade suits on Zhang Qian for 2 high-quality suits. Thinking of this, he put away the bone sword, and then asked Zhang Qian to send him screenshots of the attributes of his 2 high-quality girl suits. However, Zhang Qian misunderstood his meaning, thinking he wanted to see photos of herself wearing the equipment. So, she climbed out of the hot spring, put on the top and skirt that were placed beside her, and then deliberately made a tail and ears, took several photos from various angles, and sent them to him. Brother Feiyu, do you like it? Because the size 5 has become a size 7, the shirt that used to fit well now makes me worry about the buttons on the clothes. Tang Feiyu swallowed subconsciously. Although she was still not as tall as Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao, and even smaller than Li Xiaoshuan's 8.5, her clothes made her look very visually striking. Add to that the big furry tail and 2 big ears, who wouldn't be confused? For a moment, he even forgot about his business. It was only when Yin Zijiao beside him called out to him that he came back to his senses. What's the point of looking at pictures? Let's get down to business first. Wouldn't it be better to experience it for ourselves afterward? So I sent another message to Zhang Qian. After seeing the message, Zhang Qian realized that she had misunderstood and quickly sent a screenshot of the equipment's attributes. However, from Tang Feiyu's words, I could still feel that he was satisfied, so I thought happily in my heart, Brother Feiyu really still likes big ones. He said before that small ones are also cute, but it was all a lie. But there are not many papayas left. I wonder if I can become like Sister Wanrou. In the bedroom cabin, after Tang Feiyu received the attribute screenshots sent by Zhang Qian, he first forwarded a copy to Twin Ponytails, asking her to use these 2 pieces of equipment to exchange for high-quality girl suits with others. The girl with the twin ponytails was completely bewildered. She couldn't understand why anyone would exchange high-quality equipment for high-level equipment. Even if they had a mine at home, they couldn't stand this. But after trying to persuade her for a while, all she got was a helpful reply. Just find someone to exchange it with. So she had no choice but to send the message. Tang Feiyu certainly wouldn't just let her help with the acquisition. He sent a redemption message to Xiao Ma Gu and the other video girls he had traded with before. At the same time, he also personally advertised in the chat area and trading area in the sea area. Those who saw this were all confused and complained privately that others had too much money, and if they really couldn't spend it all, they could just give it to them for help. Zhang Qian soaked in the hot spring for a while, thinking that there were only 6 papayas left. While she was disappointed, she also thought of a solution. Why don't I just buy some ordinary papayas and ask Brother Feiyu to amplify them a little more? Thus, The originally somewhat depressed mood suddenly brightened up. After posting the news of buying papaya at a high price in the trading area, he dressed neatly and ran back to the bedroom cabin. Lin Wanrou, who was watching from the side, was frowning. Although he knew that she would only act like this in front of Tang Feiyu, as a girl after all, she still had to be reserved and pay attention to her image. But after hearing her words, Zhang Qian didn't take it seriously, which gave Lin Wanrou a headache. Yin Zijiao and Li Shaoxian looked at the two of them fighting with the expression of spectators. In the bedroom cabin at the back, Lu Xiaolan and the other two also saw the message sent by Tang Feiyu and were equally confused. What surprised them even more was that although they had found Zhang Qian, Tang Feiyu's fishing boat RV did not stay there, but was still driving at full speed. And it seemed that the direction was fixed, just like Zhang Qian's previous actions to find them. In the eyes of the three of them, Tang Feiyu's behavior was very much like he was going to look for a woman he knew, so they all stood up for Zhang Qian. He already has Zhang Qian, and he is also having ambiguous relationships with several other women. Now he is looking for other women. But Zhang Qian hadn't said anything yet. He must have taken advantage of her youth and ignorance of the wickedness of human nature to manipulate her. Especially Lu Xiaolan. She felt that she could not let her ideological leader Zhang Qian continue to be deceived. So, I sent a private message to Zhang Qian and asked her to come later. Zhang Qian, who was playing with Lin Wanrou in Tang Feiyu's arms, was stunned when she saw Lu Xiaolan's private message. She didn't know what she wanted to talk to her about, but after saying something, she stood up from Tang Feiyu's arms. Qian, you can't be like this. He is lying to you. Lu Xiaolan repeated the three people's analysis to Zhang Qian and then persuaded her. Zhang Qian was stunned for a moment. Then she said, "Of course I know the relationship between brother Feiyu and sister Wanrou, but I'm willing." With just one sentence, Lu Xiaolan and the other two were left speechless. She was not deceived, but willingly, and even enjoyed it. This made Lu Xiaolan completely confused. It would be fine if she had no strength and couldn't survive without relying on the strong, but her strength obviously surpassed that of most people, so why was this still the case? Tang Shiyin also asked her own questions. If it were before Zhang Qian used the linkage card, she would not dare to talk to Zhang Qian like this, but now it is much better. Zhang Qian could tell that the three of them were thinking about her, but they had no idea about other situations, so she simply told them about her life. The three of them were completely dumbfounded. This was the first time they knew that Zhang Qian and that girl named Lin Wanrou actually had this kind of relationship. But even with this kind of relationship, they didn't feel any awkwardness at all. It was quite outrageous. However, at the same time, they also understood why Zhang Qian treated Tang Feiyu like this. He had no friends his own age since childhood, and when he lost his father, he was only comforted and accompanied by Lin Wanrou and Tang Feiyu. No wonder he treated him so differently. But the three of them still couldn't accept that Zhang Qian and Lin Wanrou were actually with Tang Feiyu at the same time. Don't meddle in my affairs. Zhang Qian, despite her good temper, was now a little angry. After saying this coldly, she turned and left the bedroom. The three of them were left looking at each other in bewilderment. What kind of magic does Tang Feiyu have? Tang Shiyun asked in confusion. Song Yasi shook her head upon hearing this. She and Tang Feiyu didn't have much contact. And Lu Xiaolan, although she had fought with Tang Feiyu once and knew that his overall strength was much stronger than hers, still didn't know much about him. Chapter 179, Sea Demon Shark Lion Leopard, Additional Update. Before Zhang Qian entered the bedroom cabin, she adjusted her mood and expression. She didn't want her emotions to affect Tang Feiyu and Lin Wanrou. Is there something wrong with them? Tang Feiyu asked when he saw Zhang Qian coming back. Nothing. Zhang Qian shook her head and didn't say anything about the three people's persuasion. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Tang Feiyu didn't continue to ask. It's normal for children to have some secrets when they grow up. Feiyu, when are you going to use the other two treasure maps? Yin Zijiao asked Tang Feiyu. What's wrong? Are your hands itching again? Tang Feiyu laughed when he heard that. Yin Zijiao shook her head. She didn't have a strong desire to fight at the moment. She was just worried that he had forgotten the treasure map. Once he entered the next sea area, he would miss the two bosses there. Why waste loot that can be taken away? Stop the car and call me after lunch. Tang Feiyu explained. He had already had AI number 1 calculate that the journey to the center of the sea area was only an hour or two away. We arrived at the place just after lunch. As for summoning at the midpoint of the sea, there should be no need to wait for the boss to arrive. Time passed quickly during the chat, and soon Song Yasi brought lunch. She also observed Tang Feiyu on purpose, but apart from thinking that he was handsome and always had a relaxed and comfortable smile, she didn't feel that he had any magical power that made people unable to stop. After lunch, Tang Feiyu felt the RV start to slow down. Knowing that they had arrived at their destination, he picked up his bone sword and other equipment and opened the door. Only after he came to a complete stop did he use the treasure map in the distance. Sure enough, within a few minutes, a huge monster was seen slowly rising from under the ice. The ice layer could not prevent the opponent from appearing, and there was not even a trace of damage. Name: Sea Demon Shark Lion Panther, Rare. Age: 175. Talent: Invisible Hunter. In the deep sea, one can perfectly conceal one's breath and figure, allowing one to complete surprise attacks and kill prey without their knowledge. Stamina: 299. Strength: 331. Speed: 100, 328. Energy: 310. Hunger level: 87%. Aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue: 90%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills: Abyssal Assault, Current Shield, Predatory Instinct, Roar of the Deep, Bloody Rage. Characteristics: the meat is chewy and smooth. After eating, it can adapt to the deep sea environment. There is a small probability of mutation of underwater breathing apparatus and a high probability of mutation of legs. It is another brand new monster, and its 4 attributes are relatively balanced, making it an all-round monster. But from another perspective, it also has no special skills. Especially, he has a very bad talent. He can only become invisible in the deep sea environment, and now that he is above the ice, his talent is directly wasted. Under normal circumstances, the sea demon shark lion leopard would overturn the raft or fishing boat, and then bring the enemy into their own territory to complete the attack. But Tang Feiyu used the treasure map and directly dragged the opponent to the surface of the sea. Moreover, because they were on the sea, the opponent's speed was directly destroyed. So, after looking at the panel clearly, Tang Feiyu did not let number 1 fire, but instead started with a few explosive darts with the explosive bomb skill attached. Then the body was ejected. The dart just reached the boss when it was blocked by a stream of water. Even the explosion did not hurt the boss. Tang Feiyu followed closely behind, also catching up with the bone sword. However, with a roar, Tang Feiyu's face twisted. If he hadn't blocked his ears in advance, he would have been knocked unconscious by the deep sea roar skill. This is the benefit of knowing the other party's methods in advance. It is impolite not to reciprocate. He took the other party's attack head-on, and it would be very rude not to fight back. He placed the bone sword in his hand at his waist, and then it began to become slender. In the second it rushed forward, it also completed a brief energy storage. Charge the energy and draw your sword. Although the energy storage has not reached the maximum damage, relying on the sharpness of the bone sword, there is still a chance to achieve the effect of serious injury. However, the boss was no fool. He instinctively sensed the danger and moved his body to the side for a distance. It is the Abyss Raid skill. However, since we were not in the deep sea, the effectiveness of the skill was greatly reduced, and we only moved 1/3 of the normal distance. But it was no problem to avoid Tang Feiyu's attack. He naturally wouldn't let the other party escape. When he failed to cut with his sword, he jumped up, then pressed his body against the bone sword and continued to rush towards the boss. Mountain Collapse Slash. This time, the boss had no way to dodge and could only lower his head and take the blow with his strongest position. After the transformation, the sharpness of the bone sword became 25 and the strength was reduced to 17. However, the bloody sight he expected did not occur. Instead, there was a ding sound, and the bone sword was bounced back. His arm trembled slightly because of the rebound force. Then, the boss's originally dark blue skin turned blood red, and then it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards him. Tang Feiyu didn't panic. After sliding back 2 or 3 meters on the ground, he activated his skill again, Instant Slash. The boss was so fast that he couldn't react in time, and the corners of his open mouth were cut even bigger by him. The length of the mouth has doubled, but it looks a bit out of place because it is on one side. The pain made the boss roll on the spot, and Tang Feiyu quickly jumped up and flew. Otherwise, being crushed by such a huge body would be no less than taking a skill damage head-on. Lu Xiaolan and the other 2 who were watching the fight were stunned. Especially Lu Xiaolan, because they had fought before. She knew that Tang Feiyu was stronger than her, but she didn't expect him to be so much stronger. With her speed, she couldn't even think of playing with the giant in front of her. However, Tang Feiyu's speed was not as fast as hers, but the boss he played with had no power to resist. Tang Feiyu flew up, put the bone sword across his waist, then flipped his hand and fired several explosive darts. The blood-red dart directly hit the belly that was exposed during the rolling. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions caused smoke to rise from the boss's body, but judging from the screams, the rule of smoke without injury did not apply. The continuous dart hits also triggered Tang Feiyu's passive skill, scraping. Each attack leaves a red mark. When the number of marks reaches 5, the total damage of the 5 attacks will be burst out at once, plus an additional 5 times the total damage. A huge explosion sounded, and Tang Feiyu, who was flying in the air, was pushed more than 10 meters away by the airflow of the explosion. There was also a large wound on the boss's white and tender belly, through which one could see the still beating internal organs. Cumulative Generation Quantity 425. Chapter 180. Abyssal Extreme Cold Monster. But the boss is the boss after all. If a human had suffered such a serious injury, he would have been unable to move long ago. However, the seriously injured sea demon shark lion leopard became even more ferocious. Seeing that he had no way to deal with Tang Feiyu in the sky, he set his sights on the few people watching the fight not far away. The skill hunting instinct can be used to repair the body when it eats a large amount of food. Realizing the boss's plan, Tang Feiyu naturally would not let it go as it wished. He still dropped several explosive darts, blowing a big hole in the direction where it was moving. The boss rushed over and plunged into the ice pit, with only the back half of his body still moving outside. Tang Feiyu also took the opportunity to land, and quickly waved the bone sword in his hand towards the exposed wound. Bladestorm. The hand speed that was invisible to the naked eye, with the residual sword shadow, instantly pierced through the boss's body. The effect of scraping was also continuously triggered, and the wound became larger and larger, as if it had entered a meat grinder. The final blow formed a blood-red sword energy, directly reaping the boss's life. Tang Shiyun murmured, "I finally understand why Sister Qianqian is so keen on smashing her enemies into a pulp. It's true, 2 different people can sleep in the same bed." As Tang Feiyu's little fan, Zhang Qian was the first to rush over. While helping him wipe the sweat that didn't even exist, she praised him. "Brother Feiyu is awesome." Lin Wanrou couldn't bear to watch after hearing this. After letting number 1 drive the car over and decompose the corpse, Tang Feiyu summoned the last boss again. However, he didn't plan to do it himself this time. It would be just a warm-up. Wouldn't it be tiring to fight all the time? If he had that much energy, wouldn't it be nice to play games with Zhang Qian and the others? As soon as the new boss showed up, Tang Feiyu hugged Zhang Qian and ordered, "Number 1, fire." The new boss was killed before he had the chance to show off his skills to the others. After decomposing the body again, Tang Feiyu immediately said, "Everyone get in the car." Although Lu Xiaolan and the other 2 didn't understand what was going on, they saw Tang Feiyu and the others get into the car quickly and hurriedly followed. Number 1, project the situation outside. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light came out from the notebook beside him, projecting the scene outside the car onto the wall. Yin Zijiao and the others were a little confused by what they saw. Number 1 is secretly hooking up with an in. Tang Feiyu explained to the others. Yin Zijiao was shocked when she heard this. She quickly opened the screen of her laptop and saw her smart assistant and then huddled behind a folder, not daring to look at her nominal owner. If Tang Feiyu hadn't accidentally heard number 1 talking to himself, he wouldn't have noticed that such a thing was happening between the 2 intelligent devices in the car. But now was not the time to worry about the emotional problems between the intelligent beings. As they entered the RV, the ice outside began to vibrate. Number 1 immediately drove off into the distance. The ice behind him began to break apart, revealing the seawater beneath. A huge figure also squeezed out from the ice crack. What is this?" Tang Shiyun saw the monster appearing in the projection and hugged her sister beside her, trembling all over. Song Yasi was not much better than her at this time. Lu Xiaolan was even more stunned, and finally understood why Tang Feiyu asked her to get in the car quickly. But can humans really defeat this kind of monster? Suddenly, she thought of the monster, the Sea Abyss Beast, which made Tang Feiyu rank first on the honor list. It seems that he is not comparable to an ordinary boss, right? No wonder he is so experienced. Only after the monster behind him had completely reached the surface of the ice did Tang Feiyu let number 1 turn around to face the boss. Name, Abyssal Frost Beast, Rare. Age, 399. Talent, Cold Shadow. In a cold environment, attributes are enhanced and the ability to hide is gained. Physical strength, 600. Strength, 687. Speed, 321, 800. Energy, 660. Hunger level, 55%. Aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue, 87%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills, Abyss Assault, Arctic Ice Shield, Frost Sense, Frost Roar, Arctic Wrath, Arctic Freeze. Features, the meat is cool and delicious. After eating, it can increase the ice attribute. There is a small probability of comprehending ice attribute skills, and a high probability of increasing ice attribute resistance. It has stronger attributes than the original Sea Abyss beast, and even has one more skill. And unlike the previous Sea Demon Shark Lion Leopard that could only hide in the deep sea, this thing can now hide in cold environments. However, Tang Feiyu was not worried that the other party could become invisible. After all, invisibility did not mean disappearing completely into the void. Although it is invisible, its actual body is still around. Look at the traces of movement on the ice, which directly indicate the opponent's position. But the final boss was unusual after all. Its defensive abilities were surprisingly continuous. From the moment it appeared until it disappeared, a layer of ice shield formed around it. It wasn't like it was only activated after being attacked. Tang Feiyu's original plan to directly hit it to death failed. Back then, when the abyssal beast was killed by the collision, the fishing boat's defenses were nearly wiped out. Now, with a stronger boss still equipped with defenses, a direct collision with it would have disastrous consequences. But he remained calm. What if he had defenses? He could just blow them up. He made number 1 reverse while firing. Zhang Qian also completed the transformation, and then from time to time dug holes under the opponent's feet to limit the boss's speed. The cannon flew out not far and exploded as if it hit something, and the smoke produced by the explosion also allowed people to see the hidden outline of the boss. Although it became invisible again once it left the smoke range, it allowed Tang Feiyu to be sure that his artillery attack did not miss. But it was not his character to passively take a beating. He opened the car door and aimed the laser gun at the back. The smoke from the artillery made the opponent appear again. Tang Feiyu instantly used the explosive bomb to empower the laser gun and then pulled the trigger without hesitation. Feiyu. A crimson laser directly hit the boss chasing behind. The explosion resounded, but the defense still didn't break. This was the first time a laser had been directly blocked. However, Tang Feiyu noticed that cracks were beginning to appear on the opponent's shield, which were too late to repair. Then, 2 more lasers were fired. Then, the ice shield shattered to the ground. Tang Feiyu did not let number 1 use his skills to charge directly, but began to observe the speed of the opponent's shield skills. After observation, I calculated that it would take about 5 seconds for the opponent's shield to be broken and a new shield to be generated, and then I started planning with number 1. Soon, the plan was complete, and they were ready to start the counterattack. He replaced the laser gun with a laser water gun, and then had number 1 continue to reverse and fire, aiming at the shadowy figure emerging from the smoke behind him. Cumulative power generation 449. When it reaches 500, add another chapter energy, degree. No. Chapter 181 Zhang Qian's Metaphysics Unboxing. A slender and powerful stream of water spurted out from the muzzle and began to output continuously after hitting the boss's shield. However, the water gun is not as good as the laser gun after all, and because of the water, the boss's shield is made thicker. Tang Feiyu was stunned when he saw this, and realized that he was wrong. He had only considered the power of the 2 weapons and forgot about their attributes. So he quickly asked number 1 to run away. If the shield cannot be broken, the dragon's seagoing skill will collide with it, which is likely to result in a lose-lose situation. Master, based on the calculation of the strength of the monster's shield, it is recommended to use the weather manipulation system to launch a destructive attack. Just as Tang Feiyu was preparing to pull the kite and waiting for the laser gun to charge, the voice of number 1 suddenly rang out from the smart device. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu remembered that he still had a powerful weapon. So number 1 was asked to calculate the timing of the attack himself. Meanwhile, the explosive darts and artillery never stopped. It can consume some shields, and the chance of instant kill is also greater when the ultimate weapon is activated. Number 1 was driving the car and first used the skill of setting sail, which made the RV enter a state of ignoring collision volume. He then began to increase the distance from the boss through the acceleration of the skill, and then entered the countdown for weather control. Then a warning sounded. Owner, please return to the car immediately and lock the door. Weather control countdown 3, 2. Tang Feiyu listened to the advice, shrank back, and then closed the car door. Immediately afterwards, a blinding light flashed in the projection, and a roar echoed throughout the car. However, due to the space-based advanced technology inside the car, the roar was probably filtered, so it wasn't particularly deafening. Several people watched as a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and landed directly on the boss. Unlike the finger-thick lightning in the Thunder skill card, this lightning, more accurately called a lightning column, has a diameter of at least 2 or 3 meters. After the roar, the dazzling light in the car began to dim slowly, and then looked at the projection again. The previously invisible boss had revealed himself, lying motionless on the ground, with a wisp of smoke rising from his head. It has been detected that the monster's life force has been cut off. Master, please give new instructions. Number one's reminder also sounded. Tang Feiyu asked it to park the car a few dozen meters away from the boss, then opened the car door and threw a bomb dart over. Boom. The dart directly pierced the boss's skin and exploded. Not only did no shield appear, but the boss didn't even react at all. Only then did Tang Feiyu confirm that the boss was really killed instantly. Number one felt something strange about his actions, but it didn't know what this emotion was, so it began to send signals to Inin to ask. It's not that Tang Feiyu doesn't trust number one's scan, but mainly because this boss has a talent that allows him to perfectly hide his breath. If it deceives the machine scan and suddenly attacks and hurts people when he drives close to it, he will have no place to cry. After confirming that the boss was really dead, he asked number one to drive closer and then decompose the body. As the first edible meat he had seen without any negative effects, Tang Feiyu put the decomposed meat aside separately and piled the bones together with the previous two and casually inserted the bone sword into them. Looking at the 3 treasure chests, it's time to open them. Lu Xiaolan and the other 2 had not yet recovered from the catastrophic attack. Even Lin Wanrou and the others, who had witnessed the last incident of the sea abyss beast being killed, were shocked this time. Outside the RV, everyone was also shocked by the sudden refresh of the honor list. The chat area once again became noisy and chaotic because of Tang Feiyu, and messages started to flood the screen. All parties involved also held emergency meetings. Some people who were originally dissatisfied with Tang Feiyu and thought that he was just lucky to kill a few bosses also fell into doubt at this time. Ordinary bosses are fine. They can beat them up if they meet them. But for a sea abyss beast, the attributes are scary enough, so they are not sure. Originally, I thought that Tang Feiyu was able to kill such a powerful monster because he accidentally found its weakness or had some disposable super weapon in his hand. But now another boss stronger than the abyssal beast has been killed, so it can't be explained by luck. Zhang Qian rushed to open the 3 boxes first, and no one objected. But before she did, she closed her eyes, bowed to the surroundings, and then muttered something. Tang Feiyu was speechless after watching this. Friends who have played the game know that for operations like drawing cards and opening blind boxes that rely on luck, everyone has their own metaphysical methods they believe in. Finally, after Zhang Qian finished her operations, she stood in front of the box. Just when they thought she was about to open it, she saw her activate the snow fox form. Lin Wanrou frowned and asked, "Why are you dawdling? Hurry up." Everyone was waiting to see the unboxing, but she was still not getting to the point. Hearing her words, Zhang Qian retorted, "I'm just trying to increase my luck." "What does it have to do with your transformation?" Li Xiaoxian asked in confusion. "Why not? It's recorded in the classic of mountains and seas that the nine-tailed fox is an auspicious animal. As a descendant of the nine-tailed fox, it's reasonable for the silver fox to benefit from the glory of its ancestor, right?" It's true. What Zhang Qian said was well-reasoned and irrefutable. Finally, Zhang Qian opened the treasure chest, and influenced by her, a deep and exciting voiceover seemed to ring in everyone's heart. Wow, golden legend. As the treasure chest disintegrated, 2 small boxes appeared in front of everyone. In addition, there was a white Cheongsam-like dress and a golden ball placed on a small tray. Advanced equipment selection box, Sage's robe. Immovable golden elixir, fake. Advanced equipment selection box. You can search by keywords and freely choose a piece of advanced equipment. Sage robe advanced. Physical strength, plus 15. Energy, plus 15. Defense increased by 10%. Healing effect increased by 20%. Passive effect, affinity. Affinity. When you are not actively attacking, no monster will be hostile to you. Immovable golden elixir, fake after use. Gain the skill of immovability. Immobilize. Gain 10,000 defense points. Become immobile, and take 99% of all damage from allies within a 1,000-meter radius. Once defense points are cleared, the skill goes on cooldown for 3 hours. Looking at the items that were opened, everyone looked at Zhang Qian in surprise. Her previous series of metaphysical operations actually worked? How else could there be so many goodies? There were 3 pieces of equipment alone, and there was also a skill-granting elixir. Chapter 182, Continue Unboxing, Update. There were 2 equipment selection boxes, and I chose the girl's suit without any hesitation. I first used the upgrade card to upgrade the Sage's robe to rare quality, and then amplified it. 3 pieces of rare equipment appeared in front of everyone. Ice and Snow Goddess's top, 3/5, rare item. Speed plus 29. Energy plus 55. Skill release speed increased by 150%. Passive effect, Wisdom. Wisdom, a wise mind learns to draw strength from the environment, allowing you to use skills 5 times without cost, and reducing the cost of subsequent skills by 90%. This only works in cold environments. In other environments, the effect gradually decreases with increasing temperature until it loses its effectiveness. Ice and Snow Blessing. When using a skill, a positive buff will appear randomly. Ice and Snow Goddess's Long Dress, 3/5, rare item. Speed plus 25. Energy plus 40. Increases the skill size by 150%. Passive, Disciple. Believer. Each time you release a skill, you will summon 1 to 3 believers of the goddess. The attributes of the believers will not exceed those of the master. Ice Punishment. When releasing a skill, randomly add a negative debuff to the enemy. 3-piece set effect. Adds an additional 50 points of energy, and each skill attack adds an additional 150% damage. The equipment was very powerful, but Zhang Qian didn't look very happy, which made everyone a little puzzled. After asking, Zhang Qian gave a very maddening answer. I still like the short skirts I wore before. If I wear a long skirt, Feiyu brother won't be able to see the legs I like. Finally, it was Tang Feiyu who said, you can wear a long skirt when fighting, but you don't have to wear it at other times. Only then did Zhang Qian change into new equipment. The attributes of the whole person were directly improved by a large margin. The 2 pieces that were replaced were also placed in the locker, waiting to be exchanged with others for the remaining 2 parts later. The other piece of equipment was given to Lin Wanrou. After all, it was obvious that she was wearing it. Saint's Robe rare item. Physical strength plus 50. Energy plus 30. Defense increased by 50%. Healing effect increased by 120%. Passive effect, Saint Invincibility. Saint Invincibility. Immune to any damage when not actively attacking. Recruitment. When present, all attributes of friendly units are increased by 10%. The passive effect alone is enough to make it a godly item. Of course, healing also counts as an attack, so it's not truly invincible. The last pill made up for this. Immovable Golden Pill. After use, gain the skill Immovable Golden Body. Immovable Body. Gain 100,000 defense points, becoming immobile and taking 99% of all damage from allies within a 1,000-meter radius. Once defense points are cleared, the skill goes on cooldown for 2 hours. Invincibility. When the skill expires, you gain 3 seconds of invincibility. 100,000 points of defense was already comparable to that of a Sea Abyss beast. This skill was also very powerful. After several people discussed it, Lin Wanrou chose to use the Golden Core herself. As a healer, she doesn't have as many attack methods as the other ones, so it is very suitable for her to use this. If other output players use it, they will lose a powerful output player. Seeing that the several kinds of supplies were turned into better supplies by Tang Feiyu, Lu Xiaolan and the other 2 looked at him as if they were looking at a god. They also understood why his development was so far ahead of everyone else. Because of Zhang Qian's successful start, Tang Feiyu was envious and pushed another box in front of her. No one else objected. Zhang Qian repeated the metaphysical operation again and opened the second box. However, what came out this time was not as good as the previous one. 3 skill cards and 1 talent card. After the enhancement, the new card is eye-catching. Talent card, Gemini of Destiny. Fateful Twins. After acquiring a talent, designate 1 person to bind with and share the twin's talent. Each person gains additional attributes from the other, and to a certain extent, shares the other's 5 senses. Symbiosis. As long as the 2 bound people do not die at the same time, the dead party will be resurrected nearby after 5 minutes by sharing the health of the other party. Skill cards. Shadow Strike. Lurking in the shadows, the first attack deals an additional 150% damage. Shadow Leap. While lurking, movement speed increases by 100%. Pajun Shenglongzhan. Carry out 5 assaults. Each assault increases the damage by 30% based on the previous one. The assault process cannot be interrupted, and a dragon head-shaped shield will appear around the body. Knockback. The last attack can cause knockback effect. Burning Fire. Causes a flaming attack to the 150-degree range in front. Continuous Burning. Causes continuous damage, and the flames are more difficult to extinguish. Tang Feiyu kept a skill card for himself and gave 1 to Yin Zijiao. Then he looked at Lu Xiaolan beside him with Shadow Assault and asked, "You seem to be good at speed, right?" Hearing his question, Lu Xiaolan's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, "What do you mean? Are you going to give me that skill?" She was a little confused. Logically, she wasn't a member of his team. Would anyone really give such a precious skill card to an outsider? Or was he planning to use the skill card to make her a member of his harem? Should she agree? While Lu Xiaolan was hesitating, Zhang Qian said, "Brother Feiyu, Xiaolan's talent is insensitivity, and her first skill is passive, sharp weapon mastery. She is exactly the template of an assassin in the game. Hearing this, Tang Feiyu nodded and threw the skill card over. Lu Xiaolan caught it in a panic, then looked at him in confusion. As a result, Tang Feiyu didn't look at her again, but looked at Song Yasi and handed over the talent card. Next, let Zhang Qian open the last box, which is also the best one. However, Zhang Qian hesitated. On the one hand, everyone knew the joy of opening boxes. If she opened all the boxes, would others have any opinions? On the other hand, her supposed metaphysical manipulation didn't seem to be so effective. If it weren't for Tang Feiyu's amplification, the second box would have been completely lost. Open it quickly, Yin Zijiao urged. Zhang Qian felt that the second box didn't yield anything good, but Yin Zijiao, who had gained an extra skill, disagreed. Lin Wanrou and Li Shaoxian also gave her an affirmative look. Zhang Qian took a deep breath, and her ears trembled. Then she walked up to Tang Feiyu and said, "Brother Feiyu, help me." Before Tang Feiyu could understand what she meant, his mouth was blocked. Then, Zhang Qian licked the corner of her mouth, regained her confidence, and opened the best box. Space Teleportation Stone. 3. Unconditional Fishing Boat Upgrade Cards. Fishing Boat Skill Blind Box, Space Expansion Card, and Building Upgrade Card. A total of 7 items appeared in front of him. Cumulative, Generation, Quantity, 304. Chapter 183 Comprehensive Upgrade, Missile Boat. When they saw what came out of the box, they were a little surprised, because most of these were used on fishing boats. However, I am also looking forward to the enhanced properties. Zhang Qian impatiently packed up the things and traded them to Tang Feiyu. After the extraction, the amplified new information also appeared in front of everyone. Short Distance Small Teleportation Array. Teleport within a short distance. Stable, no dizziness during teleportation. Unconditional Fishing Boat Upgrade Coupon, 300 pieces. Giant. After upgrading, the length of the boat will increase by 1 meter. Fishing Boat Skill Upgrade Card, 1. Random. After the skill is upgraded, a new entry will appear randomly. Space Expansion Card Max. Transform the locker space, making the space capacity infinite. Sorting. The upgraded locker will automatically sort supplies. Non-Weapon Building Enhancement Upgrade Card. This card allows you to enhance and upgrade non-weapon buildings on your fishing boat. Enhancement. Upgraded buildings will have enhanced effects. The original one-time use of teleportation stones has been transformed into reusable teleportation arrays, which is definitely a positive improvement. However, the unconditional fishing boat upgrade card is a bit of a bummer. His fishing boat was currently at level 7, so he started upgrading it right away. He had originally thought that with so many upgrade cards, he should be able to upgrade his fishing boat to a level that was unstoppable. As a result, it was banned after only 4 were used. Name: Damaged Missile Boat, Intelligent Computer Number 1. Level 0. Area: 25 m 80 m. Firmness: 100,000. Special effects: Rain or Shine, Fall into a Trap, for seasons like spring. Skill: Since it's no longer a fishing boat, the fishing boat upgrade card can't be used, which makes sense, and it's incredibly reasonable. However, a special building, the missile silo, has appeared on the boat. It's still a bit short of materials to build, but that's not a big deal. I'll just stock up later. After the skill blind box was amplified, it turned out not to be a skill card, but a skill upgrade card, which was also very good. Tang Feiyu directly selected Jiaolong out to see for the upgrade. After the upgrade, the collision speed increased from 300 km per hour to 500 km per hour, and the additional strength increased from 500% to 1000%. At the same time, there is an additional entry called Not Bad. Not bad. When the missile boat's strength is not enough to offset the impact of the skill output will be forcibly interrupted after the strength is cleared. The expansion card is used directly on the locker. There is no change on the outside, but the internal space has become infinitely large, and the supplies inside are neatly arranged into categories, which looks very healing. Building Enhancement Card. Tang Feiyu hesitated between several buildings. Non-weapon buildings that can be upgraded include Pinru's wardrobe, lockers, hot spring pool, etc. Ultimately, after a vote, it was decided to use it on the hot spring pool. First of all, the wardrobe has no other use except to generate some pajamas. Of course, the love for the wardrobe is no less than that for other buildings. The locker already has unlimited space, and the card's enhancement terms are unknown, but it certainly won't make the supplies stored in it gradually get better. It's not like wine, which gets better with age. On the contrary, if the hot spring pool is strengthened, there is a high probability that the benefits will be directly reflected on the people who bathe in the hot spring. Of course, no one knows the specific strengthening effects of the hot spring pool and the locker, but there is only one card, and Tang Feiyu finally decided on the hot spring pool. The result did not disappoint. The original hot spring pool had no special effects other than relieving fatigue and relaxing the mind. After strengthening and upgrading, it turned into a hot spring medicine pool. Soaking for about half an hour every day can slowly improve your personal attributes and improve your skin. The improvement in skin condition alone made several women ecstatic. Improving attributes was not that important. Finally, the only thing left was the teleportation array. Originally, Tang Feiyu planned to place it on the missile boat and Zhang Qian's fishing boat, but Zhang Qian rejected his plan. Her fishing boat was just a last resort. If something happened to Tang Feiyu's boat, they would not be left without a place to stay. I never take it out normally, so it would be a waste to install a teleportation array on it. It is not used in other places. If it is installed on a missile boat or a certain sea area, it will be useless once the distance exceeds the limit. Finally, it was Li Shaoxian who quietly suggested, why not install it between the bedroom cabin and the hot spring cabin? Because it was now an RV, there was no walkway. Every time they went to take a shower, they either had to park the car and enter through another door, or climb through the door, which was very troublesome. It would be much more convenient if a teleportation array was installed on both of them. Her proposal received widespread support. After finishing everything, they couldn't wait to go to the hot spring cabin through the teleportation array, which was indeed very convenient. Lu Xiaolan and the other two who stayed in the bedroom cabin looked at each other. Those guys had all gone to the hot springs, so they definitely couldn't follow them. If they continued to stay here, it would be embarrassing if some of them came back naked, especially Tang Feiyu. So they started to cling to the car door and jumped into the bedroom cabin at the back, which belonged to them. Sitting on the bed, Lu Xiaolan took out the skill card Tang Feiyu gave him, and Song Yasi also took out the talent card. However, neither of them used it, and just stared at the cards in a daze. Because I'm not sure what Tang Feiyu means. What if I use the card and he asks me to sleep with him? Should I go or not? Although following such a man is a good choice, the problem is that the three of them were rescued by Zhang Qian, but now they turn around and snatch the man from her. Isn't that a bit immoral? In the end, the three decided not to do it for now and asked Zhang Qian later to let her find out what Tang Feiyu thought. Zhang Qian, who was being thought of by them, had no time to think about anything else at this moment. In the empty bedroom, a laptop automatically turned on its screen. The assistant sat quietly on a folder, her short legs swinging leisurely. But judging by her flushed face, number one was being naughty. It's the same kind of person as its owner. Of course, as an intelligent machine, number one could have easily distracted itself from the road and prevented the RV from falling into the pit. Otherwise, it would have been severely punished. Cumulative, Generation, Quantity, 379. Chapter 184 Situation and Monster Hunting. The next morning, Song Yasi took the opportunity to bring Zhang Qian to their bedroom while delivering food. You haven't used it yet? Since Brother Feiyu gave it to you, you should use it. Zhang Qian looked at the three of them in surprise. If someone else had gotten a skill card that suited them, they would have used it immediately. However, talent cards weren't picky about who was best, so there wasn't any such thing as a perfect match or a bad match. So she was very surprised. Song Yasi was still hesitant, not knowing what to say, but Tang Shiyun spoke frankly. Sister Qianqian, they say there's no such thing as a free lunch. Does Brother Tang have any other ideas? If so, we can't accept them, otherwise we'd be so sorry for you. Zhang Qian was stunned at first, then realized what she meant. She said with a smile, don't let your imagination run wild. Besides, even if Brother Feiyu likes you, I don't have any objection as long as you don't object. After hearing Zhang Qian's words, the three of them were stunned. What kind of magic does Tang Feiyu have that can make a woman who is better than most people willing to share it with other women? Could it be that he is cheating and has the legendary favorability system? Okay, I still have to go have breakfast with Brother Feiyu. You guys can do whatever you need to do. After saying that, Zhang Qian turned around, opened the door, and walked out. Lu Xiaolan and the other two looked at each other for a long time before Tang Shiyun asked, should we use it? Use it, Lu Xiaolan said firmly. She had figured out that using these skill cards and talent cards could also improve her strength. If Tang Feiyu had other ideas, they would have no ability to resist. In this situation, he is still willing to give them things that can improve their strength. What is there to hesitate about? If he really has a request, then just obey. If he doesn't have a request, then it will improve my strength and I can help in other areas, instead of becoming a burden that will be abandoned at any time. Lu Xiaolan, who has had some bad experiences, is unwilling to miss any chance to survive. After listening to her analysis, Song Yasi also felt that it made sense, so she broke the talent card without hesitation and designated Tang Shiyun as the shared object. On the other side, Zhang Qian returned to the bedroom cabin and told Tang Feiyu and others what had happened to Lu Xiaolan and the other two. Hearing this, Yin Zijiao looked at Tang Feiyu and said, Feiyu, you have to work harder. Your current skills won't be enough. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrou knew that Yin Zijiao, who was both incompetent and playful, was going to suffer again. As a result, even Zhang Qian just watched the show from the sidelines, and even gave Tang Feiyu advice and added fuel to the fire, asking him to teach Yin Zijiao a lesson. On the other side, because Tang Feiyu refreshed the list again, an emergency meeting was once again held in C Area 0001. The people they sent out finally found the C area where Tang Feiyu was and rushed towards him. At the same time, some teams and lone wolves that were not on the list but were relatively famous in their own waters were also approached by some people. It's just that the people who were found came from different backgrounds. On the surface, there are now many groups, each of which claims to be the king of the sea, but in fact, there are not many that can really stabilize people's hearts. More people had to join them just to survive. When they heard that it was official people coming, they naturally trusted the officials more. As a result, many teams that had just been assembled not long ago began to face the situation of falling apart. The reason why these people are unpopular is very simple. When the end of the world comes, the ambitions that were previously restrained by laws and morals are released. After finally having the final say, venting is inevitable. Although there are no bright lights in wine now, there are also various new things that were not there before. And this is exactly why they are unpopular. It would have been fine if the people who were originally oppressed by them had no hope, but now that they see hope, of course they can't wait to start resisting. However, there are also some team leaders who do a very good job. On the premise of ensuring their own interests, they truly treat their subordinates fairly and justly, and ensure that those who work harder get more. So when the official figures came to try to win them over, no one wanted to go back to their old life as a social slave. Some even harbored resentment towards the official figures because they had been treated unfairly in society in the past. Some of these official people are genuine. Coming from the military, they are generally quite friendly towards ordinary people. But some of them are fake and have an arrogant attitude, which is mostly aimed at destroying people's trust in the government. People's hearts, which should have adapted to the current living environment and gradually come together due to habit, are becoming more and more chaotic due to the interference of some people with ulterior motives. As night fell, a large number of Emperor Devilclaws and other monsters suddenly appeared on the ice field that had gradually calmed down. They quietly surrounded one human settlement after another. But fortunately, there are basically no people left alone now. The team's base has arranged special night watchmen. After being surrounded, they quickly discovered the arrival of the monsters and sounded the alarm. There were still casualties, but the situation was much better than the first attack. Some monsters also appeared around the RV, but they were unable to catch up at all and could only look at the taillights from behind in helplessness and rage. Or they were blown to pieces before they could get close enough to intercept them. Tang Feiyu was listening to the occasional roar outside while extracting supplies one by one from the trading column. These were the materials he found in the trading area one afternoon, used to build the missile silo. Because this is a building that comes with the upgraded fishing boat, there is no need for a design drawing. You can make it directly after getting the materials. After time accelerated, a new device appeared on the roof of the RV between the two cannons. Now we just need to produce the missiles and put them into use. Moreover, because the materials are amplified and have attributes, the launch silo produced also has an attribute, Dongfeng. The missile flight speed is increased by 300%. However, the materials needed to make missiles are even rarer than those for artillery shells. After searching for a long time, they only managed to find the materials for a dozen missiles. After amplification, 1,000 missiles and 6 small nuclear bombs appeared in the locker. Just as they finished, Song Yasi also brought dinner. It was a feast made with the boss's corpse, and the aroma was even stronger than the previous meat. Chapter 185 Monster Attacks Again, Additional Update. This was the first time Tang Feiyu saw Song Yasi after her talent was unlocked. She looked the same as before, but she looked unreal and mysterious. Sometimes, looking at her would even make people feel dizzy and have the illusion that they were seeing Tang Shiyan. Because of this illusion, Tang Feiyu looked at Song Yasi for a few seconds longer, which made her panic. She then put down the food and ran back. Tang Feiyu and his companions didn't care and ate their dinner with great praise. After dinner, Zhang Qian's expression suddenly changed. A new skill, Ice Shadow Clone, appeared on her dashboard. Place a block of ice at a designated location. After absorbing moisture from the environment, it grows into a clone. The clone possesses all the attributes of the original, but cannot move or attack. The original can swap positions with the clone, but each clone can only be swapped once. Simply put, It is to set up a target clone to attract firepower for the main body or serve as a coordinate for displacement. For a player like her who has no melee skills, it is a very good life-saving skill. Tang Feiyu and the others didn't feel anything special. Although there was a high probability that their ice resistance had increased, the specific resistance was not shown on the panel. On the contrary, it is Yin Zijiao. Because of her talent, her ice resistance is much lower than others, and it is very obvious now. But this kind of ice resistance did not make her happy. After just one meal, she felt that her flame had been affected. If it weren't for the fact that her talent and Zhang Qian's talent could be linked together, the impact might be even greater. Therefore, this boss's meat will basically have nothing to do with her from now on. If she continues to eat it, her ice resistance will increase, but her own natural talent, Yang Yin, may be useless. Inside and outside the RV, gunfire raged. Listening to the roar outside, Song Yasi in the back bedroom cabin tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It's not that he was worried about being attacked by monsters, but as soon as he lay down, he kept thinking about the scene of Tang Feiyu looking at him. I knew more than my sister, and before getting on the RV, I had several dreams because of Tang Shiyun's words. The vague figure in the dream was now directly replaced by Tang Feiyu. Her heart was in a mess, which also made Tang Shiyun, who was lying next to her, feel a little uncomfortable. Under the influence of her talent, Tang Shiyun could vaguely sense some of Song Yasi's emotions, but she knew nothing. I felt something strange happening in my body and thought I had eaten something unclean. In the middle of the night, Lu Xiaolan got up to go to the bathroom and found that she was the only one left in the room, and Song Yasi and Tang Shiyun had disappeared. After she finished solving the problem, she still didn't see the two people come back. She felt nervous, thinking something had happened. She quickly sent a private message to Zhang Qian to remind her to be careful. The two people who disappeared were soaking in the hot spring pool at the time and had no idea that Lu Xiaolan was worried about them. The reason was that Song Yasi fell asleep in a daze, and Tang Feiyu appeared in her dream as promised. After waking up, she secretly prepared to take a shower. Although Tang Shiyun did not dream, she was awakened by the sound of her sister getting up. She also found something wrong under the quilt, so she also wanted to take a shower. Song Yasi heard the sound as soon as she entered the water and turned around to see her sister following her. However, neither of them said much. Song Yasi was unable to speak out about the dream, while Tang Shiyun thought it was because she couldn't hold it back. Zhang Qian did not see Lu Xiaolan's private message. Not only had she fallen asleep not long ago, but the private chat notification sound had also been turned off long ago. In the entire RV, only Lu Xiaolan was in a frightened state. Just as she was about to go out to check the situation, Song Yasi and Tang Shiyun returned to the room wrapped in fish skin. When Lu Xiaolan heard that they were going to take a shower, her eyes almost rolled to the sky. I showered right before bed, but ended up showering again in the middle of the night, just a few hours later. Even if hot springs are good for your skin, you don't have to do this, right? Aren't you afraid of getting bald skin? The next morning, Tang Feiyu opened the car door sleepily. The cool wind made him feel refreshed. On the pale ice outside, patches of bright red blood could be seen, but the monsters' corpses had all disappeared. After communicating with number 1, I learned that monsters outside never stopped appearing at night, and the corpses were all dragged away by other people. He looked at the number of people in the chat area and found that there were fewer than before, but not much fewer, only about a few dozen. The rest of the people were almost all discussing the monster that suddenly appeared. You can't see them at all normally. Their appearance is just like they appear out of thin air in the game. Number 1, who was monitoring the outside of the car around the clock, actually told what it had discovered. Those monsters, just like the previous mini-bosses, emerged directly from the ice. When they passed through the ice, they seemed illusory and did not cause any damage to the ice. This shouldn't be a skill effect, as the previous mini-boss also appeared like this, but no suspicious skills were seen on the panel. Tang Feiyu didn't think too much about this. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it. There was no need to waste his brain cells. No matter how they appear, just kill them. Just as he was about to leave, number 1 reminded him that he had recovered some treasure chests that had exploded when he killed monsters last night. Tang Feiyu turned around and saw that there were more than a dozen boxes piled up in the corner of the cockpit. After praising number 1, he opened all the boxes. Then he carried the things inside back to the bedroom cabin, ready to amplify and store them after Lin Wanrou and the others got up. As soon as he came back, he saw a private message from Song Yasi asking him if he wanted breakfast delivered. Thinking that Lin Wanrou and the others were still asleep, he replied, "Let's talk later." Then he opened another message. It is a man named Chen Bin. "Mr. Tang Feiyu, on behalf of the official, I would like to invite you to join us. Bin did come to invite Tang Feiyu after receiving the order. Although he didn't know where he was in this sea area, he found the trading items listed by Tang Feiyu in the trading area. Bin immediately clicked on his profile picture and sent a message. "Sorry, I'm not planning to join anyone's team." Tang Feiyu replied and closed the chat box. Regardless of whether the other party is real or not, even if it is real, now because communication in each sea area is not very convenient, the official control over everyone can be said to be the lowest in history. After joining, I'd inevitably have to run around recruiting people, and I didn't want to work for others. My current life was better. After I avenged Li Shaoxian, I could go wherever I wanted freely. Before Bin came, he guessed that it would not be easy to win over others. Even if he was replaced in Tang Feiyu's position, he obviously had the strength that surpassed most people and became a superior person. Why should he become someone else's subordinate and work for others? But he had received the order after all, and obeying the order was his duty, so he still had to continue persuading. Cumulative, Generation, Quantity, 210. Chapter 186 Cooperation with Bin. Unfortunately, no matter how Bin persuaded him, Tang Feiyu refused to join any organization or group. If Bin hadn't been so polite, he would have blocked him long ago. Of course, another reason was because of the other party's military status. Although Tang Feiyu would not join the other side because of this, he naturally had a certain liking for soldiers. Finally, after further consultation, Bin reached a cooperation agreement with Tang Feiyu. In terms of resources, some of what Tang Feiyu doesn't need can be sold to them at market prices. At the same time, what Tang Feiyu needs can also be purchased from them. He was not resistant to cooperation, and in order to show his sincerity, he directly traded 10,000 fire crystals and some high-demand materials to Bin. Although Bin was not very satisfied with the result, he was satisfied with it. He chatted with Tang Feiyu for a while, then quickly found a deserted place, extracted the items, and traded them to the person in charge of Sea Area Number 1. Only after the transaction was complete did Bin breathe a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Tang Feiyu to give him such a large sum of supplies. Even though he was one of the best in the military, he was still worried about being robbed. That would be a serious crime. Now that the transaction is completed, he can go back and report with peace of mind. At the same time, he will also serve as a liaison between the military and Tang Feiyu. In addition, he also asked people to start collecting the equipment that Tang Feiyu needed. If you accept people's things but don't pay for them, and don't provide equipment for a long time, you will lose your credibility. Not to mention trying to recruit them, even future cooperation will be terminated. Lin Wanrou, who had just woken up and seen Tang Feiyu suddenly taking out a large amount of supplies from the locker, did not ask. She first pushed the leg that was pressing on her aside, and then stood up. Dress neatly in front of Tang Feiyu. "Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" Tang Feiyu walked over, held her in his arms and asked. "I've slept enough." Lin Wanrou leaned on him and said lazily. The sound of the two talking also made Zhang Qian and Li Shaoxian open their eyes. However, they did not intend to get up. Instead, Zhang Qian stretched her legs out of the quilt and put them on Tang Feiyu's shoulders. Seeing Lin Wanrou looking at her, Zhang Qian smiled but did not move her legs away. Only Yin Zijiao was still sound asleep. Because she was both inexperienced and playful, she became Tang Feiyu's main target and probably wouldn't wake up until noon. Lu Xiaolan, who had slept enough, came to the hot spring cabin, holding a sharp dagger, and moved around the room to exercise. She is not like the two sisters, but is constantly improving herself. No matter what position Tang Feiyu gave her in the future, it was always right to be strong. Just like his women, none of them were simple. Not to mention Yin Zijiao, who was comparable to Zhang Qian. Lin Wanrou, who had not fought much, was not yet clear about the opponent's strength. Although the other Li Shaoxian only made a few moves, Lu Xiaolan also found that the other party was stronger than herself. Those eyes, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, were quite sharp. A woman who usually looked very quiet, but once she got serious, her eyes were quite scary. After practicing for 2.5 hours, Lu Xiaolan, sweating all over, went straight into the hot spring pool. The water healed her aching muscles and tired spirit. Before she knew it, she fell asleep. The alarm clock woke up the two sisters who were sleeping soundly. After a simple wash, they began to prepare lunch. "That's strange, why can't I see Sister Xiaolan?" Tang Shiyun asked puzzledly while cutting meat. Song Yasi was also a little puzzled. Usually, when they got up, Lu Xiaolan was in her room. Today, after they had washed up and started to cook in the kitchen, they didn't see Lu Xiaolan. After thinking about it, he didn't think Lu Xiaolan would leave secretly, so he sent a message to Zhang Qian, asking her if Lu Xiaolan was ahead. Seeing her private message, Zhang Qian was a little surprised and replied no. Lu Xiaolan is not in the front and back bedrooms or the kitchen, so the only thing left is the hot spring cabin. So Zhang Qian came to the hot spring cabin through the teleportation array in the corner of the bedroom, and sure enough, she saw a person lying in the pool. Why are you taking a bath so early in the morning? Shiyun and the others were worried that you would get lost, Zhang Qian said as she walked over with a smile. However, Lu Xiaolan did not move. Only then did she realize something was wrong. She reached out and patted Lu Xiaolan on the shoulder and found that her body temperature was frighteningly high. When I looked again, although he was still breathing, his breathing rate was very low and he had fainted. Zhang Qian carried her out of the pool in a panic and quickly returned to the bedroom cabin through the teleportation array. Tang Feiyu, who was chatting, saw Lu Xiaolan being held naked and quickly turned his head to ask, "What's wrong with her?" "I don't know. I found her unconscious in the hot springs. Her temperature was frighteningly high." Hearing this, Tang Feiyu said, "There is some food in the locker to reduce fever. Feed her some." He wouldn't let Lin Wanrou take action unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, Lu Xiaolan wasn't a member of his core team yet, and it was better for as few people as possible to know about her abilities. Li Shaoxian found a bottle of canned yellow peaches and a bowl of snowflake autumn pear paste in her locker to reduce fever. To be on the safe side, she also grabbed a bottle of premium shark fin soup, which is good for strengthening the body. After feeding, her red skin returned to its normal moisture. After her breathing stabilized, her eyelashes trembled slightly. "No, why don't you put some on her?" Tang Feiyu said speechlessly. He waited for a long time, and when he turned around, he found that Lu Xiaolan had not put it on yet. After hearing his words, Zhang Qian reacted and took a fish skin blanket from the side to wrap it up, but she said, "It's a shame to see you, Brother Feiyu. If you want to see it, I don't think Xiaolan will refuse." What a mess. Tang Feiyu picked up the roll of toilet paper on the bedside and threw it over. Zhang Qian dodged it by turning her head, then smiled and said nothing. No one noticed that there was a hint of blush on Lu Xiaolan's originally fair face. How could she faint in the hot spring? Li Shaoxian said curiously at this time. Logically speaking, Lu Xiaolan's current physical condition should be twice as strong as a normal person's. The room was kept at a constant temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius, with no cooling air, so she shouldn't have had a fever and passed out. Zhang Qian shrugged and said, "Who knows? Anyway, she was already unconscious when I went there. Could it be that I stayed in the hot springs or saunas for too long?" Lin Wanrou said uncertainly. She'd often seen online stories of people getting into trouble after spending too long in hot springs or saunas. "I just don't know if this situation will happen again after my physical fitness doubles." Cumulative Power Generation 255. Chapter 187 Fruit-Flavored Popsicles. Lu Xiaolan pretended to be unconscious until no one was paying attention to her anymore. Then she slowly opened her eyes. Otherwise, she didn't know how to face Tang Feiyu, who saw through her. Zhang Qian, who was hugging Tang Feiyu and whispering to her, suddenly noticed that she had woken up and asked, "Xiaolan, how are you feeling now? Why did you pass out in the hot spring pool before?" Zhang Qian's words also made others realize that Lu Xiaolan had woken up, and they all turned to look at her. Being looked at by Tang Feiyu, Lu Xiaolan's fair cheeks flushed suddenly, and she said, "I don't know either. I wanted to take a shower before, and then I seemed to fall asleep. I don't know what happened after that." Seeing this, the others didn't ask any further questions. The person involved didn't know, and asking wouldn't yield an answer. Besides, illness wasn't something one could control. No matter how healthy you are, you can't avoid it. Lu Xiaolan had some theories about her sudden illness. All her previous experiences weighed heavily on her like a mountain, and her emotions were constantly tense. Even though she followed Zhang Qian to Tang Feiyu's boat, and there was no danger anymore, she was still worried because of her own wild thoughts. It wasn't until I finally came to terms with it that my tense nerves relaxed. After another 2.5 hours of exercise, my exhausted mind and body were both completely exhausted, and the heat from the hot springs lulled me into a deep sleep. In a resting state, the body's resistance inevitably decreases. Add to that the coldness in the upper body and the heat in the lower body, and a high fever suddenly develops. However, she did not tell Zhang Qian and others about this guess. On the one hand, she had recovered, and there was no point in saying anything more. The second reason is related to her personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been under such great psychological pressure before. Although Zhang Qian asked her to continue resting here for a while, Lu Xiaolan felt as out of place as a kilowatt light bulb, so she decided to go back to the bedroom in the back row to rest. Seeing this, Zhang Qian did not continue to force it. When she returned to the back and was about to rest when she walked in, Tang Feiyu looked at the fish skin bath towel wrapped around her in surprise. This one was clearly only in the bedroom, and was clearly different from the ones commonly used in the hot spring pool. If I wasn't mistaken, it should be Lin Wanrou's. So he looked at Lu Xiaolan with a strange look in his eyes, and thought to himself, so my sister and I were still worried about you. But you ran out to deliver food? Song Yasi didn't think much about it, and just asked. After hearing that she had fainted in the hot spring pool and was rescued by Zhang Qian, she helped her lie down on the bed. Tang Feiyu didn't believe Lu Xiaolan's words, but firmly believed that she had sent it over on her own initiative. After all, with their current physical fitness, how could they catch a cold and fever so easily? After Lu Xiaolan fell asleep, she sent a private message to Song Yasi, detailing her guess, and then was hit on the forehead by her sister. What nonsense are you talking about? If you have the energy, you should prepare the food for dinner. On the other hand, after the officials received a large amount of supplies sent by Chen Bin, several leading bosses expressed their understanding, although they felt a little sorry that Tang Feiyu refused to join. After all, he was just an ordinary citizen, not a soldier. Moreover, he expressed his sincerity, which was much stronger than those people in other small teams. So he ordered all parties to pay attention to collecting the equipment and materials needed by Tang Feiyu. During this period of time, the authorities have integrated sea areas 1 to 10, and have also gathered together officers of all levels who can be contacted in other sea areas. The number of people under his control was as high as tens of thousands. Adding military dependents and the like, the number of people he could contact exceeded hundreds of thousands. Military families have all kinds of relatives and friends, and their network of relationships is quickly expanded. Less than half a day after the order was issued, news came that a neighbor of a classmate of a soldier's cousin's sister had parts of a girl's suit. After several twists and turns, the transaction finally reached Chen Bin's hands. Chen Bin, who was on his way back, immediately stopped and sent a private message to Tang Feiyu. Tang Feiyu saw this and immediately asked, "Brother Chen, you haven't left the sea yet, right?" Chen Bin was a little confused, but still replied, "Not yet. If it's half an hour later, we will leave." Hearing this, Tang Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief and immediately asked him to add Lin Wanrou as a friend. Although Chen Bin was confused by his actions, it was a good thing to get to know another person from Tang Feiyu's team. While waiting for the transaction, I suddenly discovered that there was a piece of fine equipment in the other party's trading column. So he quickly asked, "Brother Tang, what does this mean? Weren't the supplies for purchasing equipment given to us before? The previous ones don't count. They were just support for the officials. This equipment counts as such." After repeated refusals, Chen Bin finally accepted this high-quality set of components. At the same time, his initial resentment towards Tang Feiyu's reluctance to join the official team also vanished. Although the government should not take a single needle or thread from the people, it is another matter if the people are willing to support the government's construction during special periods. During the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, many patriots provided a large amount of supplies. So, after completing the transaction, Chen Bin quickly informed his superiors of Tang Feiyu's intentions and said a lot of good things. When the official boss learned about this, he was even more pleased and decided to strengthen cooperation with Tang Feiyu and prepare to give him a big gift. Inside the RV, Tang Feiyu didn't expect that he would get another set of parts so quickly. After amplification, the new equipment was handed to Zhang Qian. Ice and Snow Goddess's ankle boots, 4 out of 5. Rare item. Speed plus 60. Energy plus 45. When moving in snowy environments, your speed increases by 100% and you can teleport 3 times over short distances. You can teleport once every 10 minutes. Passive effect, Ice Path. Ice Trail. When moving, leaves a layer of solid ice on the ground, which can trigger movement bonus. Frost. Enemies who step on the ice and snow path will suffer frost damage, and their movement speed will be reduced by 50%. The only thing missing from the complete set was the headpiece. As a reward, Zhang Qian treated him to a homemade fruit-flavored popsicle. First, the fruit juice was squeezed and then poured into a brand new wooden barrel. Next, the washed polygonatum was added, and the chill air bloomed. Freshly baked fruit popsicles were delivered to Tang Feiyu. Regarding this reward, Tang Feiyu said that he could give more in the future. Lin Wanrou looked at Zhang Qian's antics, reached out, and pinched her face again and again, and told Tang Feiyu not to kiss her today. When Yin Zijiao saw this, her eyes rolled around, and she didn't know what evil idea she was going to come up with. Chapter 188 Zhang Qian, the Eater. Zhang Qian's actions gave Lin Wanrou a headache. She didn't know why this girl became like this, and Feiyu also followed suit. Li Shaoxian was also a little speechless, but she also expressed understanding for his hobbies. After all, when I used to go to hotels with my colleagues, I had seen all kinds of hobbies. This was relatively normal. Yin Zijiao started to think about it. Zhang Qian was ice, so she could make popsicles. So, if she was fire, what should she make? Hot pot. A picture emerged in her mind. A big pot, poured with clear water and hot pot base. Then she sat in it, and then put in the chopped vegetables and meat. She couldn't stand it anymore. Not to mention whether chili peppers or something like that would cause harm to the body. Just the various oils that get on her skin would give her goosebumps. After much thought, she couldn't come up with any fun ways to eat it. As a fun-loving contestant, she felt a little disappointed. Zhang Qian noticed the change in her expression and immediately understood the reason, so she sent a private message to Yin Zijiao, which made her suddenly understand everything. He exclaimed, "You still know how to eat." Then he quickly sent a message to Song Yasi, who was preparing to cook in the back, saying, "Just cut the ingredients and send them over later." Song Yasi was stunned when she saw the message. She thought the other party was preparing to have hot pot and didn't think much about it. She told her sister, who was preparing to light a fire and cook, to cut more ingredients. Soon, the prepared ingredients were delivered raw. Seeing the pile of processed ingredients placed on the wooden tray, Tang Feiyu and the others were stunned. They looked at Song Yasi in confusion. Before she could speak, Yin Zijiao said, "Just put the things down." After sending away the bewildered Song Yasi and Tang Shiyun, Yin Zijiao looked at Tang Feiyu and the others, who were also bewildered, reached out and pulled Zhang Qian up, saying, "Wait a few minutes." Afterwards, she and Zhang Qian entered the hot spring pool and asked Zhang Qian to help clean the places she couldn't reach. Then she went straight back to the bedroom cabin without wrapping herself in a fish skin bath towel. At this point, except for Zhang Qian, no one else still understood what she was up to. Yin Zijiao brought a table, then lay down on it, and gestured to Zhang Qian. Then Tang Feiyu and the other two saw Zhang Qian first spread the cut boss meat piece by piece on Yin Zijiao's body, followed by some fruits and vegetables. "I know this," Tang Feiyu suddenly said. After Lin Wanrou looked over, he explained in a low voice, "There used to be a place like this on the island, called Ntishang. It was said to be very popular there. Is it so perverted?" Lin Wanrou expressed her utter disbelief. The knowledgeable Li Shaoxian, standing nearby, also felt her worldview severely impacted. Although Tang Feiyu had heard of this, and he could accept Yin Zijiao's words, the problem was that he didn't like eating raw meat. However, before he could say anything, he saw orange-red flames appear on the upper part of Yin Zijiao's body, and the boss's flesh was roasted and oozing with oil. What you can see is that the fat that flows down burns violently before it touches the skin, without causing the meat to turn black. It can be seen that Yin Zijiao's control over fire has reached a new level. Fruits and vegetables that are also in the flames are merely heated instead of turning into charcoal. Tang Feiyu was very satisfied with the dinner, and Zhang Qian also ate quite a bit. However, Lin Wanrou and Li Shaoxian were unable to bring their chopsticks to eat. Even though they knew Yin Zijiao was clean, that had nothing to do with this. Whenever she was seriously injured, Lin Wanrou would heal her personally without hesitation, but she couldn't eat the food using that method. It wouldn't be good to let them both go hungry, so Tang Feiyu had to take the trouble to help them replenish protein energy. In the back bedroom, Tang Shiyun, who was eating hot pot in the front, also suggested eating hot pot. The aroma of hot pot filled the room, forcing Lu Xiaolan to open the window a little to ventilate. By the time someone followed the scent, the RV had already disappeared, leaving behind a stream of people cursing and shouting. Some people even condemned this immoral behavior of spreading poison in the chat area. Initially, no one paid much attention, thinking the other person was hallucinating from hunger. But as the RV drove further away, more and more people smelled the hot pot and began to condemn and curse in the chat area. Only then did others realize something was wrong. According to these people, they were not together and were even far away from each other, but they all smelled the hot pot, which is a big problem. Now that it was getting dark, everyone tried to stay around their rafts or with their groups as much as possible. Who can run such a long distance in less than an hour and spread the aroma of hot pot everywhere? Someone thought of the increasingly mysterious Snow Girl ghost ship incident and named today's event Ghost Hot Pot. For a while, people were in a panic. The three culprits laid down on the bed after eating and drinking. The advantage of eating hot pot is that there is no need to wash dishes. They specially prepared disposable pots and wooden plates, which can be directly thrown into the recycling bin after eating. If they had the right to decide what to eat, Tang Shiyun would have wanted to eat hot pot every day in the future. In other sea areas, even at night, there are people moving quickly from time to time, but they basically avoid places with campfires to hide their whereabouts. The target direction is all the sea area where Tang Feiyu is located. The next morning, Tang Feiyu, who was still asleep, was suddenly awakened by a prompt and found that he had entered a new sea area, Sea Area 00771. After traveling from the center of the sea to the new sea area, he discovered that each numbered sea area was a rectangle, not the normal direction he had originally thought. The east-west length was longer than the north-south length, with a difference of about 600 kilometers. He made a rough calculation based on the time required for him to cross horizontally and vertically, combined with the speed of the RV. At this time, to reach Sea Area 00573, where Li Xiaoxuan's enemies were located, one still had to cross 2 sea areas vertically and 1.5 sea areas horizontally. Just as I was about to let number 1 activate the sailing skill to speed up, I heard number 1 say that the jump skill cooldown was over and I could jump again. So he gave the order without hesitation, and in a moment of trance, the RV stopped where it was, its energy exhausted. And the distance to the next new sea area was only 100 kilometers away. Lu Renjiao was confused at this time. When he turned around to pee, a car appeared in front of him. It looked like an RV. But where did the car come from on the ice? He rubbed his eyes and looked again, only to find the RV was parked motionless. Looking through the front window, he couldn't see the driver. I was shocked and thought I had encountered a supernatural event. Cumulative, generation, quantity, for 190. Chapter 189, The Bounty Hunter Being Tricked. There is a type of character in horror movies who usually gets killed shortly after appearing on the screen. This is because even though they know something is wrong, their curiosity still drives them to get closer to situations that they cannot deal with or solve. Lu Renjiao was a very curious person. Although he was very panicked, he did not turn around and run away. Instead, he took his weapon and approached the RV little by little, trying to figure out whether this was a supernatural event or something else. Fortunately, reality is not a scene from a horror movie. When number 1 discovered a stranger approaching, he first flashed his headlights as a warning, and then a gun barrel rose from the roof and aimed directly at Lu Renjiao. Seeing the pitch-black but chilling tubular object, Lu Renjiao's curiosity finally disappeared. He let out a strange cry and turned around and ran away, not even caring about the raft and supplies not far away. In the car, Tang Feiyu also heard number 1's report and told it with some amusement to several women who were also woken up by the reminder. Brother Feiyu, you probably can't leave today, right? Let's go out and play for a while. Zhang Qian arched her back in his arms, then said coquettishly, I have been staying in the cabin all the time. Even though I am with my lover, it is still a bit boring. Upon hearing Zhang Qian's proposal, Yin Zijiao quickly agreed. Li Xiaoxian knew they were going to find their enemy, so she didn't comment. Lin Wanrou was indifferent. Okay, let's just relax outside today. As he said that, Tang Feiyu got up and started washing up while holding Zhang Qian. The others also followed suit and were busy for a while before they all came out of the car. There is no other scenery outside. All you can see is an endless ice field, with a small iceberg here and there. A few dozen meters away from the RV, a raft with its main body frozen was left with only the awning exposed. Zhang Qian saw this and ran over and shouted, Brother Feiyu, I found a raft, come here quickly. When he arrived at the raft, he found that it had an owner, and the owner seemed to be leaving in a hurry. Tang Feiyu thought of the person who was scared away by number 1 before. Several people ate breakfast under the awning of the raft, and Song Yasi and the other 2 did not return to the car. After breakfast, Tang Feiyu leaned against the pillar of the awning, holding Lin Wanrou on his left and Li Xiaoxian in his right hand. Zhang Qian and Yin Zijiao were happily ice skating and skiing not far away, and their laughter could be heard for miles. Tang Shiyun couldn't resist the temptation and joined in the fun. The relatively quiet Song Yasi sat by the campfire opposite Tang Feiyu and talked in low voices with Lu Xiaolan. Compared to other people's struggle for survival, they now feel more relaxed and comfortable, just like playing on the snowy plains. Song Yasi would occasionally glance at Tang Feiyu, who was surrounded by people on both sides, and then lower her head with a blush on her face. Lin Wanrou, who was standing opposite her, saw her behavior clearly, but she didn't say anything. Lu Xiaolan also noticed something strange, but before she could say anything, she suddenly had an idea and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the smart device on Tang Feiyu's wrist also sounded the warning voice of number 1. Master, an unknown person is lurking and approaching. Hearing the sound, the originally lazy Lin Wanrou and Li Xiaoxian instantly became alert. They immediately took out their weapons and looked around vigilantly. Although Tang Feiyu didn't seem to have changed on the surface, the strange look in his eyes showed that he was silently alert to his surroundings. Ding! Suddenly, the sound of metal collision was heard, and the location was 5 meters behind Tang Feiyu. Zhang Feiqi felt that today was his lucky day. As he was about to go out to look for supplies early in the morning, he saw a man screaming and running away into the distance. Out of curiosity, he chased after him. After some interrogation, I heard that a strange RV had appeared, and I suddenly became excited. Lu Renjia didn't know what this was, but as a bounty hunter, he knew that it was the car of Tang Feiyu, who was ranked first on the bounty list. If he had not encountered him, he might not have deliberately gone out to assassinate him. After all, a person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. He has worked hard to develop himself, so why would he go thousands of miles to send his head to be killed? But the other party appeared directly on his territory, so he had to go there no matter what to see if there was any chance. As soon as he saw the RV, he discovered that several people walked out defenselessly. He thanked nature for the gift in his heart, and then began to lurk and prepare for an opportunity to assassinate them. Soon, he approached to 30 meters, and the other party was completely unaware. 20 meters, 10 meters. But just when he thought he could complete the backstab and kill, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Without thinking, he followed his instinct and put the weapon in his hand behind him. The sound of weapons clashing caused him to be ambushed. Before he could react, he was knocked out of stealth mode, but the attacker did not appear. On the other side, Tang Feiyu asked number 1 and found out that there was only one lurker nearby. So he stopped Lin Wanrou and the other person who were about to attack. Judging from the current situation, the other party is no match for Lu Xiaolan, so it's better to let her have some fun. Zhang Qian and the other two who were skating also noticed what was happening here and hurried back. Jiang Feiqi was filled with regret. He shouldn't have let his greed get the better of him. He clearly had the skills to survive even against monsters, but he had to think about the bounty. Now, Tang Feiyu, who was ranked first, didn't even make a move, and even a guy who was not a member of his team easily forced himself into a desperate situation. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, he sensed another attack coming and quickly rolled on the ground, but he was still cut. TSK, I didn't realize that Lu Xiaolan is so capable. Yin Zijiao, who was originally preparing to take action, now stood beside Tang Feiyu with her arms folded and said. This was the first time she saw Lu Xiaolan take action. She originally thought that this usually taciturn woman should be nothing special, but now she realized that she had more than just the skills given by Tang Feiyu. At this moment, Lu Xiaolan could have easily defeated her opponent, but now, she was more like a hunter teasing her prey. Every move and every style was pressing step by step, but left a little room for escape. So although Jiang Feiqi was in a very miserable state, his injuries were not fatal, but he had no chance to beg for mercy. Lu Xiaolan vented all her frustrations on him. None of the people watching the show spoke to plead for him. Just from the fact that he was lurking around quietly, it was clear that he had no good intentions. It was absolutely true that he deserved to die. Even Tang Shiyun, although she felt that it was a bit inhumane for Lu Xiaolan to tease someone she could kill, did not think of letting her go. After so long, her mentality has grown a bit. Chapter 190, The Bloody Messenger of the Blue, updated. If you have the guts, fight me head on. What's the point of sneaking around and attacking people? After Jiang Feiqi dodged Lu Xiaolan's assassination again, he finally got the chance to speak. He shouted in great frustration. His words also left the onlookers speechless. It was obviously he who was preparing for the sneak attack first, but now he had such a righteous expression. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that his clothes were pierced by a dagger, revealing a part of it. Then he felt a huge force on his back and was kicked by Lu Xiaolan to the front of Tang Feiyu and others. It was not until this time that he saw that the person fighting with him was actually a woman. Impossible. How could it be a woman? Jiang Feiqi said the last words of his life with full disbelief. His eyes never closed until he died. Lu Xiaolan shook off the blood on the dagger and flipped her wrist, and the dagger disappeared from her hand. Tang Shiyun was stunned by what she saw. He reached out and touched her all over, wondering, when did you get storage equipment? Lu Xiaolan certainly had no storage equipment. She even had no equipment except this relatively sharp, but attribute-less dagger. The method of hiding the dagger is something you will naturally master after learning the passive sharp weapon mastery skill. As long as the weapon is not too big, you can hide it on your body so that no one can find it. It can be considered a kind of sword hiding technique. Lu Xiaolan pushed her away with some disgust, mainly because she was touched by her in front of Tang Feiyu, which made Lu Xiaolan feel her cheeks hot. Zhang Qian knew something about Lu Xiaolan's abilities and was not surprised that she could kill this guy. She was just dissatisfied that she left the body aside. Don't ruin a good campsite. So he manipulated the ice and slowly sank Jiang Feiqi's body into the ice, burying him in the sea. At least he would avoid being eaten by the monsters on the ice and being torn to pieces. As for whether I will be swallowed by the monster in the sea, I can't see it anyway, so just pretend it didn't happen. Buried with him was a large piece of blood-stained ice. The smell of blood around soon dissipated, and the raft returned to its original state. Feeling a little bored, Zhang Qian asked Tang Feiyu to summon a boss to play with. He did not refuse, returned to the car, took out a treasure map, and used it in the distance. After waiting for a while, a hairy boss came running over with a clang. Zhang Qian used Tang Feiyu as a human chair and snapped her fingers. An ice ape, about the same height as the boss, rose from the ground. Then the two beasts engaged in a fierce melee, a scene comparable to a monster disaster movie. The others also took out their sunflower seeds, watching and commenting on the fight. Step on its toes, Yin Zijiao shouted. Boom, boom. The fist-to-flesh fight made her blood boil. Before she could change, she had already rushed forward with a knife in hand. If the boss could speak, he would have started swearing a long time ago. This lasted for nearly 3 hours before he was beaten to death by the ice ape. Tang Feiyu remained in the same position for 3 hours, being used as a cushion. If I hadn't been able to play with the big furry tail, I would have been numb long ago. Although Zhang Qian weighed less than 100 pounds, it was not easy for her to do it for a long time. Now that the boss was finally killed, Tang Feiyu immediately asked Zhang Qian to search the corpse and pick up the boxes. As soon as she left, Lin Wanrou beside her chuckled and said, "You are so stubborn." She had wanted Zhang Qian to get off his lap before, but Tang Feiyu refused to listen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be pounding his thigh nonstop now. Soon, Zhang Qian brought the box back. Perhaps because the boss was too resentful, there was only one piece of equipment and one material in the box. Witch's boots, 1/5, advanced. Speed plus 15. Energy plus 8. Movement speed increased by 10%. Can teleport in flames. Passive effect, Fire Demon. Fire Demon. After killing the target, a Fire Demon follower will be generated that inherits 50% of the main body's attributes to assist in the battle. Ice Cold Fire. A flame crystal core born in an extremely cold place, which can be used to strengthen or craft equipment. Looking at the two items that were opened, several question marks flew over Tang Feiyu's head. Where's this place? A world of ice and snow. What kind of monster did I kill? It looks like it has ice and snow attributes. The result was a fire item. Is that reasonable? He used to think that the things that exploded from monsters should have the same attributes as the monsters, or at least they should not be in conflict with each other. But today he was enlightened. Yin Zijiao knew it was what she was wearing as soon as she saw the attributes, and from the panel, it looked like a set part. So he quickly pulled Tang Feiyu and said coquettishly, "Feiyu, help me increase my strength. I will make you barbecue with milk flavor later." Although the amplification effect was beyond his control, Tang Feiyu swallowed his saliva and agreed. Without waiting for him to speak, Yin Zijiao ran into the car and soon came out with the upgrade card. After some operations, a new piece of precious equipment was born. Flame Witch's Boots, 1 out of 5, rare. Speed plus 60. Energy plus 46. Movement speed increased by 150%. Can teleport in flames, and each teleportation will generate a clone bomb at the same location, causing damage equal to stamina 10. Passive effect, Fire Lord. Flame Monarch. After killing the target, a Flame Monarch will be generated that inherits 100% of the original Flame Monarch's attributes to assist in combat. The Monarch's existence time is 30 seconds plus energy points. Fire Element. Being in flames triggers the effect, turning the body into half-element, immune to 50% physical damage, and immune to 100% fire damage. As soon as the equipment was enhanced, Yin Zijiao couldn't wait to sit down, take off her original shoes, and throw them aside, then put her legs wearing the Succubus Desire net on Tang Feiyu's legs. Her meaning was self-evident. She wanted Tang Feiyu to help her put it on. Soon, Yin Zijiao, wearing long boots, stood in front of Tang Feiyu and others and turned around a few times. With this equipment, Yin Zijiao, with the long helm messenger katana slung around her waist, exudes the aura of a fire queen. Even though Tang Shiyun was a woman, she couldn't help swallowing when she saw Yin Zijiao now, not to mention Tang Feiyu, whose eyes were wide open. Then, he took out the amplified materials. Blue Flame, a magical material born from the depths of polar volcanoes. It can be used to strengthen or craft equipment. After thinking about it, Tang Feiyu decided to use it to strengthen Yin Zijiao's weapon, the Helm Messenger sword. The original Bloodthorn Helm Messenger, rare. Sharpness plus 19. Strength plus 30. After strengthening, it becomes Blue Blood Messenger, rare. Sharpness plus 23. Strength plus 38. Burning Blood. The wound caused by the sword will produce high-temperature spontaneous combustion, continuously consuming the enemy's health. Netherworld Cold Fire. Each attack will cause ultra-low temperature burns, continuously reducing the enemy's energy limit. Seeing the new entry that appeared because of the blue flame, Tang Feiyu was shocked. Cumulative power generation, quantity, 137. Chapter 191. Ice Soul Crazy Bear. Although low-temperature burns seem magical, they are still injuries after all, and are no different from burns. What really shocked Tang Feiyu was the following effect. Directly lowers the enemy's energy limit. Improving attributes is difficult, and even if you work hard, you may not be able to continue improving. But once you are injured by Yin Zijiao, the speed at which it will decline is despairing. Without energy, not to mention whether he would faint, the increased energy consumption and significant decrease in skill power alone were enough to turn a strong man into a weakling. Furthermore, this effect isn't limited to enemies, meaning it can also be applied to monsters. This is really a good deal. After Yin Zijiao saw the new effect of her weapon, she jumped directly onto Tang Feiyu, wrapping her long legs tightly around him. She held his face with both hands and kissed him. Seeing this, the two young girls, Song Yasi and Tang Shiyun, shyly spread their 5 fingers to cover their eyes. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, I will prepare a sumptuous meal for you, Yin Zijiao said, while hanging on Tang Feiyu. Lu Xiaolan, who was standing by, looked at Yin Zijiao with some envy, imagining that if her weapon could have this effect, she could hide behind the enemy, strike one blow and run away, and then strike again when the opponent was relaxed. That scene is exciting just thinking about it. But unfortunately, it's just thought. Not to mention Lu Xiaolan, even Li Shaoxian, who rarely makes demands, was envious. I guess only the selfless Lin Wanrou and the generous Zhang Qian don't care much about it. Feiyu, can you summon another boss to kill? Li Shaoxian asked cautiously. It was a rare opportunity to hear her request, so Tang Feiyu naturally agreed. Soon, the second boss also appeared. For the sake of her own equipment, Li Shaoxian directly took the first blow. A sharp whistling sound was heard, and the arrow hit the boss's eye directly. However, the boss's structure was not comparable to that of an ordinary person after all. The damage is almost ineffective if the opponent simply closes his eyelids. Let me try. Yin Zijiao had new equipment and was eager to try out its effects. She first shot a fire knife at the boss's feet. Of course, there is no harm, but her main purpose is not to deal damage, but to create an environment for teleportation for herself. Then, he flew behind the boss and slashed at the boss's feet with the bloody messenger in his hand. As soon as she finished chopping, Yin Zijiao ran away. After all, with her small body, if she was stepped on, Tang Feiyu and the others could start the feast. Name, Ice Soul Bear, Rare. Age, 125. Talent, Constitution, Defense increased by 300%. Stamina, 399. Strength, 399. Speed, 290. Energy, 190. Hunger level, 50%. If below 50%, aggression doubles. Fatigue, 88%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills, Polar Ice Armor, Cold Cyclone, Glacier Crater, Ice Roar, Frost Field. Characteristics, bear paws are delicious and nutritious. Eating them will definitely enhance your resistance to ice, have a small chance of improving your physical fitness, and a high chance of causing hair growth. Yin Zijiao's sword strike did not cause too much damage to the ice bear, which had full defense. It was just a small scratch on his fur, not even enough to bleed, but Ice Bear cried as if his entire family had died, almost crying. And a ball of red and blue flames appeared on the originally white bear paw. Of course, the flames were relative to the ice bear's enormous size. If compared to a normal human, the fireball would be roughly the size of a human head. Roar! The attacked boss naturally wouldn't just take a beating without fighting back. He raised his giant palm, blazing with flames, and then slammed it heavily onto the ice. Cracks and gullies appeared one after another. The few people watching from a distance felt a little unsteady. Yin Zijiao, who was still fleeing, was also within the skill's range. But she was not panicked and just swung her knife at the distance. As the flames shot out, her body disappeared from the spot, leaving behind an illusory clone. Boom. The clone exploded, but other than turning the ice bear's paw black, it didn't cause any more damage. Tang Feiyu, who had been staring at the boss's panel, was also silently calculating the speed at which the other party's energy was depleting. It seems to go down a little bit in about 3 seconds. It seems useless, but if I want to improve it a little bit, I don't know how many 3 seconds it will take. Moreover, the boss itself is more resistant to all kinds of damage because of its higher level. If it is used on ordinary monsters or humans, the effect will definitely be better. However, he wouldn't specifically let Yin Zijiao go out and kill people for fun just for testing. But if they encountered assassins, bounty hunters, etc. in the future, they could use it as a test. Seeing the woman who hurt him escape from the range of his skill, Ice Bear quickly adjusted his attack method. The original melee damage was changed to a ranged skill. Behind Yin Zijiao, a whirlwind with ice blades appeared. However, with the help of her equipment, she was more agile than a fox, and she slipped away from the whirlwind behind her until it disappeared. Seeing that he couldn't catch up with the hateful woman, Bing Xiong shifted his target to another woman who attacked him. Faced with the big guy rushing towards her, Li Shaoxian was not panicked. The bow and arrow in her hand never stopped, and she continuously attacked the ice bear's eyes, nose, and other relatively vulnerable parts. If the ice bear wanted to run at full speed on all fours, it would have to give up protecting its weak spot. To protect its weak spot, it could only use one of its paws to shield its face. Its already slow speed was now even slower. Li Shaoxian flew her like a kite. The exasperated ice bear stood up and slammed its front paws heavily on the ice. Despite the overwhelming force, the ice didn't crack at all. Instead, the surroundings became even colder. Be careful. Zhang Qian stood directly in front of Tang Feiyu, and her tail and ears appeared at the first moment. Then she clapped her hands, and a hemispherical ice house appeared, trapping the people watching the fight underneath. Through the transparent wall, everyone could see a large number of icicles growing outside, like an icicle forest. But there was no harm in the igloo. The ice bear boss was almost crying from anger. I've never seen anyone bully a bear like this before. Let me slap you guys. This boss's defense was almost as strong as the previous turtle boss. Although Yin Zijiao's katana could penetrate defenses, the entire blade was only a little over 1 meter, less than 2 meters long. Even if it was stabbed all the way in, it wouldn't be a serious injury for the ice bear. Of course, the most important thing is to rely on the special effects of the sword to deal considerable damage. Cumulative Power Generation 163. Chapter 192 The Frustrated Ice Bear. As soon as the ice bear's attack ended, Zhang Qian unleashed a massive ice palm, slapping it back repeatedly. It then fell to the ground with a dazed look in its large eyes. Zhang Qian did not continue to attack. On the other side, Yin Zijiao seized the opportunity and stepped forward again, slashed several times, and then left. The severe pain in his body brought the dazed ice bear back to his senses. After getting up from the ground, he did not continue to rush towards the ice house. He could only vent his anger on Yin Zijiao and Li Shaoxian outside the ice house. However, the two's flexible movements also made the ice bear unable to rage, and its skills could not hit anyone. In the end, he was so depressed and exhausted that he fell into a coma. This is probably the first monster to be forced unconscious by humans, and it's a boss. I wonder if it will be included in the family tree in the future. Tang Feiyu and the others also discovered that the effects of Yin Zijiao's knife could be superimposed, but only up to 3 layers. The original energy consumption rate of 1 point every 3 seconds has been reduced to 3 points every 3 seconds. Otherwise, the ice bear wouldn't have fainted so quickly. Yin Zijiao walked up to the unconscious boss and stabbed the sword into his eyes, ending his short and miserable life. The ice bear only has 1 point of energy left, so even if you don't kill it, it may not wake up. And if you don't kill it, you can't touch its corpse. Yin Zijiao carried the box and came to the ice house with Li Shaoxian. Zhang Qian also removed the ice house that was wrapped around everyone. When the box was opened, 2 cards and a short stick fell out. Pumpkin Bomb generates 3 pumpkin-shaped fireballs to attack the target. Upon hitting the target, the pumpkin fireballs will explode and cause damage to the target. Rapid Charge. Lock onto the target and charge forward rapidly. Star Magic Wand, Exquisite. Strength plus 15. Energy plus 58. Waving the magic wand can send out a medium to long-range starlight to attack the target, with damage equal to energy plus strength. Passive effect, Hat Magic. Hat Magic. When casting a spell, you can change the flight trajectory of the skill. Li Shaoxian was a little disappointed when she saw the items that were opened. None of these 3 items seemed suitable for her. As for the Galloping Dash skill card, I could use it myself. But the problem was that as an archer, instead of using the kite tactics to distance myself, I rushed towards the target enemy. Isn't that just crazy? Yin Zijiao traded the items to Tang Feiyu. Seeing the amplified skill effect, she decisively gave up the skill card. Indeed, the fire attribute skill card was very suitable for her. But she still prefers close combat. She doesn't usually use the few special moves she already knows, but only uses them as a means of enriching her attack. Furthermore, her main damage is a combination of physical and magical damage. In terms of magical damage alone, it's actually a bit worse. In the game, she is a magic swordsman who specializes in both magic and physics. Skills like Pumpkin Bomb are pure magic. Even if they're amplified and deal more damage, they're still unsuitable. Not all skill cards need to be learned. Pumpkin Descent. This is the name of the new skill. It summons a giant pumpkin-shaped fireball that falls from the sky, exploding with even greater force. Pumpkin Curse. Targets killed by the explosion transform into new bombs, dealing half the damage. Yin Zijiao doesn't want this skill card, and Tang Feiyu and the others are not suitable for it, so naturally they won't use it. The second skill card is amplified into a new skill, Instant Shadow Backstrike. It also locks onto the target, but instead of charging, it teleports directly behind the opponent to complete the attack. Critical hit. Backstab damage will always result in a critical hit. It's a perfect assassination skill, but the skill is limited and can only use daggers or short swords. Although Tang Feiyu could also use it, the properties of the bone sword could not be brought into play after it turned into a dagger, so he gave it to Yin Zijiao, who also used a sword. I have the skill of teleportation, and I don't like this type of backstab. Who knew that after Yin Zijiao finished speaking, she threw it to Lu Xiaolan. Lu Xiaolan was bewildered. However, she did not say anything to refuse or decline this time. Tang Feiyu, Lin Wanrou and others didn't say much about Yin Zijiao's choice. The last magic wand also changes drastically after being amplified. Although it was still a short wooden board, there was an extra round gem on one end, and some mysterious-looking patterns appeared on it. Star Oath Rare. Strength plus 20. Energy plus 80. Waving the magic wand can send out a medium to long-range starlight to attack the target, with damage equal to energy plus strength. Passive effect. Guidance of the Stars. Star Guidance. When casting, all skills become falling from the sky. Star Blessing. Under the starry sky, skill damage increases by 50%. This passive is very interesting. Some of the original skills appear and attack from the caster's position. But when you cast a spell with this staff, the skill will change to an attack that comes from the sky, making the enemy unaware of where the attack comes from. It is definitely Lao Lu's favorite. Now, the only ones without weapons were Song Yasi and Tang Shiyan. Although Lu Xiaolan only had a dagger without any attributes, she couldn't use a magic staff either. So, Tang Feiyu threw the amplified staff in his hand to Song Yasi. After discussing with Lin Wanrou and others, he also threw the pumpkin advent to her. Song Yasi's attributes are not high, and her four-dimensional attributes are only Stamina, 22. Strength, 19. Speed, 28. Energy, 24. This improvement was made in recent times by eating and drinking well with Tang Feiyu and the others. But with the bonus of talent, Tang Shiyun's four-dimensional attributes were also superimposed. This is quite impressive. Although the two of them combined are only equivalent to Tang Feiyu and his team, if others add 1 point, they are equivalent to adding 2 points. With the same resources, the difference in growth rate in the later stages can easily widen. So they are still worth investing in. The most important thing is that as long as one of them stays by their side to ensure their safety, the other one will not be afraid of any danger outside. At worst, she can be resurrected. Song Yasi, holding the weapon and skill card, clenched her hands and made a secret decision in her heart. Tang Feiyu and his companions did not notice Song Yasi's expression because they summoned a new boss. In each sea area, in addition to ordinary monsters, there are 5 bosses and a Sea Lord boss. They are only 100 kilometers away from the next sea area, so it would be a waste if they don't kill them. The third boss looked like a cross between a wolf and a fox. He stared fiercely at the people before him, and suddenly a stream of cold air emanated from his mouth. However, it was blocked by an ice wall created by Zhang Qian, and then a slightly trembling arrow feather appeared on one of its eyes. Cumulative, generation, quantity, 289. Chapter 193 had exploded. Name, Wolf Shadow Fox, rare. Age, 198. Talent, twins, born with 2 forms, and can switch at will. Physical strength, 276, 276. Strength, 399, 210. Speed, 399, 356. Energy, 267, 403. Hunger level, 55%. Aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue, 78%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills, Cunning Mist, Fox Phantom, Wolf Pounce, Summon Wolf Howl, Death Phantom. Features, the meat is delicate and tender. After consumption, strength, speed, and stamina attributes are randomly increased. There is a small chance of special mutations and a high chance of enhancing existing mutations. Tang Feiyu was looking at the panel attributes of the new boss. Li Xiaoshuan's arrow had hit the boss's left eye and penetrated deeply, leaving only the back half, which was trembling slightly due to the force. Although the boss shook his head in pain, the roar that came out of his mouth didn't sound fierce at all. The cold current was blocked by the ice wall, but it soon changed. A light mist enveloped everyone, and the mist showed signs of getting thicker. At this moment, The boss suddenly sensed the danger coming and jumped to the side without thinking. A huge burning pumpkin fell from the sky, and the big mouth on the pumpkin seemed to be laughing at its stupidity. Boom. As soon as the pumpkin touched the ground, it exploded violently, and even a faint crack appeared on the ice wall in front of Zhang Qian. The newly formed fog was also blown away by the explosion. After dodging the boss in front, he was pushed more than 10 meters away by the shock wave of the explosion. Unlike the previous boss, this new boss is much smaller, only about 3 meters tall, and only 5 or 6 meters long including the tail. Compared with the previous ones that were 8 or 9 meters, or even more than 10 meters long, it looked like a younger brother. Behind the ice wall, Song Yasi took a breath and lowered the staff she was holding. The attack just now was the skill she had just learned, Pumpkin Descent. His moves were broken, one of his eyes was seriously injured, and his body was in great pain from the impact. The boss stood up and whimpered twice again. Then a phantom appeared from his body and rushed towards Li Xiaoxian, who was shooting the arrow. Although Li Xiaoxian's speed was not slow, it was still not as good as the boss's skill. It was too late to dodge. It goes without saying that this shadow of the boss will definitely not be safe after being hit. Just as she was about to close her eyes and greet her own end, she suddenly felt herself being tightly embraced by a familiar and warm chest. It was Tang Feiyu who rushed over using the instant slash, then turned around and met the phantom with his back. The fox shadow penetrated into his body, and Tang Feiyu's face froze. Then he felt a severe headache, and blood flowed from his facial features. Then there was a bang, and his entire head turned into fireworks, exploding everywhere. Li Xiaoxian, who was in the arms of the headless corpse, was sprayed with red and white liquid all over her face, and she looked completely stunned. The other people also came to their senses and looked at Tang Feiyu in disbelief, who was talking and laughing before, and now looked like this. Brother Feiyu. Zhang Qian's teeth were almost broken as she ran towards Tang Feiyu, emitting endless coldness. The boss that was about to attack was frightened and stopped attacking, with its tail clamped tightly, as if trying to escape. Yin Zijiao rushed to the boss with flames all over her body and slashed at it with her knife. Instead of running away after chopping it like before, she dodged the boss's claws while slashing around, as if she would not stop until she killed it. After Tang Feiyu's head exploded, Lin Wanrou felt that her heart had stopped beating, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She ran to Tang Feiyu like crazy, then bit her wrist, forcing the blood out of her body and flowing towards her broken neck. However, her blood did not flow onto Tang Feiyu's body, but instead all fell onto the ice. Oh, what a waste! Tang Feiyu's voice suddenly rang out, and at the same time he grabbed Lin Wanrou's wrist and put it to her lips. Have you forgotten that I was resurrected? Tang Feiyu said with some heartache. Hearing this, Lin Wanrou came back to her senses, drank a mouthful of blood, and repaired the wound on her wrist. This, Lu Xiaolan and the other two, who were originally frightened by Tang Feiyu's death, became even more dumbfounded when they saw him appear unharmed. The staff in Song Yasi's hand even fell to the ground uncontrollably. When Li Xiaoxian came to her senses, she threw herself into Tang Feiyu's arms and burst into tears. Just now, when she saw Tang Feiyu blocking the damage for her, she wanted to commit suicide with him. At that moment, revenge was no longer that important. She had no intention of continuing to seek revenge. On the other side, Yin Zijiao, who had gone crazy, could not hear any sound at all. She only had one thought in mind, which was to chop the beast in front of her into meat paste, and then commit suicide with Feiyu. Every time he cuts with the knife, a large piece of meat is taken out, and the various effects on the knife also make the boss wail and scream. It switched from fox form to wolf form. Although its energy decreased, its speed increased a lot. However, it was still being chased and hacked by Yin Zijiao. Because it was already burning with flames in many places, no matter how fast it ran, it could not be as fast as teleporting. Finally, the boss fell to the ground unwillingly and died. Yin Zijiao was so distraught that she wanted to commit suicide by Tang Feiyu's side. Unexpectedly, she had just walked a short distance when the boss behind her stood up again and attacked her. With a puff, the sharp claws pierced Yin Zijiao's chest, but no blood flowed out. A circle of flames appeared at her wound. It is the fire element effect brought by the new equipment. Standing in the flames will turn you into a semi-elemental being, immune to 50% of physical damage. But after all, she was not completely immune, so Yin Zijiao still spat out a mouthful of blood and used teleportation to avoid the boss's next attack. Tang Feiyu, who had just resurrected and comforted Lin Wanrou, happened to see Yin Zijiao injured. His eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed over with a bone sword in his hand, without saying anything. It was not until this time that others noticed that Yin Zijiao was injured and the boss was resurrected. Zhang Qian immediately used the ice shield to protect Yin Zijiao. Li Shaoxian also recovered and continued to attack. Song Yasi picked up the staff and wanted to use her skills, but Tang Feiyu had already come to the boss. Her pumpkin descent did not have the effect of protecting teammates from damage, so she had to put her hand down again after raising it. Instant slash. Mountain collapse. Pujuan Shenglong Zhan. Bladestorm. The speed at which Tang Feiyu swung the bone sword was beyond the ability of the naked eye to see clearly. The boss was more like an idiot and had no time to fight back before he was cut with a large number of wounds. He fell to the ground unwillingly again, and half of his head was chopped off by the ultimate blow of the blade storm. Cumulative Power Generation 312. Chapter 194 Dual Forms of Zhang Qian. After waiting for a long time and confirming that the boss was truly dead, Tang Feiyu put away the bone sword. Elsewhere, Yin Zijiao's injuries had been almost healed by Lin Wanrou. With the help of existing equipment, treating her non-fatal injuries would not require half of Lin Wanrou's blood. A little bit of it would be enough. When he asked number 1 to drive over and disassemble the boss, Li Shaoxian threw herself into his arms and sobbed. Feiyu, you scared me to death. I'm not worthy of being your knife shield. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to live on. Tang Feiyu patted her back and said, I'm sorry to have worried you, but I've been resurrected and I'm very stable. Then, he walked over to Yin Zijiao while holding Li Shaoxian and asked, Jiaozi, how are you? It's okay. I was careless this time. I didn't expect the boss to be resurrected. She said with lingering fear. If she hadn't just gotten a piece of equipment that could grant her immunity to some damage, even if her heart had been pierced, Lin Wanrou wouldn't have been able to be saved even if she bled to death. Tang Feiyu was also a little scared and said, We were all careless. If we didn't have a trump card, we would have suffered heavy casualties. We must remember this lesson deeply. The boss's fox shadow move instantly killed one of them. If he hadn't blocked the attack, Li Shaoxian would have been dead. Then he used the fake death move and almost dragged Yin Zijiao down with him. This was the first time such a major mistake had occurred since I started hunting the boss. Fortunately, the result was good. The few of them were no longer in the mood to continue hunting the boss, so they returned to the carriage with the treasure chest and the decomposed flesh and bones they had found. Song Yasi and the other 2 went to the back to prepare the ingredients for the feast. On the one hand, it was to replenish the energy consumed, and on the other hand, it was also to celebrate their survival. Just as Tang Feiyu was about to ask Zhang Qian to open the box, Lin Wanrou grabbed his hand and pulled him into the teleportation array. Zhang Qian and the other 2 looked at each other and stayed in the bedroom cabin. Wanrou, Tang Feiyu, who was pulled into the hot spring cabin, looked at Lin Wanrou with some confusion. I'll give you another resurrection, but you're still short of some flesh and blood energy. Then, she pushed Tang Feiyu into the hot spring pool and jumped in right after him. Then, he buried his head in the water in front of Tang Feiyu. When it comes to replenishing flesh and blood energy, ordinary food certainly can't compare to life energy. And since they're all human, the conversion rate is even higher. This is something Lin Wanrou discovered long ago. But they had all been snatched away by Yin Zijiao and Zhang Qian before, and she was not the type of person who could compete with them for food. She was frightened today, so she was a little impatient to pull Tang Feiyu to enjoy it all by herself. She also decided to keep it all for herself from now on. It would be a waste to let others use it. After all, she didn't intend to cause any deaths right now. Tang Feiyu still had one chance to revive, but seeing Lin Wanrou's resolute action, he did not refuse. He simply sat down by the pool and let the other party operate. The improvement in her attributes allowed Lin Wanrou to hold her breath underwater for 5 or 6 minutes, even while she was constantly moving. If you hold your breath while standing still, it will take even longer. After changing the climate more than a dozen times, I finally collected some life energy. Almost, Lin Wanrou said after surfacing. Then she held Tang Feiyu and sat on it. After more than an hour, he dived into the water again to collect the second amount of energy. Let's go back first. It should be almost done after it's digested. Lin Wanrou said a little breathlessly. Tang Feiyu reached out and tidied up the hair that was stuck to her face, then carried her out of the pool. The resistance in water is much greater than that in air. She has been working nonstop for 2 hours, and the only reason she can still move is because of her increased strength. Among the few people, she has the highest physical strength. Not counting the equipment, her panel is already 48 points. After finishing this meal, it will be 49 points. Back in the cabin, there were several wooden bowls on the dining table. The food had been delivered an hour and a half ago. However, Zhang Qian and the other 2 did not start eating, but waited for the 2 of them. Lin Wanrou suddenly pulled Tang Feiyu away and they did not dare to ask or say anything. Even though Lin Wanrou was usually very gentle, Zhang Qian and Yin Zijiao didn't dare to lose their temper in front of her, not to mention Li Xiaoxian. Because she almost killed Tang Feiyu because of her, it would not be surprising if Lin Wanrou and others kicked her out of the team. Why haven't you eaten yet? The food must be cold. Seeing that the atmosphere among the three was a little tense, Tang Feiyu immediately shifted his attention and said, "It's okay, let's start eating." Lifting the wooden bowls, he revealed portions of steaming food. Tang Feiyu was surprised to find that the portion in front of Zhang Qian was different from the others. But thinking of Zhang Qian's foodie nature, I didn't care much about it. After eating and drinking, the consumption of several people was fully restored, and each attribute increased by 1 point. Tang Feiyu wondered whether he should take advantage of the light before killing the remaining 2 bosses and the sea boss. After the RV was fully charged tomorrow, he would directly enter the next sea area. Before she could say anything, Zhang Qian's tail and ears suddenly popped out uncontrollably, and a look of pain appeared on her face. Suddenly, Tang Feiyu's expression changed. He looked at Zhang Qian and asked, "Did you eat that boss's meat?" Zhang Qian forced a smile and consoled him. "I know what's going on. You have no idea. Didn't I tell you that meat with a chance of mutation cannot be eaten? Even if the chance is very small, it is not allowed," Tang Feiyu said with a somewhat ugly expression. But now that she has eaten, it is too late to say anything. I can only pray that the mutation she encountered is not for the worse. Soon, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Qian's forehead, and it was obvious that she was enduring severe pain. Lin Wanrou tried to calm her down, but her skills were not very effective. Tang Feiyu even searched through the lockers, but couldn't find anything that could help him at this time. Suddenly, Zhang Qian's pupils changed from their original shape to vertical pupils. This was something that had never happened in her previous transformations. Moreover, the nails have become sharp, and the 2 cute little canine teeth have now begun to grow into longer and sharper wolf teeth. A wolf-like howl emanated from her mouth, and then the pained look on her face disappeared. Before Tang Feiyu and the others could ask about the situation, she began to cry again. Soon, another snow-white tail grew next to the one behind it. At the same time, Zhang Qian's panel also changed, from the original single form to a double form like a boss. Stamina, 34, Strength, 34, Speed, 45, Energy, 72, The stamina has also been increased by 2 points from the original 70 points. This should be due to the boss's meatiness. At the same time, there is an additional dual form skill. Cumulative, Generation, Quantity, 447. Chapter 195 Wild Dance. Wild Dance. Dance, wolf form. Creating phantom wolves starting from itself to attack the target, each attack dealing 90% physical damage. Number of phantoms equals energy points divided by 10. Illusion. Fox form confuses the target with a whimpering sound and causes mental damage equal to energy points x fatigue points x2. Although she did not inherit the boss's rebirth effect, with the addition of a wolf form, Zhang Qian no longer has to worry about being approached by others. If the enemy suddenly attacks you, it is like offering yourself to Wolf Shadow, which is simply a way to die. When Zhang Qian switched between the 2 forms, Tang Feiyu also noticed that her tail had changed. In comparison, the hair on the wolf tail was slightly harder than that on the fox tail, but not prickly. Moreover, when she is in wolf form, the nails on her hands and feet and the teeth in her mouth will also change, making her look wild. As for the fox form, it was similar to the previous one, but a little more delicate and charming. Seeing Zhang Qian's transformation, Li Xiaoxuan's gaze shifted to the boss nearby. Her previous encounter had taught her that her own strength was still far from perfect. If she had been strong enough and fast enough, Feiyu wouldn't have had to take the bullet while she was unable to dodge. Looking at her gaze, Tang Feiyu also noticed that Li Xiaoxian seemed to be under a lot of pressure recently. But he didn't dare let her eat the meat. Zhang Qian's expression just now almost scared him to death. If something bad happens after taking a bite of the meat, or even turns into the alien species seen in the secret realm before, it will be completely not worth it. But looking at her and Zhang Qian's eager eyes, Tang Feiyu thought for a moment and said, "Amplify it first to see the effect. If it's still uncontrollable, don't eat it." Okay then. Although Zhang Qian felt that there was no problem for her to eat this kind of meat, she still had to listen to Tang Feiyu's words, otherwise she would not have secretly prepared to eat it before. Li Xiaoxian opened her mouth to say something, but seeing that Tang Feiyu had already made the decision, she said no more. Through the transaction amplification, new pieces of meat also appeared in front of several people. Tang Feiyu actually hoped that the enhancement could be safer, but unfortunately, it was not as he wished. The enhanced meat quality and the added attribute points also increased, but the chance of mutation was greater. In addition, the previous high-probability enhancement and mutation effects have also been divided into two types. One is an enhancement, several times stronger than the previous one. The other is to weaken or even cancel the effect of the mutation, but keep the appearance of the mutation. Under these three possibilities, even Zhang Qian now regards it as a waste and dares not touch it easily. She didn't want to lose the dual forms she had worked so hard to obtain. First of all, not only would her strength be enhanced, but if only the forms were left, she would be nothing more than a mere plaything, which was not what she wanted. What she wanted was to be able to fight alongside Brother Feiyu. Li Shaoxian looked at Tang Feiyu with some disappointment as he threw all the pieces of meat into the recycling bin. Okay, there will be many bosses in the future, and I will always get something to improve your strength. Tang Feiyu pulled the other party into his arms and comforted her, which finally made her mood much better. Next to her, Lin Wanrou, who had been silent all the time, suddenly stood up and walked to Tang Feiyu, holding his face with both hands and kissed him. Knowing that the flesh and blood for resurrection were ready, he swallowed it calmly. Yin Zijiao and Zhang Qian knew something about Lin Wanrou's resurrection ability, but they didn't know the details. Li Shaoxian was also unaware of it. So the three of them were now looking at the overly proactive Lin Wanrou with a puzzled look on their faces. She had dragged him to another room before dinner, not to mention that she had suddenly kissed him now. Why? Could it be that she also wanted to cherish every minute they were together because of Tang Feiyu's previous outburst? Regarding the resurrection skill, I hadn't told Li Shaoxian before because she was new and hadn't been trusted yet. And since I never used it, I didn't mention it. The three people in the rear bedroom cabin were also in a state of anxiety at this moment. The scene of Tang Feiyu's tragic death kept replaying in front of his eyes. Although he was resurrected later, the impact was still very strong. Especially Lu Xiaolan and Song Yasi. They received so many good things from Tang Feiyu, but when he needed it most, they were unable to provide any help at all. You can imagine how the two of them felt. Although Tang Shiyun's feelings were not as good as the other two, she shared some of Song Yasi's five senses and felt somewhat uncomfortable. In the hot spring cabin, Zhang Qian and Yin Zijiao discovered that something was wrong with Lin Wanrou today. She actually monopolized Tang Feiyu's life energy by herself, even though she was not interested in him before. In response to their doubts, Lin Wanrou briefly explained the effects of her skills and the things she needed to prepare. Then they knew the reason for Lin Wanrou's strange behavior today, and unanimously decided to let her absorb all the life energy in the future. After all, to them, it was just a sip of a strange drink, but to Lin Wanrou, it was a treasure that could save her life. She could still clearly distinguish between the important and the unimportant. After working in the hot spring cabin for more than 3 hours and returning to the bedroom cabin, they remembered that the box after killing the boss had not been opened yet. So we asked the lucky beast Zhang Qian to be responsible for unpacking the box. After the transformation, Zhang Qian opened the box in a delicate manner and got 3 pieces of trophies. Monster Guide, Advanced Skill Blind Box, Wolf, Totem Pole. After looking at the introductions of the other 2 items outside the blind box, everyone was very interested in knowing what they would look like after being amplified. So immediately increased the transaction. The new items are Biological Atlas. You can see detailed information about the creatures in front of you. Weakness Marking. You can mark the weaknesses of the creatures you scan. Rare Skill Blind Box, Random. Orc Totem Pole, an ancient orc heirloom. When placed on the battlefield, it boosts allied units' attributes by 50% and their recovery by 50%. Can be used in conjunction with other amplification equipment. Heroic Soul. The souls of slain monsters are absorbed by the totem pole and converted into energy, healing allied units within range. The Biological Atlas needs to be installed in an instrument with scanning function. Although there is no special scanning instrument in the car, it can be installed in the radar in the same way. The belief information in the description refers to being able to see the specific effects of monster skills. Unlike before, you can only see the monster's skill name from the monster panel and can only guess at the effect. As for the totem pole, after trying it out for a while, they discovered that only Zhang Qian could activate it while transformed, so they naturally gave it to her to use. Sister Shaoxian, you open the skill blind box. I hope you can get a skill that you can use. Zhang Qian handed the skill blind box to Li Shaoxian beside her. Although Zhang Qian seems to have better luck relatively speaking, sometimes only the person himself can get what he needs. Metaphysics cannot explain this at all. Cumulative, Generation, Quantity, 473. Chapter 196. One boss is missing? Li Shaoxian took the skill blind box handed to her by Zhang Qian, her face full of nervousness and seriousness. She hoped to get a powerful skill that she could use to improve her strength. Next time when you encounter an emergency, You will be able to find a way to deal with it instead of standing there stupidly waiting to die. Just when she was about to open the blind box, Zhang Qian suddenly spoke, almost scaring her to death as she was already nervous. Sister Xiaoxian, you are too nervous. Just smile. Beautiful women who love to smile will have good luck. Zhang Qian gave her own metaphysical advice. Although Li Xiaoxian felt that what she said made sense, the problem was that she couldn't smile at all. She forced the corners of her mouth to pull, but the result was a smile that was not much better than crying. Tang Feiyu, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he walked up to Li Xiaoxian, hugged her in his arms, and kissed her. More than 10 minutes later, the breathless Li Xiaoxian was finally not so nervous anymore. She opened the blind box with a shy expression and a firm look in her eyes. Star Chaser Arrow, a powerful arrow shot with full concentration, like a falling star. Seeing that the skill card that was opened was indeed the type that she could use, Li Xiaoxian showed a happy smile on her face. Then he took the initiative to hug Tang Feiyu and kissed him for more than 10 minutes. Afterwards, after amplification, Li Xiaoxian gained a more powerful single-target attack skill. Starfall, a strike that pierces the stars. Charge for 1 to 3 seconds. The longer the charge, the more fatigue it consumes, and the greater the damage. Damage is increased by 50% under starry skies. Armor break. Ignores 60% of the target's physical defense. While opening blind boxes here, the 3 people in the back row came to the hot spring pool to take a bath, and then go back to sleep. At the same time, on the ice field outside, a half-human, half-snake creature was slowly approaching the RV. This is Tang Feiyu's car, right? I'll take the reward. As he said that, he stopped and took out a big thing from a small bag on his waist. It was an RPG individual rocket launcher, and he began to aim at the RV a kilometer away. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he saw something that looked like a cannonball appear in front of him through the telescope. Before I could react, there was no reaction. Boom. The shell hit directly and also detonated the RPG rocket, causing another explosion. The few people in the room who were preparing to rest were startled by the noise outside. Then, the smart device placed on the bedside also rang out, and number 1's voice announced, "Intruders have been detected and eliminated." Early the next morning, Tang Feiyu came to the location of the explosion last night to check the situation. However, apart from an ice pit and some debris, there was not much information left. The only strange thing was the wreckage, which was over 5 meters long and didn't look human at all. But the debris next to it looked like a cannon barrel. Monsters don't use weapons like this. Puzzled, Tang Feiyu returned to the car and asked number 1 to describe the appearance of the intruder. The upper body is human, and the lower body is a snake tail. After listening to number 1's description, Tang Feiyu immediately thought that it must have mutated after eating monster meat and became this half-human, half-snake creature. As more and more monsters are hunted, many of the surviving humans will probably experience various mutations. Even without natural talent, this type of mutant would see a significant boost in strength. Of course, this was a positive mutation. Those with negative mutations, while unheard of, certainly existed. In that situation, they probably lost their rationality and only knew how to kill. They would probably be killed as monsters by others, and naturally no news would spread. How long will it take to charge? Tang Feiyu asked. It will take about an hour to recharge and set sail again. After hearing what number 1 said, Tang Feiyu thought about it and decided to kill the remaining 2 bosses. After the vehicle started, he entered the next sea area. Without calling anyone else, he directly used a treasure map. Half an hour later, the boss appeared and he directly asked number 1 to open fire. The missiles I had made previously hadn't been used yet, so now was a good time to test their effectiveness. For carbon-based organisms, thermal weapons were quite powerful. Before the boss could show up, he was hit head-on by a missile. With a bang, his entire body slid more than 10 meters away. Before he could get up, another missile and 2 artillery shells were fired. By the time Tang Feiyu reached the boss, the body was completely cold. He tied a rope to the boss's toes and commanded number 1 to activate the harpoon device and start pulling it back. Finally, the boss's body and the RV met at about the midpoint. After throwing the treasure chest into the car and decomposing the body, Tang Feiyu used the 5th treasure map. However, half an hour later, what arrived was not the 5th boss, but the sea boss. Name: Ice Ground Ethereal, Rare. Age: 398. Talent: Ice Blood, immune to ice damage, and in a cold environment, can quickly recover by absorbing the cold air in the environment. Physical strength: 432. Strength: 213. Speed: 265. Energy: 866. Hunger level: 76%. Aggression doubles if below 50%. Fatigue: 92%. Attributes will be reduced if below 50%. Skills: Arctic Breath, Arctic Power, South/North, Frozen Field, Aurora Shield, Frost Blast. Characteristics: the meat is extremely cold, and eating it will lead to death. Tang Feiyu was shocked after seeing the panel. This was the first time he had seen such a severely biased sea boss. With over 800 stamina, it was easy to imagine how much damage any single skill could cause. With their current defenses, any contact would kill them. Although he still hadn't figured out why a boss was missing and a big one came right away, now wasn't the time to explore. Fortunately, the RV's energy was fully charged, so he immediately told number 1 to start running. At the same time, the weather control device began to accumulate energy, and the sky suddenly darkened. Number 1, scan the monster's detailed information and mark its weaknesses. As soon as he finished speaking, the radar installed with the biological atlas immediately marked out the detailed information of the boss's skills and weaknesses. Chapter 197, Ice-Crowned Beast, Additional Update. Arctic Breath. Ice-Crown Ethereal exhales icy air from its icy blue breather, creating a storm of ice crystals. This skill lowers the surrounding temperature, significantly slowing enemy movement and attack speed, and potentially freezing them. Polar Force, South/North. South. The Ice-Crowned Phantom Beast borrows the flexibility and endurance of the Antarctic penguin, briefly increasing its movement speed and dodge rate, making it unpredictable on the battlefield. North. Ice-Crowned Empyrean simulates the ferocious attack of a polar bear, striking a single target with its claws, dealing heavy damage. This skill has a chance to critically strike, dealing additional damage. Frozen Domain. The Ice-Crown uses the frigid temperatures of the North and South Poles to create a frozen domain. Within this domain, enemies' attack and defense power are significantly reduced, while the Ice-Crown's own abilities are enhanced. Aurora Shield. Ice-Crown summons a dazzling aurora, forming an energy shield that absorbs a certain amount of damage and deals an additional damage to nearby enemies when the shield breaks. Frost Burst. The Ice-Crown gathers a massive amount of icy energy, forming a massive sphere of frost. When the sphere explodes, it releases intense frost energy, dealing heavy area damage to surrounding enemies and slowing them down. Looking at the detailed explanations of the big boss's skills, Tang Feiyu took a deep breath. This player, who was only slightly better at one subject, was more difficult to deal with than the 2 previous sea-level bosses. It is almost all large-scale AoE skills. So he immediately asked number 1 to activate the fishing boat skills to set sail and the immovable turtle formation. As soon as the order was given, the boss's attack, Frost Burst, reached the roof of the car. However, the giant ice ball didn't hit the RV, which had already ignored the collision volume. However, the frost energy after the explosion caused the RV to slow down sharply, almost stopping in its tracks. Turn the car around, activate the skill of Jiaolong out to sea, and hit it. Tang Feiyu also hurriedly adjusted the plan. His voice woke several people who had just fallen asleep. As soon as Zhang Qian opened her eyes, she sensed the unusual fluctuations of ice energy around her. Without even bothering to get dressed, she immediately emerged from under the covers and transformed, then covered the outside of the RV with a layer of solid ice. And a sharp spiral ice cone formed in the direction of the front of the car. Faintly, a dragon roar was heard, interrupting the skill the boss was about to use, and his body stiffened for a moment. The RV with a dragon head-shaped shield and spiral ice cones emerged from the boss's body. The wheels, which had been restrained by the icy energy, returned to normal. The RV sped away for hundreds of meters. The boss with a big hole on his body howled, but did not die. Instead, he began to absorb the surrounding cold air and quickly repaired the damage to his body. At this moment, Tang Feiyu noticed a bright red mark on the back of the boss's head. Before he could take a closer look, the boss had already turned around and chased after him. Number 1, kill it for me, Tang Feiyu shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding bolt of lightning struck the running boss. A few seconds later, the lightning disappeared. However, the boss, who should have been struck dead, unexpectedly protected the weak spot on the back of his head at the critical moment. Although his entire body was split and shrunk dozens of times, he was not dead. If you ignore it, the other party will recover in less than half a day. Although he didn't die, the boss was still seriously injured, and his attributes were only 1/10 or 2/10 of their original value. Tang Feiyu asked number 1 to turn around and fire at it. Zhang Qian also summoned a 10-meter-tall ice ape on the ice field, punching the boss hard to slow down his recovery. The rear window of the RV opened, and Song Yasi, who had woken up long ago, stuck her head out and started attacking with her staff in hand. A giant pumpkin head falls from the sky. Finally, after several minutes of saturation bombardment, The boss howled and fragments were scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief. This boss had come so suddenly, leaving no time for anyone to prepare. It was obvious that there should be another boss before the sea-level boss came on stage, but the other party showed no moral integrity. If they didn't have so many hidden cards, they would have been able to succeed in a surprise attack by Lao Lu. But fortunately, they still won now. As the RV stopped, Tang Feiyu got out and picked up the treasure chest. Looking at the boss's remains that were scattered on the ground without any need for decomposition, he turned around and returned to the car. Anyway, there was no possibility of eating it. But when he came back, he saw Zhang Qian casually put on a coat to cover the beauty and jumped down barefoot. Soon, she returned with the boss fragments and said, "Brother Feiyu, this is such a waste. You didn't even bring back the boss's body. You can't eat it." Tang Feiyu guessed her thoughts from her expression. She probably saw that the boss's ice attribute was strong enough, so she wanted to increase her strength by eating it. But the panel clearly stated it was inedible. He hadn't dared let anyone eat the ones with a small chance of reverse mutation, so naturally, he wouldn't even consider something that was directly inedible. You can throw it in the recycling bin, after all. It's the boss's corpse. The energy it contains is countless times stronger than that of ordinary monsters. Tang Feiyu was speechless at Zhang Qian's words. The intense battle before had caused his brain to short-circuit a bit, and he had forgotten that he could still use the recycling bin. Let number 1 head towards the next sea area at a normal speed, and Tang Feiyu placed the treasure chests of the 2 bosses in front of several people. Shouldn't there be 3? You open one. Yin Zijiao asked curiously as she sat on the edge of the bed with one bare foot on the box. No, I just killed one boss, and the sea-level one jumped out directly. Tang Feiyu spread his hands and said, "Could it be that what we thought before was wrong? In a sea area, except for the largest sea area level, aren't there 5 bosses?" Li Shaoxian said with the same confusion. Lin Wanrou thought for a moment and said, "I think we didn't make a mistake about the number of bosses. Someone else must have killed one, so we can only summon 4. After all, using a treasure map to summon a boss doesn't just appear out of thin air. First, it must be in the sea area to be summoned. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to change the sea area to use the treasure map." As time goes by, some mature teams can also encircle and suppress ordinary bosses. Although they may not be able to kill the sea level, they can still easily kill the 5 minions of the sea level. After all, there have been teams that have successfully hunted it before. Cumulative, Generation, Quantity, 125. Chapter 198, Dividing the Loot. No matter what the reason is for the loss of a boss, the important thing now is to open the box. Tang Feiyu sat down on the edge of the bed, moved Yin Zijiao's little feet that were on the box to his legs, and then asked Zhang Qian to open it. As the auspicious beast of the team, Zhang Qian naturally opened the lids of the 2 boxes. A total of 7 items appeared. 2 of the cards are Snow Survival Card, Premium Equipment Upgrade Card, then a small cube in the shape of a Rubik's Cube, Attribute Cube, Rare. 2 pieces of equipment, Skeleton Leggings, Rare, Hidden Skin, Exquisite. There are 2 things that look like fruits, Snake Fruit, Fine Product, and Phantom Fruit, Fine Product. After Tang Feiyu's talent enhancement transaction, brand new items appeared. Snowfield Construction Material Card contains a variety of materials for building snowfield structures. Mutation has a chance to reveal a mutated material. Rare Equipment Upgrade Card can upgrade a piece of rare quality equipment. Random, add an additional random entry. Multi-Attribute Cube, Offhand Equipment, only usable by one-handed weapon users. During combat, consumes 5 fatigue and randomly enchants the main weapon with various attribute energy, dealing attribute damage. Synthesis and Inhibition. If 2 or more attributes conflict with each other, the attribute damage is doubled. Rare item. Dragon Bone Greaves, Rare. Physical Strength, plus 35. Strength, plus 38. Speed, plus 18. Defense increased by 45%. Increases attack speed by 30%. Passive effect, Dragon Might. Dragon Might. When attacking, there is a chance to intimidate monsters. The chance against bosses is reduced, and the effect is weakened. Suppression. Increases damage to dragon monsters by 30%. The stronger the dragon bloodline, the lower the suppression damage. Ineffective against pure-blooded dragons. Night Elf Stockings, Rare. Physical Strength, plus 9. Strength, plus 10. Speed, plus 18. Defense increased by 10%. While stealthed, movement will not leave any trace, and the first attack after stealth will definitely be a critical hit. Passive effect, Dark Night. Dark Night. Night damage increased by 50%. Dark Element. When attacking, there is a 2% chance of triggering dark attribute damage. Mutated Snake Fruit. rare after eating, the body will be transformed, and the speed and strength attributes will be greatly improved. Fantasy sound fruit, rare after consumption, the vocal cords will be transformed, making the sounds produced have a psychedelic effect. Tang Feiyu kept the leg equipment for himself. This and his other equipment were all light armor types. After some discussion, they decided to equip him with the multi-attribute cube. Lin Wanrou was a support, while Zhang Qian and Yin Zijiao were attack-oriented. Li Xiaoshuan's weapon was a two-handed weapon, so it wouldn't be suitable. Tang Feiyu didn't refuse and directly attached it to his body. Then, the small colorful Rubik's Cube began to rotate and float around his body. When not in use, it can be freely recycled without affecting daily life. The Dark Elf equipment is obviously more suitable for Lu Xiaolan's assassin template, so it is put aside for the time being. Then, Tang Feiyu picked up 2 fruits. Originally, he was planning to let Lin Wanrou use the fantasy sound fruit. She already had a buff skill of heavenly voice. If the sound was enhanced, it might have miraculous effects. However, after seeing the description, Zhang Qian didn't think about how to improve her strength or the psychedelic effect, but thought that it could make her voice more beautiful and attractive. So he opened his mouth and said that he wanted it. Seeing this, Lin Wanrou naturally gave it to her, and Tang Feiyu no longer expressed any other opinions. After all, no one knows whether modifying the vocal cords can enhance the skill of the heavenly voice. There is no need to make Zhang Qian unhappy because of an uncertain thing. Snake fruit, on the other hand, could increase strength and speed. The only people who valued these 2 attributes were Tang Feiyu, Li Xiaoxian, and at most Lu Xiaolan. Although Yin Zijiao is primarily a melee fighter using a knife, it's best to increase her strength and stamina to better utilize her innate abilities. Using acceleration items is somewhat wasteful. Thinking that Li Xiaoxian always wanted to become stronger, Tang Feiyu handed the fruit to her. Feiyu, you should eat it. You are the main output. Although Li Xiaoxian wanted to, she also knew that it was more important to make Tang Feiyu stronger than her own improvement. Moreover, she thought that the other party had given her enough, and the role she could play in her daily life was very limited. Fighting the boss requires very little effort, and other than making him happy during breaks, it's not worth all these precious supplies. Be good and eat quickly. Tang Feiyu did not stop, but continued to persuade. While the attribute increase was important, he had just acquired 2 pieces of equipment, which also significantly improved his strength. Of course, it was better to share good things equally, and this was the biggest difference between his team and others. Lin Wanrou and the other 2 also helped to persuade him, and Li Xiaoxian was deeply moved and accepted the snake fruit. After discussion, several people believed that rare equipment upgrade cards were most suitable for upgrading weapons, while upgrading other equipment on the body would not bring much benefit. The equipment currently possessed by several people are of rare quality, namely Tang Feiyu's bone sword, Lin Wanrou's desert eagle, and Song Yasi's star oath staff. As a growth-capable equipment, the bone sword can quickly break through on its own as it continues to be fed with bones, so using an upgrade card is obviously a waste. Lin Wanrou also refused to use precious cards to upgrade the weapons in her hand. She said that as a support, she was not needed to output much, and having a rare weapon to protect herself was enough. Now it seems that the only option is to give it to Song Yasi for use. So Tang Feiyu sent a private message to Song Yasi and Lu Xiaolan, asking them to come over. Then, he used the supply card and looked at the pile of supplies. Since he couldn't use them yet, he temporarily put them in the locker. Soon, the 2 of them, somewhat puzzled, came to the bedroom cabin in front. Tang Shiyun originally wanted to follow, but Song Yasi found that Tang Feiyu didn't call her, so she didn't let her follow. When the 2 entered the room, the first person they saw was Yin Zijiao. After all, the other person was not naked and was really conspicuous. Looking again, Zhang Qian was not in much better condition. She was only wearing a thin coat. From 2 points, we could guess that she was also naked underneath. Tang Feiyu, Lin Wanrou, and Li Xiaoxian were dressed normally. The 2 confused people became even more confused. Because of this scene, they couldn't understand the purpose of calling them over. Do you want them to give Tang Feiyu more food? Before Lu Xiaolan could ask, Tang Feiyu picked up the night elf and handed it to her. This confirmed Lu Xiaolan's suspicions. After all, what other meaning could there be in throwing a pair of stockings at someone right after they met? Cumulative Power Generation 155. Chapter 199. It would be impolite to refuse again. Lu Xiaolan had already prepared herself mentally for this. During this period of time, she also discovered that Tang Feiyu was different from the men she had thought he was. Following him would be a great advantage for me, both from the perspective of survival and from the perspective of repaying his kindness. Apart from this decent body, I have nothing else worth showing off. So she took the night elf stockings from Tang Feiyu without hesitation took off her shoes and pants, and started to put them on. She didn't even take a closer look at what she was holding to see if it was equipment. Song Yasi, who had come with her, had also prepared herself mentally, but she was still a little surprised to see Lu Xiaolan being so decisive. Although she had some theoretical knowledge, she had no practical experience before, so she was a little overwhelmed and didn't know what to do now. Should she follow suit, or what? The problem is that I didn't buy myself a pair of stockings. Tang Feiyu and the others had no idea what they were thinking. Seeing Lu Xiaolan changing her equipment directly, Tang Feiyu handed the upgrade card to Song Yasi and turned his eyes away with this action. Although the two sides are not on the same channel, the current situation seems to be a tacit understanding, and neither side has noticed any abnormalities in the other side. Song Yasi was stunned for a moment when she saw the card handed over by Tang Feiyu. After taking it, she found that it seemed a little different from what she expected. This is actually an equipment upgrade card, not some prop to add to the atmosphere. The staff in your hand can be upgraded with this card. Tang Feiyu reminded Song Yasi, who was still in a daze. Hearing this, Song Yasi came to her senses and hurriedly prepared to refuse. This thing was too valuable. After all, using this card, you can upgrade a rare quality equipment into a treasure. I have already taken a lot of things, and apart from preparing food, I can't help much. Upgrade quickly, we are still waiting to see what attributes the rare grade staff has. Zhang Qian urged. Hearing her words, Lu Xiaolan, who was thinking about what was going to happen next, froze in her tracks while unbuttoning her clothes, and raised her head with a confused look in her eyes. Song Yasi looked at the few people and thought to herself, could it be that they used the upgrade card as a betrothal gift? So she took out her staff without hesitation and used the upgrade card. Guidance of the Star God, rare. Strength plus 30. Energy plus 160. Waving the magic wand can send out a starlight to attack the target at medium and long distances, causing damage, energy plus strength. Each attack will leave a star mark. When 3 star marks are accumulated, an explosion will occur, causing energy 5 points of damage. Passive effect, Guidance of the Star God. Guidance of the Star God. When casting spells, all skills become descending from the sky. When there are stars in the sky, each spell will trigger additional special attribute damage. Star Blessing. Under the starry sky, skill damage increases by 50%. Blessing of the Star God. When equipped with a staff, a starlight shield will be generated on the surface of the body, immune to 50% damage. The remaining damage will be replaced by reducing fatigue value in proportion. This equipment is awesome. Even Zhang Qian, who doesn't rely much on equipment, felt envious when she saw the new entry. Song Yasi was also a little surprised by the new properties of the staff. She felt that the staff was too hot to hold. Was it really worth it? After looking at the equipment, Zhang Qian leaned lazily on Tang Feiyu. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Lu Xiaolan standing next to her, with her shirt half unbuttoned. Because I was also shocked by the attributes of the equipment, I forgot to tidy up my clothes. Xiaolan, what are you doing? Her questioning voice drew everyone's attention to Lu Xiaolan. Suddenly, Lu Xiaolan was stunned. She didn't know how to explain herself. Should she say that she had misunderstood Tang Feiyu's intention in calling her over? She was a little speechless. She now looked like the kind of person in the old society who would take the initiative to flirt with a rich man when they saw one. But the problem was that she didn't think that way. She was just thinking in a different way. But this kind of thing couldn't be explained clearly. Instead, Song Yasi took the initiative to walk to Tang Feiyu's side, blushing and whispering, Brother Tang, you've been so kind to me. I feel guilty and have no other way to repay you. If you need it, I can give up my status and won't compete with Sister Wanrou and the others. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the room looked at Song Yasi blankly. They didn't expect her to say that. No, you're mistaken. Tang Feiyu opened his mouth to explain, but was pulled behind by Zhang Qian. After looking back and forth between Song Yasi and Lu Xiaolan, he said, That's not bad either. Sister Wanrou, what do you think? Being looked at like this by her, Song Yasi and Lu Xiaolan felt very nervous. They were originally rescued by Zhang Qian, and what they were doing now was competing with her for the man. Even if they said that they didn't want any status and would not fight for him, who would believe it? It looks more like repaying kindness with enmity. After hearing Zhang Qian's words, Lin Wanrou and Yin Zijiao looked at each other. Seeing that they didn't express anything, she said, I have no objection. In the hot spring cabin, Tang Feiyu looked at the person coming over and wanted to say something, but Lu Xiaolan had already walked over and started to help him change clothes. Seeing this, Tang Feiyu didn't say anything more. It has been brought to your lips. It would be very rude to push it away. Doing so will not cause much harm, but will be extremely insulting. In the back bedroom cabin, Tang Shiyun sat at the head of the bed somewhat bored, still wondering why her sister and Lu Xiaolan were called away. Why hadn't they come back in so long? Suddenly, I began to feel something was wrong with my body. Tang Feiyu, who had no theoretical knowledge at all, could only rely on some common-sense knowledge learned from the biology textbook to roughly guess that she might have grown up, and it was time. At first, she hadn't considered the shared effects of her talent at all. But as time passed, without doing anything, she felt a surge of joy. Thinking about her sister's absence and her previous suspicions, something clicked in her mind, and she twisted and turned on the bed, her cheeks flushed. Cumulative Power Generation 332. Chapter 200, Speed Secret Realm. After a while, her body finally returned to normal. Tang Feiyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she also realized that her clothes needed to be changed. So I decided to take a shower first. When he looked closely, he happened to meet Song Yasi's eyes when she looked up. His entire face suddenly turned into a steamed lobster. Tang Feiyu also heard the sound of the door opening and poked his head out from behind Lu Xiaolan with some confusion. The scene was a bit awkward. Lu Xiaolan, who had not yet noticed Tang Feiyu, shook a little restlessly. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement and no one spoke. Only then did I realize that the atmosphere was not right. As soon as he raised his head, his whole body froze and he almost died. The performance footage cannot be secretly filmed. For everyone's sake, this part will be cut for now. As evening approached, Tang Feiyu brought 3 servings of porridge to the rear bedroom, and then returned to the front cabin with the pot. Seeing that he had returned with food, Zhang Qian left her seat first, not even watching the movie. She took the pot from his hand, helped him to serve the rice, and asked, "Brother Feiyu, do you feel any different from us?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Wanrou rolled her eyes at her unhappily, and Tang Feiyu rubbed his nose awkwardly without saying anything. After dinner, Yin Zijiao placed her long legs in front of him and said, "Feiyu, are you okay?" Faced with provocation, Tang Feiyu was not afraid at all. The next morning, he came to the kitchen with unwashed dishes and happened to meet Song Yasi, who was preparing breakfast. Seeing Tang Feiyu, Song Yasi's cheeks flushed, and she greeted him in a soft voice. "Good morning, Brother Tang. How are you? Are you feeling better?" Tang Feiyu asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Song Yasi, who was already shy, looked as if her face was about to bleed. But he nodded anyway. Afterwards, Tang Feiyu helped out and made breakfast. In the process, they inevitably came into contact with each other. At first, Song Yasi dodged a little in panic, but by the time she was seated for breakfast, she was able to calmly put her hand in Tang Feiyu's hand. Near noon, a prompt appeared in front of several people who had just taken a nap. The RV entered a new sea area. At the same time, a bold message appeared before my eyes. The number of bosses hunted has reached 100. A new secret realm is now open. Everyone must participate in this secret realm. After all secret realms are completed, the scoreboard will be reset. Those who do not enter the secret realm will be directly eliminated. There are 10 minutes left before the secret realm entrance closes. Seeing that 100 bosses had been killed, Tang Feiyu was not surprised. Their team alone had killed 14 bosses, including 3 sea-level bosses. There were so many people in the world, wouldn't it be fun to kill dozens more? On the current honor roll, although Tang Feiyu still held steady in the first, second, and third places, the following spots had been significantly overtaken. Only 5th place remained, but it didn't look very stable. It's too late to eat lunch. Grab your gear and food and get ready to enter the dungeon, Tang Feiyu said, looking at the others. The focus was on Zhang Qian and Yin Zijiao, who were the only 2 who hadn't put on anything yet. Then, he sent a private message to Song Yasi and the other 2, asking them to bring the good things to the front cabin. Because the prompt this time did not specify whether they could form a group, he had to prepare to enter alone in advance. In the past, with the strength of a few people, even if they were separated, there wouldn't be much of a problem. But now, although they are stronger, the existence of the bounty list makes people dare not be careless. Who knows if there are bounty hunters hiding in the dark who might take advantage of the opportunity to strike. Soon, everyone arrived, and Tang Feiyu distributed a pile of explosive darts from the locker to each person. Then he gave the laser gun to Tang Feiyu, who he thought had no self-defense ability, and also gave her some disposable skill cards, the source of radiation, and the rare quality, Thunder Instant Dart, that he had upgraded before. It can be said that she is armed to the teeth. As long as she does not encounter a boss or is surrounded and hunted by more than 20 people, her safety should not be a problem. If it really doesn't work, I can use my talent to resurrect and be by Song Yasi's side. Of course, it was best not to die if possible. As someone who had died once before, he knew the fear that came with resurrection, something most people simply couldn't handle. The fully armed men looked at the countdown, glanced at each other, and confirmed that they had entered the secret realm. Song Yasi, who was walking behind, suddenly grabbed Tang Feiyu, then hugged him, kissed him, and said, "Thank you. I will try my best to come back alive." Then, without waiting for Tang Feiyu to speak, she was teleported into the secret realm. Shaking his head, Tang Feiyu also chose to enter. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that his worries were completely unnecessary. Lin Wanrou and the others were standing in front of him. Just as he was about to open the panel to look at the rules of the secret realm, Zhang Qian called him and said in a firm tone, "Brother Feiyu, who are you cheating on? I want some too." Although the lipstick was gone, it shouldn't have been discovered, but he overlooked one point. That is, Song Yasi thought this would be very dangerous, so she treated it as the last kiss, which was so thoughtful. Tang Feiyu's lips looked a little different than usual. Zhang Qian, who was staring at him, noticed the difference immediately. After satisfying her, I finally looked through the rules for this time. Speed Realm Rules. 1. This secret realm is based on fishing boats, with a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 10 people per group. 2. 10 groups will be transported into each secret realm. 3. A total of 10 bosses will be released into the secret realm. At the end of the secret realm, any group that fails to kill a boss will have half of their resources deducted and their fishing boat downgraded by 1 level as a penalty. 4. The group that kills the most bosses will receive an additional chance to summon a hidden boss, offering greater rewards. 5. Within the secret realm, other groups cannot join. If the group's number of players falls below 3, they will be forced to leave the secret realm and 80 of their resources will be deducted. Countdown to the speed realm begins at 2:59. The secret realm had not yet begun, and the boss had not been deployed. Zhang Qian seemed a little bored, so she hung on Tang Feiyu and was unwilling to come down. Seeing this, Yin Zijiao followed suit and threw herself on his back. Zhang Qian, who had grown up, squeezed him so hard that he had difficulty breathing. It could be said that he was in pain and happy at the same time.